Did the Uchiha clan produce a ruthless individual who can change fate? After failing 6 times in the cycle, the 7th time, he actually made Madara 10 years younger with his Mangekyō Sharingan. Fengtian is incredible. He crossed into the Naruto world to help Madara with the Eye of the Moon plan, only to have Naruto smash his plan 6 times. He relied entirely on the system to rewind time. This time, when he opened his eyes, he found himself in front of Madara after the battle at the Valley of the End, and with his freedommost Sharingan shining, he said, "Madara-sama, I'm here to help you stir things up." Madara immediately became wary. How does this kid know about the Eye of the Moon? Fengtian then activated his Mangekyō, turning his eyes and declaring causal inversion, and suddenly, all the tubes on Madara's body collapsed, and his aged body instantly transformed back to its prime, his chakra surging so fiercely it nearly lifted the ground. Fengtian gasped for breath and explained, "I changed the cause of your aging, resulting in the current effect of restoration." Madara was stunned. This ability isn't even recorded in the Uchiha clan's genealogy. What's even more thrilling is Fengtian's ruthlessness after 6 failures. He was bloodthirsty, glaring at Madara and saying, "First, we need to eliminate the uncertain factors." The killing intent in his eyes surprised even Madara. Was he planning to take out the higher-ups of Konoha or Naruto? Back then, Obito didn't have this kind of guts. He only did things secretly. Fengtian was planning to confront them hidden. But the question arises, who exactly is the uncertain factor he's referring to? Is it Obito, who just saved Rin? Or Kakashi, who might stop the plan in the future? More importantly, does this causal inversion ability have side effects? Madara just turned back into an old man. Could using it too much backfire? The next chapter will jump straight to the reckoning moment. Who is the first person Fengtian wants to eliminate? Will Madara help him? Follow for updates and see how this ruthless individual, who has gone through 6 cycles, takes Madara to defy fate and bring new twists to the Eye of the Moon plan. Black Zetsu is actually Kagaya's son? Fengtian's words turned the Naruto worldview upside down, and Madara exploded. Fengtian's operation was too impressive. He exposed Black Zetsu in front of Madara. "Stop pretending. You are Kagaya Otsutsuki's 3rd son." Black Zetsu panicked on the spot and tried to argue. "Madara-sama, I am your consciousness manifestation." But Fengtian activated his Mangekyō and used causal inversion, directly tearing apart Black Zetsu's disguise and forcing its true form to reveal itself. The most explosive part was Madara's counterattack. Fengtian forcibly pulled him back to his peak state, and Madara clapped his hands, shouting, "Micro-Earth Explosion Star." Countless dirt and stones wrapped around Black Zetsu, who was then sucked into a small black hole, sealed amid its unwilling howls. Fengtian hid behind Madara, his legs weak. "Good thing I dodged quickly, otherwise I would have been sucked in too." After Madara reverted to his old form, he questioned Fengtian while holding his scythe. "What's going on with the stone tablet?" Fengtian collapsed on the ground and revealed, "The inscriptions you've been looking at were all altered by Black Zetsu. That thing is just trying to resurrect Kagaya." Knowing that Madara had spent his entire life fighting for the Eye of the Moon inscribed on the tablet, this was equivalent to telling him, "You've been deceived for most of your life." Who wouldn't be furious? Now the question I say after learning the truth, will Madara still proceed with the Eye of the Moon plan? Can Fengtian's causal inversion change the cause of Kagaya's resurrection? Will Obito be the next to be reckoned with? After all, Obito was also deceived by Black Zetsu. The next chapter will directly present Madara's decision. Will he join forces with Fengtian to overturn Kagaya's plot? Or will he continue down the old path? Follow for updates and see how this grand performance that subverts Naruto unfolds, and whether Fengtian can rewrite the outcome of the ninja world with his own strength. The Eye of the Moon plan is actually a scheme to resurrect Kagaya. Just as Obito lost Rin, Fengtian forced him to extract the 3 Tails chakra. This plot is even more thrilling than Boruto. Fengtian stunned Madara with a single sentence. "Your Eye of the Moon plan is actually to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki." Madara's hand holding the scythe trembled so all his life's efforts were just to make someone else's wedding dress. This blow was even harder than being defeated by Hashirama. Fengtian quickly added, "Kagaya is 10 times stronger than you and Hashirama. If we don't take her out, the ninja world is doomed sooner or later." What's even more ruthless is towards Obito just returning with Rin's corpse, his eyes hollow like 2 wells. Fengtian directly stated, "Take Rin's corpse out, I need the chakra of the 3 Tails." Obito roared in anger, activating his Mangekyō. "You're looking for death." Madara watched the show from the side, not stopping him, probably thinking, "This kid is even bolder than Black Zetsu." Fengtian explained slowly, "I just need the chakra. I won't touch a single hair on Rin." The 3 Tails was inside Rin at that time, and Obito activated his Mangekyō to save her. So now Fengtian wanting to extract that chakra was like pouring salt on Obito's wound. But when Obito heard a world with Rin can be created, he surprisingly gritted his teeth and endured his obsession was terrifyingly deep. Now the question arises once Fengtian obtains the three-tailed chakra. How long can Madara maintain his peak state? Will Obito go berserk during the extraction? More importantly, will Orochimaru's Edo Tensei come online early? After all, Fengtian said he wanted to seal him first. The next chapter will directly showcase the extraction scene. Will Obito's hands tremble as he looks at Rin's corpse? Can Fengtian's Mangekyō stabilize the situation? Follow for updates and see if this plan, which bets on sadness, can take the first step. Has Uchiha Fengtian drawn the Flying Thunder God? Using the fourth Hokage's signature jutsu to help Madara stir trouble. This operation is outrageous. Just after Obito extracted the Three Tails chakra from Rin's corpse, Fengtian forced Madara to feed it to the Outer Path Golem. With a roar, the Outer Path Golem's progress bar shot up to 19, and Fengtian triggered a lottery when the wheel spun. It landed on Minato Namikaze. He waved his hand and chose Flying Thunder God, instantly feeling a massive influx of knowledge in his mind, and his Mangekyō Sharingan shone even more brightly. This is a huge profit. Madara squinted at him. You've gotten stronger? Fengtian grinned until blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. I just unsealed a layer. Flying Thunder God is the fastest technique in the ninja world, and combined with his causal inversion, it means he can both fight and flee. Even the fourth Hokage would have to call him a fellow traveler. Obito watched nearby, frowning. This guy has such good luck. What's even funnier is Fengtian's complaint about the fourth Hokage's jutsu name. Super Wind, Flash, Spiral Shuriken. This naming level is no different from a Chinibyu. Yet he immediately treated Flying Thunder God as a treasure, probably thinking, who cares if the name is lame? If it can fight and run, it's a good jutsu. Now he has the Mangekyō that can rewrite reality, and the teleportation technique capturing Tail Beast should be a piece of cake. But the question arises, who will make the kunai for Flying Thunder God? Will Obito be jealous enough to steal the skill? Will Madara force him to compete after discovering he secretly learned the fourth technique? After all, Madara never directly confronted the fourth back then. The next chapter will directly showcase the debut of Flying Thunder God. Will Fengtian use this technique to steal from Konoha? Follow for updates and see how this ruthless individual, who combines the Mangekyō and Flying Thunder God, stirs the ninja world, getting one step closer to the Eye of Moon. Plan. Uchiha Fengtian breaks into Konoha to find Shisui. With Flying Thunder God and Mangekyō, he's planning to dig into Konoha's secrets. Having just learned Flying Thunder God, Fengtian boldly swaggered into Konoha. When the guard stopped him, he immediately activated his Three-Tomo Sharingan. In from the Uchiha clan, the guards instantly became enthusiastic. Oh, it's our own person. Three-Tomo, impressive, young man. Little did they know that this guy had just helped Madara feed the Outer Path Golem and was secretly carrying the learned Flying Thunder God, plotting in his heart. First, let's recruit a couple of big shots. The most incredible thing is that he headed straight for the waterfall. Shisui and Itachi were practicing, shurikens clashing and making a jingling sound, and their Sharingan shone brighter than light bulbs. Fengtian, hiding nearby, watched with sparkling eyes. These two, one has Kodoeme Tsukuyomi, and the other is the future Itachi God. If I can take them down, capturing Tail Beast will be a piece of cake. Shisui sensed something. Someone is watching. Itachi's expression sharpened. It's Uchiha Chakra, but it's unfamiliar. Obito, behind them, was probably about to blow a fuse after all his hard work practicing ninjutsu. Fengtian was off digging at the roots in Konoha, targeting geniuses. Black Zetsu, sent by Madara, was lurking in the shadows, probably thinking, this kid knows how to play the game better than Obito. But hey, race the problem, does Fengtian dare to say he wants to recruit Shisui and Itachi for the Eye of the Moon? If Kodoeme Tsukuyomi is activated, can his Mangekyō withstand it? The most crucial point is that there was something off about the barrier in Konoha when he entered the village. Could it be that the third Hokage has already set his sights on him? In the next chapter, we'll dive right into the dramatic scene. What tricks will Fengtian use to persuade Shisui? Will Itachi see through his intentions at a glance? Follow along for updates to see if this undercover Uchiha can lure Konoha's future pillars to work for Madara. Can Shizuo's body flicker technique keep up with Flying Thunder God? Uchiha Fengtian showcases his skills in front of Itachi, moving faster than the fourth Hokage. Fengtian approaches Shisui and Itachi, exclaiming, I'm here for the future of Uchiha. Shisui immediately draws his sword to slash, but just as the blade reaches him, Fengtian whoosh disappears, reappearing from the woods. Still want to fight? Itachi's Sharingan widened. This is space-time ninjutsu. The most explosive moment comes during their second confrontation when Shirei seizes the opportunity and gets a short sword almost against Fengtian's neck. Fengtian disappears. Again, reappearing and dusting off his cloak, it finally concedes. This is just like the flying thunder god of Minato. Remember, Shirei is known as Shunshin Shirei, and there are very few in the ninja world who can outpace him. Yet he's being toyed with by Fengtian as if on a stroll in the park. Itachi, watching from the sidelines, felt his pupils constrict, and his Sharingan was almost smoking. This is a man who can single-handedly take on the Akatsuki in the future. He must be thinking, where did this guy come from? Even stronger than Shirei. Fengtian, however, smiled effortlessly, as if saying, is that all? Who else is there? Now the question arises, does Fengtian dare to use Flying Thunder God in Konoha, not fearing being confronted by the fourth Hokage? Will Shirei bring out Kodoame Tsukuyomi in response? Most importantly, if Itachi were to fight Fengtian, how long could his newly activated Sharingan last? In the next chapter, we'll see a major showdown. Will Fengtian be forced to use causal inversion? Will Shizu's Kodoame Tsukuyomi come into play? Follow for updates to see this peak clash of speed and ocular power, and who'll come out on top, along with whether Fengtian can successfully recruit these two geniuses. It's not that he doesn't want to use the Flying Thunder God technique, but because the direction of Shirsui's Great Fireball is aimed at the area marked with the Flying Thunder God by Fengtian. If he uses the Flying Thunder God, he won't be able to escape the Great Fireball's attack, so he can only dodge. As expected, Shirui watched Fengtian dodge the Great Fireball, and instead of feeling any frustration, a faint smile of triumph appeared on his face. Everything was as he anticipated. The space-time ninjutsu that Fengtian used was indeed the Flying Thunder God, and now, with his Great Fireball destroying the marked forest, it meant that Fengtian could no longer use the Flying Thunder God to evade his attacks. With this thought, Shirsui's smile grew more pronounced, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Almost appearing behind Fengtian the moment he dodged the falling Great Fireball. This time, let us see how you dodge. Shirui did not hesitate, and swung his sword towards Fengtian. However, facing Shirsui's slash, Fengtian merely turned his head, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Cause and effect reversed. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Whoosh. In Shirsui's astonished gaze, Fengtian once again escaped his slash using the Flying Thunder God. Before Shirui could react, a kunai was pressed against his waist. The outcome has been decided, Shirui. Behind him, Fengtian held a kunai against him, his voice still calm, as if everything was part of his plan. Impossible, your mark should be in the forest. How could it appear behind me? Shirui turned to look at Fengtian, confusion written all over his face. It's simple. I just left a mark on you. Impossible. When did you mark me? Upon hearing this, Fengtian pointed at his Mangekyō Sharingan and said, this is the ability of my Mangekyō Sharingan, which can alter all causes and effects in the world. The cause of the mark you destroyed earlier has been altered to the effect of being marked on you. I understand. After saying this, Shirui put down the short knife in his hand, a look of relief appearing on his face. This time, he lost completely. However, as a genius of the Uchiha clan, he could naturally accept his defeat. At this moment, Shirui spread his arms, his eyes switching to normal pupils, seemingly ready. However, before Fengtian could make any move, he felt a kunai pressed against his waist. You were too careless. Did you forget my existence? Chapter 7. Intent facing Itachi's threat. Fengtian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He did not turn around, but spoke in a tone of regret. Uchiha Itachi. Trusting your eyes too much is not a good thing. What? Before Uchiha Itachi could exclaim, Fengtian's Mangekyō Sharingan activated once again, reversing cause and effect. His figure slowly dissipated into the world, and the next moment, with a hint of coldness, he held a kunai against Itachi's neck. Do you think you've won? Uchiha Itachi, facing the threat, was as unconcerned as Fengtian, provoking him without regard. You don't think this shadow clone of yours can have any effect, do you? After saying this, Fengtian lightly grazed Itachi's skin with the kunai. The next moment, a splash of crimson quietly blossomed. A fine wound slowly oozed blood from the side of Uchiha Itachi's neck, the blood sliding down his fair skin like dew in the morning light, dropping to the ground with a faint, crisp sound. How is this possible? A look of disbelief flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he stared at the flowing blood, a wave of unprecedented horror surging in his heart. This body was clearly the shadow clone he meticulously controlled. Logically, even if it were injured, there shouldn't be real blood flowing. However, everything before his eyes was so real, so shocking. Even more alarming was that when his gaze crossed over the shadow clone and fell upon his real body hidden in the shadows not far away, he saw that his real body also miraculously bore the same wound, blood flowing silently. I control the causes and effects of the world, as long as I wish. You're already a corpse. The moment Fengtian's words fell, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi quickly distanced themselves from Fengtian, both of their three-tomo Sharingan operating at their peak, sweat dripping from their foreheads in fear of this bizarre ability. Itachi, this enemy is not an ordinary person. Shisui said, Brother Shisui, you go first. I'll hold him off. The low conversation between the two was overheard by Fengtian, and upon hearing this, a look of helplessness appeared on Fengtian's face for the first time. He spread his hands, let out a slight sigh, and slowly walked towards the two. I said, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, I bear no hostility toward you both. Now, can you listen to me for a moment? The moment the words fell, Fengtian's figure appeared before Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi like a ghost. Seeing that Fengtian did not make any further moves, the two temporarily believed that the other party seemed to harbor no ill will, and then sheathed their short swords and kunai. Witnessing this scene, the stone in Fengtian's heart finally fell, and he couldn't help but think, that was close. After several consecutive uses of cause and effect reversal, even with my eye power having been enhanced once, I was almost unable to handle it. Fortunately, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are smart people who know how to assess the situation. Otherwise, if it continued, I would have to rely on Flying Thunder God to escape. With this thought, a bead of sweat faintly appeared on Fengtian's forehead, but this did not attract the attention of the two. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, I need your strength to help me achieve a great plan. Fengtian then did not hold back and directly revealed the entire Moon Eye plan to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing Fengtian's explanation, the air seemed to freeze instantly, enveloped in a deathly silence. Uchiha Shisui rested his hand on his chin, pondering the authenticity of this matter. As time passed, his frown deepened. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, fixed his gaze on Fengtian, trying to judge the truth of his words through Fengtian's subtle movements. Finally, Uchiha Shisui spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere. I think I understand your meaning. You want to collect tailed beasts, become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and finally release Tsuki no Mi on the moon, using the moon's reflection to achieve infinite Tsukuyomi, right? That's right, indeed. You mentioned that this concerns the future of our Uchiha clan. So how is this entire matter related to us? At some point, Shisui's eyes had switched to his Mangekyō Sharingan, and his sharp gaze was filled with endless pressure. Even Fengtian, who also possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, was no match for him before fully unlocking his power. Uchiha Shisui was indeed a genius among geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Having awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan at just 13 years of age and mastering the strongest Genjutsu in the world, Kodoamatsukami. Kodoamatsukami? To be honest, I'm quite curious about whose rules are stronger between your Genjutsu and my cause and effect reversal. But unfortunately, this is not the time. Fengtian did not feel fear because of Shisui's Kodoamatsukami. His words were filled with regret. In the near future, the higher-ups of Konoha would take action against the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan had already prepared for a coup. However, I can clearly tell you that even your Kodoamatsukami cannot change any reality. Upon hearing this, Shisui's eyes slightly trembled but soon returned to their resolute state. Are you saying that the fate of our Uchiha clan is already determined and cannot be changed? There was a hint of unwillingness in Shisui's voice. Fate is not absolute, but at this juncture, the actions of the Uchiha clan indeed struggle to alter the overall situation. Fengtian said slowly, his gaze deep, as if he could see through everything in the future. However, since I chose to tell you this plan, I naturally have my intentions. Uchiha Itachi finally spoke, his voice deep and powerful. What is your intention? Do you want us to become your pawns to help you realize this Moon Eye plan? As expected of Mr. Itachi, you are indeed clever, but what you said isn't entirely correct. Fengtian slowly stood up, patted Shisui and Itachi on the shoulders, and said in a low voice, "This world is ultimately filled with filth and turmoil. The wars between great nations have never ceased. What I want now is to create a perfect world. Even if this world is filled with the flavor of hypocrisy, it is still much better than this disgusting reality. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, are you willing to join this sacred plan to create a world without war and without filth?" I can assure you that those trapped in infinite Tsukuyomi will be forever immersed in a hypocritical yet beautiful world, without any pain or hardship. Chapter 8. Red Sand Scorpion. I can assure you that those trapped in infinite Tsukuyomi will be forever immersed in a hypocritical yet beautiful world, without any pain or hardship. Upon hearing this, Shursui rested his hand on his chin, lost in thought. A moment of silence, like the darkness before dawn, froze all sound around. Uchiha Shursui suddenly turned around, his deep eyes seeming to transcend the boundaries of time and space, locking onto Uchiha Itachi and releasing a genjutsu on him. Uchiha Itachi, facing this sudden genjutsu attack, surprisingly showed a rare expression of shock. His figure swayed slightly, as if suddenly grabbed by an invisible giant hand, losing balance and ultimately collapsing weakly onto the soft grass. His eyelids slowly closing as he fell into a deep coma. Shursui, what does this mean? Seeing this scene, Fengtian instinctively activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. His words filled with a hint of confusion, but his gaze was fixed on Uchiha Shursui. After seeing Itachi faint, a trace of reluctance flashed in Shurzui's eyes, but soon, as if having made up his mind, he spoke. I have merely erased Itachi's memories related to this place. This matter is of great importance. Itachi is still too young, and I cannot bear to watch him fall into such a dangerous situation. As he spoke to this point, he paused, turning his gaze to Fengtian, and continued. As for your plan, I am willing to join, but you better ensure that your words are not false. Otherwise, even if it's to the ends of the earth, I will spare no effort to erase you from this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the gentleness on Shurzui's face was instantly replaced by a cold, killing intent, and those kaleidoscope Sharingan seemed to pierce into the depths of one's soul, instilling fear. In that moment, he appeared as Ashura returned from hell, exuding a chilling aura. Fengtian faced Shurzui's sudden killing intent with remarkable composure. He smiled lightly, casually spreading his hands, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. As you wish, anyway, my initial target was only you. As for Itachi, for now, he is dispensable. Fengtian shrugged nonchalantly, indicating that everything was inconsequential. Upon hearing this, the killing intent on Shurzui's face gradually receded, and then his gaze turned toward the direction of Konoha village. After a weak sigh, that strong feeling of reluctance was forcibly suppressed. What should I do now? Shurzui's sudden question signified his tacit agreement to join Fengtian's Moon Eye plan. Go to Sunagakure, find some help, and conveniently capture the One Tail. Shurzui slightly nodded, a decisive light flashing in his eyes. Without saying more, he walked alongside Fengtian, setting off towards Sunagakure. Their figures elongated in the afterglow of the setting sun, gradually moving away, leaving behind an empty stretch of grassland. It is worth mentioning that as they passed through the gates of Konoha village, several Uchiha clan guards greeted Shurzui warmly. However, what responded to them was the same memory-erasing genjutsu used on Uchiha Itachi. This left Fengtian beside him feeling somewhat speechless. Do they really enjoy casting genjutsu on people? In a cave somewhere in Sunagakure, deep within an extremely dim cave, a handsome boy with crimson hair was carefully sharpening the blades on a nearby puppet. His movements were so precise and delicate, as if he were completing a beautiful piece of art. This boy was none other than Scorpion, who had defected from the sand-hidden village. At this moment, he had completely mastered the puppet of the third Kazekage, whom he had assassinated, but he did not feel satisfied. Driven by a pursuit of perfection in art and a reverence for the puppet technique, a wildly reckless thought flashed through his mind. The human body structure is too fragile. If I could turn myself into a puppet, wouldn't I become stronger? Having had previous experience with living people being transformed into puppets, he wondered what the effect would be if he turned himself into a puppet. Scorpion began to speak to himself. Such a terrifying thought, once it took root, would gradually sprout and ultimately influence his entire life. In truth, this could not be entirely blamed on Scorpion. In his childhood, his parents had suddenly passed away, leaving him in an environment lacking security, which led to his desire to turn living beings into puppets. However, upon learning that his parents had been killed on the orders of the third Kazekage by Konoha's White Fang, he directed his hatred towards the third Kazekage, assassinating him and thus sparking the beginning of the Third Great Ninja War. Scorpion's gaze turned to the already transformed puppet of the third Kazekage beside him, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, the deceased were gone. Hatred could not change anything, and even after personally assassinating the third Kazekage, he still felt an extreme emptiness within. Perhaps I could start trying to keep just the heart and turn the other parts into a puppet. Just as Scorpion made up his mind to begin his experiment, he suddenly sensed something unusual and immediately commanded the puppet of the third Kazekage to release several iron sands towards the cave entrance. "Who?" Scorpion shouted, preparing to retreat at any moment. However, to his surprise, the several iron sands he released mysteriously vanished just a few meters from the cave entrance, as if they had never existed. Then, two figures slowly approached from the depths of the cave. "Finally found you, Scorpion of the Red Sand." Subsequently, in Scorpion's line of sight, the figures of Fengtian and Uchiha Madara gradually appear before him. Konoha ninjas. When Scorpion glanced at the forehead protector worn by Madara, he guessed the identity of the other party. At that moment, his face was filled with coldness, and chakra transformed into fine threads, continuously flowing towards the puppet of the third Kazekage. He then took out several scrolls, preparing to engage in battle with the two. Sensing Scorpion's coldness, Fengtian spoke first. "Don't be nervous, Scorpion. We mean you no harm." "Heh, look at your tone. You seem to look down on people." Even though Fengtian outwardly expressed that he had no hostility, it did not relieve Scorpion's guard. There was no choice to gain Scorpion's power. Fengtian reluctantly continued to persuade him. "I need your help, Scorpion. It seems that people like you, defected ninjas, have nowhere to settle. You can consider my place as a sanctuary for defected ninjas." Hearing this, Scorpion lowered his vigilance slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the two, continuing. "I see, that sounds good. But unfortunately, my principle has always been to protect myself and not rely on others. It seems my luck is good. I just acquired the third Kazekage not long ago, and now there's high-quality material delivered to my door." Chapter 9. Susanoo, it seems things are a bit tricky. Shursui looked calmly at the hostile Scorpion before him, his eyes narrowing slightly as he softly spoke this sentence. Meanwhile, his eyes switched to the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, and he slowly drew the short sword on his back, clearly ready to engage at any moment. "This eye, is it from the Uchiha clan?" "Very well. It seems the quality of this material is surprisingly high." Scorpion silently observed Shursui, who was ready for battle, and felt no tension. Instead, upon seeing Shursui's three-tomo Sharingan, he appeared exceptionally excited. "Then I'll leave it to you, Shursui." Indeed, finding a helper is not that easy. Fengtian helplessly rubbed his temples, expressing his speechlessness. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. In an instant, Shursui's figure vanished from his spot, reappearing in front of Scorpion the next moment. He lightly swung his short sword, the tip tracing a brilliant arc in the air, sending a wave of sword energy towards Scorpion. Scorpion let out a cold laugh, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, causing the air around him to seem to solidify due to his movements. "Ninja of Konoha, your speed is indeed impressive, but within this ruin, my traps and poison techniques will be your greatest nightmare." Before he finished speaking, the ground suddenly cracked open, and several massive arms made of sand and stone shot out, attempting to bind Shursui's movements. Shursui's figure flickered, easily dodging the sudden attacks, while his Sharingan spun rapidly, unleashing a series of Genjutsu attacks in an attempt to disrupt Scorpion's mind. However, Scorpion seemed to be well prepared. He had heard that the Uchiha clan was skilled in Genjutsu, so he had not focused on Shursui's eyes since the start of the battle. This greatly weakened the effectiveness of the Genjutsu, and he seized the opportunity to launch a poison shuriken. The shuriken traced a strange trajectory in the air, aiming directly for Shursui's vital points. Shursui's figure transformed again, narrowly evading the deadly strike, while his short sword turned into a silver flash, targeting Scorpion's head. Scorpion snorted coldly, folding his body like a piece of paper to easily evade the attack, while simultaneously activating hidden traps lurking in the shadows. In an instant, the interior of the ruins was filled with the aura of battle, flames bursting and debris flying. "I can't drag this out any longer," Shursui thought. His mind focused, and he quickly formed hand seals. A large amount of chakra rapidly gathered in his mouth, and then a massive fireball came hurtling towards Scorpion. Fire release, great fireball technique. The enormous fireball, with its terrifying heat, caused the already narrow cave to rapidly increase in temperature, and the surrounding air quickly thinned due to the high heat, rendering countless traps ineffective against the fireball. In the face of this scene, Scorpion's expression remained unfazed. His hands began to move rhythmically, skillfully manipulating chakra threads to control the third Kazekage's puppet to meet the fireball head-on. Just as the fireball was about to hit the puppet, its mouth opened wide, releasing countless iron sand to form a defensive barrier that withstood the attack. After blocking the strike, Scorpion continued to manipulate the third Kazekage's puppet, launching an assault on Shirzue. The puppet's hands extended with two sharp blades, slicing towards Shirzue with endless killing intent. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed across Shirzue's face. He decided to stop holding back and quickly take down Scorpion. His three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and in an instant, it transformed into the Mangekyō Sharingan. Susanoo. With Shirzue's furious shout, a green half-body Susanoo appeared around him. Here it comes. The divine technique exclusive to the Mangekyō Sharingan. Susanoo. Watching from the sidelines, Fengtian couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at Shirzue activating Susanoo. Even though he had seen it countless times before, the appearance of Susanoo still stirred his blood. The giant blades of the third Kazekage's puppet struck down on Susanoo, and in an instant, the blades were shattered. Scorpion's expression finally turned serious for the first time, his beautiful face showing a look of shock as his eyes fixed on the artistic half-body Susanoo, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe inside. Is this the legendary Susanoo? It doesn't seem easy to handle. The green half-body Susanoo, like a war god emerging from ancient legends, exuded a heart-pounding pressure. Scorpion, your traps and puppets are nothing but minor tricks in the face of absolute power. Shirzue's voice echoed through Susanoo's armor, resonating in every corner of the cave with undeniable dominance. Is that so? Your Susanoo shouldn't last too long, right? Scorpion replied calmly, then took out a scroll. When Fengtian saw the scroll, a rare look of seriousness appeared on his face, and his eyes instantly shifted to the Mangekyō Sharingan. Reverse cause and effect. With Fengtian's furious shout, the scroll that had appeared in Scorpion's hand instantly vanished. Before Scorpion could react, Fengtian continued. That's enough, Scorpion. We came to find you just to have you join us. There's no need for you to waste such a precious 100 puppets technique. This is the ultimate art I just completed not long ago. How could you possibly know its name? Compared to the disappearance of the scroll, Scorpion was more shocked by Fengtian mentioning the 100 puppets technique. However, Fengtian remained indifferent. He had just acted to prevent Scorpion from casually wasting the 100 puppets technique. If Scorpion were allowed to use the 100 puppets technique and release countless puppets, the battle would turn into a prolonged conflict. Shirzue Susanoo was not afraid of these puppets, but might not last until all the puppets were eliminated. Regardless of the outcome between the two, if a fight broke out, it would affect their future combat capabilities. Seeing this, Shirzue also dispelled his Susanoo. His eyes felt a wave of discomfort, and his breath began to show signs of chaos. It was obvious that casually activating the Susanoo consumed a lot of his energy. Scorpion, join us. Our goal is to create a perfect world without war and smoke. I think you must really despise this war-filled reality, right? Come, join us, and let's change this world together. Fengtian smiled and extended his hand toward Scorpion, anticipating his reaction. However, the latter did not respond immediately, but fell into deep thought. Finally, after a brief silence, Scorpion looked up at Fengtian and said, You are right. I indeed hate this filthy real world. But, if I were to join, I have two conditions. Chapter 10, Twilight 2 Conditions? Go ahead and tell me, Fengtian asked curiously. First, I need absolute freedom outside of missions. No one can influence my thoughts, including you. Upon hearing this, a playful smile appeared on Fengtian's lips, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. This request is quite reasonable. After all, a strong person should have their pride. I agree to your terms. Our main goal is to collect tailed beasts, and as long as you don't turn your blade against your companions, you can do as you please outside of missions. Second, Scorpion's voice rang out again, his tone carrying a chilling weight. During mission execution, if I encounter a ninja of considerable strength obstructing us, I need to turn their corpse into my puppet, making a part of my power. Fengtian's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded slowly. This point is not fundamentally unacceptable, but remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not take lives easily. After all, while our organization walks in the darkness, we do not wish to provoke unnecessary large-scale killings to avoid drawing attention and creating trouble. In that case, I, Scorpion, am willing to join you. After saying this, Scorpion also put away all his puppets, including the third Kazekage, and walked straight towards Fengtian, asking, So, what is the name of our organization? As soon as this was said, not only Scorpion, but even the silent Shizuku beside him turned their gaze towards Fengtian, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. They had been together for a long time, yet they didn't even know the name of the organization, which was undoubtedly a significant secret. Hearing this, Fengtian couldn't help but raise his hand to stroke his chin, falling into deep thought. Upon seeing this, Xie and Ji Shui seemed to be covered in black lines, looking at Fengtian with confusion. What's going on? After all that showing off, they don't even have the name of an organization. How unreliable can this be? This was the inner monologue of the two, feeling as if they had boarded a ship of thieves that they couldn't trust. Let's call it Twilight. The light walking in the night perfectly interprets us, Fengtian said with slight excitement, explaining to the two. Twilight sounds pretty good. Ji Shui nodded slightly, indicating his approval of the name. However, Xie spoke up again with a question, this time one that caused a hint of coldness to flash across Fengtian's face. There should be others in the organization besides the three of us, right? I'm curious. Is the mastermind behind all this your Konoha higher-ups or your Uchiha clan's higher-ups? Upon hearing this, a subtle coldness flickered across Fengtian's face, but quickly vanished. Akasuna no Sasori. You know, smart people often die quickly. What you should know, I will tell you. As for what you shouldn't know, I advise you not to pursue the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, Fengtian's eyes instantly switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, his gaze profound, activating the ability to reverse cause and effect. In just a moment, the third Kazekage puppet on Xie's body seemed uncontrollable, appearing directly in front of him in his shocked gaze. Following that, the giant blade that had just been severed by Ji Shui's Susanoo miraculously restored. At this moment, Xie was astonished to find that he seemed to have lost connection with his third Kazekage puppet and could no longer control it. Instead, Fengtian in front of him simply waved his hand, and the two sharp giant blades were directly positioned against Xie's neck. What is this ability? Xie didn't feel any fear from the threat of the giant blades. Instead, he was deeply impressed by Fengtian's miraculous power. As a puppeteer, especially a genius puppeteer, he never imagined that one day his puppet would actually break free from his control and be used by someone else to threaten him. How could he not be shocked? But it was just a little trick, nothing worth mentioning. Fengtian spoke coldly and then directly lifted the effect of the reverse cause and effect. The topic about the organization ended here. What we need to do now is something with a very high level of danger. Are you all mentally prepared? The moment Fengtian's words fell, Scorpion and Shui exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Are you kidding? Both of them are genius ninjas who have experienced countless battles. In their eyes, there's hardly anything that is particularly difficult for them. Seeing this situation, Fengtian nodded in satisfaction and continued, well, since that's the case, let's start the plan to capture the one-tail Shikaku. While speaking, Fengtian took a kunai and began to draw a rough map on the earthen wall nearby. Currently, Sanagekure is in chaos due to the assassination of the third Kazekage by Scorpion, making it the perfect opportunity to capture the one-tail. He then looked at Scorpion, his eyes flashing with a hint of affirmation towards him. Changing the subject, he continued, although the third Kazekage is dead, there are still a few experts that you all need to pay attention to. First is Raza. The power of the sand gold he controls is not inferior to any shadow-level powerhouse, so this person needs to be focused on. Then there's Scorpion's grandmother, Chiyo. She usually doesn't show her abilities, but in reality, her puppetry skills are not weaker than yours. After saying this, Fengtian looked at Scorpion with a hint of intention. The latter merely snorted lightly and did not say anything. Finally, there is one more person to pay attention to, and that is Maki. This guy has a very clear mind and outstanding leadership skills, and his combat power is still unknown. But I currently know that he is also someone to watch out for. After finishing this statement, the map sketched on the wall had already taken shape. As a resident of Sanagekure, Scorpion was once again impressed by Fengtian. Although this map was crude, every key point was detailed, including the number of guards, their distribution, and even the most secretive residents of the Kazekage. At this moment, Scorpion looked at Fengtian in shock, his face filled with surprise, his lips trembling slightly as he spoke. How did you draw this map? Even I, as a resident of Sanagekure, cannot draw a map like yours. It's nothing. Just some little tricks. Fengtian's lips curled up slightly, and then he began to explain the battle plan to the two. Both were genius ninjas, and they could understand without much communication. What was originally a slightly complex battle plan was completed in just the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. After explaining everything, Fengtian walked straight outside, followed by Shui and Scorpion. At this moment, he was full of vigor and shouted, then, the plan to capture the one tail officially begins. Chapter 11. Scorpion versus Razasai. Brother, do we really need to keep watching so late? There's no way around it, brother. Ever since the third Kazekage was assassinated, the surrounding great nations have been eyeing us in Sunagakure, so it can't be helped. At the entrance of Sunagakure, two guards were casually chatting. They've been on duty since daytime until night, and their state could be described as extremely poor. However, this couldn't be helped. After the assassination of the third Kazekage, the entire Sunagakure had to face scrutiny from various countries, and they managed to hold on for so long largely because Raza, a strong man, stepped up in time. I heard that the higher-ups plan to nominate Raza as the fourth Kazekage. I wonder if this news is true or false. Sai, brother, this is not something we ordinary Chunin can consider. Let's just stand guard honestly. Hey, don't say that. After standing for so long, my eyes are getting blurry. I think I just saw the third Kazekage. Ha ha, it seems you really are seeing things. How could the third Kazekage appear in front of you? Just as the words fell, the puppet of the third Kazekage suddenly appeared in front of the two, continuously spewing toxic sand iron. In just one breath, it severely injured both of them. How is this possible? This is the third Kazekage? One of the guards stared at the puppet of the third Kazekage in disbelief, but soon the effects of the poison kicked in, and he felt his consciousness gradually becoming blurry, as if he were about to fall asleep at any moment. The other guard, however, endured the effects of the poison, took out a kunai, and stabbed it into his palm. In an instant, the sharp pain temporarily overcame the poison, allowing him to regain a bit of clarity. He gritted his teeth and tremblingly took out a signal flare, using all his strength to release it. In an instant, the sky over Sunagakure was illuminated as if it had returned to daytime. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Stay alert! Where's Raza? Where's Lord Raza? The villagers of Sunagakure, who had already fallen into a peaceful sleep, were awakened by the bright signal flare. Their eyes were filled with panic. Some of them had hidden in the underground passage arranged by the ninjas of Sunagakure, while others had put on their combat uniforms and headed to the northern gate where the signal flare had been fired. So boring. At that moment, Scorpion, who was at the northern gate, spat out this sentence with a face full of disdain. Immediately after, he took out several scrolls and placed them in front of him. Just as he was about to continue his actions, his eyes suddenly fixed intensely on a certain direction. Scorpion snorted coldly, and the chakra threads on his fingers pulsated rhythmically and rapidly. Under his control, the third Kazekage puppet appeared before him and released a large amount of iron sand, forming a massive protective shield around him. Almost at the moment the shield was formed, from his east, a sky full of sand gold surged towards him with endless killing intent. Countless grains of sand gold instantly engulfed Scorpion, and then a figure stepped onto the cloud formed by the sand gold. This farce should come to an end, Scorpion. That figure was none other than Raza, who was about to become the fourth Kazekage. Raza stood steadily above the cloud of sand gold, surrounded by fluctuations of natural energy, making the surrounding sand gold seem to obey his command. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up. With a low murmur from him, the sand gold surrounding the Scorpion suddenly receded like a tide, revealing the Scorpion and his figure, which was tightly protected by the sand iron. A hint of surprise flashed in the Scorpion's eyes, but it quickly returned to indifference. He manipulated the third Kazekage puppet, with the chakra threads in his hands tightening again, ready to welcome the impending battle. Raza, do you think you could defeat me with just this? The voice of Sasori came through the puppet, carrying a hint of disdain. Raza smiled slightly, not answering directly, but gently waving his arm. Suddenly, the surrounding gold sand began to flow in a strange pattern, weaving complex designs in the air, like ancient runes, emitting a faint glow. This was the long-lost secret technique of Sunagakure, the gold sand barrier, which could seal the enemy's movements and absorb their chakra. This is my recent research achievement, the gold sand barrier. It will show you the true power of gold sand. Raza's voice echoed within the barrier, every word filled with confidence. Countless gold sands, under Raza's control, slowly wrapped around Sasori, with a peculiar light flickering above the gold sand, a light belonging to sealing techniques. Seeing this, Sasori's handsome face revealed a serious expression, and he continued to manipulate the third Kazekage puppet to release endless sand and iron, attempting to interfere with the gold sand's movement. However, Raza snorted coldly. He raised his palm upward slowly, and in an instant, more gold sand surged towards Sasori, as if wanting to bury him completely. Yet, Sasori's figure flickered, and he disappeared within the encirclement of gold sand. Raza frowned slightly. He immediately sensed that Sasori had not moved far away, but had used some kind of secret technique to conceal his presence. Trying to escape? Raza snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. The surrounding gold sand seemed to receive a command, beginning to weave into a gigantic net in the air, covering every inch of space, waiting for Sasori to reveal himself. Just then, Sasori's voice suddenly rang in Raza's ear, laced with mockery. Do you think you could trap me like this? Raza, you are still too naive. Raza turned sharply, but only saw a shadow flash by. Sasori had already appeared behind him, the chakra thread in his hand silently coiling around his neck like a venomous snake. But Raza reacted quickly, dodging this attack just in time. Not bad reaction speed. Sasori chuckled softly. Then his figure turned into an afterimage and vanished again. Raza narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing all the movements around him, while he also manipulated the gold sand to continuously circle around him for defense or to capture Sasori. However, as time passed, Sasori's figure still did not appear, which put Raza into a rare deep thought. At that moment, several figures appeared beside Raza in Sunagakure. Their breaths were unstable, clearly having wasted a lot of chakra to arrive at the North Gate in the shortest time. Lord Raza, what is the situation? One of the J-nin from Sunagakure asked, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings, his demeanor tense. It's Sasori. I just fought him, but he suddenly disappeared. I don't know what his goal is, Raza replied, resting his hand on his chin, carefully contemplating this seemingly absurd matter. How could this traitor Sasori openly attack Sunagakure? Did he have some ulterior motive? The only things that could attract him to Sunagakure were Chiyo and... Not good, his target is Shikaku. Hurry back and defend. Raza suddenly seemed to realize something, shouting loudly, while his figure quickly turned and headed in a certain direction within Sunagakure. Just then, a mocking voice rang in his ear. Where are you going, my dear Lord Raza? Chapter 12. Infiltration Bang. A loud noise abruptly echoed in the quiet night, like thunder from the sky, heralding the prelude to a storm. It seemed that Sasori could no longer wait to stir up the storm. How's the situation on your side, Shirzue? In the shadows, a deep and powerful voice quietly emerged in the night, carrying a hint of urgency and anticipation. Under the moonlight, the outline of the person was faintly visible, as if merging with the night. Soon, Shirzue's figure stretched under the dim streetlights, resembling a sword about to be unsheathed. He lifted a sand village ninja with one hand, the ninja's face pale, eyes tightly closed, as if trapped in an endless dream. The stillness in his eyes, those legendary Sharingan, slowly ceased to spin, like a whirlpool in the abyss returning to calm, a testament to his casting of Jinjutsu on the ninja. Have you found the location of One Tail? As the words left his mouth, he tossed the already unconscious Sand Village ninja aside. The location of One Tail, Shikaku, had already been learned through Jinjutsu from this unknown ninja. Let's get moving. That guy, Scorpion, might not last long. We need to act quickly. Fengtian spoke lightly from the side, his voice soft yet carrying an undeniable sense of urgency, as if urging the wheels of fate to turn faster. Jishue slightly nodded, his gaze sharp, then his figure flickered and he stood ahead like a flash of lightning tearing through the night sky. The two moved like ghosts through the alleys of the Sand Village under the cover of darkness, each step perfectly avoiding patrolling ninjas, silent and unnoticed. Fengtian and Jishue stopped in front of a seemingly warm house. Just as they were about to take action, an old man's voice suddenly reached their ears. Are you two young men here to find this old one? The moment the words fell, Granny Chiyo's figure slowly emerged, dressed in simple clothing. Her white hair and deeply lined face unable to hide the wisdom and kindness in her eyes. Jishue, I leave this to you, Fengtian said, his expression calm in the face of Granny Chiyo's sudden appearance, exuding a sense of composure as if everything had been anticipated. Hearing this, Jishue nodded slightly. Then his eyes sharpened, his figure flickering like a black lightning bolt as he drew the short sword from his back and rushed towards Granny Chiyo with lightning speed. Granny Chiyo squinted her eyes. Though her body was old, she remained agile. Facing Jishue's rapid advance, Granny Chiyo quickly took out several puppets and engaged in combat with him. Drawing from his previous battle experience with Scorpion, Jishue discovered a fatal weakness of these puppet masters, the chakra threads. Puppet masters control their puppets through chakra threads. While these threads are very resilient, they lack sufficient hardness. After all, to ensure flexible control of the puppets, the threads cannot be too hard. This means that as long as Jishue cuts the chakra threads, the puppet master's power would be greatly diminished. With this in mind, Jishue's gaze became increasingly sharp. After several rounds of probing, he grasped Granny Chiyo's control frequency. Seizing the opportunity, he struck directly, unleashing a terrifying blade aura that surged toward Granny Chiyo's controlling chakra threads. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Granny Chiyo quickly adjusted her puppets, dodging Jishue's fierce slash at an extremely strange angle. Hee, young man, your eyes and insight are quite good. You found the puppet master's weakness so quickly. Granny Chiyo's words held a hint of coldness, and then her murky eyes glanced toward Fengtian's original position, only to break into a cold sweat in an instant. Where did that kid go? Impossible. How did he evade my perception? Granny Chiyo was shocked. She could hardly believe that someone could suddenly disappear without a trace within her sensing range, not leaving even a hint behind. Since the battle began, although most of her attention had been on Jishue, how could someone with her extensive combat experience make such a basic mistake? Before she could think further, Jishue's fierce attack came again. Reluctantly, Granny Chiyo's face darkened as she continued to control her puppets to fight Jishue, though her gaze occasionally darted toward the house. A hint of worry flashing in her murky eyes. Inside the house, the dim yellow light flickered, casting mottled shadows, and the air was filled with a faint scent of milk and a barely perceptible tension. Fengtian took a deep breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes flickering with an unusual light, a trace left behind from using the technique of inverse causality. That was close. My eyes are starting to feel uncomfortable. It seems I should try to use inverse causality as little as possible when I can. At this moment, Fengtian had successfully modified causality to enter the house, enduring the discomfort as he slowly walked toward a certain room. Wah! Just then, a clear and urgent sound of a baby's cry shattered the night's silence, ringing in Fengtian's heart like thunder. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze like a torch, locking onto the source of the sound, and an indescribable joy unconsciously appeared on his face. It seemed that things were going smoothly. Fengtian's lips curled up slightly, and soon he followed the source of the sound to a room. The door of the room opened gently, and a beam of soft light poured in, illuminating the innocent and youthful face of Gaara, who had just recently become a Jinchuriki. At that moment, he was curled up in bed, his eyes tightly closed, his small mouth opening and closing, emitting bursts of crying. He seemed to sense the disturbance from the outside world, expressing his dissatisfaction with his emotions. Like Naruto, he became a Jinchuriki from birth. Gaara, your life is actually quite tragic. Fengtian looked at the crying Gaara and murmured, "Then let me end all of this." After saying this, Fengtian slowly walked towards Gaara, his eyes filled with 3 parts excitement, 3 parts nervousness, and several parts pity. Just as he was about to stretch out his sinful hand to touch the fragile life, a strong hand suddenly grasped his arm, a powerful force emanating from the palm, causing him to involuntarily stop his movement. In his ears, a deep and oppressive voice resonated, pressing down on his heart like a mountain. "What do you want to do?" Chapter 13. Success, what do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Fengtian's pupils instantly contracted, and he slowly turned towards the source of the voice. He saw a person with yellowish hair, wearing the Sand Village ninja forehead protector, looking at him with murderous intent. Yashimaru? In almost an instant, Fengtian recognized that this ninja was Gaara's uncle, Yashimaru. As Gaara's biological uncle and a member of the Sand Village's Umbu, Yashimaru's life could be described as quite tragic. His sister, who was also Gaara's mother, died due to Gaara's birth, and although he harbored hatred toward Gaara, he was ordered to protect him. Later, he was commanded by the 4th Kazekage, Gaara's father, to assassinate Gaara, but ultimately failed and detonated the explosive tags on himself, ending his miserable life. Consequently, Gaara completely fell into darkness. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, Fengtian swiftly used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape Yashimaru's grasp, appearing outside the door. "Yashimaru, you are a good person. I don't want to kill you, so please leave on your own, and I can pretend nothing happened." Fengtian's eyes instantly shifted to the Mangekyō Sharingan as he walked towards Gaara while threatening. "Oh, is that so? Looking at those eyes, you must be from the Uchiha clan of Konoha, as an ally, to do such shameless acts behind our backs. Today, you shall not leave here safely." Before he finished speaking, Yashimaru suddenly waved his hands, and several kunai, controlled by his threads, shot towards Fengtian like arrows released from a bow. Each kunai was imbued with a fierce killing intent, as if they would completely penetrate Fengtian. However, in the face of this sudden attack, Fengtian merely shook his head slightly, a trace of disdainful smile appearing on his lips. With the combination of the Flying Thunder God technique and the reversal of cause and effect, his figure instantly vanished, as if blending into the night, perfectly dodging all the kunai attacks. The next moment, while Yashimaru was still in shock, Fengtian's figure had already appeared behind him like a ghost, holding a kunai against his neck. The cold kunai contrasted sharply with Yashimaru's warm skin, and a breath of death instantly enveloped his heart. "Give up. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be a corpse." Fengtian's voice was deep and powerful, each word striking Yashimaru's heart like a heavy hammer. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, as if he could turn that intent into reality at any moment and completely devour Yashimaru. Yashimaru let out a cold snort, a hint of unwillingness and anger flashing in his eyes. He attempted to launch several shurikens from behind for a sneak attack, but under the terrifying insight of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, these small movements were no different from an ant shaking a tree. The moment he made his move, Fengtian had already perfectly evaded using the flying thunder god technique again. "It seems you are ready to face death at any moment." Fengtian's expression was cold, and he was filled with endless killing intent as he walked step by step towards Yakimaru, resembling a soul-snatching Yama. Yakimaru's face became extremely serious. He knew he was at an absolute disadvantage in this confrontation. However, as an elite from the Umbu of Sunagakure, he would never give up easily, even when facing a member of the Uchiha clan with a kaleidoscope Sharingan. "A little brat from the Uchiha clan. Do you think you can make me yield with just this? I will defend Gaara until my last breath." Yakimaru's voice was filled with defiance as he quickly drew an explosive tag from his waist, preparing for a final struggle. Seeing this, Fengtian's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. He didn't want to come to this point with Yakimaru. After all, Yakimaru's tragedy largely stemmed from the internal power struggles within Sunagakure, rather than his personal fault. But since the fight had already begun, there was no turning back. "Yakimaru, why go to such lengths? The future of Sunagakure should not be written with sacrifice and hatred." Fengtian's words carried a hint of advice, but his movements showed no hesitation as his kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotated, ready to respond to any possible counterattack from Yakimaru. Wah! Just as Yakimaru was about to release the explosive tag, Gaara's cries broke the heavy atmosphere. It was only then that Yakimaru suddenly remembered that if the explosive tag was released here, the terrifying explosion would also engulf Gaara. Realizing this, Yakimaru couldn't help but feel a wave of regret, turning to look at the crying Gaara with a hint of apology in his eyes. However, Fengtian had no time for such considerations. He saw the kaleidoscope Sharingan stop rotating, and the next moment, Gaara appeared in Fengtian's arms through a reverse causality. What? Seeing Gaara suddenly disappear and reappear in Fengtian's hands, Yakimaru couldn't help but exclaim, "You better not touch that child, or you will face the entire pursuit of Sunagakure, to the death, without rest." Yakimaru's eyes seemed to spew fire as he stared fiercely at Fengtian, the killing intent on his face impossible to conceal. What just won Sunagakure? I really don't take it seriously." Fengtian smirked disdainfully and said, then hurriedly activated the flying thunder god, instantly disappearing under Yakimaru's murderous gaze. Inside the room, only Fengtian's provocative voice could be heard. "Goodbye, see you." Outside Sunagakure, the night was as dark as ink, with stars twinkling. Fengtian's figure appeared like a ghost in an open area. At his feet, a shuriken lay quietly, the mark of the flying thunder god he had carefully set up earlier. Wah! In his arms, Gaara continued to cry incessantly, the tender and loud cries sounding particularly jarring in the quiet night, as if they were tearing apart the tranquility of the night. Fengtian's brows were tightly knitted. Even he, usually calm and composed, couldn't help but feel a wave of irritation at this moment. "Stop crying. My head is about to explode." Fengtian scolded softly, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and annoyance. However, this simple reprimand seemed unable to soothe Gaara, whose cries grew even louder. In desperation, Fengtian could only resort to using his illusion abilities. He gently closed his eyes, raising his hands slightly, with his fingertips shimmering with a faint light. After a moment, Gaara's cries gradually ceased, replaced by a serene silence. He had peacefully fallen asleep under the influence of the illusion, with traces of unshed tears still on his face. Fengtian softly placed Gaara on a flat stone, his movements gentle and careful, as if afraid to disturb his dreams. He stood up, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, a proud smile on his face and a sly glint in his eyes. "Finally got it," he muttered to himself, his tone filled with satisfaction and pride. "My second-tailed beast, Shikaku." Chapter 14, Illusion Techniques. The presence of Fengtian has disappeared, It seems he succeeded. I should also speed up my escape. At the moment when Shizuku sensed the disappearance of Fengtian's presence while fiercely battling with Granny Chiyo, he was already prepared to retreat at any moment. His gaze fell on the serious-faced Chiyo, but he already had a plan in mind. With one swift strike, he knocked back several puppets, and then in an instant, he created distance between himself and Chiyo. What does this mean? You're not going to fight anymore? Seeing the situation, Chiyo couldn't help but question. However, Shui slowly raised his head, his eyes instantly shifting to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. His words light, yet filled with a sense of oppression. After fighting for so long, you must have guessed my true identity. There are not many people with such speed and the kaleidoscope Sharingan. I suspect you are the instant body, Uchiha Shui from Konoha. Chiyo's eyes narrowed slightly. Successfully guessing the opponent's identity did not bring her any sense of achievement, but instead deepened the solemn expression on her face. You guessed correctly, but there's one point I need to correct. Shui said, the kaleidoscope Sharingan spinning rapidly, while a powerful chakra gathered in his eyes. The reason I am called instant body is not because of my speed, but because the moment the enemy sees me, they have already fallen into a Jinjutsu. Take a good rest, Chiyo. As soon as the words fell, the space around Shui seemed to twist, countless points of light flickering, infinitely drawing closer the distance between him and Chiyo, then infinitely pulling it apart, creating an illusion of intertwining time and space. Chiyo's pupils suddenly constricted. She realized she was being dragged into a powerful Jinjutsu. However, as the top puppet master of Sangekyō, her reaction was also extremely quick. She swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to break free from the bondage of this illusion. 3 treasures collapse. As Chiyo murmured, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and 3 puppets arranged themselves in a triangle, gathering a powerful tornado at the center, attempting to carve a path of reality in this illusionary world. However, as these tornadoes touched the edges of the Jinjutsu released by Shui, they dissipated as if they had touched an invisible barrier. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Shui's mouth, his figure flickering in and out of the Jinjutsu space, each appearance accompanied by a wave of chakra that sent chills down the spine. Chiyo, your puppet techniques are indeed exquisite, but in the face of my Jinjutsu, the boundaries between all ninjutsu and reality will blur. Jinjutsu. Chiyo repeated these 2 words quietly. It was Uchiha Shui's unique Jinjutsu, whose power was so great that even she could hardly imagine it. Just as an unprecedented sense of crisis rose in Chiyo's heart, Shui's voice echoed again. This time, his voice seemed to penetrate directly through the barrier between Jinjutsu and reality, striking deep into her soul. Don't worry, Chiyo. My purpose here is not to take your life, but simply to need you to rest for a moment, to prevent an unnecessary war for Sangekyō. As Shui's words fell, Chiyo felt a warm and gentle power enveloping her. A soothing chakra technique that Shui infused while casting the Jinjutsu. Her body gradually relaxed, her consciousness began to blur, and finally, everything returned to calm as she fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Shui, confirming that Chiyo had completely fallen into the Jinjutsu, slowly retracted his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the surrounding space's distortion gradually subsided, returning everything to normal. He let out a light sigh, turned, and vanished from the spot, leaving Chiyo-bachan quietly lying there, as if she had simply fallen into a deep slumber. Rest easy. I hope this illusion can bring a period of peace to Sangekyō and Konohagakure. Shizuka silently prayed, then turned to look back, where Sasori was fighting. At that moment, Sasori was facing nearly all of Sangekyō's combat power, even with the use of his 100 puppets technique. He appeared somewhat beleaguered. His eyes scanned the scattered broken puppets on the ground, and a trace of seriousness showed deep within his gaze. Why are the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village so slow? How much longer will it take? Scorpion thought to himself, feeling dissatisfied. As someone who was drawing all the firepower from the front, he had held on for quite a long time, which was already commendable. In fact, if he wanted to leave, Raza and the others might not be able to capture him, but right now, he couldn't withdraw. He needed to buy enough time for Fengtian and Jishui. If he retreated by the time Raza and the others reacted, the operation would completely fail. This feeling of being unable to fight or retreat was one of the main reasons for his dissatisfaction. Scorpion, face reality. Your puppets have lost more than half, and even the 3rd Kazekage's puppet won't last much longer. Surrender. Raza shouted loudly at Scorpion, standing atop the floating sand gold, palms up, continuously manipulating the sand gold to recklessly destroy Scorpion's puppets. Raza, it seems your chakra has also been consumed quite a bit. Can you hold on until the end? Scorpion looked at Raza, not far away with displeasure. After fighting for so long, he knew exactly how much power his opponent had left. Hearing this, Raza's expression also showed a hint of annoyance, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and sneered. Scorpion, it seems you've forgotten that this is the hidden sand village. My home ground. Even if my chakra is depleted, I can still use the power of this land to bury you here completely. Upon hearing this, Scorpion curled the corner of his mouth into a sarcastic smile. Relying on external forces? That is not the way of a strong person. However, since you want to rely on sand gold so much, let me show you what true artistic control is. With Scorpion's words, he quickly pulled out a secret scroll from his bosom, flicked his fingers, and countless tiny mechanical bugs surged out from the scroll, instantly covering his remaining puppets. These mechanical bugs seemed to have life, quickly repairing the damaged puppets, even recombining some discarded parts into new combat units. Raza's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. He had never seen such a strange and efficient repair technique, and for a moment he felt somewhat at a loss. This is my latest masterpiece, the mechanical regeneration technique. Each mechanical bug is carefully cultivated by me. They can sense my will and transform waste into combat power. Scorpion proudly introduced, while controlling the repaired puppets and the newly formed mechanical army to launch a more intense assault on Raza. On the battlefield, sand, gold, and mechanical puppets intertwined, colliding and sparking dazzling fireworks, as if the entire hidden sand village were trembling. Although Scorpion's puppet army was fewer in number than before, with the help of mechanical bugs, each puppet became more agile and powerful, putting unprecedented pressure on Raza. Damn it, this won't work, Raza thought to himself. He knew he couldn't continue to consume chakra like this against Scorpion and had to find the key to breaking the stalemate. Lord Raza, there's simply too many puppets. We must find a way to solve this. On the other side, Maki, the elite jonin known for his calmness in the hidden sand village, also shouted. In his opinion, Scorpion was clearly not old, yet his strength was undoubtedly at the level of a Kage. He initially thought Scorpion had used some bizarre method to assassinate the third Kazekage. But it turned out that this Scorpion truly possessed the strength to take down a nation alone. Everyone, hold steady. Let me think of a solution. Faced with such a dire situation, Raza could only comfort everyone while his mind raced to find a way to break the enemy's strategy. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he shouted, to find the puppeteer's weakness, we must find someone familiar with puppets. Where's Granny Chiyo? To deal with a genius puppeteer like Scorpion, we must call upon Granny Chiyo. Upon hearing this, Maki's expression instantly became quite nuanced. He turned to Raza and said in a low voice, Granny Chiyo and Yashimaru are guarding Gaara's side. Not long ago, there seemed to have been a battle over there, and Granny Chiyo may not be able to come for a while. Hearing this, Raza's expression darkened. There was nothing he could do but continue to manipulate the sand gold to fend off Scorpion's attacks. If it weren't for the concern for so many civilians in the hidden sand village, he wouldn't have used so much chakra to defend the village with sand gold. For now, he could only continue to hold the line. On the other side, Jishui felt a slight fluctuation in the space beside him, and then a figure slowly appeared in front of him. When Jishui clearly saw the person, the short sword in his hand relaxed a bit. The person before him was Fengtian. Hurry, Jishui, we need to retreat. Fengtian, one hand covering his bleeding eyes, staggered toward Jishui. At this moment, he was nothing like his previous composure. He seemed to have fallen into endless darkness. Seeing this, Jishui quickly stepped forward to support Fengtian and asked with concern, what happened? What's going on? Hurry, we need to go. My vision is starting to blur. I can barely see. Chapter 15. Altering causality thoughts returned to half an hour earlier. Very good. I will take the one-tailed chakra. Fengtian said with a proud expression, then reached out toward the unconscious Gaara. Under the moonlight, Gaara's body appeared particularly frail, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Fengtian's fingers gently touched Gaara's forehead, and at that moment, an unusual wave seemed to permeate the air. Under his control, a massive and surging chakra, like an awakened ancient beast, slowly emerged from Gaara's body and finally gathered in Fengtian's palm. The speed of absorbing chakra is quite fast. Could it be because he just became a Jinchuriki and has not fully integrated yet, making it easier to absorb? As the chakra ball in his hand became more and more refined, Fengtian couldn't help but sigh. However, the harsh sounds of battle from Scorpion's side still reached his ears, which inevitably made him feel a bit anxious. To avoid any accidents, he could only speed up the extraction of chakra. Soon, as time rapidly passed, all of the one-tailed chakra within Gaara had been completely extracted. At this moment, Gaara, having lost the one-tailed chakra, appeared extremely weak, with the flame of life flickering in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. His face was as pale as paper, his breathing weak. Even the slight trembling of his eyelashes seemed powerless, as if the whole world had drifted far away from him. Fengtian quietly watched Gaara, who was on the brink of death, but a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. Gaara, you are also a pitiful person, but unfortunately, I'm not a good person, so I'm sorry. Fengtian spoke in a low voice, his words tinged with a hint of regret. After extracting the chakra, Fengtian directly used the principle of cause and effect, transforming the existence of the one-tailed chakra in his hand into a result that could be temporarily stored in the Mangekyō Sharingan. In simple terms, he had stored the one-tailed chakra into his own Kamui space, which he named the Destiny space. Without further hesitation, Fengtian picked up the extremely weak Gaara, focused his mind, and prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to send Gaara back to his room. Just then, Gaara, who had originally fallen into a genjutsu and was unconscious, miraculously showed signs of awakening, struggling desperately as if fighting against an unjust fate. Fengtian looked down at Gaara's youthful face, feeling a mix of emotions. After a moment of silence, he sighed helplessly, his voice revealing an indescribable struggle and determination. All right, I still can't get used to being a pure villain. Gaara, let me modify your tragic future. With that, Fengtian no longer hesitated. His eyes suddenly sparkled with a strange light, the brilliance and mystery unique to the Mangekyō Sharingan. At the same time, a massive amount of chakra surged into his eyes like a tide, an unprecedented power coursing through his body, signaling that the principle of cause and effect had been pushed to its limit. What the hell is this? I feel like my strength is about to be drained. Fengtian couldn't help but exclaim softly, his words filled with disbelief and pain. He realized that the cost of modifying this was far beyond his expectations. It was an extreme exhaustion that almost drained him completely. However, despite enduring such immense pressure and pain, Gaara's gradually fading life force began to slowly and steadily recover under the inverse power of Fengtian. At the same time, Fengtian's eyes also started to feel intense discomfort, with blood flowing from the corners of his eyes like beads from a broken string, staining his face red. Gaara, consider this as something I owe you. Fengtian gritted his teeth, a trace of madness and determination flashing across his face, ready to fight. The chakra within him seemed to have lost control, wildly converging towards his eyes, while the aura of cause and effect continuously spread around, forming a strange and mysterious field. In this field, the boundaries of time and space appeared to blur, and everything was being rewoven and redefined under the will of the heavens. In Gaara's room, at this moment, Yashimaru's face was twisted, filled with regret and self-blame. Why can't I even handle this small matter? Is the gap between me and others really that large? His voice was deep and hoarse, like dried leaves trembling helplessly in the wind. He hammered the floor frantically, each strike seemingly meant to vent all the pain and helplessness inside him, until his fists were covered in blood, yet he remained oblivious, mechanically repeating the motion. Just at that moment, intertwined with despair and self-blame, Yashimaru keenly sensed a subtle fluctuation in the surrounding space. He suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing, staring intently at the space that was fluctuating, as if trying to see through it. In the next moment, Fengtian's figure appeared before him like a ghost, tightly holding in his arms the one he vowed to protect with his life, Gaara. Yashimaru's pupils suddenly constricted, his voice trembling with anger. It's you. He didn't have time to think much, and quickly manipulated his chakra threads to shoot several sharp shuriken towards Fengtian. However, to his shock, Fengtian, who had been so swift before, did not dodge these shuriken this time, and his body was marked with several shocking gashes. Cough, cough. At that moment, Fengtian gritted his teeth against the discomfort in his eyes, endured Yakimaru's attack, and directly threw Gaara into the air. The next moment, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly escape the scene. Seeing this, Yakimaru didn't bother to chase after Fengtian and hurriedly ran towards the direction where Gaara was falling to catch him. Soon, Gaara appeared in his hands. Yakimaru looked down at the sleeping Gaara and quickly checked his body, relieved to find that he was merely in a deep sleep and was not seriously harmed. Allowing him to relax, His gaze was directed towards the direction where Fengtian had disappeared, a strange expression appearing on his face, leaving one unsure of what he was thinking. At this moment, after exhausting the last trace of chakra to use the flying thunder god to arrive beside Jishui, Fengtian began to shout loudly. Hurry, Jishui! We need to retreat. He covered his bleeding eyes with one hand, stumbling towards Shishui. At this moment, he was far from his previous calm demeanor, as if he had fallen into an endless darkness. Seeing this, Shishui hurriedly stepped forward to support Fengtian and asked with concern, What happened? What's going on? Quick, we need to go. My vision is starting to blur. I can barely see, Fengtian replied. Chapter 16. Support for Scorpion at this moment. Fengtian was in an extremely dire state. Not only was his chakra exhausted and his breath faint, but his robes were soaked with blood from several wounds. He had turned into a blood-soaked figure, unable to walk normally, relying entirely on Shishui's support to move. What happened? How did you get into such a mess? Shishui asked, helping Fengtian move slowly while speaking in a concerned tone. Don't mention it. I misjudged my own abilities. I thought that altering causality and changing a person's fate was a simple task. I didn't expect to underestimate the backlash of causality. Fengtian said with a bitter smile. He then slowly raised his head and looked in the direction where Scorpion was fighting. Although his vision was blurry, he could vaguely see the outline. Did you get the items? Yes, the operation went relatively smoothly. Next, we just need to retreat safely for it to be perfect. That might be a bit difficult. After all, in your current state, whether you can walk out of Mangekyō is still a question. Upon hearing this, Fengtian stopped. He relied on his strong willpower to reach a house, then slowly leaned against it and said in a deep voice, Shishui, the situation over there with Scorpion might not be good. You should go support the front door first. I will follow shortly. Shishui, hearing this, showed a hint of concern and asked, What about you? What will you do? As Shishui spoke, Fengtian just shook his head lightly and confidently said, Don't underestimate me. I just need to rest for a moment, recover some chakra, and then release a reversal of causality to restore my state. As for how to meet up with you, that's even simpler. You have something on you with my flying thunder god mark. You just need to return to Scorpion's cave, and I will find a way to escape. Seeing that Fengtian had said this, Shishui didn't say much more. He nodded, no longer hesitating, and directly headed towards the front door. After Shishui left, Fengtian endured the intense pain in his body and slowly slid down into the shadow beside the house. The surrounding tranquility contrasted sharply with his inner turmoil. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate, trying to dig deep within his weakened body for the last bit of strength to recover his chakra. The faint smell of blood filled the air, a warning from his body reminding him that the burden of causality he had taken on had far exceeded his limits. At the front door of Mangekyō, Lord Raza, the puppets had been mostly cleared. What should we do now? A ninja from Mangekyō asked beside Raza. After such a long battle, everyone on their side, except Raza, had suffered injuries. Some had even been severely affected by the toxins carried by the puppets, writhing in pain, and the air around the front door seemed to be filled with poisonous mist. You all did very well. Leave the rest to me, Raza said calmly, his voice filled with authority. He then signaled everyone to retreat, choosing to confront the already weakened Scorpion alone. Upon hearing this, the ninjas from Mangekyō, including Maki, all retreated. Of course, some of the less severely injured ninjas spontaneously positioned themselves behind Scorpion, their faces filled with anger. Eager to rush forward and tear Scorpion apart, Raza stood alone at the front, staring at Scorpion not far away, and then spoke darkly, Scorpion, you have gone too far. Raza's voice was deep and powerful. Your puppet art, though strong, has deviated from the essence of art. True art is the blossoming of life, not cold machinery. Scorpion let out a cold laugh, not bothering to refute. He knew very well that the conversation with Luo Sha was meaningless. What was most important now was to wait for news from Fengtian. Right now, your puppets are almost completely lost. If you have any last words, you can say them now. Luo Sha continued, and then his figure moved closer to Xie. At the same time, the surrounding sandgold, under his control, gradually formed an encirclement around Xie, as if it could swallow him at any moment. Boring tricks. Xie snorted coldly. Then he put away the damaged third-generation wind shadow puppet. His gaze was directed towards Mangekyō, and a strange expression flickered in the depths of his eyes. Indeed, the ninjas of Mangekyō are unreliable. The only ones I can trust are my own puppets. Sasori's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke with a sense of relief. At that moment, he had no means to block the attack from Deidara. He did not intend to escape, but instead stayed in place, calmly waiting for his moment of death. Not far away, Luosha's face showed a hint of ruthlessness. And then he raised his hands, sending endless sand gold filled with overwhelming killing intent towards the scorpion. Was he really planning to give up? Just as the sand gold was about to engulf the scorpion, a voice of still water came from a distance. His voice was soft, yet it reached the ears of every ninja in Sunagekure. In an instant, his figure appeared beside Scorpion, and with the operation of his Mangekyō Sharingan, a massive and oppressive green Susanoo directly dispersed the sand and gold that surrounded Scorpion. TCH, you really took your time. Scorpion looked at Shui with dissatisfaction, his tone full of blame. Upon hearing this, Shui did not argue. He knew very well how difficult it was for Scorpion to hold out against nearly the entire fighting force of Sunagekure alone for so long. You are from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Upon seeing Shui's Mangekyō Sharingan and considering his age, Rasha instantly guessed his true identity. You are Konoha's Shunshin Shui. Hearing this, Shui temporarily retracted his Susanoo, stepped forward to stand in front of Scorpion, and said to Rasha, "To correct you, I have defected from Konoha. If you must say something, then you can call me Shunshin Shui of the Uchiha clan." Shui drew the short sword from his back, pointing the tip to the ground. Looking at Rasha with a serious expression, Shunshin Shui, I've heard your reputation in Konoha has always been good, but why do you associate with our rogue ninja from Sunagekure? Do you know what you're doing right now? Rasha narrowed his eyes slightly at Shui, his words carrying a hint of threat. However, Shui simply shook his head lightly, and as his Mangekyō Sharingan continued to spin, his actions had already indicated his stance. I have a necessary purpose for doing this. To save this world filled with war and smoke, I have to do this. I will protect this person, and if you want to fight, then come at me. Chapter 17, Sand Sealing Technique. Hearing this, Rasha's expression darkened. He was well aware of Jishui's strength, and even more so of the terror of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. But as a ninja from Sunagekure, he could not just stand by and watch a rogue Konoha ninja act so arrogantly in his territory. Jishui, your actions have already crossed the bottom line of Sunagekure, Luosha said in a deep and firm voice. As a ninja from Sunagekure, I cannot turn a blind eye to this. Jishui retorted without backing down, Lord Luosha, I understand your position, but please understand my difficulties as well. Everything I do is for a greater peace. Peace, Luosha scoffed. Achieving peace through collusion with rogue ninjas? That's utterly ridiculous. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Both sides were on edge, as if about to erupt. At that moment, Luosha moved. He suddenly struck, palm facing upward, as if summoning the power of the earth. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, "Quicksand golden waterfall." A massive amount of gold sand seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force, transforming into sharp spikes that surged toward Jishui and Scorpion like a raging tide. Faced with this sudden attack, Jishui's expression immediately turned serious. Without any hesitation, he activated his Susanoo again. The enormous green half-body Susanoo instantly enveloped him and Scorpion tightly, resembling a moving fortress, exuding an aura of inviolability. Shizumi had absolute confidence in his Susanoo. He believed that this could be considered an absolute defense capable of withstanding any attack. As the sand gold needles struck the solid armor of the Susanoo like raindrops, a dull sound echoed through the night sky. Those needles, upon contact with the armor, seemed to encounter an insurmountable barrier, falling helplessly and scattering to the ground. The seemingly indestructible needles appeared so fragile in front of the absolute defense of Susanoo. Seeing this, Raza's expression grew increasingly grim. He knew Shizumi's strength was extraordinary, but he did not expect his opponent to use Susanoo so skillfully. However, as a ninja of Sunagekure, he would never give up easily. "Shizumi, do you think this will stop me?" Raza roared, once again manipulating the sand gold to gather in the air, preparing to launch a more ferocious attack. Shizumi responded sharply, his voice calm and resolute. "Lord Raza, I do not intend to be your enemy. But please understand, everything I do is for a greater peace. If battle is unavoidable, then I will fight with all my strength. There's no use in talking, Shizumi. I've already said it. Today Scorpion will not leave Sunagekure no matter what." Raza continued to roar, manipulating the sand gold like a surging torrent, completely submerging Shizumi's enormous half-body Susanoo. Immediately after, Raza clapped his hands together, and a massive array of sealing symbols quickly spread across the sand gold, shining with golden light, as if stars had fallen to the mortal realm. Sand binding sealing technique. With this roar, those symbols seemed to be activated, releasing dazzling light, and the powerful sealing force tightly wrapped around Shizumi and Scorpion, along with the half-body Susanoo, firmly sealing them within the gigantic sealing array made of sand gold. After completing all this, Raza's face turned extremely pale, panting heavily. His gaze fixed on the huge sealing array formed by the sand gold, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. Finally, it's over. Raza wiped the sweat from his forehead and, after observing for a moment, discovered that the sealed Shizumi and Scorpion showed no signs of movement, which made him completely relax. Lord Raza, are you okay? Not far away, Maki hurried over to Raza's side after noticing something unusual, asking with concern. I'm fine, Maki. The rebellion has been sealed by me. Let the professional sealing team in the village handle the rest. After saying this, Raza looked worriedly towards the direction of Gaara and Sunagakure. Without further hesitation, he gathered a small amount of sand gold beneath him, forming a sand cloud. He then slowly stepped onto the sand cloud and, after giving Maki some instructions, darkly urged the sand cloud beneath him to rush towards Gaara. When Shizumi had come out to provide assistance earlier, he had noticed that Shizumi's figure appeared from within Sunagakure, while Scorpion attacked from the front gate. This meant that from the very start of their battle with Scorpion, Shizumi had already infiltrated the interior of Sunagakure. With his meticulous mind, he quickly figured everything out, and after sealing the two, he hurriedly rushed towards Gaara. Although he had left two backup plans there, he could not guarantee Gaara's safety. After all, two enemies had already appeared on the surface. One was the Scorpion of the Red Sand, and the other was Konoha as Shizumi. Both were not simple ninjas, although they had been temporarily sealed by Raza, who could guarantee that there wasn't a third or fourth person present. Realizing this, Raza's expression instantly darkened, and he did not have time to rest, striving to push his limits as he headed towards Gaara. On the way, he passed by the resting place of Fengtian, but due to being overly tense, he did not notice Fengtian's presence. Oh, why is Raza here? Did Shizumi and the others fail? That shouldn't be. Fengtian looked up at Raza, who was rushing on the sand cloud, muttering to himself. Although his vision was still blurry, he noticed Raza's movements. After all, at this moment, only Raza and Sunagakure had the ability to fly. At that time, he had recovered a bit of chakra after a brief rest, but the pain and discomfort in his eyes still made him suffer greatly. However, thinking about the predicament that Scorpion and Shizumi might be in, he forced himself to activate the reverse cause, restoring his physical condition to its peak. Soon, with the aid of reverse cause, Fengtian's body had fully recovered. But his Mangekyō Sharingan fell into silence after recovery and would likely be unusable for a long time. However, this was not important. After all, he had the chakra of the One Tail in hand, and he could just enhance it later. Fengtian briefly moved his body and found no major issues, then concentrated his thoughts and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The target was the Flying Thunder God mark he had placed on Shizumi earlier. What on earth is happening? Shizumi, Scorpion, don't die so easily, hold on. Chapter 18 Reunion. Fengtian's speed was fast, already agile. He became even quicker after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. In just half a stick of incense, he arrived at the front gate of Sunagakure. At that moment, he was backed by the knight, cautiously lurking in a dark corner, watching everything happening before him. He saw 7 or 8 ninjas from Sunagakure holding scrolls, surrounding a huge sand gold sealing array. As they continuously performed hand seals, more dense symbols quickly appeared on the massive sand gold. Meanwhile, there were also 4 ninjas on the outskirts casting simple barriers, firmly establishing a solid defense. Clearly, they had made a lot of preparations for insurance. They are reinforcing the seal. Could it be that Shizumi and the others have been sealed? Fengtian couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face filled with surprise. He couldn't believe that 2 legendary genius ninjas could be sealed so easily. After a brief shock, Fengtian adjusted his emotions, then closed his eyes to sense Shizumi and Scorpion chakra. Moments later, Fengtian slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he secretly rejoiced, as expected. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. This Shizumi is really clever. He must have cast an illusion on Raza when he wasn't paying attention. Through Fengtian's perception, there was no chakra presence of Shizumi or Scorpion within the sealing array at all. According to Fengtian's guess, Shizumi must have used an illusion on Raza, which led Raza to mistakenly believe that he had successfully sealed the two. Being able to successfully deceive Raza was also related to Raza's anxious mindset. If he had calmed down and carefully checked, he would surely have discovered the trick. Back to the present. Fengtian speculated that Ji Shui and Scorpion had successfully left this place, and perhaps they had already arrived at the location they had previously agreed to meet. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and continued to use the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly escaping towards the retreat markers he had set up along the way. Meanwhile, at Scorpion's cave, Ji Shui and Scorpion were sitting on the ground. After such an intense battle, even these two genius ninjas couldn't help but feel a bit fatigued. "I'll go to the entrance to check. You stay here and rest well," Ji Shui said, slowly getting up. Seeing that Fengtian had not returned for a long time, he wanted to go to the cave entrance to meet him. If Fengtian didn't come back soon, he planned to infiltrate Sunagakure alone to bring him back. "TCH. Do as you wish," Scorpion said with a dissatisfied pout, looking at Ji Shui with an unhappy expression. Although he had escaped danger with Ji Shui's help, his pride wouldn't allow him to acknowledge Ji Shui's viewpoint. Thus, he took out several scrolls, releasing the puppets inside, and began repairing the ones that had been damaged in the previous battle. Seeing this, Ji Shui merely smiled slightly. Then his figure quickly disappeared, reappearing at the cave entrance in the next moment. To Ji Shui's surprise, it was less than half a stick of incense later when a flash of light from the Flying Thunder God mark beside him appeared, and Fengtian's figure appeared before him. "How is it? Have the ninjas from Sunagakure discovered anything?" Ji Shui asked, a smile appearing on his face upon seeing Fengtian. However, he also knew that the trick he had played earlier couldn't be hidden for long. He was concerned that if Sunagakure discovered it, they might send pursuers to search for them. So he asked, "Your methods were impressive. Sunagakure hasn't discovered anything for now. Moreover, I left a surprise for Raza there, so we should be safe for a while," Fengtian replied calmly, then looked at Ji Shui, giving him an affirmative glance. But before Ji Shui could continue speaking, Fengtian suddenly seemed to remember something and changed the subject, asking, "By the way, where's Scorpion? Did he come back with you?" Upon hearing this, Ji Shui smiled lightly and glanced towards the depths of the cave, replying, "He came back with me. He's currently inside the cave repairing his puppets." As soon as these words were spoken, Fengtian's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, sighing. "It seems this operation went relatively smoothly. Everyone is safe." Although he said this, Fengtian knew how much they had sacrificed for this one-tailed chakra. First, there was Scorpion, who didn't need to be mentioned. Including the third Kazekage puppet, all the puppets he currently controlled were almost completely damaged in this battle. As the main force, his losses were the most severe. With so many broken puppets, how long would it take to repair them? If Fengtian's manipulation of causality could still be used, it would save a lot of time. Unfortunately, due to the reckless alteration of causality in this battle, Fengtian's vision and ocular power had suffered serious damage. If he didn't quickly deliver the one-tailed chakra to the outer path golem, his Mangekyō Sharingan could suffer permanent harm. In contrast, Ji Shui, although not seriously injured, had already been exposed, which could likely cause significant trouble for the Uchiha clan in Konoha. This was the only point that made Ji Shui feel troublesome. Even though he had nominally defected from Konoha, he still cared about Konoha village and the Uchiha clan. Now that this matter is settled, what should we do next? Ji Shui couldn't help but ask. In his eyes, completing the Eye of the Moon plan as soon as possible and creating a world without war and smoke was the most important thing. As for Scorpion, let him go to the next location to capture the tailed beast by himself. As for us, let's return to Konoha first, then meet up with Scorpion. Fengtian replied calmly, already planning the next steps in his mind. He must quickly gather enough tailed beasts to strengthen his own power before everyone realizes what's happening. Once the entire ninja world reacts and begins to unite to protect the tailed beasts, things will become increasingly complicated. Hearing this, Shui nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, he was also eager to advance the Eye of the Moon plan and prepare to head to the next location to capture tailed beasts, but then he asked, "Where's the next location to capture tailed beasts? Which tailed beast are we capturing?" Chapter 19. Raza has doubts inside Gaara's room in Sunagakure. Gaara. Raza shouted Gaara's name, and then pushed open the door to Gaara's sleeping quarters. To his surprise, what greeted his eyes was Yashimaru holding the already sleeping Gaara, softly murmuring something. Seeing this, Raza quickly stepped forward and carefully took Gaara from Yashimaru's hands. After a thorough check, he found that Gaara was unharmed, and his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. "Lord Raza." Yashimaru then came back to his senses, immediately kneeling on one knee to express his apologies to Raza. "Yashimaru, Tell me, what happened here? After gently placing Gaara on the bed, Raza asked Yashimaru, based on the signs of a struggle in the room. It was clear that a fierce battle had taken place here. Lord Raza, we were invaded by a kid from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. I fought him, but I was no match for him. I feel so ashamed that he took Gaara away, but for some inexplicable reason, that Uchiha kid returned Gaara about half an hour later. Even now, I don't know what that Uchiha kid's intentions were. Yashimaru said, unconsciously clenching his hands, filled with shame and a sense of powerlessness over his own inadequacy. A kid from the Uchiha clan? Are you talking about sure sway of the body flicker technique? Raza rested his hand on his chin, thinking seriously. From the timeline, sure sway indeed seemed to fit. No, it's not him. Although that Uchiha kid also has a Sharingan like sure sway, I can be sure it's not sure sway. There were 2 enemies in total, Lord Raza. The sure sway you mentioned must be the one fighting with Granny Chiyo outside. As for the one who invaded the room, it was clearly not him. Hearing this, Raza's brows gradually furrowed, and his eyes filled with worry as he began to analyze everything that had just happened. If what you're saying is true, then this matter is quite complicated. Sure sway from Konoha is colluding with a rogue ninja from our Sunagakure, and in the shadows, there's an unknown mysterious Uchiha powerhouse. From the information we currently have, their target is Gaara, but I still feel like there's something I've forgotten. Raza said, then slowly walked over to Gaara's side. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Gaara's delicate face, then slowly closed his eyes, beginning to sense everything happening with Gaara. After a moment, Raza suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with a look of shock. He quickly took several steps back, speaking in a tone of disbelief. How is this possible? I can't sense the tailed beast chakra in Gaara at all. What's going on? This is unheard of. I've never heard of a Jinchuriki being able to remain unharmed after separating from their tailed beast. Yashimaru, upon hearing Raza's words, also showed a shocked expression. The atmosphere in the room instantly became heavy and tense. Yashimaru's pupils dilated slightly, clearly shaken by this sudden turn of events. Lord Raza, what does this mean? Yashimaru's voice trembled. He couldn't understand why Gaara could still be safe after losing the tailed beast chakra. Raza did not answer immediately, but instead walked to Gaara's bedside again, staring at the sleeping child with a complex expression. He took a deep breath, as if trying to organize his thoughts, and then slowly spoke. There's only one possibility. The tailed beast within Gaara has been forcibly separated or sealed by some kind of power, and this sealing technique is exceptionally advanced, to the point that he has not been harmed as a result. Forcibly separated or sealed. Yashimaru repeated Raza's words, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. Who has such ability? And for what purpose? Raza shook his head, his brow furrowed. It is still unclear. But whoever did this means that Sunagakure is facing an unprecedented crisis. Although Gaara is temporarily safe without the tailed beast, in the long run, his protection has vanished, and we have lost an important strategic force. What should we do? Yashimaru asked eagerly, fully aware of Gaara's importance to Sunagakure and the consequences of losing him. Raza pondered for a moment, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. First, we must confirm the identity and purpose of that other Uchiha ninja. Second, we need to strengthen the village's defenses to prevent any possible attacks. Most importantly, we must protect Gaara and ensure he does not suffer any further harm. As for the secret of the tailed beast separation, we must investigate it as soon as possible and regain the lost power. Yes, Lord Raza. Yashimaru immediately responded, ready to carry out the orders, and slowly retreated, soon disappearing from sight. Raza glanced at the sleeping Gaara and then turned to look out at the night sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Nearby Konoha, the figures of Fengtian and Shursui moved quickly through the woods. After a long run, there was a hint of fatigue on their faces. Fengtian, we're not far from Konoha now. I'm curious, why aren't we going that place with Scorpion? I have my reasons for doing this, Shursui. Besides, we are almost at our destination. Promise me, no matter what you see later, don't be too surprised. Fengtian turned to look at Shursui, a hint of amusement in his eyes. TCH, still keeping me in suspense at a time like this. I really don't understand you. Shursui pouted in dissatisfaction, not believing that they would see anything surprising. Soon, the two stopped by an inconspicuous cave. Fengtian, seeing this, flashed a relieved expression and stepped into the cave first. At Fengtian's gesture, Shursui also followed him into the mysterious cave. The deeper they went, the more they descended, as if walking towards the earth's core. Fengtian, why do I feel like there are many eyes watching me nearby? This feeling isn't pleasant. Shursui said with a serious expression, becoming more alert. It's nothing, just some white zetsu, no big deal. White Zetsu. Before Shui could question further, Fengtian, who was in front, stopped. In front of him was the wall that Obito had broken. We've arrived. Chapter 20. Absorbing One Tail's chakra at Fengtian's gesture, Shui slowly walked deeper inside. But what unfolded before him deeply shocked his heart. He saw a massive outer path golem, lying on the ground in an indescribably eerie posture. Its gigantic body seemingly capable of swallowing all surrounding light. On the golem, several solid-colored tubes, twisted like vines, extending and reaching toward the lonely wooden throne. On the throne sat an old man, holding a glimmering scythe, and the ravages of time etched deep lines on his face. This person was Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja who once stirred the world. At this moment, the aged Madara, upon noticing Shusui's entrance, slowly raised his head. His eyes, filled with endless pressure, were fixed on the newcomer before him. After a moment, Madara's gaze shifted from Shui to Fengtian. He slowly stood up, resting his hand on the scythe. His lips slightly parted, and though his voice was not loud, it carried a hint of pressure. Fengtian, what does this mean? Upon hearing this, Fengtian casually shrugged his shoulders and then spoke. Lord Ban, this is my helper, named Uchiha Shui, also a member of the Uchiha clan. He has been a great help in this tailed beast capture plan. Additionally, I have found another helper who has already gone to the next location for capturing the tailed beast. Before the elderly Ban could respond, Shui, upon hearing Ban's name, looked shocked. He took a step back in disbelief, his mouth trembling slightly as he murmured, Madara? This is actually our Uchiha clan's ancestor, Uchiha Madara? Impossible. Didn't he already perish in the Valley of the End during his battle with the first Hokage? How could he possibly be alive now? Uchiha Madara's gaze lingered on Shusui's face for a moment, his Rinnegan seemingly capable of seeing through all secrets, penetrating Shusui's inner shock and confusion. He curved his lips into a faint smile and said in a deep and powerful voice, Shui, you need not be surprised. In this world, there are many things beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And I, Uchiha Madara, am one of those existences that transcend common sense. Shui struggled to calm himself, fully aware that any loss of composure in front of his powerful ancestor would be unwise. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, and then bowed respectfully, saying, Lord Madara, I am Uchiha Shui. It is an honor to meet you. However, I am quite shocked by your survival. Madara waved his hand lightly, interrupting Shusui's words. Let the past be the past. What matters now is the future. Shui, I have heard that you performed excellently in the tailed beast capture plan. You have done well. I am pleased that our Uchiha clan can produce a ninja as outstanding as you. After his words, Madara's gaze turned back to Fengtian, and he continued, Fengtian, how is the progress? It's going smoothly, with no major obstacles encountered, Fengtian replied, then extended his hand. Although he couldn't use the time reversal technique right now, extracting the one-tailed chakra from the destiny space was not a big problem. Soon, as time passed, the earthy yellow one-tailed chakra in Fengtian's hand began to condense and expand. In less than half a stick of incense, it had grown to about the size of a basketball. Seeing this, the elderly Madara nodded affirmatively and then signaled Fengtian to place the chakra mass into the outer path golem. Thanks to the previous infusion of the three-tailed chakra, Madara's body had recovered significantly. He wouldn't need to rely on Fengtian's time reversal technique this time just to absorb chakra. Hearing this, Fengtian nodded without hesitation and directly tossed the one-tailed chakra into the mouth of the outer path golem. Boom! With the infusion of the one-tailed chakra, the outer path golem emitted a loud noise, and several drops of blood slowly trickled from the corners of its dozens of eyes. As time passed, the chakra contained within it grew increasingly massive. It seemed that the progress was quite good. I wonder what new abilities will be gained this time. Fengtian watched the process of the outer path golem devouring chakra with a calm expression, and as the devouring progressed, the familiar power of causality gradually began to coalesce in his eyes. Feeling this restoration of causal power, a smile soon appeared on Fengtian's face. He looked up at the elderly Uchiha, who was barely holding on, and his eyes instantly switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan as he spoke. I'll assist you. With Fengtian's words, the terrifying power of causality acted upon the elderly Uchiha, and soon, the once extremely weakened Uchiha began to gradually return to his peak state under this influence. Very good, Fengtian, you did well. Uchiha Madara responded loudly to Fengtian. Under the effect of reversing cause and effect, in less than a moment, Uchiha Madara was completely restored to his peak. He clapped his hands, and the mouth of the outer path golem suddenly opened wide, rapidly increasing its chakra absorption speed. In less than half an hour, the tailed beast chakra in Fengtian's hand was completely absorbed. After completing all this, Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction and then signaled Fengtian to the effect of reversing cause and effect. Seeing this, Fengtian instantly the reversal. After this enhancement, Fengtian not only significantly increased his ocular power, enabling him to activate and deactivate the reversal in an instant, but also unlocked the skeletal form of Susanoo. Although it was just the skeletal form, its defensive power was greatly enhanced, providing assurance for the subsequent plan. Moon Eye Plan, Progress on Collecting Tailed Beasts. 29. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an opportunity to draw a skill. As a familiar system voice echoed in Fengtian's mind, a huge wheel appeared before him, visible only to him. Seeing this, Fengtian couldn't help but smile, then took a step forward and clicked with his finger, causing the wheel to start spinning slowly. The wheel spun faster and faster, as if it would draw in the very space around it. And Fengtian's heartbeat quickened as he eagerly wondered which ninja's divine skill he would draw this time. His gaze was fixed tightly on the names shimmering on the roulette, each name representing a legendary story. Stop! Fengtian silently chanted in his heart, and as his will was conveyed, the roulette slowly came to a halt as if pressed by an invisible hand. The pointer finally pointed to a name, but when Fengtian saw that name clearly, the smile on his face abruptly vanished, replaced by an awkward expression. What kind of luck is this? How could it be you? Chapter 21. Divine Might Phantasm. Congratulations, host. You have chosen Uchiha Obito, Youth, and you can now select Uchiha Obito's Youth skills. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Divine Might Phantasm Izanaji. Fengtian looked at the skill icons in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He turned his head to look at Obito, who was training not far away, and a complex expression appeared on his face. This luck is truly unmatched. Fengtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then without much hesitation, his finger gently tapped on the skill icon for King Void. Instantly, a strange energy enveloped him, as if countless data streams surged in his mind, resonating with his body. At that moment, Fengtian's eyes began to shine with light, the unique glow of Kamui Void. Finally, as the energy dissipated, he successfully mastered this god-level skill. Now his life-saving ability was at its peak. Fengtian murmured softly in his eyes. Choosing Kamui Void at this stage was the most perfect choice, although Izanaji was also very good. This skill would automatically unlock as Fengtian's ocular power increased in the future, so there was no need to waste such a precious opportunity. Moreover, using Izanaji would waste a Sharingan, and Fengtian was not like the future Danzo, who could afford to waste a Sharingan in one arm. Fengtian, your ocular power seems to have increased quite a bit. The old man slowly sat on the wooden throne, looking down at Fengtian not far away, his tone carrying a hint of authority. Not bad. Thanks to everyone, my ocular power has indeed increased a lot, Fengtian replied expressionlessly, looking at the old man with a mix of 3 parts awe, 3 parts pity, and a bit of vigilance. Then, with your current ocular power, can you support me to recover to my peak for a long time? After saying this, the old man's murky eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and he trembled as he stood up, propping himself up with his scythe, eagerly waiting for Fengtian to speak. After a long silence, Fengtian did not respond. He simply shook his head slightly, and the forced expression on his face seemed to have already conveyed his answer. All right, it seems it's still quite forced. The old man saw this and could only give up for the time being. He returned to his wooden throne and continued. So, what do you need to do next? That kid Obito, after my special training these days, has also initially mastered his abilities. According to the strength classification, he should be above a special Jonin. Do we need to bring him along for this action? Before Fengtian could respond, Obito, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes at that moment. His left eye is an ordinary eye formed by the structure of the white Zetsu's body, while his right eye belongs to his own kaleidoscope Sharingan. Action? I'm very interested. Obito slowly stood up, his face showing a fighting spirit as he looked at Madara and Fengtian with increasingly fervent eyes, eager to rush outside for an intense battle. This is unavoidable. Obito had been training for a long time in this extremely dark underground environment. If it weren't for the deep obsession in his heart with his childlike mentality, he might have gone crazy long ago. No need. Obito is not needed in the current battle. Let him continue to train with you. That's fine. Fengtian and Madara simultaneously ignored Obito, causing his expression to stiffen slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. He clenched his fist secretly, vowing to make himself stronger. Strong enough that everyone would not be able to ignore his existence. Fengtian, since Obito is not participating in the action for now, when do you plan to set off this time? The gaze of the old man band focused on Fengtian again, with a hint of questioning in his tone. I must collect enough tailed beasts before the entire ninja world reacts. Also, before we leave this time, I plan to make some arrangements here. Fengtian said lightly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes as he looked at the old man band. Arrangements? What do you mean? The old man band spoke again, this time his questioning tone growing stronger. Lord Ban, although this time the enhancement of your ocular power won't allow you to recover to your peak for a long time, I guarantee that after I make some arrangements, I can help you temporarily break free from the outer, restore your peak, and appear on any battlefield in the outside world. In a short time, you can kill at will. After hearing this, the old man band's murky eyes suddenly brightened, revealing an expression of disbelief and extreme desire. He asked tremulously, Fengtian, is what you said about the arrangement really that magical? Fengtian gently nodded, a hint of a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Lord Ban, have you forgotten? I possess the power of causality, and some methods are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The elderly Ban leaned slightly forward, as if trying to hear every word of Fengtian more clearly. So, how exactly do you plan to arrange this? Fengtian smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. You need not ask too much, Lord Ban. Just know that when everything is ready, you will get what you desire. The elderly Ban fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing something, and finally nodded slowly. All right, Fengtian, I will trust you this time. But you must remember, this matter is of great importance, and there can be no mistakes. Rest assured, Lord Ban. Fengtian respectfully bowed. I will do my utmost to ensure everything goes flawlessly. After all, capturing the tailed beast this time carries a high degree of danger. If we encounter insurmountable problems, I hope Lord Ban can lend a hand. Of course. After saying this, Ban leaned back in the wooden throne, his murky eyes slowly closing, deliberately reducing his presence to the bare minimum. This time, absorbing chakra was quite a burden for Ban. He needed some time to digest it. Seeing this, Fengtian switched his eyes to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. And as the patterns of the kaleidoscope spun continuously, his so-called arrangement was gradually being completed. After a full incense stick's worth of time, he slowly closed his eyes and turned off the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Fengtian turned his head to look at Shirzue beside him and couldn't help but say, after being in a daze for so long, shouldn't we be leaving now? Upon hearing this, Shirzue came back to his senses, retracting his gaze from the distance to focus on Fengtian, revealing a hint of an apologetic smile. Sorry. Fengtian nodded lightly, not saying anything more. He understood the shock. After all, if someone suddenly told you that your long-deceased ancestor was actually alive and a behind-the-scenes manipulator within your own organization, anyone would be stunned for a long time. Where are we going next? Yunin Village. Chapter 22. In the land of lightning, on the outskirts of Yunin Village, there was a deep cave hidden among the towering mountains, which had become the secret base for Scorpion to meticulously repair the third generation of wind shadow puppets. Under the dim light, Scorpion's fingers moved like a graceful dancer, weaving and jumping between the puppet's complex joints, each touch precise and flawless, showcasing his mastery of the puppet technique at its peak. During the previous battle with Mangekyō, this puppet had suffered severe damage. If it weren't for the strong quality of the main body, it would have long shattered like those ordinary puppets. TCH, it's been so long with no news. The ninjas from Konoha are really unreliable. A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on Scorpion's handsome face. Since parting from Mangekyō, he had been lurking around Yunin Village as per Fengtian's arrangement. This lurking had lasted for dozens of days. During this time, Scorpion not only thoroughly understood the terrain layout of Yunin Village and the patterns of guard rotations, but also grasped the daily actions of the target, the two Yuzuki brothers, like the back of his hand. This information was like a precise puzzle, gradually constructing the perfect action plan in his mind. Thinking of this, a cold smile crept up the corner of Scorpion's mouth as he gently caressed the cold metallic surface of the third-generation wind shadow puppet, as if engaging in a silent conversation with it. However, the next moment, after sensing the two familiar chakras at the mouth of the cave, Scorpion's expression returned to indifference. How slow these Konoha ninjas are, especially the one known as Shunshin Shirzue, who turn out to be so slow. Scorpion looked at Fengtian and Shirzue, who were slowly approaching, and disdainfully curled his lips. However, before Shirzei could retort, Fengtian looked at Scorpion with an apologetic expression and said, Sorry, I set up some contingencies back in Konoha, which wasted a bit of time. After Fengtian finished speaking, seeing that Scorpion was still slowly repairing his puppet, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted as he continued. To express my apology, let me take responsibility for the puppet's repair. You? Hearing this, Scorpion finally raised his head, looking at Fengtian with eyes full of disdain. His words were filled with skepticism. He truly did not believe that a kid from the Uchiha clan could be proficient in puppet repair techniques. However, Fengtian simply shook his head in response to the doubts, then switched his eyes to the Mangekyō Sharingan and confidently said, It's simple. I just need to modify the cause and effect. As Fengtian's words fell, a strange force of causality enveloped the already damaged third Kazekage puppet. The mysterious power of causality was visibly repairing the puppet at a speed that left Scorpion dumbfounded. Scorpion's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched everything unfold before him. The third Kazekage puppet, under his gaze, was rapidly being restored by the causality power released from Fengtian's Mangekyō Sharingan, as if time was reversing, erasing all damage. What kind of ability is this? Scorpion's voice trembled slightly. He had never seen such a miraculous and efficient method of repair. Fengtian smiled, his eyes sparkling with the complex patterns unique to the Mangekyō Sharingan. He gently clapped his hands, signaling Scorpion to bring out the remaining remains of the 100 Machines practice. This is a unique ability of my Mangekyō Sharingan, turning the fruit back into the cause. By changing the causality of things, I can achieve many seemingly impossible tasks, including repairing puppets. Fengtian explained, his tone filled with pride. Although Scorpion was shocked inside, he maintained a cold demeanor on the surface. He took out the remaining wreckage of the 100 Machines practice one by one and placed them on the ground, waiting for Fengtian's next move. Fengtian activated the Mangekyō Sharingan again, and the strange power of causality surged once more, enveloping the remains of the 100 Machines practice. With a series of subtle mechanical sounds and flashes of light, the originally shattered puppet parts began to reassemble, gradually restoring to their original appearance. This was truly unbelievable. A complex emotion flashed in Scorpion's eyes. He had thought his mastery of puppet techniques was unmatched, but at this moment, he had to admit that this Uchiha kid before him possessed a powerful strength he could not comprehend. All right, Scorpion, your puppets have been fully repaired. We can start the next step of the plan now, Fengtian said, retracting his Mangekyō Sharingan, his tone filled with confidence. Scorpion remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. He then took out a self-made map from these days, detailing the defense situation around the hidden cloud village and the frequent activity points of the two Yuzuki doors. After carefully examining the map, both Shirzei and Fengtian nodded in satisfaction and cast a confirming look at Scorpion. Seeing this, Scorpion smugly curled his lips. Although he still maintained a cold demeanor on the surface, he was actually very pleased inside. Fengtian gazed at the map, his finger lightly resting on his chin. Lost in deep thought, time seemed to freeze at this moment until he slowly raised his hand, firmly pointing to several key locations on the map, beginning to outline a bold and meticulous action plan. Soon, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Fengtian had presented his plan in detail to Scorpion and Shirzei. The brilliance of the plan and the boldness of the strategy moved both of them. But what followed was deep concern. Shirzei was the first to break the silence, his voice tinged with undeniable worry. Fengtian, this plan is too risky. The strength of the Hidden Cloud Village is far beyond that of the Hidden Sand Village. Their combat power is absolutely unimaginable for us. A slight mistake, and the three of us might fall into an irreversible situation. Scorpion also rarely expressed his concerns, his words calm and direct. What Shirzei said is very true. The risks and rewards of this plan are extremely disproportionate. Although success would bring us immense benefits, the consequences of failure are also something we cannot bear. In the face of the two's worries, Fengtian simply shook his head. Ever since the second-tailed beast was absorbed into the outer path golem, the power of causality within him had significantly increased, allowing him to perceive more profound and far-reaching information. He clearly sensed that several familiar and powerful auras were gradually approaching. I had no choice. This was the fastest way for us to gather tailed beasts at the moment. If we didn't pick up the pace, they would probably be here soon. Chapter 23. The two doors, they? What are they? After hearing Fengtian's words, Ji Shuai and Xie asked in unison. At this moment, the two were completely puzzled, but judging by Fengtian's expression, their strength should be formidable. Even a usually mysterious Fengtian frowned when talking about this. They are a group of terrifying pursuers. Many times, just when I thought the world was coming to an end, they always appeared in time to disrupt my plans. If I remember correctly, this is my 6th time, Fengtian said with a worried expression. His eyes filled with concern. It was precisely because of their relentless pursuit that Fengtian had directed all his newly acquired skills towards survival techniques. Whether it was the flying thunder god before or the god might phantasm this time, it was all to cope with the uncertain future. After Fengtian finished speaking, Jishui and Xia were even more confused. They understood every word Fengtian said, but when put together, it left them baffled. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Let us proceed with the next actions as I previously mentioned. However, this time it might require Jishui to work a bit harder. After Fengtian finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward Jishui, his eyes showing a hint of guilt. For that great plan, this little sacrifice was nothing. Jishui spoke firmly, then quickly left under their watchful eyes, as he had to complete the task assigned by Fengtian. TCH, such a boring act. Xia muttered displeasedly after seeing Jishui leave. He just gave a faint glance at Fengtian, slowly sighed, and then, after seeing the two set off, Fengtian followed behind the scorpion. What he has to arrange is far more complex than scorpions, but there's no way around it. After all, he is the nominal leader of the Twilight Organization. The others only need to focus on fighting, while he has to consider a lot of things. In a land of lightning, Yunin village. Hey, Yuzuki-sama, is what you said true? Hey, Killer Bee, when can you be serious? According to the intelligence from Sunagakure, this matter is not that simple. Yuzuki rested her chin on her hand, looking at the still rapping and dancing Killer Bee with a face full of black lines. Yo-yo, Yuzuki-sama, you don't need to be too nervous about this in Yunin village, with me and my beloved Oni-chan protecting everything. It's all small potatoes. Killer Bee didn't feel any tension from Yuzuki's words. On the contrary, he remained optimistic, continuing to rap and dance in a bizarre manner. I'm serious, Killer Bee. As a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast, I think you should take this matter seriously. Yuzuki continued, suppressing her temper. In her view, the extraction of One Tail's chakra by a mysterious organization was not good news for them Jinchuriki. Since the other party could successfully extract One Tail's chakra from the heavily guarded Sunagakure, it clearly indicated that their strength was not weak. Although Yunin Village's overall strength is stronger than Sunagakure's, they still need to take these unknown organizations and their unknown purposes seriously. Joyu Fuki-sama, my Oni-chan and I are the strongest brother duo in the ninja world. No matter what organization it is, they can't stir up any waves in front of us. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki was completely defeated by Killer Bee's overly optimistic attitude. She began to regret why she had sought him out to say this, as it was clearly a waste of time. Recently, she had sensed some inexplicable things, although she hadn't actually discovered anything. Her intuition told her that her movements were being closely monitored. This was also the reason she sought out Killer Bee. She wanted to know if he had sensed anything strange recently. However, she not only gained nothing, but also wasted so much time. Just as Yuzuki was about to say something else, she realized that Killer Bee had long since disappeared. It seems that this matter still needs to be reported to Lord Third Reikage. I wonder if he has time to look into these issues. Yuzuki stood in the empty corridor, secretly lamenting the unpredictability of the world, just about to turn around and head to the Third Reikage's office. However, at that moment, just as this thought arose, her body involuntarily froze, and an inexplicable sense of crisis pierced through her like icy cold. She suddenly turned around, her sharp gaze seemingly able to penetrate the void, staring intently at a dark corner. However, what responded to her was not words, but several kunai glinting with cold light, like shooting stars in the dark night, breaking the silence and coming swiftly with lethal threats. A hint of surprise flashed in Yuzuki's eyes, but it was soon replaced by calm. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted, forming a faint smile. Her figure seemed to glide like a gentle breeze, sidestepping with clean and swift movements, without any hesitation. The kunai that were initially lethal fell short due to her clever evasion. It seems you all came a bit faster than I imagined, Yuzuki said with a low and somber voice. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her like a ghost. Yuzuki focused her gaze and saw a person dressed in Konoha ninja attire with a handsome face, carrying a short sword on his back. This person was none other than Uchiha Shursui, an elite ninja of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. I understand now. It turns out that the mysterious organization extracting tailed beast chakra is from your Konoha. Yuzuki's tone carried disbelief, but more so, it was filled with anger and disappointment. A glint of disgust flashed in her eyes, as if at that moment, all her goodwill towards Konoha had vanished. TCH, they really are a bunch of hypocrites. Yuzuki's voice was full of sarcasm and disdain, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. However, Shursui was unfazed by her mockery. His expression remained calm as water. He slowly drew the short sword from his back, the blade shimmering with a faint cold light, as if it could freeze everything. At the same time, his eyes switched to the three-tomo Sharingan, revealing endless killing intent and determination. The tip of the sword lightly touched the ground, yet it seemed to make the entire space tremble, a chilling killing intent quietly spreading out. Chapter 24, Susanoo vs. Two Tails. Yuzuki sensed Shursui's killing intent, and a hint of nervousness flashed through her heart. During the brutal Third Shinobi World War, Shursui had made a name for himself throughout the ninja world with his prowess. Earning the title of Shunshin Shursui, she had previously heard from the brothers Killer Bee that Konoha's Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, was an extraordinary figure, and as someone nearly on par with him, Shursui's strength must not be weak either. Shursui, if you want to catch me, feel free to give it a try, Yuzuki said darkly, trying to provoke Shursui. She then activated her simple-tailed beast mode, Blue Cat Demon Pattern Chakra appearing on her body, her hair standing up, her eyes turning white. Without looking back, she fled backward. In this mode, Yuzuki's entire physical quality was greatly enhanced, her speed so fast that it was completely invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Shursui activated his three-tomo Sharingan, barely able to see Yuzuki's movements. Want to escape? Shursui spoke softly, then began his pursuit based on the chakra aura left behind by Yuzuki as she fled. The two moved quickly, and in less than half a moment, Shursui tracked Yuzuki to a cave. Are you going to run? Shursui exuded killing intent, stepping closer to Yuzuki. However, the latter revealed a cold smile and quickly detonated the explosive tags she had previously placed at the cave entrance. Boom! As the series of explosions rang out, countless debris blocked the entrance of the cave, just as Shursui had entered, sealing off the only escape route. Escape? I think you were mistaken. To be precise, I was luring you here, Yuzuki said mockingly, then decided to stop hiding. Her body, flowing with Two Tails chakra, instantly entered tailed beast transformation mode. Before Shursui could react, a massive demon cat engulfed in blue flames appeared before him. Full form Two Tails Matatabi. Before Shursui could even react, Matatabi gathered a gigantic blue fireball in its mouth and quickly launched it towards Shursui. Jishui noticed the blue fireball and quickly dodged, but despite its fast speed, it couldn't catch up to him. However, just as Jishui thought he had easily evaded it, the blue fireball bizarrely split apart, forming numerous smaller fireballs that had a tracking ability, continuing to pursue him. Jishui's expression changed drastically. It was as if the blue fireball had locked onto him, and no matter how he dodged, he couldn't shake it off. Therefore, he decided to stop hiding. In the blink of an eye, his eyes instantly switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Immediately, the so-called absolute defense, Susanoo, was summoned in an instant, with a massive green half-body Susanoo protecting him from the countless blue fireballs. Susanoo wielded a spiral gun and engaged in a fierce battle with the Two Tails. In the half-body Susanoo state, Jishui used a high-speed rotating weapon to deal heavy damage to the Two Tails, each attack accompanied by a deafening roar and flying sparks. The Two Tails did not back down. It opened its huge mouth and unleashed a torrent of blazing blue flames, attempting to engulf Susanoo. However, Susanoo stood firm like a wall, steadily withstanding the flame attack. In response to Susanoo's fierce assault, the Two Tails showcased its immense strength. Utilizing its agility and speed, it continuously dodged Susanoo's attacks and sought opportunities to counterattack. During one exchange, the Two Tails suddenly seized a flaw in Susanoo's defense and launched a counterattack in an instant. It clawed fiercely at Susanoo's body, trying to tear apart the gigantic figure. However, Susanoo seemed to possess an immortal body, even when struck by the Two Tails' claws. It only left a few shallow scratches. Give up, you will never defeat me. Jishui spoke lightly, trying to persuade Yuzuki to cease resistance. However, what responded to him was a tremendous roar that shook the entire mountain. Seeing this, Jishui could only sigh, fully aware that he couldn't maintain Susanoo for long. Thus, he planned to end the battle quickly. Susanoo 99, Jishui shouted angrily, and then a hole opened in Susanoo's chest. from which countless green spikes shot out at high speed towards the two tails. Faced with such rapid spikes, the two tails couldn't dodge in time and was instantly pierced by numerous spikes. Its massive body was hit and quickly retreated, crashing heavily against the rocks behind, kicking up a cloud of dust. Is it over? Jishui observed the attack hit and swiftly released Susanoo. At this moment, his breath was slightly chaotic. Using Susanoo for an extended period was a significant burden for him. However, as the dust settled, the massive body of the two tails miraculously reappeared before Jishui's eyes. At this moment, half of its body was already severely damaged, as if it could collapse at any moment, and its aura was weak to the point of being barely detectable. But shockingly, under the illumination of the swirling blue flames, the broken limbs seemed to be given life, slowly writhing and beginning to repair themselves. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. In just 2 breaths, the massive body of the two tails had restored about 70 to 80% of its strength, like a giant beast reborn from the abyss, exuding a chilling aura. How is this possible? Jishui witnessed this scene, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes, his voice trembling slightly from shock. However, the crisis was not resolved. It became even more urgent. The two tails' massive mouth gathered a fiery ball as hot as the sun once again, with flames threatening to ignite the surrounding air. The next moment, it came roaring towards Jishui like a meteor crashing to the ground. Jishui's heart sank, just as he was about to use his movement technique to dodge. A figure flashed out like a ghost, unhesitatingly blocking in front of him. At that moment, time seemed to stand still and the air froze. Susanoo, with a deafening roar, a pair of pitch-black giant hands suddenly reached out, like the hands of a deity, firmly grasping the fireball that could incinerate everything. Then, an indescribable force erupted, and the fireball was instantly extinguished, turning into nothingness. You were careless, Jishui. I'll take it from here. Chapter 25. Tail Beastball. I'm sorry. Fengtian, this time I was careless. Jishui looked at Fengtian with a face full of apology, his heart filled with mixed feelings. However, Fengtian said nothing more, only giving Jishui a look to indicate he should step aside. Jishui nodded slightly, and then stepped aside to observe the battle between the two. Roar! The two tails, seeing Fengtian's sudden appearance, felt no tension. Instead, the corners of its mouth curled up slightly, filled with disdain towards Fengtian. Come on, let me see the strength of you perfect Jinchuriki. Fengtian spoke, then directly activated Flying Thunder God and Reversal of Cause and Effect. Under the interaction of both abilities, his figure instantly appeared directly above the two tails. The speed at which all this happened was so fast that the two tails had no time to react. Immediately, the pitch-black skeletal Susanoo appeared, and a massive hand filled with pressure slammed down towards the two tails below. Bang! Without any surprise, Fengtian's strike landed solidly on the two tails, and the terrifying impact instantly drove the massive creature deep into the ground. Did it work? Jishui muttered to himself, his face showing a hint of joy, clearly confident in Fengtian's attack. However, Fengtian did not show any joy. Instead, his eyes were fixed on a large pit that had just been created. His kaleidoscope, Sharingan, slowly spinning, cautiously preparing for what was about to happen. Moments later, although the two tails had not emerged from the pit, blue flames began to erupt from the entrance of the hole. This time, within the flames, there seemed to be the figure of a fire mouse, locking onto Fengtian with terrifying heat, charging at him. Fire mouse ball? This is a bit troublesome. Fengtian darkly observed the several fire mouse balls rushing towards him, constantly using Flying Thunder God to dodge. However, no matter where he fled, within the already narrow cave, he still couldn't escape the tracking of the fire mouse balls, as if they had locked onto him. Fengtian, this attack can't be dodged. You can only withstand it with Susanoo. Jishui shouted from the side, reminding Fengtian, but Fengtian did not heed Jishui's advice. From the current situation, the cost-effectiveness of using Reversal of Cause and Effect far outweighed that of Susanoo, so he sighed deeply and said softly, what a hassle. In a bind, Fengtian could only use Reversal of Cause and Effect again to modify the target locked by the fire mouse balls, and soon, the several fire mouse balls ceased their pursuit of Fengtian and instead surged towards the pit. Bang! With a loud bang, the two-tailed beast jumped out of the pit, its eyes filled with rage as it fiercely stared at Fengtian and Jishui. It never expected that the fire mouse jade it released, which had tracking attributes, would come back towards itself, resulting in a significant loss in a moment of panic. It was using its blue flames, which had the ability to repair, to continuously restore its body while opening its mouth wide, gathering massive energy from the surroundings, which was constantly condensing into a black spherical energy in its mouth. In just a breath's time, the aura emitted by that black spherical energy became extraordinarily terrifying. It resembled a black hole, continuously devouring the surrounding energy, transforming it into a force that seemed capable of destroying everything. Upon seeing this, Fengtian's pupils shrank sharply, cold sweat pouring down his back, and he spoke with disbelief. His words filled with fear. "This is Tailed Beast Jade. Has it gone mad? Using Tailed Beast Jade in this cursed place." Zhishui, hearing this, also reacted instantly. Judging from the energy radiating from that Tailed Beast Jade, once it detonated, everything around would instantly turn to nothingness. Not even the beast itself would be spared. Fengtian's gaze was fixed on the terrifying Tailed Beast Jade. Completely astonished that the Yumu gate before him could be so insane, it was preparing to sacrifice itself to completely erase the two of them. He looked deeply at Zhishui, stopping the latter from using Susanoo to resist the Tailed Beast Bomb. According to Fengtian's judgment, using the Tailed Beast Bomb in such a cramped space would unleash a terrifying explosion. With their incomplete Susanoo, there was no way they could withstand it. Only a complete Susanoo could have that possibility. There's no other choice. I can only do this. Forgive me, Zhishui. Fengtian glanced at Zhishui again, his eyes filled with resolute determination. However, Zhishui was incredibly intelligent and understood Fengtian's intention in an instant. "No!" Zhishui shouted anxiously, trying to stop Fengtian's actions. Yet, Fengtian merely shook his head gently and, before Zhishui could react, initiated a reversal of cause and effect. The space twisted, light and shadow intertwined, and Zhishui felt a blur before his eyes. When he focused again, he found himself several miles away, surrounded by completely unfamiliar scenery. "It hurts." After doing all this, Fengtian suddenly bled profusely from his eyes, like broken red beads, staining his clothes. His breath was extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. The chakra within him was like smoke swept away by a violent wind, disappearing without a trace. He stumbled a few steps, barely managing to steady himself, his face pale as paper, with a faint bitter smile at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that he was suffering from the backlash of the recent reversal of cause and effect. Even Fengtian, who had upgraded his pupil power twice, found it hard to bear. Let everything be destroyed. With a furious roar from the U-door, the terrifying Tailed Beast Orb had now fully formed. Without much hesitation, the Tailed Beast Orb, carrying an aura of destruction, flew towards Fengtian, faced with the Tailed Beast Orb that was so close. Fengtian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon sensing the destructive aura emanating from it. At this moment, he had no ability left to use the reversal of cause and effect to alter fate, and even the Flying Thunder God technique, which he relied on to escape, had lost its effectiveness in the face of this destructive force. He seemed to be tightly bound by the web of fate, unable to break free. There was no other choice but to endure. This time it was serious. In the next moment, the terrifying Tailed Beast Bomb suddenly exploded, and the dazzling light instantly engulfed the surroundings, as if even the heavens and the earth were being torn apart by this force. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, the air thick with blood and despair, while Fengtian's figure gradually dissipated into nothingness amidst the endless destruction. Chapter 26, Killer Bee-Bomb. The explosion caused by the Tailed Beast Bomb obliterated everything within a kilometer radius. Even Zhishui, who was several miles away, felt a wave of fear wash over him after sensing the shockwave from the explosion. This terrifying explosion. Fengtian was likely in grave danger. Zhishui, with a worried expression, spoke up. Then, after briefly adjusting his breathing, he rushed towards the center of the explosion without any hesitation. He had a hold on Fengtian. "You absolutely cannot have any accidents." "Huh, is it over?" At the center of the explosion, the two members of Yuzuki stood up shakily and whispered. At this moment, she was greatly affected by the explosion, her breath extremely weak, while a few strands of blue flames were constantly repairing her nearly collapsing body. Her gaze turned to the distance, and upon realizing that there was no one in front of her, confirming that Fengtian and the others had turned to nothingness, she barely managed to curl her lips into a cold smile. "Oof. Some ignorant little pests dared to target me. This is your fate. However, now that this matter is settled, I should report to Lord Third Rakage in a timely manner. After all, this is near the hidden cloud village. It seems I might have gone a bit overboard. After saying this, Yuzuki immediately sat down on the ground, beginning to recover her chakra. As for her injuries, there is no need to worry. With the healing of the blue flames formed from the two-tailed chakra, recovery was just a matter of time. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared in front of her, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. In front of her, a slight fluctuation in space occurred. In the next moment, with the distortion of space, Fengtian's figure appeared before Yuzuki, completely unharmed. How is this possible? How did you manage to do that? Upon seeing Fengtian, Yuzuki immediately stood up, her whole body trembling as she took several steps back. However, Fengtian did not respond. He merely continued to survey his surroundings. Upon discovering that everything around him had turned to nothingness due to the tailed beast bomb, he couldn't help but softly exclaim, "Obito's ability is indeed impressive. Luckily, my choice wasn't wrong." Fengtian recalled the tense scene that had just unfolded and couldn't help but marvel again at the perverse nature of Kamui. That's right. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to hit him, he remembered that he still had this trump card. In a moment of desperation, Fengtian instantly slipped into the Kamui space, successfully avoiding the explosion of Yuzuki's tailed beast bomb. In terms of defense, even Susanoo couldn't compare to the perverse nature of Kamui. Seeing Fengtian appear before her unscathed, Yuzuki was extremely terrified. She couldn't understand how he had managed to remain unharmed in such a terrifying explosion. However, her current state was extremely poor, and she was no match for Fengtian, so she instinctively prepared to flee. But unfortunately, even though Yuzuki's speed was quite fast, it was insignificant compared to Fengtian's flying thunder god. Just as Yuzuki was about to turn to leave, Fengtian instantly flashed in front of her and directly punched her several meters away. Cough! After receiving a solid punch from Fengtian, Yuzuki spat out a mouthful of blood, falling into complete despair. Do you still want to escape? Fengtian advanced step by step towards her, and their identities were completely reversed at that moment. Now, Fengtian was like a cat playing with Yuzuki, a weak mouse. No matter how Yuzuki tried to escape, she couldn't break free from Fengtian's clutches. Don't underestimate people. Unable to tolerate Fengtian's arrogant attitude, Yuzuki, fueled by anger, used her last bit of strength to forcibly attempt tailed beast transformation, preparing to fight Fengtian to the death. However, Fengtian had already seen through her intentions. He switched to his Mangekyō Sharingan and used reverse cause and effect to instantly empty her chakra. Even the blue flames that were still burning on Yuzuki's body fell into eternal silence due to the effect of reverse cause and effect. Do you have any other tricks? Just honestly give up your struggle. It will be less painful this way. Fengtian said with a cold smile. Then he reached out his hand towards Yuzuki, preparing to forcibly extract her two-tails chakra. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred in the arena. Several blades suddenly shot towards Fengtian from an unknown source. TCH, is there a rescue party? Fengtian grimaced, then used Flying Thunder God to evade the blade attack. Hey Yuzuki-chan, did you encounter some difficulties? Fortunately, I'm here. These kids are no match for me at this crucial moment. Killer Bee appeared before the two, rapping casually as he approached Yuzuki with a very strange walking posture. The earlier explosion from Yuzuki's tailed beast bomb had created too much commotion. Upon sensing the familiar tailed beast chakra, Killer Bee immediately realized that Yuzuki might be in danger, which prompted him to come over. Killer Bee, when will you ever be serious? Yuzuki complained as she looked at the oddly behaving Killer Bee. Even in her dire situation, she didn't want someone so unserious to rescue her. After all, she was very proud, but every time Killer Bee showed up, it would shatter the aloof persona she had worked so hard to maintain. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki is here too? Good, this is in line with what I predicted. Fengtian's eyes were fixed on Killer Bee, who had suddenly appeared, and instead of feeling surprised, a hint of madness flashed across his face. This time, he could collect two-tailed beasts, which excited him greatly. Oh, so this person is the enemy Yuzuki-chan mentioned, but it doesn't matter no matter what kind of enemy in front of me. Lord Killer Bee, they will be defeated in an instant. Killer Bee finally noticed Fengtian not far away. Although he spoke nonchalantly, if one looked closely through the goggles on his eyes, a trace of seriousness flickered in his gaze. He has retrieved the blades he had previously thrown away and taken out several more blades from his body, a total of 7, placing them on various parts of his body, ready to fight against Fengtian at any moment. A Killer Bee? Very well, I am quite interested in you. But unfortunately, I am not skilled with blades, so you're not my opponent. Chapter 27, Susanoo vs. Eight-Tails Ushioni. Oh, could it be that you have companions? Boy, Upon hearing Fengtian's words, Karabi couldn't help but ask. Fengtian merely smiled slightly at this remark, and in the next moment, Shishui's figure appeared instantly, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. You've rested enough, it's your turn now. Fengtian looked at Shishui, smiled slightly, and then spoke. Shishui nodded slightly, then drew the short sword from his back. He also looked at Fengtian and asked, I'm very curious, how did you survive that terrifying explosion? I have my own trump cards. It's inconvenient to disclose them. Then why did you have that expression earlier, making it seem like you were really done for? For the show. Fengtian quickly said, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Seeing this, Shishui didn't say much more. He turned to the bizarrely knife-wielding Karabi in front of him and whispered, I've heard that there's a knife master named Killer Bee in the Hidden Cloud Village. I've long wanted to fight you. After the words fell, Shishui instantly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and charged at Karabi with his short knife. Seeing this, Karabi curled his lips into a playful smile. He did not immediately engage, but instead lightly sidestepped with a near-dancing step, skillfully avoiding Shishui's swift first strike. Oh my, this young man has some good skills, but with just this, wanting to challenge me, Karabi is still quite early. Shishui, seeing this, flashed a look of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. He was well aware that against an opponent like Killer Bee, even the slightest distraction could be fatal. Therefore, he began to utilize the terrifying insight of his 3-tomo Sharingan, trying to catch every subtle movement of Killer Bee. Killer Bee, on the other hand, danced lightly across the battlefield with a nearly rhythmic step. His 7 blades cut through the air, leaving behind brilliant trails. At times they formed a barrier of defense, and at other times they transformed into sharp instruments of attack. Each swing, each thrust, was filled with a combination of power and skill, as if each blade had its own will. Shishui, unwilling to show weakness, moved like a ghost across the battlefield, his short sword tracing silver arcs in the air. With the insight of his Sharingan, he accurately predicted Killer Bee's attack trajectories and dodged and counterattacked with astonishing speed. Each clash with Killer Bee's blades produced a deafening sound of metal colliding, accompanied by flying sparks. However, Killer Bee's 7 blades seemed to have a life of their own, constantly changing their angles and methods of attack. Sometimes he would suddenly alter the direction of his attack, catching Shishui off guard. Other times, he would use the coordination between the blades to create complex attack combinations, making it difficult for Shishui to defend. For a time, Shishui was suppressed by Killer Bee, and the entire battle fell into a disadvantageous position. He had never fought against an enemy with such a bizarre fighting style, and, for a moment, he was at a loss to defend himself. He could only constantly adjust his fighting rhythm, trying to find a flaw in Killer Bee. After an intense clash, he keenly noticed that Killer Bee had a brief pause in his movement after a rapid slash. Seizing this opportunity, Shishui's figure shot towards Killer Bee like a released arrow. His short sword drew a silver lightning bolt in the air, stabbing towards Karabi's chest with astonishing speed. However, Karabi's reaction was equally swift. He suddenly shifted his body, and the 7 blades instantly formed a dense defensive net, successfully blocking Shishui's attack. This won't do. I need to end this battle quickly, Shishui thought to himself, then switched his eyes to the kaleidoscope Sharingan and directly cast an illusion on Killer Bee. However, after being affected by the illusion, Killer Bee only paused briefly before continuing to charge at Shishui. How is this possible? My illusion has no effect on him. Seeing this, Shishui's face showed a moment of shock. He didn't expect his signature illusion to have no impact on Killer Bee, and for a moment, he was thrown into chaos. Killer Bee seized this opportunity and manipulated the 7 blades to stab fiercely at Shishui's vital points. In this critical moment, Shishui decided to stop hiding and released Susanoo in an instant, blocking Killer Bee's attack. Shishui, after all, was the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, also a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of being immune to illusions. Your illusion has no effect on him. Shishui heard Fengtian's voice in his ear, and after Fengtian's explanation, he suddenly understood. So that's how it is, I see. Right now, my blade technique can't compete with Killer Bee, and my illusion has no effect on him. So the best method is Susanoo. In the next moment, a spiral spear appeared in the green half-body Susanoo's hand, thrusting fiercely toward Killer Bee. Seeing this, Killer Bee was not willing to back down. He flashed his body and skillfully dodged the powerful strike from Shishui, then directly activated his tailed beast transformation. In an instant, the massive form of the 8-Tails Gyuki surged onto the battlefield like a mountain flood, forming a stark contrast with Shishui's green half-body Susanoo. The eyes of the 8-Tails gleamed with wild light as it opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. The thunderous sound waves echoed across the battlefield, as if they were going to swallow everything. Meanwhile, Shirsui's green Susanoo stood firmly in place, the spiral spear in his hand glimmering with a cold light, seemingly ready to face the storm brought by the eight tails. "Come on, Killer Bee!" Shirsui's voice resonated in the chest of the Susanoo, filled with indomitable spirit. Killer Bee did not back down either, controlling the eight tails to launch a fierce attack on Shirsui. The clash between Gyuki and Susanoo wove thrilling scenes on the battlefield, each confrontation seemingly tearing apart the heavens and the earth. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, a flash of lightning suddenly darted across the battlefield, so fast that even Fengtian, who was watching from the side, did not react in time. With that voice full of rage, the lightning struck with overwhelming force, directly smashing a hole in Shirsui's Susanoo with a single punch. As his power intensified, the lightning surged wildly through the area. And in the next moment, Shirsui's Susanoo was completely shattered. "Shirsui, be careful!" Severely injured, Shirsui coughed up blood, and in his astonished gaze, that figure had already arrived in front of him, not pausing for a moment, and directly punched towards him. Chapter 28, Fourth Hokage. At this crucial moment, Fengtian finally reacted. His eyes instantly switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Without any hesitation, he directly unleashed the fruit of inversion and forcibly altered Shirsui's position. Bang! A terrifying thunder struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The thunderous light occasionally emitted a crackling sound, as if expressing its own power. I'm saved. Fengtian, I owe you another life. Just as the attack of the thunder was about to hit, Shirsui was successfully saved by Fengtian's fruit of inversion. He quickly turned to Fengtian, his words filled with gratitude. "Shirsui, you've done well. What comes next is the real battle." Fengtian looked deeply at Shirsui, his expression serious since the appearance of that thunder. Only he knew what the figure following the thunder represented, the fourth Reikage candidate. At this moment, as the thunder dissipated, the robust figure of the fourth appeared before everyone, his gaze sharp and fierce, with subtle flashes of lightning coursing through his body. The fourth looked at the recovering Yuzuki and the already tailed beast transformed Kurabi, and said, "Are you all right, Yuzuki?" "And what about?" "I'm fine, thanks to Kurabi. My chakra has recovered quite a bit. It's enough for healing." Yuzuki stood up lightly, and then several faint blue flames surged around her, continuously healing her injuries. Perhaps soon, Yuzuki would be able to join the battle again. Oh dear, Oni-chan with you here, our brotherhood is invincible even after being tailed beast transformed. Upon seeing the fourth appear, he couldn't help but start rapping. In his view, no matter how powerful the opponent was, they would be nothing before their brotherhood. Of course, except for that yellow flash from Konoha. This is going to be a big trouble. The fourth has also appeared. It seems today won't end well. Fengtian looked at the fourth with a serious expression, his kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotating. He initially tried to use the concept of reversing cause and effect to alter the fact of the fourth Reikage survival, but unfortunately, the backlash from the consequences was too great for him to bear at this moment. Currently, the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee had successfully joined forces, and with the Yatsuki clan lurking nearby, he and Shirsui were certainly no match for them. Moreover, this was near the Land of Lightning, where the legendary third Reikage, known for being able to take on 1,000 enemies alone, could arrive at any moment. "Shirsui, the mission has failed. We retreat. Want to escape." Before Fengtian's words could fully leave his mouth, the fourth Reikage's body, illuminated by the dazzling light of the lightning armor, seemed to be possessed by the thunder god, instantly transforming into a striking bolt of lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar as he launched a powerful lightning-infused hand strike towards Fengtian. The hand strike shimmered with lightning, resembling the brightest lightning in the sky, aiming to reduce everything in its path to dust. Hearing the sound, Fengtian turned his head, and a cold, frosty chill quickly formed on his face, his eyes narrowing slightly. The space around him seemed to freeze at that moment, with only that indomitable hand blade rushing in with a momentum capable of changing the color of the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a killing intent that howled through the air. However, just as the hand blade was about to touch Fengtian's body, an unexpected change occurred. The pupils of the fourth generation AI suddenly contracted as he realized that his hand blade had seemingly struck into a void, passing directly through Fengtian's body without touching any substance. An indescribable shock and confusion instantly spread in his heart. just as the fourth-generation AI was filled with doubt. Trying to comprehend this incredible scene, Fengtian's eyes suddenly became unfathomably deep, as if they were two abysses leading to an unknown world. From his left eye, an invisible vortex quietly emerged, spinning at incredible speed, as if it could devour all things in the world, approaching the fourth-generation AI with unimaginable swiftness. Want to swallow him whole. Divine might. Fengtian lightly uttered these two words, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His voice, though light, thundered like a shockwave in the ears of the fourth Reikage, causing alarm bells to ring in his heart. However, the fourth Reikage was no ordinary person. His reaction speed was nearly at the limits of human capability. Just as the invisible vortex was about to engulf him, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing into thin air like a flash, leaving only a faint trace of thunderous energy that slowly dissipated in the atmosphere. Everything around seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the lingering power of the lightning and the still unfading vortex narrating the thrilling confrontation that had just occurred. "Are you okay, big brother?" "I'm fine." After witnessing his older brother, the fourth Reikage, almost suffer a major setback with just a brief encounter, the previously jovial Killer Bee was now exceedingly serious. He began to communicate with the eight tails. Gyuki, within him, wanted to analyze the opponent's abilities. However, Gyuki regrettably stated that it had never encountered such a bizarre ability, not even heard of it. But based on the recent situation, it had probably guessed that Fengtian's abilities were likely related to space-time techniques. Just after Fengtian used Kamui to evade the fourth Reikage's handblade, Gyuki keenly sensed a ripple in space. However, when Fengtian initiated Kamui to try to suck in the fourth Reikage, Gyuki continued to sense that familiar spatial fluctuation, and thus it made a rough guess about Fengtian's abilities. This kid's abilities should be related to space-time techniques. He seems to be able to instantly hide his body in the space-time dimension to evade attacks, and can also suck enemies into his own space-time. According to my guess, when he attacks, his body cannot use the space-time to hide. After hearing Gyuki's words, Killer Bee's expression became increasingly serious, and he quickly whispered the information he had just obtained to the two. After hearing Killer Bee's words, the once invincible fourth Reikage also rarely showed a trace of seriousness on his face. Fengtian in front of him had already been regarded as an opponent on the same level as the Yellow Flash. "Who are you? What is your purpose for coming here?" The fourth Reikage shouted loudly at Fengtian and the others, his words filled with questioning. Upon hearing this, Fengtian took a step forward, then opened his arms and said, "We are the Twilight Organization. We are beings walking in darkness, seeking the only light of redemption. For that great plan, the two tails, the eight tails, I will definitely achieve it. Not even Jesus can stop it. I mean it." The fourth Reikage felt an endless rage surge within him upon hearing this. At this moment, he could no longer tolerate Fengtian's arrogance. So he exploded with lightning armor and charged towards Fengtian. "Ha ha ha, come on." Seeing this situation, a smile flashed across Fengtian's face, and he immediately used the reverse cause and effect, altering his position with sure sway, and shouted, "Sure sway, now is the time, use it. Tsukumi." Chapter 29, A Scheme Within a Scheme. What? The fourth Reikage, upon hearing this, looked at Sure Sway with eyes filled with fear. He had heard of the name Tsukumi, known as the strongest genjutsu, capable of permanently altering a person's will. And the man before him was the only ninja from the Uchiha clan of Konoha village who could use Tsukumi, Sure Sway of the body flicker technique. As he approached Sure Sway, the fourth Reikage chose to close his eyes in an attempt to resist the influence of Tsukumi. Seeing this, Fengtian revealed a cold smile of successful plot, and then his Mangekyō Sharingan slowly spun, activating reverse cause and effect once again. This time, he switched his position with Sure Sway again. "Oni-chan, be careful," Killer Bee shouted loudly, trying to warn the fourth Reikage. But unfortunately, everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the fourth Reikage's mind was still immersed in the fleeting judgment of the situation. As he opened his eyes, he only saw a giant shadow as dark as an abyss looming over him like a mountain. It was Fengtian Susanoo, its skeletal giant hand carrying an earth-shattering force, crashing down like the most ruthless judgment in the night. Boom! At that moment, the air seemed to be completely torn apart. A loud noise echoed between heaven and earth, causing the surrounding clouds to roll and the wind to rise. The fourth Reikage's body, under this overwhelming force, was like a candle in the wind. Instantly pierced through, his internal organs trembled, and the pain was unbearable. A warm blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining his clothes red. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in his eyes, but more was the regret of not being able to react in time. His body uncontrollably began to fall, like a withered leaf swept down by the autumn wind, losing all strength and support. Just at this critical moment, Karabi's figure suddenly appeared, and the 8 tails, like agile serpents emerging from their dens, caught the fourth Reikage with incredible speed and precision just as he was about to hit the ground. The tails were soft yet resilient, like the best shock absorbers in nature, dissipating the impact of the fall into nothingness. Although the fourth Reikage's face remained pale, at least he was spared further injury. Cough, cough. The fourth Reikage struggled to cough a few times, his eyes filled with both pain and unwillingness. "Do we continue?" he asked. Fengtian, arms crossed, and with an indifferent expression, spoke up. His eyes were full of disdain and contempt for the 3 of them. If it weren't for the concern for Shishue's safety, he could leave however he wanted with Flying Thunder God and Kimui's intangibility. In fact, there was another way, which was to absorb Shishue into the Kimui space, thus allowing for a complete retreat. However, Fengtian also had his own concerns. It was best not to expose his Kamui space at this time. As for why he had just tried to absorb the fourth Reikage into the Kamui space, but in Fengtian's view, once someone entered, they were already dead. And dead people can't speak. "I was too careless just now. Do you really think you two can escape and skate?" The fourth Reikage could no longer tolerate Fengtian's contemptuous gaze, so he activated his lightning armor again, preparing to charge forward and fight. After a brief analysis, he had roughly figured out Fengtian's abilities. From that kid's abilities, it seemed to belong to high-level space-time ninjutsu, similar to Konoha's Yellow Flash. The attack methods were not high, and the power was not great. What I mainly fear is that kid's Kotoeme Tsukumi. In other words, as long as I take down that kid beside him, then this kid will not be a threat. The fourth Reikage's brain raced, quickly laying out his combat strategy. He sneered at Fengtian, then, with the enhancement of the thunder armor, continuously closed the distance between himself and Fengtian. Seeing this, Fengtian also cooperatively assumed a combat stance, his eyes emanating a faint pressure, as if he could see through everything. Just as the fourth-generation AI was less than a few steps away from Fengtian, he noticed Fengtian's eyes beginning to slowly rotate, and upon sensing that familiar spatial fluctuation, the corners of his mouth finally couldn't help but curve upward slightly as he murmured, "Got it." In that moment, the fourth-generation AI suddenly twisted his body and charged toward Shirze, who was watching the show from the side. Shirze was startled by the sudden change and stood frozen in place. He hurriedly switched to his kaleidoscope Sharingan, attempting to use the Baishinshin to forcibly reverse everything. However, all of this was within the calculations of the fourth-generation AI. Just as Shirze switched to his kaleidoscope Sharingan and prepared for his next move, the lightning coiling around the fourth-generation AI's arm suddenly became violent like boiling magma, its light intensifying, as if it had truly transformed into an incredibly sharp thunder sword. Pointing towards the sky, thunder torture, level 1,000 generations dance. The fourth-generation AI let out a low roar, his voice filled with undeniable determination and dominance. The thunder sword instantly elongated, transforming into a silver flash of lightning, piercing through the sky, aimed straight at Shirzue's vital points. The kaleidoscope pattern in Shirzue's eyes spun rapidly, but it was all too late. That unmatched sharp hand blade, like the first ray of dawn, penetrated Shirzue's body with irresistible force. In Shirzue's eyes, shock and unwillingness intertwined. He never expected to fall on this battlefield in such a way. His body slowly fell to the ground, like a withering flower, losing all vitality and color. The air around seemed to freeze, and everything became unusually quiet, with only the heavy breathing of the fourth-generation AI standing out sharply in the silence. Seeing the scene, a smug smile appeared on fourth-generation AI's face as he turned to look at Fengtian beside him, his eyes filled with mockery. "Finally managed to take one down, but this ease makes me feel uneasy." A wave of inexplicable anxiety surged in fourth-generation AI's heart as he quickly churned through various possibilities in his mind, trying to find the source of this unease. Suddenly, his gaze fell again on the fallen corpse of Jishue, and his heart jolted as if struck in a vital spot. He hurried forward a few steps, crouched down, and carefully examined the seemingly lifeless body. "Blood?" he muttered to himself, his gaze searching back and forth on Jishue, but was surprised to find that the blood that should have been left by the lightning blade piercing through had not appeared at all. "It's blood." How could this kid not have a drop of blood spill out after I struck him? Fourth Hokage AI's brows furrowed tightly, and the unease in his heart surged like a tide. Not good. I've fallen into a trap. Fourth Hokage AI suddenly realized, his face turning pale in an instant. In that flash of lightning, he realized that he might be stepping into the carefully laid trap of his enemy. A chill ran up his spine, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately got up, preparing to evacuate this perilous place. However, before he could take any action, Karabi's anxious shout had already reached his ears. Big brother. Hurry up. Chapter 30 Perfect Plan, Big Brother. Hurry up. Karabi's urgent shout completely pulled the fourth Hokage, who was trapped in the illusion, back to reality. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw his brother Karabi fighting against the Susanoo controlled by Shisui. In front of him, Fengtian was looking at him with a mocking expression. What the hell? When did I fall into an illusion? Could it be? Facing the confusion of the fourth Reikage, Fengtian surprisingly began to explain. Do you remember the first time we switched places? The moment Shisui appeared in front of you, you had already fallen into his illusion. This is also why he is called Shunshin Shisui. After hearing Fengtian's explanation, the fourth Reikage instantly understood everything. The killing intent in his eyes had dissipated, and he seemed to feel a sense of relief. So that's it. I lost due to my own carelessness. A self-deprecating smile appeared on the fourth Reikage's face as he turned to Fengtian, completely giving up resistance and signaling him to make a move. There was no way out. At this moment, he had already been controlled by Fengtian with one hand, and in Fengtian's eyes, he felt a faint aura of divine power slowly circulating. Clearly, Fengtian had long been able to pull the fourth Reikage into the divine space, but he hadn't done so, wanting to maintain a bit of dignity. I am sorry, Fengtian said lightly, his tone devoid of emotion, as his kaleidoscope Sharingan began to slowly rotate, releasing a powerful suction force from his left eye. Watch out! Just as Fengtian was about to successfully pull the fourth Reikage into the divine space, Yuzuki suddenly appeared, crashing the fourth Reikage hard to the side, successfully escaping the fate of being sucked into the divine space. But unfortunately, she herself was pulled into the divine space. Just before Yuzuki's figure was about to disappear, she slowly turned back, looking at the fourth Reikage in the distance with a smile, her lips slightly parted, saying in a voice only she could hear, "You must survive." Before her words were completely finished, Yuzuki was already sucked into the divine space, completely disappearing from this world. Yuzuki, witnessing everything, the fourth Reikage's eyes were now bloodshot, roaring with fury as a strong chakra wave erupted around him, as if he wanted to tear everything apart. He charged towards Fengtian, his thunder armor pushed to the limit, his whole body instantly covered by endless lightning, making him appear as if the god of thunder had descended. Return the teak door to me. The voice of fourth Reikage was filled with anger and sorrow, every word squeezed out as if through clenched teeth. Fengtian looked at the approaching fourth Reikage, the kaleidoscope Sharingan still slowly spinning, but a cold smile appeared on his face. He never expected that the two tails would come to him willingly, which saved him a lot of effort. However, facing the attack of fourth Reikage just a step away, Fengtian stood still, allowing fourth Reikage to attack at will. Under the effect of Kim Yui's intangibility, as long as Fengtian did not attack proactively, no matter what means fourth Reikage used, he could not inflict any harm on Fengtian. Give up, fourth Reikage. You cannot stop me, Fengtian said helplessly, wanting to dissuade fourth Reikage from his futile actions. However, fourth Reikage remained silent, only continuing his relentless assault. He is not actually stupid. His actions may seem useless, but he has effectively held Fengtian back, making it impossible for him to escape for the time being. On the other side, the battle between Karabi and Shisui has reached a fever pitch, with the enormous eight tails, Gyuki, firmly suppressing Shisui's half-body Susanoo. Victory is only a matter of time. All he needs to do is hold Fengtian back until Karabi defeats Shisui, using Shisui as a hostage for an exchange, which could allow him to retrieve Yuzuki Gate. However, ideals are perfect while reality is cruel. Just as the fourth Reikage thought his plan was flawless, he suddenly saw Fengtian disappear right in front of him. In the next moment, Fengtian used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind the eight tails, roaring loudly, "Kim Yui." As Fengtian's words fell, a powerful suction force emanated from behind the eight tails, attempting to draw its massive body in. The fourth Reikage, seeing this, widened his eyes in anger and charged at Fengtian like a madman, completely losing his sanity. He has lost the teak door and can no longer accept his brother's departure. Big brother, his suction is very weak and has no effect on me. Don't be fooled. Karabi shouted madly, trying to warn the fourth Reikage. The latter reacted quickly. The moment Karabi finished speaking, he rapidly changed direction and did not enter the ideal attack range that Fengtian had in mind. As expected, the reaction and speed of the previous Reikages were exceptional. Even this could be reacted to. Fengtian sighed helplessly and stopped the release of Kamui. Just as Karabi said, the current suction of Kamui was completely unable to absorb the massive eight-tails Gyuki. The reason he did this was to lure the fourth Reikage into the Kamui space. Then, he would use moral coercion to make Karabi exchange himself for the safe departure of the fourth Reikage. This whole process would not only capture two-tailed beasts, but also allow him to retreat unscathed, making it a seemingly perfect plan. Unfortunately, the plan was not perfectly executed, which left Fengtian feeling somewhat speechless. The fourth Reikage gasped for breath, his lightning armor flickering with residual electricity, indicating the immense burden he was currently bearing. His eyes were fixed on Fengtian like those of a hawk, a gaze filled with a mix of awe and vigilance. In this young man, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, a pressure that even surpassed the yellow flash of Konoha he had faced before. Just as the fourth Reikage was immersed in evaluating Fengtian's strength and contemplating the next strategy, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly erupted on the battlefield. The speed of this lightning was astonishing, and its power was terrifying. Even the fourth Reikage felt a pang of anxiety despite his own speed and strength. The lightning was so fast that Fengtian couldn't react effectively, only managing to narrowly evade the strike by relying on the passive ability of Kimui's intangibility. The lightning traced a perfect arc in the air before dissipating in the distance, leaving scorched earth and stunned onlookers. Is that how you give up? As a candidate for the next Reikage, you truly are lacking. Chapter 31. 5 minutes. As these words fell, everyone focused their gaze. As the lightning dissipated, an elderly man with dark skin and a long beard stood proudly with his arms crossed. He had long yellow hair draped over his shoulders and a lightning-shaped scar on his chest, giving him a very rough and irritable appearance. This person was none other than the father of the fourth Reikage, the third-generation Reikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, known as the ultimate powerhouse, the strongest spear, and the strongest shield, the third Reikage. Father, how could you be here? The fourth Reikage couldn't help but ask as he recognized the newcomer. To him, as the third Reikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, he was rarely seen unless there was something important to address. The battle here had just started, so how could his father be present? I received intel about the troubles with the two tails and the eight tails today, and it seems that the information is indeed accurate. The third Reikage glanced at the fourth Reikage and continued, You all disappoint me. With just these two kids, the three of you can't handle them. It seems I've been too lenient on you all. Upon hearing this, Karabi and the fourth Reikage instantly felt extremely awkward, unable to find any justification for themselves after being reprimanded so harshly. Fengtian watched the third Reikage appear not far away, a serious look flashing in his eyes. The third Reikage was incredibly powerful, with top-tier attack and defense skills in the entire ninja world. Not to mention, with his formidable physical strength and the enhancement of a lightning armor, even if Fengtian attacked at will, he wouldn't be able to breach the opponent's defense. The third Reikage has arrived. Things on Scorpion's side should be getting busy as well. Fengtian murmured quietly, knowing that the entire operation was still within his plan scope, including the arrival of the third Reikage. In the next moment, Shui appeared next to Fengtian, standing side by side with him. How are you doing? Do you need a rest? Fengtian looked at Shui with concern, his words revealing a hint of worry. I'm fine, but my eyes seem unable to handle the intense battle anymore. Shui replied faintly, showing a bit of helplessness. Then, can you do me a favor? What is it? There's a little cat that's been bothering me immensely. Its presence makes it impossible for me to fight freely. What can I do for you? Fengtian, as we agreed before, I need you to hold him off for 5 minutes by any means necessary. After 5 minutes, everything here will come to an end. After hearing Fengtian's serious words, Shui nodded heavily, knowing that the most critical part of the entire plan was whether he could endure those incredibly difficult 5 minutes. For the success of the plan, he had no other choice. I'll leave everything to you, Fengtian said solemnly, and then, once again using reverse causality, restored Shui's state to its peak. After a helpless sigh, a wave of spatial fluctuation occurred, and Fengtian's figure vanished from the battlefield, directly entering the Kamui space. At this moment, all he could do was this. The rest had to be left to fate. Just then, the third Reikage, the fourth Reikage, and Karabi in the state of the Eight Tails all turned their gazes toward Shursui, not far away. They did not feel any confusion due to Fengtian's departure. According to the Eight Tails inference, Fengtian had merely entered a strange space and had a time limit. Although they did not know why he was hiding, it didn't matter. As long as they took down Shursui in front of them, Fengtian would definitely return with the passage of time. Shursui looked at the three men with unfriendly expressions, and a hint of fear emerged in his heart. There was no way around it. These three were the strongest beings in Yunin village. Even though he was a renowned genius ninja, he would absolutely not be a match for them. Judging by the speed of the third Reikage just now, even if he used the Kotoame Tsukuyomi right now, the final result would only be one. He would be interrupted by that unparalleled speed before he could even begin to cast it. Just act. There is no need to be merciful against the enemy. As the third Reikage's words fell, apart from Killer Bee, the other two instantly transformed into bolts of lightning and swiftly charged towards Shursui. So fast, Shursui couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, he had activated his Mangekyō Sharingan from the very beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to capture their movement trajectories. The third Reikage and fourth moved like two flashes of lightning, attacking Shursui from both sides. Shursui swiftly turned his body, using the body flicker technique to change positions in an extremely short time, barely evading their first attacks. But immediately after, Killer Bee in his eight-tailed state also joined the battle, swinging his massive tail with a thunderous roar, smashing down toward Shursui. Shursui's heart tightened. He knew he could not keep passively dodging like this. He must find an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, once he is trapped by the three of them working together, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kid, your Sharingan is powerful, but in the face of absolute strength, it's all in vain. The voice of the third Reikage boomed like thunder, echoing across the battlefield. Shursui did not respond. His eyes were fixed on the enemy before him, searching for a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he noticed a slight flaw in the third Reikage's attack, a minor adjustment made to maintain balance during high-speed movement. Seizing the opportunity, Shursui's figure flashed again and appeared in the blind spot of the third Reikage. He quickly formed hand signs, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Shursui exclaimed, and countless flames, like the feathers of a phoenix, flew from his palms, rushing towards the third Reikage. The third Reikage let out a cold snort, sidestepping effortlessly to avoid the flames. But at that moment, Shursui suddenly appeared behind him, with a short sword glinting coldly, aimed straight at his vital points. Oomph! The third Reikage snorted again, not expecting Shursui to launch a surprise attack at this moment. However, just then, the fourth Reikage suddenly appeared behind Shursui, grabbing his shoulder and throwing him out with great force. Shursui tumbled in the air several times before barely stabilizing himself. As an enemy, I admire your courage, but I find you extremely foolish. If you have no other means, then today next year will be your death anniversary. The fourth Reikage couldn't help but speak, and then he and the third Reikage decided to hold nothing back. Thus, both of them flashed with dazzling lightning, filled with pure killing intent, charging towards Shursui one after the other. Chapter 32, Third Form. Susanoo. In the land of lightning, Cloud Village. Brothers, the third Reikage has moved on. We need to speed up. Except for the necessary personnel remaining in the village, all J-Nin and above will set off with me. Hurry, hurry, move faster. In Cloud Village, many ninjas were gearing up, preparing to head to the battlefield with the third Reikage to assist him. They occasionally urged each other on, with a hint of urgency in their words. However, in an unseen corner, the Scorpion coldly observed everything closely. His gaze was deep, and a serious expression flashed across his face. He then sighed, took out the scroll for the 100-puppet technique, and slammed it onto the ground. In an instant, countless puppets appeared in the sky above Cloud-Hidden Village, resembling judges, their presence imposing under the sunlight. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Quickly, everyone, prioritize dealing with the enemies in the sky, then rush to Lord Third Reikage side. All right. The moment the ninjas of Cloud-Hidden Village spotted the puppets controlled by Scorpion, they felt a brief shock, but then, under the leadership of a senior ninja, they soared into the air and launched an attack on the floating puppets. The puppets skillfully changed their formations in the air, moving as if they were alive, quickly responding to the ambush of the ninjas from Cloud-Hidden Village. Their weapons glinted coldly, and every swing was accompanied by the sound of tearing air, like the scythe of death. As the battle began, the ninjas of Cloud-Hidden Village found themselves at a disadvantage. Although they were numerous, they found themselves powerless against the hundreds of puppets manipulated by Scorpion. These puppets were not only numerous, but also had different fighting styles and ninjutsu, making the battle exceptionally difficult. Continuing like this was not a solution. They had to find the person controlling these puppets. A seasoned Jonin shouted, trying to discern patterns in the puppets' attack modes, hoping to locate Scorpion's hiding place. At that moment, Scorpion's cold voice echoed. "Do you think you can find me this way?" Too naive. As his words fell, more puppets surged out from the scroll, forming a massive formation that obscured the sky, as if intending to envelop the entire hidden cloud village in darkness. They couldn't let this continue. They had to break through the encirclement. The leading Jonin's gaze was resolute. He knew that if Scorpion wasn't dealt with quickly, the entire hidden cloud village would be in jeopardy. Thus, the ninjas of the hidden cloud village began to adjust their tactics, with some focused on restraining the puppets, while others attempted to find a breakthrough. Among them, several ninjas skilled in speed and stealth quietly approached Scorpion's location, preparing for a surprise attack. However, Scorpion seemed to have anticipated this. A cold smile crept across his lips as he waved his hand gently. Several seemingly unguarded puppets suddenly erupted with powerful chakra fluctuations, transforming into beams of light that shot towards the lurking ninjas. "Be careful," the leading Jonin exclaimed, but was too late. Several beams accurately struck their targets, and the ninjas instantly vanished, leaving only wisps of blue smoke drifting in the air. This is enough. According to the original plan, Scorpion coldly observed everything before him, his heart undisturbed. With the loss of the third Reikage and others' defense, the Hidden Cloud Village currently had no strong fighters to rely on, allowing Scorpion's blockade mission to proceed exceptionally smoothly. Soon, Scorpion's gaze turned towards the distance, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. That place was where Shui was currently fighting desperately. Whether this battle could be won hinged on those crucial 5 minutes. "I hope you can hold on. My task here is complete." On the other side, Shui's battle was extremely fierce. Despite his continuous dodging with agile movements, it still had little effect. After all, he was facing the so-called strongest Reikage, the third Reikage, along with his successor, the fourth Reikage, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. In less than a minute, Shui had already suffered severe injuries, with 2 lightning scars prominently appearing on his abdomen. If he hadn't dodged his vital points at the critical moment, that last blow could have truly been fatal. Konoha's body flicker, Shui. "Hurry up and surrender. You absolutely cannot defeat us." The fourth Reikage shouted at Shui, his words tinged with urgency, as if he wanted to quickly defeat Shui to reclaim the Yuzuki Gate. However, upon hearing this, Shui said nothing, merely wiping away the blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stood up trembling, his eyes with the kaleidoscope, Sharingan, constantly spinning, clearly indicating his stance. Stubborn and unyielding. The third Reikage, seeing this situation, merely snorted coldly, and then transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Shui. Relying on the inside of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Shui barely dodged the third Reikage's deadly strike. However, the speed and power of the Reikage's attacks were truly astonishing, leaving Shui feeling exhausted both physically and mentally after each clash. His clothes were torn by lightning, and his skin bore several small burn marks, remnants of the clash with the third Reikage and the fourth eye. "Stop wasting your effort, Shui," Karabi muttered from the side, his 8 tails power stirring restlessly, ready to join the battle at any moment. "Your Sharingan may be powerful, but in the face of absolute strength, it's all in vain." Shui ignored Karabi's taunts, his attention fully focused on the battle before him. He knew he had to hold on for 5 minutes, or the entire plan would go to waste. "Susanoo!" With a low shout, his eyes shone with an unprecedented light as the massive Susanoo surged from his body, instantly occupying the entire battlefield. This time, it was not an ordinary half-form Susanoo, but the far more powerful third form, the Yatagarasu armor. After the third form of Susanoo appeared, Shui quickly felt discomfort in his eyes. There was no choice. This form of Susanoo placed an enormous burden on the user, and without the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it was impossible to maintain this form for long. However, facing such a formidable opponent, Shui had no other choice but to grit his teeth and desperately maintain the third form of Susanoo. A futile effort. The third Reikage snorted coldly, then transformed into a bolt of lightning, filled with endless killing intent, charging towards Shui's Susanoo. Chapter 33, Mission Accomplished. Bang! With a tremendous sound, Shirsui's third form Susanoo was directly shattered by the third Reikage's punch, like a mirror breaking. What? Shirsui's eyes were filled with shock. He had thought his absolute defense of the third form Susanoo could withstand an attack, but it couldn't even block a single hit. Helplessness and fear flashed quickly through his mind. He gritted his teeth and twisted his body in an extremely strange posture to dodge the blow. However, with the shattering of Susanoo, Shirsui still suffered a significant backlash. His vision began to blur, and everything in front of him became so unfamiliar. Despite this, he did not give up. He drew the short sword from his back and assumed a battle stance. Even if he couldn't see his enemy clearly, he could still predict their movements with his strong perception. Even so, you still won't give up fighting? What kind of monster are you? Kurabi looked at Shirsui with a serious expression and said softly. At this moment, even as an enemy, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for Shirsui's determination. I am not a monster. Shirsui's voice was weak and trembling due to his injuries, but his eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. I am just a ninja who refuses to give up. The third Reikage stepped forward, his gaze lingering on Shirsui for a moment, then slowly spoke. Shirsui, you're no longer capable of fighting. If you hand over the Uzuki Gate now, we can consider sparing your life. Shirsui naturally understood the implication of the third Reikage's words. However, he showed no signs of retreat or fear. On the contrary, his gaze became even more resolute. Lord Third Reikage, there is absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter because I have my reasons for doing this, and I don't believe I will die here. At least not now. Shirsui spoke with determination, the short sword in his hand radiating a chilling light. In that case, there is no need for us to continue this pointless talk. The third Reikage spoke regretfully, then without hesitation, his face instantly filled with overwhelming killing intent. Although he did not know the current relationship between Shirsui and Konoha, as the leader of Kumogakure, he had to consider the ninjas of his own village. Since Shirsui was unwilling to hand over the Uzuki Gate, even at the cost of his life, he no longer needed to worry about the reaction from Konoha after killing Shirsui. Lightning release, Hell Stab 4. The third Reikage's figure moved like a flash of lightning, accompanied by a deafening thunder, as his hands quickly gathered a massive amount of lightning-release chakra, forming 4 sharply pointed lightning spears that seemed capable of piercing through anything in their path. Shirsui, be prepared. The third Reikage's voice sounded particularly cold amidst the rumbling thunder. His eyes fixed on Shirsui, waiting for the latter's response. However, Shirsui did not back down. His eyes were filled only with resolve and defiance. He knew that this battle was inevitable, and he was already prepared. Come on, Lord Third Reikage. Shirsui growled softly, the short sword in his hand gleaming with a cold light under the illumination of the lightning. He flashed forward, charging at the third Reikage with an incredible speed, seemingly disregarding his own life and death. Bang! The two attacks collided in an instant. The lightning-release spear and the short sword in Shirsui's hand intertwining to create dazzling sparks, the immense force causing the surrounding space to tremble. After a moment, silence returned. The third Reikage slowly dispelled his lightning armor, his steps steady as he walked straight towards the direction of the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee. His face was calm as water, without sorrow or joy, as if the fierce battle just now was merely a fleeting moment, leaving not a trace of turbulence in his heart. He walked on, oblivious to everything, never looking back, nor giving a glance to the still water behind him that had once stood in fierce opposition. Bang! A dull sound shattered the silence. It was the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. In the astonished gazes of the fourth-generation AI and Killer Bee, Fengtian collapsed weakly to the ground. Beside him, the short sword that had accompanied him in battle was now broken into 2 pieces, lying quietly in a pool of blood, telling the cruel tale of defeat. Is it all over? Jishui murmured softly, his voice filled with endless bitterness and unwillingness. I am so unwilling. Why am I so weak? His words were filled with self-doubt, as if he had been drained of all his strength, collapsing to the ground, constantly blaming himself in a low voice. His eyes filled with despair. However, even though his chakra was exhausted, his body covered in injuries, and even his proud Sharingan had temporarily lost its brilliance. The indomitable will in Shirsui's heart had never been extinguished. It burned like a raging flame deep within him, driving him to forcefully hold up his weary body. He trembled as he picked up the broken short sword, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, and a bitter yet determined smile appeared on his lips. How can you still stand up like this? Are you even human or a ghost? The fourth Reikage couldn't help but exclaim, and the moment his words fell, the third Reikage turned back in surprise, only to find Shirzei still standing in front of him. Oof. You are already a candle in the wind. Just wait to be captured obediently. Why do you continue to endure this pain? The third Reikage spoke in confusion, then activated his lightning armor again. However, Shirzei simply smiled calmly and said nothing. At this point, there was nothing more to say. The third Reikage sighed helplessly, then charged at Shirzei again, determined to defeat him completely this time. Shirzei, seeing this situation, had no way out. He smiled and gave up all resistance, calmly accepting his fate. Clearly, he had made his choice. He would rather die than become a burden to Fengtian. However, just as the attack was about to hit, a familiar spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of Shirzei, instantly allowing him to evade the third Reikage's attack. Then, a familiar figure appeared before everyone. 5 minutes had passed. Fengtian re-entered the battlefield. Shirzei, are you okay? Fengtian looked at Shirzei, who was lying in his arms and unable to move, his face filled with panic. However, Shirzei only looked at Fengtian's face, his lips curling into a faint smile as he softly said, "The 5 minutes we agreed upon are up. My mission is complete." Chapter 34. Prediction. As soon as Shirzei's words fell, he completely fell into a coma, lying in Fengtian's arms. Fengtian carefully placed Shirzei into the divine might space, then darkly glared at the three people not far away. At this moment, the veins on his forehead bulged, and the murderous intent on his face was impossible to conceal. Fengtian spoke in a low voice, filled with raging fury. "You did well. Next, you can prepare your last words." The moment Fengtian's words fell, his figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, under the effect of Flying Thunder God, he appeared next to the Eight Tails Gyuki. Without any hesitation, he shot out several kunai, each tied with explosive tags. Everything happened so quickly that the three of them didn't have time to react. Boom! Boom! The explosions rang out one after another. And even the Eight Tails Gyuki, with its monstrous defenses, was significantly affected under such chaotic circumstances. Cough cough. The Eight Tails Gyuki was choked by the smoke produced by the explosions, causing its vision to blur. The fourth Reikage, seeing his brother under attack, instantly activated his lightning armor and charged towards Fengtian. Oomph. Seeing this, Fengtian also snorted coldly, a look of disdain appearing on his face, and then he dodged the fourth Reikage's attack through Flying Thunder God. Just as Fengtian landed, another lightning bolt appeared in front of him at an extremely fast speed. It was the third Reikage. Without further ado, the third Reikage delivered a fierce hand chop imbued with lightning towards Fengtian. However, a mocking smile adorned Fengtian's lips, and he made no move, allowing the third Reikage's hand chop to fall. "Divine Might Phantasm," Fengtian murmured softly, then his body turned into nothingness. Under the effect of Divine Might Phantasm, the third Reikage's attack missed, his hand chop striking empty space. Amidst the flickering lightning, a hint of astonishment flashed in the third Reikage's eyes. Just then, Fengtian's voice echoed in his ear, ghostly and eerie. "Your speed and power are indeed impressive, but unfortunately, still too slow." Before his words fell, Fengtian's figure reappeared out of thin air, this time directly behind the third Reikage. A sharp dagger formed from chakra, glimmering coldly in his hand, thrusting towards the third Reikage's vital points with lightning speed. The third Reikage reacted extremely quickly, relying on years of combat experience to dodge at the last moment. "Damn it!" The third Reikage roared in anger, his entire body engulfed in lightning, as if he was going to rip apart the surrounding air. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage, seeing this, also stopped holding back. Covered in lightning armor, he charged towards Fengtian like a bolt of lightning, attempting to suppress him with absolute power. "Lightning bomb!" The fourth Reikage shouted, his body instantly swelling, lightning bursting forth, resembling a thunderball about to explode, crashing towards Fengtian with destructive force. Faced with this overwhelming strike, Fengtian remained calm. He did not choose to resist head-on, but activated Flying Thunder God again, leaving an afterimage in place and instantly appearing in the distance. Boom! The fourth Reikage's lightning bomb exploded violently, shaking the ground and kicking up dust, but Fengtian stood unharmed in the distance, a cold smile on his lips. "Father, this kid's ability is related to space. He only becomes substantial for a brief moment when he attacks," the fourth Reikage quietly stated, beginning to communicate with the third Reikage. "So, it means we can only attack faster the moment he strikes?" The third Reikage responded with a serious expression, then turned to meet the fourth Reikage's gaze. Having already formulated a battle plan in his mind, Are we ready? I told you. You can prepare your last words. Fengtian stepped forward, his eyes spinning with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, releasing an indescribable sense of oppression toward the three not far away. Let's go. The third Reikage and the fourth Reikage exchanged glances, then simultaneously activated their lightning armor, charging towards Fengtian one after the other. Lightning plow hot blade. The fourth Reikage and the third Reikage, understanding each other, almost simultaneously swung their lightning-wrapped blades, launching a surprise attack from Fengtian's flank. This strike gathered the full strength of two top-tier powerhouses, capable of cleaving mountains and severing rivers. However, Fengtian seemed to have anticipated this. At the critical moment, his body turned into nothingness again, effortlessly avoiding their lethal strike using the ability of Divine Might Phantasm. Mere tricks. Fengtian snorted coldly, his figure reappearing in the center of the battlefield, his eyes flickering with even more intense light, as if he intended to swallow the entire battlefield. Divine Might. In an instant, a terrifying suction force rushed towards the third Reikage and the fourth Reikage, attempting to draw them into the Divine Might space. But neither of them felt any panic. Instead, they exchanged a glance, revealing expressions of triumph. Now, leave it to me, big brother. At the moment Karabi's words fell, a massive tailed beast ball had successfully condensed. Its birth caused a distortion in the surrounding space, filled with endless killing intent, as if it could be launched at any moment. Seeing this, Fengtian's face flashed with seriousness. The current situation was very unfavorable for him. If he continued to use his divine might to draw the third Reikage and the others into the divine space, the tailed beast ball would directly hit him. Even if he used his divine might to become intangible and slip into the divine space to avoid the tailed beast ball, the moment he stepped into the divine space, he would be instantly targeted and killed by the third Reikage and the others. TCH, what a troublesome situation. At the last critical moment, Fengtian finally made a decision. With a look of regret, he canceled the release of his divine might and used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly escape the range of the tailed beast ball. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he thought he had left the battlefield, a thunderous roar exploded in his ears like thunder. Where do you think you're going? Hearing this, Fengtian looked back in shock and saw that the third Reikage had anticipated his move and arrived at the location marked by the Flying Thunder God before him. Without time to think, the third Reikage's sharp hand strike was about to hit Fengtian. In such a crisis, Fengtian could only use Susanoo to block the damage. However, the third Reikage's attack was not aimed at shattering Susanoo, but at sending Fengtian flying into the range of Karabi's tailed beast ball. The third Reikage roared, and under this unimaginable impact, Fengtian's body, along with the Susanoo he summoned, was struck away like a kite with a broken string. The next moment, Fengtian's body collided with the tailed beast ball, which contained endless energy, and with a deafening explosion, the entire space seemed to ignite, bursting forth with dazzling light. The shockwave generated by the explosion instantly swept across the battlefield, turning everything around into nothingness, leaving only flying debris and dust, as well as the lingering scent of in the air. Chapter 35. Turning the table, did it succeed? The three looked nervously at the dust created by the explosion of the tailed beast ball, hoping that this strike would obliterate Fengtian. However, when the dust settled, they found that Fengtian was standing there completely unharmed. He covered his bleeding eyes with his hands, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan that was still spinning had completely disappeared at this moment. How is this possible? How did he survive such a terrifying explosion unscathed? Killer Bee widened his eyes in disbelief at this incredible scene, while his heart was stirred with immense waves of shock. He couldn't believe that someone could walk out of the tailed beast ball unscathed. As the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, he knew very well the power contained in that strike. Even someone as strong as the third Reikage would never dare to say they could emerge unhurt. That was close. If it hadn't been for using the reverse causality at the last moment, I might have truly fallen from that last attack. Fengtian looked at the three people in front of him with a face full of fear. He never expected that after mastering the Flying Thunder God and Kim Yui's intangibility, he would face such a critical life threat. Fortunately, his ocular power had been enhanced twice. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to alter such a defiant causality. However, at the moment, his Mangekyō Sharingan had temporarily fallen silent, and he could not use the Kim Yui intangibility he relied on. The only ability he could use now was the Flying Thunder God. What a troublesome opponent, but it seems his Mangekyō Sharingan can no longer be used. This means that he is temporarily unable to use that strange ninjutsu, which is the best opportunity to eliminate him. The fourth A and the third Reikage exchange a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Seeing this, Killer Bee continued to gather the tailed beast ball from a distance. Their objective was clear: to repeat the tactic they just used. Go for it, father. All right. The two acted quickly, almost instantly entering the lightning armor state again, transforming into a bolt of lightning that headed towards Fengtian. One in front and one behind. The fourth A was in the front, solely responsible for charging and forcing Fengtian to use the Flying Thunder God to relocate. The third Reikage stayed behind, always maintaining a focused state, aiming to launch a surprise attack the moment Fengtian descended with the Flying Thunder God. Using the same trick again, thinking I would fall for it once more, Fengtian curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile, a smile that contained both disdain and hidden cunning. He gently raised his hand, and a shuriken shot out like an arrow released from a bow, cutting through the air and racing toward the oncoming fourth Reikage. Upon seeing this, the fourth Reikage displayed a hint of disdainful smile on his face, as if the shuriken was being dragged by the power of time, becoming slow and clumsy in his eyes. He gently turned to the side, slipping past the deadly strike like a swimming fish, and continued to pursue Fengtian without losing speed. However, at the moment the shuriken brushed past the fourth Reikage, an indescribable sense of crisis suddenly surged in his heart. Fengtian's figure bizarrely vanished from the spot at that instant, as if it had blended into the air. The third Reikage quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to catch any trace of Fengtian's movement, but there was nothing but the sound of wind and thunder around. Just as everyone was puzzled, an unbelievable fact emerged. Fengtian had actually used the discarded shuriken as a medium for the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing in the void above the fourth Reikage's head. Second stage of Flying Thunder God. Fengtian's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, as if declaring a fate that had long been predetermined. The kunai in his hand seemed to be given life at that moment, glinting with a chilling light, carrying a heart-stopping, killing intent, and swiftly stabbing towards the vital points of the fourth Reikage. The fourth Reikage reacted extremely quickly, but the series of changes was too abrupt. Even he couldn't make an effective defense in time. The speed of that kunai was beyond imagination, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, carrying the power to annihilate everything. Just at that critical moment, a massive octopus tentacle suddenly emerged from the void, like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, interposing itself between Fengtian and the fourth Reikage, timely blocking Fengtian's inevitable strike. TCH, what a hassle. Fengtian, having failed to land his hit, decisively used the Flying Thunder God to temporarily exit the battlefield. As he landed, he glared darkly at the eight-tails Gyuki not far away, wishing he could rush forward and tear the opponent apart immediately. Since the battle began, the eight-tails Gyuki had remained in the back, assisting the third Reikage and the fourth Reikage. If it weren't for his interference, Fengtian definitely could have taken down the fourth Reikage in several previous opportunities. Unfortunately, he had stayed on the field, much like a stirring stick, continuously disrupting Fengtian's plans, which made him extremely furious. All right, so you're playing the numbers game, huh? Fengtian gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger and resentment. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his upper and lower teeth were tightly clenched together, making a clicking sound. All right, he suddenly raised his head, a crazy light flashing in his eyes. Since that's the case, I'm going to flip the table, and everyone stop playing. Before his words fell, Fengtian quickly formed seals with both hands, his fingers flying like a butterfly flapping its wings. His body slightly sank, his feet firmly planted on the ground, as if establishing a mysterious connection with the earth. Then he suddenly struck down. In an instant, a massive cloud of smoke surged from the ground, erupting like a volcanic explosion. Within that smoke, a colossal figure slowly emerged, carrying an endless pressure, as if it were a giant beast crawling out from the abyss, causing the surrounding air to freeze. What is that thing? The third Reikage and fourth AI changed color simultaneously, their eyes widening as they stared fixedly at the enormous entity within the smoke. The outline of the figure flickered in and out of visibility, but the overwhelming pressure had already given them an unprecedented sense of oppression. The eight-tails Gyuki also sensed that pressure, roaring uneasily as it tried to dispel the frightening aura. However, the figure in the smoke drew closer and clearer, like an ancient giant beast about to awaken, ready to devour this world. Fengtian, have you encountered something you cannot resolve? It's nothing more than this. Since I am here, everything in this world will come to an end. Chapter 36. The Layout as these words fell. Uchiha Madara's oppressive figure slowly walked to Fengtian's side. At that moment, he was not in an elderly state with white hair, but had returned to his peak youthful form. When Fengtian saw Uchiha Madara, the heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. Only he knew how much effort it took to transfer the peak Uchiha Madara from Konoha to Kyomogakure. Before leaving Konoha, Fengtian had already begun to lay the groundwork. First by using the Flying Thunder God technique to set up an ultra-long distance Flying Thunder God teleportation array connected to his Kamui space. To successfully connect with Kamui space, Fengtian even used a reverse causality technique to forcefully modify the cause and effect, thoroughly linking the two spaces. Then, he had Sure-Sway delay for 5 minutes while he entered Kamui space, using Jinjutsu to knock out the Yuzu door, and activated the previously arranged Flying Thunder God teleportation array to send Uchiha Madara along with the Outer Path Golem into his Kamui space. After that, he used reverse causality to restore Uchiha Madara to his peak state. This restoration was different from before, after Fengtian's Akio power was enhanced. Even if his Sharingan fell into silence, Uchiha Madara could still maintain his peak state. Finally, he continued to use reverse causality to teleport the restored Uchiha Madara outside, quietly lying in wait, ready to act when the time was right. As for Fengtian's rapid hand seals, they were actually to mislead others, making the third Reikage and the others mistakenly believe that summoning the Outer Path Golem was his own ability. At this point, all of Fengtian's plans came to an end. Next, he only needed to watch the legendary battle between Uchiha Madara and the third Reikage, fourth AI, and Killer Bee. I have watched from the sidelines for a long time and found that the ninjas of your era are truly pitifully weak. Among the three of you, only that blonde kid might bring me a bit of amusement. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, looking at the three before him with disdain. In his eyes, aside from the third Reikage, the other two were simply there to make up the numbers. As soon as these words were spoken, the irritable fourth AI stepped forward and shouted, "Who are you? And what exactly is that thing behind you?" The fourth AI's words echoed across the battlefield, but Uchiha Madara directly ignored him. He took a step forward, and an astonishing aura instantly swept across the field. Even a strong third Reikage, upon sensing such a terrifying presence, felt a trace of barely perceptible fear in his heart. However, as the third Reikage, he had the entire village of Kyomogakure behind him, so he absolutely could not take a step back. The third Reikage shouted loudly, raising his fighting spirit, and then, enhanced by the lightning armor, charged directly at Uchiha Madara. Too slow, Uchiha Madara spoke, his words revealing a hint of regret. Facing the attacks of the third Reikage, he stood with his arms crossed, disdainfully observing everything from his position. Just as the third Reikage's attack was about to hit Uchiha, his body unexpectedly became stuck in place, unable to move an inch. What is happening? Why can't I move? The third Reikage spoke with a mix of satisfaction and confusion, his eyes filled with shock. At that moment, he wanted to move, but found his body seemingly restrained by some force, rendering him immobile. The Wheel of Rebirth. Uchiha Madara responded to the third Reikage's confusion with indifference, as if answering his doubts. This is a unique ability of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, utilizing the Wheel of Rebirth to split off his own shadows, thereby achieving both offense and defense. Ordinary people cannot see these shadows, nor can they perceive them. Only those with Rinnegan can see these shadows, and only those who have mastered the Sage of Six Paths techniques can sense them. At this moment, the third Reikage was being firmly restrained by two shadows, unable to move at all for a short period. Just when Uchiha Madara took a step forward, intending to take the third Reikage's life, the fourth Reikage, clad in lightning armor and filled with boundless rage, rushed in front of Uchiha Madara, delivering a swift knife hand strike aimed at ending him. Facing the fourth Reikage's furious attack, Uchiha Madara simply sidestepped lightly, easily avoiding the rapid strike. A faint mocking smile remained on his face, as if everything was under his control. "Your speed is just a joke in front of a true powerhouse," Uchiha Madara said disdainfully, his voice echoing across the battlefield, filled with undeniable authority. The fourth Reikage, shocked by his failed attack, felt a surge of determination rather than retreating. He continued to charge forward with his powerful physique, engaging in a fierce battle with Uchiha Madara. Madara did not refuse. He did not use any ninjutsu or abilities, relying solely on his physical strength to engage in close combat with the fourth Reikage. Perhaps he also wanted to truly enjoy the thrill of close combat with his body restored to its peak. Just as the fourth Reikage was locked in combat with Uchiha Madara, the eight-tails Gyuki reached out with its gigantic hand, rescuing the third Reikage from the suppression of the reanimation jutsu. Thank you, Gyuki. Oomph. After being rescued by the eight-tails, the third Reikage immediately joined the fray, fighting alongside the fourth Reikage against Uchiha Madara. The alliance of these three powerful warriors made the battlefield tense and intense in an instant. The third Reikage shouted, with lightning swirling around his body, resembling a reborn thunder god, launching a fierce attack on Uchiha Madara. Despite facing the combined strength of two powerful warriors, Uchiha Madara still appeared to be unfazed. With his immense physical strength and exquisite combat skills, he easily countered the attacks of the third Reikage and fourth eye, occasionally launching counterattacks that forced both to focus entirely on defense. As for the massive Eight Tails, it was locked in a fierce battle with the even larger Outer Path Golem, making it difficult to determine a clear winner. Oomph. Do you really think you could defeat me like this? How ridiculous! Uchiha Madara sneered, suddenly accelerating and launching a fierce charge at the third Reikage and fourth eye. The battle among the three powerful figures grew increasingly intense, as if the entire battlefield were being torn apart by their strength. Lightning crackled, and the winds from their punches howled. Each collision seemed capable of ripping apart space itself. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly halted his attacks, his gaze turning deep and mysterious. It seemed it was time to end this boring battle. Chapter 37. The Power of a God as Madara's words fell. Killer Bee and the others looked at this godlike man with serious expressions. Immediately, Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand seals, and in the next moment, 15 shadow clones appeared beside him. At Madara's signal, these 15 shadow clones swiftly divided into 3 groups of 5, each heading towards Killer Bee, the third Reikage, and the fourth eye. Their movements were synchronized, as if practiced countless times, each action filled with lethal threat. Next, feel the power of the gods. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed across the battlefield, his eyes filled with fervor and confidence. As Madara's words fell, his form suddenly became enormous. A powerful chakra surge erupted from within him, as if it would swallow the entire battlefield. Immediately, a gigantic Susanoo appeared behind him. This was his complete body, Susanoo. This Susanoo stood several dozen meters tall, covered in heavy armor, wielding a massive longsword, the blade shimmering with a cold light, as if it could cut through anything. Its eyes burned like 2 blazing suns, staring at everyone present, as if to pierce their very souls. Faced with Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo, Killer Bee, the third Reikage, and the fourth Reikage felt unprecedented pressure. However, Uchiha Madara did not end his performance. He stood in the chip on the forehead of the gigantic, complete body Susanoo, arms crossed, looking down at the 3 people below like they were ants. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he spoke in a teasing tone. Guess what? Can these shadow clones use Susanoo? Uchiha Madara's words rang out like a thunderclap on the battlefield. Killer Bee, the third Reikage, and the fourth AI exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. They had never heard of shadow clones being able to use such a powerful technique as Susanoo. How is this possible? The third Reikage's voice trembled slightly. He couldn't comprehend the scene before him. Killer Bee and the fourth Reikage also felt it hard to believe, staring intently at Uchiha Madara and the shadow clones, trying to find any signs of a flaw or deception. But unfortunately, they found nothing. Uchiha Madara's smile grew even more radiant, as if he was enjoying the feeling of manipulating his opponents. That's right. My shadow clones not only possess the same chakra and power as I do, but they can also perform all my techniques, including Susanoo. As soon as he finished speaking, those shadow clones quickly began forming seals. Their figures gradually became blurry, and then a complete body Susanoo, identical to Uchiha Madara, appeared behind each of them. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pressure, and the air felt as though it had solidified. Killer Bee, the third Reikage, and the fourth AI felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. They knew that this battle had exceeded their expectations and preparations. Hee, that guy Madara still loves to show off. Fortunately, I had arranged for Scorpion to seal off the entire Hidden Cloud village earlier. It would have been troublesome if others had seen this. Next to him, Fengtian couldn't help but make a few remarks upon seeing Uchiha Madara release so many complete body Susanoos at once. After this period of rest, his ocular power was gradually recovering, and he was currently able to use the Kamui power again, freely entering and exiting the Kamui space. If he had about half an hour, he could use the reverse causality technique. Thinking of this, Fengtian chuckled and then entered the Kamui space. Inside the Kamui space, Apart from the already unconscious Yuzuki Min and Shursui, there were no other living beings. Fengtian walked straight to Yuzuki Min, his eyes devoid of any emotion, just staring at her intently. Finally, he sighed and softly said, "I'm sorry, Two Tails Jinchuriki. In order to go home, I can only choose to do this." He then reached out his hand towards Yuzuki Min's abdomen and began to absorb the chakra of the Two Tails. Since she was a perfect Jinchuriki, the absorption speed was relatively slow, but that wasn't a big deal, as Fengtian also needed time to restore his ocular power. As for the battlefield outside, Fengtian had even less to worry about. After all, that man is the legendary Uchiha Madara. His strength can only be described as godly. Although the third Reikage and the others are very powerful, there is still no match for Uchiha Madara. Even if the entire Hidden Cloud Village were to come out, they would pose no threat to Uchiha Madara at all. This is the gap between gods and mortals. However, with the current ocular power of Fengtian, he can only maintain Uchiha Madara's peak state for 1 hour, but that is enough for Uchiha Madara. At this moment on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara still stood proudly with his arms crossed inside the complete Susanoo. Below him, the third Reikage, fourth Reikage, and Killer Bee were covered in wounds, their breathing weak, looking utterly disheveled. In front of them, dozens of complete Susanoo loomed like mountains, making it impossible for them to overcome. "How are you guys doing?" "I'm okay. I won't die yet." "I'm fine too." The third Reikage and fourth Reikage exchanged glances, their faces revealing a hint of a bitter smile. They felt a deep despair within. But as the Reikage of Yunin Village and the candidate for Reikage, they absolutely could not take a step back. They must not let these Susanoo enter the village. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The third Reikage spoke with a determined expression. His voice, though weary, was still powerful and resonant. The fourth Reikage and Killer Bee merely nodded slightly. They were already prepared to die in battle. Uchiha Madara looked down at all of this from within his Susanoo, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. How pathetic. The ones who bear the title of Shadow in this era are nothing but a group of ants in the face of absolute power. His voice echoed on the battlefield like the whisper of death, casting a shadow over the hearts of the three. Time was running out. This farce should come to an end. Uchiha Madara seemed to have grown tired of the game and wanted to quickly resolve the battle. He raised his hand, and a massive outer path golem behind him let out a tremendous roar. Then, several chains shot out from its body, firmly ensnaring the Eight Tails Gyuki. Chapter 38. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Just as the chains tightly held the Eight Tails Gyuki, intending to drag it inside for absorption, the fourth Reikage, standing nearby, glared with wide eyes and forcefully broke through the barrier of Susanoo, charging towards the Eight Tails Gyuki. "Now!" The fourth Reikage shouted angrily, concentrating the remaining lightning release chakra in his hand, causing it to flow rapidly and form a sharp blade, aimed at the chains of the outer path golem. With a flash of dazzling lightning, his hand blade struck fiercely at the chains of the outer path golem, causing the space itself to seem to distort for a moment. However, Uchiha Madara remained unmoved, merely casting a casual glance. With a thought, the shadows of the three limbo border jail quickly moved forward and firmly restrained the fourth Reikage. Despite the anger empowering him, the fourth Reikage's strength broke through its limits, yet he was still firmly suppressed by the three shadows, unable to move. The fourth Reikage could only watch helplessly as his good brother Killer Bee was slowly dragged into the outer path golem. Reality was cruel, without any surprises. The massive body of the Eight Tails Gyuki was directly consumed by the outer path golem. Boom! After absorbing the Eight Tails Gyuki, the outer path golem let out a tremendous roar, its surface seals glowing even brighter, as if it had absorbed immense energy, becoming even more terrifying and unstable. The entire battlefield trembled under the surge of this power, and the third Reikage and fourth Reikage felt the pressure, their spirits sinking, the will to fight facing unprecedented impact. No, the fourth Reikage's eyes turned crimson as he desperately struggled, trying to break free from the restraints of the three shadows, but all his efforts felt so powerless. His heart was filled with remorse and helplessness. As the adoptive brother of Kurabi, he failed to protect his younger brother, and this self-blame pierced his heart like a sharp blade. On the other side, the third Reikage witnessed all of this, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that there was no room for hesitation in the current situation. Action had to be taken, and no matter the sacrifice, Uchiha Madara's conspiracy could not succeed. "AI, hold on. I will open a way for you." The third Reikage shouted, his body surging with lightning chakra, and he began to transform, muscles bulging, skin glowing with blue electricity. Hell Spike, four-finger piercing. With a roar from the third Reikage, a massive amount of lightning gathered on his four fingers, and he charged towards Uchiha Madara like a shooting star, his enormous body tracing a dazzling trajectory in the air. His fingers wielded devastating power, directly striking towards the complete Susanoo where Uchiha Madara was. Upon seeing this, Madara curled his lips into a cold smile. He chose not to confront it head-on, but instead used the massive body of Susanoo as a shield, attempting to block the third Reikage's attack. However, what happened next took Madara by surprise. He didn't expect that his so-called absolute defense, the complete body Susanoo, would actually be breached by the third Reikage's ultimate move. Even he himself was blasted out of the Susanoo. Uchiha Madara fell to the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner, and the disdain in his gaze towards the third Reikage diminished. Your attack is quite good. It made me feel a slight sense of threat. Uchiha Madara gave the third Reikage a high evaluation, but the latter sneered in response. Seizing the opportunity while Uchiha Madara was speaking, he charged directly at him again. Boom! With a loud crash, Uchiha Madara was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The third Reikage stood at a distance, watching Uchiha Madara's disheveled figure, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. He knew that he was getting closer to victory. However, at that moment, a powerful chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted from Uchiha Madara's body, and his figure became blurry again, as if he were about to merge into the air. It seems you still have some skill. Uchiha Madara wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, showing no anger from his injury. Instead, a nearly crazed expression appeared on his face. Just as he was forming hand seals to launch a fierce attack, suddenly the space beside him distorted. In the next moment, Fengtian appeared next to Uchiha Madara with two Yuzuki doors. Is everything done? Uchiha Madara asked casually, his tone tinged with annoyance. He was annoyed by the person standing behind him. Fengtian nodded slightly and responded softly. Then he waved his hand and directly threw the unconscious Yumu door far away. Yumu door. The fourth generation AI let out an angry roar. And at that moment, he finally broke free from the shadow's restraint. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, moving quickly and steadily, catching the teak door. He reached out his trembling hand and placed it on the nose of the wooden door. After feeling a warm current and confirming that the wooden door was merely in a coma, the stone in his heart finally fell. Boom! At that moment, the outer path demon statue let out another earth-shattering roar, and then it opened its enormous mouth and spat out Kurabi's body. Seeing this, Fengtian once again activated the reverse causality to modify the cause and effect. But this time he felt no discomfort, because at that moment, his eyes had transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. The third Reikage, upon witnessing the outer path demon statue spit out Kurabi, instantly turned into a flash of lightning, safely catching Kurabi. However, what surprised him was that he felt no trace of the Eight Tails chakra from Kurabi, as if the Eight Tails chakra had never existed. Even more astonishing was that Kurabi, who had lost the Eight Tails chakra, was merely in a comatose state, just like the wooden door, and did not die immediately due to the disappearance of the tailed beast. Fengtian, your merciful heart is a bit too much. Uchiha Madara continued, expressing his incomprehension of Fengtian's mercy. In his view, to achieve great things, one must not be overly merciful, and must be ruthless, abandoning everything. Lord Madara, I have my own reasons for doing this. Fengtian replied calmly. After successfully evolving his ordinary kaleidoscope Sharingan into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan by raising his ocular power twice in a row, he finally had the confidence to face peak Uchiha Madara. Do as you wish. However, this matter is coming to an end, so let me give this battle a grand finale. Chapter 39. Celestial Obstruction and Shaking Stars. What do you want to do? Fengtian quietly asked, seeming a bit worried that Uchiha Madara would act recklessly. After all, he is a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, and he tries not to kill whenever possible. Even though this is just a fictional world of Naruto, as a traveler, he still feels a bit reluctant. Rest assured, their physical strength is sturdier than you might imagine. A cold smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth as he suddenly slammed his large hand down, as if opening Pandora's box. A massive amount of chakra surged forth like a tidal wave. Heavenly Obstruction Star. Uchiha Madara's deep and powerful voice echoed through the heavens and the earth, as if even the air was trembling. With his low roar, the originally clear sky suddenly became overcast, thick clouds rolling in like a harbinger of the apocalypse. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a heavy sense of oppression, instilling fear in people's hearts. Immediately after, a massive meteor streaked across the sky like a shooting star, hurtling towards the position of the third Reikage with a destructive momentum. The size of the meteor was beyond imagination, nearly obscuring half the sky, and its speed was astonishing, as if it had come from an endless void, intent on completely destroying this land. What? The third Reikage looked up at the sky, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. He never expected that Uchiha Madara would unleash such a terrifying technique. The size and speed of this meteorite were beyond imagination, and even he found it difficult to fend off easily. Is this the power of a god? Our strengths are not on the same dimension. Fourth Hokage Minato looked at the giant rock above him, and a sense of despair and helplessness surged within him. A look of relief appeared on his face, as if he was quietly waiting for the judgment of fate. What are you daydreaming about? As my successor, are you really this useless? In an instant, the furious words of the third Reikage jolted the fourth eye back to reality. He suddenly looked up, staring intently at the giant rock about to fall. And this time, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. "You are right, father," he declared. "I will absolutely not fall here." The words of the fourth generation AI were filled with determination. He had made his decision. In the next moment, the remaining chakra allowed him to enter the lightning armor state one last time. He glanced back at the third Reikage for a moment, then, without hesitation, leaped into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the rapidly descending giant rock. On the other side, the third Reikage was equally determined. He also entered the lightning armor state, leaping high into the air alongside the fourth Reikage, aiming to shatter the giant rock. The third Reikage and the fourth Reikage sprinted with all their might, their figures resembling two flashes of lightning as they collided with a massive meteorite. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire battlefield as if it were rocked by this force. Dust and debris flew everywhere, enveloping the world in chaos. As the dust gradually settled, Fengtian was astonished to discover that the seemingly unstoppable meteorite had actually been shattered by the combined efforts of the third Reikage and the fourth Reikage. Although the two figures staggered a bit, they had indeed managed to withstand the blow. Truly worthy of being Reikage, with such physical prowess, aside from the Eight Gates, I can't think of any physical strength that could rival it. Fengtian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon witnessing the third Reikage and the fourth Reikage withstand the massive celestial rock. However, Uchiha Madara scoffed at this, casting a proud glance at the third Reikage and the others, before continuing to murmur. The first one was blocked, but what about the second? In the next moment, a second gigantic meteorite, carrying boundless pressure, plummeted down from the void. What? There's a second one. Seeing this, both the third Reikage and the fourth Reikage expressions changed dramatically. They had just exhausted all their efforts to block the first meteorite, and now there was actually a second one. Fengtian's heart tightened. He didn't expect Uchiha Madara to be so insane, launching such terrifying attacks consecutively. Boom! At that moment, the second meteorite was falling at an extremely fast speed, bringing with it an even stronger pressure and a destructive aura. "Father, what should we do?" The fourth Reikage looked at the approaching meteorite, filled with fear and despair. He no longer has enough chakra to enter the lightning armor state again. "It's up to fate," the third Reikage said in a low voice, revealing a hint of helplessness. Faced with such a stark disparity in strength, even the resilient third Reikage felt a twinge of fear in his heart. However, just as he turned to look towards the village of Kumogakure, a powerful sense of responsibility quickly dispelled the fear within him. This time, he decided to shoulder the responsibilities of the Reikage alone. From now on, Kumogakure will be entrusted to you. "What? Father, what are you saying?" The fourth Reikage looked at the third Reikage in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. "Are you planning to?" "No. No way. I disagree." Soon, the fourth Reikage suddenly reacted and hurriedly tried to stop the third Reikage. But no matter what he said, the third Reikage remained resolute, and despite his loud shouts, the third Reikage did not respond for a long time. "Take care of your brother and Kumogakure." After the third Reikage's words fell, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, like an arrow released from a bow, instantly rushing towards the massive rock that was plummeting at high speed. His figure drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, as if to tear apart the heavens and the earth. "Father!" The cry of the fourth generation AI echoed on the battlefield, his eyes filled with tears and unwillingness. He understands that the third Reikage is willing to use his own life to protect the Hidden Cloud Village and everything they cherish. However, The third Reikage shows no hesitation or retreat. His heart was filled with determination and resolve, as if he wanted to pour all his last strength into this one strike. Lightning release, thunderstorm. With a roar from the third Reikage, dazzling lightning erupted from his entire body, as if it would swallow the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, his figure collided with a massive rock, producing a deafening sound. Boom! In that instant of contact, the enormous rock was completely covered by endless lightning. The third Reikage roared again, and the lightning cleaved the rock apart, exploding at its center in an instant. Bang! With this resounding explosion that echoed through the heavens and the earth, the giant rock was utterly reduced to powder by the explosion generated by the lightning. But along with the disappearance of the rock, the imposing figure of the third Reikage also vanished. Thus, the third Reikage fell in battle. Chapter 40, Aftermath. Lord Madara, you have gone too far. After witnessing the death of the third Reikage, Fengtian's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. He stared intently at Uchiha Madara in front of him, wanting the latter to give him an explanation. Heavens, who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Uchiha Madara did not turn around, and his words carried a hint of anger. Are you joking? I am Uchiha Madara. As the strongest being in the ninja world, when have I ever needed to consider others' feelings? Not even for you, who helped me return to my peak state. Lord Madara, I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again. Before Fengtian could finish, Uchiha Madara interrupted him directly. Face reality. This world will not always go as you wish. The longer you live, the more you will understand that reality is filled with helplessness, pain, and emptiness. Everything in this world is like this. After finishing his words, Uchiha Madara felt his breath starting to weaken, as the mysterious power of causality was gradually disappearing. It was evident that this was the effect of Fengtian's earlier use of reversing cause and effect. It seems the time is almost up. I'll leave the rest to you. Fengtian, Uchiha Madara said, then clapped his hand, and the colossal outer path golem instantly vanished from this world. His eyes quickly switched to the Rinnegan, and he rapidly cast a memorizing Genjutsu on the fourth Reikage, who was engulfed in sorrow. Caught off guard, the fourth Reikage suddenly suffered this blow and collapsed, unconscious on the ground. After completing all this, Uchiha Madara turned to Fengtian and gave him a slight nod. Seeing this, Fengtian also nodded back at Uchiha Madara. Then, without any hesitation, he directly used Kamui to draw Uchiha Madara into the Kamui dimension. Following that, he sent Uchiha Madara back underground in Konohagakure using the Flying Thunder God technique. Sigh, it seems I have to take care of this aftermath, Fengtian sighed, shaking his head helplessly, then instantly switched to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. His gaze fell upon the unconscious Kurabi and the wooden door, and with a thought, he once again unleashed the reversal of cause and effect. Soon, their memories of everything that had happened in this battle were erased by Fengtian. After doing all this, Fengtian slightly raised his head, looking at the empty sky with a hint of apology, and slowly spoke. The causality that comes with reversing life and death is something I cannot bear at the moment. So, third Reikage, I can only say I'm sorry to you. But unfortunately, you can no longer hear it. After his words fell, Fengtian's figure twisted with a distortion of space and then slowly disappeared from this world, leaving no trace behind. On the other side, in the hidden cloud village, the countless puppets that enveloped the village had already lost more than half. Since the battle on Fengtian's side began, Scorpion had not let a single ninja from the hidden cloud village escape. At this moment, his forehead was covered in beads of sweat the size of peas, and the long period of high-intensity puppet manipulation had left him utterly exhausted. Isn't the battle over yet? It's really slow, Scorpion muttered discontentedly, his words revealing his dissatisfaction with the slow progress on Fengtian's side. Currently, his beloved puppet art was being continuously destroyed, which made him feel heartbroken and frustrated. He knew very well that if he followed his own thoughts and directly released the poison fog in Yuin village, the entire village would be plunged into chaos and death. However, Fengtian had given him strict orders not to kill any ninja. This kept him in a defensive state, unable to unleash his true power. Hurry! The puppet in the east has been almost destroyed. We must quickly support Lord Third Reikage. A flurry of urgent shouts broke Scorpion's thoughts. He looked up and saw a group of ninjas from the hidden cloud village rushing towards the east. Move faster. Half of you continue to destroy the puppets and protect the village, while the other half follow me to break through. A leader shouted. Their voices echoed across the battlefield, filled with strength and courage. Charge! With the leader's command, the ninjas from the hidden cloud village surged like a tide towards the puppet formation that had been breached. Seeing this, Scorpion's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his state, and prepared to continue defending. But suddenly he turned around sharply, only to see a distortion in the space behind him. And in the next moment, Fengtian's figure slowly appeared before him. "You worked hard, Scorpion," he said. "Oomph. If you're this slow next time, I'll just give up the mission and run away." Scorpion scoffed at Fengtian's sincere concern. Hearing this, Fengtian did not show any signs of blame on his face. Instead, he continued to comfort Scorpion with a hint of apology. Fengtian understood very well that in these recent battles, Scorpion had given his all every time, refusing to back down until the last puppet was destroyed. Having successfully completed 2 consecutive missions, it was just that the workload might be a bit too much. "How we capture the target?" Scorpion suddenly asked coldly. His tone slightly softened this time. "Yes, we captured 2 this time. Now we can withdraw," Fengtian confirmed with a nod, responding with a hint of a smile. Upon hearing this, Scorpion's serious expression finally relaxed. He then turned to look at Fengtian and nodded slightly. Fengtian instantly understood and reached out his hand, signaling Scorpion to grab it. Scorpion did not hesitate and stepped forward to grasp Fengtian's hand. In the next moment, Fengtian activated the Flying Thunder God technique, directly taking Scorpion away from Cloud Hidden Village. As for the remaining puppets that were left uncontrolled, they all fell to the ground after Scorpion's departure, without any movement. It was not that Scorpion intentionally wasted these puppets, but ever since he witnessed Fengtian's miraculous abilities, he thought, repairing puppets? Sorry, with a big shot controlling fate here. Puppets can be repaired in the blink of an eye. Repair them manually? Forget it. After Fengtian and Scorpion disappeared from Cloud Hidden Village, what is going on? Why did all those puppets fall down? Did the mastermind leave? Not bothering with too much thought, the leading jonin of Cloud Hidden Village quickly arranged various follow-up matters upon seeing the countless falling puppets. They did not linger for long and began searching for the whereabouts of the 3rd-generation Reikage and others in groups of 3. As time passed, a small team finally discovered the unconscious figures of the 4th Reikage and others on an open plain. They found them. They are here. Chapter 41. The final plan underneath Konoha. The elderly Madara sat on a wooden throne, looking weary. Beneath him were several more chairs. Sitting on those chairs were Fengtian, Shursui, Scorpion, and Obito, who had just completed his training. It had been a month since the battle at the Cloud Hidden Village, and during this time, Fengtian had kept everyone in the underground of Konoha, waiting for the right moment to act. "Fengtian, do you have any leads on the next action plan?" The elderly Madara, perched on his throne, looked down at the others with a hint of arrogance in his voice. Upon hearing this, Fengtian did not rise, but leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, and slowly replied, "The plan has been formulated in my mind, but we still need to wait." "Wait? How much longer do we have to wait? I can't wait to go out and kill." Before the elderly Madara could respond, Obito, unable to contain himself, urged Fengtian to start the action. Ever since Obito returned to the underground, he hadn't gone out for action for several months. As the most active troublemaker at the moment, he naturally couldn't hold back his desire to go out and get some fresh air. "TCH, little brat." Scorpion tilted his head and glanced at Obito, saying discontentedly, "What did you say? Who's a little brat?" Upon hearing this, anger surged in Obito's heart. He turned to look at the Scorpion beside him, his eyes having already switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he spoke up in response. Do you want to fight?" Seeing that Obito had switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Scorpion had already assumed that Obito was ready for battle. So he also stood up and quickly threw out a scroll. Bang! As a puff of smoke cleared, the 3rd Kazekage puppet was released. The two faced each other, neither willing to back down. Enough! At that moment, the old man couldn't help but shout. "What does this mean? Do you want to overturn this place?" After the old man's words, Obito reluctantly closed his kaleidoscope Sharingan, then sat down heavily on a wooden chair, sulking alone. Seeing this, Scorpion didn't say much and also retracted the 3rd Kazekage puppet, returning to his chair with an unhappy expression. The old man silently watched all of this and nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Fengtian and continued to ask, "What are your thoughts? What's the next plan?" "It's simple," Fengtian said with a slight smile. "Ever since we caused a ruckus in Sunagakure and Kumogakure, the entire ninja world has known the purpose of our Twilight organization. That is to capture the tailed beasts. Currently, we have already obtained the 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, and 8 tails. Next, Lord Madara can guess what the leaders of the entire ninja world, the Kages of each village, will do." After Fengtian said this, he looked at the old man with anticipation, waiting for a response. The old man was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "They will protect the tailed beasts to prevent us from obtaining the remaining ones." "That's right, Lord Madara." At this moment, Fengtian's face showed a proud smile as he continued. "In other words, they will gather all the tailed beasts together for unified protection. This means that we won't need to do anything next. We just have to wait for them to finish gathering the tailed beasts. Then launch a full-scale war to capture all the tailed beasts in one fell swoop." At this point, Shui also spoke up. "What if they hide the tailed beasts very well, and we can't find them?" Upon hearing this, Fengtian turned to Shui and continued, "That's where your Kodoamatsukami comes in. I haven't let you use Kodoamatsukami until now for the final implementation of this plan. We just need to capture a high-ranking official during the battle and use Kodoamatsukami to find out the hiding places of the tailed beasts." Shui nodded slightly upon hearing this, agreeing with Fengtian's plan. There was also another key point. Previously, Fengtian had spent effort in Kumogakure to erase the memories of the Fourth Raikage and others, and to have Scorpion draw out the ninja from Kumogakure, all to hide an important piece of information. That is, their trump card during its peak, Uchiha Madara. In the current ninja world, even if all the forces gathered together, they would not be able to match the peak Uchiha Madara. They mistakenly believed that they had the strength to fight because they were unaware of the trump card on the side of Fengtian. Therefore, it was possible for them to collect all the tailed beasts and unify their protection. However, if they were to learn that there was such a trump card on Fengtian's side, they would not collect all the tailed beasts. Instead, they would choose to completely seal the tailed beasts and hide them in the vast sea of people, making their plan impossible to implement. Hiding the existence of Uchiha Madara and continuously capturing tailed beasts in a high-profile manner, forcing the ninja world to collect and protect all the tailed beasts, ultimately capturing all the tailed beasts through Uchiha Madara's power and Shusui's Kodoamatsukami. This is Fengtian's ultimate plan. After hearing about Fengtian's entire plan, the elderly Madara slightly nodded, then slowly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. In the land of fire, in Konoha village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was resting his chin on his hands in his office, lost in thought. Standing in front of him was the leader of Konoha's Umbu, Danzo Shimura. "Monkey, what are you still hesitating about? They're waiting for us to give them a result. Can't you make a decision at this time?" After a moment, seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had not spoken for a long time, Danzo questioned him. However, Hiruzen merely glanced at Danzo coldly, not blaming him for his impolite behavior. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "This matter is of great importance. As Hokage, I must consider the village." Upon hearing this, Danzo felt a wave of disappointment towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. He angrily turned around and walked out of the Hokage's office with a face full of resentment. Hiruzen, seeing the scene, could only sigh helplessly. He couldn't help but recall the results of the initial discussion among several villages a few days ago, which left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. Bang! 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 The knocking on the door interrupted his train of thought in Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. He raised his head, his eyes revealing a hint of focus and calmness, and then said softly, "Please come in." As the words fell, the office door was slowly pushed open, and a figure walked in. It was the yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, Lord Third Hokage. "The other village leaders have already arrived at the conference room, and we would like to invite you to attend." Chapter 42, The Five Kage Summit. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly in response, a serious expression appearing on his face. He was well aware of the importance of this meeting, as it not only concerned the future of Konoha, but also the peace and stability of the entire ninja world. "All right, Minato, you go to the conference room first. I'll be there shortly," Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he stood up and adjusted his Hokage robe. He was well aware of the heavy responsibility on his shoulders and could not afford any negligence or slackness. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze slightly bowed and paid his respects before turning to leave the Hokage's office. In the Konoha village conference room of those scoundrels from the Twilight Organization. If I catch them, I will make sure to tear them to pieces. Just after inheriting the title of the Fourth Raikage, I was sitting arrogantly in the conference room chair. He suddenly slammed the table and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Beside him was Y. Kimin, who had already lost the 2 tails. As for Killer B, ever since losing the 8 tails, his usually upbeat demeanor had rarely been seen, which is why I did not bring him along. Those scoundrels attacked our Sunagakure first. If given the chance, I would not hesitate to wipe them out completely. Sitting across from A was Raza from Sunagakure, who had also inherited the title of Kazekage. Beside him was Maki, known for his calm demeanor. "Gentlemen, Please remain calm. The enemy's strength and numbers are currently unknown. We should focus on finalizing the tailed beast plan. Voicing from a side seat was a small old man, who was the third Tsukuyomi from Iwagakure, Noki. Upon hearing this, I cast a glance at the seemingly kind old man, and continued, Humph. It's easy for you to stay calm, since it's not your Iwagakure that has been attacked. However, before Noki could respond, the representative from Kirigakure, the recently appointed 4th Mizukage, CHJR, spoke up, Please everyone, let us wait for Lord Hokage to arrive before discussing this together. Compared to Noki, I looked down on this young 4th Mizukage, CHJR, even more. Just as he was about to speak again, the door to the conference room was slowly pushed open. Entering the sight of everyone was the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon seeing him, everyone fell into an unusual silence. Even A, who had just been so irritable, now sulked and did not speak again. After Hiruzen Sarutobi entered the conference room, he walked directly to the main seat. With his sitting down, the 5 Kage summit officially began. Lord Hokage, may I ask what objections you have regarding the preliminary discussions we had earlier? Raza immediately got to the point and questioned Hiruzen Sarutobi. This matter is of great importance. We of Konoha cannot bear this responsibility alone. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly replied to Raza, Don't think I'm unaware. The Twilight organization that carried out this attack had your Konoha's Shunshin no Jutsu as their main force. Lord Hokage, are you trying to push the blame away? Raza responded without holding back, his eyes narrowed, casting a hostile gaze at Hiruzen Sarutobi. According to my knowledge, it seems that your Sunagakure Sasori is also a key member of the Twilight organization. Could it be that this is an act you Sunagakure orchestrated yourselves? Hiruzen Sarutobi responded with a hint of displeasure, immediately countering Raza. Who doesn't he know that Sasori is a rogue ninja from our Sunagakure? Moreover, we were the first to be attacked and lost tailed beasts. Raza continued, trying to apply pressure on Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to respond, slammed the table fiercely and said, Enough. Does it make sense for you two to argue back and forth here? A voice thundered, shaking the entire conference room. The most important thing now is to find those scoundrels from the Twilight organization and retrieve our tailed beasts. Not to point fingers at each other here. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed lightly. He understood A's anger and dissatisfaction, but the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Lord Reikage, you are right, but we must remain calm and not act blindly. Currently, we are unaware of the strength of the Twilight organization. Since they can attack a village and retreat unscathed, it indicates that their strength should not be underestimated. What insights does Lord Hokage have? CHJR's voice was calm and collected, his youthful face revealing an undeniable determination. We cannot keep arguing here. We must come up with a countermeasure quickly. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi rested his chin on his hand, and after a moment of silence, he finally said slowly, I do not oppose your idea of collecting the remaining tailed beasts and hiding them in Konoha. However, based on my judgment, the Twilight organization's strength is terrifying. Given the current situation in Konoha, we are not capable of taking on this task. Moreover, if the tailed beasts are in Konoha, then the next place the Twilight organization attacks will undoubtedly be our Konoha. As Hokage, I must consider the safety of the village. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words made sense. As the leaders of their villages, they must prioritize the safety of their respective villages. It was precisely for this reason that they wanted the tailed beasts to be placed in Konoha, the strongest village. This would both protect the safety of the tailed beasts and prevent their villages from being attacked by the Twilight organization. After pondering for a moment, Noki slowly spoke. I believe it is more appropriate for the tailed beasts to remain in Konoha. However, correspondingly, we must also send strong ninjas from our villages as assistants to help protect the tailed beasts in Konoha. Moreover, in the face of this unknown organization, our villages should also take a break and stop the Ninja World War for a while. Assistance? I frowned. This might not be very realistic, right? Each village has its own defense tasks and internal affairs. It is difficult to spare manpower for support. But this is our best option at the moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi said firmly. Only by uniting can we confront the Twilight organization, our common enemy. In the end, under Hiruzen Sarutobi's insistence, the representatives of the 5 great nations agreed to this proposal. They decided to start preparing for assistance immediately and dispatched an elite team to collect the tailed beasts, while also strengthening the defense measures of each village. After the meeting ended, Sarutobi Hiruzen stayed alone in the conference room. He looked out at the bustling Hidden Leaf village, feeling a sense of worry and unease. Minato, do you think what I'm doing is right? Chapter 43. Hidden Waterfall Village, 3rd Hokage. I believe what you said is correct. However, the risks are still too great. We must strengthen the village's defenses. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He then turned to Minato and continued. How is Kushina doing? As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, has there been any unusual activity lately? The situation with Kushina is relatively stable. Hokage-sama, Namikaze's Minato replied. A hint of concern in his eyes. Since she became pregnant, I've increased her protection and also enhanced monitoring of the Nine-Tails seal. So far, the Nine-Tails has not shown any signs of abnormal behavior. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a slight sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Both Kushina and the Nine-Tails are vital to the village. We cannot afford to let our guard down. He paused for a moment and then said, however, even if the Nine-Tails is currently stable, we cannot let our guard down. After all, the Twilight Organization's goal is likely the tailed beasts. We must be fully prepared. Yes. Hokage-sama, Minato solemnly nodded. I will continue to strengthen the protection of Kushina and closely monitor the situation with the Nine-Tails. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and then got up to leave the conference room. However, Minato remained in place, contemplating how to face the upcoming events. The actions of the 5 great nations were swift. After the Kage returned to their respective villages, they immediately began personnel deployment. Aside from the ninjas who were supposed to remain in the village for defense, each village sent their elite ninjas to Konoha for support. First was the Cloud Village, where, under the strong persuasion of the 4th Raikage, Kurabi led dozens of Jonin-level ninjas to Konoha. The 4th Raikage had his own intentions for this arrangement. He wanted Kurabi to get out and breathe some fresh air, hoping to ease his troubled heart. From the Sand Village, Chiyo was sent. He originally intended to send Maki, considering that Granny Chiyo was getting old and the long journey might be a bit much for her. However, the current Sunagakure needed Maki's calm mind more, so reluctantly, he could only send Granny Chiyo along with dozens of skilled ninjas to Konohagakure. As for the other 2 villages, they had not been attacked by the Twilight Organization, so the ninjas dispatched were not famous ones. Nevertheless, they also sent dozens of Jonin-level ninjas to support Konohagakure. Regarding the Jinchuriki, the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, and the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, Han, quietly headed to Konohagakure at Inoki's suggestion. The 6 Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, from Kirigakure, was originally on the run for killing his master and being pursued by Kirigakure. After discussions and mediation with the higher-ups, it was decided to temporarily overlook Utakata's crimes. But he needed to head to Konohagakure immediately to hide. The most mysterious 7 Tails Jinchuriki is just a newborn baby named Fu. She is a ninja from Takigakure and does not belong to the 5 great nations. Although Takigakure is just a small village near the 5 great nations, its strength should not be underestimated, as it has the 7 Tails Jinchuriki. Currently, almost all Jinchuriki except for the 7 Tails have arrived at Konohagakure, leaving only this infant Fu, who has just recently become the 7 Tails Jinchuriki. In the dense forest not far from Takigakure, sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the winding path. Minato Namikaze and Killer Bee walk side by side, their steps relaxed yet vigilant, occasionally exchanging views about the upcoming journey to Takigakure. Minato, do you think they will easily give us the 7 Tails if we just go over there? Killer Bee's voice had a playful tone, and his rapping style always lightened the tense atmosphere. Minato shook his head slightly, his gaze deep. I'm not sure, but since Lord Hokage sent us, we must do our best to give it a try. However, I'm a bit worried about the Twilight Organization. Will they arrive at Takigakure before us and make a move on the 7 Tails? That shouldn't be the case. After all, they haven't shown up for a while. So they must be brewing some kind of conspiracy, Killer Bee replied. But as he spoke, his brows began to furrow slightly, clearly contemplating the next actions of the Twilight Organization. Behind them, dozens of elite ninjas maintained a tight formation. These ninjas were the elite of Konoha, having undergone rigorous selection and training for this mission. As the captain of this operation, Minato Namikaze bore an important responsibility. He not only has to ensure the success of the mission, but also protect the safety of every team member. As the vice captain, even though Kurabi has lost the 8 Tails chakra, his incredibly strange swordsmanship still surpasses that of many elite ninjas. His presence undoubtedly added more assurance to this operation. As they gradually approached Takigakure village, the surrounding scenery began to change. The originally dense forest was gradually replaced by sparse trees, and the outline of Takigakure village could be faintly seen among the distant mountains. It seemed that they were almost there. Kakashi Hatake stopped in his tracks, looked around to confirm that there were no anomalies, and then continued to lead the team forward. Killer Bee nodded. His perception was exceptionally sharp, allowing him to detect subtle changes in the surrounding environment. He believes that as long as they remain vigilant, they will be able to successfully complete this mission. Soon after, they arrived at the entrance of Takigakure village. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar village, both Minato Namikaze and Kurabi were filled with complex emotions. They are not here to be good people this time. They have a mission to retrieve the Seven Tails. If they encounter obstacles during this process, according to the orders from above, they can choose to forcibly take the Seven Tails. If the situation goes awry with Minato's Flying Thunder God, they can at least bring the Seven Tails back. This is also the reason they chose Minato to lead the team. As for Killer Bee and the others, these small nations don't have the guts to dare to keep them. This is the price of weakness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fengtian and Obito are continuously flying towards the distant Takigakure village using the Flying Thunder God. Fengtian, where are you taking me? Haven't we already arrived at Takigakure? Obito asked in confusion, his words filled with doubt. The situation in Takigakure is quite complicated. Even I don't want to step in easily. Our trip this time is not only to capture the Seven Tails, but also for other purposes. Chapter 44. Immortal Ninja Kakuzu Purpose? What other purposes could there be? Obito's face was filled with even more confusion as he continued to question. However, Fengtian simply smiled slightly and did not elaborate further. TCH, playing mysterious, Obito scoffed, expressing his frustration. Nevertheless, his arm was still obediently held by Fengtian as they continued their journey through the Flying Thunder God. As soon as Fengtian's words fell, their figures appeared next to a magnificent waterfall. The environment here was tranquil and beautiful, with lush trees and various plants growing in abundance, as if it were a meticulously crafted paradise by nature. Fengtian stood quietly in place, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for something important. Suddenly, his eyes became resolute, locking onto a figure not far away. Without any hesitation, Fengtian quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantaneously moving in front of that figure with Obito. I've spent quite some effort finding you, Fengtian said coldly, with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue in his tone. You know what I mean, Kakuzu? Fengtian spoke calmly, and then his eyes instantly switched to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. Upon seeing Fengtian and Obito in front of him, Kakuzu quickly took a few steps back. It wasn't because he was scared, but because when Fengtian appeared strangely before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. This pressure was precisely what the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan brought. Who are you, and what do you want with me? Kakuzu asked after sensing that Fengtian and the others did not harbor any killing intent. Hearing this, Fengtian's mouth curled up slightly as he continued. Immortal Ninja Kakuzu, we are here to welcome you to become a member of the Twilight Organization. After Fengtian's words, Kakuzu was slightly taken aback, but quickly calmed down. His tone carried a hint of confusion as he continued. Twilight? You are the Twilight Organization that has been making waves recently? Sorry, but I'm not interested in such organizations. The only thing that can attract me is money. As soon as he finished speaking, Fengtian's gaze sharpened, and he merely moved his finger slightly. With the enhancement of cause and effect, Kakuzu felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Immediately afterward, Fengtian took a step forward, his expression turning cold as he said unapologetically, whether you are interested or not, you must join the ranks of the Twilight Organization. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu did not feel any fear. Instead, he responded rudely, you really can boast. Seems like another fool who doesn't know the vast difference in strength. Although the bounty for your Twilight Organization hasn't come out yet, your words are too grand. So, you're making me feel quite displeased. After saying this, Kakuzu assumed a battle stance, suddenly splitting his two arms apart, revealing countless flexible black threads. His body seemed to be stitched together, patched up, with every part sewn with black lines, like a puppet. In that case, I can only defeat you. Fengtian's eyes narrowed, and his eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan, kept spinning. However, contrary to Kakuzu's expectations, Fengtian, who was originally in a standoff, suddenly retracted his aura and pushed Obito over. Hey, what do you call this? After making threats, you just let me go, right? Obito shouted angrily at Fengtian, sneering. However, Fengtian was completely unconcerned and didn't take Obito's words to heart at all. He then gave a strange smile to Obito and immediately used the Flying Thunder God, disappearing right away. Is it possible to play like this? Just as Obito was looking blankly at the direction where Fengtian had just vanished, Kakuzu suddenly appeared right in front of him. He directly closed the distance with Obito, then manipulated the black lines to instantly pierce through Obito's body. Immediately after, under Kakuzu's disdainful gaze, Obito's body fell helplessly, his eyes filled with unwillingness and astonishment, as if he had truly lost the breath of life. Oof. What an ignorant little brat. Kakuzu glanced contemptuously at the fallen Obito, a sneer of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, then closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the movements around him, trying to capture any trace of the incoming threat. However, just as Kakuzu was fully focused, Obito suddenly sprang up as if resurrected, moving in astonishing speed. Taking advantage of Kakuzu's moment of distraction, he swiftly reached out to attack Kakuzu, attempting a surprise attack. What? Kakuzu's reaction was also extremely quick. He almost instantly sensed Obito's attack and twisted his body at an incredible angle, skillfully avoiding the fatal blow. However, even though he dodged the lethal damage, Obito's hand, using the power of Kamui, pierced through his thigh, penetrating his own thigh as well. Hee. Seeing this, Obito displayed a proud smile, and then with a thought, countless sharp branches erupted from inside Kakuzu's thigh, leaving Kakuzu utterly shocked. In pain, Kakuzu staggered a few steps involuntarily, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary Obito was hiding such a strange ability. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kakuzu gritted his teeth and asked, his eyes flashing with anger and vigilance. Obito chuckled and didn't answer directly. Instead, he activated Kamui again, his figure flickering unpredictably between reality and the alternate space, making it difficult for Kakuzu to catch his trace. Just a petty trick. Kakuzu snorted coldly. Though he was shocked inside, he refused to show weakness. He quickly adjusted his state, the black lines within him writhing like living creatures, ready to welcome the next attack from Obito. However, just as Kakuzu thought Obito would continue to use Kamui for a sneak attack, Obito quickly formed hand seals and then spat out a gigantic fireball. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball roared out, bringing with it intense heat that bore down on Kakuzu. In the face of this sudden attack, Kakuzu did not appear flustered. The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open, and 5 black tentacles shot out, directly shattering the fireball. I really can't underestimate you. Kakuzu snorted coldly, his gaze becoming more serious. Just as Kakuzu was preparing to counterattack, a figure resembling a ghost appeared beside him. Before Kakuzu could react, the figure reached out, gently placing a hand on Kakuzu's shoulder, and softly said, "This is the end, Kakuzu." Chapter 45, Earth Grudge Fear. Don't get too complacent. Kakuzu roared, swinging his arm with an irresistible force, suddenly brushing away the hand that was extended toward him. That arm traced an arc in the air, creating a faint sound of wind. Immediately afterward, a strange noise emanated from Kakuzu, as if something within him was stirring. The two focused their eyes and saw Kakuzu's clothes beginning to tear apart, as if being ripped by an invisible force, revealing his back stitched together with black threads. On that back, there were 4 extremely bizarre, protruding masks, quietly lying there as if fused with Kakuzu's body, yet exuding a chilling aura. Then, an unbelievable scene occurred. Those 4 strange masks seemed to come to life, slowly writhing and bulging outward. Each bulge was accompanied by a slight tremor of Kakuzu's body, as if something was building up within him, ready to break free from its constraints and burst out of his body. Earth Grudge Fear. Kakuzu shouted angrily, his voice filled with determination and madness. With that roar, the 4 eerie masks seemed to be liberated, bursting forth from his back and transforming into 4 black shadows that instantly coalesced in the air, forming 4 grotesque humanoid monsters. They varied in height and weight, each one looking hideous, emanating different colored chakra fluctuations. Some were as hot as flames, others as chilling as ice. Some raged like a fierce wind, and others struck like lightning. What kind of monsters are these? So disgusting. Obito, who witnessed the entire process, couldn't help but voice his disgust, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. To him, this was beyond his imagination, like demons crawling out of hell, instilling dread. Who could imagine that these four grotesque monsters would burst out from a human body, each carrying various chakra attributes, as if they were terrifying beings from another world? Earth grudge fear, huh? Interesting. Obito looked at the four monsters before him with indifference, his face showing no signs of disturbance. He and Obito both had the ability to use Kamui, allowing them to retreat easily regardless of the situation. However, just as Fengtian was about to activate Kamui to respond to this sudden change, the monsters did not attack as he had expected. Instead, they surrounded Kakuzu and began to spin around him in a strange rhythm. With each rotation, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavier, and even space appeared to shimmer with subtle ripples. A cold smile appeared on Kakuzu's face, a smile that exuded absolute confidence in his power. My DUNY is the strongest secret technique formed by the hearts of the 5 elemental elite ninjas I've hunted over the years. You little brats who don't know the meaning of death, go repent in hell. As Kakuzu's words fell coldly, the 4 monsters seemed to hear their master's command and suddenly stopped their frenzied spinning. They each opened their massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and unleashed 4 beams of chakra of different colors. These beams intertwined and collided in the air, dazzling like a rainbow, yet carrying a deadly danger, instantly weaving into a complex and intricate net that trapped Fengtian and Obito tightly within. This was an attack that could not be avoided. The chakra net seemed to possess a life of its own, tightly wrapping around the two, making it impossible to break free. Fengtian felt the terrifying chakra aura, yet his face remained as calm as water, without a hint of disturbance. He just slightly turned his head to look at Obito beside him, his eyes revealing a sense of understanding and trust. After a silent signal, Fengtian's figure suddenly vanished like a ghost, leaving only a faint afterimage and Obito, who stood in a defensive posture, facing the terrifying chakra net alone. Did one escape? Upon seeing this, Kakuzu's mouth curled into a cold smile, filled with disdain and mockery. Immediately after, he continued to increase the flow of chakra, making the attacks of the Earth Grudge fear even more intense, as if he wanted to completely devour Obito. Bang! Several beams of different chakra attributes suddenly exploded in Obito's direction, the sound of the explosion deafening, stirring up endless dust and flames, shrouding the entire space in chaos. The dust spread, blocking out the sun, making it impossible to see the situation within. However, soon the dust settled, and Obito's figure miraculously appeared at the original spot, completely unscathed. His eyes shimmered with a golden light, as if the unique, phasing state of Kamui had just been lifted, making it seem like he had just returned from another dimension. It turned out that at the moment of Fengtian's disappearance, Obito cleverly used Kamui to hide himself in that mysterious Kamui space, skillfully avoiding the fatal blow and thus preserving his life. Kakuzu Udoton. So no jutsu, doesn't he seem so invincible after all? A smirk appeared at the corner of Obito's mouth, his tone laced with provocation and disdain. It seemed as if he was telling Kakuzu that no matter how powerful your attack is, it cannot harm me in the slightest. Kakuzu's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Obito to be able to evade his attack so easily. A hint of surprise flashed in his murderous eyes, but soon, his gaze became cold and resolute again, as if he wanted to turn all obstacles into ashes. Don't get too cocky, brat. Kakuzu snorted coldly, his voice filled with authority and anger. He then commanded the 4 monsters to act again. This time, they no longer simply spun or launched chakra beams, but each transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Obito at an astonishing speed. The speed was so fast, it was like lightning tearing through the sky, making it impossible to catch their trajectory. Seeing this, Obito also withdrew some of his contempt, his figure quickly retreating, leaning against the woods and constantly dodging. Still trying to escape? Kakuzu sneered disdainfully, then continued to control the Jiangu to chase after Obito. At the same time, the black threads within him surged continuously, dividing part of his attention to sense the suddenly vanished Fengtian, ready to strike at any moment. Just as the Jiangu was about to catch up to Obito, an overwhelming sense of oppression suddenly appeared behind Kakuzu. I was prepared for this. Kakuzu shouted angrily, quickly adjusting and turning around, extending the black threads within him towards Fengtian with great force. It's time to end this. Chapter 46. Destruction. It's time to end this. Fengtian's deep and oppressive voice echoed in the air, as if carrying an irresistible force. As his words fell, The countless black threads that should have surged towards him bizarrely froze in midair, as if bound by an invisible force, unable to advance an inch. Kakuzu's face instantly turned shocked. He realized that his body was completely out of his control, as if it were fixed by some mysterious power. Even the distant Jiangu, which had been exceptionally fierce, seemed to lose all its vitality, helplessly falling to the ground, unable to move. "What are you doing to me?" Kakuzu's eyes widened, filled with panic and confusion, as he stared intently at the approaching Fengtian, as if trying to find the answer on his face. However, Fengtian's expression remained unchanged. He simply walked towards Kakuzu step by step. With each step he took, the oppressive aura of his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan grew stronger, making Kakuzu feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation, as if the whole world had become unbearably heavy at that moment. "Do you yield?" Fengtian finally spoke, his voice cold and authoritative, like a true god interrogating a mere mortal. Kakuzu opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but before he could finish his words, he froze, because before him appeared a sight that left him utterly shocked. That towering figure, like a deity stepping out of ancient myths, looked down upon him, a tiny mortal. The figure exuded an incredibly pure aura of destruction, as if it could destroy the entire world at any moment. At that moment, Kakuzu felt an unprecedented shock and fear. Just then, Kakuzu suddenly found that he had regained control of his body. But at this moment, he had lost all desire to fight. The instant he saw that towering figure, he had already collapsed helplessly to the ground, filled with despair and helplessness. He gave up any struggle and just stared blankly at the divine presence before him. Is this the power of a god? The voice of Jiao Du was as thin as a thread, trembling slightly in the cold wind, as if it could be swallowed by the great force of the universe at any moment. His eyes widened in shock, filled not only with awe and fear, but also with a deep realization of his own insignificance. At that moment, he seemed to stand before an endless abyss, catching a glimpse of that indescribable terrifying power, finally understanding that between himself and true strength lay an insurmountable chasm. The arrogance and pride of the past appeared utterly absurd and laughable in the face of this power, causing him to bitterly laugh, his heart full of bitterness and helplessness. "Quietly perish." Fengtian's words were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. As his words fell, an extremely violent energy erupted violently from him, like a volcanic eruption or falling stars, instantly engulfing everything around in endless flames and storms. It was a catastrophic disaster within miles, whether mountains or trees, where all living things were completely obliterated in that instant, turning into nothingness. The shockwaves from the explosion were like monstrous waves, reaching dozens of miles away to Takigakure village, causing the entire village to tremble as if the apocalypse had arrived, filling hearts with fear. "Takigakure village, Kairabi, can you sense it?" Minato's voice was low and urgent. He stood tall, his gaze sharp, and upon feeling the powerful energy fluctuations coming from afar, he immediately turned to Kairabi beside him, his eyes flashing with inquiry. Kairabi nodded slightly, his brow furrowed, revealing an indescribable gravity in his gaze. "Yes, it seems there is an unusual force stirring in the distance. That power is too immense. It is not something ordinary beings can possess." The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts without the need for words. They were well aware that this mission was of great importance and required careful action. "Should we send a few people over to take a look?" Kairabi suggested, his voice deep and powerful, revealing an undeniable firmness. However, Minato shook his head, his face filled with worry. "No, the priority is to bring the Eight Tails back. As for the situation over there, if it won't affect our mission, it's better not to worry about it for now." Kairabi nodded slightly in agreement. Then, the two of them stepped through the gate of Takigakure. Upon entering the village, they felt the tense and solemn atmosphere. The villagers were either busily moving about the streets or gathering together to speak in low voices, each face marked by concern over the unknown threat. "Welcome to Takigakure. Friends from other villages," a guard at the entrance said respectfully, his eyes filled with both curiosity and vigilance. Minato smiled and nodded in response, then walked deeper into the village with Kairabi. However, halfway through, an elder suddenly blocked their path. Behind the elder, several masked ninjas watched them warily, as if ready to respond to any sudden situation. The elder cleared his throat gently and then asked, "May I ask, are you friends here for the Eight Tails?" Seeing this, Minato politely nodded and quickly replied, "Yes, we are from Konohagakure, here to bring the Eight Tails back for protection. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of the Eight Tails? However, the elder's reply made their hearts sink. You are too late. The Eight Tails is no longer in the village. Hearing the elder's words, Minato and Kurabi's expressions instantly became serious. They exchanged a glance, seeing surprise and unease in each other's eyes. Not in the village anymore. What happened? Mizumon quickly pressed for answers, his tone tinged with urgency. The old man sighed, seemingly helpless about the situation. Not long ago, someone broke into Takigakure, and his strength was overwhelming. We were completely powerless to resist. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki was taken away during that chaos. What? Kurabi exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. He never expected that such a bold force would dare to seize the tailed beast. Watergate quickly calmed down and began to analyze the situation. Could the person invading Takigakure be someone from the Twilight Organization? The old man shook his head and slowly spoke. No, the one who attacked our Takigakure and seized the Seven Tails is actually our village's traitor, Kaka. Chapter 47. Watergate's plan. Upon hearing the name Kakuzu, both Watergate and Kurabi's expressions changed. Kakuzu, the infamous traitor in the ninja world, was known for his immense strength and immortality, having posed a significant threat to various ninja villages multiple times. Kakuzu has seized the Seven Tails? Watergate's voice carried a hint of disbelief. The old man nodded heavily, his eyes filled with sorrow. That's right, it is him. Since he took the village's secret technique, the grudge, he has been coveting the power of the tailed beasts. I never expected he would go so far. Kurabi clenched his fists, a flash of anger in his eyes. Humph. This Kakuzu is getting more and more arrogant. We cannot let him succeed. Watergate took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. The most important thing now is to find Kakuzu and the Seven Tails. We must act quickly, or the consequences will be unimaginable. The old man, hearing this, displayed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. If you can help us retrieve the Seven Tails, Takigakure will be immensely grateful. I will do my utmost to provide you with clues about Kakuzu's whereabouts. Watergate nodded in appreciation. Then I'll leave it to you. We will do our best to retrieve the Seven Tails and will never let it fall into evil hands. Afterward, Watergate and Kurabi bid farewell to the old man and led everyone outside of Takigakure. Kurabi, what do you think about this matter? Watergate asked seriously as he looked at Kurabi, confirming that no one was around. Something feels off, very off. The entire Takigakure, including that old man, feels very suspicious. They seem to be hiding something from us. Watergate nodded slightly, a hint of seriousness crossing his brow. What you said is exactly what I think. I also have this suspicion in my heart, feeling that there is another story behind this. According to my deduction, the Seven Tails may not have truly fallen into Kakuzu's hands. Are you saying? Kurabi's gaze sharpened, as if he had caught onto a key piece of information. That's right, she is very likely still within Takigakure, hidden in a corner we overlooked. Watergate's tone was firm, without a hint of wavering. Kurabi furrowed his brow, clearly surprised by this sudden twist. If that's the case, if we forcefully demand it, we might alarm the entire village and invite unnecessary trouble. Watergate smiled slightly, his expression confident yet cunning, his gaze passing through layers of houses as if he could already see the secrets inside Takigakure. Precisely because of this, we need to proceed carefully, first understanding the opponent's background. Once we find the exact hiding place of the Seven Tails, we can decide on our next move. So what is your plan? Kurabi eagerly pressed on. You will split into teams and appear to be searching for Kakuzu's whereabouts, while secretly gathering intelligence. At the same time, I must remind you that there may be many eyes watching us from the shadows. Therefore, every step must be cautious and careful. After saying this, Watergate took out a specially made kunai from his pocket, which was engraved with the intricate flying thunder god seal, and gently handed it to Kurabi. This kunai is something I prepared meticulously. At a critical moment, it will become our link. Then, he turned around and signaled to an elite ninja beside him. The ninja immediately understood, swiftly performing the body double technique and transformation technique, creating a duplicate that looked exactly like Watergate. With everything ready, Watergate concentrated and the flying thunder god technique was activated in an instant. His figure left a faint afterimage in place and then vanished without a trace, leaving only a breeze that carried away some dust. Seeing this, Kurabi looked at the transformed Watergate, who was lost in brief thought. In the end, they still followed Watergate's arrangement, forming groups of 3 and scattering to set off on the path to find Kakuzu. Deep within Takigakure, the old man who had just spoken with Watergate stood with a serious expression, hand behind his back. Behind him were several figures of ninjas wearing ghost masks. Swish, swish. As several sounds arose, more ghost-masked ninjas appear behind him. What is the situation? The old man spoke lightly, his words filled with the pressure of an upper authority. If Watergate had seen this scene, he would have been greatly astonished. He never expected that the previously kind-looking old man could possess such an authoritative demeanor. Returning to you, Lord, those ninjas left the village after a brief stop and scattered. It seems they are indeed searching for the traitor Kakuzu's whereabouts. A ghost-masked ninja quickly stepped forward to report to the old man. However, this did not dispel the old man's suspicions. He slowly turned around, his eyes fixed on the few ghost-masked ninjas kneeling in front of him, and continued to speak. Is this situation true? Returning to you, Lord, this matter is absolutely true. We followed them secretly for a long time and only gave up the pursuit after they had traveled several dozen miles from Takigakure. Upon hearing this, the old man pondered for a moment, a glimmer of cunning light flashing in his eyes. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Continue to monitor, but do not get too close. I want to know their every move, especially whether they have discovered anything. Yes, Lord Takayuki. The oni-faced ninjas replied in unison, and then their figures flashed and disappeared again. The old man looked in the direction they left, a cold smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He had already made calculations in his heart. The arrival of Watergate and Karabi surprised him, but he also felt that it was a great opportunity. Kakuzu, oh, Kakuzu. This time I can take advantage of this opportunity to completely eliminate you, the old man muttered to himself, then turned and walked into the inner room, starting to arrange the next step of his plan. Inside the inner room, the candlelight flickered, reflecting the old man's ever-changing expression. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, each tap seeming to beat the drum of fate, and the outline of the plan gradually became clearer in his mind. However, at this critical moment, an inexplicable chill suddenly swept over him, like the biting cold wind of winter, causing Takayuki to shiver involuntarily. A sense of ominous foreboding surged within him, as if some unknown presence was silently approaching him, its gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly penetrating through him. Takian suddenly turned around, trying to catch the source of that mysterious power. But at the moment he turned, an invisible force suddenly erupted, like countless black chains, binding him tightly against the wall, rendering him immobile. It was a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the entire world had frozen at that moment. When Takian finally struggled to turn his head and saw the face of the visitor, his pupils dilated instantly, filled with disbelief and terror. It's you. Chapter 48, The Truth of the Traitor Ninja, It's You. Takian's voice trembled with shock, his eyes wide open, fixated on the gradually revealing face of Kakuzu. That cold and merciless face appeared particularly eerie under the flickering candlelight. How is this possible? How did you silently bypass the layers of defenses I meticulously set up to come here? Takian's words were filled with disbelief. He could not understand how Kakuzu could so easily breach his defenses. However, Kakuzu did not respond to his questions, only coldly staring at Takian, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything. Then, he acted swiftly, using black threads to seal all of Takian's joints, leaving him unable to move. The black threads twisted around Takian like living creatures, giving him an unprecedented sense of restraint. Utterly foolish old man. Kakuzu's tone was filled with anger and disdain. It was just one failed mission, yet you wanted to put me to death. Do you know how much I sacrificed for this mission? Kakuzu rarely lost control of his emotions, his words brimming with anger and resentment. He was constantly venting his emotions, as if he wanted to pour out all his dissatisfaction and pain. Takakage looked at his once loyal subordinate, who had now become so crazy and irrational, feeling a mix of complex emotions in his heart. He understood that the incident had completely enraged Kakuzu and brought their relationship to an irreparable point. Originally, Kakuzu was an elite ninja of Takigakure, with an incredibly pure loyalty to his village. One day, he received a mission that instructed him to assassinate the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama. With no choice, he had to carry out the mission. But how powerful of a ninja was Senju Hashirama? If it weren't for his merciful heart, Kakuzu would never have been able to return alive to Takigakure. Because of this, the current Takakage used it as an excuse to impose severe punishment on Kakuzu. But how could Kakuzu accept that? So he stole the forbidden technique from Takigakure, the land of grievances, to gain immense power and defected from the village. It can be said that the old man in front of him was the true mastermind behind Kakuzu's defection. "Kakuzu, you dare to betray the village and even infiltrate here," the Takakage said through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Kakuzu coldly glanced at him, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. "Betrayal? Humph. It was you who wronged me first. I am merely seeking my own way to survive." As he spoke, he tightened the black threads, causing the Takakage to feel even more pain. The Takakage struggled, trying to break free, but Kakuzu's strength was too overwhelming for him to resist. "Kakuzu, what you're doing will not end well," the Takakage shouted, his voice tinged with despair. Kakuzu, however, was indifferent, stating flatly, "I don't care about the outcome. All I know is that I now possess enough power to do what I want." Just as he was about to deliver the final blow to the Takakage, ending this meaningless struggle, ripples in space quietly emerged, as if a surface of water had been brushed by a gentle breeze. Obito and Fengtian's figures suddenly appeared before them. The appearance of Fengtian caused Kakuzu's expression to change slightly, a flicker of unwillingness quickly vanishing. But he soon suppressed his emotions, retracting the black threads back into his body like a snake, burying his anger and resentment deep within as he stepped aside to observe the situation. At the moment Kakuzu withdrew, the Takakage began to cough violently. Each cough felt as if he were trying to expel his very organs from his body. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze filled with vigilance and confusion. "Who exactly are you?" Fengtian, upon hearing this, maintained a calm demeanor, slightly raising his head. His deep, penetrating eyes seemed able to see through all things in the world, gazing at the Takakage with an almost divine posture. His voice was low and authoritative. "We are Twilight, here to save this filthy world. For the peace of the entire ninja world, Takakage, hand over the seven tails." As Fengtian's words fell, his eyes suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. It was the unique brilliance of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, carrying endless pressure that bore down on the Takakage like a mountain. Under the weight of this pressure, which seemed capable of crushing his very soul, the Takakage's body trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind. However, his gaze was as steadfast as a stubborn rock in a blazing fire, filled with unwavering resolve. "Huh, so you are the Twilight that has been making waves in the ninja world." Although his voice was somewhat hoarse from pain, the sarcasm and unyielding spirit within it were clearly audible. "But unfortunately, you will never extract even a drop of information about the seven tails from this old bone of mine." Takakage's words carried a sense of determination, and a hint of madness flashed across his face, a madness that clung to belief even in the face of despair. Immediately after, his right hand shot out like lightning, and in his palm, a ball of chakra condensed to its utmost brilliance shone like a miniature sun. That was his last trump card, the secret he was prepared to defend with his life. Without the slightest hesitation, Takakage gritted his teeth and smashed the devastating chakra ball hard against his forehead. He is willing to pay with his life to bury this power, this secret, forever in darkness. However, at this critical moment, Fengtian's lips curled into a smile that was a mix of amusement and disdain. His eyes suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. The unique, mysterious power of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, which he unleashed to its fullest at this moment. As a result, this forbidden technique, under the control of Fengtian, was unleashed like a ghostly apparition in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the chakra sphere in the hands of Taking, capable of destroying everything, vanished as if erased by an invisible hand, as if it had never existed. What kind of power is this? Taking, astonished, couldn't help but ask. But before he could receive an answer, Fengtian's figure had already appeared before him like a specter. Fengtian gently grasped his neck with one hand and lifted him high. As the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan operated, the light gradually faded from Taking's eyes, ultimately replaced by a void of chaos. This was the illusion Fengtian cast upon him, a fate he could not resist. Just when everything seemed to settle, Fengtian suddenly turned his gaze to the window, where a figure was lurking in the shadows, quietly observing everything. A playful smile appeared on Fengtian's face as his voice echoed in the empty room. "How long are you planning to watch?" Chapter 49, Fengtian vs. Minato. How long are you planning to watch? With Fengtian's words, in an instant, Minato's figure appeared before everyone. "I'm sorry, friend from Konoha." The moment Taking saw Minato appear, a trace of apology flashed across his face. At this moment, he understood everything. It turned out that he hadn't deceived Minato and the others at all. In reality, the reason Karabi and the others were searching for Kakuzu was to stage a play for him. The purpose was to avoid conflict. If Minato and the others had charged in, Takigakure would definitely have been engulfed in a bloody storm. This was something he, as Taking, did not want to see. When Obito saw Minato, he instinctively wanted to speak, but soon, remembering his position, he forcibly swallowed his words. Minato warily glanced at Obito, who had just made a sound, feeling a hint of doubt. From Obito, he sensed a familiar feeling. However, it was difficult to recall what this familiar feeling was at that moment. After a brief thought, he decided to slowly shift his gaze to Fengtian above. Due to Obito being cloaked in a black robe and wearing a tiger-patterned mask, and with his breath deliberately concealed, Minato was unable to accurately perceive him, so he did not recognize Obito right away. Seeing Minato shift his gaze away, a complex emotion flashed in the depths of Obito's sorrowful eyes beneath the tiger mask. As expected, as my teacher, you still can't recognize me? Obito thought in his heart, then pulled his thoughts back to reality, standing shoulder to shoulder with Fengtian to confront Minato. You must be the rumored Twilight. I didn't expect Kakuzu to join in. Minato, holding a specially made flying thunder god kunai, took a defensive stance and continued solemnly. No matter what, even if it costs me my life, I will completely shatter your conspiracy here. After speaking, he moved slightly like a ghost. With a flick of his fingers, several flying thunder god kunai transformed into streaks of light, accurately embedding themselves into the surrounding walls. Each landing spot was meticulously calculated, as if an invisible net had silently locked Fengtian and the others within a carefully arranged encirclement. Seeing this, Fengtian's lips curled into a faint smile, a smile that contained both acknowledgement of his opponent's strategy and absolute confidence in his own strength. He did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the flying thunder god technique of the fourth Hokage, but instead slowly stepped forward, each step exuding an undeniable sense of pressure. His eyes had quietly transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. The light flowing within them seemed capable of perceiving the essence of all things in the world, staring directly into the deepest secrets of the human heart. The voice of Minato Namikaze was deep and magnetic. Each word sounded as if it came from the abyss, carrying an undeniable power. The yellow flash of Konoha. Your reputation has long echoed throughout the ninja world. As the hope for Konoha's future, to kill you here, the next candidate for Hokage, is indeed a pity. As he spoke, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan began to slowly operate, reversing cause and effect to activate. This power erupted instantly, and even with Minato's lightning-fast reflexes, he could not escape the rewriting of this law of causality. He could only watch helplessly as his own figure and the surrounding scenery twisted together, as if being pulled into a vortex of time and space. The scenery around them felt like a different world. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves in a dense forest outside of Takigakure. Minato's gaze was sharp, his brows furrowed, and his face was filled with astonishment. What kind of ability is this? How could it move me here in the blink of an eye? He pondered quietly in his heart, various possibilities flashing through his mind. Could it be the lost space-time ninjutsu? No, I clearly did not sense any fluctuations of spatial transfer. His gaze became increasingly serious. Clearly, the opponent before him possessed abilities beyond imagination, just as Karabi had previously analyzed, seemingly able to touch and alter the essence of reality. Fengtian stood tall in place, a playful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Filled with disdain for his opponent and confidence in his own power, he slowly extended his finger and gently beckoned towards Minato, his movement carrying a hint of provocation and mockery, as if to say, "Come on, let me see what you can do." Minato would not show weakness. He immediately flicked his wrist, and a flying thunder god kunai shot through the air like a meteor, heading straight for Fengtian. At the same time, he began gathering chakra in his palm, and a spiral sphere gradually took shape, its spinning power following closely behind, approaching Fengtian. However, under the watchful gaze of Fengtian's keen, eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the speed of the flying thunder god kunai seemed to slow down 100-fold, with every subtle movement laid bare. He gently tilted his head, and the sharp kunai grazed the tips of his hair, narrowly avoiding the attack. Watergate's figure followed closely, almost simultaneously approaching Fengtian, with the Rasengan in his hand, resembling a sphere containing a storm, crashing towards his opponent. At this critical moment, Fengtian's figure suddenly became blurry, as if merging into the void. This was the Godway phantasm technique, easily evading the deadly strike. However, Fengtian's counterattack did not stop there. He extended his palm to grasp at the air, seemingly trying to capture something. Just as he was about to reach Watergate's figure vanished like a ghost, reappearing on top of the flying kunai with a low shout. Flying Thunder God, second stage. As the words fell, the Rasengan, which had long been charged, crashed down like a meteor onto the spot where Fengtian had been, sending dust flying and creating a deep pit in the ground. Watergate did not pursue the attack. Instead, he quickly retreated, his expression devoid of any joy of victory, but rather more profound. He secretly left a Flying Thunder God mark on Fengtian for emergencies. However, this caution did not make him let down his guard, as he knew very well that as a core member of the Twilight Organization, Fengtian could not be so easily defeated. As time passed, the dust gradually settled, and Fengtian slowly rose from the pit, his robe tattered, revealing scars left by the spiral pills. Yet, there was no trace of pain in his eyes. Instead, they sparkled with an inexplicable excitement and pride. He activated the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan once again, and the power of reversing cause and effect surged once more. In an instant, something incredible happened to Minato. Known for his calmness, as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Chapter 50. The only chance how is this possible? In Minato's astonished gaze, as Fengtian's Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly operated, the injuries on his body began to heal at an unimaginable speed. Even his clothes were restored in the blink of an eye, reversing cause and effect, altering fate. Minato, enjoy that last Rasengan to the fullest. Fengtian spoke with a playful expression, then raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! Bang! The moment the snap echoed, a powerful force suddenly struck Minato from behind. It was the unique attack method of the Rasengan. In the next moment, Minato was violently pushed away by an irresistible force, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a distant tree. Dust flew, and stones scattered. His face was filled with disbelief, his chest heaving violently, clearly in shock. What is going on? Watergate struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes full of shock and confusion. He clearly remembered that the spiral sphere he had just launched had indeed hit Fengtian and should have caused serious damage. Yet, Fengtian in front of him had seemingly recovered in an instant, and even managed to rebound his attack. Fengtian slowly withdrew the playful expression from his face, and his eyes became deep and cold. This is one of the abilities of my Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which allows me to perceive the essence of all things in the world, manipulate causality, and reverse the flow of time. All the attacks you unleash are merely a link in the chain of causality in my eyes. I can easily distort them, even causing the attacker to suffer the consequences of their own actions. Minato's pupils constricted slightly. He had never heard of such a god-defying ability, and an unprecedented sense of crisis rose in his heart. He is well aware that using conventional attack methods against such an opponent is meaningless. The water gate trembled as it rose, clearly having suffered significant damage from the recent attack. His brain was racing, thinking about the next course of action. The ability to manipulate causality was simply unheard of. However, such an outrageous method surely must have its own flaws. For example, the use of intervals. Watergate quickly formulated the next battle plan in a very short amount of time. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his back, his eyes sharp as he fixed his gaze on Fengtian, not far away. If he could transfer the causal effects of the injuries he endured onto me, then perhaps just one fatal blow would prevent him from using that strange ability. In other words, the key to the outcome of this battle lies in the attack speed between him and me. Mizunoto picked up the Flying Thunder God kunai in his hand again, adjusted his breathing simply, and launched another attack on Fengtian. Seeing Mizunoto charge straight at him, Fengtian curled his lips into a sneer. It seems you're still not giving up, Mizunoto. His Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan activated again, with complex patterns swirling in his eyes, as if it could perceive all the secrets of the world. However, this time, he chose not to retaliate directly, but instead stood quietly in place, seemingly waiting for something. Minato's speed reached its peak, almost turning into an afterimage, with the kunai of Flying Thunder God flashing with cold light, aimed directly at the vital points of Fengtian. He understood in his heart that this was his only chance, and he had to give it his all. Just as the Flying Thunder God was about to make contact with Fengtian's body, Fengtian's figure suddenly became blurry, as if it had merged with space, cleverly dodging the attack. Space ninjutsu? Watergate was taken aback, but quickly steadied his mind. He was not surprised that Fengtian could evade this blow after all. He already knew that Fengtian could use this kind of ninjutsu. To successfully hit Fengtian, he had to strike at the moment he launched his attack, when his body became solid. However, do you think that this will allow you to win against me? Watergate snorted coldly, his figure accelerating again, as if transforming into countless afterimages, launching attacks from all directions simultaneously at Fengtian. Fengtian remained calm, his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan continuously capturing Watergate's movements, cleverly defusing each attack. He seemed to be toying with Watergate in his palms, enjoying this cat-and-mouse game. However, Watergate did not give up. He continuously adjusted his attack rhythm and angle, trying to find a flaw in Fengtian. He knew that as long as he hit successfully once, he could break the deadlock. It seems you still don't understand. Minato. Fengtian suddenly spoke, a hint of disdain in his voice. In the face of absolute strength, any technique is futile. Seeing that Minato was still not giving up, Fengtian could no longer hold back. With the fluctuations of space around him, a long sword appeared in his hand. Under the insight of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Fengtian keenly noticed that Minato had exposed a huge flaw. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards, and the long sword in his hand was suddenly enveloped by an extremely powerful aura of destruction. In the next moment, he fiercely thrust it towards the vital point of Watergate. I've finally waited for you. This is the only chance. However, Watergate's reaction was beyond Fengtian's expectation. In the face of this deadly strike, Watergate frowned tightly, but then relaxed, with a glimmer of wisdom shining in his eyes. He seemed to have anticipated Fengtian's actions, concentrating all his attention on Fengtian's longsword. In the blink of an eye, Watergate's figure suddenly disappeared, like a leaf swept away by the wind, leaving no trace. Flying Thunder God technique. Watergate's voice echoed in the air, carrying an undeniable determination. When Fengtian turned his head in astonishment, he found that Watergate's figure had already appeared behind him, the familiar kunai shimmering with a cold light, pointing directly at his neck. Damn, could be that time? Fengtian suddenly realized, recalling the earlier confrontation with Watergate, where Watergate had quietly marked him with the flying Thunder God seal on his back after a spiral sphere attack. This subtle action had become the key for Watergate to turn the tides of battle. It was this single opportunity that Watergate had firmly grasped. It should end now. Watergate's voice was calm and resolute, the kunai slowly closing in. Though you are an enemy, you are still a worthy opponent. As Watergate's words fell, the kunai swiftly sliced through Fengtian's neck, putting an end to all disputes and grudges in that moment. Chapter 51. Kakuzu's Rage. The flying Thunder God kunai, shining with dazzling cold light, was aimed at Fengtian's neck, and it seemed that everything had settled. However, at this critical moment, a playful smile unexpectedly appeared at the corner of Fengtian's mouth. There was an inexplicable glimmer in his eyes, as if everything was under his control. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery, as if reminiscing with an old friend. Do you really think it's all over? The voice of Flying Thunder God, Minato, was deep and grave, and he looked at the scene before him in disbelief, a sense of ominous foreboding rising in his heart. You guessed right. The Flying Thunder God technique is not something only you can use. Before Fengtian's words had finished, his figure vanished like a phantom, and when he reappeared, he was already several meters away, perfectly avoiding Minato's deadly strike. His figure traced a graceful arc in the air, as elegant and composed as a dance. Swayman was taken aback. He never expected that at this critical moment, Fengtian could easily counter his killing move. Just as he was in shock, a subtle yet fatal change quietly occurred behind him, as a flying Raijin mark silently emerged. At the same time, the mark on Fengtian's back had completely vanished. This was the reversal of cause and effect technique, a forbidden power capable of distorting causality and rewriting fate. A chillingly indifferent smile appeared on Fengtian's face, his voice sharp as an ice blade in the cold wind, piercing through Sumon's eardrum and striking his soul. It's time to end this. Swayman hurriedly turned around, but could no longer see Fengtian's figure. Suddenly, he felt a heaviness in his head. A powerful drowsiness surged over him. Despite his best efforts to maintain a shred of rationality, he gradually fell into a deep sleep. Divine Might. Seeing Swayman plummeting from midair, Fengtian immediately used Divine Might to draw him into his Divine Might space. After everything was over, he glanced at the flying Raijin kunai that had fallen beside him, sighed after a while, and then also stored it in the Divine Might space. Meanwhile, in Ta Qing's office, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Ta Qing's gaze was like a torch, fixated on Kakuzu and Obito in front of him, his voice trembling with anger. Kakuzu, do you really want to completely destroy Takigakure? Upon hearing this, Kakuzu merely snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. At this point, what does it matter to say these things? You destroyed me. You expelled me from Takigakure. You have hunted me down to this day. Now you want me to think of the village? It's utterly ridiculous. At this point, a rare hint of deranged madness appeared on Kakuzu's face. He suddenly waved his hand, and the black line in his grasp writhed like a living creature, once again firmly pinning Takayuki against the wall. At the same time, his back twisted, and four bizarre, hideous apparitions appeared before everyone. Look, you foolish old man. Kakuzu's voice was filled with pride and madness. This is the forbidden technique you have always feared, the Earth Grudge fear. Look at their lively forms, the secrets of immortality. All of this has forged me into an incredibly powerful being. By the end, Kakuzu had completely succumbed to madness. He actually disregarded the orders from Fengtian and directly signaled Ginyu to launch an attack, intending to completely eliminate Taking within this office. Are you crazy? Seeing this, Obito couldn't help but loudly question. He suddenly appeared next to Taking, his right hand gently resting on her shoulder, while his right eye flickered with a faint divine power, ready to take Taking into the divine space at any moment. Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Kakuzu roared, his voice echoing in the office, filled with anger and resentment. Under such intense anger, he tried to maintain a sliver of clarity, attempting to keep Obito away from Taking. But Obito did not back down. His gaze was firm, and his voice was calm and resolute. Kakuzu, don't forget our purpose. We are here to capture the Seven Tails, not to destroy this village. If you kill Taking now, we won't have any way to find the whereabouts of the Seven Tails. What awaits us, then, is the shadow of mission failure. Kakuzu's movements paused slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in his crazed eyes. Obito's words about mission failure were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fire of anger in his heart, temporarily awakening him from his frenzy for revenge. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. The four grudges slowly retracted back into his body, allowing Takayuki to be freed, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing violently. If this is the last time, Kaidi snorted coldly, although he still felt unwilling in his heart. He knew that Obito was speaking the truth. As members of the Twilight Organization, their mission is crucial and cannot be influenced by personal grudges. Upon seeing the situation, Obito retracted his Kinui power and turned to the Mizukage, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible sympathy. Old man, we have no intention of becoming enemies with Takigakure. We only hope you can cooperate with us and peacefully hand over the Seven Tails. This will protect your village from the ravages of war and allow us to complete our mission smoothly. Hearing this, the Mizukage showed no joy of having survived the calamity. Instead, he stared intently at the two before him. With the last traces of stubbornness, he said, "You will never get the whereabouts of the Seven Tails. Even if it means death, I will not let you have your way." Upon hearing this, Obito's expression instantly turned extremely grim. He did not expect that the person he had worked so hard to keep would be so disrespectful. Since that is the case, don't blame us. The aura of God-S might from Obito's right, I caused a disturbance in the surrounding space. It was obvious he intended to draw the Mizukage into the realm of God-S might, and then conduct severe interrogations. However, just as Obito was about to make a move, the space around them twisted, and Fengtian's figure appeared before everyone. "Obito, stop. Leave this to me," Fengtian said calmly, with an expression of immense confidence. Seeing Fengtian appear, Obito fell silent for a moment, then made up his mind and softly asked, "Where's Minato?" Upon hearing this, Fengtian was also taken aback for a moment. He did not expect Obito to still be concerned about Minato. However, it was not surprising, as there was a bond between teacher and student. Fengtian slightly turned his head, looking at Obito with a complex expression, and then spoke. "Minato is no longer in this world." Chapter 52. The death of Mizukage Minato is no longer in this world. Fengtian's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he were discussing something unrelated to himself. However, these simple words struck Obito's heart like a heavy hammer. Beneath the tiger mask, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his face was filled with disbelief, shock, and pain. Obito's body trembled slightly. It felt as if he could hear his own heart shattering. In his view, his teacher, Minato Namikaze, was a legend in the ninja world. Even if he could not defeat Fengtian, it should not have ended so easily. At the very least, He could have escaped using the flying thunder god technique. Obito stared intently at Fengtian, trying to determine whether what he said was true. However, the result left him deeply disappointed. He did not detect any emotional fluctuations on Fengtian's face, as if this was how things were meant to be. What do you want? The Mizukage slumped to the ground, dirt staining his clothes, his gaze fixated on the slowly approaching Fengtian. Fear crept in like ice, inch by inch, eroding his heart. The air around them seemed to solidify. Even the wind ceased, leaving only the extremely tense standoff between the two. Fengtian's steps were steady and powerful. Each step seemed to tread on the strings of the Mizukage's heart, causing violent tremors. His deep eyes revealed an indescribable pressure that made the Mizukage's soul tremble. The Mizukage was not afraid of death, but he worried that Fengtian could truly use some strange means to extract the information about the Seven Tails from him. You asked what I want. Hey, of course. It's to finish what I didn't get to do earlier. With that, a cruel and merciless smile crept onto Fengtian's face as he slowly walked towards the Mizukage, each step echoing like the tolling of a hellish bell. You old man, you're not a good person. As a Mizukage, you are indeed a qualified leader. But as a person, you are truly despicable. You forced loyal ninjas like Kakuzu to become rogue ninjas. So I will kill you. I have no guilt about it. After saying this, Fengtian's hand shot out like lightning, tightly grasping the Mizukage's neck and lifting him high. The Mizukage's hands fell weakly, his eyes bloodshot from suffocation, his face turning red as he struggled with all his might. But it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to budge Fengtian's iron grip. At that moment, the Mizukage resembled a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, completely devoid of any power to resist. Fengtian's eyes suddenly brightened, instantly transforming into the terrifying eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. A powerful illusionary force surged towards the Mizukage like a tide, instantly engulfing him. Tell me, where's the Seven Tails? Fengtian's voice echoed in the Mizukage's ear, carrying an undeniable authority. The Mizukage's eyes became hollow, as if he had lost his soul, mechanically responding. The location of the Seven Tails is in a secret underground chamber within the village, guarded by our strongest elite ninjas from the Takigakure, and outsiders cannot easily enter. Fengtian's lips curled into a cold smile as he released his grip on the Mizukage's neck, allowing him to crumple to the ground like a rag doll. Gasping for breath, he turned to look at Kakuzu and Obito, his eyes shining with a triumphant light. It seems that our plan can be further advanced, Fengtian said, his tone full of confidence. Although Obito was shocked by Fengtian's ability to easily control Takigakure, he felt even more anticipation for the imminent acquisition of the Seven Tails. He nodded to show his agreement. Kaidi appeared somewhat indifferent. He wasn't very interested in the Seven Tails and was more concerned about enhancing his own strength amidst the chaos. However, since he had joined Twilight, he would loyally carry out the organization's tasks. Fengtian turned around and shot a fierce glance at Kaidi, who instantly understood. His wrist suddenly snapped, and countless black lines wriggled out like living creatures, emitting a chilling aura. Kill me. The voice of Jiao Dulong Ing was weak and trembling, his face filled with guilt and regret. In the end, this matter was my fault. He slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. Kakuzu stepped forward, coming to Takiju's side, his face calm as water. Looking at Takiju, who was filled with the will to die, he sighed and finally said softly, "Do you have any last words before you die?" A glimmer of clarity flashed in Takiju's murky eyes. He slowly raised his head, looking at Kakuzu in front of him, and with his last bit of strength, he uttered the belated words, "I'm sorry, Kakuzu." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's body trembled slightly. He had waited too long for this belated apology, so long that he had almost forgotten his hatred. However, this did not change his mind. He decisively shot countless black threads at Takiju, filled with endless killing intent, instantly engulfing him. In the next moment, the flame of Takiju's life gradually extinguished, leaving behind endless regret and remorse, drifting away with the wind in the silent night. After doing all of this, Kakuzu's body trembled slightly, and there was no hint of pleasure on his face. Instead, he was shrouded in an indescribable heaviness. Although he had personally ended the life of Takiju, the one who had betrayed him, the thrill of revenge did not arrive as expected. Instead, it made him more acutely aware of his identity as a traitor ninja, like an indelible mark deeply engraved on his soul. Hatred spread like wildfire, silently continuing to spread. The ninjas of Takigakure, those who had once fought alongside him, had now become enemies sworn to take his life. Their pursuit was like invisible chains, tightly binding Jiao Du, making it impossible for him to break free or find relief. "Let's go. This matter is settled. We must leave." Fengtian's voice rang in Jiao Du's ears, carrying a hint of subtle tenderness. He stepped forward, gently patted Kakuzu's shoulder, trying to bring him a touch of comfort, a hint of warmth in his own way. However, just as this rare tranquility was about to settle in, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the void above. "There are assassins." The voice thundered like lightning, instantly shattering the night silence. The ninjas of Takigakure, like awakened beasts, sprang into the air and rushed towards the direction of Kakuzu and the others. Their figures traced brilliant trajectories in the night sky, like shooting stars crossing the horizon, carrying endless killing intent and anger. Fengtian, witnessing this scene, felt no surprise. His words fell lightly, devoid of any emotion. It seems there is work to be done again. Chapter 53. Playing chess faced with the sudden enemy, Fengtian quickly entered a combat state, his eyes shimmering with the light of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. "No need to kill, just delay. I need some time. By me 3 minutes." Kakuzu nodded, his form instantly transforming into a shadow, swiftly darting through the night sky, continuously attacking the approaching enemies with black threads. Meanwhile, his 4 Earth Grudge Fear were unleashing a massive amount of chakra beams, pushing back the ninjas who were constantly closing in on Fengtian. As a member of the original Takigakure, even the ruthless Kakuzu did not wish to massacre his former compatriots at this moment. At least not now. Obito stayed close behind Fengtian, his right eye emanating a faint aura of Kamui, ready to take Fengtian into the Kamui space for hiding at any moment. However, the ninjas of Takigakure did not retreat. Instead, they attacked Fengtian and others with even greater fury, as if wanting to pour all their hatred onto them. "Kakuzu, you treacherous rogue ninja. How dare you collude with outsiders to attack Lord Takakich? Unforgivable. Your head must be offered to honor Lord Takakich." In the fierce battle, several elite ninjas of Takakich instantly recognized Kakuzu. After seeing the corpse of Taking, their inner anger grew even stronger. They unleashed powerful ninjutsu attacks, targeting Kakuzu's vital points, attempting to eliminate him right there. Facing the tidal wave of furious attacks from the ninjas of Takigakure, Kakuzu showed no signs of fear whatsoever. His figure moved on the battlefield like a ghost, deftly evading the enemy's deadly strikes with each movement. At the same time, his black lines, like the Grim Reaper's tentacles, wove a tight net in the air, blocking those ninjas who attempted to break through the defenses one by one. "A group of foolish beings. Do you really think I can't kill you?" Kakuzu snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. He is not a killer by nature, but faced with these ninjas blinded by hatred, he has no choice but to demonstrate his strength. Kakuzu has killed countless people throughout his life and has never feared death, but today, he does not want to let blood stain this land. Kakuzu's voice is deep and powerful, each word seemingly carrying immense weight, causing the air around him to tremble. However, the ninjas of Takigakure do not relent. Their attacks become increasingly fierce, with various ninjutsu emerging one after another, as if they aim to drown Kakuzu in this sea of anger. Seeing this, Obito's right eye shines brightly with the power of Kamui as he closely watches the enemies attempting to breach Kakuzu's defenses, ready to activate a space-time ninjutsu at any moment to bring F10 into the Kamui space for safety. F10 stands still, his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan perceiving every detail of the battlefield, silently calculating the time in his heart. He knew that these 3 minutes were crucial for the upcoming plan. Finally, when those decisive 3 minutes quietly arrived, Fengtian's voice thundered across the battlefield. "Jiao Du, quickly come to my side." Upon hearing this, Jiao Du felt the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally drop. He knew well that this was their perfect opportunity to escape. Without the slightest hesitation, he gritted his teeth and, with his indomitable will and incredible strength, endured countless ninjutsu attacks, like a warrior fighting to the death, inching closer to Fengtian. "Let's go." Fengtian's voice rang out again, brief and powerful. As his words fell, an unprecedented causal power surged forth from the reversal of cause and effect, instantly filling the entire battlefield. This power seemed to possess the magical ability to turn the world upside down and reverse causality. Under the influence of the reversal of cause and effect, Fengtian, Kaku, and Obito appear to be enveloped by an invisible force, instantly vanishing from the sight of the ninjas of Takigakure. On the battlefield, only chaos remained, along with the shocked ninjas. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening before them. Some ninjas even doubted whether they were dreaming, as everything was too bizarre, too incredible. What is going on? Where do they go? The ninjas looked at each other, filled with confusion and fear. They had never seen such a strange ability, as if it could reverse cause and effect, erasing all existence. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened that shocked everyone present. The long-dead Takayuki slowly rose, as if nothing had happened, coldly staring at the many Takigakure ninjas before him. If Kakuzu had seen this scene, he would have been extremely shocked, because he could never have imagined that this seemingly righteous old man before him had also learned the secret technique of Takigakure, the curse of regret. The reason he was able to be resurrected is that, like Kai-D, he possesses multiple hearts. However, Kai-D's black line just happened to not damage another crucial heart. This is also the truth behind Takakige's ability to revive. Takakige's sudden resurrection was like a bolt from the blue, leaving all the ninjas from Takigakure present in shock, speechless. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that the leader who should have already passed away was now standing before them, coldly as if returned from hell. Lord Taking, we have arrived too late for the rescue. Please punish us severely. The ninjas knelt down one after another, expressing their respect and guilt. However, Taking merely slowly raised his hand to silence their clamor. His gaze was deep and cold, as if it could see through to the deepest secrets of the human heart. The ninjas looked at each other, filled with confusion and doubt. They do not understand why Lord Taking would be resurrected in such circumstances, nor do they comprehend what he means by as expected. Taking's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on the devastated battlefield. He slightly frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Jiaodu, I have long since your betrayal. I just didn't expect you would collude with outsiders to deal with me. There was a hint of reproach in Taking's tone, but more than that, there was a complex emotion. Immediately, a cane appeared in his hand, slowly wandering through the wreckage of the place. Finally, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and his words became incredibly sharp. You are quite impressive to force me to make such a risky move, making me have to take you seriously. However, it's now my turn to make a move. Chapter 54. The Judge with a Ripple of Spatial Distortion Gently Spreading. Fengtian. Jiaodu and Obito's figures were like being gently dropped by an invisible hand, landing steadily in a hidden and deep corner of Takigakure. At this moment, a sense of discomfort came over Fengtian's eyes, but soon he recovered. He gently rubbed his eye sockets, feeling the surge of ocular power within him, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, enhanced multiple times, faced such a powerful backlash of causality. It was merely a trivial ripple that was easily quelled. Kakuzu, the place that old man mentioned, you should know about it, right? Feeling his ocular power restored, Fengtian also inquired about Kakuzu. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu nodded slightly, a trace of seriousness flashing through his wrinkled eyes, before speaking. I know the place. And it's not surprising that there are a few elite guards inside. However, one thing puzzles me. Has our journey been too smooth? Kakuzu's voice carried a hint of confusion and vigilance. It's as if everything has been predetermined, progressing naturally without any obstacles. As soon as he said this, both Fengtian and Obito couldn't help but furrow their brows, falling into deep contemplation. Indeed, the process of obtaining the location of the Seven Tails seemed too easy, too perfect. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating their fate from the shadows, leading them step by step towards an unknown abyss. Your intuition is not without reason, Kakuzu. Fengtian pondered for a moment, his gaze deep and distant. Since I embarked on the path of collecting tailed beasts, although each task has been arduous, I have always managed to find a breakthrough at critical moments and successfully complete my missions. This time is no exception. The old man's guidance seems flawless. But this overly smooth process is indeed worth being cautious about. Obito nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, the process of gathering this information has been too smooth, which makes me uneasy. Perhaps this is a trap set by the opponent, waiting for us to walk into it. Kakuzu let out a cold laugh, the deep wrinkles on his face deepening. Humph, be it a trap or a conspiracy, since we have come this far, there is no turning back. Fengtian nodded, continuing, You are right, regardless of whether it's a trap, the Seven Tails is our target that we must capture, as long as we are strong enough. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or scheme will have no effect. Having said this, Fengtian turned to Kakuzu, saying, "You are familiar with the terrain. Lead us there. As for those elite guards, leave them to me and Obito." Kakuzu nodded, his figure swaying as he swiftly headed towards their destination. Fengtian and Obito followed closely behind, and the three figures quickly disappeared into the night. After passing through a dense forest and navigating several winding alleys, they arrived at what appeared to be an abandoned temple. Though the temple was dilapidated, a faint chakra fluctuation could still be felt within, indicating that extraordinary power was hidden here. "This is it," Kakuzu said in a low voice, stopping and signaling for the two to be cautious. Fengtian slightly nodded, activating the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, his powerful ocular power instantly scanning the surroundings, attempting to perceive any potential threats. Meanwhile, Obito switched his right eye to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Just as they were about to enter the temple, a deep bell toll suddenly rang out. Accompanying the sound of the bell, the surrounding air began to distort, and a powerful barrier force quietly unfolded, trapping the three of them in place. "It seems we have truly been set up." Obito's expression became serious as he focused on the barrier that had formed around them. Just some boring tricks. This level of barrier can be easily broken." Kakuzu snorted coldly, and then his back began to writhe. But at that moment, he was shocked to find that his chakra flow was unusually chaotic. This also made it impossible for him to use any ninjutsu normally. "How could this be? My chakra flow has started to go out of control, and I can't release the Earth Grudge Fear properly," Kakuzu exclaimed in shock, his words tinged with a hint of panic. Seeing this, Obito quickly activated Kamui, attempting to escape the barrier by moving into the Kamui space. But he soon realized that his situation was the same as Kakuzu's. He couldn't use any ninjutsu normally. The two's gazes instinctively turned to Fengtian, whose calm and serene eyes seemed to be their only hope. Fengtian's expression remained indifferent, as if the changing winds and clouds of the outside world had nothing to do with him. He gently extended his right hand, his fingertips lightly touching the fine phosphorus powder floating in the air. The powder shimmered with a faint blue light under the weak illumination, exuding an ominous aura. This phosphorus powder was undoubtedly the power of Reimei. Due to the chaotic nature of the powder, it would only transform into something that could cause turmoil within the chakra. It seemed that Takigakure was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. After Fengtian's words fell, Obito and the others understood the real reason behind the chakra chaos. However, even though they knew, they still had no clue on how to resolve it. Fengtian narrowed his eyes, his expression serious, as he focused on a certain spot in the barrier, as if he could see the threads of fate there, intertwining to form an invisible net that firmly trapped them. He secretly pondered in his heart, wanting to forcibly implement a reversal of cause and effect, using the power to defy fate to change the outcome. However, the power of the phosphorus powder was too strange, and even he could not perform such a reversal in this environment. Just as the three were contemplating how to break the deadlock, a hurried sound of footsteps shattered the silence around them. A group of ninjas dressed in the attire of Takigakure appeared before them like phantoms. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a cold smile on his face, wielding a gleaming long sword, his steps steady and advancing, as if each step echoed the heartbeat in their chests. "Welcome, everyone, to my domain." The middle-aged man's voice carried a hint of mockery and derision, as if he were enjoying the pleasure of controlling everything like a cat playing with a mouse. "I am the guardian of Takigakure, and I am also the creator of this barrier." His words paused, and a more eerie smile crept up the corners of his mouth. "You can call me the Arbiter." Chapter 55. 8 Gates of Duinjia Arbiter? Obito repeated, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Just a self-proclaimed title. Do you think that will scare us?" The Arbiter let out a cold laugh, casually waving his long sword, the tip tracing a brilliant arc in the air. "Scare you? No. I just want you to know that in the face of this barrier, I am the one who holds all the power." Kakuzu's eyes widened in anger. Despite the chaotic chakra, he refused to back down. "Stop spouting nonsense. Even if we can't use ninjutsu, we will never give up easily." Fengtian remained calm, fully aware that acting impulsively would only make the situation worse. He carefully observed the judge and the surrounding ninjas, looking for a possible breakthrough. The judge seemed to see through Fengtian's intentions, and with a slight smile, he said, "Don't waste your efforts. The barrier and the phosphorus powder here are all meticulously arranged by me to prevent you from using ninjutsu and to trap you in a desperate situation. However, I am not without mercy. If you're willing to surrender and reveal your secrets, I might consider sparing your lives." Upon hearing this, Fengtian curled the corner of his mouth into a faint cold smile. "Surrender? That's not our style. Besides, do you really think you could trap us?" The judge's expression darkened, clearly angered by Fengtian's words. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then let me show you my true strength." With that, the judge's figure flashed, and his long sword struck like a dragon, aiming for Fengtian's head. Fengtian sidestepped just in time to narrowly avoid the attack. Meanwhile, the surrounding ninjas prepared to launch their attacks, and the battle erupted in an instant. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from Fengtian, and the overwhelming killing intent caused the seemingly indestructible barrier to begin to tremble. "Impossible. How could you use ninjutsu inside the barrier?" The judge looked at Fengtian in shock, utterly astonished by the scene before him. "Since I can't use ninjutsu, then I'll use taijutsu." Fengtian watched the stunned judge with a playful expression, a slight smile revealing his absolute confidence. 8 gates, open. With a low shout from Fengtian, an incredible momentum erupted around his body, as if countless forces surged within him, pushing his physical limits to unknown heights. The judge's expression instantly became serious. He could feel the powerful energy wave emanating from Fengtian, far exceeding his expectations. "You mastered such a forbidden technique, the 8 gates," the judge said incredulously. The 8 gates is one of the most dangerous forbidden techniques in the Naruto world, unlocking the 8 gates that bind chakra within the body to unleash power beyond limits. However, the cost of this power is also immense. Each gate open causes severe damage to the body and may even threaten life. Fengtian did not respond to the judge's words. He simply clenched his fists and struck hard against the seemingly unbreakable barrier. Boom! With a sound like shattering glass. The barrier that had been binding Fengtian and the others shattered. However, before the judge could react, Fengtian's figure flashed and rushed toward the judge like a ghost. His speed was so incredible that it seemed to tear through the air itself. Seeing this, the judicator quickly swung his sword to defend. However, Fengtian's punches came like a torrential storm, dense and rapid, leaving the judicator unable to withstand the onslaught. Bang! 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 Amidst the continuous sounds of fists and kicks, the judicator was forced to retreat repeatedly, barely able to stay on his feet. The surrounding ninjas gasped in astonishment. They had never seen such powerful physical techniques, nor did they expect that Fengtian could unleash such incredible strength in a situation where ninjutsu was unavailable. Jiaodu and Obito were also left dumbfounded. They originally thought that without the use of ninjutsu, their combat power would be greatly diminished. However, Fengtian's performance showed them another possibility. Even without ninjutsu, one could still exert powerful combat strength through other means. What are you waiting for? Take advantage of their still adapting to the flow of chakra in their bodies and quickly finish them off. The judicator, facing Fengtian's fierce attack, finally took a moment to give orders to his subordinates who were still standing in place. Upon hearing this, the elite ninjas immediately snapped out of their daze and charged towards Jiaodu and Obito. "You lowly fish, do you think you could trap me like this?" Jiaodu's voice was filled with disdain as he moved left and right, using the terrain and his own speed to continuously evade the ninjas' attacks while looking for a chance to counterattack. Obito appeared even calmer. He closed his eyes, seemingly sensing the subtle changes in the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them as he shouted, "Kamui!" As his voice fell, Obito's body vanished before everyone's eyes, leaving behind a faint vortex. The ninjas who were about to attack him were instantly stunned, completely unable to track his whereabouts. "Umph! You think you can evade my attack with this method? Too naive." A ninja snorted coldly, ready to launch a new attack, when he suddenly felt an intense sense of crisis. Obito's figure suddenly appeared behind him, a hand already pressing on his shoulder. The ninja's face changed dramatically. He wanted to resist, but found his body seemingly immobilized by some mysterious force, unable to move at all. "Kamui!" Obito's voice echoed again, and the ninja's body was instantly transferred to an unknown space, accompanied by a terrified scream, completely disappearing from everyone's sight. I'm curious. Have you ever thought it would develop like this?" Fengtian relentlessly launched fierce attacks against the judicator while also taunting him. "Umph." Upon hearing Fengtian's mockery, the judicator's expression darkened instantly. He never expected that Fengtian would actually use the 8 gates of Duanjia to break his own barrier, Although Fengtian could not use ninjutsu at the moment, as time passed and he fully adapted, what awaited him would be death. Just when the situation seemed to be turning in his favor, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Fengtian's back. A strong, scorching sensation surged from his back, causing Fengtian to gasp in pain and expose a significant flaw. The judge keenly seized this rare opportunity, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he mocked. Got you. Chapter 56. 3 minutes got you. The judge's figure moved like the wind, taking advantage of this fleeting gap without hesitation and delivering a powerful punch towards Fengtian's already tense body. The force of this punch was so great that even Fengtian, who had already opened the 8 gates of Uchiha, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his figure resembling a leaf caught in a tempest, quickly stumbling backward. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly, making him appear extremely disheveled. However, there was not a trace of pity or hesitation in the judge's eyes. Like a ghost, he followed Fengtian closely, almost as soon as he hit the ground. His fists were tightly clenched, muscles bulging, exuding an unstoppable, overwhelming momentum as he struck fiercely at the still unsteady abdomen of Fengtian once again. At that moment, it seemed as if the air itself was being torn apart by this force, producing a sharp whistling sound. Fengtian, sensing the abnormality over here, Obito couldn't help but shout, and then immediately slipped into the Kamui space. In the next moment, before the judge's attack could land, Obito had already appeared beside Fengtian. He grabbed Fengtian with one hand, and with a wave of spatial fluctuation, the two entered the Divine Might space, narrowly avoiding this deadly blow. They escaped really quickly. The judge looked displeased at Fengtian not far away, but internally he felt very regretful. Just a little bit more. He could have severely injured Fengtian. Are you okay, Fengtian? He looked at Fengtian with a gaze filled not only with worry, but also with a complex mix of emotions. Thanks to the enhancement of the Hashirama cells within him, he could quickly adapt to the chaotic chakra, but at that moment, he was more concerned about Fengtian's safety. It's nothing, just a little skin injury. Fengtian wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth and looked grimly into the distance. It was precisely because of the lightning attack that came from that direction that he had exposed a significant flaw in his battle against the Arbiter. That flaw nearly led to Fengtian's irretrievable downfall. And in that direction, the one who executed the lightning ambush was none other than the supposedly deceased Takagi. How is this possible? How is that old man still alive? Obito's voice was filled with disbelief as he followed Fengtian's gaze and saw Takagi, who wore a serious expression, his eyes like torches, staring directly at them. What? Not far away, Kaidi, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy, also noticed Obito's unusual reaction. He suddenly pulled away and turned to look in the direction of Takagi. When his gaze met Takagi's, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. However, Kaidi was an experienced ninja. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself, I didn't expect that the one who constantly claims that the curse technique is forbidden, Takagi, would secretly cultivate it himself. What a dirty and ugly heart. In response to Kaidi's sarcasm, Takagi simply shook his head gently, his eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. In his view, cultivating the curse technique was not for personal gain, but to support the unstable Takagi. In this world where the strong prevail, without sufficient strength, Takagi would eventually be mercilessly consumed by the flames of war, just like the Rain Village. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Fengtian and the others. Not only were Fengtian and Kaidi temporarily unable to use ninjutsu, but even worse, there were dozens of elite ninjas surrounding Takagi. They are like a pack of tigers and wolves, ready to join the battle at any moment and completely devour Fengtian and the others. Friends of Twilight, welcome to my chess game. Now, it is time for the curtain to fall. Takayuki's voice was deep and powerful, as if every word contained endless meaning. As his words fell, the elite ninjas around quickly spread out, forming an impenetrable encirclement that firmly trapped Fengtian and Obito within. The faces of those ninjas were filled with eerie and terrifying smiles, their hands tightly gripping various weapons that glinted coldly, clearly prepared for a bloody fight. The air was thick with the smell of blood and tension, as if a storm was about to arrive. In the face of such peril, there was no sign of fear on Fengtian's face. His sharp gaze fixed intently on the distant shadow of the waterfall, and he disdainfully said, I originally wanted to test how far my taijutsu could go under the enhancement of the 8 gates. but it turns out that it's not very effective at the moment. At this point, Fengtian's gaze suddenly shifted to the Judicator, who was watching him closely, his voice filled with endless killing intent. Since I'm not having fun, I've decided to erase all of you right here. As Fengtian's words fell, everyone present felt a chilling aura. They clearly knew that Fengtian's threat level had significantly decreased after losing the ability to use ninjutsu. However, from Fengtian's cold words, they truly felt a strong sense of killing intent, as if the Grim Reaper had descended upon them. Pretending to be a ghost. Although the judge was also intimidated by Fengtian's words, he quickly regained his composure. In his view, Fengtian without ninjutsu was like a fierce tiger without fangs. No longer a threat. He let out a cold laugh, and chakra began to gather around him, preparing for a new round of attack. However, Fengtian paid no attention to his provocation. He simply looked silently at Obito beside him, a glimmer of trust flashing in his eyes. He spoke softly, his words filled with infinite confidence. 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Obito nodded slightly. He understood Fengtian's meaning and felt the determination and resolve emanating from him. Then, he placed his hand on Fengtian's shoulder, and the two figures gradually disappeared in a distortion of space. Fengtian's voice echoed in the void, filled with mockery and provocation. Enjoy the last 3 minutes of your lives. Chapter 57 Countdown. What? The judge felt an ominous sensation rise within him upon witnessing the strange disappearance of Fengtian and Obito. 3 minutes. The judge's lips moved slightly. These 4 words felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, nearly suffocating him. He kept whispering. Each repetition felt like an interrogation of his fragile heart. Fear surging like a tide, drowning him. Those 3 minutes were no longer just a simple passage of time for him, but a countdown to death. Fengtian's words echoed in his mind, cold and ruthless, like a judgment. The barrier's effect was about to fade, and the confidence revealed in Fengtian's words made him believe that once the barrier failed, they would be instantly reduced to ashes. Just thinking about it made beads of sweat appear on the judge's forehead, sliding down his tightly furrowed brows and dripping onto the cold ground, making a faint and crisp sound. He nervously looked around, his gaze sharp, trying to catch a glimpse of Fengtian and Dai Tu in the darkness. But it was all in vain. The two seemed to have vanished into nothingness, leaving not even a trace of their presence, as if they had never existed at all. Ha ha! Look at you now! Jiao Du's laughter suddenly rang out, carrying a sense of pleasure and vengeance. He stood not far away, a glint of mockery in his eyes, as if watching a magnificent play. Just wait, that kid said he could completely erase you in 3 minutes. Kakuzu's words were like sharp blades, cutting through the already fragile nerves of the judges. His tone was filled with certainty, as if he had already foreseen the outcome for the judge. What he said could definitely be done. You might as well prepare your last words. Long before this, when Jiao Du was seizing the land from Yuan Yu, he had already engaged in fierce battles with the judge, and since then, they had established a deep enmity. Now seeing the judge looking so haggard, Jiao Du didn't hold back in his mockery. Upon hearing this, the judge's already grim face became even darker as he looked at Jiao Du, who was still in fierce combat. The killing intent in his eyes could no longer be concealed. His body moved slightly, wanting to take matters into his own hands and deal with Kakuzu, the traitor of Takigakure. Almost forgot they left you behind. The Judicator couldn't help but speak quietly, his hands quickly forming seals, and the chakra within him surged like raging waves, gathering at his fingertips. Gradually, it coalesced into a sphere that sparkled with dazzling lightning. The lightning flickered in the dim hall, as if it was a manifestation of the Judicator's inner fury. Lightning release! Lightning drum! The Judicator suddenly shouted in anger, his voice deafening like thunder. As his words fell, the sphere filled with lightning seemed to come to life, cutting through the air at an astonishing speed, carrying destructive power, and howling toward Kakuzu. Seeing this situation, Kakuzu planned to evade, but under the siege of dozens of elite ninjas, he had no choice but to withstand it with his body. However, at this critical moment, with a familiar spatial fluctuation, Obito's figure appeared beside Kakuzu. Oh, sorry. I was in a hurry and forgot about you. After Obito appeared, he awkwardly spoke to Kakuzu. Can you be any slower? Kakuzu retorted without hesitation, but a hint of relief flashed across his face. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Obito rubbed his head, then grabbed Kakuzu's shoulder. Bye-bye you. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Obito and Kakuzu instantly vanished into the Kamui space, perfectly avoiding the Judicator's lightning release. lightning drum. Seeing his attack miss, the Judicator's expression instantly turned extremely grim. He turned to look at the distant Taking, hoping the other party could provide a way to crack it. However, the latter only shook his head gently, indicating his helplessness. After a moment of thought, Taking slowly spoke. "A minute has passed, and we don't have much time left. I'll briefly explain. That kid's ability is related to space-time techniques, and it seems he can bring himself and others into a special space to evade attacks. That kid just said 3 minutes, and it appears he plans to safely wait out the 3 minutes in that special space until he can use ninjutsu normally again. In other words, once the 3 minutes are up, the moment his ninjutsu abilities are restored, the 3 of them will definitely appear here and completely wipe us out." As Taking said this, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He looked at the judge and continued, "Can your barrier be restored? If so, we might still have a glimmer of hope. Do not doubt the truth of what that kid just said. I can only tell you that in front of that kid, I have no power to resist." Upon hearing this, the judge's expression became even more grim. He knew Taking's strength well, and if even Taking was helpless against this person, then their situation was indeed dire. "I'll do my best with the barrier," the judge said with difficulty. He knew that although his barrier was powerful, whether it could be restored in a short time was still unknown. Taking could only nod helplessly at this, his gaze turning to the distance, and the worry in his eyes deepened. Immediately after, the judge began to seal with a serious expression, and as time passed, the fragments of the barrier in the void seemed to be continuously reassembling. He then waved his hand, throwing out a large amount of phosphorus powder, which began to resonate with the barrier. Just as the barrier was about to form, a powerful destructive aura suddenly swept across the scene with a twist of space. Everyone was paralyzed by this sudden force, and only the judge and Taking could barely move. The two of them turned their heads and saw a figure from Fengtian, exuding endless killing intent, as if a Shura crawling out of hell, slowly approaching them. "You continue to restore the barrier. I will hold them off for a moment." In an instant, Takakich quickly formulated a battle plan. He charged towards Fengtian with a powerful aura of lightning chakra. Upon seeing this, the judge hastened the hand seals, trying to quickly restore the barrier. However, in the next moment, an enormous figure casually emitted an aura that instantly shattered the barrier, which had just been restored to a large extent. At that moment, everyone heard Fengtian's voice, which sounded like a death knell. Next, the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 58, Consciousness of Destruction 1. As Fengtian's calm, yet infinitely authoritative words slowly fell, an unprecedented and terrifying aura of destruction suddenly swept through the entire space like a storm. This aura was so intense that it seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth, making everyone present feel a shiver and fear that originated from the depths of their souls. In an instant, Rin and the judge instinctively tried to gather their strength to resist this terrifying aura capable of annihilating everything. However, in the face of such an overwhelmingly suffocating power, all their efforts seemed so insignificant, so laughable, like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly self-unaware. What kind of power is this? The judge's voice trembled, filled with disbelief and fear. In the final moments of his life, he exerted all his strength to look up at the massive figure slowly emerging from the darkness, which loomed over them like a towering mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. In front of that figure, they, including the usually proud Ryuin, felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Their strength seems to become nothing in the face of this force, unable to produce any intention of resistance. They could only watch helplessly as the huge figure approached step by step, their hearts filled with despair. Fengtian crossed his arms over his chest, his chin slightly raised, and there was no expression on his young and indifferent face. His gaze is deep and calm, as if he has transcended all worldly emotions. He slowly spoke, as if bestowing a gift upon everyone. Complete body, Susanoo. As Fengtian's words fell, the enormous figure finally revealed itself completely before the crowd. It was a giant towering several dozen zhang, covered in black armor, emanating a faint cold light. Its eyes were like two brilliant stars, shining with a heart-pounding radiance. In its presence, everything seemed small and fragile. Even the space around it was distorted by its aura. They knelt helplessly on the ground, their eyes wide open, staring at the fully formed Susanoo, towering dozens of meters high and pitch black. In front of that fully formed Susanoo, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of despair and powerlessness. The dark giant seemed like a demon emerging from the abyss, carrying an endless intent of destruction, instilling fear in people's hearts. Is this the legendary, fully formed Susanoo? Takagi struggled to speak, his voice trembling slightly. As the shadow of a village, he had seen and experienced much, but he had never encountered such terrifying power. The judger and other elite ninjas had long since lost the will to resist. They lay limp on the ground, helplessly watching as the enormous figure slowly raised its giant hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. Fengtian stood expressionless at the side, his gaze devoid of any fluctuation, as if everything was within his expectations. He gently uttered the last few words, oblivion the end. As his words fell, the giant hand of the pitch-black Susanoo suddenly swung down, carrying the power to destroy everything. It was as if a tearing sound echoed through the air, and an irresistible force of destruction instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Under the impact of that force, Takagi, the judger, and all the elite ninjas felt an unprecedented fear and despair. They fought with all their might to resist, but in the face of that absolute power, everything seemed so pale and powerless. In the end, when everything calmed down, all that remained on the battlefield was a wasteland and scorched traces. Fengtian stood quietly there, looking at the scene before him, his eyes still showing no sign of fluctuation. It was over, he said softly, as if speaking to himself, and also as if speaking to the world. At this point, the shadow of the falls, the arbiter, and dozens of elite ninjas from the Hidden Falls village were completely obliterated under the strike of Fengtian, the annihilation of the end. Just then, with a wave of spatial fluctuation, Obito and Kakuzu appeared before Fengtian. Upon seeing this, Fengtian quickly dispelled the complete body Susanoo. Although he possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, casually activating the complete body Susanoo was still a bit burdensome for him. As long as it could be avoided, he preferred not to use it. Not bad. Fengtian, you've cleaned up thoroughly, not leaving a single survivor. After glancing around, Obito couldn't help but praise Fengtian's methods. Hearing Obito's words, Fengtian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He kept repeating these two words, but inside, he was stirred up like a turbulent sea. When? How did I become so bloodthirsty? These are dozens of living lives. Fengtian continuously questioned himself, a hint of madness flashing across his face. When? Could it be that after the upgrade of my power, that sense of destruction has eroded my subjective consciousness? Fengtian held his head in his hands, a look of pain on his face, as the inner struggle and self-questioning surged like a tide. He understood that his recent actions had already surpassed previous boundaries, and the power brought by the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan seemed to be quietly changing his state of mind. Fengtian, what's wrong? Obito asked, his tone filled with concern. Although he and Fengtian are companions, their understanding of each other is not deep. At this moment, seeing Fengtian in such pain, he can't help but feel a little worried. Jiao Du, on the other hand, stands beside them with a cold expression, seemingly indifferent to Fengtian's suffering. He secretly pondered that this might be a side effect of the growth of Fengtian's power, or perhaps a hidden obsession deep within him had been triggered. No matter. Fengtian took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. He understood that he needed to stay calm at this moment and not be consumed by the sudden pain. It might be that after the enhancement of his pupil power, he was indeed feeling a bit out of sorts. Fengtian found an excuse to try to cover up the struggle within himself. He was well aware that if this destructive consciousness could not be controlled, it would inevitably become a huge obstacle on his path of cultivation in the future. Obito nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, the enhancement of ocular power often comes with changes in one's mindset. You need to adjust well and not let this power control you. Fengtian, upon hearing these words, nodded slightly, then slowly stood up, preparing to take the next step in his actions. However, at that moment, several murmuring voices unexpectedly echoed in his mind, their tones seemingly filled with urgency. Recognize oneself. Resolve the cause and effect. Find oneself. Chapter 59, The Arbiter. Recognize oneself. It felt as if an invisible storm was sweeping through Fengtian's heart, each word striking like a heavy hammer upon his soul. He clutched his head in pain, his body trembling as if he were struggling against some indescribable force. On the ground, dust was kicked up by his thrashing, forming tiny, swirling vortices. Fengtian's gaze was hazy, his lips tightly pressed together, the expression of pain and confusion intertwining, like a solitary soul in the abyss searching for a glimmer of light. I am who I am. I am Fengtian. His voice carried a sense of determination, yet was mixed with a hint of uncertainty. Like the brightest star in the night sky, flickering in and out. Why should I come to terms with myself? I am someone who has crossed over. What can be said about this identity of Uchiha Fengtian? In Fengtian's mind, whispers surged like a tide, each thought like a sharp blade, slicing through his already fragile sanity. Am I Uchiha Fengtian? He murmured to himself, a glimmer of confusion and struggle flashing in his eyes, as if standing on the edge of two worlds, one side familiar with the modern world, and the other a strange yet adventure-filled ninja world. No, I am definitely not from the Uchiha clan. Fengtian suddenly looked up, his eyes wide open, the eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan dimmed in agony, like a candle flame about to extinguish, reflecting the chaos and fear within him. Why is my memory so confused? What is the boundary between truth and illusion? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. The pain temporarily brought him back to his senses, but also made him feel the helplessness and despair even more clearly. Pull yourself together. Fengtian. Obito's voice thundered in Fengtian's ears, filled with undeniable determination. He anxiously stared at Fengtian, his Sharingan filled with concern and worry, as if he wanted to convey his beliefs to the other person. Finally, the murmurs gradually faded away, and Fengtian's gaze refocused. As he gasped for breath, it was as if he had awakened from a long dream, a sense of relief washing over him as if he had survived a catastrophe. Hoo-hoo! He was panting, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. The surroundings gradually became clear to him. The ruins of the temple, the smell of gunpowder in the air, and Obito's anxious yet warm gaze. Everything reminded him that he was still alive, still struggling in this endless cycle. I'm fine, just a backlash from my ocular powers, Fengtian said, his tone returning to the calmness and indifference of the past, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Then, as his eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan, slowly rotated, under the influence of causality, Fengtian's body directly restored to its peak condition. Upon hearing this, Obito furrowed his brows, a flicker of doubt and unease crossing his eyes. What do you mean by recognizing oneself? Fengtian turned his head, his gaze deep as an abyss, the corner of his mouth lifting into a faint smile. Does it matter? In this endless cycle, what are we all pursuing? Perhaps recognizing oneself is the key to unraveling all mysteries. Obito was momentarily speechless, only able to silently watch Fengtian, the worry in his Sharingan growing stronger. Fengtian said no more, turning to look at Kakuzu, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Now that the obstacles are gone, it's time to harvest the seven tails. Kakuzu silently nodded, his figure moving towards the depths of the shattered temple. His hands quickly formed seals, and with a low rumble, the ground cracked open, revealing a huge underground entrance, like a portal to another world. Once inside, it would be the underground passage. If what that old man said was true, the seven tails should be within. After finishing all this, Kakuzu also spoke up. Fengtian nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and focused, sensing the powerful chakra fluctuations coming from deep underground. It was the aura of the seven tails, Sage-Mei, strong and ancient, like a sleeping giant beast waiting for the moment to awaken. It was time to end this game. Fengtian murmured softly, his eyes flashing with determination and coldness, like a cheetah ready to pounce. Let's go, Fengtian said again, then took the lead into the underground passage. Obito and Kakuzu followed Fengtian's footsteps and entered the underground passage together. The underground passage was dim and deep, with faint glimmers of light occasionally flickering on the stone walls, seemingly from some naturally occurring fluorescent minerals. The air was filled with a damp and moldy smell, and the stone slab path underfoot was uneven due to years of neglect, with each step accompanied by a slight echo. Fengtian walked in front, his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan shining like two brilliant moons in the darkness, penetrating all obstacles and perceiving everything ahead. Obito followed closely behind, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any unexpected events. Kakuzu was responsible for bringing up the rear, his bizarre, stitched body appearing even more sinister in the dim light, as if ready to respond to any sudden situations. As they went deeper, the temperature in the passage gradually dropped, and even breathing felt cold. Fengtian's perception continued to enhance, and he could clearly sense that not far ahead, the massive chakra belonging to the seven tails was stirring, seemingly preparing for the impending battle. Prepare for battle. Fengtian's voice echoed in the narrow passage, short and powerful, like a taut string, instantly pulling the atmosphere of the team to a tense limit. His eyes were cold and sharp, as if ready to face the impending storm. At that moment, at the end of the passage ahead, a series of urgent and heavy footsteps broke the silence. Soon after, several figures leaped out of the shadows like ghosts in the dark night. Wielding sharp blades and with piercing gazes, they were the elite ninjas guarding the Seven Tails. Their appearance was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. How can anyone step into this place? It seems the judges and decision-makers have already failed. A deep and magnetic voice echoed through the corridor, carrying a hint of amusement and disdain. As the voice faded, a slender figure slowly emerged from the dim light, like a black lightning bolt breaking the silence. He is the arbitrator. His appearance seemed to instantly solidify the atmosphere of the entire space. A powerful force of rules emanated from his body, like an invisible shackles, firmly sealing off the surrounding space. Under the pressure of this force, both Obito and Fengtian's divine might lost their effects, as if blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to be unleashed. Introducing himself, the arbitrator's voice was calm and indifferent, yet carried an undeniable authority. I'm the arbitrator, the last barrier of Takigakure, but also the existence that will completely erase you. Chapter 60. The last line of defense, the judge and the decision-maker. Now, there's another arbitrator? I say, you all are like Russian nesting dolls, one after another. Isn't it annoying? Fengtian looked helplessly at the man who called himself the arbitrator, feeling utterly speechless. Although the surrounding space was sealed off, with Fengtian's abilities, erasing the man in front of him would be incredibly easy. Nesting dolls? What does that mean? The arbitrator looked at Fengtian with confusion, indicating that he did not understand Fengtian's words. However, soon, the arbitrator waved his hand lightly, as if grasping the pulse of the entire world. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to be violently squeezed by an invisible giant hand. The air emitted a deep rumble, as if even time was compressed to a standstill. Faced with this sudden change, the two companions beside Fengtian changed their expressions drastically, a hint of panic flashing in their eyes. However, Fengtian remained calm. His eyes suddenly lit up with the unique brilliance of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, releasing a powerful force of causality. In my absolute space seal, no one can easily escape. The arbitrator's voice carried a hint of confidence and disdain. However, his confidence was quickly shattered by Fengtian's counterattack. Fengtian's reverse causality technique was like a countercurrent, gradually dismantling the arbitrator's spatial pressure. The suffocating sense of oppression began to dissipate into nothingness under the influence of the causality force. Seeing this, the disdain in the arbitrator's eyes was replaced by astonishment. He did not expect that Fengtian could so easily dissolve his spatial pressure. This made him realize that the opponent before him was not to be underestimated, and he must go all out to win. It seems you won't easily submit without seeing some color. The arbitrator snorted coldly, suddenly spreading his arms wide, and an even more powerful spatial fluctuation erupted from within him. Instantly, the entire space seemed to tear apart, with countless spatial cracks spreading around Fengtian and the others, as if they were going to be swallowed. Oomph. Fengtian merely scoffed at the sight. Then that powerful force of causality surged again, and the strange light in his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan flowed. With his movements, those originally rampant spatial cracks began to slowly close, as if being smoothed by some invisible force. The cold smile on the arbitrator's face gradually froze. As he stared incredulously at this scene, a sense of unprecedented crisis surged in his heart. What kind of power is this? The arbitrator murmured, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Fengtian smiled slightly, not directly answering his question. Immediately afterward, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, as if melding into this space. The arbitrator was taken aback and hurriedly used all his abilities to try to capture Fengtian's trace. But it was all in vain. At that moment, a deep and powerful voice echoed in the arbitrator's ear. No matter how powerful a force is, it can never surpass the constraints of causality. And I am the god who masters the power of causality in this world. As the voice fell, the arbitrator's body suddenly stiffened. He found that he could not move an inch. An invisible force surged from all directions, binding him firmly in place. Fengtian's figure appeared before the arbitrator like a ghost. His gaze was deep and complex, containing both compassion and an indescribable benevolence. Your abilities are good, but that's all there is to it. Before the words fell, a gigantic hand of Susan suddenly materialized from the void, carrying the power to devastate the world, crashing down towards the arbiter like a collapsing mountain. The arbiter was taken aback, never expecting that Fengtian would launch an attack so suddenly. He hurriedly used all his skills in an attempt to withstand this terrifying blow. However, the power of Susanoo was simply too immense. His defense crumbled under this force like a fragile piece of paper, instantly shattered. Bang! A deafening roar echoed as the Arbiter was blasted away by the tremendous force, his body flying like a broken kite and crashing heavily against the wall. The wall collapsed upon impact, debris flying and dust swirling. However, Fengtian's attack was not over. As the Arbiter was sent flying, Fengtian did not pause for even a moment. In his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, a more intense light flowed, as if it were about to swallow the entire space. Your struggle is merely in vain. Fengtian's voice was calm and resolute as he slowly raised his hand, commanding Susanoo to continue its assault. The Arbiter slid down the wall with great difficulty, his eyes filled with despair and fear. He had never encountered such a powerful opponent. The strength of Fengtian had completely exceeded his imagination. The hand of Susanoo descended once more, bringing with it an unmatched force, as if it intended to crush the Arbiter into dust. The Arbiter exerted all his strength to perform his final defense, but in the face of this power, his defense was as fragile as paper. Bang! Another loud sound echoed, and the Arbiter's body was completely shattered under the immense force, transforming into a mist of blood that dispersed into the air. However, even in such a desperate situation, a glimmer of unwillingness still shone in the Arbiter's eyes. "Who are you, really?" He used his last bit of strength to ask, his voice weak and trembling. Fengtian slightly lowered his head. Looking at the place where the arbitrator had vanished, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. "I am Fengtian, a member of the Twilight Organization," he said slowly. "Although your power is great, in the face of causality, it is ultimately just an illusion." With the complete disappearance of the arbitrator, the surrounding spatial barriers also vanished. Fengtian retracted his Susanoo, and his figure returned to calmness and indifference. Kakuzu and Obito looked at Fengtian, who resembled a god, and couldn't help but feel a hint of vigilance in their hearts. However, as teammates for now, they were not too worried about Fengtian turning against them. After doing all this, Fengtian's attention quickly shifted to the door guarded by several elite ninjas. At that moment, witnessing Fengtian's abilities, despair was written all over their faces. However, as the last elite of Takigakure and also the final line of defense for the Seven Tails, they would absolutely not retreat, even a step, even if it meant death. Behind their door, the chakra fluctuations of the Seven Tails were coming, which was also the ultimate goal of his mission. "Kakuzu, Obito, I leave this to you. I'm going to capture the Seven Tails now." Chapter 61. Dread despite the fact that those elite ninjas had risked their lives, fighting desperately to block Fengtian and others. The gap in strength was like a chasm, difficult to cross. Kakuzu and Obito, like two invincible war gods, easily defeated those brave ninjas one by one. Fengtian stood at one corner of the battlefield, nodding slightly, with no ripple of emotion on his face. He stepped forward slowly, pushing open the heavy door under the tense and complicated gaze of the crowd. The creaking sound of the door hinge was particularly harsh in the silent environment, as if heralding some ominous event. Just then, a tender yet piercing cry of a baby suddenly rang out, like a lonely goose in the cold wind, breaking the silence. The sound was filled with helplessness and fear, evoking a sense of pity. Fengtian's heart tightened suddenly. He knew that the voice came from the Seven Tails Jinchuriki Feng. He stepped forward without hesitation, crossing the dimly lit corridor, and soon reached Maple's side. There, he saw Maple curled up in the corner, her small body trembling. Tears and snot mingling together, her cries heart-wrenching. Those tender eyes were filled with fear and despair, as if the whole world had collapsed. Fengtian crouched down, his gaze gentle yet complex as it fell on Maple. A trace of barely perceptible guilt flickered deep in his eyes, a profound sense of self-reproach and helplessness. He spoke softly, his voice deep and magnetic. "I'm sorry. That wasn't my original intention. There have been too many deaths at the hands of Fengtian along the way. Decision-makers, judges, arbitrators, and dozens of elite ninjas from the Takigakure village have all perished at Fengtian's hands. It can be said that over 80 of Takigakure's strength has been lost to him alone. Such a massive loss might provoke nearby forces that have been eyeing Takigakure, leading them to seize all of its resources. Especially now, after Fengtian has taken the Seven Tails, those forces will become even more reckless." Thinking of this, a rare ripple appeared on Fengtian's face. But there was no choice. He was doing this solely to go home. Before going home, he used all of his ocular power to reverse the chaos and correct everything. Fengtian murmured to himself, then placed his hand above Keed's abdomen and began to extract chakra. Keed's cries gradually weakened, and with the warmth of Fengtian's palm, an indescribable power began to circulate between him and Keed. This time, due to the absence of any interference, the extraction of chakra was very quick. In less than an hour, the massive chakra of the Seven Tails had been completely extracted by Fengtian. As the chakra of the Seven Tails flowed away, Keed's life force was fading at an astonishing rate. Fengtian looked at the scene before him and sighed helplessly, then activated his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. A powerful force of causality completely restored Keed's rapidly diminishing life force. Wah! Upon hearing Keed's cries, Fengtian also turned around and left the secret room. He knew that his behavior was a bit saintly, but there was nothing he could do. He had no grudges against the Jinchuriki. As a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he simply couldn't bring himself to casually take someone else's life. Moreover, now that he had the ability to reverse causality, it was just a small effort for him. So how'd it go? Did you succeed? He couldn't help but ask when he saw Fengtian walk out of the secret room. On the side, Kakuzu leaned coldly against the wall, waiting for Fengtian's answer. The process went smoothly. Fengtian nodded slightly in response to the two. However, before Dato could speak, Kakuzu coldly said, "Since the task is completed, what about the reward I deserve?" Upon hearing this, Fengtian's face showed no signs of disturbance. He simply raised his hand slightly, and the power of causality surrounded him. Immediately, countless gold coins appeared out of thin air above the void, cascading down like a waterfall, instantly drowning the ground where Kakuzu stood in a golden sea. "This is your reward, Kakuzu," Fengtian said, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. These gold coins did not come from anywhere, but were borrowed from a future point in time using the power of causality as compensation for Kakuzu's service. A hint of surprise flashed in Kakuzu's eyes, but he quickly returned to his indifferent demeanor. He reached out to catch a handful of flying gold coins, examined them carefully, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Very good, Fengtian, your methods always surprise me." Obito silently observed from the side, growing increasingly wary of Fengtian's abilities. He knew that although he was a member of the Twilight Organization and shared a common goal with Fengtian's strength and methods had exceeded his expectations, making him more cautious in his approach. "So what should we do next?" Obito asked, trying to shift the topic away from Fengtian's abilities. Fengtian looked up into the distance, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "I still need to do one more thing," Fengtian said lightly, a trace of hatred flashing deep within his gaze. Then, he left the underground and returned to the surface. In the next moment, as the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan slowly rotated, mysterious patterns began to spread in his pupils, and an indescribable power quietly permeated the air. Shortly after, a towering black giant, the complete Susanoo, suddenly appeared before Kakuzu and Obito, resembling a demon emerging from the abyss, instilling awe. In the hands of the complete Susanoo, a sharp long sword gradually took shape, radiating a faint light of causality, as if it could see through all causes and effects in the world, determining life and death. Fengtian named this sword the Blade of Judgment. Without any hesitation, Fengtian concentrated his mind, and the complete Susanoo swung the Blade of Judgment like a mountain, fiercely striking towards the endless mountain range in the distance. In an instant, the sword energy surged, carrying destructive power, instantly flattening the entire mountain range. Dust soaring into the sky, obscuring the sun. After finishing all this, Fengtian closed his eyes and focused, surrounded by a strange wave, which contained the essence of the technique of reversing cause and effect. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in his pupils, it seemed as if stars were flickering. At that moment, his voice was infinitely amplified, transcending the limits of space and time, reaching every corner within dozens of miles around, making the voices of all forces clearly echo in their ears. Those forces who wish to spy on Longing Village, perk up your ears and listen. If anyone dares to oppress Longing Village after I leave, then I will pay you a visit and eradicate all of you. Chapter 62. Blacklist. Fengtian's voice echoed between heaven and earth, carrying an undeniable resolve and dominance. The towering black giant, the complete Susanoo, resembled a walking demonic god in the world, and the judgment blade in its hand still emitted a faint light of causality, instilling awe in people's hearts. Kakuzu and Obito stood by, witnessing all of this, and could not help but feel a sense of shock in their hearts. They are well aware that Fengtian has mastered the power to rewrite any causality, becoming an existence that can truly transcend all beings. Fengtian, aren't you afraid of provoking the wrath of the masses? Obito couldn't help but ask, despite already having a full understanding of Fengtian's capabilities. He still felt compelled to remind him. Fengtian glanced at Obito indifferently, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The wrath of the masses? So what? In this world, there is no existence that can threaten me anymore. With my current self, what is there to fear from the anger of others? Kakuzu remained silent beside them, fully aware that in this world where the strong are revered, Fengtian's words held no falsehood. Moreover, he understood that he and Obito were merely pawns in Fengtian's pursuit of his goals. As long as Fengtian wished, they could be discarded at any moment. All right, enough said. Fengtian slowly retracted his complete Susanoo, his form returning to normal size. He looked at Kakuzu and Obito, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Now that this matter is settled, we should leave. Kakuzu and Obito exchanged a glance, silently conveying a mutual understanding. Although they had doubts about Fengtian's actions, there was no turning back now that they had come this far. Thus, the three of them prepared to depart. Just as Fengtian and the others were about to set off, a sudden attack shattered the original calm. Several blades shot towards them like meteors in the dark night, accompanied by a whistling sound. Fengtian reacted with remarkable agility. With a cold glance, he discerned the trajectory of the blades. Immediately, a massive skeletal hand of Susanoo erupted from within him, blocking the blades one by one, producing a crisp metallic clashing sound. Oomph. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Accompanied by a stern and cold voice, Killer Bee led dozens of elite leaf ninjas into Fengtian's view. Killer Bee slightly nodded to an elite ninja beside him, who quickly understood and commanded several people to move behind Fengtian and the others, forming a perfect encirclement. Fengtian and his companions were instantly surrounded by Killer Bee and the others, the atmosphere tense to the point of suffocation. When Fengtian saw the faces of the newcomers, a playful smile appeared on his face, and he mockingly said, "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just Killer Bee. I let you go last time, but I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Do you think I won't dare to kill you?" Fengtian's words were filled with threats and disdain as he stepped forward, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. This aura surged like a mountain torrent, deeply shocking everyone present except for Obito and Kakuzu. Killer Bee silently thought, this oppressive feeling, it seems he has grown significantly stronger. Despite feeling fear, Killer Bee still gripped his blade tightly, his gaze firmly fixed on Fengtian, not retreating a single step. However, just as Killer Bee was about to confront him, Fengtian's figure suddenly vanished like a ghost. In the next moment, he had appeared behind Killer Bee, his speed astonishing. Killer Bee reacted quickly, thrusting his blade backward the instant Fengtian appeared. But just as the blade was about to reach Fengtian, a powerful force of causality suddenly struck, causing Killer Bee's body to freeze in place, unable to move. What's going on? My body can't move. Killer Bee was filled with confusion as, under Fengtian's reversal of cause and effect, he found himself unable to budge despite exerting all his strength. Fengtian's eyes were cold as he slowly extended his hand, gently tapping Killer Bee on the back. Killer Bee immediately felt dizzy, his body weakly collapsing. "You're very lucky. Today, I have already killed enough people." Fengtian spoke again, and a powerful force of causality swept across the entire area in an instant. The dozens of elite ninjas under this force were as unable to move as Killer Bee. "You can sleep peacefully, or we'll soon arrive." Fengtian's words fell coldly, followed by an even more powerful force of causality descending. In the next moment, the dozen elite ninjas fell to the ground. All except Obito and Kakuzu had already lost consciousness. "Humph, you really have a saintly heart," Kakuzu suddenly mocked upon witnessing this scene. Before Kakuzu's taunt could finish, a massive force of causality suddenly bore down on him like a mountain, strong enough to force him to kneel, unable to move. Kakuzu looked up, a flash of astonishment in his eyes, just as Fengtian's figure appeared before him like a ghost. Fengtian's expression was emotionless, his gaze icy, brimming with uncontrollable killing intent aimed directly at Kakuzu. "You are merely a defeated subordinate. What right do you have to speak to me as an equal?" Fengtian's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force erupted instantly, sending Jiao Du flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into the distant wall, kicking up dust. Fengtian withdrew his gaze, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I, Saint? That's only for those I deem worthy. As for you..." His tone grew increasingly cold, and the eternal kaleidoscope of his Sharingan slowly turned, releasing a haunting light. As the Sharingan spun, a more powerful sense of oppression enveloped Kakuzu, making him feel his blood boil within him. He could no longer hold back and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale as paper. Fengtian's voice seemed to come from the depths of the underworld, carrying an undeniable resolve. Killing you is no burden for me. Don't think that just because you're one of us in the twilight, I will show you mercy. Those who are stained with blood are already on my blacklist. Chapter 63. High-level meeting. Kakuzu lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. The air around them seemed to freeze as Obito held his breath, staring at the scene, secretly grateful that he was not Fengtian's target. Meanwhile, Fengtian stood in place like a cold judge, waiting for the final verdict. Remember, Fengtian's voice echoed again, piercing Kakuzu's heart like ice. In this dirty and war-torn ninja world, someone must use absolute power to balance everything. And I am that scale of measuring good and evil, the master who concludes causality. This is your last time speaking rudely to me. If there is a next time, I have no qualms about erasing you from this world completely. After saying all this, Fengtian retracted that powerful causal force. Kakuzu felt the oppressive causal force dissipate, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. At this moment, he finally changed his mindset and completely acknowledged Fengtian. It's fine, Kakuzu brother. This person is like this. Don't take it to heart, Obito said, quickly stepping forward to help Kakuzu up and offering comfort. Faced with Obito's concern, Kakuzu merely snorted coldly, then stood up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and stood there as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Obito said nothing further, and the two, under Fengtian's signal, entered his Kamui space. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, their figures slowly disappeared. To prevent Obito from seeing Minato in the Kamui space, Fengtian deliberately hid Minato's figure using the principle of reverse causality. After doing all this, Obito gazed into the distance, his heart complex. He then looked at the unconscious Kira and others on the ground, ultimately deciding to bring them into the Kamui space as well. Sigh, are they finally coming? In the midst of ruins, Fengtian's words fell lightly, and then, using Flying Thunder God, his figure vanished without a trace. 3 days later, in the Hokage office of Konoha. What? Minato's team is missing? The higher-ups of Takigakure have been completely wiped out. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, speaking with disbelief to the Konoha ninja who had just returned from reconnaissance. The two ninjas paused, one of them adjusting his emotions, and spoke in a calm tone. Third Hokage, please calm down. Minato's team lost all contact with us 3 days ago. We noticed something was wrong and immediately dispatched a reinforcement team to investigate, but only found traces of battle and the bodies of suspected Takigakure ninjas. The situation on Takigakure's side is equally grim. It is said that their higher-ups were ambushed by an unknown force, and everyone, including the Takikage, was not spared. Currently, the entire Takigakure has fallen into chaos. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes revealing an unprecedented severity. How is this possible? Minato's team is Konoha's elite. Although the tasks they undertake are dangerous, Minato wields the same space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, as the second Hokage. Logically, even if they couldn't win, they should be able to retreat unscathed. The strength of Takigakure cannot be underestimated. How could they be wiped out so easily? As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown deepened, and the gloom on his face could no longer be concealed. Third Hokage, we also do not believe this information, but the facts are before us, and it is hard not to worry, another ninja added. Moreover, we suspect there may be some connection between these two incidents. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, then stood up, his gaze fierce. Just then, one of the ninjas suddenly seemed to recall something and spoke. By the way, third Hokage, I think there is one more thing I must report to you. What is it? The ninja paused, then continued. 3 days ago, according to the surrounding forces of Takigakure, they suddenly heard a sound like a landslide and earthquake at the same time. Following that, a voice filled with murderous intent threatened them, essentially saying that the owner of the voice was warning them not to lay a hand on Takigakure. After a long while, those surrounding forces dared to send people to investigate Takigakure. According to the information they reported back, they found that the mountain range, originally several miles away, had been flattened by an incredibly powerful force. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered the Hokage hat on his head, obscuring his expression. Moments later, he suddenly shouted, "Immediately gather all the higher-ups for an emergency meeting. We must quickly ascertain the truth. No matter what conspiracy lies behind this, Konoha cannot sit idly by." Yes, the two ninjas responded and left, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen standing alone in the room, gazing at the overcast sky outside the window, his heart filled with unease and determination. Soon, the higher-ups of Konoha gathered in the conference room, each face etched with gravity. At the head of the conference table, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the esteemed Hokage, stood tall like a pine, his demeanor revealing calmness and determination. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice deep and powerful, reporting the newly acquired information to everyone present. Each word struck the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is very severe." The words of Sarutobi Hizashi conveyed an undeniable seriousness. The disappearance of Team Minato and the annihilation of the higher-ups in Takigakure were no coincidences. A senior member furrowed his brow, a glimmer of doubt in his eyes, and could not help but ask, "Hizashi, what kind of conspiracy do you think might be behind this?" Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep breath, as if to draw in all his worries, then slowly exhaled. His gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, finally settling on the sunset outside the window, and he said slowly, "It is still unclear, but based on my speculation, the only organization capable of simultaneously wiping out Team Minato and Takigakure is that mysterious Twilight organization. They act covertly and use ruthless methods. We must quickly ascertain the true purpose of this force and gather specific intelligence about their organization." Another senior member, hearing this, showed an anxious expression on his face and pressed, "So, what should we do? We can't just sit and wait for death, can we?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi was about to respond, but just then, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open with great force. A gust of wind mixed with dust rushed in, interrupting his words. Soon, a figure filled with rage, like a furious lion, appeared before everyone. It was none other than the fourth Reikage. He was tall and muscular, with muscles rising like mountains, and his eyes burned with blazing anger. He strode towards Sarutobi Reikage with thunderous steps, his voice booming like thunder. "Reikage, where's my good brother Kurabi? You must give me an explanation now." Chapter 64. The Right Candidate. Sarutobi Reikage looked at the suddenly intruding and furious fourth Reikage AI, feeling surprised in his heart, but maintaining a calm demeanor on the surface. He slowly stood up, his posture steady, his gaze clashing with AI's raging fury, his tone infused with an undeniable calmness and determination. "Lord Reikage, please hold on for a moment." After saying this, he gently raised his hand, signaling AI to wait, his demeanor fully embodying the grace of a Hokage. AI's brows were tightly knitted, as if he could crush a fly between them. The anger burned fiercely in his eyes, as if it could materialize at any moment and engulf the entire conference room. "Hold on, my brother, Killer Bee, is missing. He could be in danger right now. How can you expect me to hold on?" His voice was deep and powerful, each word striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of everyone present. Sarutobi Sasuke looked into AI's eyes, filled with anxiety and anger, and a wave of complex emotions surged within him. He understands the Reikage's anxiety and pain, but he knows even better that at this critical moment, reason is more important than any emotion. "Lord Reikage, I empathize with your feelings." His voice was gentle and deep, like the fine rain of spring, trying to soothe the anger in AI's heart. However, the events involving the Watergate team and the upper echelons of Takigakure suggested that they might be intricately linked to Kurabi's disappearance. "We are investigating with all our might and hope to find them soon." "About? Are you saying that all of this is the work of the same force?" A hint of surprise flashed in the fourth Reikage's eyes, but was soon replaced by anger. "Yes, we have reason to believe that a large organization is manipulating everything behind the scenes," Sarutobi Hizashi said in a deep voice, "and this organization is likely the one you refer to as the Twilight Organization." Upon hearing the word Twilight, the fourth Reikage's fists tightened sharply, the knuckles making a crisp cracking sound, as if the air itself was being torn apart by his power. "Twilight, it's you bunch of scum again. Don't let me run into you. One day, I will personally eradicate this organization." The fourth Reikage's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire conference room. His face was twisted with murderous intent, his eyes crimson as if they could ignite a blazing fire. Not long ago, the Twilight Organization had stealthily infiltrated Yunin Village, not only taking the Eight Tails, but also causing the fall of the third Reikage. Now, they have also captured his good brother, Killer Bee. How could this hatred not make him burn with rage? Lord Reikage, we in Konoha are currently holding a high-level meeting to discuss how to obtain sufficient intelligence on the Twilight Organization. If you believe my words, then please sit aside and join us in this discussion. After saying this, Sarutobi Hisashi gestured for the fourth Reikage to take a seat in the meeting room and participate in the discussions. Although the fourth Reikage still felt displeased, he knew that this was not the time to act on impulse. He let out a cold snort and slowly walked to a corner of the conference room to sit down, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if he wanted to see through his every thought. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and then continued. The organization Twilight seems to have appeared out of thin air, mysterious and unpredictable. According to the intelligence we currently have, there are several core members of this organization. His voice was deep and powerful, with each word striking the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. The suspected leader, Fengtian, possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and his abilities were so strange that they seemed to be related to causality. He could modify certain causalities to influence reality, making him an extremely dangerous individual. In the face of him, we must dispatch sufficiently strong forces. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this point, Sarutobi Hisashi's eyes were filled with worry. He looked at the fourth Reikage, who, after hearing the intelligence from Fengtian, rarely lowered his head. The fourth Reikage had fought against Fengtian before and was well aware of his strength. He even suspected that Fengtian might have become stronger during this time. In addition to Fengtian, the members of the Twilight Organization also include the rogue ninja from Mangekyō, Sasori of the Red Sand. This person is exceptionally skilled in puppet techniques and once assassinated the third Kazekage through a sneak attack, his methods being ruthlessly shocking. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a hint of coldness, as if it could freeze a person's blood. Furthermore, according to the latest intelligence, the rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakazu, also seems to have joined the Twilight Organization. This person once fought against the first Hokage and managed to retreat unscathed, showcasing his formidable strength. The next individual is even more mysterious than Fengtian, the Hooded Man. From the information currently available, he possesses space-time ninjutsu that is on par with the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the wood release techniques of the first Hokage. Although his record of engagement in the Battle of Takigakure is limited, each of his actions is enough to shock the heart, making him absolutely someone to be taken seriously. After saying so much in one breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen temporarily paused. His gaze shifted away from the fourth Hokage and turned towards Uchiha, Fugaku, and Danzo, as if waiting for their reactions. The last one is Uchiha Shursui, a ninja from our Konoha village and a member of the Uchiha clan. His strength needs no further description. He excels in Jinjutsu and Taijutsu, and his combat experience is top-notch. If we want to find a breakthrough point against the Twilight Organization, Uchiha Shursui will be the best option. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a hint of determination, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Upon hearing this, Danzo nodded. It was rare for him to agree with Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. He then slowly spoke, his words carrying a tone of authority. Uchiha Shursui is an elite of our Konoha's Umbu, and he is indeed the best breakthrough point for us to obtain intelligence on the Twilight Organization. If we want to gather information from him, I happen to have someone I can recommend. Who? As soon as Danzo finished speaking, everyone began to inquire. Their gaze was focused on Danzo, eagerly awaiting his response. However, Danzo did not directly answer the crowd's questions. He gently tapped the table with his fingers, and with each crisp sound, the door of the conference room slowly opened. A very young Konoha ninja in a dark uniform appeared before everyone. His face wore a mask of indifference, revealing only a pair of deep-set eyes, as if capable of seeing through all the world's illusions. Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 65. The meeting ends. When this name slowly escaped Danzo's lips, the atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly froze. Everyone's gaze focused on the young Umbu ninja. Uchiha Itachi, the genius ninja of Konoha. He walked steadily to the conference table, his deep-set eyes scanning every person present, ultimately meeting the gaze of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Itachi, you are one of the most outstanding ninjas in our Konoha village and a standout of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice carried a hint of emotion. This mission is of great importance, and we need you to leverage your past relationship with Uchiha Shursui to approach him and gather intelligence on the Twilight Organization. Itachi slightly lowered his head, accepting the mission. His voice was low and calm. I understand, Hokage-sama. I will do my best to complete this mission. Danzo added from the side. Itachi, you need to be aware that while Uchiha Shursui was once a ninja of Konoha, He is now part of the Twilight Organization, and his stance has changed. You must not show any mercy while executing the mission. Itachi nodded gently, the corners of his mouth beneath the mask seeming to curl into an imperceptible smile. Then, without further ado, Itachi, you should be prepared to depart at any moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi made a decision. Once we have everything ready and draw out the Twilight Organization, you will take this opportunity to feign joining them. However, you must remember, this mission requires utmost caution. Itachi turned to leave the conference room. But just as he was about to step out the door, he stopped, looked back at Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo, as well as everyone present. Rest assured, I will bring back intelligence on the Twilight Organization and ensure my own safety. His voice was firm and powerful, as if making a promise to everyone. Immediately after, with the closing of the conference room door, Itachi's figure had vanished. Uchiha Fugaku glanced deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his heart filled with complex emotions. As Itachi's father, he naturally did not want Itachi to undertake such a dangerous mission alone. However, as a ninja of Konoha, one must always prioritize the bigger picture. Therefore, when the tasks were being arranged, he merely watched from the sidelines without voicing any opinions. Can such a young kid really successfully retrieve information from the Twilight Organization? The fourth Reikage, who had been sitting quietly, snorted disdainfully. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply spoke calmly. His words filled with confidence in Itachi. Itachi is a calm and powerful genius ninja from our Konoha village. I have complete faith in him to handle this mission. You agree, right, Fugaku? After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku slightly nodded, indicating his agreement with Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. If that's the case, then do as you please. However, I'm still concerned about Killer Bee. If there is any news about him, I need to be informed immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and replied, Of course. In that case, let's conclude this meeting. Underground of Konoha Village roar. With a thunderous roar echoing from below, Fengtian's ocular power was once again enhanced. At this moment, the outer path golem had completely devoured the chakra of the seven tails, and its aura had become exceptionally violent. Fengtian, I'm curious how far your eyes can see now. Uchiha Madara's oppressive voice resonated, causing everyone except Fengtian to feel a wave of pressure. However, Fengtian remained silent. Slowly stepping forward, the power of causality swirling around him, and with a thought, it instantly enveloped the entire area. Everyone felt the oppressive aura of causality, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads, and their gazes towards Fengtian held a hint of wariness. Lord Madara, after this enhancement, you will be able to maintain peak combat power for a long time under the protection of the power of causality. Fengtian's voice finally rang out, calm and confident, as if everything was under control. Moreover, even if I'm not on site, this power can still be utilized by you. As Fengtian's words fell, Uchiha Madara felt the surging power within him becoming even more tumultuous, as if countless rivers were converging into a sea, continuously surging through his veins. He felt an unprecedented power coursing through him, the joy in his heart almost bursting from his chest, transforming into the most unrestrained laughter. After a brief warm-up, he slowly took out a scroll, and with a sudden slap against the ground, a massive fan appeared in his hand. This power was truly intoxicating. Uchiha Madara gently stroked the fan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Fengtian, your ability is undoubtedly the most top-notch among all the Sharingan abilities I know. He swung the fan in his hand vigorously, each movement accompanied by the sound of tearing air, as if even space was being ripped apart by his powerful force. Then, with an excited expression, he looked at Fengtian and continued, At this moment, the blood in my body is boiling. This is the first time, apart from Hashirama, that I have such a strong fighting spirit towards someone else. The battle in the Cloud Village was merely a boring farce to me. But now, facing you, Fengtian, I seem to see a magnificent dance. Every move you make will be my best counterplay. So, let us enjoy the joy that battle brings on this battlefield. As Uchiha Madara's words fell, a wave of oppressive force, even stronger than Fengtian's causal power, instantly spread, as if the entire world was trembling at that moment. Fengtian stood there quietly, his gaze piercing, staring directly at the battle-hungry Uchiha Madara. Although his expression remained calm as water, the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. In the next moment, Fengtian switched to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan without hesitation. Accompanied by a surge of causal power, both he and Uchiha Madara instantly disappeared from their original spot. leaving behind afterimages that gradually faded away in the astonished gazes of the crowd. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a realm of void and time. Here, the flow of time was chaotic, and the spatial structure was distorted to the point of dizziness. Apart from a vast ground, there was nothing else. This was the battlefield of time and space tailored for the two of them. As you wish, Lord Madara. Fengtian's voice echoed in the empty space of time. Now, we can act without any reservations. Chapter 66. The Battle in the Time-Space Underground in Konoha Village. Shirzue, who do you think will win between the two of them? Obito asked Shirzue after seeing Fengtian and Uchiha Madara disappear. As fellow members of the Uchiha clan, their relationship within the Twilight Organization was naturally closer. I don't know. Maybe it will be Madara. After all, he possesses godlike power. Although Fengtian's causal power is quite mysterious, I feel that Madara still has the upper hand. Shirzue's words carried a hint of uncertainty. His gaze was deep, as if he was weighing the balance of these two forces within his heart. However, Obito suddenly changed the subject, his eyes flashing with a peculiar light. That guy Fengtian always manages to create incredible miracles in desperate situations. Do you remember that mission in the Cloud Village? We all thought it was hopeless, but he managed to teleport Madara over with his own strength, successfully turning the tide of battle. And just recently, in the Takigakure, you didn't see the oppressive force brought by Fengtian's complete body, Susanoo. With just one move, he annihilated almost all the elite ninjas of Takigakure, including the Takikage. Upon hearing this, Shirzue nodded slightly, as scenes of Fengtian turning danger into safety flooded his mind. He had to admit that Fengtian indeed possessed an indescribable resilience and potential, a quality that even he found awe-inspiring. Indeed, the potential of Fengtian was unfathomable. Jishue said slowly. Moreover, although his causal power is peculiar, it also contains profound truths. If he can further comprehend it, perhaps he can truly contend with Ban. Just as the two were conversing, Kakuzu spoke to Scorpion beside them. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Scorpion merely cast a cold glance at Kakuzu and then replied, Tisish, a boring endeavor. After speaking, Scorpion began to walk aside to study his puppets. Ever since the mad idea of transforming himself into a puppet emerged, Scorpion had been pondering how to perfectly achieve this goal, until he saw Kakuzu's arrival. Some thoughts also began to form in his mind. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu snorted coldly and then quietly stayed by the side, waiting for the outcome of the battle. In the space-time battlefield, the confrontation between Fengtian and Uchiha Madara reached an unprecedented level of tension. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart by their momentum, and every breath accompanied a slight tremor in space. Fengtian, your growth is indeed beyond my imagination. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed in the space-time, carrying a hint of admiration. But more was the fervor before battle. Fengtian smiled slightly, his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan flashing with strange light, as if it could perceive all causes and effects in the world. Lord Ban, let's not waste time on idle talk. Let's begin the battle. I'm also curious about how far I can reach now. As soon as he finished speaking, Fengtian's figure flickered and instantly appeared at Uchiha Madara's side, delivering a punch infused with the power of causality towards Madara's side. However, Uchiha Madara's reaction was equally swift. He gently sidestepped, avoiding the blow, while simultaneously swinging the fan in his hand, creating a fierce wind that rushed towards Fengtian's face. Fengtian's figure flickered again, narrowly dodging the attack from the fan, while his eyes began to revolve slowly, preparing to launch the next attack. Uchiha Madara was not willing to show weakness either. His figure surged forth like a ferocious beast, pouncing towards Fengtian. In this space-time, their battle grew increasingly intense, with each clash seemingly threatening to tear the space apart completely. The collision of Fengtian's causal power and Uchiha Madara's strength produced countless brilliant sparks, making the entire space-time look like a dream. At that moment, the entire space-time seemed to freeze, leaving only the two figures of Fengtian and Uchiha Madara fiercely clashing. Each collision was accompanied by deafening roars, and every attack seemed to threaten to completely destroy this space. Fengtian, let's end this child's play of taijutsu, Uchiha Madara shouted angrily, and then, centered around him, a massive complete body, Susanoo, instantly appeared. Good. Fengtian responded, and immediately, as his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan revolved, he also summoned forth an incredibly dark, complete body, Susanoo. At this moment, two massive figures towered, with Uchiha Madara and Fengtian's complete body, Susanoo, resembling two moving mountains, their auras colliding and distorting the surrounding space, as if it would collapse at any moment. Fengtian, let me see if your so-called causal power can withstand my strength. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed above the Susanoo, filled with endless dominance and confidence. Fengtian smiled slightly, his Susanoo wielding a gigantic long sword, with the light of causality flowing along its blade, as if it could sever all causes and effects in the world. Lordban, please enlighten me. As soon as he finished speaking, both Susanoos launched their attacks simultaneously. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo swung its massive blade down towards Fengtian with devastating force. Meanwhile, Fengtian's Susanoo wielded the blade of judgment, sending forth a sword light of causality to meet it. The two collided, erupting with a deafening roar, causing the entire space-time to tremble at that moment. The intense shock waves radiated outward, tearing the surrounding space to shreds. However, neither Fengtian nor Uchiha Madara showed any sign of retreat. They continued to manipulate Susanoo for an intense clash, each collision seeming to threaten the complete destruction of this space. Seeing that both sides were evenly matched, a trace of madness flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. Soon after, as he rapidly formed hand seals, dozens of shadow clones quickly appeared. Upon witnessing this scene, Fengtian immediately guessed Uchiha Madara's intention. He intends to let his shadow clone use Susanoo to gang up on Fengtian. Upon realizing this, Fengtian's causal power continuously surged from his eyes, under the effect of reversing cause and effect. The shadow clone that was about to unleash Susanoo was completely obliterated in an instant. Uchiha Madara was slightly taken aback by this scene, but the madness on his face did not fade. Indeed, fighting you makes my blood boil. Ha ha! Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally at this moment. He truly regarded Fengtian as an existence on par with Hashirama. Upon hearing this, a serious expression flashed across Fengtian's face, and then a powerful destructive force surged wildly from the judgment blade in his hand. The next moment, Madara heard Fengtian's icy voice. It's time to end this. Chapter 67. 8 Gates of Death, Obliteration, the End. As Fengtian's words fell, an extremely powerful destructive force erupted violently from the judgment blade in his hand. Immediately after, Fengtian waved his hand, and the complete Susanoo, wielding the judgment blade, sent a sword energy imbued with this terrifying destructive aura towards Uchiha Madara. Feeling the overwhelming destructive aura approaching, even someone as powerful as him couldn't help but show a hint of seriousness in his gaze. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, in the next moment, Uchiha Madara held nothing back. He quickly switched his eyes to the Rinnegan, then slightly raised his hand, releasing a terrifying from his palm, directly absorbing all of Fengtian's sword energy. Finally, unable to hold back the use of the Rinnegan, this power must be the sealing technique of the Hungry Ghost Path. Fengtian coldly observed all of this. As a time traveler, although he already knew all of Uchiha Madara's abilities, facing it personally still brought him a sense of pressure. Fengtian, you indeed make me see you in a new light. But with just this, it's not enough to defeat me. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed within Susanoo, carrying a hint of disdain and provocation. Fengtian did not become angry due to the provocation. He knew the importance of staying calm in this battle. Lord Madara, I'm certainly aware of your strength. However, what is about to happen next, I believe you will remember well. Fengtian's words fell coldly again, but this time they carried a hint of determination. Immediately after, his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan slowly stopped its operation, and the massive complete Susanoo also dissipated. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with mockery and disdain. Fengtian, do you think this will allow you to win against me? Too naive. In response to Uchiha Madara's taunts, Fengtian merely shook his head and then said softly, originally, I intended to reserve this move for them. But, well, it's just the right opportunity to see if I can bear the consequences of this move. After saying this, Fengtian abruptly gathered all his chakra at his heart, and at the same time, a red steam slowly emerged from his body. 8 Gates of Death, open. As Fengtian's calm and resolute words fell, the atmosphere on the battlefield instantly became tense. Uchiha Madara's smile froze on his face as he sensed the terrifying power brewing within Fengtian. 8 Gates of Death. When did you learn this move? Uchiha Madara's voice revealed disbelief. He knew well that the 8 Gates of Duinjia was the ultimate secret of physical techniques, and the opening of the Death Gate represented burning one's life to the limit in exchange for unparalleled power. Fengtian did not respond, merely closing his eyes tightly. His muscles tensed as if every inch of his skin was preparing for the impending explosion. Red steam continuously surged from his body, enveloping him and creating a heart-pounding scene. "Umph. Even so, you may not be able to defeat me." Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, ready to face Fengtian's final strike. "Come on, let me see how far you can truly go." However, at that moment, Fengtian's body seemed to be propelled by an invisible force, instantly transforming into a red flash of lightning, racing towards Uchiha Madara. His speed was so fast that even Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan struggled to capture it. "Lord Madara, take my final move." Fengtian's voice exploded in Uchiha Madara's ear, and immediately after, his fist, carrying world-destroying power, struck fiercely against Madara's Susanoo. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be torn apart by this force, and the Susanoo emitted a deafening roar as its massive body began to crack, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash. Uchiha Madara was also pushed back by this power, his face turning extremely pale. "What is this power?" Uchiha Madara gasped, his eyes filled with shock. He never imagined that Fengtian could unleash such terrifying power. However, before he could catch his breath, Fengtian's fist, accompanied by that horrifying red steam, came rushing toward him. Uchiha Madara's expression instantly darkened like water, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He unhesitatingly activated the wheel of the Grave Edge prison, and several figures appeared flickering in the void, the avatars he had hidden in the subspace. At this moment, they surged forth like phantoms, exerting their utmost effort to build an unbreakable barrier with their flesh and blood, firmly resisting the overwhelming assault of Fengtian. However, the terrifying power unleashed by the 8 gates of Duanjia was not something ordinary beings could withstand. Although those avatars were exceptionally strong, they could only hold on for a few seconds under the crushing force of Fengtian's punches, shattering one by one like candles in the wind, ultimately being ruthlessly broken through by Fengtian. In the face of Fengtian's imminent fatal blow, which was like a shadow following him, Uchiha Madara curled the corner of his mouth into a disdainful cold smile, his deep eyes flashing with determination and pride. He clapped his hands and shouted angrily, "Wood release, Flower Tree World, descend." With this earth-shattering roar, the entire battlefield seemed to be enveloped by mysterious power. In an instant, countless towering trees burst through the ground, twisting and spiraling, intertwining to form a vast, boundless green ocean. These trees seemed to possess life, emitting a faint glow from their branches and leaves, tightly wrapping and binding Fengtian within this vibrant yet perilous forest. Under the suppression of the strange and powerful ability of wood release, Fengtian felt his chakra receding like a tide. The once boiling red steam gradually lost its previous arrogance, beginning to wilt as if consumed by some invisible force. "Mr. Madara, do you think this can trap me?" Fengtian's lips curled into a meaningful smile, and then his figure vanished in an instant using the Flying Thunder God technique. At the same time, under the control of this miraculous and reverse causality, ninjutsu, a striking Flying Thunder God mark suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Madara, like a shackle of fate, silently proclaiming Fengtian's return. Before Uchiha Madara could react, Fengtian's figure had already appeared behind him like a shadow. That fierce punch, carrying destructive power, slammed towards his back like a meteor falling to the ground, as if wanting to turn everything in its path to dust. It's time to end this. However, just as Fengtian thought he had succeeded, from the other end of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara's deep and oppressive voice boomed like thunder. "Fengtian, I should have mentioned that I really dislike it when someone appears behind me." Chapter 68. Time's up what? Fengtian turned around in shock, wanting to find Madara's figure, but unfortunately, he found nothing. Meanwhile, that punch, which had gathered all of Fengtian's strength, struck the air where Uchiha Madara had originally stood, only producing a deafening echo. At that moment, a meaningful cold smile rose at the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth, hiding mockery and disdain within it. Then, his figure bizarrely twisted and transformed into a lifelike wooden figure, followed by countless branches springing out like spirit snakes, tightly binding Fengtian, rendering him unable to move. "Oh no, this is wood release, shadow clone technique. I've been tricked." Alarm bells rang in Fengtian's heart, intertwined with regret and fear. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from this binding while attempting to activate the Flying Thunder God technique to escape this dire situation. However, fate was not on his side. Before he could use the Flying Thunder God, in the next moment, dozens of massive wooden pillars fell from the sky like the wrath of a deity. firmly pinning him to the ground, unable to move an inch. Would release. Divine Tree Gate. Uchiha Madara's voice was deep and powerful. As these words slowly fell, his figure appeared before Fengtian like a ghost, his battle attire rustling, and his eyes cold as ice. He stepped forward slowly, his fingers gently brushing over the sealed Ming Shend of Fengtian, every inch of contact seeming to recall the past. A hint of imperceptible tenderness and nostalgia flashing in the depths of his gaze. Although it couldn't compare to that guy's celestial technique, the Ming Shend, it was sufficient for sealing purposes. After saying this, Uchiha Madara slightly lowered his head, looking at the disheveled Fengtian on the ground, and continued, "So, do you need me to help you up?" Fengtian slightly raised his head, a hint of disdain suddenly flashing across his face. "I think it shouldn't be necessary." After saying this, Fengtian actually ignored the seal of the Ming Shend and stood up straight. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara instinctively took a few steps back. However, it was these few steps back that allowed Fengtian to seize the opportunity, unleashing a powerful force of annihilation towards Uchiha Madara. The moment his fist made contact with Madara, he felt that annihilating power capable of destroying everything. In a moment of urgency, he quickly took off his armor and threw it aside, narrowly avoiding being consumed by that force of annihilation. "I'm curious, how did you do that? In the face of such a dangerous situation just now?" Uchiha Madara was able to quickly calm down and asked. However, Fengtian remained silent, his eyes emanating a faint aura of divine might, as if he had said everything and yet said nothing at all. "I see, it's Obito's ability." Uchiha Madara seemed to suddenly understand, staring at Fengtian, though there was still a hint of confusion in his eyes. "In my understanding, each Mangekyō Sharingan's ability should be unique. Your ability is related to causality. But why do you also possess Obito's space-time ability?" Upon hearing this, Fengtian smiled slightly and replied, "Everyone should have their own secrets, don't you think, Lord Madara?" Uchiha Madara gazed at Fengtian, his eyes filled with both curiosity and vigilance. He slowly nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, everyone has their own secrets. It seems your secrets are even more unfathomable than I imagined." Fengtian stood firm, and although he had just broken free from the constraints of wood release, his aura still appeared somewhat chaotic. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner energy while vigilantly watching Uchiha Madara, ready for any sudden attack. "Do you want to continue?" Uchiha Madara asked seriously, having already devised countermeasures after learning about Fengtian's abilities. "Of course, after all. I also want to know how far I can go," Fengtian replied, and the red steam emanating from his body erupted once again. The second stage of the battle began. Fengtian directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, intending to leave this place. However, just as he was about to unleash the ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Want to escape? Not so easy." Uchiha Madara's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Fengtian, grabbing his shoulder. Fengtian was startled. He didn't expect Uchiha Madara's reaction to be so swift. However, at that critical moment, the power of annihilation within him suddenly surged, and a powerful force erupted from his body, pushing Uchiha Madara back several steps. Seizing this opportunity, Fengtian did not hesitate to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming into a flash of light and disappearing from his original position. In the next moment, Fengtian appeared directly at Uchiha Madara's side. This time, he maintained enough distance and directly swung out a punch. The punch's wind, wrapped in the power of annihilation, seemed to devour the air as it passed, leaving a pitch-black crack. Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted at the sight. This attack was faster than the previous one, but he did not retreat. He raised one hand and shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" Accompanied by Uchiha Madara's shout, an invisible force suddenly erupted centered around him, as if the entire space was violently pushed apart at that moment. The punch's wind was instantly repelled upon contact with this force, unable to advance even an inch, and the pitch-black crack rapidly healed under the influence of this power, as if it had never existed. Interesting. Fengtian rolled in the air and landed steadily, his eyes filled with both surprise and excitement. He knew very well that the Shinra Tensei was a unique ability of the Rinnegan, capable of repelling all matter and energy. He never expected that Uchiha Madara would use this technique to block his punch's wind. Uchiha Madara slowly retracted his raised hand, a faint smile appearing on his face. "It seems that although your power is strong, it is still not enough to break my defense. Now it's my turn to attack." Before his words had finished, Uchiha Madara's figure disappeared again, as if he had merged into the air, leaving behind flickering afterimages at the original spot. Fengtian's pupils constricted sharply. He could sense that the surrounding space was being quietly distorted by some force, a sign that Uchiha Madara was about to launch an attack. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's figure appeared behind Fengtian, slowly extending his hand to rest on Fengtian's shoulder. Immediately after, Uchiha Madara's oppressive voice came from behind Fengtian. "It's time, isn't it?" Chapter 69, Itachi's Choice What? Fengtian suddenly turned around, disbelief written all over his face. His gaze locking onto Uchiha Madara's disdainful expression. The air around them seemed to freeze. Even the wind came to a halt, leaving only the tense standoff between the two, so intense that one could almost hear a pin drop. Madara's lips curled into a playful smile, his movements casual, as if he were merely brushing off a speck of dust from his sleeve. With a gentle push, however, he unleashed a force capable of causing mountains to crumble and the earth to split. Fengtian felt an irresistible immense force crashing towards him. His chest struck as if by a heavy hammer, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, brilliant like the evening glow, yet tinged with a tragic hue. He was like a kite with a broken string, forcefully pushed far away and heavily fell to the ground, dust swirling around. Fengtian gasped for breath. Each inhale felt like dancing on the edge of a knife, painful and difficult. He widened his eyes, staring at the gradually dimming light in the sky. His inner doubts surging like a tidal wave. What is happening? Why is my power continuously fading? The lost chakra, like fine sand in an hourglass, silently slips away, yet brings despair. Uchiha Madara stepped forward slowly, his hands clasped in front of his chest. His Rinnegan had already retracted, returning to its usual calm. But his ordinary black eyes concealed an unfathomable vortex. He looked down at the half-kneeling Fengtian with an almost pitying gaze, his voice deep and magnetic. "The forbidden power of the 8 gates of Duanjia can grant you strength beyond limits for a short time. But the price is the rapid burning of your life force. If you cannot find a way to suppress this power soon, I fear your life will extinguish at this moment." Madara's words were like a cold wind in winter, piercing and frigid. After speaking, Madara slowly crouched down, his long fingers gently resting on Fengtian's trembling shoulder. This time, he did not unleash that frightening attack. Instead, he began to slowly inject a warm and pure chakra into Fengtian, like the gentle spring rain nourishing the parched land. Under the nourishment of this power, Fengtian's body seemed to be awakened by a mysterious force, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. As a vast, boundless force of causality flowed within him, the life force that had been rapidly decaying began to miraculously recover, as if the withered flowers of spring were regaining their vitality. However, the backlash from the 8th gate of Duanjia was indeed too great. Fortunately, Fengtian had captured the 7 tails, which had once again enhanced his ocular power. Otherwise, even if he could recover, he would inevitably suffer severe aftereffects. Feeling the restoration of chakra and the flow of life force within him, Fengtian's tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed, and he looked up at Uchiha Madara, his eyes filled with both surprise and gratitude. "Why are you helping me?" Fengtian managed to speak, his voice slightly hoarse. Uchiha Madara stood up, gazing deeply into the distance, as if penetrating the barriers of time and space, seeing a much more distant past and future. "This world has not seen a strong warrior who can fight alongside me for too long. You, Fengtian, are an exception." And he turned around and shot a sharp glance at Fengtian. "Compared to Obito, you are quite a perfect pawn. As the player in this vast chess game, I don't want to resort to using the rebirth of the heavenly life for you." Upon hearing this, Fengtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He is well aware that Uchiha Madara's personality is proud and complex, often acting out his own will and judgment. Today's actions may be just a whim or perhaps a recognition of his potential. Regardless, thank you. Fengtian struggled to stand up, though his body remained weak. "Shall we continue fighting?" Upon seeing Fengtian rise, Uchiha Madara also straightened up, crossing his arms and looking down at Fengtian with arrogance. Hearing this, Fengtian merely raised his head slightly, a hint of a bitter smile on his face. "There's no need. Continuing to fight serves no purpose." Immediately after, with the enhancement of causal power, Fengtian's body began to recover at an astonishing speed. He turned around, facing away from Uchiha Madara. His words were light, but they revealed a hint of confidence. "Do you believe it, Lord Madara? I actually have one more move. If I use it, I believe you won't be my opponent." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara became interested and spoke directly. "Oh, is that so? I'm curious about what confidence you have to say such a thing." Fengtian remained silent, only gently shaking his head. After a moment, he slowly spoke. After using this move, we will both die. It's just that you will step into the afterlife before me. After saying this, Fengtian gazed into the distance, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Then, in a voice only he could hear, he said, "This move, I intend to reserve for them." At the waterfall in Konoha village, Uchiha Itachi slowly wandered through the forest, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. The traces left by the battle were testaments to his friendship with Shisui. Ever since Shisui followed Fengtian to defect from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi had never shown any smile. Now he was reminiscing alone about the little moments with Shisui, but faced with this cruel reality, his thoughts fell into an endless dilemma. Brother Shisui, why? Someone as exceptional as you. Why did you defect from Konoha? Itachi murmured softly, unable to understand Shisui's actions. Soon, he arrived at a waterfall, the place where he and Shisui had their last spar, and also where Fengtian appeared and took Shisui away. Standing before the waterfall, Uchiha Itachi's gaze became deep and complex. The water of the waterfall cascaded like the Milky Way, crashing against the rocks and producing a deafening sound. Yet could not drown out the struggles and doubts within his heart. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, the gentle yet firm gaze of Shisui emerged, along with the scene of their last sparring session. At that time, Shisui's swordsmanship had reached perfection, and Itachi was continuously improving under his guidance. However, all of this beauty was ruthlessly shattered after the appearance of the heavenly mandate. Brother Shisui, what exactly did you see? What made you decide to leave Konoha? To leave us? Itachi whispered to himself, as if hoping to hear Shisui's distant answer amidst the roaring sound of the waterfall. He slowly walked to the rock beside the waterfall and sat down, letting the droplets of water splash on his face, wetting his hair and collar. At this moment, he seemed to be isolated from the world, lost in his own thoughts. Brother Shisui, I have never blamed you. It's just, I want to know, was your choice really the right one? Konoha, this home we grew up in together, is it really not worth cherishing? A hint of confusion flashed in Itachi's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He stood up, his gaze firmly fixed on the distance, where Fengtian had left with Shisui. No matter what your choice is, I will find the answer. If Konoha really has a problem, I will use my own eyes to see the truth. If Brother Shisui, your choice is correct, I will also respect and understand it. Itachi took a deep breath, turned away from the waterfall, and prepared to return to Konoha village. He knows that he still has many things to do and many mysteries to unravel. All of this requires him to investigate, experience, and judge personally. However, in a corner that Itachi is unaware of, Shisui stands on a nearby branch, witnessing everything with his own eyes. His face was filled with complex emotions, a mix of reluctance, entanglement, but more than anything, a sense of determination. Itachi, I'm sorry. I still have many things I need to do on my own. It's not suitable for us to meet now. Chapter 70. Fengtian's doubt with a strange sight of space gently twisting like the surface of water. Fengtian and Uchiha Madara's figures seemed to step out of the void, slowly appearing before everyone. The spatial fluctuations gradually calmed down, and everything returned to tranquility. So, who won the contest between you? Obito's figure flickered, and almost instinctively, he took a few steps forward, asking eagerly. His gaze swept back and forth between the two, trying to catch a trace of battle beneath their calm exterior. However, both Fengtian and Uchiha Madara appeared as tidy as ever, their aura restored to peak condition through that mysterious reversal of cause and effect, making it impossible to judge the outcome from their appearance. Just as Fengtian was about to speak, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He was interrupted by Uchiha Madara's deep and magnetic voice. The outcome of that battle was merely an illusion. What matters now is how we should plan and act next. Madara's words conveyed a detached indifference, as if the earlier battle was just an inconsequential game. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, their expressions varied. Fengtian turned to look at Uchiha Madara, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Admiration, caution, and an indescribable sense of mutual understanding. Where's Shisui? After a quick glance around, Fengtian was surprised to find that Shisui had disappeared and couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Obito was also slightly taken aback, then looked around and confirmed that Shisui was indeed missing before speaking up. That's odd. Shisui was right next to me just now. How did he suddenly vanish? Obito scratched his head, expressing his confusion. Soon after, Obito's gaze shifted to Scorpion and Jagon, trying to get an answer from them. However, Scorpion's eyes were as cold as ice, and Jae-gon remained silent, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. Just then, a slight wave of air fluctuated, and Shui reappeared before everyone with an elusive speed, like a ghost. His eyes met with Fengtian's, and the air seemed to be filled with a chilling atmosphere. Finally, after a moment, Fengtian spoke with a grim expression, his words carrying a hint of pressure. "Where have you been? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to go out without my permission?" Shui's body trembled slightly, but he quickly calmed down, facing Fengtian's imposing gaze. A hint of apology showed in his eyes. "I am sorry, Fengtian. I have some matters that I must handle alone." Shui's voice was calm and firm, without a trace of retreat. Fengtian's brows furrowed tightly. He could sense the unusual aura emanating from Shui, a mix of determination and secrecy. He understood that Shui's actions must have a deeper meaning. "Shui, you know how important our plan is. At this critical moment, the actions of any one person could affect the overall situation." Fengtian's tone was serious and left no room for doubt. "I hope you can clearly explain what you did." Shui took a deep breath, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After a moment, he slowly spoke, revealing the reason for his departure. "I sensed a familiar, yet strange chakra fluctuation. It was Itachi's chakra, and I was worried that it might affect our plan, so I decided to investigate personally." Upon hearing this, Fengtian's expression also relaxed. He looked at Shui, and his gaze was no longer filled with hostility, but his mind was deep in thought. After a while, Fengtian asked, "Is he alone?" Shui nodded slightly, not denying it. However, seeing this situation, Fengtian frowned slightly, propping his chin with his hand, and slowly said, "At such a sensitive time, that guy Itachi actually appears alone. Could this be a trap set by Konoha for us?" Fengtian then turned his gaze to Shui, and the strong sense of pressure surged again. This time, his tone was once again filled with a gloomy flavor. "Or are you the spy sent by Konoha?" Faced with Fengtian's sudden questioning, Shui's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew very well that any panic at such moments could deepen misunderstandings. Shui took a deep breath, his gaze firmly meeting Fengtian's eyes. "Fengtian, I understand your concerns, but I can assure you that I am not a spy sent by Konoha. If I were a spy, there would be no need for such trouble. I could simply use the Kai by to forcefully act against you." Shui's words were filled with sincerity and determination, and there was not a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Fengtian stared at Shui, seemingly weighing the truthfulness of his words. After a moment, Fengtian slowly nodded, his tone, though still tinged with caution, was no longer as sharp as before. "Since we have come this far, I can only choose to trust you. However, Itachi's appearance indeed makes it necessary to remain vigilant. At this critical moment, any disturbance could signify a crisis. Perhaps this is a trap set by Konoha specifically for you, aimed at capturing you to gain more information about Twilight." Upon hearing this, Shui slightly nodded in understanding. "I understand, and this is also why I decided to investigate personally. Itachi's chakra fluctuations have indeed made me uneasy. I must ensure he does not become an obstacle to our plan. So, what were the results of your investigation?" Fengtian pressed, his eyes revealing a sense of urgency. Shui remained silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, then slowly spoke. "Itachi is indeed alone. I did not sense any other presence around him. Moreover, during this operation, I did not reveal myself to meet him, in order to prevent falling into a trap." After hearing Shui's explanation, Fengtian finally felt relieved. His scrutinizing gaze turned into appreciation. He slowly walked over, patted Shui's shoulder, and softly said, "I understand now. I misunderstood you." Shui merely nodded slightly at this, not taking the opportunity to make things difficult for Fengtian. Finally, Uchiha Madara, who had been standing with his arms crossed for a long time, grew impatient. He simply opened his mouth, yet brought an unnamed sense of oppression to everyone except for Fengtian. "All right, no matter what the conspiracy is, with my power, I can erase all existence in the world. I just want to know how we should act next." After saying this, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze towards Fengtian, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation. After all, whether he could maintain this peak state depended largely on Fengtian's mood. Upon hearing this, Fengtian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then, under the expectant gazes of everyone, he slowly spoke. "Next, we must eliminate the only variable during the decisive battle. That is, Orochimaru from the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha." Chapter 71. Impure World Reincarnation Orochimaru? Obito frowned slightly. "I have heard a bit about him," Shui interjected, a thoughtful expression on his face. However, I find it quite puzzling. With our current strength, how has Orochimaru become the only variable on our path to the decisive battle? Obito raised his doubts, his gaze fixed intently on Fengtian. Fengtian smiled gently, the corners of his mouth lifting in a playful arc, and slowly replied, Orochimaru's strength, well, it's just so-so. Compared to us, he's still a bit lacking. He paused for a moment, his expression becoming serious. But his little strength is truly not something I take seriously. What I really fear is the forbidden technique he masters, Edo Tensei. Upon hearing the words Edo Tensei, everyone else present, except for Uchiha Obito, changed their expressions and became serious. This forbidden technique was personally created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It can summon the souls of the dead from the afterlife and inject them into the bodies of the living, achieving an almost perfect resurrection effect. In a normal timeline, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto's Edo Tensei caused tremendous trouble for the entire ninja world. Later on, Orochimaru's Edo Tensei successfully summoned past Hokages, significantly impacting the course of the entire battle. It can be said that Edo Tensei is a technique that can determine the fate of the battle. Of course, the premise is having enough sacrifices. Edo Tensei? Obito repeated the name, evidently having heard of this forbidden technique. Are you saying that Orochimaru might use this forbidden technique against us? Fengtian nodded, his expression grave. There is such a possibility, but it's not certain. Orochimaru has always pursued immortality and power. His research on forbidden techniques can be said to be at its peak. If he really uses Edo Tensei at the critical moment to summon some powerful deceased to fight, then our plan will be severely disrupted. We absolutely cannot overlook this. What should we do then? After Fengtian's words fell, Kakuzu couldn't help but ask. Although he is powerful, he still finds this kind of supernatural forbidden technique somewhat tricky. Fengtian pondered for a moment, and then said, we must first find Orochimaru and understand his current situation. If he is hostile towards us, we must find a way to stop him. Moreover, if necessary, we can choose to seal him, or, to put it bluntly, completely erase him. At this point, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Fengtian's eyes. Although Orochimaru had been redeemed later on, for Fengtian, the earlier Orochimaru had killed so many innocent people for his own selfish desires, including his own teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This was enough to label him as an evil person. For Fengtian, even though the current Orochimaru had not yet taken action, he had already made it onto his blacklist. However, Orochimaru's whereabouts are unpredictable. How can we find him? Obito continued to speak, expressing his doubts. Upon hearing this, Fengtian smiled slightly and shook his head. Following this, as Fengtian's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan slowly turned, countless fine lines appeared before everyone's eyes. These were the new abilities he gained after enhancing his ocular power, the causal lines. Seeing Fengtian activate his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and demonstrate the ability of the causal lines, everyone present showed expressions of surprise. They had never seen such a magical ability, capable of perceiving the causal connections of all things in the world. What is this? Obito asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Fengtian smiled slightly and explained. This is the causal line, a new ability I gained after enhancing my ocular power. It can show the causal connections of all things in the world, and through it, we can trace Orochimaru's whereabouts. As he spoke, Fengtian pointed to the thin lines, and they saw one line faintly pointing into the distance. Then, Fengtian continued, look, that line is Orochimaru's causal line. It is guiding us to his location. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of sudden realization. They didn't expect that Fengtian had such a magical ability to track Orochimaru's whereabouts. Great! With this ability, we can easily find Orochimaru, Obito said excitedly. Fengtian nodded and then said, that's right, but we must not let our guard down. After all, Orochimaru is a cunning guy, and when fighting him, we must always pay attention to his every move. That guy is hard to kill, as he has countless ways to escape. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and said solemnly, do you need me to take action personally? Fengtian gently shook his head, his gaze firm. Lord Madara, you are our greatest trump card in the Twilight Organization. Unless absolutely necessary, it's better for you not to reveal yourself easily. He paused for a moment, his tone carrying an undeniable determination. As for Orochimaru, I'll go see him myself. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito felt it was best not to say anything more. He walked slowly towards a majestic wooden throne, each step seeming to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds. His words were light, yet revealed an oppressive aura that could not be underestimated. If there is a need, just summon me again. He gazed deeply at Fengtian, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible emotion. Fengtian, my time is running out. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara say that his time was limited, Fengtian suddenly realized. Indeed, he had been so busy capturing tailed beasts that he had forgotten the most critical issue. Uchiha Madara's life in this timeline was almost at an end, especially after Fengtian had restored him to peak condition. They had fought 2 major battles in succession. Although Madara did not say it himself, Fengtian knew that every time Madara used chakra, he was actually exhausting his body. Perhaps at this moment, his body was already riddled with wounds, and even the powerful regenerative abilities of Hashirama's cells and the Outer Path Golem that had been sustaining his life could not save him. I understand, Lord Madara. Fengtian responded with a complex expression and a deep voice. I will deal with Orochimaru, this uncertain factor, as soon as possible, and I will not let anything hinder our plan. His words were firm, revealing an undeniable determination. Then, Fengtian's gaze turned to Obito and Shizun, his tone carrying an unarguable authority. This time, Obito, Shizun, you two will come with me. He looked at Jiao Du and Scorpion again, instructing them. You two stay here. Remember, you must not let outsiders notice anything unusual. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them gently nodded, acknowledging Fengtian's arrangement. After speaking, Fengtian extended his hand towards Obito and Shizuka, making a grabbing gesture, indicating them to follow. The 2 exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, stepped forward, and firmly grasped Fengtian's hand. At that moment, Fengtian suddenly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure instantly becoming blurry. He followed the subtle pull of the causal line, racing towards the location of Orochimaru like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 72, Domain of the Gods under the guidance of Fengtian. The 3 of them instantly crossed a great distance using the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at Orochimaru's hiding place. It was a concealed and deep underground cave, surrounded by complex mechanisms and traps, clearly laid out by Orochimaru to hide himself. The 3 of them carefully navigated through the cave, successfully avoiding most of the traps thanks to the precise positioning of the causal line and Shizuku's keen perception. However, just as they were about to approach the core area where Orochimaru was located, a sudden surge of chakra fluctuations hit them. Be careful, Fengtian whispered, quickly assuming a defensive posture. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the darkness. It was Orochimaru. He exuded a chilling aura, his eyes flashing with a cunning light, clearly having sensed the arrival of Fengtian and the others. To his surprise, I have guests here as well. Orochimaru looked at Fengtian and the others with a sinister expression, his words dripping with disdain. It was no wonder, considering the age of Fengtian and the others was far too young compared to Orochimaru. Seeing this situation, Fengtian and the others immediately distanced themselves from Orochimaru. The 3 of them activated their Sharingan simultaneously, remaining vigilant of Orochimaru's every move. However, when Orochimaru saw that all 3 possessed Sharingan, he was instantly overjoyed. In his eyes, there was nothing more worthy of research than the Sharingan. What a delightful surprise. Orochimaru licked his lips, his tone filled with greed. 3 young Sharingan holders, this is truly a gift from heaven. Obito clenched his fists, his anger completely ignited by Orochimaru's attitude. You bastard! How dare you have such ulterior motives towards us? He shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the cave. In contrast, Fengtian appeared calm, slowly stepping forward. After confirming that the person in front of him was indeed the real Orochimaru, he decided not to hold back any longer. Shirzue, Obito, you two immediately cast the barrier and completely hide this place. Orochimaru, leave him to me. As he spoke, Fengtian's eyes instantly switched to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. With a sudden outburst of causal power, Orochimaru felt the surroundings changing continuously. In the next moment, he and Fengtian appeared in the subspace created by the causal power. It was the same place where Fengtian had fought against Uchiha Madara before. In this subspace constructed by causal power, time and space seemed to lose their original meaning. Everything was under Fengtian's control. Orochimaru looked around, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He did not expect that this young ninja possessed such powerful strength, capable of pulling him into such a strange space in an instant. Interesting, Orochimaru sneered, although he reassessed Fengtian's strength in his heart. The disdain on his face remained unchanged. But do you think this will defeat me? Fengtian did not respond, only standing quietly there. the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes flickering with mysterious light. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his words filled with absolute confidence. This is my domain. You can also call it the domain of the gods. After saying this, a slight smile appeared on Fengtian's lips as he casually snapped his fingers. In the next moment, several explosive tags suddenly appeared on Orochimaru's body, and before he could react, the explosive tags suddenly burst into light and were detonated. Bang! Bang! Amidst the sounds of several explosions, Orochimaru awkwardly broke free from the aftermath of the explosion, his body enveloped in smoke, with his clothing torn in several places, revealing his thin and sinister figure. His eyes were no longer filled with disdain, but rather with vigilance and shock. Without any hesitation, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and a strange aura began to permeate around him, as if countless vengeful spirits were lingering nearby. Impure world reincarnation. Fengtian's gaze slightly condensed, but he showed no sign of panic. Impure world reincarnation? Oof. In this space, no causality can escape my control. Before his words fell, Fengtian gently waved his hands, and an invisible force spread out, forcibly interrupting the formation of Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation technique. Orochimaru's expression changed. Clearly not expecting Fengtian to so easily break his jutsu, he stared intently at Fengtian in front of him, his eyes no longer filled with disdain. How did you do it? I couldn't sense any trace of your actions at all. Upon hearing this, Fengtian crossed his arms and looked at the utterly disheveled Orochimaru with a proud expression. He merely opened his mouth slightly, but under the enhancement of this causal power, he became imbued with divinity. I have said, within this space, all causality is under my control. Here, I am the omniscient and omnipotent God. Orochimaru's pupils contracted violently, and for the first time in his life, he felt an unprecedented fear and powerlessness. In this space dominated by the absolute power of the heavens, his proud ninjutsu and wisdom seemed to have lost their efficacy, and every attempt to resist felt utterly futile. The omniscient and omnipotent God. Orochimaru repeated this phrase softly, his tone filled with both unwillingness and reverence for the unknown power. How ridiculous! I have pursued immortality and power all my life. Yet I never expected to encounter an existence like you. The heavens remained expressionless, his gaze piercing through Orochimaru's body, as if looking into a deeper abyss. Orochimaru, your ambition and desires have led you down this irreversible path. Today, let me end it all. As soon as the words fell, the heavens figure flickered, almost merging with the air, moving at a mind-boggling speed. When he reappeared, he was already behind Orochimaru, gently touching his shoulder with a finger. A warm yet terrifying power erupted from within Orochimaru, as the causal force corrected his distorted fate. Orochimaru felt an irresistible force rampaging within him. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, countless past memories and failed attempts flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern. Those were the answers he had pursued all his life. Yet at this moment, they became utterly meaningless. No, it's impossible. Orochimaru roared, trying to resist this power with willpower. But his voice was soon swallowed by an inexplicable force, leaving not even an echo. However, just when the heavens thought everything was settled, a low growl suddenly erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, followed by his body starting to swell as if it were about to explode. This is the eight-headed serpent technique. The heavens were taken aback, not expecting Orochimaru to use such a powerful, forbidden technique at this moment. In an instant, Orochimaru's body transformed into 8 enormous white serpents, each possessing a powerful chakra fluctuation, as if capable of destroying everything. The heavens still shook his head slightly, facing such a colossal creature. He felt no turmoil in his heart. Complete body Susanoo. The heavens spoke lightly, and in the next moment, a towering black giant appeared, dozens of meters tall. Centered around him, this giant, clad in black armor, had eyes like burning flames, exuding a heart-pounding aura, and it was indeed the complete body of Susanoo. The judgment blade in the giant's hand swung gently, stirring up a whirlwind, as if even space was being split in two. How is this possible? The 8 white serpents transformed by Orochimaru appeared so small in front of Susanoo, emitting roars as if unwilling to be crushed like this. The heavens stood within Susanoo, his gaze piercing, coldly watching the struggling Orochimaru below. Orochimaru, your struggle is futile. In this realm, no power can escape the bindings of causality. Now, night has fallen. Chapter 73, Familiar Whispers. Facing the complete body of Susanoo summoned by the heavens, the 8 white serpents transformed by Orochimaru appeared increasingly small and powerless. That black giant was like a war god from the abyss, its oppressive aura causing the 8 white serpents to tremble involuntarily. What is this power? Orochimaru's voice echoed in the minds of the 8 white serpents, filled with unbelievable fear. He had never seen such a powerful and terrifying enemy. Even during his long war, he had never felt such a strong sense of helplessness. The judgment blade in Susanoo's hand traced a brilliant arc in the air, and the fierce wind it generated tore apart the surrounding atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill at that moment. Then the massive blade swung down suddenly, targeting one of the 8 white serpents. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the white serpent struck by the blade instantly exploded, turning into a mist of blood filling the sky. The remaining 7 white serpents, witnessing this, let out terrified hisses and began to scatter in an attempt to flee from this terrifying giant. However, Susanoo's speed far exceeded their imagination. The giant took giant strides, crushing them as if they were mere ants, and in an instant, he defeated the remaining 7 white serpents. The blood mist enveloped the entire subspace, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. When the last white serpent dissipated into nothingness, Fengtian calmly spoke. Orochimaru, your 8-headed serpent technique is nothing but this. As the words fell, Susanoo slowly dissipated, revealing Fengtian's calm and profound eyes. He looked towards the position where Orochimaru used to be. At this moment, he was in a dire state, his hands having been destroyed by that force of annihilation. Unable to use any ninjutsu. Who exactly are you? Orochimaru's voice trembled in the empty air, filled with deep reluctance and fear. Like the last flicker of a candlelight being swallowed by the night, wavering and weak. He never expected to be so utterly defeated, leaving no room for even the slightest counterattack, like a chick tightly grasped by an eagle's throat, powerless to struggle. Fengtian's gaze was as cold as winter ice, devoid of any warmth. He slowly parted his lips, his voice sharp and clear. We are Twilight. You may also call us God. Before his words had finished, Fengtian simply raised his hand slightly, and an invisible force pressed down on Orochimaru like a mountain, forcing him to bend his knee and kneel on the ground. Dust swirling around him. Before Orochimaru could even catch his breath, Fengtian's cold and merciless words pierced through his eardrums like a cold wind. Now before you, there are 2 paths. Either submit to me or become a mere wisp of disappearance in this subspace. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted, as if gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. He felt an unprecedented suffocation and despair. The air around him seemed to freeze, making breathing exceptionally difficult. Once, he had turned the ninja world upside down with his wisdom and power, returning countless times from the brink of death, but at this moment, he truly experienced what it meant to be powerless. Submit. Orochimaru's voice was low and hoarse. Each word seemed to be ground down by sandpaper, painfully squeezed from deep within his throat, laced with a barely perceptible mockery. To me, it's just an absurd joke. A cold smile crept onto Fengtian's lips, devoid of any warmth, more like the biting cold wind of winter that pierced the heart, making one involuntarily shiver. Then, your answer is already obvious. As Fengtian's words gently fell, the invisible sense of oppression surged like a tide, instantly magnified to its extreme, as if it were about to crush the entire space. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's battered body twisted and collapsed under the terrifying pressure. Ultimately, he transformed into a brilliant yet tragic mist of blood, slowly dissipating in this dark and mysterious subspace, leaving only a faint trace of blood in the air that lingered for a long time. After doing all this, Fengtian did not rush to withdraw from this subspace. He simply stood there quietly, his gaze like a torch, staring intently at some ethereal direction. From his perspective, the causal line that had originally connected to Orochimaru was also gradually dissipating. Just when Fengtian thought everything had settled and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his head suddenly felt as if struck by an invisible hammer, a violent pain nearly causing him to faint. Accompanied by this sudden sharp pain, a familiar yet strange whisper echoed in his ears, like an ancient incantation or a prophecy of the future. Recognize yourself. Resolve the causality. Find yourself. At this moment, Fengtian was forced to stagger by this sudden power, nearly losing control of the subspace. He tightly clasped his head with both hands, his eyes shut, his face pale as paper, and his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. trying to resist the excruciating pain and whispers that surged from the depths of his soul with sheer willpower. What on earth is happening? Fengtian was filled with horror. He had never encountered such an inexplicable situation, as if the entire world had turned upside down at that moment. Those whispers were like calls transcending time and space, echoing directly in his mind, each reverberation striking like a sharp knife, carving deep marks on his soul. He felt his consciousness being torn apart by this force, as if he was about to plunge into an endless darkness. As the pain intensified, scenes began to emerge before Fengtian's eyes, blurry and bizarre. Those images were like shattered pieces of a broken mirror, failing to piece together any complete meaning. He exerted all his strength to see these images clearly, but even with the support of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, those images remained elusive like phantoms in the mist. Recognizing himself and severing the causal ties, the whispers grew increasingly clear, as if an invisible force was guiding him to examine his past, present, and future. He felt his soul being pulled by this force, as if it were about to unveil the secrets hidden deep within. Fengtian endured the excruciating pain in his mind, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists tightly, desperately trying to stay awake. But this time, the pain was far more intense and persistent than the last. It was as if he had been caught in an endless whirlpool, unable to escape. Finally, as time passed, Fengtian's willpower gradually crumbled. He could no longer resist the intense pain and collapsed weakly to the ground. In an instant, the subspace he had constructed shattered like broken bubbles, dissipating into the void at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, he returned directly to the real world. Chapter 74. Kill again Fengtian. Obito and Shui shouted almost simultaneously, their eyes filled with worry and urgency. When they saw Fengtian appear in their line of sight, his face twisted in pain. The two rushed towards him without hesitation. "Don't come near me." Fengtian exerted all his strength to squeeze out these few words through gritted teeth. His voice was weak and trembling, each word seeming to cost him immense effort. His eyes were filled with warning and struggle, as if he was experiencing unprecedented pain and torment. Obito and Shui, upon hearing this, involuntarily paused, exchanging glances filled with confusion and incomprehension. But looking at the pained and distorted face of Fengtian, they knew it was not the time to ask questions. "Fengtian, what's wrong? Have you been hurt?" Obito asked anxiously, his voice full of concern. Shui also furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze fixed on Fengtian, ready to respond at any moment. However, Fengtian remained silent, his face contorted, half kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat, as the soul-ripping pain continued to intensify. Just before Fengtian was about to faint, he suddenly realized something, and thus used the last bit of strength left in his body to activate the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. In the next moment, a breath of causal power emerged, constantly swirling around him, altering the causality of the pain. Finally, under the influence of this causal power, the soul-tearing agony gradually subsided, and Fengtian's complexion shifted from pale to a hint of color. He was gasping for breath, sweat trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground, making a faint sound. Dai-Tu and Shimizu, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward and supported Fengtian on either side. "Fengtian, are you okay?" Dai-Tu asked with concern, his eyes filled with worry. Shimizu also stared closely at Fengtian, afraid that he might have another incident. Fengtian slowly shook his head, his voice still a bit weak. "I'm fine. I won't die just yet." He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. The recent experience left him with lingering fear, as the sudden pain seemed to tear at his very soul. If he hadn't activated the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan at the last moment, using the power of causality to alter the cause of the pain, he would likely have passed out, and perhaps might never have woken up. What exactly is going on? Shui frowned and asked, sensing that the situation was not simple. Fengtian was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing how much information to reveal. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "It's just the backlash of the ocular power. As the ocular power continues to increase, this backlash begins to occur intermittently, bringing unbearable pain. He even started hearing some strange auditory hallucinations." When Shui heard the term auditory hallucinations, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He stared straight at Fengtian, his voice filled with obvious confusion. "Hallucination? Fengtian, what did you hear?" However, Fengtian simply shook his head gently and chose to remain silent. He knows well that some secrets, once spoken, could trigger a chain reaction, bringing unnecessary trouble and danger. Therefore, he chooses to bury this heavy burden deep in his heart. Although he still has many questions, he understands that there must be hidden reasons behind Fengtian's reluctance to speak. He let out a soft sigh and did not continue to ask further. After a moment of silence, Fengtian's physical condition seemed to have gradually recovered to about 70 to 80%, and his complexion had also eased significantly, no longer showing the previous signs of pain. At this moment, Jishui spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of urgency and curiosity. What about Orochimaru? How is he? Why did only you come back? Just as Jishui's question fell, Obito couldn't hold back any longer and stepped in, speaking with an undeniable confidence. Orochimaru must be dead. Who else could defeat him in front of Fengtian, except for Lord Madara? Is there even a need to ask? Before Obito's words had finished, Fengtian gently shook his head. His gaze became profound, as if he were looking through the scene before him, recalling the battles and encounters he had faced earlier. At this moment, he could barely activate his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and his eyes sparkled with a complex light. Fengtian's movements were elegant and mysterious. He slightly raised his hand, and the air seemed to surge with an indescribable power. This was the power of causality. Under the influence of this power, delicate and ethereal threads of causality quietly appeared before Jishui and Obito. They intertwined to form a complex web, with each thread representing the connections and destinies of all things in the world. Fengtian gently fiddled with these threads of causality, his gaze focused and deep, as if he were searching for a specific answer. After a moment, he let out a slight sigh and precisely pinched one of the causality threads, while the remaining threads gradually dissipated before the two of them, as if drawn by an invisible force. What is this? Obito asked curiously, his gaze closely following the causality thread chosen by Fengtian. This is Orochimaru's causality thread, Fengtian slowly replied, his voice carrying a barely perceptible weight. Look, as Fengtian's words fell, he gently released the causality thread he had been holding. What should have gradually dissipated instead underwent a shocking transformation at the last moment. It actually split off a remarkably thin branch, and the life force on this branch was extremely weak, as if it could completely vanish at any moment. However, this faint aura struck Jishui and Obito like a bolt of lightning. It proved that Orochimaru had not truly died. He still survives in some corner of this world in an extraordinarily bizarre and irrational way. How is this possible? Obito murmured in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Fengtian's expression was as calm as water. He showed no sign of surprise at the fact that Orochimaru had not truly died. After all, he already knew that this opponent was not easy to deal with, and his cunning and trickery were well known in the ninja world. As you can see, he is not dead, Fengtian said, his gaze deep, as if he had already seen the direction of the future. It's just that. His words paused slightly. Then a faint cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For me, it's just killing once more. Chapter 75. The cause of slaughter in the depths of the underground laboratory of Orochimaru. 10 minutes ago, Orochimaru suddenly sensed several surging chakra fluctuations, and then hurriedly left the laboratory, leaving only Kabuto to guard it. Kabuto watched Orochimaru's hurried departure without any ripple of emotion in his heart. Orochimaru's eccentric personality was already well known to him. He wouldn't find it strange no matter what Orochimaru did. Kabuto was completely focused on the potion in his hands, carefully adjusting it, as if the commotion outside had nothing to do with him. Even when Shui and Obito quietly set up a sealing barrier outside, Kabuto was utterly unaware. The ratio this time is quite good. It's a good start for the next phase of research. Kabuto gently shook the potion bottle in his hand, and seeing the results were exceptionally perfect, a proud smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Just then, a strange sensation suddenly emanated from the curse mark on Kabuto's body, as if an inexplicable force was surging. But before he could react, the laboratory door was violently blown open by a powerful force. Following that, a strong and mysterious force of causality swept in, rendering Kabuto unable to move instantly. As expected, Orochimaru is really cunning. He hid the final curse mark on you. A deep and powerful voice rang in Kabuto's ears. As the voice faded, three figures slowly appeared before Kabuto's eyes. Who are you? Where's Lord Orochimaru? A hint of astonishment flashed in Kabuto's eyes. He could hardly believe that someone had found this hidden laboratory. What shocked him even more was that he could not sense Orochimaru's presence at all now. Could it be that Orochimaru has already? Thinking of this, a chill rose in Kabuto's heart. Fengtian looked at Kabuto's astonished expression, smiled slightly, and then spoke. Who we are is not important. What matters is, he deliberately elongated his voice, causing Dou's heart to rise to his throat. I need you to cooperate. Fengtian's words carried an undeniable authority. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of causality surged once more, like a raging tide, forcefully erasing the cursed seal on Dou's body. After doing all this, Fengtian nodded in satisfaction. In his gaze, the causality line that had originally connected to Orochimaru had completely dissipated into the void. Bastards, what have you done? At this moment, Dou finally understood the true intentions of Fengtian and the others. His face contorted like a demon from hell, roaring in anger. The disappearance of this cursed seal meant that Orochimaru could no longer be resurrected through the evil technique of Edo Tensei. This also meant that Orochimaru, the once formidable figure that had made the entire ninja world tremble, had completely fallen. Dou's roar echoed in the empty laboratory, but the three of them stood like cold statues, unmoved. Their eyes were resolute and indifferent, as if they were executing a predetermined, unchangeable task. It was merely about clearing some unknown obstacles. Fengtian's words fell coldly, his face showing no ripples, as if he had just accomplished an insignificant task. Unknown obstacles? You killed Lord Orochimaru for this ridiculous reason. Dou gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly spitting fire, unable to accept this cruel reality. Haha, Fengtian spoke ominously. His words filled with an endless sense of oppression, as if a great mountain pressed down on Dou's heart. Reason? Fengtian scoffed. In this world, the strong are respected. Only by being powerful can one stand alone. The so-called reason is merely an excuse for the weak. Just like at this moment, Fengtian's words were filled with confidence and dominance. I want to kill you. As simple as crushing an ant. After saying that, the mysterious power of causality erupted again, like an invisible hand pressing Dou firmly to the ground, rendering him unable to move a muscle. Dou exerted all his strength to raise his head to look at Fengtian, but at that moment he felt as if all his strength had been drained, unable to complete even this simple action. My mood is quite good at the moment, so I'll let you have a path to life for now. Fengtian's words were filled with mockery and sarcasm. However, this is a path to life that is imprisoned. As Fengtian's words fell, his eyes suddenly burst with brilliant light, the aura of divine might spreading. The surrounding space began to twist and deform, as if controlled by mysterious power. Then, Fengtian bent down and placed his hand on Dou's shoulder. The next moment, Dou's figure began to blur, as if being swallowed by an invisible force. Ultimately, Dou's figure completely disappeared within Fengtian's divine space, leaving behind an empty and silent laboratory. Obito and Shizuka both showed a complex emotion on their faces upon seeing this scene. After a while, Obito finally opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of hesitation. Fengtian, are we going a bit too far with this? Upon hearing this, Fengtian almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Please, the Orochimaru he had just dealt with was no easy opponent. That guy had harmed countless innocent lives to achieve his goals. As for the pharmacist, though, as Orochimaru's capable assistant, he had also engaged in many unsavory activities. He had merely sealed him in the divine space. Not directly taking his life was already quite merciful. However, in response to Obito's inquiry, Fengtian did not say more. He silently unleashed the power of causality, revealing the causality line that originally belonged to Orochimaru. As Fengtian moved, the causality line seemed to come alive, instantly extending numerous branches, each clearly recording the future killings that Orochimaru would cause. Do you see it clearly? Fengtian's voice was as cold as ice. This is the chain reaction that will occur if Orochimaru is not killed. After saying this, Fengtian stood up without looking back and strode out of the dim underground laboratory. Obito and Shursui looked at the complex causality line and the countless branches representing killings, and a chill rose in their hearts. They are well aware that if Orochimaru continues to exist in the world, it will inevitably lead to more tragedies and disasters. Is this the consequence of Orochimaru's immortality? Obito murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of shock and fear. He finally understood that Fengtian made such a decisive choice because the existence of Orochimaru had seriously threatened the peace and tranquility of the ninja world. Jisue also nodded silently. Then the two exchanged glances, stood up, and followed Fengtian's footsteps, leaving the empty and cold laboratory together. Chapter 76. Yugao Kanoa Village Gate. A handsome young man dressed in a light blue loose robe, holding a specially made bubble-blowing tool, with long bangs, was slowly walking towards Konoha village. He had a cold expression, exuding an air that kept people at a distance, yet somehow carried an inexplicable charm of tranquility. This person was Yugao, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, who had the bounty order rescinded by the Hidden Mist Village. While evading pursuit, Yugao accidentally obtained several pieces of intelligence, and, upon learning about the various atrocities committed by the Twilight Organization, decided to heed the advice of the Hidden Mist Village and seek refuge in the Hidden Leaf Village. As Yugao approached the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village step by step, the gaze of the guarding ninja was involuntarily drawn to him. They secretly speculated about the identity and intentions of this mysterious young man, their eyes revealing a hint of vigilance and tension. After all, in the face of the Twilight Organization's rampant activities, the arrival of any stranger warranted caution. Yutaka stopped in his tracks, calmly locking eyes with the gatekeeper ninja. His voice was composed, yet carried an undeniable force. "My name is Yutaka, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails from the Mist Village. According to the instructions from the Mist Village, I have come to Konoha Village for refuge." Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper ninja exchanged smiles, and their taut nerves finally relaxed. One of them stepped forward and politely responded, "Welcome to Konoha Village, Mr. Yutaka. You are the last Jinchuriki to arrive in Konoha Village. Please wait a moment while we notify the others." Yutaka nodded slightly and patiently waited aside. To pass the time, he picked up a bubble-blowing tool and gently blew into it, sending colorful bubbles dancing in the air, adding a touch of lightness to the tense atmosphere. Shortly after, a ninja dressed in Konoha's uniform hurried over, beaming with enthusiasm. "Mr. Yutaka, welcome. I am the welcoming ninja of Konoha Village, responsible for arranging your itinerary within the village. Please follow me. The Hokage has been waiting for you for quite some time." Yutaka put away the bubble-blowing tool and followed the welcoming ninja into the Konoha village he had longed to see. He couldn't help but admire in his heart that this was indeed a unique place. The air was filled with a sense of peace and tranquility, in stark contrast to the Hidden Mist Village where he had once lived. As Yutaka delved deeper into the exploration, the bustling scene of Konohagakure gradually unfolded before his eyes. Shops lined the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. The market was bustling with people, filled with laughter and joy, and the villagers, with their faces beaming with happiness, made him feel an unprecedented warmth and sense of belonging. Just as Yutaka was immersed in this tranquility and beauty, a clear and pleasant voice interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Yutaka, the Hokage is waiting for you inside. Please go in by yourself." Yutaka looked up and saw a young female ninja standing not far away. She wore a smile, and her gaze conveyed friendliness and respect. After a gentle bow, she gestured for Yutaka to enter the Hokage's office on his own. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within Yutaka. At such a moment, being accepted and respected by Konohagakure was undoubtedly a great comfort to him. He straightened his clothes and walked towards the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been waiting for a long time. He sat behind a large desk, his expression kind yet serious, his gaze revealing concern and expectation for Yugo. As Yugo entered the room, he respectfully bowed and said, "Hokage-sama, I am Yugo, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, stood up, and walked in front of Yugo, gently patting his shoulder. "Yugo, welcome to Konohagakure. To prevent the evil organization Twilight from succeeding in their schemes, I hope you will temporarily take refuge in Konohagakure, just like the other Jinchuriki. We will arrange a hidden residence for you and send a powerful team to ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, warmth surged in Yugo's heart. He nodded solemnly and then, at Sarutobi Hiruzen's gesture, left the Hokage's office. Immediately, under the guidance of a welcoming ninja, Yugo passed through several layers of barriers and finally arrived at a small island. "Mr. Yugo, I will be responsible for bringing you here. As for the matters ahead, I won't disturb you further," the welcoming ninja politely said to Yugo. After Yugo nodded in acknowledgement, she quickly left the area. After observing the surroundings for a moment and finding nothing unusual, Yugo prepared to enter the island. However, not long after, a tall ninja with silver hair and a headband marked with the kanji for oil suddenly blocked his path. "Welcome, the last Jinchuriki," the ninja said loudly. "I am one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, specifically responsible for taking care of you precious Jinchuriki." He chuckled and added, "Of course, you can call me Jiraiya." Upon hearing this, Yutaka's face showed a hint of surprise, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Naturally, he was well aware of Jiraiya's renowned name. This legendary ninja, one of the three ninjas of Konoha, was not only skilled in ninjutsu, but also had a distinct personality and unique insights in the ninja world, leaving a significant mark in it. Lord Jiraiya, meeting you in person is truly more impressive than just hearing about you. Yutaka said respectfully, bowing and introducing himself. I am Yutaka, the host of the Six Tales, from a hidden mist village. Jiraiya nodded with a smile and gestured for him to follow, saying, then let's go. With that, he led Yutaka deeper into the small island. Yutaka responded and followed closely behind. The two passed through lush woods and eventually arrived at a secluded residence. The environment here was serene and elegant, surrounded by various defensive mechanisms, clearly designed to protect the safety of the hosts. However, at that moment, Yutaka suddenly felt an unprecedented disturbance within him. The Seven Tails chakra began to surge uncontrollably. This power seemed to be triggered by some unknown presence, like waves whipped up by a storm, churning violently within him and causing waves of tearing pain. Yutaka's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and tried to forcibly suppress the raging chakra with his will. But at that moment, an even more shocking situation occurred. Before him, figures slowly emerged in the originally empty space, examining him with unfriendly gazes. Chapter 77, Kushina's Doubt. A new face has appeared. A ninja dressed in a purple outfit, wearing a black chest armor and sporting a thick beard, crossed his arms and looked sideways at the soon-to-be uncontrollable Yutaka, speaking in a nonchalant tone. This person was none other than the infamous Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple. It seems he is not very skilled at controlling this power yet. Beside him, a burly man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, also let out a deep laugh. He stood with his hands in his pockets, a hint of mockery in his gaze, witnessing Yu Gao's impending crisis alongside Lao Zi, yet had no intention of lending a hand, instead appearing to wait for the spectacle. Just at that critical moment, several chains, glowing with a golden light, suddenly shot out from the other side of the venue. They carried a strong sealing aura, swiftly and precisely wrapping around Yu Gao's abdomen like a spirit snake. The sealing power surging from these chains seemed to possess the magic to suppress all violent forces, directly flowing into Yu Gao's body. Under the influence of this powerful sealing force, Yu Gao's previously restless body gradually calmed down, and his tightly furrowed brows began to relax. The turbulent six-tailed chakra within him was forcibly subdued by this sealing power, as if a wild beast had been tamed, unable to stir up any waves. Yu Gao looked up, following the direction of the chains, and saw a red-haired female ninja standing not far away. The one who had just intervened to help Yu Gao was none other than Kushina, the wife of Minato and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. Kushina's gaze was firm, yet gentle, as she gently retracted the chains, the seals glowing in her palm for a moment before dissipating into nothingness. This new ally should be the last one, the six-tailed Jinchuriki, right? Are you feeling better now? Kushina asked with concern, her voice revealing a comforting strength. She slowly approached, her eyes filled with worry for Yu Gao's condition. Yu Gao took a deep breath, trying to calm his chaotic breath, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He shook his head slightly, his voice somewhat hoarse. I'm fine, thank you. Seeing this, Lao Zi's mouth curled into a playful smile. It seems our little six-tailed friend still needs more training. However, to have a Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha personally come to your aid, you must have quite a reputation. Lao Zi's words carried a hint of ridicule. In response to Lao Zi's mockery, a trace of coldness flashed in Yu Gao's eyes, and he stood up, gripping the bubble-blowing device tightly, and said in a deep voice, if you think of me as a soft persimmon to squeeze, then I'm sorry. It seems you've got the wrong person. Yu Gao's words were filled with undeniable determination, his gaze shifting from coldness to burning fighting spirit, like a beast ready to pounce at any moment. Lao Zi's laughter abruptly stopped, and he squinted his eyes, sizing up Yu Gao, seemingly both surprised and amused by Yu Gao's reaction. Oh, interesting. It seems you are not someone easily looked down upon. His words carried a hint of appreciation, but more of a test. Han also retracted his earlier relaxed demeanor, stepping forward to stand between Lao Zi and Yu Gao, and said in his deep voice, all right, now is not the time for internal strife. Six Tails Jinchuriki. We know you've just become a Jinchuriki and are still in the adaptation phase. Lao Zi was just joking. Don't take it too seriously. Yu Gao looked dalton, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipating, but he still remained vigilant. I understand. I just don't want to be looked down upon. His words carried a hint of bitterness. As a Jinchuriki, He bore not only the power of the tailed beast, but also the fear and misunderstanding from others. At that moment, Jiraiya stepped forward, embraced Otsutsuki and Yutaka, and said loudly, since we are here, we are all family. As Jinchuriki, you should care for one another even more. I hope you can live in harmony on this day." Upon hearing this, a rare look of remorse flashed across Otsutsuki's face. After Jiraiya let go, he slowly approached Yutaka, extended his hand, and said, "I'm sorry, that was my mistake." Hearing Otsutsuki's apology, Yutaka's expression also calmed down. He extended his hand and shook hands with Old Purple. The two hands clasped tightly together, as if at that moment, all misunderstandings and barriers had vanished. "Master Jiraiya, do we have to stay on this island for the days to come?" At that moment, Kushina also asked Jiraiya this crucial question. As Kushina's words fell, the four Jinchuriki present all looked at Jiraiya. They too wanted to know how long they would have to stay here. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Currently, the entire ninja world is not at peace. Apart from the four of you Jinchuriki, the other tailed beasts have already been captured by the Twilight Organization. Although I don't know what their ultimate goal is, it certainly isn't good for the ninja world. Therefore, until the Twilight Organization is completely eradicated, you can only stay on this island. Here, not only is there a powerful defensive barrier, but there are also many illusion barriers and perception barriers. In other words, this is currently the safest place in the entire ninja world. There is even a mysterious barrier. Even if the Twilight Organization finds this place, as long as that barrier is activated, they won't be able to capture you." Jiraiya's words were filled with confidence, but his eyes revealed a hint of barely noticeable worry. He looked around, ensuring that everyone was listening intently to his every word. "I know that as Jinchuriki, each of you bears a heavy fate, but please believe that this is not a form of imprisonment for you, but rather a way to protect you and the entire ninja world." Jiraiya's tone became gentle yet firm. "Here, you will undergo special training to learn how to better control the power of the tailed beasts." Kushina nodded and then spoke, "Understand, Master Jiraiya. As long as it's for Konoha and for the peace of the ninja world, I am willing to train here, no matter how long it takes." Yutaka also silently nodded. Although he still felt a sense of reluctance and loneliness in his heart, he knew that at this moment, he was no longer fighting alone. He looked at Old Purple and Han, both of whom had determination and trust in their eyes. "Then, without further ado, let's begin the training." Jiraiya stood up, his gaze intense. Everyone must push their limits, not only to control the tailed beasts, but also to surpass themselves and become true strong warriors. However, at that moment, Kushina spoke again, and her words made the usually calm Jiraiya lose his composure. "I have one more question, Jiraiya-sensei. Where did Minato go?" Chapter 78, The Whereabouts of Minato. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, but soon he regained his composure. He looked into Kushina's eyes and said, "Minato has gone out on a mission and hasn't returned yet." Although Jiraiya had hidden it well, the attentive Kushina noticed something was off. She took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and continued, "Jiraiya-sensei, you can't hide this from me. Even though you disguise it well, based on my intuition, has Minato encountered an accident?" As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya surely knew Minato's situation. In fact, the most suitable person to protect the Jinchuriki here was not Jiraiya, but Minato. With Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, he could instantly transfer the Jinchuriki away if anything abnormal happened here. However, due to Minato's disappearance, the higher-ups of Konoha had no choice but to entrust this heavy responsibility to Jiraiya. Hearing Kushina's words, Jiraiya fell into deep thought. Finally, he sighed and decided to tell her the truth. "Kushina, promise me that no matter what you hear later, you need to stay calm." Kushina nodded heavily, indicating her strength. Then, Jiraiya spoke again. "Not long ago, Minato went to Takegakure on a mission to bring back the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. But they encountered the Twilight Organization. According to the intelligence from the front lines, Minato's entire team is missing and currently unaccounted for." Upon hearing this, Kushina's face instantly turned pale. Her tightly clenched hands trembled slightly. Although she had prepared herself mentally, the shock of hearing the news was like a tidal wave, hard to calm. A trace of disbelief flashed in her eyes, soon replaced by deep worry and unease. "Everyone is missing and unaccounted for." Kushina repeated these words softly, as if she wanted to engrave them in her heart. She looked up at Jiraiya, tears shimmering in her eyes. Yet she held back from letting them fall. Is there still a chance he could come back? Minato is so strong. He must have a way to return, right? Jiraiya's gaze became complex and heavy. He slowly shook his head, his voice low and firm. Kushina, I understand your feelings, but we must face reality. Minato is indeed strong. But the Twilight Organization is not to be underestimated. They operate secretly and cruelly, and even we in Konoha know very little about them. This mission is exceptionally difficult, and the enemies Minato and his team face are far beyond expectations. However, Jiraiya changed his tone, trying to give Kushina a glimmer of hope. Although the situation is not optimistic, we have not given up on searching for them. Konoha has dispatched multiple rescue teams, and I am actively contacting other ninja villages, hoping to gather more intelligence about the Twilight Organization and Minato's whereabouts. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will never give up. Listening to Jiraiya's words, the light in Kushina's eyes gradually dimmed, but she still managed to force a smile. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. I will wait. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for Minato to come back. He is my husband, and I believe he will return safely. Jiraiya silently nodded, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. He deeply understands the taste of waiting and knows how much hidden pain and fear lies behind Kushina's strength at this moment. He gently patted Kushina's shoulder, as if to pass on his strength and belief to her. Kushina, you must take good care of yourself. If Minato knew, he would definitely want you to be safe. Then, Jiraiya shifted the topic and began discussing the current situation. Kushina, the recent rampage of the Nine Tails is something we are quite concerned about. But you don't need to worry. I will personally take responsibility for your safety. However, you must remain vigilant at all times, as the Nine Tails is the most unique and powerful compared to other tailed beasts. Kushina listened carefully to Jiraiya's arrangements, her eyes shining with determination. She knew that she was not just a wife waiting for her husband's return, but also a member of the Uzumaki clan, the Jinchuriki responsible for sealing the Nine Tails in this generation. The pressure she felt was the greatest among everyone present. Soon, after making arrangements for everyone, Jiraiya hurriedly left the place. What he has to do now is far more important than being a Jinchuriki. Of course, it definitely isn't something ridiculous like peeping at the women's bathhouse. According to his own words, it's called appreciation. Deep beneath Konoha village, Uchiha Madara sat on an ancient wooden throne, lightly resting his chin in one hand, with a deep gaze that sparkled with contemplation. The entire space was filled with a heavy and authoritative atmosphere, as if even the air had solidified. Suddenly, Madara's eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze on a certain direction, as if piercing through the barriers of space to see secrets unknown to others. Then, accompanied by a strange distortion of space, the figures of Fengtian and others appeared out of thin air before Madara, as if stepping out of the void. Welcome back. Fengtian, Madara slowly rose, his voice deep and filled with authority, each word seemingly carrying an irresistible power. Fengtian nodded slightly in response. He then released the imprisoned Minato, Killer Bee, Kabuto, and others from the Kamui space. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed tightly, filled with confusion, and he asked in a deep voice, "What does this mean, Fengtian?" Without changing his expression, Fengtian calmly responded, "These people have been completely sealed by me. Their chakra can no longer be used, and they are entirely under my control." He paused slightly and continued, "However, if I let them stay in my space all the time, it would indeed limit my actions. After all, I need to be prepared for various situations that may arise at any time. As for them, they only need to be monitored and given a little military food pill occasionally to stay alive." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara did not show any sign of agreement on his face. Instead, he shook his head, and a chilling, killing intent silently crept into the corners of his eyes. Such a troublesome approach really does not suit my style. It would be better to simply and decisively kill them all to eliminate future troubles. Before his words fell, an astonishing aura began to emanate from Uchiha Madara's body, a pressure belonging to a strong person that instilled fear in others. His eyes gradually turned crimson, as if fierce flames were burning within. In the next moment, he was about to strike, ready to eliminate the person before him. Seeing this, Fengtian's heart tightened, and he quickly spoke to stop the impending murderous intent. "Please stop. Lord Ban, don't kill these people for now." His voice carried a hint of urgency, clearly deeply worried about what was about to happen. Ban's movements paused slightly, and a flicker of doubt crossed his crimson eyes. He coldly uttered 2 words. "Reason?" His tone showed no emotional fluctuations, as if he were merely asking an inconsequential question. Upon seeing this, Fengtian secretly felt relieved that Ban did not act immediately. He took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions and then spoke. I suspect that my ocular power backlash is related to the causality of slaughter. Chapter 79. The Truth of the Holy Mother Ocular Power Backlash? Uchiha Band still maintained his indifference. But what was slightly reassuring was that his gaze towards Minato and the others no longer brimmed with bloodthirsty, killing intent. Upon seeing this, Fengtian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes collided with Uchiha Band's in the air. And then he slowly continued. During the previous 2 enhancements of my ocular power, the backlash surged like a tide, almost swallowing me, leaving me teetering on the edge of life and death several times. His words revealed an indescribable heaviness, as if he were reminiscing about a past he was reluctant to mention. However, when I recalled it carefully at the moment I first devoured the 3 tails and the 1 tail, that power, though strong, did not bring any backlash. At that time, my state of mind was still pure, my hands had not been stained with blood, and my heart was free of guilt. Fengtian's gaze grew profound, as if he had traversed time and space, returning to that distant past. It was not until I devoured the 2 tails and the 8 tails that I broke my killing taboo and killed the renowned 3rd Reikage. His voice was deep, with a hint of regret in his tone. At that moment, I felt as if I had touched some kind of taboo, and from then on, the backlash followed me like a shadow, especially during the time in Takigakure, when I suffered an unprecedented blow. Coincidentally, during the battle to seize the 7 tails, my hands were stained with the blood of innocent ninjas. Fengtian's eyes became hollow, as if that memory was too heavy for him to bear. This directly led to an unprecedented severe backlash when I fought against Orochimaru. That time, I was almost on the brink of death, with my life hanging by a thread. At this point, Fengtian's tone became resolute, as if he was making some important decision. I began to realize that the backlash of this ocular power might not only be related to the enhancement of the ocular power itself, but also closely tied to the killing intent in my heart and the sins I had committed. Each act of killing seemed to add weight to this double-edged sword, and in the end, the force of the backlash tightly bound me. There was a heaviness in Fengtian's words, yet it also seemed to carry a sense of liberation. It was as if he was confessing everything to Uchiha Madara, or perhaps seeking self-redemption, laying bare the secrets and pains deep within his heart without reservation. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows slightly. He had never considered that the backlash of the Sharingan would have such a profound connection with the user's state of mind. Are you saying that your Sharingan, after being tainted by too much blood, began to impose some form of punishment on you? His voice was cold, but it revealed a hint of curiosity. Exactly. Fengtian nodded and continued. In my understanding, someone like me, who holds the most mysterious power of causality, perhaps bears some kind of law or will that constrains the actions of the user. When I could not resist the influence of my own will to kill and began to kill indiscriminately, that power began to backfire, trying to correct my path. Interesting. Uchiha Madara sneered, but the light in his eyes became a bit more complex. So what are your plans? Will you continue down this path until you are completely consumed? Or will you seek a way to balance your power and spirit? Fengtian fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing something, and finally took a deep breath and said, I choose the latter. Holding causality is not a good thing, and, as my power strengthens, that will to kill will have an increasingly greater impact on me. I must suppress the will to kill within, to achieve my goals. I absolutely cannot be consumed by this backlash. It was only at this moment that Fengtian finally realized why he had been so saintly at the very beginning of this reincarnation. Everything was the experience left over from the previous several reincarnations. These experiences were quietly influencing Fengtian's own thoughts in this reincarnation, subtly trying to keep him from being tainted by blood. That is why he initially became so saintly. Uchiha Madara quietly listened to Fengtian's determination, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suppressing the will to kill within is not an easy task. However, since you have this awareness, I can point you to a clear path. A clear path? Fengtian was slightly taken aback, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. That's right, an opportunity that can both enhance your strength and help you suppress your will to kill. Uchiha Madara slowly stood up, his thoughts drifting far away, and the figure of that man gradually emerged in his mind. After a moment, Uchiha Madara spoke again, his voice flowing slowly, sage mode. I've never thought much of that thing, but for you, it seems quite suitable at the moment. Upon hearing this, Fengtian unconsciously supported his chin with his hand. Sinking into thought, Uchiha Madara was right. Given the current situation, sage mode was indeed the most suitable power for him to cultivate. The essence of Sage Mode lies in absorbing and utilizing the natural energy of the world. During the absorption process, one must maintain absolute stillness, calming the heart to feel carefully. This not only trains and enhances willpower, but also greatly weakens the erosion and influence of the will to kill on him while in Sage Mode. However, Fengtian currently did not have much time to cultivate. Sage Mode? That's not a bad idea, Fengtian said lightly, and soon he made up his mind. With a twist of space, Fengtian slowly stepped into the Kamui space. Immediately, as his thoughts moved, a large wheel appeared before him. This was the extraction ability wheel obtained from devouring the chakra of the Seven Tails, and Fengtian had sealed it into his Kamui space through special means for long-term preservation. Below are all the abilities currently obtained. 3 Tails Chakra, Flying Thunder God Technique, 1 Tails Chakra, Kamui, 2 Tails Chakra, 8 Gates, 8 Tails Chakra. I hope it can hit the mark, Fengtian said solemnly, then slowly extended his hand, gently manipulating the wheel in front of him. Every subtle movement revealed his inner tension and anticipation. The wheel began to turn slowly, each jump of the pointer seeming to pull at Fengtian's heartbeat, the rhythm intertwining with the sound of the wheel's rotation, playing a symphony of fate. The air was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression, as if even time had solidified at that moment. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if praying for the best outcome from an unknown fate. Finally, the roulette stopped spinning, the pointer steadily pointing to an unknown area. This is Chapter 80. Their voices. This is. Fengtian stared intently at the name where the roulette pointer finally landed, a smile of helplessness mixed with a hint of bitterness curling at the corners of his mouth. The pointer pointed to Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. It's over. What kind of broken system is this? Fengtian couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his tone filled with frustration and helplessness. The image of Jiraiya's bold figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and he secretly muttered to himself, Jiraiya is clearly right next to me. Why don't you turn around a bit more? Why did you have to stop here with Tsunade? However, complaints aside, Fengtian quickly adjusted his mindset. He deeply understood that everyone has their unique value and abilities, and the key lies in how to learn and utilize them. So, he took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, and decided to calmly accept this outcome. He stepped forward and gently tapped on Tsunade's name. In the next moment, the skill options related to Tsunade appeared before Fengtian. 100 Healings Technique unlocks the Yin Seal, allowing the vast amount of stored chakra to be used freely, making it possible to perform large-scale ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Creation Rebirth, an ultimate medical ninjutsu used in conjunction with 100 Healings Technique, capable of rapidly restoring bodily injuries during combat, almost reaching an immortal state, but consumes a large amount of chakra and reduces lifespan. Fengtian looked at the skill introduction before him, and, for the rare occasion, fell into hesitation. His gaze kept wandering back and forth between the 100 Treasures Technique and Creation Rebirth, a look of conflict flashing across his face. If he were to choose based on combat power, he would definitely prioritize the 100 Treasures Technique. However, they were coming soon, and he had to maximize his survival ability. When mentioning them, Fengtian's face was filled with complex emotions, anger, fear, and a hint of helplessness. But now is not the time to consider that. After a moment of deep thought, Fengtian ultimately directed his gaze towards the skill of Creation Rebirth. In his view, although the 100 Treasures Technique could significantly enhance combat power, ensuring his own survival was the top priority in the face of the impending crisis. So he chose Creation Rebirth. Fengtian silently made up his mind and reached out to touch the skill option. But just as he was about to make contact, a wild thought flashed through his mind. He quickly withdrew his hand and took a few steps back. Perhaps I could give it a try, he murmured to himself. Then, his eyes instantly shifted to the eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan. Soon, a breath of causality enveloped the entire wheel, and that powerful causal force was constantly trying to modify the rules of the wheel. According to Fengtian's judgment, since this wheel could be preserved in the Kamui space through special means, it meant that this wheel was not omnipotent. It was precisely because of this that Fengtian thought of trying to modify the rules of the wheel by reversing cause and effect. What he wanted to do was to acquire both the 100 Treasure Technique and the Creation Rebirth skill. Fengtian's eyes sparkled with the unique light of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, as he focused intently on manipulating the power of causality, trying to influence the rules of the roulette with his own will. The entire space seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious force, with an oppressive and tense atmosphere pervading the air. As the power of causality surged, the light on the roulette began to flicker erratically, and the pointer seemed to lose its original pattern, starting to jump around chaotically. Fengtian gritted his teeth, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, tightly combining his chakra with the power of causality and exerting all his effort to guide this force in order to realize his incredible idea. Finally, with Fengtian's relentless efforts, the light on the roulette suddenly condensed, and miraculously, the pointer pointed simultaneously to both the 100 treasure technique and the creation rebirth skills. At that moment, an indescribable excitement and joy surged within Fengtian. He knew he had succeeded, successfully breaking the rules of the roulette and obtaining both skills at once. Haha, it really works. Fengtian laughed heartily and then reached out to touch the two skill options. In an instant, two powerful forces surged into his body, and he felt as if his chakra had undergone a qualitative leap, and his vitality became unprecedentedly resilient. Just as Fengtian was filled with joy, a voice suddenly reached his ears. The owner of that voice was someone Fengtian never wanted to encounter in his lifetime. I finally found you, Fengtian. Trust me, we will meet again soon. He. After saying that, the voice completely disappeared. Upon hearing this, Fengtian's previously joyful expression suddenly turned extremely grim. The owner of that voice was them. The fact that they could transmit their voices to Fengtian's ears across endless time and space indicated that they were really close. Time was running out for Fengtian. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within his heart. He knew that in the face of the impending threat, any panic and fear would be futile. Only by improving his own strength and making full preparations could he find a way to cope. He closed his eyes and began to carefully feel the immense chakra surging within him, a result of acquiring the 100 Heroes technique and the ability to create rebirth. These two skills complemented each other, not only boosting his combat power, but, more importantly, providing him with an almost immortal recovery ability. Fengtian pondered to himself that with such power, perhaps he could secure a glimmer of hope for himself in the confrontation with them. However, now was not the time to think about these things. The killing intent that could erupt at any moment was the most troublesome issue for Fengtian right now. Since he hadn't drawn the Sage mode in this round of the roulette, he had only one path left to take. That was to cultivate Sage mode himself. Thinking of this, Fengtian couldn't help but grin wryly. He never expected that someone like him, who was nearly invincible, would one day earnestly practice. Immediately, the figure of Jiraiya appeared in his mind. If he were the one to teach him, he should be able to master Sage mode early. With this thought, Fengtian decisively activated the causal power within him. Thin, elongated causal lines intertwined and danced before his eyes like living beings, as if the fate of the entire world was in his hands. He took a deep breath, his gaze becoming exceptionally focused, and began to carefully manipulate the fine threads, trying to find the one related to Jiraiya. However, as time passed, Fengtian's expression gradually became serious. He was surprised to find that the causal line belonging to Jiraiya, which should have been clearly visible, had completely disappeared in this intricate web of causality. Chapter 81, Obito's Reaction. Fengtian furrowed his brows tightly. His eyes filled with doubt and confusion, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. He searched carefully again, but the result was still disappointing, as if he were looking for a phantom that did not exist at all. He murmured softly to himself, his voice tinged with disbelief. How could this be? How could Jiraiya's causal line simply disappear? Could it be that? Fengtian gently supported his chin with his hand, fingers slowly stroking his cheek as he fell into deep thought, various possibilities swirling in his mind. The disappearance of the causal line could only be due to two reasons. One possibility is that the other party is no longer in this world, just like Orochimaru, and the causal line would naturally dissipate like a kite with a broken string, leaving no trace behind. The other possibility is that the person is trapped in various intricate isolation formations or sealed within some powerful array. These formations have a magical effect of disturbing the causal lines, making it impossible for Fengtian to accurately capture their whereabouts. Judging by the current signs, it is highly likely that Jiraiya has entered some kind of isolation or sealing formation, hidden by some mysterious power. Upon realizing this, Fengtian had an idea and began to cautiously manipulate those causal lines, trying to verify his hypothesis. As time passed, the frown on Fengtian's brow gradually relaxed, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Moments later, he seemed to have an epiphany, and all the mysteries unraveled. Sure enough, Jiraiya's causal line, along with those of the remaining Jinchuriki, had disappeared, indicating that they were indeed hidden away. Fengtian murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of certainty and relief. He then took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and focused, trying to seek more clues about them through his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and the power of causality. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not capture any more useful information. It seemed that he could only take it one step at a time. Fengtian shook his head helplessly, but he had secretly prepared himself. He then left the Kamui space and returned underground. Upon seeing Fengtian return, Uchiha Madara keenly sensed the vibrant life force emanating from him, as if he had been completely reborn, looking entirely new. He curiously asked Fengtian, "You seem quite different from before." Fengtian nodded lightly at the words, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and then said calmly, "It seems I can't escape your keen eyes, Lord Madara. However, regarding that sage mode, I'm still completely in the dark and have no clue." Uchiha Madara helplessly shook his head, indicating that he could do nothing about it either. However, after a moment, he seemed to have a flash of inspiration and continued, "Fengtian, didn't you say you have control over causal power? Can't you try to modify causality to directly learn sage mode?" Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Fengtian couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. His gaze became unusually deep, as if he were the most distant star in the night sky, fully focused on examining this unprecedented bold idea. However, this contemplation did not last long. He gently shook his head, a hint of helplessness and on his face, and slowly replied, "Lord Madara, your proposal is indeed feasible, but forcibly altering such a defiant cause and effect would come at a cost that I cannot bear. You may not know that the backlash from the cause and effect I can alter entirely depends on the difficulty of influencing reality. Just like in our previous battle, Lord Madara. The reason I have hesitated to use that technique of reversing cause and effect against you is precisely because altering your cause would have a far-reaching impact on the real world. In other words, the backlash from such a modification would be unprecedentedly huge, making this an adventure that is undoubtedly not worth the risk for me." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression slightly stiffened, and a glimmer of understanding and relief emerged in his deep-set eyes. "I see, I was too impatient." Fengtian nodded slightly and continued, "Lord Madara, although I cannot learn sage mode by altering cause and effect, I will continue to strive to find other methods." Just then, Kakuzu spoke up. "There's no need to complicate things. Just find someone who can use sage mode, forcibly extract their chakra, and use the power of cause and effect to claim that chakra as your own. Similar to my Doton, Ryoku, seizing another's heart to master their chakra." With Kakuzu's words, Fengtian suddenly realized, "Right, how did I not think of this? I just need to find someone who can use sage mode and claim it through the power of cause and effect. Moreover, doing so would greatly reduce the backlash, and the impact on Fengtian would be minimized." Coincidentally, aside from Jiraiya, there was another person who also mastered that legendary sage mode, and he was well aware of this. Furthermore, that person was currently firmly in Fengtian's grasp. Fengtian gently turned his head, his gaze landing on the unconscious Minato Namikaze beside him. A fleeting hint of regret passing through his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He took a step forward, slowly walking toward the water gate, while at the same time, a mysterious and unfathomable force of causality instantly enveloped him, as if to isolate him from the outside world. His voice was deep and heavy. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from the bottom of his heart. "Sorry, Watergate." After saying that, his right hand was wrapped in a mass of causal power, and the next moment it went straight toward Watergate's abdomen. In the corner nearby, Obito, who had witnessed everything, had his right eye unknowingly switched to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. His expression was gloomy, his fists clenched tightly, and a faint aura of divine power was unconsciously released. Chapter 82. Successfully control Obito. "What do you mean by that?" Uchiha Madara noticed Obito's unusual behavior, and his tone carried a hint of coldness as he coldly threw out the question. Obito fell silent, as if suddenly awakened by Madara's words, realizing he had lost his composure, and his expression slightly changed. Therefore, he retracted his Mangekyō Sharingan, turned away, and stopped watching. After all, Minato was his teacher, and he had treated him very well. At this time, Obito had not yet completely fallen into darkness. He was still fundamentally that young boy. Thus, he felt a sense of reflection regarding Fengtian's action of extracting chakra. As Madara's words fell, Fengtian also came back to his senses. He gently waved his hand, temporarily stopping the extraction of the sage chakra from Minato, then turned around, looking at Obito with a gentle gaze, and slowly said, "Obito, I understand how you feel. But right now, this sage chakra is crucial for me. I assure you, throughout the extraction process, Minato will not be harmed in the slightest." After hearing this, Obito's tense expression relaxed slightly, but he still did not turn around to face Fengtian, instead walking straight towards the door with a somewhat resolute stride. "Do as you wish." He left this sentence behind, and his figure quickly disappeared behind the door, leaving everyone in the room exchanging glances, creating an awkward atmosphere for a moment. Although there were some minor incidents, Fengtian had no intention of stopping the extraction of the sage chakra. Previously, in the Kamui space, he had heard their voices. Now, he needed to hurry up and capture the tailed beasts. He must implement the Eye of the Moon plan before they arrive. After Obito's furious departure, the atmosphere between Fengtian and Uchiha Madara became exceptionally heavy. They all knew that Obito's reaction, though unexpected, also reflected some potential cracks in their plan. Fengtian took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He understood that Obito's emotional entanglements were natural for a person, but the greater situation was at stake, and he could not abandon the plan to extract sage chakra because of this. "Minato Namikaze, I am sorry," Fengtian murmured softly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Then, under the miraculous effect of causal power, Minato's body gradually changed and entered sage mode without any awareness. Fengtian's expression became serious as he gently placed his right hand, which contained causal power, on Minato's abdomen and began to carefully extract the sage chakra. As Fengtian's palm slowly approached Minato's abdomen, an indescribable fluctuation filled the air, a subtle rhythm of sage chakra being guided and drawn out. Minato's body trembled slightly in unconsciousness, as if undergoing an unknown transformation, all of which occurred quietly under Fengtian's precise and cold control. Uchiha Madara watched silently from the side, his rinnegan deep and profound, as if able to perceive the essence of all things in the world. Fengtian's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized that the process of extracting sage chakra was far more difficult than he had anticipated. It not only required his full concentration, with no room for distraction, but he also had to carefully maintain Minato's vital signs, fearing that a single misstep could lead to disaster. Worse still, as more and more sage chakra surged into his body, Fengtian felt his own breath becoming extraordinarily chaotic, as if countless small hands were tearing at his meridians. Having not received professional training, he was unable to control this massive power, and his body began to uncontrollably show signs of transformation. His skin gradually became rough, and his limbs seemed to be slowly elongating. Fengtian snorted coldly and immediately mobilized causal power to restore his body to normal, while also extracting a portion of causal power to balance the chaotic breath within him. Finally, as time passed, Fengtian stopped the process of extracting sage chakra. After successfully extracting Minato Namikaze's sage chakra, Fengtian felt an unprecedented fatigue and weakness. Although his body had returned to normal with the help of causal power, the mental pressure and burden had become increasingly heavy. Moreover, this was not the time to relax. Although the frog transformation phenomenon had been temporarily suppressed, the chaotic energy within him was still difficult to balance. With just a slight misstep, Fengtian could very likely explode in anger and die. At that moment, Uchiha Madara placed his hand on Fengtian's back and began to use a chakra to help Fengtian adjust his energy balance. Feeling the warm chakra flowing from Uchiha Madara, a wave of gratitude surged in Fengtian's heart. This power flowed like a gentle stream into his body, helping him stabilize the chaotic energy caused by the extraction of sage chakra. "Thank you, Lord Madara," Fengtian said softly, slightly tilting his head, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. He knew that if it weren't for Uchiha Madara's timely assistance, he might really have lost himself in this chaotic power. Uchiha Madara said little, merely continuing to silently transmit chakra, his gaze revealing a profound determination, as if to tell Fengtian, "Everything is for our plan. You must hold on." With Uchiha Madara's help, Fengtian's internal aura gradually stabilized, and the discomfort caused by the transformation slowly faded away. He took a deep breath, feeling the strength within him being restored, and couldn't help but feel secretly grateful. The next moment, Fengtian activated the immortal mode without hesitation. He can clearly feel the chakra of the celestial technique within him merging with the power of causality in a wonderful rhythm, bringing forth an unprecedented surge of strength. as if the entire world is under his control. He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to savor this peaceful and profound power. Indeed, under the protection of Sage Mode, the once persistent will to kill that had plagued him like a parasite now had almost no effect on him. This long-standing burden that had troubled him was finally resolved, and a genuine joy involuntarily appeared at the corner of Fengtian's mouth, his eyes shining with the light of victory. However, when Uchiha Madara witnessed that Fengtian seemed to have perfectly mastered Sage Mode, he slightly furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, "The situation is now settled. Where do we go from here?" Upon hearing this, Fengtian broke into a meaningful smile, one that concealed a cunning not to be underestimated. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing directly at the sky. Under the influence of causality power, his aura instantly became overwhelming, as if the air itself had solidified. Next, it's time to launch a full-scale attack. What I want to do is to poke a hole in this sky. Chapter 83. Return to Konoha Village in front of the gates of Konoha Village. Hey, have you heard? The ninja world has been in turmoil lately. It's really not peaceful. A guard rubbed his frostbitten red hands and nudged the person next to him with a wink. Isn't that right? I've heard that several other villages have been thrown into chaos by a mysterious organization called Twilight. It's a complete mess. I've also heard that even Minato has gone missing because of this. Another guard lowered his voice, frowning tightly. Sure, lower your voice. We can't just talk about this casually. If it gets back to the higher-ups, we both could be in big trouble. An older guard suddenly turned around, nervously glancing around. At the ancient and solemn gates of Konoha Village, several guards were huddled together, whispering, their eyes filled with worry and unease. What they were discussing, without exception, was the terrifying Twilight organization. The cold wind swept through, lifting a few fallen leaves, as if sighing for the turbulent ninja world. This also showed how extremely frightening the influence of Fengtian and his group had on the entire ninja realm. Just as they continued their discussion, a man wrapped entirely in a black cloak slowly approached the gate of Konoha Village like a ghost. Who goes there? A stern shout broke the silence of the night. All the guards immediately entered a combat stance, instinctively reaching for their weapons at their waists. The cloaked man seemed unfazed, continuing to walk at a leisurely pace. The guards' gazes grew sharper, their nerves taut to the extreme. At the same time, several agile ninjas quietly took a few steps back, secretly observing the situation, ready to rush back to the village to call for reinforcements at the slightest hint of danger. The night wind howled, carrying a hint of chill, adding tension and a sense of foreboding to the entire scene. Oof. The cloaked man let out a faint cold snort, then slowly raised one hand. His movements appeared slow, yet seemed to carry an immense power. In the next moment, a chilling and terrifying aura suddenly surged from beneath the cloak, instantly overwhelming all the guards at the entrance, rendering them unable to move like a violent storm. Their bodies seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, making even breathing extremely difficult, let alone speaking. They could only widen their eyes and look at the cloaked figure in front of them with faces full of terror. This cloaked figure was none other than Fengtian. This time, he entered Konoha Village not through connections with the guards, but chose to enter directly and boldly. Foolish and struggling ants. Fengtian coldly uttered these words and directly walked into Konoha Village. During the process, he passed through the sensing barrier, but he directly used the principle of reversing cause and effect to alter reality, thus going undetected. Once inside Konoha Village, Fengtian's goal was very clear, to head straight to the Hokage's office. He still has important matters to discuss with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In front of the Hokage office building, the night was as dark as ink, with only a few dim streetlights swaying in the wind, casting mottled shadows. Fengtian walked with a steady pace across the empty square, each step seemingly containing an indescribable power. The ninjas along the way felt that oppressive aura and cast uncertain glances. Yet no one dared to step forward to stop him. Upon reaching the front of the Hokage office building, Fengtian did not hesitate and directly reached out to push against the heavy wooden door. The sound of the door hinges turning was particularly clear in the silent night, as if even the air trembled. The door slowly opened, revealing the dim light inside and the spacious hall. Who? A vigilant voice came from the second floor, followed by a middle-aged man in a Hokage robe appearing at the staircase, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, fixed on the uninvited guest below. I am the creator of the Twilight organization, Fengtian. Fengtian's voice was calm and firm as he slowly ascended the stairs, each step seemingly demonstrating his power to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The Twilight Organization. Fengtian, you dare to enter Konoha alone? Don't you know this is seeking your own death? Seeking death? A cold smile crept onto Fengtian's lips. I think you haven't grasped the true situation, since I dare to come here alone. It means that in my eyes, you're nothing but ants. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression instantly darkened. He looked up at Fengtian in front of him and said in a deep voice, "What exactly is your purpose? Are Watergate and the others in your hands?" As Sarutobi Hizashi's words fell, Fengtian merely glanced deeply at him and then replied, "Let me answer your second question first. Watergate and Karabi are indeed in my hands. But I'm sorry, I have no intention of returning them. At least not now." As Fengtian spoke, he walked over to the Hokage's office desk and sat down on it. He slightly turned his head to look at the moonlight outside the window and continued, "As for the purpose, I think I'll keep it a secret for now. Besides, I didn't come here just to chat with you." After saying this, Fengtian's eyes instantly switched to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, and immediately, a wave of oppressive causal power swept through the entire Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, under this terrifying pressure, showed no signs of wavering. But a hint of seriousness flashed in the depths of his gaze as he looked at Fengtian. "What exactly do you want to do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was steady and powerful as he took a slow step forward, hands forming seals, clearly ready for battle at any moment. Seeing this, Fengtian smiled faintly, then gently waved his hand, and the terrifying causal power quickly receded like a tide. His gaze remained fixed on the bright, full moon, and he slowly spoke, his words light, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "I want you 5 Kage to hold a Kage summit within 3 days. As for the location, let's choose Konohagakure." There was a determined light flickering in Fengtian's eyes. "Of course, I will also attend this meeting, and we can have a good discussion then." After he finished speaking, his figure trembled slightly, and with a slight distortion of space, he slowly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind the last oppressive sentence echoing in the air. "If you want to keep me here now, Sarutobi Hiruzen, feel free to try, but the consequences are yours to bear." Witnessing everything, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grim as he pondered his next move. However, at that moment, the door of the Hokage office was suddenly pushed open, and Danzo's figure appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What happened? Monkey?" Facing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, but eventually let out a deep breath and said in a heavy voice, "Contact the other 4 Kage and inform them that 3 days from now, a 5 Kage summit will be held again in Konohagakure." Chapter 84, 5 Kage Summit, Part 1. In the conference room of Konohagakure, the atmosphere was tense. What are you playing at, Hokage-sama?" The 4th Reikage slammed the table, causing the teacups to jump, his brows furrowed as he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone filled with questioning. At this moment, the conference room was already filled with people, including the 4th Reikage. As the other Kage from the 4 great ninja villages had also arrived, gathered around the long table for a crucial 5 Kage summit. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could explain, the 4th Reikage couldn't hold back and took the lead in attacking. "How long has it been since the last meeting?" "Just a few months. Why have you suddenly summoned us again? What does this mean?" His voice was like thunder, echoing in the conference room. In the face of the continuous questioning from the 4th Reikage, the other shadow figures, such as the Tsukuyomi Inoki, the Mizuki Jigura, and the Kazekage Raza, appeared particularly silent. They either bowed their heads in deep thought or their eyes flickered, seemingly weighing something. In an instant, the entire conference room was filled only with the angry gasps of the 4th Hokage. They also want to know what the purpose is for Sarutobi Hiruzen urgently calling them to this 5 Kage summit. Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly adjusted the Hokage hood on his head, and his eyes, which have experienced countless storms, were sharp as an eagle, directly staring at the 4th Reikage. He slowly began to speak, his voice steady and powerful. "We have already obtained some clues about the whereabouts of Killer Bee." He deliberately paused for a moment, seemingly observing the reactions of everyone. "Indeed, as we have analyzed, they have fallen into the hands of the Twilight Organization, and now they are being controlled by a man named Fengtian." As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze, as if even the air had stopped flowing. Every shadow's gaze became exceptionally serious, their brows furrowed, as if pondering how to respond to this sudden crisis. The 4th Reikage suddenly stood up, his hands clenched into fists, the joints turning white from the force. His voice low and filled with threat. "The Twilight Organization? Fengtian? They are indeed that bunch of trash." Noki, The third Tsukuyomi of Awagakure, aged but with eyes that remained sharp, lightly tapped his cane, producing a rhythmic sound, and then slowly said, "If it were just this matter, the Hokage would not have convened the Five Kage Summit. I want to know the truth behind the summit." Facing Naka's straightforwardness, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not show much panic. He gently tapped the table, his gaze sweeping across the faces of those present, and then slowly began to speak, his voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable heaviness. 3 days ago, in the Hokage's office, I unexpectedly encountered Fengtian, the creator of the Twilight Organization. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind, to keep him in Konoha for good. However, when I truly faced him, my rationality told me that no matter how hard I tried, I could not shake this man even a little. He exuded a special aura, a power that made one's heart tremble. In the blink of an eye, he could incapacitate a wavering ninja. It was an indescribable fear that made one dare not look directly at him. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a slight sigh and continued. The key point is that the initiator of this Five Kage Summit is not me. It is Fengtian. As soon as this was said, the meeting room erupted in an uproar. The other Kage looked at each other in disbelief, astonished expressions on everyone's faces. The fourth Reikage shouted incredulously, "What did you say? The Five Kage Summit initiated by Fengtian? What qualifications does he have?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly and continued. "At first, I planned to refuse, but considering that Minato and Killer Bee are still in Twilight's hands, and I also want to take this opportunity to understand the organization's intentions." At this moment, Rasha, who was standing by, also spoke up. "Lord Hokage, your considerations are indeed thorough, but at this moment, it is only us here. Can we really ascertain Twilight's purpose just by discussing among ourselves?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly and continued. This time, Fengtian said he would come to participate. However, given the situation, he should also make an appearance. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, the door of the meeting room was suddenly pushed open, a cold wind rushing in, accompanied by a faint rustling of papers. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the entrance, where a figure slowly stepped in. It was none other than Fengtian, the frequently mentioned creator of the Twilight Organization. Fengtian was dressed in a well-tailored black robe, the robe gently swaying in the wind, accentuating his tall and upright posture. His face is stern, as if forever shrouded in a layer of frost, and those deep-set eyes reveal an undeniable authority that makes it difficult to look directly at him. He slowly scanned the crowd present, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he could see into the hearts of everyone. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, filled with confidence and mockery, as if everything was under his control, and the crowd was merely pawns on his chessboard. Hello. Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage was immediately furious, ready to explode, but was gently restrained by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who pressed a hand on his shoulder. Sarutobi nodded at Fengtian, signaling him to take a seat. Fengtian was not polite, walking directly to an empty table and sitting down, crossing his legs with a provocative glint in his eyes. "Everyone, since we're all here, let's get straight to the point." Fengtian broke the silence, his voice deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the hearts of those present. "I know you have many questions and grievances about the Twilight Organization, but today, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to talk about cooperation." There was a hint of subtle cunning in Fengtian's words. "Cooperation? With the Twilight Organization?" The fourth Reikage scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. "Do you think we would believe your nonsense?" Fengtian smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by the fourth Reikage's mockery. He continued, "I know what you were worried about, but I can assure you that as long as you are willing to cooperate with the Twilight Organization, I can guarantee the safety of Watergate and Kyra and the others. Moreover, we can also save this dirty ninja world in the process." "Cooperation? What exactly does that involve?" Noki furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with a hint of doubt and caution. Hearing this, Fengtian's lips curled into a subtle smile, and then he gently raised a finger. At that moment, a chilling force of causality swept through the entire conference hall like a storm. Among those present, everyone except for the water shadow, Shikura, who was slightly weaker, changed their expression slightly, seemingly affected by this power. The other four, Earth Shadow Noki, Wind Shadow Rasha, Fire Shadow Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Lightning Shadow, sat firmly, their faces showing no change, clearly possessing the strength to withstand this force. Then Fengtian spoke again, his voice soft yet carrying an undeniable authority. "I need all the remaining tailed beasts from you." Chapter 85. Five Shadows Conference, Part 2. Fengtian's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense and oppressive, and everyone's breathing seemed to grow heavy. All-tailed beasts? Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated, frowning, his gaze piercing as he stared at Fengtian. Are you joking? The tailed beasts are the treasures of the major ninja villages and the key to balancing the power of the ninja world. Why do you think we would easily hand them over to you? Fengtian smiled slightly, a smile that seemed to hold endless meaning. Lord Hokage, we both know how much disaster the misuse of tailed beast power could bring to this world, and I am here to prevent that from happening. That sounds nice. The fourth Reikage snorted, his face filled with disdain. Who do you think you are? A savior? Why should we trust you? Because I am the creator of the Twilight Organization, and I possess power beyond what you can imagine. Fengtian replied calmly and firmly, as if stating an undeniable fact. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked a crucial question, slowly speaking. What is your purpose in collecting the tailed beasts, or what is your ultimate goal? Hearing this, Fengtian smiled slightly and replied, the purpose of collecting the tailed beasts is for the Moon Eye Plan. Moon Eye Plan? What does that mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. However, Fengtian instantly teleported to the center of the conference table, then slowly crouched down, saying, I want to explain slowly. Everything will be unified as one with me. The complete form of unification. What I'm about to say is related to the Sage of Six Paths. Fengtian's words were like a bolt of lightning splitting the sky, shocking everyone present. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and shock. The Sage of Six Paths? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself. This name seemed to touch some memory deep within him, his gaze becoming profound and complex. Fengtian, seeing this, lightly nodded, his eyes seeming to penetrate the fog of time and space, returning to that ancient and mysterious era. Yes, the Sage of Six Paths. He is the creator of this world and the original master of the tailed beasts. The power he left behind is precisely the goal our Twilight Organization dreams of. The tailed beasts you are familiar with are merely fragments of the Sage of Six Paths power. Only by collecting these fragments completely can we unlock the true power he left behind and realize the Moon's Eye Plan. That will be a brand new world, a world ruled by us. At this point, Fengtian's tone was filled with an unmistakable fervor and anticipation. He paused slightly and continued, moreover, with my methods, I can guarantee that the Jinchuriki will remain safe and sound after extracting the tailed beast chakra. This technique, I believe both of you, Kazekage Raza and Reikage, should be somewhat familiar with. After saying this, Fengtian turned to look at Raza and the fourth Reikage, his eyes filled with provocation and confidence, as if waiting for their response. He is right. Previously, when extracting the chakra of the one tail in the Sand Village and the two tails and 8 tails in the Cloud Village, the Jinchuriki did not lose their lives. What will happen after the Moon Eye Plan is realized? Anoki's voice trembled slightly, revealing his deep fear and unease about this plan. Upon hearing this, Fengtian revealed a mysterious smile on his face, his tone filled with an indescribable fervor and anticipation. Realizing the Moon Eye Plan will mean that this world will usher in a new era. An era led and ruled by me. In this era, war, pain, sadness, and all these negative things will be forever erased, replaced by a new world filled with peace and happiness. Do you think your plan can save this world? The fourth Reikage glared angrily, his tone filled with disdain and rage. You are nothing but an ambitious madman for your own selfish desires. You actually want to sacrifice the peace and tranquility of the entire world. Fengtian chuckled lightly, his gaze turning cold and sharp. Perhaps that is how it seems to you. But for me, this is an effort made for a greater goal. For this goal, I am willing to bear all risks and costs, even if it means being misunderstood and reviled by the world. His voice was firm and powerful, as if he was ready to face any challenge. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, the sound like thunder crashing in the conference room, interrupting Fengtian's fervent words. His eyes were fixed on Fengtian, his tone filled with an undeniable determination. Your plan is too crazy. We cannot cooperate with you. The tailed beasts are the precious assets of the major ninja villages and are crucial for maintaining balance in the ninja world. We will never hand them over to you. A dangerous element. Fengtian stood up, his figure elongated under the light, appearing even more proud and invincible. His gaze was like a knife, sweeping over everyone present, with a cold smile full of sarcasm and confidence curling at the corners of his mouth. You will cooperate. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and filled with threat, because you have no choice. This world is already decayed, filled with war, pain, and despair. Only I, Fengtian, can bring true change and breathe new life into this world. And you must either choose to walk with me and share in the glory of the future, or choose to stand against me and face the fate of destruction. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room became increasingly tense. Sarutobi Hisashi, Yuki, and Rasha all fixed their gaze on Fengtian, their eyes filled with vigilance and hostility. Fengtian, on the other hand, seemed like a tyrant about to ascend to the throne, quietly awaiting their response. In the next moment, the fourth Reikage could no longer contain himself, instantly entering the lightning armor state and striking fiercely at Fengtian. Stop boasting here. Give me back Harabi. Faced with the sudden attack of the fourth Reikage, Fengtian did not appear flustered. He slightly turned his body and easily dodged the heavy blow from the fourth Reikage. A futile attempt, Fengtian said, his tone filled with confidence and composure. The fourth Reikage did not stop his attack. He flashed forward again towards Fengtian. However, it seemed as if Fengtian could predict his movements, skillfully avoiding him each time. Enough! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, standing up and placing himself between the fourth Reikage and Fengtian. Lord Reikage, you won't be able to save Killer Bee this way. Only then did the fourth Reikage regain a bit of composure, returning to his original position with an unhappy expression. If it weren't for Killer Bee, he wouldn't care at all about overturning the entire venue. Seeing the fourth Reikage sit back down and his expression soften slightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then narrowed his eyes, gazing at Fengtian with a piercing look, and asked in a low, firm voice, I am very curious. What will you do if we do not intend to hand over the other-tailed beasts? Upon hearing this, Fengtian curled his lips into a cold smile, as if he had already anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. He stepped forward and unceremoniously placed his foot on the conference table, his posture full of disdain and provocation. It was very simple. He spoke with a voice as cold as ice. If you do not comply, I declare the Fourth Shinobi World War officially against you. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly dropped to freezing point, and everyone's face was filled with seriousness and unease. Before anyone could speak, Fengtian's figure gradually disappeared from their sight amidst a distortion of space. You will know my methods. Chapter 86. Meeting concludes with Fengtian's disappearance. The venue indeed fell into a dead silence, as everyone processed what had just happened. After a while, Yagura finally broke the silence, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he asked, What should we do next? Sarutobi Hisashi gently rubbed his temples, seemingly still contemplating Fengtian's words and their current situation. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice firm and powerful. We have no choice but to prepare for the coming war. Since Fengtian has declared war, we cannot sit idly by. We must quickly contact other ninja villages, discuss countermeasures together, and formulate a comprehensive defense plan. Hachibi, the fourth Reikage, snorted disdainfully. As an active warmonger, he had no fear of the war's arrival. Let us fight then. Are we afraid? The Third Shinobi World War had just ended, and now the fourth was beginning. Wasn't this too hasty? Noki also expressed his thoughts, differing from the fourth Reikage's viewpoint. After just experiencing the Third Shinobi World War, their Awagakure needed a period of respite. Noki, I understand your concerns. Sarutobi Hisashi nodded in understanding, his gaze sweeping over the attendees. But as Fengtian said, we have no choice. If the power of the tailed beasts is misused, it will bring great disaster to this world. We must stop the Twilight Organization's plans. But Hokage-sama, how do we stop them? Yagura raised a crucial question. Based on the visible strength of the Twilight Organization, do we really have a chance? Sarutobi Hisashi took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Although we are facing a powerful enemy, we cannot easily give up. We need to unite all the forces we can to fight against the Twilight Organization. Unite? The fourth Reikage frowned slightly. Are you saying we should ally with other ninja villages? Exactly. Sarutobi Hisashi nodded. Only by standing united can we hope to defeat the Twilight Organization. Moreover, I believe other ninja villages will not stand idly by during the implementation of the so-called Moon Eye Plan. However, this will take time. Noki reminded. Whether other ninja villages are willing to ally with us is still unknown. Furthermore, the strength of those smaller villages is far inferior to our 5 great villages. Is it really necessary to involve them in the war? Time is indeed pressing, but we cannot give up because of that. Sarutobi Hisashi stood up, his eyes blazing. I will personally go to other ninja villages to seek their support. At the same time, we must strengthen our own defenses and prepare for war. Hokage-sama is right. Yagura also stood up. We cannot sit idly by. I will immediately gather the elite ninjas of the Water Village to strengthen the village's defenses. I will also gather ninjas from the Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage refused to back down. Although I dislike alliances, if it is to prevent disaster, I am willing to fight alongside other ninja villages. Then, I will also gather ninjas from Iwagakure. Although Noki was reluctant, he understood that this was the best choice at the moment. Our Iwagakure will fully support this battle. Under Tsurutobi Hisashi's leadership, the leaders of the four ninja villages finally reached a consensus. They decided to unite and jointly confront the Twilight Organization to protect the peace and security of the world. In the following days, the four major ninja villages began to intensively prepare for war. They are strengthening the training of ninjas, enhancing defensive facilities, gathering intelligence, and reaching out to other ninja villages to gain their support. Underground in Konoha, Fengtian said, "The war is about to come. What do we act?" Uchiha Madara asked with a proud expression, showing no fear of war on his face, only a desire and madness for it. "Lord Madara, I understand your desire for war, but we must act with caution," Fengtian replied firmly, his gaze deep. "Although the number of white Zetsus is rapidly increasing, it has not yet reached our expectations. Moreover, the strength of Konoha and other ninja villages cannot be underestimated. If we act recklessly, we may suffer significant losses." Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, but he also understood that Fengtian was speaking the truth. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. "So, what do you think we should do?" "We need to wait for the best opportunity," Fengtian said slowly. "Right now, the four major villages have started to unite against us. Their vigilance is high, and this is not a good time for us to launch an attack. However, as time goes on, their vigilance may gradually decrease. When that time comes, we can launch our attack and achieve the greatest victory at the smallest cost." Jishui, Dai-Tu, Scorpion, and Jiao silently listened to the conversation between Fengtian and Uchiha Madara. Although they have very different personalities, they all share a common goal: to fight for their respective ideals. At this moment, they choose silence because they know that in this war, their task is to execute orders and contribute their strength to the final victory. "All right, since you say so, I'll wait a little longer." Uchiha Madara finally compromised, but his eyes still sparkled with an indomitable light. "However, Fengtian, you must remember, our time is running out. If we delay too long, it may lead to other unnecessary troubles." "I understand, Lord Madara." Fengtian nodded slightly. "I will closely monitor the movements of the four great ninja villages, and once I find the right opportunity, we will launch an attack immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Fengtian suddenly turned his head sharply, his sharp gaze sweeping over Shui and the others, a faint aura of causality quietly spreading, making everyone feel a chill in their hearts. He immediately spoke, his voice steady and powerful. "Before the final battle arrives, let me lend you a hand to enhance your strength." Chapter 87. Enhancing Strength. Scorpion, release all your puppets. Fengtian's words carried a hint of expectation as they softly fell. Scorpion nodded slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of his fingers, he pulled out several exquisite scrolls from his bosom. Bang! With a soft sound, the scrolls unfurled, and with a cloud of dust, countless puppets seemed to fall from the sky, instantly filling the entire space. This underground space was already quite spacious, but in front of the dense throng of hundreds of puppets, it felt somewhat cramped, and the air became heavy. The puppets varied in form. Some wielded sharp blades, while others carried heavy cannons, glinting coldly and sending chills down one's spine. A flicker of surprise crossed Fengtian's eyes. He did not expect Scorpion to control so many puppets, while Scorpion maintained a calm demeanor, as if everything was under his control. Fengtian raised his gaze towards the swirling puppets, palms facing up, and gently lifted his hands, as if summoning something. At that instant, an indescribable enormous power of causality, like an invisible giant net, suddenly enveloped all the puppets. Scorpion's brows furrowed slightly, letting out a low murmur of confusion. Although on the surface, the puppets showed no visible changes under the influence of the power of causality, Scorpion felt a tumultuous wave in his heart. He could distinctly sense that at this moment, his puppets seemed to be touched by some mysterious force, undergoing astonishing transformations. That subtle yet profound change left him both shocked and curious. The infusion of the power of causality felt like a silent ritual that lasted a full 5 minutes. Until a bead of sweat quietly slid down Fengtian's forehead, this mysterious power infusion slowly declared its end. Scorpion, look, all those carefully crafted puppets of yours, including that wind shadow puppet, have now been covered with a layer of causality power by me. Fengtian breathed lightly, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue, yet a satisfied glow. Under the protection of this enigmatic power, anyone who wished to easily destroy your puppets would be dreaming. His words carried an undeniable firmness. In other words, your current puppet is truly an existence that cannot be broken. Fengtian's tone was tinged with a hint of pride, as if he were showcasing his proud masterpiece to Scorpion. A flash of disbelief crossed Scorpion's eyes as he slowly walked towards a puppet, lightly touching it with his fingertips, as if he could feel an unprecedented resilience and strange energy flowing within. This was not merely a strengthening of materials. It was a liberation from the constraints of physical laws, making each puppet seem like an immortal existence. It was truly an astonishing power. The power of causality could achieve such a level. Scorpion murmured softly, his tone filled with both shock and reverence for the unknown force. He looked up at Fengtian, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. In this way, my art will have no boundaries. Fengtian smiled faintly, his expression showing a hint of fatigue, yet full of comfort. Your art should not be easily constrained by this world. This is the only thing I can do for you. I hope it can help you go further on this path. Before he could catch his breath, Fengtian turned his gaze to Jiaodu next. It's your turn. Fengtian's voice was deep and powerful. After speaking, he manipulated the mysterious power of causality, like an invisible chain, swiftly sweeping towards Jiaodu in an instant. Jiaodu was tightly surrounded by this strange and powerful energy, his figure flickering in the light. As time passed, four strange bulges suddenly appeared on Jiaodu's back, seemingly containing infinite power, constantly writhing and expanding. The next moment, these four bulges seemed to finally be unable to withstand the internal pressure and suddenly burst open, releasing four bizarre black monsters with a fishy wind, instantly breaking free from Jiaodu's body. These were Jiaodu's signature secret technique, the Dainyu. However, under the enhancement of the power of causality, these monsters actually expanded several times. They waved wantonly in the air, carrying destructive power, and even the entire solid underground base seemed about to explode under the impact of this force, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Fengtian sensed that the timing was almost right, so he stopped the flow of causality power. This finally caused the continuously expanding Dainyu to cease their transformation. Your Dainyu, under the enhancement of my causality power, has multiplied the power of all chakra attacks several times. Furthermore, their body structure has also been reinforced by me. Although not as sturdy as Scorpion's puppets, they're still quite tough. Jiaodu widened his eyes, staring at the four enormous Dainyu behind him, his face revealing an expression of disbelief. He could feel that these already powerful tentacles now contained even more terrifying power, as if with just a light wave. They could flatten any obstacle in front of him. Is this really my Daitoryu? Kakuzu's voice trembled slightly, filled with both surprise and fear of the unknown power. Fengtian nodded, his expression serious and solemn. That's right, this is your Daitoryu, but they're no longer just a simple product of chakra. With the enhancement of causal power, their attack power has been greatly increased, and their defense and durability have also been enhanced. You, Kakuzu, will now possess even more terrifying power. Kakuzu took a deep breath, trying to calm the shock in his heart. He slowly walked up to a ground resentment and gently touched its tough exterior, feeling the immense power contained within. Fengtian, this gift of yours is truly heavy, Jiaodu said softly, his tone filled with both gratitude and anticipation for the future. You and I both know that in this chaotic world, power is the only thing that can protect oneself. Fengtian replied calmly. I just hope that you can use this power to do something meaningful, rather than waste it on endless killing and fighting. Jiaodu nodded firmly. Don't worry, Fengtian. I know what I should do, and I know how to do it. After consuming that massive causal power twice without reservation, even Fengtian now appeared somewhat overwhelmed. He slowly moved his steps and sat down on the slightly worn wooden chair beside him, gazing deeply at the corner and the scorpion in front of him. He took a few shallow breaths to adjust his breathing, then continued. Now, you two truly possess the formidable strength to single-handedly destroy a nation. I believe that in the upcoming war, you will play a crucial role. Hearing Fengtian's words, Scorpion and Xiao do exchange glances, reading a sense of determination and expectation in each other's eyes. Subsequently, they both nodded slightly, as if assuring Fengtian that they would never let down this trust and expectation. At that moment, both felt an impulse to rush out and fight immediately due to their enhanced strength. However, since Fengtian had not yet spoken, they managed to suppress their impulses. After a moment, Fengtian felt the recovery of his ocular power, and then he got up, looked at Shishui, and said in a deep voice, "Your situation is a bit special. I cannot directly enhance your strength like I did for them. But it does remind me of another method." Chapter 88. Shishui's choice. What method? Shishui couldn't help but ask. In his view, he wasn't particularly concerned about enhancing his strength. However, Fengtian's gaze was profound. He fixed his eyes on Shishui, pondered for a moment, and finally decided to speak. "Your strength cannot be directly enhanced like those two. To achieve a noticeable improvement, we can only start from your Mangekyō Sharingan." Mangekyō Sharingan? Shishui continued to ask, his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly not quite understanding Fengtian's idea. "Yes. If you can evolve your Mangekyō Sharingan into an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, your strength could experience a qualitative leap. Even Susanoo might evolve into its complete form." Upon hearing this, Shishui's pupils suddenly constricted, clearly shocked by Fengtian's words. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was a realm that many Uchiha clansmen dreamed of. Not only could it avoid the vision decline caused by using the Mangekyō Sharingan, but it could also unlock even more powerful abilities. And the complete form of Susanoo was a legendary existence, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, to achieve this, one needed to transplant the Mangekyō Sharingan of a biological brother. Shishui's voice trembled slightly. He understood what this meant. In the Uchiha clan, there were countless examples of brothers harming each other for power. Was he truly willing to bear such a cost? Fengtian seemed to see through Shishui's hesitation. He gently patted Shishui's shoulder and confidently said, "You don't need to worry about this. With my causal power, I can skip this step and directly evolve your Mangekyō Sharingan into an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan." But what? Shishui pressed, feeling his usual calmness waver at the mention of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. "But the cost of this method is very high. I will need to overdraw your future." After saying this, Fengtian's gaze sharpened, staring intently at Shishui, waiting for his response. Fengtian's method was simple: to extract Shishui's power from the future timeline, using causal power as a link. This approach had little backlash for Fengtian, but it would sever Shishui's future path. After all, those who overdrew their power in advance would have their causal lines completely disrupted, and even Fengtian, who mastered causal power, could not predict what the future Shishui would be like. "Have you made your decision?" Fengtian asked again. Upon hearing this, Shishui's body trembled slightly, and his gaze lingered on Fengtian's face for a long time, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of this decision. His heart was like a turbulent ocean, with waves rising and falling. On one hand, the temptation of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was too great. It meant unprecedented power, enough to protect everything he cherished. On the other hand, the cost of overextending his future was equally heavy, as he might lose unknown possibilities and space for growth. "Fengtian, are you making me choose?" Shishui's voice was deep and complex as he slowly raised his head, staring into Fengtian's eyes, attempting to find the answer in the other's gaze. Fengtian did not evade Shishui's gaze. He nodded and spoke firmly. "Yes, Shishui, this is your choice. No matter which path you choose, I will respect your decision. But you must be clear that once you make a choice, there is no turning back." Shishui fell silent, closing his eyes as countless images flashed through his mind. He then slowly said, "I'm tired of the war filled with gunpowder. The disputes between great nations have shattered countless families. This world is not the world I want. Fengtian, what does it matter to stake my future for the Moon Eye plan?" Shishui's words revealed a sense of determination and sacrifice, with his eyes shining with a desire for peace and a deep weariness of the current chaotic world. He seems to have made a decision, willing to end the war for a greater goal, to achieve peace, and to bear the heavy cost of overdrawn future. Looking at Shishui's steadfast gaze, Fengtian couldn't help but feel a surge of complex emotions in his heart. He admired his determination to stop the water, but he was also worried about the consequences that this decision might bring. He knew that once Shishui stepped onto this path, there would be no turning back, and his future would be completely rewritten. "Shishui, have you really thought this through? This path is not easy, You might lose a lot, including your future growth and possibilities. Fengtian reminded him again, hoping that Jishui could think carefully and not make a decision he would regret. Jishui smiled slightly, his eyes filled with determination and relief. Fengtian, I have made up my mind. In this world full of war and conflict, personal growth and future seem so insignificant. If my sacrifice can bring about peace in the world, then I am willing to take on this responsibility. Hearing this, Fengtian let out a deep sigh. He knew that Jishui had made his decision, and no amount of persuasion could change his mind. So, he nodded, deciding to respect Jishui's choice. All right, Jishui, since you have made your decision, I will do my best to help you achieve this goal. But remember, no matter what the future holds, this is your own choice. Fengtian said with a heavy tone. Come on, Fengtian. This time, Jishui's words were filled with unwavering resolve. Seeing this, Fengtian also stopped hesitating, using the power of causality to approach Jishui. In the next moment, slender lines of causality appeared from Jishui's body. These were the lines of causality connecting Jishui to the river of time. Fengtian carefully manipulated these lines, searching through them to find the time node of Jishui's most powerful period. As Fengtian delicately controlled the lines of causality on Jishui, the entire space seemed to freeze, and time lost its usual smooth rhythm at that moment. Jishui could feel a wonderful force surging within him, a power belonging to the future, being drawn here in an incredible way. Found it, Fengtian whispered, gently touching a line of causality that emitted a dazzling glow. It was the mark of a peak moment in Jishui's future. At that moment, Fengtian's eyes became exceptionally bright, as if he could see through all illusions and gaze into the essence of causality. Jishui closed his eyes, feeling nervous yet expectant. He sensed a warm and powerful force slowly pouring into his body. It was a level of power he had never experienced before, as if the mysteries of the entire universe were opening up to him at that moment. Hold on, Jishui, Fengtian reminded him, his voice revealing a hint of concern. Under Fengtian's guidance, the kaleidoscope Sharingan within Jishui began to tremble violently, as if an ancient and powerful seal was about to be broken. An indescribable pain suddenly engulfed his whole body. Jishui gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, but there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. Jishui let out a low roar, a release of pain and a yearning for power. At that moment, the kaleidoscope Sharingan erupted with dazzling light, the patterns undergoing earth-shattering changes. The originally complex lines were replaced by deeper, purer patterns. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan finally awakened at this moment. Chapter 89. New power. Jishui suddenly opened his eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through all illusions in the world, releasing an unprecedented majesty and power. He felt the surging power within him, an unprecedented strength, as if the entire world trembled under his will. This power, is it the power of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? The voice of Shirzei was deep and filled with strength, and his face was radiating uncontrollable joy. Clap, clap, clap. Fengtian continuously applauded Shirzei, congratulating him on his success. Fengtian, I understand. The space here is indeed too small. Fengtian gently nodded, then flicked his fingers, creating a crisp snap. Immediately, the surrounding scenery began to twist and change, as if space was being gently kneaded by an invisible giant hand. In an instant, Fengtian and Shirzei entered a vast and boundless subspace. The area here was shockingly spacious compared to the previous narrow underground base. It was countless times larger. Shirzei looked around, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This was indeed the most ideal place he could think of at the moment. Let us begin. Before he finished speaking, Fengtian's figure transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly moving hundreds of meters away from Shirzei. The two figures appeared very small in this vast subspace. Seeing this, Shirzei smiled faintly, and then a tremendous aura suddenly erupted from his body, overwhelming and oppressive like a mountain flood, making it hard to breathe. Susanoo, Shirzei called out in a low voice, as if awakening a slumbering giant, and instantly, a massive half-body Susanoo stood behind him. However, this was just the beginning. It was far from Shirzei's limit. He shouted again, and the half-body Susanoo seemed to gain some mysterious power, undergoing an astonishing transformation. It quickly donned a heavy armor that shimmered with a cold light, as if it could withstand all attacks in the world. At the same time, a huge spiral gun suddenly appeared in its hand, the gun's tip shining with a dazzling green light. This was indeed the Yatagarasu form of Susanoo. Not enough. This is far from my limit. Shirzue shouted angrily, his aura climbing to an unprecedented peak at that moment, as if he wanted to tear the entire subspace apart. The already enormous Yatagarasu form of Susanoo was undergoing astonishing changes under the crazy surge of Shirzue's power. Its body began to expand continuously. Every inch of muscle seemed to tell the tale of awakening power. The power within Shirzue was like a giant beast that had been completely awakened, surging wildly, pushing the form of Susanoo to continuously evolve towards a more perfect realm. Finally, with Shirzue's deafening roar, the Yatagarasu form of Susanoo completed its transformation into the complete form of Susanoo. Its figure became even taller and more majestic, surrounded by a powerful chakra wave, as if even the heavens and earth would tremble before it. It stood towering in the subspace, like an unshakable mountain. The complete form of Susanoo was entirely green, with wings sprouting from its back, holding a giant spiral gun that shimmered with dazzling light, as if it could tear apart everything in the world. Not bad, not bad. Although it's still a bit behind Madara's, it's already extremely powerful. Fengtian looked at the towering complete form of Susanoo before him with satisfaction, and he did not hold back his words of praise. However, before Fengtian could continue, Shirzue spat out a mouthful of blood, and the complete form of Susanoo began to dissipate. Shirzue! Fengtian was shocked at this scene, and without hesitation, he used the Flying Thunder God technique. His figure seemingly crossing the boundaries of space, instantly appearing in the path where Shirzue was falling, catching him steadily. After spitting out blood, Shirzue's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and his body appeared exceptionally weak due to the excessive consumption of power. Fengtian tightly held Shirzue, his eyes filled with worry and urgency. Shirzue, are you okay? Fengtian asked anxiously while quickly checking Shirzue's physical condition. Shirzue shook his head slightly, a bitter smile forming on his lips. I didn't expect the power of the complete form of Susanoo to be so strong, but it also consumes stamina so quickly. It seems I need more time to adapt to and master this power. Fengtian nodded slightly, then used the power of causality to restore Shirzue's body. Under the influence of Fengtian's causality power, Shirzue's body began to recover at a visible speed. His originally pale face gradually regained its color, and his weak body became strong again. Feeling the power flowing back within him, Shirzue showed a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. He then stood up, moved his limbs, feeling the power surging within him again, turned to Fengtian and said, I'm completely recovered. Fengtian, thank you. Upon hearing this, Fengtian just smiled without speaking, and soon, with a change in the surrounding space, the two left the subspace and returned underground. How is it, Fengtian? Obito, seeing Fengtian and Shirzue return, couldn't wait to ask. Fengtian responded to Obito's inquiry. Very strong, much stronger than you. Hearing this, Obito's hands rubbed together in excitement, and his eyes were filled with desire and envy as he looked at Fengtian, then said, Next, is it my turn? I also want to become stronger. Lord Fengtian. However, Fengtian merely gave him a faint glance, then shrugged helplessly and said, You are already this strong. There's no need to improve further. Besides, with the Kamui in hand, almost no one in this world can kill you. Just stay as you are. Chapter 90. False. How could this be? After hearing Fengtian's words, Obito's face suddenly showed an awkward expression. He secretly muttered to himself, What a joke. I can only use a bit of wood release. And that seems like it's cheating? How is that strong? It's very weak, okay. He looked around, and his gaze fell on the 3 Uchiha clan members present. Besides himself, Madara, and Shirzue, it turned out that all 3 of them could use complete body Susanoo. He also wanted to have such a powerful giant, didn't he? Feeling Obito's gaze gradually dimming, Fengtian secretly chuckled and decided to stop teasing him. He slowly walked to the wooden chair, elegantly sat down, crossed his legs, and adopted a relaxed demeanor, leisurely saying, Well, there are indeed ways to improve, but recently my shoulders have been a bit sore. It would be much more comfortable if someone could give them a massage. Upon hearing this, Dato's eyes suddenly lit up, like a drowning person suddenly grasping a piece of driftwood. He quickly stood up, took a few steps to stand behind Fengtian, gently placed his hands on Fengtian's shoulders, and cautiously began to massage. While kneading, he tentatively asked, Lord Fengtian, is the method you mentioned for improvement real? Could you tell me more about it? Fengtian let out a comfortable hum, and a hint of a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. clearly enjoying the massage from Dato. He said leisurely, "Of course, seeing that you're quite clever, I'll reluctantly lend you a helping hand." After saying this, Fengtian left his seat, stretched his muscles, and moved his limbs, continuing. "In fact, the best way for our Uchiha clan to enhance our strength is to awaken the legendary third power, the Susanoo. However, to awaken such a god-defying ability, the prerequisite is to gather a complete pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. As far as I know, Obito." Fengtian's tone shifted, and he looked deeply at Obito. "Your other eye is currently in Kakashi's hands. Therefore, you cannot use Susanoo at the moment." But Fengtian deliberately left a mystery, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. "But what?" Obito asked anxiously, his eyes filled with desire. "I can use the power of causality to modify reality for you, creating a false eye, and Kakashi Sharingan won't be affected. However, this false eye can only be used in conjunction with your Susanoo and cannot utilize other abilities." Obito's heartbeat suddenly quickened, as if he heard the turning point of his fate being revealed. He was so excited that his voice trembled slightly. "Lord Fengtian, are you serious? I can have a complete Mangekyō Sharingan and use Susanoo?" Fengtian smiled slightly, a deep glint in his eyes. "That's right, but it comes at a cost. Using the power of causality to modify reality requires immense energy and mental strength, and such changes will impose a certain burden on your soul. You must be prepared to bear the consequences of this power." Obito nodded without hesitation. "I'm willing, no matter the cost. As long as I can create a world with Rin, the consequences are irrelevant to me." Fengtian looked at Obito's determined gaze, sighed softly, and then no longer hesitated. "Are you ready? Once we begin, there's no turning back." Fengtian's voice was low and serious. Obito took a deep breath, nodded, his eyes filled with resolve. In the next moment, the vast power of causality surged towards Obito's right eye like a rushing torrent. Obito felt a warm and powerful force pouring into his right eye, instantly spreading throughout his body, as if every cell was being nourished by this power. Then, his right eye experienced an indescribable sharp pain, as if something was violently tearing at his eyeball, followed by an incredible speed of reorganization and repair. As the blinding light gradually faded, Obito slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his right eye had undergone a tremendous transformation, a brand new Mangekyō Sharingan shining brilliantly on his face, emanating a chilling, eerie light, as if it could see through all the secrets of the world. He raised his hand, gently touching those eyes, feeling an unprecedented power surging within him. "Is this the power of having both Kaleidoscope Sharingan?" Obito murmured to himself, his tone filled with both shock and anticipation. Fengtian walked up to Obito and patted his shoulder. "Go ahead, try to summon your Susanoo." Immediately, with a shift in space, Obito and Fengtian found themselves in the subspace. Obito took a deep breath, attempting to harness that newly awakened power within him. His hands slowly rose, fingers interlocked, eyes closed in concentration. Suddenly, a powerful chakra fluctuation erupted from within him, causing the very space to tremble. Obito's eyes sparkled with a blazing light, the unique brilliance of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, containing endless mysteries and power. Susanoo, accompanied by Obito's low roar, an indescribable pressure enveloped the entire subspace. A massive phantom of a war god slowly coalesced behind him, the legendary complete form of Susanoo from the Uchiha clan. It was clad in blue armor, with wings sprouting from its back, and its eyes burned like flames, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Obito gazed in shock at this war god summoned by his own will, his heart surging with unprecedented excitement and pride. He felt an unprecedented power, as if the entire world was trembling beneath his feet. "Is this my Susanoo?" Obito's voice echoed in the vast space, carrying a hint of disbelief and endless joy. Fengtian stood beside him, smiling as he watched it all, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He knew that at this moment, Obito was no longer the boy who only relied on Kimui to escape reality, but a true Uchiha warrior who had embarked on the path of strength. However, Obito's joy was like a brilliant firework, fleeting and transient. He, like the water stop, quickly reached his physical limit. The complete body, Susanoo, crumbled and dissipated like a sandcastle blown away by the wind. This time, Fengtian was well prepared. He steadily caught the wavering Obito and gently repaired Obito's exhausted body using that miraculous technique of reversing cause and effect. Once he confirmed that Obito was no longer in serious trouble, Fengtian gently snapped his fingers, and the space seemed to twist slightly, causing their figures to vanish in an instant. When they reappeared, they were already deep underground. Fengtian, thank you so much. This power is simply beyond imagination. Obito exclaimed excitedly, grasping Fengtian's hand, his eyes shining with gratitude. He silently vowed to do his best to master this power within the limited time. Fengtian smiled gently, his eyes revealing a hint of mystery as he slowly spoke. Besides the complete body Susanoo, you actually have room for further improvement. Oh, there's room for improvement? Obito raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident on his face. Fengtian nodded slightly, pausing as if contemplating how to phrase his thoughts. Then continued slowly. You could try to think about how to cleverly integrate this divine power into your own ninjutsu. Chapter 91. Deployment Integrating Divine Power into Ninjutsu. After hearing Fengtian's suggestion, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in Obito's eyes, as if he had found a new direction for research. He nodded thoughtfully, his face revealing an expression of excitement. Then, like a gust of wind, Obito swiftly ran off into the distance to start his experiment. He knows well that if he can successfully integrate Shunwei into other ninjutsu, his combat power will be greatly enhanced. Seeing that everyone's strength has nearly improved, Uchiha Madara's patience has long been exhausted. He slowly rose from the wooden throne, each step appearing steady and powerful. He approached Fengtian and quietly asked, "So, what are your plans next?" Fengtian looked at Uchiha Madara's serious and imposing face, revealing a hint of an awkward smile. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Madara. Your strength has already reached the pinnacle of this world. I really can't help you improve anymore." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression became quite unnatural. It's a joke. He is Uchiha Madara. How could he possibly deign to enhance his power through external means? However, he was only slightly taken aback, and with a hint of displeasure, he continued, "I was just asking what your plans are next. I, Uchiha Madara, would never stoop to using such methods to enhance my power." Seeing this, Fengtian realized he had misspoken and hurriedly smiled in apology. "Sorry, Lord Madara. It was my misunderstanding." Then, Fengtian regained his composure, rested his chin on his hand, and, after a moment of thought, continued, "Currently, all factors that could hinder us have been completely eliminated. Moreover, based on my causal line analysis, the remaining Jinchuriki are likely together with the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya. Therefore, I believe that all remaining tailed beasts should be in Konoha village." Upon hearing Fengtian's analysis, Uchiha Madara nodded slightly and gestured for him to continue. "From our current strength, flattening Konoha is definitely not a problem. The key lies in the location of the Jinchuriki. If I were in the upper echelons of Konoha, I would set up a flying thunder god teleportation seal in the area where the Jinchuriki are located. The destination would be filled with illusions and defensive formations. This way, even if I learned the current positions of the Jinchuriki through Shursue's Kotoame Tsukumi, I would still be unable to know their next teleportation destination when the flying thunder god seal is activated." After Fengtian finished speaking, Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed slightly, clearly contemplating the feasibility of this strategy. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "Your analysis makes sense. Konoha may indeed take such measures to protect the Jinchuriki. However, there are still ways to resolve this." As Uchiha Madara spoke, a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, the 4 red suns formation. Upon hearing this, Fengtian suddenly understood. "Lord Madara, do you mean to use the 4 red suns formation to seal the space, thereby preventing the operation of the flying thunder god teleportation seal?" His eyes lit up as he quickly understood Uchiha Madara's intention. Uchiha Madara nodded, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Exactly, that's it. The 4 red sun formation is a sealing technique performed by 4 powerful ninjas working together, capable of creating a barrier that completely isolates space ninjutsu. As long as we can set up this barrier in advance at the locations where the Jinchuriki might be hidden, then the flying thunder god technique of Konoha village will be ineffective." Fengtian pondered for a moment and agreed. Indeed, this way, Konoha village won't be able to teleport the Jinchuriki away. The 4 red sun formation requires 4 ninjas at the level of Kage, and we currently have enough personnel. However, this will affect my initial layout. Initial layout? Faced with Uchiha Madara's question, Fengtian did not respond this time. He was pondering how to accomplish this task perfectly. After a moment, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and said softly, "It seems that there is still a lot of troublesome preparation to be done." Fengtian shook his head and then slowly entered the divine might space. He has already started preparing for the upcoming battle. However, Madara remains silent in place, eventually returning to the wooden throne step by step, slowly closing his eyes with a hint of loneliness. In the Konoha village conference room, after a month of effort, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others finally persuaded all the neighboring small countries. At this moment, he was feeling a bit weary as he entered the conference room. Waiting for him, there were the leaders of the 5 great nations and many other small countries. Faced with the imminent threat of the Twilight Organization, even though he was physically and mentally exhausted, he had to make the most of the time to finalize everything. Is everyone here? Let's start discussing the deployment of the entire ninja coalition and related arrangements. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down, he got straight to the point. The leaders of the various countries nodded in agreement, expressing their support for Sarutobi Hiruzen. They are well aware that facing such a powerful enemy, fighting alone, is not feasible. Only by uniting can they have a glimmer of hope. Next, I will elaborate on the deployment of the entire Shinobi Alliance and the arrangements for related matters. Sarutobi Hizashi continued. First, we need to clarify the command center of the Alliance and the leaders of each unit. I suggest that the ninjas from the 5 great nations, Konohagakure, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure each form a unit, with strong leaders from their respective villages as commanders. At the same time, we need to establish a central command for the Alliance to coordinate the actions of each unit and formulate an overall strategy. I propose that I and representatives from the other 4 great nations jointly form this central command. Sarutobi Hizashi's proposal received widespread support from the leaders present. Secondly, we need to determine the assembly point and departure time for the Alliance. Considering the range of activities and possible attack directions of the Twilight Organization, I suggest we set the assembly point at a concealed location at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. This way, we can avoid enemy reconnaissance while facilitating a swift strike. Sarutobi Hizashi continued. The departure time will be set for 3 days from now, allowing each unit enough time to prepare and mobilize. His deployment was organized and methodical, reassuring the leaders present. Finally, I want to emphasize that our action is not just to combat the Twilight Organization, but also to maintain peace and stability across the entire shinobi world. Therefore, during the battle, we need to remain calm and rational, avoiding unnecessary casualties as much as possible. Sarutobi Hizashi's words were filled with strength and inspiration. The leaders present expressed their agreement and support, fully aware of the importance and urgency of this action. The meeting continued in a tense yet orderly atmosphere, with leaders from various nations offering their opinions and suggestions, working together for the future of the shinobi world. After several hours of discussion, the operational plan and personnel deployment were finalized. Within 3 days, the support troops from each nation must arrive at Konohagakure for unified deployment. The leaders of the 5 great nations will divide into 5 small teams for separate operations. Chapter 92, Attack on the Gates of Konohagakure, Not Far Away. A group of ninjas in uniform, wearing headbands with the character for shinobi, hurriedly made their way toward Konohagakure. The guards at the village gate scrutinized the incoming group with sharp eyes. After confirming their uniforms and the conspicuous headbands, the guards simply asked a few questions before waving to indicate that they could enter Konohagakure. This was not due to the guards being negligent in their duties. In fact, over the past 3 days, Konohagakure had welcomed dozens of such small teams. They are all teams temporarily organized from the surrounding small countries to support Konoha Village. Hey brother, how many more support teams do you think will arrive next? A Konoha guard rubbed his tired eyes and asked his companion beside him. I'm not really sure either. Today should be the last day, right? These past few days have really worn us out. The other guard sighed, his face full of fatigue. The two exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness in their eyes, but then they became resolute again. Yeah, we haven't had a proper rest for several days in a row. But thinking about it, it's for Konoha, for the Land of Fire. A bit of exhaustion is worth it. The first guard patted his chest, his tone filled with pride. You're right. Moreover, the quality of the support teams this time is quite good. It seems those small countries have really invested. The second guard nodded, admiration flashing in his eyes. This is also thanks to Hokage-sama's superb diplomatic skills, which allowed those small countries, originally not very friendly to us, to be willing to lend a hand. The first guard remarked. Speaking of which, this crisis is truly terrifying. I hope Konoha can get through this difficult time smoothly. The second guard sighed, a hint of worry crossing his eyes. It definitely will. The first guard said decisively, Konoha has the legacy of the will of fire, no matter what kind of enemy. They cannot block our steps forward. As they spoke, Their eyes sparkled with determination, continuing to stand firm at their posts, awaiting the next wave of supporting ninja teams. However, this situation did not last long. In the next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from a distance, surging like a violent storm, bringing with it a destructive power that pointed straight at Konoha Village. At that moment, all the guards seemed to be struck by an invisible force. Their hair standing on end, their faces pale, they stared wide-eyed in terror, fixated on the direction from which the astonishing aura emanated. However, before they could shout a warning, a black sword energy, several dozen meters long, sliced through the air like lightning and appeared before them. This sword energy was extremely fierce, as if it could cut through all obstacles in the world, its overwhelming power instilling fear in their hearts. This was the complete body of Susanoo summoned by Fengtian, unleashing a shocking strike through the infinitely powerful judgment blade in its hand. As the black sword energy passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind shocking cracks. The guards looked at this heart-pounding sword energy. A wave of unprecedented fear and despair surged within them. "Enemy attack!" a guard shouted, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the earth-shattering momentum. The black sword energy, like a giant dragon, rushed toward Konoha Village with destructive force. The guards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. They had never encountered such a powerful enemy and could not imagine the disaster that such a force would bring upon Konoha Village. "Quick, go inform the Hokage." A guard quickly reacted, turning and running toward the village. Meanwhile, the other guards did their best to maintain order, trying to evacuate the surrounding villagers. However, it was already too late. The black sword energy swept toward Konoha Village like a scythe of death, mercilessly striking down. At that moment, a golden light soared into the sky from Konoha Village, colliding with the black sword energy and producing a deafening roar. It was the combined defensive barrier released by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the ninjas of Konoha, who had anticipated the possibility of an enemy attack and were prepared. Nevertheless, even so, faced with the power unleashed by the complete body Susanoo of Fengtian, they still felt unprecedented pressure. At that moment, the ninjas who heard such a tremendous commotion rushed to join the ranks of those reinforcing the defensive barrier. In the next instant, with a collective roar, the terrifying black sword energy collapsed instantly. They succeeded. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a low shout, but before they could feel any joy of survival, the towering black giant, the complete body Susanoo, had already appeared before them. From within the towering Susanoo, Fengtian looked down upon the ninjas below like a god. In his eyes, these people were as insignificant as ants, not worth mentioning. Today, Fengtian's voice echoed within the Susanoo, carrying endless indifference and determination. There is no need for Konoha Village to exist. As his cold words fell, a large group of white Zetsu suddenly surged wildly from beneath the ground, sweeping in like a tide. These white Zetsu took on various forms, their faces grotesque, radiating strange energy fluctuations. Although Fengtian's previous sword strike had failed to break Konoha Village's defensive barrier, it had successfully destroyed their sensory barrier. As a result, this large group of white Zetsu infiltrated Konoha Village without any signs of being detected. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the ninjas of Konoha felt a chill in their hearts. They had not expected Fengtian to have such a backup plan. "Everyone be careful. The monsters are coming." Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly sounded the alarm, simultaneously channeling chakra within him to prepare for the upcoming battle. The ninjas of Konoha responded swiftly, adjusting their state and joining Sarutobi Hiruzen to confront the white Zetsu. The guard who were originally evacuating the villagers also immediately joined the fight, protecting the innocent villagers from harm. The white Zetsu surged in like a tide. They were numerous and had considerable combat strength. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and the ninjas of Konoha fought valiantly, they still felt immense pressure. What a foolish act. Fengtian shook his head lightly, expressing great disdain for the situation. In his view, a person burdened with so many ties and responsibilities was acting very foolishly. He is just a traveler, and he doesn't have much emotional connection to the characters in this anime world. If it weren't for the backlash caused by the consequences of killing, he could have just used his full strength with a single sword strike to destroy 1/3 of Konoha Village. The scum of the Twilight Organization. Die for me. A deafening roar suddenly erupted, interrupting Fengtian's thoughts. He turned his gaze towards the sound and saw the fourth Reikage clad in armor shimmering with lightning, charging towards him like a bolt of lightning. On his broad back sat the elderly Noki, who was using the weighty rock technique on the fourth Reikage, reducing his weight to an extremely low level, allowing him to temporarily have almost flight-like abilities. However, in front of Fengtian's eternally clear kaleidoscope Sharingan, their movements appeared unusually slow, as if time had been slowed down. A trace of disdainful amusement curled at the corner of Fengtian's mouth as he slightly tilted his body, effortlessly dodging the combined attack from the fourth Reikage and Noki. The rapid assault, fierce as thunder, seemed to Fengtian nothing more than a futile struggle. However, before the two could speak, Fengtian said with a playful expression, "What are you two doing here? Has the Cloud Village and the Rock Village abandoned their posts?" On this day, the Sand Village was enveloped by countless puppets. The Mist Village was submerged by several devastating chakra beams. The Cloud Village and the Rock Village were attacked by two giants, one green and one blue. Chapter 93, Battle with the Five Kage. What did you say? What did you say? Noki and the fourth Reikage questioned in unison upon hearing Fengtian's words. Their brows were furrowed, their eyes filled with anxiety and confusion, as if they were desperately pondering the truthfulness of Fengtian's words. The veins on their foreheads were faintly visible, revealing the turmoil within. However, when their gazes fell once again on Fengtian's face, which wore a teasing smile, the last glimmer of hope in their hearts instantly vanished. Fengtian's cunning eyes undoubtedly conveyed that what he said was no lie. Realizing this, the expressions of Ohyuki and the fourth Reikage darkened instantly. As if they could drip water, their lips pressed tightly together, and their eyes revealed a suppressed fury. Wasn't this already obvious? Fengtian raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. Currently, I'm the only member of the Twilight present. Why don't you take a guess at where the others have gone? He gently shook his head, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. Immediately after, Fengtian's gaze shifted to the not-so-distant place, where Shikura and Luosha were poised and ready to take action. He curled his lips into a teasing smile and continued, "By the way, it seems that the situation at your lair isn't very wonderful either." At this point, Fengtian deliberately paused, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He slowly said, "Of course, without you few Shadow Lords overseeing, I estimate that place has already become a wasteland. You." The fourth Reikage's eyes widened in anger, lightning chakra flickering around him, as if ready to unleash a violent storm and completely consume the young man before him. Noki also clenched his fists tightly, the power of dust release stirring within him, his aged face twisted with rage. Noki snorted coldly, his voice hoarse, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Humph. You must be the mastermind of the Twilight Organization, Fengtian. Your schemes may sound appealing, but don't forget, we five Kage are not fighting alone. Even if we are not present at this moment, the forces we have left in the village are not something you can easily manipulate." Fengtian smirked, seemingly unfazed by the anger of the two Kage. "Oh, is that so? Then let us see whether your speed is faster or my companion's destruction speed is quicker. Don't forget, besides direct attacks, we have countless methods to make a village crumble from within. Your respective villages seem to lack sensory barriers like Konoha's, right? The white Zetsu under my command can easily change their appearance. What do you think this implies?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Noki, the fourth Reikage, Shikaku, and Rashi instantly soured. Fengtian's words sounded alarm bells in their hearts, and they even conceived the idea of immediately retreating from the battlefield to return to their villages for rescue. "Fengtian, you despicable man," the fourth Reikage roared, lightning chakra swirling around him, forming visible waves of electricity that seemed ready to explode and utterly destroy Fengtian. Noki was also furious, his aged face contorted with a fierce expression, the power of dust release surging within him as if to turn everything into nothingness. Shikaku and Rashi also wore grave expressions. They understood the terrifying aspect of white Zetsu. Once such monsters infiltrated the village, the consequences would be unimaginable. Insult? This is merely a part of war. Fengtian chuckled lightly, showing no hint of guilt on his face. In this world, only the victors have the right to write history, while the losers can only turn into the dust of history. You now have two choices. Either continue to entangle with me here and watch your village be destroyed bit by bit, or retreat immediately and go save your homeland. Fengtian's voice carried a hint of mockery, as if he had everything under control. However, Fengtian did not wait for their response. Before him, several chakra attacks of different attributes surged toward him. A futile attempt. Fengtian scoffed, manipulating Susanoo and directly using a sword to extinguish all the attacks. At the same time, Sarutobi Hizashi's voice echoed across the battlefield. What are you hesitating for? The enemy is right in front of us. We must take them down at once. Besides, those you trust left behind in the village, are they really that incapable? Sarutobi Hizashi's words instantly roused the other 4 Kage. The fighting spirit reignited in their eyes, as if inspired by an invisible force. Lord Hokage, you are right. Noki replied solemnly, his tone tinged with resignation. Then, he quickly pushed both hands forward, sketching a clear, triangular outline in the air. As time passed, a powerful force began to gather in the air, as if even the air was being drawn by this force, rapidly condensing into a transparent, inverted triangular light shield. Dust release, original world separation technique. Noki shouted, his voice filled with undeniable determination. The inverted triangular light shield instantly flashed with dazzling brilliance, followed by an extremely terrifying beam shooting out from within, racing toward Fengtian like lightning splitting the night sky. Wherever this beam passed, whether it was rocks, trees, or any other matter, it was instantly deprived of all traces of existence, as if being completely erased from this world. This was the dust release, a bloodline limit that Noki took pride in, a terrifying power capable of stripping away all matter and turning it into nothingness. However, facing Naka's terrifying beam, Fengtian merely scoffed contemptuously. His figure instantly blurred, as if merging into the space around him. Immediately after, he activated the Divine Might, cleverly shifting the part of himself that was about to be hit into the Divine Might space, successfully evading this deadly attack. What? Anoki stared in shock at his attack, which clearly struck, yet caused no damage to Fengtian. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his face was filled with incredulity. The 4th Reikage was taken aback as well, but after all, he was battle-hardened and reacted quickly. He flashed, transforming into a brilliant lightning bolt, racing toward Fengtian like a streak of lightning. As he approached Fengtian, the lightning chakra in his hand quickly condensed, forming an incredibly sharp, giant lightning blade, which he swung down with a thunderous roar. Trying to escape? Not so easy, the 4th Reikage roared. However, Fengtian remained unperturbed, controlling the giant hand of Susanoo to gently swat away the incoming lightning blade. A mere parlor trick, Fengtian scoffed. At that moment, Yagura and Rasha simultaneously launched their attacks. Yagura quickly formed hand seals, manipulating the power of water release to instantly create a towering, massive wall of water, attempting to trap Fengtian completely within this watery prison. Rasha was not to be outdone. With narrowed eyes, he flicked his fingers, causing countless grains of sand to gather in the air, transforming into razor-sharp sand blades that shot toward Fengtian like a dense rain of arrows from all directions. Yet, in the face of these 2 fierce assaults, Fengtian appeared exceptionally calm. He simply stood still, unmoving, with a faint smile on his face, as if he had everything under control. As the water walls and sand blades made contact with Fengtian's body, they were all blocked by an invisible barrier, which was his complete form, Susanoo, besides Inoki's dust release and the 4th Reikage body covered in lightning armor. The other attack methods present could hardly leave a trace on this barrier. It seems you're not that impressive after all. Fengtian chuckled disdainfully, his tone filled with mockery. He slightly raised his head, gazing into the distance, a hint of profound light flashing in his eyes, judging by the time. The first to fall should be the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 94. The Battle of the Hidden Mist Village. Half an hour ago. Hidden Mist Village. To have me lead this group of half-human, half-demon guys in a battle is truly pathetic. Kakuzu muttered to himself as he walked briskly, feeling the wind at his feet. While behind him, the massive and dense army of White Zetsu advanced. It wasn't until the outline of Hidden Mist Village came into view that he slowly slowed his pace and came to a stop. Immediately, the 4 large bundles behind him began to twist and squirm, and then the greatly expanded Doton, Yomi Numa, suddenly emerged, breaking free. The White Zetsu, witnessing the scene, began to whisper among themselves, looking helpless. They say we don't look like humans or demons. Hey, look at those 4 monsters of yours. They are the real definition of not human or demon. Kakuzu's gaze was fixated on the village seemingly shrouded in thick fog, and he suddenly raised his arm. The 4 enormous Doton, Yomi Numa, opened their mouths wide, beginning to gather chakra. In an instant, several beams of chakra containing destructive power roared toward the unprepared Hidden Mist Village like furious dragons emerging from the sea. Boom, 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 boom. Four deafening explosions echoed above hidden mist village, and the huge energy waves instantly dispersed the surrounding mist, revealing the village hidden within. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm bells in the village rang out in succession as ninjas rushed out of their homes, heading toward the direction of the explosions. However, when they arrived at the scene, they saw a scene of devastation. Countless buildings destroyed, flames raging, and cries for help filling the air. What? What is happening? A ninja from Hidden Mist Village stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to believe what he saw. It's the Twilight Organization. They are attacking us. Another ninja shouted, his face filled with anxiety and anger. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed again from the sky, and several dark figures swept across the sky, heading straight for Hidden Mist Village. Kakuzu maneuvered the Doton, Yomi Numa, moving swiftly in the air, each attack landing precisely on the vital points of Hidden Mist Village. Meanwhile, the white Zetsu surged in like a tide from all directions, creating chaos and destruction. Damn it! We must stop them. The ninjas of Hidden Mist Village unleashed their jutsu, attempting to resist Kakuzu and the white Zetsu's onslaught. However, Kakuzu's strength was formidable. The attacks of Doton, Yomi Numa were astonishingly powerful, and the sheer number of white Zetsu was overwhelming, causing them to quickly fall into a bitter struggle. Just as everyone was plunged into an endless abyss of despair, two ninjas wielding peculiar ninja swords appeared on the battlefield like divine soldiers. These two were none other than the standout members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu and Pika. Sigh. It seems we've run into big trouble this time. This is a complete mess. It can't get any more chaotic than this. Suigetsu looked at the nearly ruined Hidden Mist Village and sighed softly, speaking slowly. Hey, this is still our territory. Saying that is a bit disrespectful, don't you think? Pika quickly chimed in, while unsheathing his beheading sword from his back, licking the blade with his tongue, his eyes sparkling with a frenzied light. This chakra aura is making my Samahata quiver with excitement. Suigetsu chuckled, looking particularly excited. He also took down his Samahata, a manic expression appearing on his face. Samahata seemed to sense the overwhelming chakra of the strengthened Doton, Yomi Numa, eager to feast. The two exchanged glances and then charged into the fray against the white Zetsu. With the arrival of Suigetsu and Pika, the battlefield of Hidden Mist Village instantly changed. It seems Hidden Mist Village has some depth after all. Kakuzu looked at the two ninjas who had suddenly appeared, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Suigetsu and Pika coordinated seamlessly, blocking the attacks of Doton, Yomi Numa, while guiding the ninjas of Hidden Mist Village to counterattack. These two lived up to their reputation as the 7 ninja swordsmen. In just a moment, they had nearly pulled back the collapsing situation. Originally, there were 7 members in the 7 ninja swordsmen, but during the last Ninja World War, 4 were brutally defeated by a certain green-clad Konoha ninja. The remaining 3 also escaped back to Hidden Mist Village in a sorry state, one of whom was named Kurokiri Raiga. This ninja defected shortly after returning to Hidden Mist Village, becoming a rogue ninja, which is why he was not present on the battlefield. This chakra taste is simply exquisite. My Samahata hasn't felt this good in ages. Suigetsu skillfully wielded Samahata, devouring the fierce attacks released by Doton, Yomi Numa like a greedy beast. In just a moment, Samahata's previously slender body rapidly expanded like a balloon, its size having increased several times. Seeing this, Kakuzu felt a sense of alarm in his heart, knowing that if things continued this way, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable. He made a decisive decision to personally step into the fray, vowing to eliminate the troublesome Suigetsu first. In an instant, he flashed and appeared beside Suigetsu, the 4 Doton, Yomi Numa coiling around him like gigantic tentacles. However, Suigetsu reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack, and swung his Samahata, unleashing a sharp blade of wind aimed at Kakuzu's head. Kakuzu snorted coldly, his body twisting strangely to evade the strike, while Doton, Yomi Numa quickly adjusted direction and attacked Suigetsu again. The two were soon locked in a fierce clash, with blade lights and chakra colliding, causing the surrounding air to tremble. On the other side, Pika was not idle either, wielding his beheading sword, charging through the white Zetsu, cutting them in half wherever he went, blood splattering everywhere. His fighting style is extremely wild, with every strike containing enough power to cut through steel, making the white absolutes wary of him. However, the number of white absolutes is simply too great, seemingly endless. Even if Pai Pa Shizong fights fiercely, he cannot completely eliminate them. At this moment, he suddenly comes up with a plan, shouts loudly, and swings his large blade down towards the ground. With a loud bang, the ground suddenly cracks open, and countless mounds of earth surge out, forming massive earthen walls that temporarily trap the white absolutes. Pai Pa Shizong takes the opportunity to leap onto the earthen wall, his gaze sharp as he surveys the surroundings, searching for Kakuzu's trace. At this time, the battle between Kakuzu and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon has entered a heated stage. Both of their speeds have reached an extreme, with only afterimages crossing in the air. Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear emits sharp howls, attempting to entangle the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, while the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon uses the miraculous ability of Shark Skin to escape danger time and again. It seems I have to use some real skills. Chapter 95, Earth Grudge Fear Form of. It seems I have to use some real skills. Kakuzu's words carry a hint of coldness, as if they could freeze the surrounding air. As his words fall, a lightning-like Earth Grudge Fear seems to hear its master's call and rapidly retracts into Kakuzu's body at an astonishing speed. In that instant, Kakuzu's body begins to undergo a strange transformation. Something seemed to be writhing beneath his skin, and immediately, his limbs were torn apart by an invisible force, revealing numerous densely packed black lines. These black lines twisted on his limbs like living creatures, sending chills down one's spine. Not only that, but black lines also continuously wriggled out from Kakuzu's mouth, intertwining as if they wanted to devour everything. At this moment, Kakuzu had completely transformed. This was his most powerful and terrifying form, the Earth Grudge Fear form. Sensing the unusual aura around him, Sujetsu, the pufferfish ghost, unleashed a fierce sweep that sent several white Zetsu scattering in retreat. He suddenly turned his head, locking his gaze in the direction where Kakuzu was. Upon seeing this, the face of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost changed drastically. Countless black lines surged towards him like a tidal wave at an astonishing speed. These black lines moved as if they were alive, skillfully weaving through the air, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded him completely. In just a breath, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost was tightly bound by these black lines, unable to move. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? However, before his exclamation could finish, a strong current surged through the black lines, spreading throughout his body. This current felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, instantly paralyzing him and causing his entire body to tremble violently. It felt as if millions of ants were gnawing at his nerves. Unbearable pain. Lightning release. False darkness. Kakuzu's voice was deep and filled with threat, and his figure appeared even more eerie and unpredictable beneath these black lines. As the words fell, the black lines coiling around the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost suddenly erupted with dazzling light, the current rampaging like an angry dragon, turning the surrounding space a brilliant blue. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost gritted his teeth, trying to resist the pain that was almost tearing his soul apart. But Kakuzu's black lines and lightning release technique were not so easily resisted. The shark skin wanted to cut the black lines, but unfortunately, it did not possess the sharpness required to do so. Leaving it helplessly watching the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost let out a painful wail. Soon, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost's eyes began to roll back, his body convulsing uncontrollably due to excessive paralysis, his consciousness fading like a flickering light in the fog. At this critical moment, a powerful shout erupted like thunder. Don't get too carried away. With this declaration, the figure of Biwa Juz charged forward like a ghost. He wielded a beheading knife, its blade shimmering with cold light, as if it could cut through all obstacles in the world. With a swift motion, Biwa Juz struck down, cleanly severing the black lines that bound the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost. Those black lines snapped apart like vines cut by a sharp blade. Puffer ghost, you're looking quite pathetic. Biwa Juz's tone held an undeniable arrogance, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk, as if he could see through all illusions and disguises. Kakuzu, seeing this, curled his lips into a cold smile, seemingly unfazed by Biwa Juz's resistance. Interesting, but do you think this will change anything? Kakuzu scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. Before his words fell, his body underwent a shocking transformation once again. The black lines that had been severed by Biwa Juz began to wriggle as if they had gained life, quickly healing their wounds and returning to his body as if they had never been harmed. Immediately after, Kakuzu's hands began to fly rapidly, forming complex hand seals. With his movements, an even more violent aura emanated from his body, the lightning attribute chakra swirling around him. as if a catastrophic lightning storm was about to erupt. Lightning release. 1,000 lightning waterfall flow. Kakuzu whispered, and then his body seemed to transform into a massive lightning source. Countless tiny lightning needles shooting out from within him, piercing through the air like a dense rain of arrows. Each lightning needle contained enough terrifying power to penetrate steel, aimed directly at Biwa-Juz and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, who had just regained some mobility, filling the air with a heavy sense of crisis. Biwa-Juz's expression hardened, quickly positioning his beheading knife horizontally across his chest to form a defensive barrier. The lightning needles collided with the blade, producing a series of explosive sounds, sparks flying, and a pungent, burnt smell filled the air. Despite Biwa-Juz's best efforts to defend, several lightning needles still penetrated his defenses, leaving charred wounds on his body. Damn it! Biwa-Juz growled, the pain igniting his fighting spirit. He knew that if they couldn't eliminate Kakuzu quickly, both of them would be plunged into an abyss of despair. At that moment, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, under Biwa-Juz's cover, barely steadied himself, although his body still trembled from the earlier paralysis. It seemed that this opponent was not so easy to deal with. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost tightly gripped the shark's skin and slowly stood up. Then, a rich chakra began to surge from the blade of shark skin, flowing into the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost body like a gentle stream. As this power surged in, his injuries began to heal at a visible rate, and the pain gradually lessened. In the next moment, a surprising transformation occurred. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's hair seemed to come to life, continuously extending and becoming incredibly sharp, standing upright on his head like steel needles. This was his unique secret technique, the needle hair technique. With the enhancement of his secret technique, he appeared even more ferocious, like a beast ready to launch an attack. His hair seemed to transform into countless sharp steel needles, glinting with a cold light, adding a touch of ferocity under the illumination of the lightning. Shikizo, let's end this farce together. The voice of Sujetsu Hoshigaki was filled with fighting spirit, and under the effect of his shark-like physique, the chakra aura within him instantly reached its peak. Pipa Shikizo nodded. Although he had just sustained a minor injury, it did not affect his combat power at all. Kakuzu watched the two join forces, his cold smile growing even more pronounced. Humph, just a dying struggle. At that moment, Sujetsu Hoshigaki suddenly launched an attack, his figure shooting out like a ghost, the steel needles formed by his hair pouring down like a torrential rain towards Kaku. At the same time, Pipa Shikizo followed closely, swinging his decapitating blade with a sharp blade light aimed directly at Kakuzu's vital points. Kakuzu's figure swayed as if blending into the air, skillfully dodging the attacks of the two. Truly a futile effort. Chapter 96, Scorpion vs. Chiyo Sunagakure. Here we are again. This aura is truly nostalgic yet detestable. Scorpion coldly stared at the distant Sunagakure, a trace of barely perceptible ruthlessness flashing in the depths of his icy eyes. He slowly extended his finger and gently waved it, causing several exquisite scrolls to appear in his palm. Without hesitation, he slammed these scrolls onto the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke that spread out. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a massive army of puppets appeared in the void, densely packed and blotting out the sky. Soon after, it was as if the earth had awakened, and countless white Zetsu suddenly erupted from the ground like demons breaking through the surface. At the same time, the interior of Sunagakure was thrown into chaos and slaughter, with battles between ninjas occurring everywhere, a result of the earlier infiltration by the white Zetsu. Sunagakure. Scorpion's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice deep and icy, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. It should remain forever buried in the sands. As Scorpion's words fell, the army of puppets surged towards Sunagakure like a violent torrent, unstoppable. The ninjas of Sunagakure were immediately thrown into confusion. They had never witnessed such a large-scale puppet attack, and never expected an enemy to launch a surprise assault from within. Enemy attack. Quickly protect the village. AJ Neen from Sunagakure shouted loudly, trying to organize an effective defense. However, the puppet army of Scorpion came crashing in like a tidal wave, each puppet possessing formidable combat power, wielding sharp weapons or launching deadly poison needles, leaving the ninjas of Sunagakure defenseless. Meanwhile, those white Zetsu lurking within the village also began to cause chaos, disguising themselves as ninjas of Sunagakure, creating confusion and complicating the defense efforts. Yet, Scorpion showed no sign of concern in the face of such a scene. He merely watched the tragedies unfold with a cold gaze, his heart stirred not in the slightest. At that moment, A ninja from Sunagakure shot forth like an arrow, rushing towards Sasori, tightly gripping a kunai that glimmered with a chilling light, attempting a sudden attack on him. However, in the face of this unexpected assault, Sasori merely moved his fingers slightly, as if engaging in a trivial game. In the blink of an eye, a puppet appeared like a specter behind the ninja, firmly restraining him. You think you could defeat me with just that? A look of disdain crossed Sasori's face, his voice filled with mockery and contempt. Then, with a slight exertion of his fingers, the puppet's claws tightened, and the ninja's neck was instantly caught, his veins bulging as if they would snap at any moment. Just then, a familiar and authoritative voice roared from above Sunagakure. Like thunder crashing, "Sasori, your arrogant ambitions end here." As the words fell, a lithe figure descended like a meteor, streaking through the night sky, arriving before Sasori in the blink of an eye. It was an elderly woman dressed in traditional Sunagakure attire, her gaze sharp as an eagle, emanating an aura of formidable strength. Chiyo. The ninjas of Sunagakure revealed expressions of surprise and joy upon recognizing her, and they shouted in unison. Chiyo is the elder of Sunagakure, possessing great reputation and power. Her appearance brought hope to the ninjas of Sunagakure. Sasori looked at Chiyo, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly returned to indifference. Chiyo, I didn't expect you to come here personally to seek death. Chiyo remained silent, her gaze firm and resolute. She slowly took out an ancient scroll from her bosom, gently shook it with both hands, and it suddenly unfurled, followed by a forceful slam onto the ground. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and then 10 immaculate figures appeared out of thin air, as if stepping out of the void, surrounding Chiyo. This was the legendary creation of the puppet world, the unparalleled masterpiece, crafted by the puppet master. One Zumon, the white secret technique, the 10 of Chikamatsu. Sasori, your path has deviated from the right track. Today, even if this old body perishes, I will lead you back to the correct path. Chiyo's words were filled with determination. The moment she appeared, she keenly sensed the unusual changes happening within Sasori's puppets. Although they appeared no different from before, as a puppet master, her years of experience and intuition allowed her to feel the astonishing power hidden within. Now, Sasori's puppets could even be said to rival her Chikamatsu 10. Faced with Chiyo's resolve and the strength of the Chikamatsu 10, a trace of seriousness flickered in Sasori's eyes. But it was soon replaced by more madness. Chiyo, do you think you can stop me with just this? Sasori sneered, his fingers moving slightly, and the surrounding puppets seemed to receive a command, adjusting their stances, ready to welcome the impending battle. Your Chikamatsu 10 is indeed powerful, but my puppets have been modified and have surpassed their former selves. Sasori's tone carried a hint of pride. Hearing this, Chiyo furrowed her brows slightly, but she did not retreat. She knew well that as a puppet master beyond the skill level, what mattered more was the control over the puppets and the grasp of the battlefield. Sasori, your skills are indeed impressive, but you have overlooked the most important aspect, the heart of the puppet master. Chiyo said slowly, puppets are lifeless, yet they can demonstrate the power of life in our hands. This is because we imbue them with souls, while your puppets are merely tools of your ambition. As Chiyo's words fell, the Chikamatsu 10 beside her seemed to be infused with new vitality, each movement becoming more fluid and powerful. They began to attack around Sasori and his puppet army, each collision accompanied by the clang of metal and sparks flying. Sasori was also unwilling to be outdone, manipulating his puppet army to engage in intense clashes with the Chikamatsu 10. The puppets from both sides battled back and forth on the battlefield, refusing to yield, enveloping the entire Sunagakure in a haze of smoke. Chapter 97. The Fall of Yunhidden Village in Yunhidden Village. A green giant, exuding an oppressive aura, stood proudly atop the rolling clouds, wielding a pair of colossal wings that blotted out the sky. Its cold, stern face showed no emotional fluctuation, merely gazing down at the diminutive Yunhidden Village as if observing ants. The green giant was the complete form of Shimizu, Susanoo. At this moment, he had come to annihilate Yunhidden Village on the orders of Fengtian. Currently, Yunhidden Village was devoid of strong warriors. Even the renowned Fourth Reikage had gone to Kanahagakure to protect the tailed beast there. This undoubtedly provided Shimizu with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the perfect moment to launch an attack. Shimizu's goals aligned with those of his several accomplices. They all wanted to create large-scale destruction, forcing the shadows of each village to abandon their missions and urgently return to defend, in order to divert the pressure on the front line from Fengtian. Thinking of this, Zhishui's gaze grew colder, yet deep within those icy eyes hid a trace of complex emotions that were hard to detect. "I'm sorry. For the ideal world in my heart," Zhishui murmured softly, his voice carrying a hint of determination. As his words fell, the earth suddenly began to tremble. Immediately after, countless twisted and deformed white figures surged out from the ground like demons from hell, roaring and howling, crazily flooding into Yun'in village like a tide. In an instant, this peaceful village was engulfed in endless chaos and fear. At that moment, the alarm of Yun'in village suddenly rang out, its sharp sound piercing through the tranquility of the past. The villagers fled in panic from all directions, their faces filled with fear and confusion. They never thought that such peaceful days would be shattered overnight. The still water stood high in the air, overlooking everything below, and the strange emotions in their hearts grew wildly like wild grass, becoming increasingly difficult to contain. He tightly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to bury the surge of reluctance and struggle deep within. However, every time the vision of that unattainable ideal world emerged in his mind, the weight of sacrifice seemed to become all too natural. Zhishui slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze became resolute and determined once again. He is well aware that any sacrifice is worth it for that great goal. Destruction is the priority. There is no need to take lives. The voice of still water echoes across the vast land, carrying an undeniable majesty and power, as if declaring his determination and stance to the world. Upon hearing this, the white absolutes intensified their assault, acting like mindless killing machines. Wherever they went, houses collapsed, flames erupted, and Yun'in village was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire and chaos. Meanwhile, with a thought, the massive complete body, Susanoo conjured a spiraling gun that shone with a cold light. This spiraling gun traced a dazzling silver trajectory in the air, like a lightning bolt splitting the sky, charging straight toward the energy core, the Thunderlight Tower of Yun'in village. The Thunderlight Tower, this towering structure that reaches into the clouds, is not only the hub of Yun'in village's energy, but also a concentrated embodiment of its technological power. It witnessed the glory and honor of Yun'in village, but at this moment, it became the primary target of the Still Waters attack. Once this tower is destroyed, the entire defense system of Yun'in village will be like a soulless shell, instantly falling into a state of paralysis. However, at this critical moment, several figures appeared like phantoms in the path of the spiraling gun. They were the last remaining upper ninjas of Yun'in village. They were shimmering with faint lightning, gathering powerful lightning chakra in their hands, ready to take this hit head-on. Scum of the Twilight Organization, your ambitions will be stopped by us. One of the Jonin spoke with a firm and powerful voice, his eyes gleaming with indomitable spirit, as if he intended to completely shatter Shirzue's resolve. Upon seeing this, Shirzue smirked coldly, not retracting his spiral gun, but instead increasing his power, intending to destroy the lightning tower in one blow, while also testing the strength of this Jonin from the Cloud Village. Your courage is commendable, but your power is still far from enough. Shirzue's voice was particularly clear amidst the thunder, his Susanoo resembling an unshakable mountain, standing firmly in the void. The spiral gun, carrying unmatched power, collided fiercely with the lightning formed by the several Jonin in mid-air, instantly erupting in dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a deafening roar. It seemed to shake the entire Cloud Village to its core. In the face of this destructive power, the Jonin clearly could not withstand it. They spat blood, their bodies flying backward like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Watching this scene, Shirzue couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness and sigh. He has tried his best to rein in his power to avoid causing too many casualties, but even so, those few Jonin were still severely injured under his attack. Zhishui gently shook his head, and his gaze became firm and cold once again. He knew that to complete the task, he could not show any mercy, although he felt some reluctance in his heart. Zhishui knew that the battle was far from over. With a wave of his hand, the white absolutes rampaged even more fiercely through the hidden Cloud Village, destroying every inch of land. Meanwhile, the complete body Susanoo stepped forward, slowly approaching the fallen Jonin, its massive form casting a shadow like a harbinger of death. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by an unusual chakra fluctuation. Shizumi frowned slightly and turned to look, only to see a young ninja dressed in hidden Cloud Village attire approaching at an astonishing speed, his eyes burning with fierce determination. carrying a seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary long sword on his back. Stop. Your rampage ends here. The newcomer was none other than Darui, the young genius who had emerged in recent years from the Hidden Cloud Village. Although he is young, he has already shown strength and wisdom beyond his years, making him the future star that the village has high hopes for. Jishui gazed at Darui with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but soon returned to his indifference. Oh, is this another overconfident guy? Is there really no one left in Yunin village? Darui did not respond, only gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, with chakra surging throughout his body, ready to fight. He knows that he is facing not only Shimizu himself, but also the mysterious and powerful Twilight organization behind him. However, even so, he will never back down. I, the druid of Yunin village, vow to protect my village to the end. As his words fell, the druid's figure flashed and transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Shimizu. Despite his efforts, he still could not stop the Susanoo, which stood dozens of meters tall and was known for its absolute defense and ultimate destruction. Shimizu looked down at the druid below, a trace of pity appearing on his face, but this pity quickly vanished, replaced by a determination to fight. I can sense your determination, but the gap in power cannot be bridged by will alone. Shimizu's voice sounded particularly calm against the backdrop of intertwining lightning and flames. The druid's lightning blade, upon contact with the Susanoo, was like hitting an invisible wall, bursting forth with dazzling sparks, yet failing to penetrate that seemingly intangible defense. Each attack felt like crashing into a steel giant wall, numbing his arms and shaking his spirit. Sigh. With a sigh, this day, Yunin village was completely doomed. Chapter 98. Obito versus Inoki Iwagakure. Compared to the others, Obito appeared relaxed. The moment he arrived near Iwagakure, he activated his complete Susanoo, commanding numerous white Zetsu to launch an attack on the village. In an instant, a massive shadow enveloped the sky above Iwagakure, the terrifying figure of Obito's complete Susanoo. The eyes of the Susanoo resembled an abyss, exuding endless coldness, and each of its steps seemed to tread on the hearts of the Iwagakure villagers, instilling fear. The white Zetsu swarmed into Iwagakure like locusts, emotionless, driven only by the instinct to execute orders. The ninjas of Iwagakure reacted quickly, forming formations to try to block these monsters, but the number of white Zetsu was simply overwhelming, as if there were no end, causing Iwagakure's defenses to teeter on the brink of collapse. Obito floated in midair, a playful smile on his lips as he watched the chaos and struggle in Iwagakure, as if everything were within his expectations. However, his heart was not completely unmoved. After all, he had once been a kind boy, but now he was deeply entangled in hatred and despair. Villagers of Iwagakure, today is your doomsday. Obito's voice echoed in the void, carrying a trace of barely perceptible sorrow. He is well aware of the disaster his actions will bring, but for the Moon's Eye plan and to create a world with Rin, he is willing to bear this sin. Just as he was controlling Susanoo to flatten Iwagakure, the ground beneath him suddenly began to shake violently. Immediately afterward, a long and deep fissure appeared beneath his feet, twisting like a dragon. Caught off guard, Obito lost his balance along with the massive Susanoo and fell directly into the crack. Soon after, the earth that had split open seemed to have a life of its own, rapidly healing and completely burying Obito and his Susanoo in the dark underground world. The instigator of all this was none other than Naka's son. KT, I cannot let you act so recklessly. KT slowly stood up, raised his hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, his tone carrying a hint of determination and exhaustion. The recent earth release technique had consumed a large amount of his chakra, and even with his strength, he couldn't help but feel a wave of fatigue wash over him. However, KT knew that he must not let his guard down at this moment. Just as he was about to gather his strength again to respond to Obito's possible counterattack, a bizarre spatial distortion suddenly appeared before him. Then, Obito's massive Susanoo appeared as if it had stepped out from the void, returning to the ground. This scene caused KT to be slightly stunned. He didn't expect Obito to possess such powerful space ninjutsu, capable of breaking free from his restraints and reappearing on the battlefield in such a short time. That was close. I almost fell, Obito said, a hint of fear in his voice. If he hadn't used Kimui to escape from underground at the last moment, controlling his complete Susanoo with his current level of proficiency would have been quite a challenge. Seeing this, KT furrowed his brow. He didn't expect Obito to have such means to escape under his earth release, but he quickly adjusted his mindset, gathering chakra again, ready to launch the next round of attacks on Obito. Earth release. Mountain Earth Technique. KT shouted angrily, quickly forming hand seals as if communicating with the earth in some mysterious way. Then he slammed his hand on the ground, and in an instant, the entire earth began to shake violently, as if the sky was trembling as well. The Earth Release. Mountain Earth Technique unleashed a small-scale earthquake. Countless boulders and soil surged from beneath the ground like raging waves, quickly forming two massive semicircles that closed in on Obito's position. These boulders and soil wove together in the air to form an impenetrable net, attempting to completely engulf Obito and his Susanoo. Obito's eyes sharpened. This time, however, he was clearly prepared. He calmly controlled Susanoo, waving the enormous wings on his back, instantly leaving the ground and standing in the void like a deity. He lowered his head to gaze at the yellow earth, his eyes flashing with contempt and disdain. In the face of absolute power, any ninjutsu seemed so pale and powerless. At this moment, he was the true master, the undisputed ruler of this battlefield. "It's my turn now." Obito's voice echoed in the void, carrying a hint of disdain. As his words fell, the complete body Susanoo's massive hands quickly moved, gathering two shurikens that radiated a mysterious and divine power. These two shurikens slowly spun in the air, emitting a heart-pounding glow, as if they could tear apart space and penetrate everything. This technique was a new ninjutsu, created by Obito based on the guidance of the Heavenly Mandate, after countless days and nights of deep contemplation and research. "Divine power, shuriken!" Obito shouted, and the two shurikens, infused with divine power, sliced through the air, accompanied by a bizarre distortion of space, heading straight for the yellow earth. The yellow earth's face changed drastically upon seeing this. He knew that these shurikens, infused with divine power, were far beyond ordinary ninjutsu. If hit, he would likely be instantly sucked into another dimension, with no chance of survival. Earth Release, Great Earthquake Core. In a moment of desperation, the yellow earth quickly performed an earth release technique beneath his feet. The ground began to rise violently, as if a slumbering giant beast was awakened, rapidly forming an indestructible giant wall in front of him. This giant wall towered into the clouds, radiating a heavy yellow-brown light, as if it could withstand all attacks in the world. Obito's two divine power shurikens whistled in, striking the giant wall with the force to tear space apart. At the moment of impact, the space began to distort, as if being ripped apart by the mysterious power carried by the shurikens. Soon after, the area of tearing continued to expand, and the entire giant wall was on the brink of distortion and collapse. Ultimately, the giant wall was completely destroyed by the divine power shurikens. However, with this move, the yellow earth managed to barely block Obito's attack. TCH, still struggling? Obito coldly looked down at the yellow earth, the disdain in his eyes growing even more intense. At this moment, he soared in the sky through Susanoo's ability. Even if the yellow earth racked his brain, he wouldn't find a way to deal with him. Just as Obito prepared to continue gathering divine power shurikens to deliver a fatal blow to the yellow earth, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted behind him. Crack! The sound of the explosion echoed in Obito's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure. Despite the immense power of the explosion, Susanoo's defense was equally astonishing, and the shockwave from the explosion did not breach its defenses. Obito abruptly turned around, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a torch. Soon, he spotted a young boy riding a giant bird made entirely of white clay, hovering in midair, looking at him with a playful expression. Art is explosion. Chapter 99. Join attack or you? Faced with the sudden explosion, Obito's expression showed no signs of change. After all, with such a powerful shield as complete Susanoo, this little commotion was simply trivial to him. Listen up, I am the famous Deidara from Iwagakure. Deidara smirked proudly, his eyes filled with arrogance and pride. If you know what's good for you, just surrender obediently. His words carried an undeniable threat, while his hand quietly reached into the small pouch at his waist. Suddenly, a mouth opened in the palm of his hand, silently devouring the clay inside the pouch, like a hungry beast greedily feeding. His ninjutsu is both simple and powerful. He can chew a special type of white explosive clay in his mouth, mixing his own chakra into the clay, and then create explosive product from the clay he spits out, triggering a strong explosion. The Susanoo that previously exploded with Obito and the white giant bird he is currently riding are both his creations. Obito let out a light sneer, his gaze filled with contempt, as if he were looking at a jumping clown. Deidara, You little brat. Dare to flaunt your power in front of me? What a joke. Obito's words were full of sarcasm, and his tone revealed his disdain for Deidara, clearly not taking him seriously. Upon hearing this, Deidara's face instantly turned pale, as if he had been slapped hard. What did you say? You bastard! He shouted angrily, his voice trembling. At the same time, the mouth in his palm increased its chewing speed, rapidly digesting the clay, clearly preparing to launch another fierce attack. However, Obito did not give him a chance. With a sudden swing of his right hand, Susanoo unleashed a massive shuriken that sliced through the air, heading straight for Deidara. Deidara reacted quickly, skillfully dodging in the air on his white bird, but the residual force of a shuriken still caused a nearby area to explode in a shower of debris. Damn it! Deidara gritted his teeth, clearly feeling the power of Obito's shuriken. But he was not one to back down easily. He continued to consume explosive clay while circling around Obito on his bird. Seeing this, Obito remained unfazed. After all, with his complete Susanoo present, that little explosion had no effect on him at all. Just then, Deidara launched his attack. He suddenly waved his hand, and countless white explosive clay seemed to come to life, rapidly transforming into various explosives that poured down on Obito like a torrential storm. Those explosives traced eerie trajectories in the air, carrying the threat of death with a fierce momentum. A cold smile curled at the corner of Obito's mouth as he effortlessly controlled his complete body Susanoo to deflect or destroy each explosive. Each collision was accompanied by deafening explosions and bursts of flames, but none could penetrate the invulnerable defense of Susanoo. Is this all you've got? Deidara, you really disappoint me. Obito's voice was particularly clear amidst the roaring sound, as if it completely negated Deidara's abilities. Deidara's expression grew increasingly grim, with a flicker of unwillingness and madness in his eyes. Yet, he did not stop unleashing explosives. Instead, he became even more frenzied. At this moment, however, Obito was completely unaware that, due to the powerful shockwaves generated by the countless explosions, his Susanoo was slowly beginning to descend. I'm tired of this, Obito said coldly, his voice revealing a hint of impatience. The explosions continued incessantly for half a stick of incense's worth of time. This prolonged series of explosions made Obito feel incredibly irritated. He furrowed his brow, and a strong killing intent surged within him. However, just as he was about to launch a counterattack, the next moment, Deidara's playful voice floated into his ears. Take a good look at the ground beneath you. Hearing this, Obito abruptly turned his head, only to realize that he was much closer to the ground than he had realized. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that, before his eyes, Deidara was gathering a large amount of earth and rock, his arm muscles tensed as if containing infinite power, rapidly approaching him, with an imposing aura that seemed to want to smash him into the ground. What nice attack! Deidara! The earth exclaimed loudly, his words filled with admiration for Deidara's exquisite cooperation. Reflecting back, previously, because Obito had flown too high, the earth's attacks could never effectively hit him. But now, after Deidara's series of violent explosions, Obito, unknowingly, had brought the massive body of Susanoo closer to the ground, as if being slowly pulled into the abyss by an invisible hand. Finally, at a certain moment, Susanoo's feet stepped into the effective attack range of the earth. A glimmer flashed in the earth's eyes. He had long been poised and finally waited for the best opportunity. Obito's expression instantly turned serious. He did not expect that Deidara and the earth would actually join forces to use such a tactic. I underestimated you. Obito snorted coldly, quickly adjusting his posture to prepare for the impending attack. The earth's rocky arm approached swiftly like a giant python, accompanied by a whistling wind, as if to swallow Obito and his complete body, Susanoo, together. Obito controlled Susanoo, and the massive palm suddenly struck out, colliding with the rocky arm, producing a deafening crash. However, at that moment, Deidara's voice rang out again. It's not over yet. Deidara pulled out a specially made clay bomb from a pouch at his waist. This bomb was unlike any he had used before, radiating a faint blue light, as if containing some mysterious power. A chill ran through Obito's heart. He could sense the danger of this bomb. But at this moment, he was already entangled by the earth's rocky arm, unable to escape. Art is explosion. Deidara grinned ferociously and threw the clay bomb at Obito. A look of determination flashed in Obito's eyes. He knew there was no way to evade at this point. But just then, his Sharingan suddenly flickered with a strange light, and the power of Kamui activated again. In an instant, Obito's body and Susanoo vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint distortion in the space. The clay bomb exploded in midair, releasing dazzling light and a powerful shockwave. But Obito had successfully evaded this attack using the power of Kamui. When Obito reappeared, he was already in an open area far from the battlefield. Are you ready to face my wrath? Chapter 100. Kakashi Speculation Konoha Village Humph. Scum of the Twilight Organization. Stop trying to sway the hearts of the people here. The fourth Raikage shouted, his body radiating flickering lightning as he dashed towards Obito at incredible speed, stubborn as ever. Upon seeing the fourth Raikage charging, Obito smirked coldly and then directly activated Kamui, dodging the fourth Raikage's attack. Amidst the chaos and clamor of battle, there was one corner that remained unusually quiet. There, a white-haired ninja wearing a Konoha headband stood quietly, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Obito not far away. This ninja was Kakashi Hatake, Obito's close friend and Konoha's copy ninja. Strange, this guy's ninjutsu feels so familiar, Kakashi muttered to himself, filled with confusion, as he observed Obito using Kamui to evade attacks one after another. A bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be? Kakashi took a step back, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Obito in the distance. I must report this to Lord Third, Kakashi said firmly, and then he used several body flicker techniques to reach Hiruzen Sarutobi's side. However, before he could speak, Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon seeing Kakashi, immediately said, Kakashi, what are you doing here? Hurry back. Kakashi looked anxiously at Hiruzen, his eyes flashing with unprecedented seriousness and urgency. Lord Third, I must immediately report something extremely important. Hiruzen furrowed his brow and gestured for Kakashi to continue. It's about that Obito from the Twilight Organization, Kakashi said quickly. I've observed his ninjutsu during the battle, especially his space-time ninjutsu, which has raised significant doubts in my mind. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's eyes instantly sharpened. I have an idea that requires you, Lord Third, to accompany me for an experiment. What should I do? Faced with the fourth Raikage's attack, Obito was completely at a loss, just relying on Kamui. There was no way. Kamui was the most overpowered ability in the entire Naruto world. As long as he did not initiate an attack, any non-continuous attacks could not affect him in the slightest. Just then, Hiruzen Sarutobi joined the battlefield. He quickly formed hand seals, and a pure chakra began to gather at this moment. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With a furious roar from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a massive fire dragon, mixed with scorching flames, howled out from his mouth, heading straight for Fengtian. The fire dragon, several dozen meters long and engulfed in blazing fire, surged forth with destructive power in response to Sarutobi's shout. The flames rolled and rampaged through the air, seemingly intent on turning everything to ashes. However, Fengtian was not intimidated by this terrifying force. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He activated his Kamui again, his body instantly becoming ethereal, as if merging into the space around him, skillfully dodging the fire dragon's fiery projectile. However, just as the fire dragon passed through Fengtian's body, the space suddenly twisted. Immediately, the fire dragon entered the Kamui space. This was the Kamui released through Kakashi's left eye, the Mangekyō Sharingan. In the next moment, Fengtian's Susanoo suddenly exploded. This was the first time he had received a direct attack since his appearance. It seems my guess was not wrong. There are indeed similarities between the Kamui that Fengtian used and mine. Kakashi pondered internally, while maintaining a high level of vigilance. Kakashi, are you sure that the space-time ninjutsu used by Fengtian is related to yours? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a serious and expectant tone. Yes, Lord Third. Based on the recent attack, I can confirm that his space-time ninjutsu shares the same spatial distortion characteristics as the Kamui released from my left eye. I can even boldly infer that his space-time ninjutsu is connected to my Kamui space, Kakashi said with great certainty, but then his expression quickly darkened. He took several strides forward until he stood face to face with Fengtian, their breaths colliding violently in the air, as if even space trembled at their confrontation. I have seen through your abilities, but I want you to tell me, where do your abilities come from? Or rather, where did that eye come from? Although he had just unexpectedly been hit by Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, it didn't affect him at all. Facing Kakashi's rapid-fire questioning, Fengtian's expression remained as cold as frost. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying an indescribable chill. Your questions do not require an answer from me. But out of respect for your courage, I will unprecedentedly answer your question. My abilities belong to myself and do not rely on anyone else. Moreover, you have just missed the best opportunity to kill me. From now on, you will have no further chances. Fengtian's voice was as icy as a cold wind, and after speaking, he completely discarded all pretense. The pitch-black, abyss-like complete body, Susanoo, tightly gripped the judgment blade, suddenly surging with a heart-pounding force of annihilation, devouring all surrounding light like a black hole. Then, like a falling meteor, it fiercely struck the ground with destructive power, and in an instant, that force of annihilation surged forth like a tide, instantly engulfing the entire Konoha village. Everything it touched, whether it was resilient rocks or lush trees, would turn to nothingness in the blink of an eye, leaving only scattered ashes in the air. The sky over Konoha village was shrouded in a thick darkness, and the annihilation force emanating from Fengtian's body, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, ruthlessly harvested all life and matter, pushing the entire village towards the abyss of doom. The terrified cries of the villagers and the thunderous collapse of buildings intertwined into a tragic symphony as a sense of despair permeated every corner. "Everyone, please give it your all." Sarutobi Hiruzen's roar echoed amidst the chaos. He slammed both hands onto the ground, and a surge of chakra flooded into the earth, instantly activating Konoha Village's top-tier defense mechanism. A dazzling red defensive formation suddenly appeared. It was the Four Crimson Suns formation, which required the cooperation of several shadow-level experts to execute. It pierced through the darkness like four blazing suns, erecting an unbreakable barrier for Konoha Village. Four Crimson Suns formation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's shout reverberated in the air, and at the same time, the fourth Reikage, Anoki, Yagura, and Rashi quickly took their positions, forming hand seals together to jointly activate the power of this defensive formation. Fengtian's annihilation force could no longer further erode Konoha Village under the block of the Four Crimson Suns formation. The two powerful forces collided violently between the barrier and the force of destruction, creating ripples of energy that seemed to tear the entire space apart. Useless struggle. Fengtian looked at the defensive formation before him, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. He controlled the complete body, Susanoo, raising the judgment blade high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to this last line of defense. However, at this critical moment, a crimson figure stood proudly in desperation. Susanoo, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A red half-body Susanoo, like a phoenix reborn from the flames, firmly caught Fengtian's fatal strike, pulling Konoha Village back from the brink of destruction. This novel can be downloaded through the open-source free Xingxian downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a download agent, and the seller did not provide the software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the seller. Author's email, xingyououtlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t. MiFQ Tool Chapter 101. Amaterasu Sword. Susanoo? Fengtian looked at the crimson half-giant before him, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. "Who is it?" he muttered to himself, a sense of ominous foreboding rising in his heart. Logically, those in the entire Uchiha clan who could wield the power of Susanoo should be within his grasp, or at least within his knowledge. However, the suddenly appearing crimson Susanoo before him completely exceeded his expectations. "Fugaku, well done." Within the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words carried admiration, piercing through the dust and clearly reaching Fengtian's ears. As the dust gradually settled, Fengtian finally saw the figure within the crimson Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan, standing proudly amidst the enormous crimson giant. His eyes sparkled with a blazing light, a complex mix of anger, resilience, and unwavering determination, as if he intended to burn the entire world to ashes. Fengtian's expression grew serious. He hadn't expected Uchiha Fugaku to have mastered the power of Susanoo. Moreover, judging by its power, it was clear that he had reached a remarkably high level. This made him realize that the strength of the Uchiha clan was far greater and more unfathomable than he had previously understood. Since you can also use Susanoo, it indeed proves that you have a deep connection with our Uchiha clan. Fugaku's voice echoed within the chest of Susanoo, carrying an undeniable authority. "Although I do not know which branch of the clan you are a remnant of, no matter your identity, today, I will represent the Uchiha clan and eradicate you from this world." Upon hearing this, Fengtian curled his lips into a cold smile. He didn't take Fugaku's grandiose words to heart. Instead, he found them somewhat laughable. In his view, Uchiha Fugaku was merely a self-important and short-sighted guy, completely unworthy of being his opponent. Fugaku, do you really think that with your meager abilities, you can stop me from achieving my grand plan? How utterly ridiculous. He shook his head disdainfully, his tone filled with contempt for Fugaku. You and your so-called Uchiha clan are nothing but stepping stones on my path to success. With a sneer, he increased the output of his complete body of the perfect Susanoo, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Fugaku. This time, his attack was exceptionally swift and resolute, the blade of judgment carrying endless, annihilating power, like a meteor streaking through the night sky, striking down fiercely towards Fugaku. With a sharp blade passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, revealing patches of pitch-black void. Seeing this, Fugaku's expression instantly became serious. He was keenly aware of the power of this strike and dared not to be careless for a moment. Immediately, he unleashed a powerful chakra, which surged around him, forming violent currents of air. With the enhancement of this chakra power, the crimson half-body, Susanoo, quickly condensed a long sword in its hand. The blade of this sword shimmered with a cold light, as if it could pierce through all obstacles in the world. This was the legendary artifact, the Immersed no Tsurugi, known for its ability to penetrate everything. At this moment, countless black flames suddenly erupted from the Immersed no Tsurugi. These flames burned fiercely, emanating an eerie and powerful aura, known as the Eternal Flame, Amaterasu. In the face of the judgment blade of fate, carrying the endless power of annihilation, Uchiha Fugaku did not flinch. He tightly grasped the Tengu sword, the black flames of Amaterasu burning fiercely on the blade, as if to devour everything. Fengtian, do you think your power can destroy everything? Fujiwara's voice echoed in the chest of Susanoo, filled with determination and resilience. Today, I will let you know that the power of the Uchiha clan is beyond your imagination. As Fujiwara's words fell, he swung the Tengu sword fiercely, meeting Fengtian's judgment blade. The two powerful forces collided in the air, producing a deafening roar, as if the entire space trembled. The black flames intertwined with the power of annihilation, creating a heart-stopping scene. Both Fengtian and Fujiwara were fully committed, holding nothing back. Their figures flickered within the massive body of Susanoo, as if two war gods were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. However, just as both sides reached the peak of their power, an unexpected situation occurred. A more powerful chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted from Fyake's Amatsumikaboshi sword, a force that seemed capable of penetrating everything. Even the power of annihilation could not resist it. Fengtian's expression changed dramatically. He clearly sensed the terrifying power arising from the combination of the Amatsumikaboshi sword and the Amaterasu flames. It was an unprecedented threat, as if it could instantly devour him whole. He instinctively wanted to retreat into the Kamui space to evade, which was his usual escape tactic and the survival skill he relied on the most. However, at this critical moment, Kakashi not far away was staring at him intently, his Sharingan flashing with a cold light, as if he had already seen through all of his intentions. A chill ran through Fengtian's heart. He was well aware of Kakashi's strength and intelligence. Given the situation, as soon as he used Kamui, Kakashi would undoubtedly launch an attack without hesitation, transferring his attack into the Kamui space. If that happened, he would not only be unable to escape, but would also be struck by the sharp blade of the Tengu Cloud Sword, with dire consequences. For a moment, Fengtian found himself in a dilemma. He had to evade the lethal attack before him, while also guarding against a possible sneak attack from Kakashi. At this critical moment of life and death, he had to make the wisest choice to have a glimmer of hope. This is the power of our Uchiha clan. Fugaku's voice was filled with strength. Today, I will use this power to restore the name of the Uchiha clan. As Fugaku's words fell, the black flames on the Tengu Cloud Sword erupted like a awakened beast, instantly releasing an astonishing energy that formed a massive black flame tornado. This tornado carried destructive power, resembling a roaring black dragon, sweeping towards Fengtian, tearing apart the very fabric of space in its path. Seeing this, Fengtian was greatly alarmed and quickly activated his Susanoo for defense. However, faced with the terrifying attribute of the Tengu Cloud Sword that could break through anything, even his seemingly invincible complete body, Susanoo, felt powerless. The sturdy armor began to crack under the impact of the black flame tornado, as if it would collapse at any moment. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Tengu Cloud Sword finally plunged fiercely into Fengtian's Susanoo. In an instant, the immense energy generated by the collision of the flame tornado and Susanoo exploded, creating a dazzling light that illuminated the entire battlefield as if it were daytime. The shockwave from the explosion flattened everything around, raising dust and obscuring the sky. Well done, Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but praise upon witnessing the scene. However, soon after, due to the overwhelming intensity of the shockwave from the explosion, they had to continue reinforcing the defenses of the four Red Suns formation. Their four Crimson Yang formation has been specially modified, with Sarutobi Hizashi serving as the core, while the other four shadows are responsible for setting up the barrier. This means that as long as Sarutobi Hizashi does not die, the other four shadows only need to continuously supply chakra to ensure the stability of this four Crimson Yang formation. As the last explosion dissipated, the once towering, pitch-black complete body Susanoo that enveloped the land slowly and reluctantly faded into the air, leaving only a trace of residual shadows and vibrating waves of energy. Without the support of Susanoo, Fengtian's figure now appeared exceptionally weak, like a kite with a broken string, helplessly falling from the sky. Chapter 102. Clearing obstacles, did it succeed? Sarutobi Hizashi stared fixedly at the powerless Fengtian plummeting from the sky, a glimmer of luck flashing deep in his eyes. The all-destructive nature of the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi was indeed too domineering, coupled with Uchiha Fugaku's exceptional ability to conceal himself, leaving Fengtian completely unprepared for this. This was also one of the hidden killing moves left by Konoha to deal with him. In midair, as he rapidly descended, Fengtian suddenly opened his eyes, as if two brilliant stars lit up in the abyss of despair. At this moment, his abdomen was mercilessly pierced by the legendary Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, leaving behind a terrifying scar, like the gates of hell, being forcefully pushed open. Blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly staining his white clothes a shocking crimson. How is this possible? Fengtian's voice was deep and trembling, filled with disbelief and astonishment. He never expected to stumble and fall into the gutter, defeated by the seemingly old-fashioned yet deeply hidden antiques of the Hidden Leaf Village. However, just at this critical moment of life and death, a miracle happened. The creation and regeneration ninjutsu within him seemed to awaken an ancient deity, releasing an endless vitality. His wound began to heal rapidly at a visibly astonishing speed, like withered grass and trees suddenly coming back to life in spring, bursting with vibrant vitality. In just a fleeting moment of a breath, Fengtian was pulled back from the brink of death, his body intact, as if the severe injury just now was merely an illusory dream. Immediately after, a rich and intense force of causality erupted from Fengtian's eyes, like two brilliant beams of light piercing through the night sky. As the technique of reversing cause and effect silently activated, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Fengtian's figure seemed to be swallowed by space, vanishing without a trace in an instant. When their eyes refocused, they found him standing proudly at the peak of the Hokage Rock, coldly gazing down at them as if everything was under his control. How is this possible? He actually managed to escape the constraints of the four Red Suns formation? Luo Sha's face instantly turned pale as he stared in disbelief at the lofty Fengtian, his eyes flickering with a mix of shock and confusion. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively canceled the four Red Suns formation. He is well aware that since Fengtian possesses such extraordinary abilities, this carefully arranged barrier is already meaningless to him. Rather than continue wasting energy to maintain it, it would be better to focus on subduing him as quickly as possible. Moreover, the civilians of Konoha Village have long since evacuated. Standing at the peak of Hokage Rock, Fengtian wears a proud smile on his face, like a king who controls everything. Today, you have indeed given me quite a surprise. He slowly opened his mouth, a hint of playfulness in his voice. However, this surprise ends here. Fengtian's lips curled slightly, and a decisive light flickered in his eyes. He knew very well that there was no time to delay, and he had to end this battle quickly. In the next moment, an unprecedented surge of causal power suddenly erupted, sweeping through the entire Konoha village like a violent storm. The strength of this power was so overwhelming that everyone present felt an unprecedented shock. What kind of power is this? Yagura shouted in astonishment. Originally, he tried to replicate this power with his own ninjutsu, but was surprised to find that this causal power could not be replicated at all. In fact, the moment he made contact, his chakra began to spiral into chaos. This was a new technique developed by Fengtian, inspired by the sealing array of Takigakure. He cleverly added special phosphorus powder to the power of causality, which acted like invisible claws, disrupting the chakra flow of everyone. On the eve of the final battle, Fengtian skillfully acquired a large amount of phosphorus powder through the technique of inverting cause and effect. Then, he again used the technique of inverting cause and effect to perfectly attach this phosphorus powder to the power of causality, achieving the astonishing effect seen now. In just 2 breaths, everyone present was horrified to find their chakra flow in complete chaos, as if bound by an invisible force, unable to freely perform ninjutsu. Everyone be careful. This is Fengtian's new tactic. Sarutobi Hiruzen warned loudly, his eyes revealing seriousness and vigilance. The moment he sensed the chaos in his own chakra flow, he realized the unusual nature of this power of causality. He quickly adjusted his breathing, stabilized his mind, and tried to resist the influence of this force. However, even for a strong warrior like him, it felt somewhat difficult, not to mention the other ninjas with slightly weaker abilities. Fengtian, you despicable guy. How dare you use such a sinister method? Luosha shouted angrily, his face showing rage and unwillingness. Fengtian, however, only sneered coldly and ignored Luosha's curses. He is well aware that in the face of absolute strength, any words are powerless. Next, I must first deal with this most troublesome guy. Fengtian's gaze was like a torch, fixed firmly on Kakashi in the distance. It was precisely because of Kakashi's presence that he had hesitated to easily use Kamui. Now, he had only one thought in mind, to eliminate this obstacle at the first opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen keenly sensed the killing intent that flashed in Fengtian's eyes, gritting his teeth and enduring the chaos in his chakra, quickly stabilizing himself for a moment. In this brief interval, he rapidly formed hand seals with both hands and executed a complex technique. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, and a massive earthen wall instantly rose before Kakashi. Like an indestructible fortress, he hoped that this giant wall could temporarily block Fengtian's deadly blow to Kakashi. However, in the face of this sudden earthen wall, Fengtian merely shook his head disdainfully, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes seemed to mock Sarutobi Hiruzen's futile efforts, as if saying, "With just this, you think you can stop me?" Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were nervously watching the earthen wall, a faint flying thunder god mark silently appeared on Kakashi's back. The mark seemed to have suddenly emerged from the void, unnoticed by anyone. But at the moment the flying thunder god mark was inscribed, Fengtian's figure had already vanished like a ghost. Immediately after, he used the flying thunder god technique to instantaneously appear behind Kakashi, drawing his long sword, which gleamed with a chilling light, and fiercely slashing down at Kakashi. This strike was as fast as lightning and as fierce as a tiger or leopard, leaving everyone present in shock. They watched helplessly as Fengtian's long sword sliced through the air, aiming for Kakashi's back, and at that moment, the fate of Konohagakure seemed to be pushed to the edge of a cliff. Chapter 103, Dissipation. Kakashi, be careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen's shout was filled with urgency as he keenly sensed Fengtian's ambush, trying to warn Kakashi at the first moment. However, Fengtian's movements were like lightning. His sword was faster and more ruthless than words. Goodbye, Kakashi. Fengtian's voice was as cold as the winter wind. Each word felt like a harbinger of death. And with his words, the long sword in his hand sliced through the air, aiming directly at Kakashi's vital point. Just at this critical moment of life and death, the space around Kakashi suddenly rippled with strange distortions, as if twisted by some mysterious force. Then, Kakashi's figure vanished like an illusion. In his place stood Uchiha Fugaku, who had activated Susanoo, towering like a mountain, blocking where Kakashi had been. Fengtian's long sword showed no hesitation and continued forward, piercing toward Uchiha Fugaku's chest. However, when Fengtian's long sword made contact with Fugaku's Susanoo, it emitted a crisp sound of breaking. Fengtian, this all should end. Fugaku's voice echoed within the chest of Susanoo, filled with majesty and power. Fengtian stared at the broken sword in his hand, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes, and then he quickly reacted, retreating several steps to create distance from Uchiha Fugaku. A shock surged through him. He never expected Uchiha Fugaku to be able to switch places with Kakashi in such a short amount of time. This ability was simply impossible to guard against. What made it even more difficult for him was that under the protection of Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku was completely unaffected by his causal power. This meant that Fugaku not only had powerful defensive capabilities, but also an elusive mobility. Such an opponent was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Is this a simplified version of Tensigen? Fengtian muttered to himself, Quickly analyzing the abilities displayed by Fugaku, he realized that the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu often had a hereditary nature, and the space transfer technique mastered by Fugaku was likely a variant or simplified version of the heavenly hand power. At this moment, Fengtian finally regarded Uchiha Fugaku as a worthy opponent to take seriously. In the previous encounters, he had suffered greatly due to insufficient intelligence about Fugaku. Now, he had to reassess this strong member of the Uchiha clan and devise a more thorough response strategy. If he were to blame anyone, it could only be the original work, which had almost zero description of him. This is indeed a bit of trouble. Fengtian snorted coldly, quickly adjusting his mindset to prepare for the upcoming battle. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not give him a chance to catch his breath. Amaterasu, Fugaku exclaimed, and Isusanu's eyes instantly transformed into pitch-black flames, two scorching rays of fire shooting towards Fengtian like the gaze of death. Fengtian's expression changed dramatically. He never expected Fugaku to decisively use such a forbidden technique as Amaterasu. It should be known that Amaterasu is one of the most powerful ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan, capable of incinerating everything. However, the side effects it brings are also quite obvious. If one does not possess the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, using Amaterasu recklessly would quickly lead to blindness. But clearly, the man before him seemed unconcerned about this. In this critical moment, Fengtian relied on his superb skills and keen intuition to quickly perform the Flying Thunder God technique. He flashed away, seemingly transforming into a bolt of lightning, barely dodging the two deadly flames. However, even though he avoided the main attack, the residual flames still scorched his clothes considerably. A burnt smell filled the air, and Fengtian could clearly feel the heat and threat coming from the flames. Damn it! Fengtian gritted his teeth and cursed. He knew he was now at an absolute disadvantage. If this continued, he would eventually be defeated by Fugaku. Just as he was pondering, countless tiny grains of sand suddenly surged beneath his feet. These grains of sand quickly wrapped around his left leg like living creatures, firmly pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, not far away, Rasha waved his hand, and the grains of sand seemed to obey his command, tightly binding Fengtian's left leg, giving him an unprecedented sense of restraint. On the other side, countless water droplets suddenly emerged on Fengtian's right leg, quickly converging into a powerful stream that tightly wrapped around his right leg, further restricting his mobility. This was the limit of what Rasha and Yagura could currently do. They successfully trapped Fengtian using their respective special abilities. At this moment, Fengtian seemed to be in a desperate situation, with every movement severely restricted. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage, along with Noki, dashed rapidly into the void, their speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they left the range of causal power. Noki was thus freed, and the chakra within him returned to its previous calm state. He swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, his movements skilled and fluid. Soon, his hands formed a triangular gesture aimed at the immobile Fengtian below. A powerful chakra fluctuation surged within him. Clearly, he was brewing a powerful ninjutsu, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Fengtian. At the same time, Kakashi and Sarutobi Hisashi also left the coverage of causal power. His left eye instantly switched to the Mangekyō Sharingan, a faint aura of divine might emanating, signifying that he was ready at any moment. Dust release, original world separation technique. With Naki's low shout, as soon as he completed the hand seals, a glowing triangular rune appeared in the palm of his hand. Immediately, a heart-pounding force erupted from it, targeting the trapped Fengtian. The triangular rune quickly expanded, transforming into a massive light curtain that enveloped Fengtian completely. Within the light curtain, the space seemed to twist, and all matter was rapidly disintegrating, even the air becoming thin. Fengtian's face turned pale. He never expected to find himself in such a dire situation. He struggled with all his might, but both the binding of the golden sand and the blockade of the flowing water were so solid that it was despairing. The light of the dust escape made him feel the threat of death even more. No, I cannot lose here, Fengtian roared, but his voice seemed so weak against the roar of the dust escape. However, at this moment of life and death, a flash of determination suddenly appeared in Fengtian's eyes. He was well aware that he could no longer escape, but even so, he had to give his all to leave a deep impression on his opponent. Power of causality, erupt for me, Fengtian roared, and the chakra within him seemed to boil. A powerful force surged from his body, soaring into the sky. However, When this force came into contact with the light of dust release, it seemed to be devoured by an invisible power, disappearing without a trace. It was then that Fengtian realized that his proud power of causality was so vulnerable before dust release. "It's over, Fengtian." The voice of Noki came from beyond the light screen, carrying a hint of barely perceptible regret. "Your ambition and strength could have become a powerful force. But unfortunately, you chose the wrong path." As Naki's words fell, the light of dust release became even more dazzling, and Fengtian's figure gradually faded within the light, ultimately turning into a wisp of green smoke, dissipating between heaven and earth. Chapter 104, The Body Humph. After taking my move, there is no possibility other than extinction. Naki's face twisted with glee as he witnessed Fengtian being devoured by his dust release. In his heart, dust release was an omnipotent force of destruction, and even a strong opponent like Fengtian was destined to vanish without a trace beneath it. Damn it! Not being able to tear apart these scum with my own hands is truly frustrating. The fourth Reikige's gaze flickered with unwillingness as he looked at Fengtian's gradually disappearing figure, a hint of regret silently creeping onto his face. However, Wei confirmed that Fengtian's presence had completely vanished from the world. A rare sense of relief flashed across his deep eyes. At this moment, both Rashi and Yagura cast grateful looks at Noki. If it weren't for Naki's intervention, Fengtian would have truly become a thorn in their hearts that was hard to remove. Everyone present wore expressions of joy, except for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi, whose expressions seemed somewhat out of place. "Kakashi, do you really think Fengtian would be eliminated so easily?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance. Kakashi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but slightly frown, and after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, seemingly waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment and continued with a tone of gravity. "Did you notice that the moment Fengtian was hit by dust release, there was not a hint of despair or struggle in his eyes? Instead, he deliberately elongated his tone as if to imprint every word deeply in Kakashi's heart. There was a sense of inexplicable relief, as if he had anticipated all of this, even looking forward to something. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's heart suddenly jolted, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He quickly replayed that moment in his mind. Fengtian indeed appeared unusually calm, starkly different from the despair one would typically struggle with. This extraordinary indifference sent a shiver down Kakashi's spine, as if some unknown secret was about to surface. Just as the two exchanged meaningful glances, subtle ripples suddenly emerged on the originally empty battlefield. The air seemed to grow heavy at that moment, as if time itself had frozen. Naki's complexion turned ashen in an instant, a sense of unprecedented crisis piercing through him like icy cold. He could clearly feel an unknown threat quietly rising from the abyss of nothingness, becoming more and more solid. No, this is absolutely impossible. How could he possibly crawl out from the abyss of death? The exclamations of Lu Osha and Shigura almost intertwined, filled with disbelief and deep shock. At this critical moment, a vague and eerie figure gradually became clear in the terrified eyes of everyone. As if stepping out of a dream, it was Fengtian, who should have been completely erased by the dust escape. He walked steadily, approaching the crowd step by step, a look of almost playful appreciation on his face, gently clapping his hands as if watching a spectacular performance. "Congratulations to all of you. Your performance is truly impressive. You have successfully captured my interest." Fengtian's voice was deep and magnetic. Each word seemed to carry immense weight, hitting straight to the heart. As a return for this gift of yours, his words suddenly turned cold, and a resolute light flashed in his eyes. "I have decided to erase you from this world with my true form." Before his voice fell, Fengtian's figure unexpectedly twisted in front of everyone, as if being devoured by the power of space. When he reappeared, he stood proudly in the high sky above the battlefield, surrounded by a chilling and terrifying aura. A faint black mist enveloped him, and an indescribable sense of oppression radiated from him, instantly lowering the atmosphere of the entire battlefield to freezing point. Complete body Susanoo. With a furious shout from Fengtian, a colossal figure suddenly manifested behind him. It was the gigantic Susanoo, clad in black armor. Its eyes were as deep as an abyss, emitting a heart-pounding light. This time, the Susanoo was even larger and more imposing than when it had just begun to invade, as if it could swallow all light and bring endless darkness. Is this really the complete form of Susanoo? How could it be so massive? The voice of Ohyuki trembled with shock. He had never seen such a gigantic Susanoo, and this power had far exceeded his imagination. A hint of seriousness flashed in the eyes of the fourth Reikage. He could clearly sense the terrifying power of this Susanoo just from the aura it inadvertently exuded. He clenched his fists tightly, and the chakra surged within him, ready to face the impending battle. Rasha and Ichwang exchanged glances, filled with an unprecedented fear. They had never imagined that Fengtian was hiding such a terrifying power, a power capable of overturning the entire battlefield and rendering all their efforts futile. Sarutobi Hisashi and Kakashi exchanged glances, reading the same message in each other's eyes. The battle had just begun, and it would be more challenging than ever before. What they could never have anticipated was that the Fengtian they had just worked together to defeat was merely a clone. At that moment, the real Fengtian hovered high in the sky, looking down on the battlefield with an almost divine posture. His voice echoed in everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable authority. You may think that with just that trivial dust release, you can completely erase me? How ridiculous! What I have shown is merely the tip of the iceberg of my power. As his words fell, the gigantic Susanoo slowly raised its arm, gathering a pitch-black energy sphere in its palm. The energy sphere seemed to contain the darkness and destruction of the entire universe, with a dense force of annihilation swirling around it, instilling despair in everyone. Next, let me show you what true despair is. A moonless night. The energy sphere suddenly launched, carrying a terrifying power that could tear through space, heading straight for Noki and the others. Faced with this sudden attack, Noki dared not be the slightest bit careless, immediately mobilizing all his strength to prepare for the strongest defensive measures. Earth release, light and heavy rock technique combined with dust release, original world separation technique. He attempted to weaken the impact of the energy sphere by altering the density of matter, and combined with the disintegration ability of dust release. He aimed to dissipate the attack into nothingness. However, at the moment the energy sphere made contact with the dust release, it did not dissipate as he had hoped. Instead, it seemed to encounter some unknown resistance, and the two forces collided violently in the air, erupting with dazzling light and a deafening roar. The fourth Reikage witnessed this and immediately joined the battle, transforming into a bolt of lightning in an attempt to launch a surprise attack on Fengtian from the side, using lightning release to distract him. But Fengtian appeared to have anticipated everything. The other arm of Susanoo waved gently, and an invisible shockwave met the fourth Reikage, causing both forces to clash in the air, igniting layers of electric sparks, with no clear victor in sight. Rasha and Yatsukura, seeing this, knew that fighting alone was not an option against Fengtian. The two quickly exchanged glances and decided to team up to perform a forbidden technique. Rasha formed hand seals, and the sand on the ground seemed to come to life, surging to form a giant sand hand that reached out to grab Fengtian. Meanwhile, Yatsukura chanted incantations, and the surrounding water vapor rapidly condensed into a cold curtain of water, attempting to block Fengtian's retreat. However, facing the combined might of these two shadow-level powerhouses, Fengtian merely curled his lips into a cold smile. Susanoo let out a low roar, its black aura growing denser, as if it were about to devour everything. Your efforts are in vain. Tremble. Despair. Everything will ultimately return to dust. Chapter 105. Opportunity underneath Konoha village. Here is. What place is this? Wave Wind Minato slowly opened his eyes, and the sight before him made his heart sink. He, along with Kira and a group of elite ninjas, is currently trapped in a cold and sturdy cage. The walls around them seem to exude a chilling aura that presses against the heart. The guards standing outside the cage are none other than the bizarre and grotesque White Zetsu. They emit a strange aura that sends shivers down one's spine. The White Zetsu stare expressionlessly at the people inside the cage, gripping their weapons tightly and remaining on high alert. Minato struggles to recall the moments before he fainted. That memory is shrouded in fog, unclear and vague. He only remembers that during the fierce battle with Fengtian, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him like a tide, dragging him into endless darkness. That feeling was like experiencing a long and boundless dream across time and space. When he finally struggles awake from the edge of that dream, he finds himself in this dim dungeon, surrounded by everything both unfamiliar and oppressive, which sends a chill through him. Instinctively, Minato tries to mobilize the chakra within him, intending to use ninjutsu to escape this predicament. However, no matter how hard he tries, he cannot feel a trace of chakra flowing. He suddenly understood in his heart that the source of all this was likely the shocking sealing talisman on his abdomen. That bright red talisman was like a greedy magical eye, tightly affixed to his skin, not only completely sealing off his chakra, but seemingly silently draining every bit of power from within him. Minato's brow furrowed into a peak. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart like a tide. At that moment, Killer Bee's calm, yet slightly teasing voice, timely, sounded in Minato's ear. "Hey, you're awake? But you might as well not waste your energy." Killer Bee continued, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "Those guys from the Twilight Organization must have invested heavily to prevent us from escaping, setting up ruthless measures that can seal chakra. Moreover, the situation is even worse." Killer Bee sighed. "I can't even perform significant physical techniques, let alone you. Plus, there's so many monsters guarding outside. We truly can't fly even with wings." "Can't fly even with wings?" Minato's voice was deep and firm as he looked at Killer Bee, his eyes shining with an indomitable light. In the world of ninjas, the word give up has never existed. As long as we are alive, there's always hope. Hearing this, Killer Bee's mouth curled into a smile. Despite being in a difficult situation, his optimistic spirit remained unchanged. "Well, that's true, Lord Minato. Which one of us has not crawled out of a desperate situation? This time will be no exception." At this moment, the other elite ninjas in the cage also began to awaken, looking at Minato and Killer Bee with the same determination in their eyes. "What exactly are these monsters? I've never even heard of them before." Minato pointed to the white Zetsu guarding them outside the cage and asked again, his tone filled with confusion and vigilance. However, Killer Bee just shook his head slightly, his brow furrowed. "I don't know what these monsters really are either," he said in a deep voice, his eyes also revealing a hint of confusion and unease. "Lord Hokage, what should we do?" a ninja asked. Namake's Minato took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, and his gaze swept over each person in the cage with determination and composure. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, we must remain calm. The most important thing right now is to analyze the current situation. Our chakra is sealed, and our taijutsu is also somewhat restricted, which means we cannot force our way out. Therefore, we must wait for a suitable opportunity." There was an undeniable resolution in Minato's tone, an opportunity that will allow us to restore our chakra, or at least find a breakthrough. Just as Minato was quietly discussing with the others, trying to find a possible way out, a low and indistinct conversation suddenly came from outside the cage. The white Zetsu guards seemed to be receiving new orders, and their conversation revealed a strange tension and anticipation. This sudden change made Minato's heart skip a beat. He immediately signaled for everyone to quiet down and listen carefully to the commotion outside. Perhaps this was the opportunity they had been waiting for. "Have you heard? That plan is nearing completion, and they will soon awaken it." "Really? Then, how should we deal with these subjects? Should we eliminate them directly?" "No. The adults have instructed that they must be kept alive." Minato's heart sank. He realized he was caught up in a conspiracy far beyond his imagination. The mention of it gave him an ominous premonition, as if a powerful presence was about to awaken, posing a threat to the entire ninja world. "We must find a way to escape as soon as possible and bring the information back to the village," Minato said in a low voice to his companions in the cage. His eyes revealed determination and urgency. Fully aware of the importance of this intelligence to the Hidden Leaf Village, the others nodded slightly at his words, but their faces were filled with helplessness. At the moment, apart from waiting and observing for possible opportunities, they truly had no other options. An opportunity? A faint yet resolute voice suddenly echoed from the corner of the cage, like a flash of lightning breaking through the oppressive air. Though the voice was small, it contained an undeniable power that shocked everyone present. Minato quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a young boy curled up in a corner of the cage. He wore a pair of thick glasses, and the eyes behind the lenses sparkled with wisdom. A faint smile lingered on the boy's face as he quietly gazed at himself, as if he were fully prepared. Though the boy's words were light, they struck like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples upon ripples. "Perhaps I have a way." Chapter 106, Success. Opportunity? The sharp-eyed Minato looked intently at the figure before him, his gaze shining with anticipation. "This friend, who are you?" Minato asked politely, while secretly guessing the other's identity. The figure did not rush to respond, but calmly brushed off the dust from his clothes and spoke in a gentle, deep voice. "My name is Toby, and I am Lord Orochimaru's assistant." He paused for a moment, as if considering his words. "At the same time, I'm also a pharmacist." The pharmacist's name echoed in his mind, and he felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. A glimmer of thought flashed in his eyes as he tried to search through the ocean of memories for fragments related to this name. He remembered that Orochimaru was once a rogue ninja of Konoha, and Kabuto, as his assistant, was undoubtedly involved in that turmoil. But at this moment, Kabuto's appearance seemed to carry an unusual significance. "Kabuto, what exactly do you mean by opportunity?" Minato's gaze was sharp, closely watching Kabuto, trying to catch a subtle clue in his eyes. Kabuto smiled gently, his smile revealing both cunning wisdom and an indescribable sincerity. "Lord Minato, you should still remember Lord Orochimaru's groundbreaking research, right?" Upon hearing this, Minato's heart trembled slightly. Orochimaru, the genius who had made the entire Konoha and even the ninja world take notice, indeed stirred up a considerable uproar with his research. Kabuto continued. He had unique and profound insights into the mysteries of the human body, the essence of chakra, and the essence of sealing techniques. As his capable assistant, I naturally absorbed a lot of precious knowledge. Minato felt a stir in his heart. Orochimaru's research had indeed shaken Konoha and the entire ninja world, and Kabuto, as his assistant, undoubtedly possessed many core secrets. "Are you saying that you have a way to lift the sealing spells on us?" Minato's voice couldn't hide a hint of excitement, but it was quickly extinguished by Kabuto's next words. Kabuto shook his head gently, a trace of helplessness flashing across his face. "This sealing spell, under normal circumstances, I might be able to break it easily. But now, due to the chakra being sealed, I am powerless." Minato's heart sank, but Kabuto changed his tone. "However, not long ago, I successfully developed a new type of potion. This potion can rapidly restore chakra, and even allow a person without chakra to generate a small amount of chakra." Minato's eyes lit up, but Kabuto's next statement plunged him into contemplation. "However, this potion is still in the experimental stage and has not undergone human trials. Therefore, its side effects are unknown. Whether to take it is entirely up to you." As he spoke, Kabuto slowly took out a bottle of green potion from his waist, which shimmered with an eerie glow in the dim prison. Minato gazed at the bottle of potion, feeling a mix of emotions. This potion was something he had just prepared, and when Fengtian suddenly burst in, he hurriedly hid it at his waist. Such a small action was, of course, completely ignored by the extremely confident Fengtian. Little did he expect that this very potion would bring hope to everyone. Minato stared at the green potion in Kabuto's hand, complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He was well aware that any untested potion could pose unknown risks, but at this moment, they were in a desperate situation, and they could not afford to miss any glimmer of hope. "Do, are you sure this potion can help us restore our chakra?" The voice of Minato Namikaze carried a hint of unmistakable caution, his gaze firmly fixed on Do's face. Do nodded gently, his eyes shining with undeniable determination. "Although this is only the result of preliminary tests, based on my precise calculations and observations, it can at least temporarily restore the chakra sealed within you for a short period of time. Of course, regarding side effects, I currently cannot provide a definite answer. This is also one of the reasons it has not yet undergone human testing." Upon hearing this, Minato took a deep breath, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone in the cage. Their eyes were filled with a longing for freedom and a trust in Du, which tilted his internal scale even more. "Du, I am willing to try this potion." Namikaze Minato's voice was firm and powerful, as if he was already prepared to face all unknown challenges. "For the village, for everyone, I am willing to take this risk. If we succeed, we will have a chance to escape from here and expose the conspiracy of the Twilight Organization." Upon hearing this, Du smiled slightly and handed the potion to Minato. He knew very well that the decision made at this moment not only concerned the life and death of Watergate alone, but also the fate of everyone in the entire cage. Without hesitation, Watergate took the potion and drank it all at once. At that moment, he seemed to clearly feel the potion rapidly spreading within him, a warm and powerful force gradually awakening his long-sealed chakra. As the chakra gradually recovered, Watergate felt his strength returning bit by bit. He took a deep breath, gathering the recently restored chakra, ready to lift the sealing spell on him in one go. However, at this critical moment, he suddenly felt an unprecedented and intense backlash. The force of the backlash was so fierce that it shocked Minato, forcing him to stop immediately, and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. The chakra surged violently within him, yet it felt as if it were tightly bound by an invisible shackle, unable to flow smoothly. Minato gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he endured the discomfort within his body, trying to find the root of the problem. Seeing this, Kabuto's expression also became unusually grave. He quickly rushed to Minato's side, one hand firmly resting on his shoulder while the other gently pressed against his chest, trying to use his own strength to help stabilize the chaotic flow of chakra within Minato. "What's going on?" Minato asked with difficulty, his voice filled with confusion and anxiety. Do immediately did not answer, but focused even more on guiding the chakra within Minato, trying to find a solution. "Lord Minato, calm down. It could be a conflict between the potion and the sealing technique." Do's voice was deep and powerful, trying to soothe Minato's emotions. Minato took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He understood that in this life-and-death moment, even a slight panic could lead to irreparable consequences. He closed his eyes, feeling the chakra within him that was weak but gradually recovering. After confirming that the chakra began to flow, Minato, despite the intense backlash within his body, slowly and firmly began to form hand seals with both hands. Each seal condensed all his will and strength, as if he were silently grappling with the invisible restraints. At the same time, the others in the cage also quickly took action. They moved their bodies in tacit cooperation, using their own forms to create a temporary barrier for Shinobi, blocking the line of sight of those guarding Baiju, buying precious time for Shinobi. Time passed by second, and the air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Shinobi's face twisted in extreme pain, but his gaze was exceptionally determined. He gritted his teeth and held on, refusing to fall. Finally, at the moment the last hand seal was completed, Shinobi slammed his right hand against his abdomen. With a faint puff of smoke, the blood-red sealing symbol began to slowly dissipate, as if it were erased by an invisible force, ultimately vanishing completely from Shinobi's body. It was a success. Chapter 107, Reinforcements. Konoha Village. "Now, it should be a bit quieter for a while, right?" Fengtian's emotionless voice echoed within the colossal Susanoo, as if even the air had frozen. In front of him, the once prosperous Hidden Leaf Village is now a wasteland, its ruins telling the tale of the fierce battle that just occurred. The recent attack nearly destroyed the entire village, and if it weren't for the 5 Kage invoking the 4 Crimson Suns formation at a critical moment, it is likely that within a 10-mile radius, both the defending warriors and the civilians who had already entered the shelters would have faced certain doom. Bang! A loud noise shattered the brief silence as a massive rock was suddenly pushed aside, and the 4th Reikage, appeared before Fengtian like an angry thunder. His body was covered in the scars of battle, but his eyes still sparkled with an indomitable light. Following him, Yuki, Yagura, Rasha, and Sarutobi Hisashi also stumbled out from the ruins. They were ragged, their faces covered in dirt and scars, but their gazes were exceptionally resolute. The 5 shadows stood together, shoulder to shoulder, forming the last line of defense for the Hidden Leaf Village, as well as the unwavering wall of belief in their hearts. H10, your ambition has caused this land to endure too much pain. The voice of the 4th Reikage, trembled the air like thunder, filled with both anger and defiance. This is not a place you can easily trample on. H10 curled his lips into a cold smile, the enormous figure of Susanoo casting an endless shadow behind him. "You think that with this broken alliance of the 5 Kage, you can stop my steps? How laughable." Noki, the 3rd Tsukuyomi, had a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. "Young man, power is not everything. True strength comes from protection and sacrifice. Look around. Beneath this ruin lie countless homes and hopes. What you have destroyed is not just buildings, but the hearts of countless people." The Mizukage Yagura, with a cold expression but resolute demeanor, stated, "The ocean has taught me depth and vastness, and also persistence and resilience. The waters of the leaf, even when polluted, will find the direction of the clear stream. Your darkness cannot swallow all light." The wind shadow, Rashi, had sand swirling gently around him, as if whispering, "The wind is always free unbound. Though your power is strong, your heart is trapped by desire." I, Rashi, as the protector of the Sand Village, vowed to dispel this gloom. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, held a will as solid as rock, his gaze penetrating the vicissitudes of time. "I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage. I have witnessed the glory of the leaf and experienced its lows. But no matter when, the spirit of the leaf has never extinguished. Today, let us elders protect the future of the next generation." The 5 shadows stood side by side, their figures elongated in the sunset's afterglow, appearing particularly tragic and noble. Although the hidden leaf village was now a ruin, the air was filled with an indomitable spirit, the resilience and hope belonging to the leaf and the will of fire. H10's gaze suddenly became grave, sensing an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the entire world was against him at this moment. The hands of Susanoo clenched into fists, the immense power causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if even the air was being compressed by this force. Very well, since you insist so much, then let me personally end all of this. H10's voice echoed within Susanoo, carrying an undeniable determination. Before his words fell, he activated Susanoo again, preparing to launch an even fiercer attack. However, at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. Countless wildly growing branches suddenly surged beneath Susanoo, rapidly spreading like living creatures, tightly binding the massive Susanoo. These branches seemed to contain powerful life force, continuously squeezing and entangling, trying to restrict Susanoo's movement. At the same time, Danzo appeared quietly on the battlefield, accompanied by a group of masked Umbu ninjas. As soon as they appeared, they quickly formed seals, preparing to cast the sealing technique. One by one, seals shimmering with mysterious light rapidly coalesced and took shape, then shot towards the Susanoo bound by branches like a meteor shower. The moment these seals made contact with the Susanoo, they erupted with intense light, as if to completely seal away this powerful force. Fengtian's expression instantly turned extremely ugly as he felt the strong binding force from the sealing technique, which was continuously eroding the power of the Susanoo. Seeing this, the 5 Kage collectively took a breath. The power used to protect the civilians had finally returned to the battlefield. Moreover, beneath the feet of the 5 Kage, dozens of healing slugs suddenly emerged from the ground, slowly crawling onto the shoulders of the Kage. They then began to emit a healing light, treating the wounds of these exhausted leaders and restoring their depleted energy. Ladies and gentlemen, please rest for a moment. A firm yet gentle voice rang out. It was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. She stood behind the 5 Kage, her eyes revealing an unwavering determination. Konoha will be protected by us. The 5 Kage felt Tsunade's resolve and the healing from the slugs, a wave of relief swelling in their hearts. They knew that with Tsunade's arrival, the scales of victory in this battle had tilted a few degrees in their favor. At the same time, Tsunade began to rapidly form hand seals, and the red dot on her forehead extended into several black lines, a sign of the release of the creation rebirth technique. As the seal was lifted, Tsunade felt every cell in her body surging with unprecedented power, making her feel as if she were invincible. Immediately, she turned her gaze to the bound Susanoo, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. The Susanoo, tightly bound by branches, began to struggle violently, but the branches seemed to have a life of their own, tightening their grip without wavering. Fengtian's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Danzo and Tsunade to appear at this moment, nor did he anticipate her to intervene in such a powerful manner. Danzo, how dare you betray me? Fengtian's roar penetrated the armor of Susanoo, echoing across the battlefield. However, Danzo merely looked at him coldly, offering no response. The dark ninjas beside him continued to focus on maintaining the sealing technique. The light of the talismans flickering on the surface of Susanoo, gradually eroding its power. The 5 Kage felt slightly relieved upon seeing this, but they knew the battle was far from over. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, clearly suppressing the injuries within him, yet he still looked firmly at Tsunade, giving her a gentle nod of encouragement. Tsunade understood, knowing that every moment was crucial at this point, and she had to give it her all. She took a deep breath, her gaze sharp as she looked at the Susanoo bound by branches and sealing talismans. Then, Tsunade clenched her fists, her figure suddenly pushing off the ground, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. In midair, her figure traced a perfect arc, heading straight for the bound Susanoo. Tsunade's speed was almost dazzling, her target aimed directly at the core of Susanoo, the true form of F10. Go to hell, Tsunade shouted, her voice filled with endless anger and determination. At that moment, her fist seemed to gather the immense power of heaven and earth, roaring through the wind as it slammed fiercely into Susanoo's chest. The force of this strike was so great that even the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. Tsunade's fist collided with Susanoo's chest, producing a deafening roar. Chapter 108, where here Tsunade's punch gathered all her strength, and when this force solidly struck F10's Susanoo, the entire battlefield seemed to tremble. The massive body of Susanoo slightly quivered under the tremendous impact, followed by numerous cracks rapidly spreading across its surface like a spider web. As time passed, these cracks grew longer and more pronounced, signaling that Susanu's defenses were gradually collapsing. Upon seeing this, F10's face, which had always been as cold as frost, finally showed an unprecedented seriousness. He knew very well that if this continued, Susanu would likely not withstand Tsunade's next strike. Therefore, he had to take action to turn the tide of battle, reversing cause and effect. With a roar of fury, his eyes seemed to transform into endless whirlpools at that moment, unleashing a powerful force of causality. This power, like invisible chains, instantly shattered the wood release used by Danzo to bind him, the sealing tags of the Umbu ninjas, and Tsunade's attacks. Tsunade steadied herself, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a resolute fighting spirit. Not bad, but that's far from enough. Tsunade hissed, her hands quickly forming seals as chakra surged violently within her. Creation rebirth. Mitotic regeneration. In an instant, Tsunade's body was enveloped in a faint green light, her wounds healing at a visible speed, as if her life force were endless. She charged towards Fengtian once more. This time not only her strength, but also her speed and agility had reached a whole new level. Seeing this, Fengtian curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. He did not rush to counterattack, but slowly raised his hands, closing his eyes and concentrating as if communicating with some mysterious power. Retreat. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, an indescribable repulsive force erupted centered on Fengtian, deflecting Tsunade's attack at the moment of contact, sending her flying back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. However, Tsunade did not give up. She struggled to stand up, blood at the corner of her mouth. Yet her gaze was even more determined. I will never fall here. On the other side, Danzo and the Umbu ninjas, freed from their bindings by reversing cause and effect, seized the opportunity to unleash various ninjutsu and hidden weapons like a rainstorm towards Fengtian. But Fengtian merely smiled lightly. Susanu gathered again, the cracks rapidly mending as if it had never been harmed, blocking all attacks one by one. Such a boring struggle, Fengtian said indifferently, his gaze suddenly locking onto Danzo, who was attempting to gather chakra for a ranged attack in the distance. Next, it's your turn. Fengtian's voice was cold as ice, carrying an undeniable killing intent. As his words fell, Susanu suddenly took a step forward, the weight of that step shaking the entire ground. That massive black hand came crashing down on Danzo like a mountain, bearing the power to obliterate everything. Danzo was taken aback. He did not expect Fengtian's attack to be so swift and deadly. In this critical moment, he quickly got up and, at an extremely bizarre and elusive angle, narrowly dodged the giant hand that could have turned him into mush. However, Fengtian clearly had no intention of letting Danzo off so easily. The judgment blade in his hand gleamed with a cold light, as if it could sever everything in the world. With a swing of his arm, a black sword aura filled with the breath of destruction tore through the sky, swift as a meteor, aiming directly for Danzo's head. Danzo was greatly shocked. He knew the power of this strike all too well. In a hurry, he quickly formed hand seals, tried to summon some kind of defense. However, the speed of Fengtian's attack was too fast, and he barely had time to complete his defense. Just then, miraculously, countless branches suddenly surged from beneath Danzo's feet, growing wildly and quickly becoming a few towering giant trees. These giant trees acted as a natural barrier, blocking Fengtian's black sword aura. The sword aura left a deep mark on the giant trees, but ultimately failed to penetrate through. Just as Fengtian was about to continue his attack, Tsunade had regained her state and directly punched Fengtian's Susanu. Fengtian's Susanu was again struck heavily by Tsunade. This time, its massive body trembled slightly, as if it too felt the anger and indomitable spirit contained in Tsunade's punch. Cracks began to spread across the surface of the Susanu once more, but this time, they spread faster and wider, as if signaling that this fortress built of chakra was on the verge of collapse. Fengtian's expression grew even darker. He hadn't expected Tsunade to pose such a significant threat to him twice in a row. He let out a cold snort, gripping the blade of judgment tightly, and a more powerful wave of causal force surged from his body, instantly repairing the cracks on Susanu as if it had never been harmed. Tsunade, you are indeed strong. But with just this, it's not enough to defeat me. Fengtian's voice was icy and firm, filled with confidence and disdain. Tsunade did not respond. She simply gathered her strength again, preparing to launch her next attack. She knew well that the battle with Fengtian had reached a fever pitch, And every moment was crucial. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The Umbu ninjas, who had been ignored by Fengtian, quickly launched a counterattack. Taking advantage of the time gained by Danzo, they launched a fierce attack on Fengtian from all directions using their respective skilled ninjutsu and hidden weapons. Although Fengtian was strong, he had to divert his attention to cope with such a dense offensive. He swung the blade of judgment, cutting through attacks into nothingness. But some ninjutsu and hidden weapons still broke through his defenses, leaving behind scars on his body. However, these scars seemed to be just trivial surface wounds to Fengtian. He let out a cold laugh and swung the blade of judgment again, unleashing a more powerful sword aura that forced the surrounding dark ninjas back. Insects, your attacks are nothing more than a tickle to me. Fengtian's words were filled with mockery and disdain for the leaf ninjas, and his gaze revealed a domineering arrogance that looked down upon the world. However, at that moment, Tsunade keenly caught the instant Fengtian was distracted. She knew this was the perfect opportunity to launch an offensive. Like a bolt of lightning, she charged toward Fengtian, her speed almost dazzling. Tsunade's hands quickly gathered powerful chakra, her eyes filled with determination and anger. She understood that this strike would be the key to determining the outcome. Therefore, she unleashed all her power without reservation, preparing to deliver the final blow. At the same time, the ground began to tremble slightly, as if countless iron horses were galloping by. This tremor not only surprised the Leaf Village ninjas, but also stirred a sense of unease in Fengtian's heart. Then, a sharp voice broke through the sky, like the dawn's light, bringing a glimmer of hope to those engaged in battle. The voice was filled with strength and determination, as if heralding the arrival of new power to the battlefield. We are here. Chapter 109, The Ninja Alliance. We are here. A new force suddenly surged onto the battlefield. This power came from elite ninjas of other villages who sensed the crisis and rushed to provide support. In that moment, Tsunade felt the arrival of her comrades. A wave of warmth surging in her heart. She knew this was not just her battle, but the battle of the entire Leaf Village. She turned to look back and saw a group of ninjas approaching with astonishing speed, their faces filled with resolve and courage. Fengtian's expression darkened further. He hadn't expected the Leaf Village's reinforcements to arrive so quickly. He felt pressure coming from all directions, making it impossible for him to respond as calmly as before. What does it matter if you come? In the face of my power, everything is just futile. Although Fengtian said this, a hint of panic was revealed in his eyes. Tsunade ignored Fengtian's provocation, took a deep breath, and gathered her strength again. This time, she was not only fighting for herself, but also for the honor of Konoha and the trust of her comrades. Twilight, your doomsday has arrived. This shout came from an indomitable force within the ninja allied forces, the team leader of the Mist Village, Ching. His voice, like the first ray of dawn before daybreak, pierced through the darkness and ignited a spark of hope in the hearts of the Konoha ninja still battling fiercely. Just at that moment, at the other end of the battlefield, a figure stood firmly amidst the chaos, like a divine warrior descended from the heavens. And its presence seemed to be the stabilizing force in the tumultuous sea, instantly steadying the wavering confidence of all the soldiers. He is the legendary ninja known as the demigod, Hanzo the Salamander. Hanzo's movements are swift and powerful, his hands flying through hand seals like flowing clouds and flowing water. And then he suddenly slams his palm onto the ground, as if to deeply imprint his will on this war-torn land. Summoning technique. Accompanied by his deafening roar, the earth trembles, dust rises, and a colossal creature breaks through the earth. It is Hanzo's summoned beast, the salamander, its massive body towering like a giant from ancient times, exuding an air of invincibility and power, instantly becoming the focal point of the battlefield. Hanzo stands majestically atop the salamander, looking down with a condescending posture at the somewhat disheveled Danzo, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You're quite slow to arrive. Danzo, feeling Hanzo's gaze, spoke up irritably. Just then, the hundreds of ninja coalition forces moved. At the forefront were the warriors of the Hidden Cloud Village, led by an elite Jonin, all members synchronizing perfectly as their hands flew through seals at a breathtaking speed. Lightning release, lightning pillar. With a unified command, in an instant, countless dazzling bolts of lightning burst forth like furious dragons emerging from the sea, illuminating the battlefield as bright as day. In the midst of this sea of lightning, even with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, a peerless eye, Fuding seemed to be engulfed by the endless brilliance, his vision hindered like never before. Soon after, the ninjas of the hidden mist village silently ascended the battlefield like ghosts, seamlessly connecting with the offensive of the hidden cloud ninjas. They quickly and skillfully formed seals, as if each movement had been practiced thousands of times, perfectly in sync. In an instant, a thick fog surged in from all directions, enveloping the battlefield completely, as if the entire world had been swallowed into endless chaos. This was undoubtedly a further blow to Fengtian, whose vision was already obstructed, making his situation even more difficult. Faced with this sudden change, Fengtian furrowed his brows, but did not show any signs of panic. He took a deep breath, gathering all his strength, and suddenly swung the judgment blade in his hand. Accompanied by a howling wind, a powerful whirlwind swept out from between the blade's edges, attempting to tear a rift in the vast sea of fog. However, although this whirlwind was fierce, it seemed powerless in the face of the countless jutsu unleashed by the ninjas of the hidden mist village. The thick fog was disturbed, but continued to shroud the battlefield like a heavy curtain, leaving Fengtian's vision still unclear. Just as the thick fog spread and the situation became confusing, the ninjas of the hidden sand village suddenly joined the battlefield like a storm in the desert. Like the other allied forces, they swiftly performed hand seals as if their hands were butterflies fluttering, and then pushed their hands forward, shouting, "Wind release, airflow dance." In that moment, it seemed as if countless wind spirits were dancing gracefully on the battlefield, with streams of air intertwining and wrapping around, creating a feast for the eyes and senses. For Fengtian, these air currents were not just visual obstacles. They were like invisible walls, constantly interfering with his ability to sense the movements of the Ninja Alliance. The air currents raged around Fengtian, sometimes slicing through the air like blades, and at other times swirling around him like a vortex. In this chaos, Fengtian's senses were greatly diminished. He struggled to widen his eyes, trying to capture a glimmer of useful information from the turmoil, but everything seemed so difficult. Just then, the people from Mangekyō stepped forward. They quickly formed hand seals and then struck the ground. Earth release, great earthquake, accompanied by a rumble. The ground beneath Fengtian seemed to be devoured by a giant beast, suddenly collapsing, and the massive body of the complete Susanoo was instantly swallowed underground. Fengtian was taken aback and hurriedly summoned all his strength, trying to flap those enormous wings to break free from this sudden restraint. However, just as he was about to break through the surface, another squad from Mangekyō was already waiting at the cave entrance like hunting falcons. Their eyes shimmered with a cold light. The team members quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Dissolution release, lime condensation technique," before the words had fully left their mouths. A thick layer of lime rapidly formed above the cave entrance, like a chasm separating Fengtian from freedom. This layer of lime was not only as hard as iron, but also emitted a pungent odor, as if it were nature's most primitive defense, sealing Fengtian tightly within this small space. Fengtian's face twisted with anger and suffocation as he struggled with all his might. However, the massive body of the complete body Susanoo appeared clumsy and powerless under this sudden series of attacks. Even worse, at this moment, led by Qing, the people from the mist-hidden village had also arrived at the cave entrance. They did not hesitate and directly unleashed the water release, water bullet technique. Countless streams of clear and powerful water shot towards the cave entrance like arrows, intertwining with a solid layer of lime, forming an even stronger binding. The mixture of water and lime seemed to become a natural prison, firmly trapping Fengtian inside, rendering him unable to move. At the same time, the people of Konoha, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived at the entrance of the cave. Sarutobi's face was filled with compassion, just as it had been when he first fought against Fengtian. After a brief silence, Sarutobi took a deep breath and began to slowly form hand seals. Under his leadership, the ninjas of Konoha, especially the members of the Uchiha clan, unleashed powerful fire release techniques. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to ignite as countless fireballs and fire dragons intertwined, creating a raging sea of flames. The flames danced like a giant dragon, voraciously consuming everything around them. The intense heat seemed capable of melting all the hard ice in the world, and even the sturdy lime prison began to show cracks under the scorching fire. Fengtian, trapped within, could feel the heat waves and pressure coming from all directions, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku also arrived at the entrance of the cave. His face showed no signs of emotion as he unleashed the Amaterasu, capable of incinerating everything. The blazing black flames, like a judgment from hell, intertwined with the fire release ninjutsu below, transforming the space where Fengtian was into a scorching furnace. The flames not only scorched his complete body, Susanoo, but also threatened the safety of his true form through the gaps. It's over. In the end, with a sigh from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fengtian, along with Susanoo, completely vanished within the cave. Chapter 110, Sage Art, would release, True Thousand Hands. Did it succeed? Danzo's voice echoed at the cave's entrance, carrying a hint of barely perceptible tremor. His gaze pierced through the opening, staring down at the deep pit below that seemed to swallow everything. Inside the pit, the remaining flames had already extinguished, with only Uchiha Fugaku's unique Amaterasu black flames still burning fiercely, their eerie and persistent glow appearing particularly dazzling in the darkness. The high temperature roared like an invisible beast, capable of instantly devouring any existence that dared to approach. Danzo was well aware of this. So even though the pit was silent, he still found it hard to relax. He turned to look at Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing nearby, and in his deep eyes, a complex emotion of expectation and anxiety intertwined. Fugaku, you're also someone who can control Susanoo. Danzo's words carried a hint of probing and inquiry. In the face of such terrifying high temperatures, what do you think that guy would do? Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing this, did not answer immediately. He squinted slightly, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Fugaku finally spoke, his voice carrying a sense of helplessness and reverence. If it were me, with my half-finished Susanoo, I would definitely be unable to withstand such a fierce attack. The intertwining of high temperatures and flames would be difficult for even me to resist. He paused slightly, as if weighing his next words, and then continued, but that guy Fengtian, what he controls is a complete Susanoo. Its defense level is on a completely different scale compared to my half-finished Susanoo. So I don't dare to rashly speculate about his fate. After listening to Uchiha Fugaku's response, Danzo's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze still fixed on the massive pit below, as if he wanted to penetrate the layers of rock and flames to glimpse Fengtian's true fate. He knew very well that Fengtian was an extremely difficult opponent, and even in the face of such a powerful attack, one must never let down their guard. Fugaku, we cannot just wait here. After pondering for a moment, Danzo said decisively, we must go down and check on his situation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. He also understood that only by personally confirming Fengtian's life or death could he be completely at ease. The two exchanged a glance, and without needing to say much, they tacitly made a decision. They flashed their figures like two light shadows, leaping gracefully and landing steadily into the giant pit below. Their movements were agile and precise, maintaining a high level of alertness and stability even in this perilous environment. Inside the giant pit, a scene of devastation unfolded before their eyes. The surroundings were charred black from the intense heat, as if the rocks and soil had been licked by flames, becoming fragile and crisp. The air was filled with a pungent burnt smell, a unique scent created by the intertwining of fire, rocks, and soil. The black flame of the sun still burned fiercely, like an unquenchable eye of a demon, watching everything below. Its flames were strange and powerful, as if capable of devouring everything, making even the air tremble before it. Danzo and Fugaku Uchiha cautiously approached the black flames, carefully observing their surroundings. They found that although the power of the black flames was still strong, it seemed to show no signs of continuing to spread. It seems that guy's Susanoo truly has incredible defense, Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. Otherwise, in this high temperature, it would have long turned to ashes. Danzo nodded, his expression still serious. He knew very well that even if Fengtian Susanoo could withstand this high temperature, he himself would definitely not come out unscathed. We must find his whereabouts, Danzo said in a deep voice. Otherwise, if he recovers, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two began to carefully search the giant pit. They cautiously circled around the black flames, examining every possible corner closely. But just at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. In the void above, Fengtian's voice was as cold as ice, penetrating every corner of the giant pit, causing everyone present to feel an indescribable fear. His voice carried both recognition of the strength of the crowd and a hint of aloof indifference. Very good. Fengtian's voice echoed in the void. Originally, I intended to reserve this move for them, but looking at it now, there's no need. As Fengtian's words fell, The entire world seemed to tremble. A completely dark, fully realized Susanoo suddenly appeared in the void, like a giant beast awakening from the abyss. Its massive and majestic form, with eyes radiating the power to annihilate everything, exuded a force that transcended the mundane, instilling a sense of awe. In the hands of the fully realized Susanoo, it tightly gripped the legendary Judgment Blade. The blade glimmered with a chilling light, like the scythe of death, emanating an oppressive feeling that was suffocating. Its existence seemed to be solely for reaping lives and judging all evil. How is it possible? How could you be unscathed? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was filled with shock and disbelief. He stood below, looking up at the invincible Fengtian in the void, his heart surging with an indescribable shock. The entire ninja alliance had just launched a fierce attack against Fengtian, yet the scene before them rendered all their efforts into nothingness. Fengtian, like a war god, remained unscathed amidst the onslaught, far exceeding everyone's expectations. Fengtian coldly glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He did not answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, but merely expressed his contempt and disdain with his eyes. However, beneath this proud exterior, a drop of blood quietly flowed from the right eye of Fengtian. This drop of blood was so inconspicuous that no one present noticed its existence. Yet, for Fengtian, this was the first side effect he experienced after acquiring the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. To alter the recent causality, Fengtian expended a terrifying amount of ocular power. This force nearly pushed him to his limits, subjecting his right eye to unprecedented pressure. Nevertheless, even so, he successfully turned the tide of battle. However, at this moment, it was not very important, because at this moment, Fengtian decided not to hide any longer. He must capture all the tailed beasts as soon as they arrived. Fengtian's movements were sudden and swift, and with a clap of his hands, an unprecedented chakra storm surged around him, as if it were going to engulf the entire world. The power of this force was so immense that everyone present felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Everyone be careful. That guy Fengtian is about to make his move. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out among the crowd, carrying a hint of unmistakable tension. He was well aware of the strength of Fengtian and understood what this moment meant. In the giant pit, Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's warning and immediately reacted, their figures flashing as they quickly left the giant pit. They understood that the upcoming battle would be extraordinarily intense, and they had to remain in their best fighting condition. Would release true Thousand Hands. Fengtian's voice was deep and powerful, as if it contained endless strength. As his roar echoed, it seemed that heaven and earth responded to his call, awakening an ancient and magnificent natural power within him. This power quickly gathered in Fengtian's palm, merging with his will. At that moment, Fengtian's body seemed to establish a wondrous connection with the earth, the forest, and all the plants in the world. He became the embodiment of the will of nature. Immediately afterward, a gigantic wooden Buddha statue rose from the ground in the terrified gazes of the crowd. This Buddha statue had thousands of sturdy arms, each reaching into the sky like towering trees, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Compared to Fengtian's complete body, Susanoo, the size of this wooden Buddha statue was on an entirely different level. It seemed like the most magnificent building in the world, making everyone feel their own insignificance. Then, Fengtian's voice echoed in the void, carrying a hint of coldness and determination. The real battle begins. Chapter 111. Susanoo and the Great Buddha. How is this possible? This is a ninjutsu that only the first Hokage can use. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled slightly, and a flicker of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, as if he had returned to the era of the first Hokage. However, reality suddenly pulled him back from his pleasant memories. Monkey, what are you dazed about? Danzo's voice exploded in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear, waking him from his stupor. Danzo knew very well that the situation was critical and allowed for no distraction. However, Fengtian's attack had already descended mercilessly. He manipulated the gigantic statue of the thousand-handed Buddha, extending countless arms like towering trees, wielding destructive power as it smashed towards the allied shinobi forces. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone felt the threat of death. They struggled with all their might to evade, but in front of the enormous statue, their efforts seemed so small and powerless. Quick, get away! Sarutobi Sasuke finally came to his senses and shouted loudly, trying to command the allied shinobi forces to evade. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Any attempt to evade felt so pale and powerless. In an instant, the weaker ninjas cried out in despair. The fourth Reikage, A, moved like a lightning bolt across the battlefield, his body enveloped in thunder, each of his attacks precisely and violently destroying the approaching giant hands. Rasha and Yagura quickly constructed solid protective shields using sand and water, providing valuable cover for the members of the allied forces. These shields trembled under the pounding of the giant hands, yet remained standing, buying precious survival space for the coalition. Strong fighters like Hanzo the Salamander showcased their extraordinary agility and combat wisdom. They move like ghosts on a battlefield, skillfully dodging the attacks of the giant hand while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Every dodge they made was just right, as if resonating with every inch of the battlefield, allowing them to find hope in dire situations. However, in the face of all this, Fengtian merely watched coldly. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, as if he were watching a group of ants struggling in vain. Despite the intense desire for slaughter surging within him, he successfully suppressed this impulse in his sage mode state. When attacking the slightly weaker ninjas, he deliberately held back some of his strength to avoid causing widespread casualties. Everyone, concentrate your power and attack the core of the Buddha's statue. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield, inspiring every ninja. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen began his action. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, gathering an incredibly pure chakra, and shouted, Fire style. Great fire dragon technique. Instantly, a massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth, filled with blazing flames and incredible might, heading straight for the core of the thousand-hand Buddha statue. Meanwhile, the other ninjas from Konohagakure also swiftly took action. They all formed hand seals and unleashed their respective fire-style ninjutsu. In an instant, various flames surged on the battlefield, rushing toward the thousand-hand Buddha statue like a volcanic eruption. The ninjas from the cloud-hidden village were not to be outdone. They unleashed lightning-style ninjutsu once again. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, striking various joints of the Buddha statue as if a thunder god had descended. These lightning strikes not only possessed immense destructive power, but also disrupted the statue's movements, buying the allied forces more opportunities to counterattack. The ninjas from a mist-hidden village utilized water-style ninjutsu to create solid walls of water. These water walls effectively blocked the statue's attacks and provided cover and a platform for counterattacks. Under the protection of the water walls, the ninjas from a mist-hidden village continuously launched attacks on the Buddha statue, attempting to weaken its power. The other ninjas coordinated their actions with them. From the current situation, it seemed that fire-style ninjutsu was the key to combating the thousand-hand Buddha statue. Giant Salamander. With Hanzo's call, a massive giant salamander emerged from the ground. It opened its large mouth and spewed forth corrosive liquid, eating away at the surface of the Buddha statue. With everyone's efforts, the movements of the thousand-hand Buddha statue began to slow down, and the frequency of its attacks gradually decreased. Seeing this, Fengtian's expression grew increasingly grim. He never expected that these ninjas could unite to counter his power. Damn it, you bunch of ants! As he watched the thousand-hand Buddha statue being continuously destroyed. Despite the wood release's recovery ability constantly repairing the statue, at that moment, Fengtian could no longer sit still. In the next moment, the complete body of Susanoo, which had been standing in the void, suddenly disappeared as if it had never existed. Immediately after, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The body of the thousand-hand Buddha statue began to be slowly covered by a layer of pitch-black armor. The armor emitted a dark glow, as if it could swallow all surrounding light. As time passed, the armor gradually spread over the entire body of the statue, and soon it was completely covered. At this moment, the thousand-hand Buddha statue seemed to be reborn, becoming even more powerful and invincible. Its eyes gleamed with a scarlet light, revealing endless killing intent and power. As the saying goes, Susanoo cloaks the great Buddha to extinguish 4 nations. Now, Fengtian had accomplished the feat of Susanoo cloaking the great Buddha all by himself. This is... Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes, incredulously watching the changes happening before him. The thousand-hand Buddha statue, covered by a layer of pitch-black armor, exuded a heart-pounding aura. Its might more terrifying than before. How is the combination of Susanoo and the great Buddha even possible? Danzo also looked shocked. He had never seen such an astonishing combination of power. On the battlefield, the ninja's attacks seemed to have little effect on this layer of black armor. with each attack easily deflected. Meanwhile, the statue began to counterattack with even greater speed, its massive arms like the Grim Reaper's scythe, continuously reaping the lives of the ninjas. "Everyone be careful," Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, while once again gathering chakra, preparing to unleash a more powerful fire-release jutsu. However, at that moment, something even more shocking happened. Fengtian's figure suddenly appeared in midair, his eyes flickering with a strange red light, as if he could see through everything. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world. "Feel despair, ants," Fengtian coldly said, his voice echoing on the battlefield, carrying endless chill. Immediately after, an unprecedentedly powerful force erupted from Fengtian's body, a force that seemed capable of tearing apart space and destroying everything. "Is this the power of a god?" A ninja shouted in terror, their faces filled with despair. It should end. Chapter 112. For Symbol's Ceiling. Above the ruins of Konoha village, the dust settled, and a dead silence fell. The once prosperous village was now reduced to broken walls and ruins. The afterglow of the setting sun cast over this wasteland, adding a touch of desolation and tragedy to the battlefield. Fengtian stood in the center of the ruins, his figure appearing particularly lonely and powerful under the reflection of the sunset. A few drops of sweat trickled down his forehead, and the kaleidoscopic pattern in his left eye finally began to slowly fade after experiencing an unprecedented drain. In that battle, just now, Fengtian had used his most powerful causal force to single-handedly confront numerous strong opponents from the Hidden Leaf Village and even the entire ninja world. With the unique ability of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he constructed a vast and complex world of illusion, drawing all-powerful figures, including the five Kage, into it. In this world of illusion, everyone is assigned different fates and roles. They either kill each other or fall into endless loops of confusion and despair. Of course, not everyone is trapped in the illusion. There is one person who receives special attention from him and is not subjected to the Genjutsu. This person is Shimura Danzo. At this moment, Danzo looks around in despair, seeing that both Hiruzen Sarutobi and the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander are, without exception, trapped in the illusion, unable to move. Currently, besides him and the one who watches over him, no one else remains awake. But at this moment, he slowly approaches Danzo with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Shimura Danzo, the leader of Konoha's Umbu Root organization, a man who always hides in the shadows. Today, we finally have the opportunity to talk face to face. The mocking smile on his lips seems to ridicule Danzo's long-standing secret actions, which ultimately could not escape his grasp. Danzo clenches his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, but he still maintains his composure, even though his heart is in turmoil. He understood that any panic at this moment could accelerate his demise. "Fengtian, what do you want to know?" Tuan Zhang's voice was hoarse yet firm, as he tried to maintain his last shred of dignity in this conversation where the power was so uneven. Fengtian's gaze became sharp, staring intently at Tuan Zhang, as if trying to see through his soul. "The whereabouts of Jiraiya, and where the remaining tailed beasts are hidden. This information shouldn't be difficult for you to provide, right?" Tuan Zhang's expression slightly changed, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew deeply that once this information was leaked, not only Konoha, but the entire ninja world would fall into a greater crisis. However, facing a powerhouse like Fengtian, how many choices did he really have? Danzo's voice was low and hoarse, like an ancient stone mill slowly turning, revealing an uncomfortable reality. The location of the tailed beasts and Jiraiya's hiding place is not something I can personally control. Upon hearing this, Fengtian couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly, his eyes clearly showing displeasure. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. "Stop using these vague and meaningless words to brush me off." "Danzo," Fengtian raised his voice slightly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "With your prominent position in Konoha, you cannot possibly be unaware of anything." As he spoke, Fengtian took a step forward, closing in on Danzo, his gaze intense. "Now, it's time for you to make your choice." Danzo fell silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons on an internal scale. Finally, he slowly opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of compromise. "I can tell you the location of the tailed beasts, but you must promise me to spare the others in Konoha." Fengtian's lips curled into a faint smile, seemingly having anticipated Danzo's compromise, showing no signs of surprise. This was a deal. He spoke softly. Danzo opened his mouth again, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. "I will seriously consider your proposal, but the premise is that the information you provide must be worth its value." Fengtian's gaze became sharp. Upon hearing this, Danzo fell silent once more, as if time had frozen at that moment. After a moment, an indescribable sense of entanglement and struggle flashed across his face. He slowly stood up, his movements carrying a hint of heaviness. He gently brushed off the dust from his clothes, as if he wanted to wipe away the burdens in his heart as well. Finally, he slowly uttered a few words. At this point, it seems I have no other path to take but to trust you. Come closer. Danzo's voice lowered even further. Almost a whisper. I don't want to say such things out loud. Upon hearing this, Fengtian's lips curled into a slight smile as he steadily approached Dan's, each step appearing so calm and unhurried. You truly have decisiveness, Fengtian said softly, his tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of admiration. You have made a wise choice. He continued, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. In Fengtian's mind, if he could directly learn the whereabouts of the tailed beast from Danzo, it would be the best outcome. This way, he could avoid many unnecessary troubles and risks. Originally, he had secretly planned to use Shirsue's Kotoame Tsukuyomi to incite Danzo to achieve his own goals. But now it seemed that this plan had become unnecessary. A trace of pride flickered in Fengtian's eyes, as if everything was under his control. As Fengtian approached step by step, a hint of reminiscence involuntarily flashed deep within Danzo's gaze. Memories of Konoha village rushed through his mind like a revolving lantern, each image carrying echoes of the past. Just as Fengtian was only a few steps away from Danzo, Danzo suddenly yanked at his collar, and an unusual pattern of the four symbols appeared prominently on his chest. The pattern seemed to contain some ancient and mysterious power, radiating a faint glow. Four-symbol seal. Danzo growled, his voice filled with undeniable determination. As his words fell, the four symbols pattern seemed to come to life, beginning to wriggle and transform rapidly. Immediately, countless black waters surged forth like rushing ink, instantly enveloping both Danzo and Fengtian in an ink-black space. The black water carried a chilling aura, as if it could devour everything. Fengtian's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Danzo to have such a means. The four-symbol seal was an S-rank ninjutsu that could absorb all surrounding objects and enemies into the caster's body for sealing. Danzo's actions indicated that he intended to sacrifice himself to forcefully seal Fengtian. What do you want to do? Fengtian quickly reacted, attempting to break free from the seal's restraints, but the power of the four-symbol seal exceeded his imagination, rendering him immobile for a short time. A bitter smile appeared on Danzo's face as his body began to tremble from the seal's power. Fengtian, do you think I would easily tell you the whereabouts of the tailed beasts? The safety of Konoha is above all. My entire life has been spent fighting in the shadows for Konoha, and even in death, I must protect the secrets of this land. Danzo's voice grew weaker, but every word revealed his unwavering conviction. Fengtian glared angrily, feeling the power of the seal gradually eroding his strength, while Danzo's breath grew weaker, clearly using his life as the price to activate this seal. Danzo, you are seeking your own death, Fengtian roared, trying to break free from the seal with all his might, but it all seemed futile. At this moment, without the power of causality, it was extremely difficult for Fengtian to break through the four-symbol seal. Just then, the four-symbol seal completed its solemn and mysterious final ceremony. The ink seemed to come to life, quickly gathering into a massive black sphere, tightly wrapping around both Danzo and Fengtian. Inside the black sphere was pitch black, as if it had devoured all light and sound. Then, an unprecedented powerful suction erupted from the seal, attempting to draw Fengtian entirely into Danzo's body like a black hole. Fengtian struggled desperately, but that force was too strong for him to resist. At this critical moment of life and death, a hint of relief flashed across Danzo's face. He slightly raised his head, his gaze passing through the pitch-black sphere, as if he could see the distant past and future. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, and he softly said, Lord Second, what is the will of fire? Today I truly understand, but I have no face to confront you in that world. As these words filled with emotion and regret slowly fell, the light inside the black sphere suddenly flickered, and then everything returned to calm. Shimura Danzo, the root of Konoha's Umbu, met his end in battle. Chapter 113. 100 Heroes Technique. Konoha village was immersed in a deathly silence, as if even the wind had stopped breathing. After Danzo activated the four-symbol seal in an attempt to devour Fengtian, the entire battlefield fell into a suffocating silence. with no sounds breaking the suppression. However, at that moment, a sudden spatial distortion shattered the silence. Accompanied by the twisted space, Fengtian staggered out in a rather disheveled state, reappearing atop the ravaged ruins. His clothes were in disarray, his hair hung messily over his forehead, and his face was covered in dirt and sweat, looking exceptionally tired. He gasped for breath, as if he had just struggled back from the brink of death. His chest heaved violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls strung on a broken thread, dropping into the dust and disappearing in an instant. If the other members of the Twilight Organization saw Fengtian like this now, they would surely be very surprised. After all, in their impression, Fengtian has always been calm and composed, never this disheveled. Damn, that old man Danzo. Just now I almost fell. If it weren't for regaining a bit of Sharingan power at the last moment and using Kimui to teleport, I would have been finished. Fengtian stared at the direction where Danzo had just been, fear flashing deep in his eyes. The situation just now was too critical. He never expected that Danzo would have such determination, even risking his life to drag him down. Fortunately, the goddess of fate was still on Fengtian's side, restoring a bit of Sharingan power at the most crucial moment. It was this bit of power that forced him to activate Kimui and narrowly escape this ceiling. Fengtian shakily got up, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. It seemed he still had to rely on Shirisue's Kodoame Tsukuyomi to find the whereabouts of the tailed beasts. However, just as Fengtian was about to take action, a sharp sword light sliced through the air like lightning, heading straight for him. Before he could react, the blade had already pierced through his body, bringing intense pain. Worse still, black flames suddenly erupted from the blade. The flames seemed to have a life of their own, devouring and destroying Fengtian's insides, bringing unprecedented despair and agony. This sword was none other than the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, the exclusive weapon of Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo. And the black flames were the eternal flames of Amaterasu. Fengtian turned his head in shock, only to see Uchiha Fugaku had activated his Susanoo. The massive deity stood like a mountain, the Tatsuka no Tsurugi in his hand dripping with black flames, like a messenger from hell. Meanwhile, Fugaku's eyes were bleeding from the excessive use of Amaterasu, but his gaze was exceptionally firm, showing no sign of wavering. Beside him stood Kakashi, with a cold expression. It turned out that when Fengtian released that powerful group illusion, Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi had already worked together with their Mangekyō Sharingan to resist the invasion of the illusion. They were well aware of the great power of Fengtian and did not dare to be the slightest bit careless, so they chose to hide in the shadows, quietly observing and waiting for an excellent opportunity to counterattack. Danzo's self-explosive seal not only put Fengtian in a desperate situation, but also rendered him completely unable to use any techniques. The long battle had already exhausted Fengtian's physical strength and chakra to their limits, leaving his body and mind in a state of extreme fatigue. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku keenly seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, decisively taking action by using Susanoo to control the Tatsuka no Tsurugi to pierce through Fengtian's body directly. Furthermore, he utilized the eternal black flames of Amaterasu to cause fatal damage to Fengtian's internal organs. At this moment, Fengtian felt a sharp pain radiating from his chest. It was the real sensation of the Tatsuka no Tsurugi penetrating his body. Immediately after, the black flames of Amaterasu rampaged within him, as if they were going to devour everything about him. His gaze began to lose focus, and his strength was rapidly fading. How is this possible? Fengtian struggled to speak, his voice weak and trembling. He never expected that at the moment he thought he was safe, he would be ambushed by Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi working together. Uchiha Fugaku stood not far away, his Susanoo's massive form towering like a mountain, with the Tatsuka no Tsurugi in his hand still dripping with black flames. His gaze was indifferent yet resolute, as if he were cleaning up the family affairs. Fengtian, your ambition and power have ultimately brought you destruction. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was calm and powerful, each word striking Fengtian's heart like a hammer. Kakashi stood by, his face devoid of extra expression, silently watching everything unfold. He knew that this was the best time to end the threat of Fengtian, and also their last contribution to the Hidden Leaf Village. Fengtian struggled to lift his head, looking at the two people in front of him, filled with unwillingness and anger. He was clearly close to success, and had already mastered so much power. Yet at that moment, everything turned to ashes. Just when Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi thought victory was within reach, and when there seemed to be no way for Fengtian to turn the tide. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Fengtian's face. He made a face at the two of them and giggled. Hee. Just kidding. This sentence was like a heavy bomb, instantly exploding in the hearts of the two. They never expected that in such a desperate situation, Fengtian could still use tricks. The red dot on Fengtian's forehead began to change, with several black lines rapidly extending, spreading across his body like a living creature. This was indeed Tsunade's Baika no Jutsu. It turned out that Fengtian had started to store his chakra in this secret technique months ago, in order to deal with today's dire situation. As the black lines continued to spread, an unprecedented massive chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire battlefield like a surging tide. This power instantly broke free from the restraints of Amaterasu flames, causing Uchiha Fugaku's Tatsuka no Tsurugi to deviate from its original position and unable to pierce through Fengtian's body steadily anymore. Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi's expressions changed to serious in an instant. They never expected Fengtian had such a trump card. The Baika no Jutsu not only provided Fengtian with vast chakra, but also allowed him to regain some mobility in a short time. How is this possible? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in disbelief, his Tatsuka no Tsurugi trembling slightly, as if shocked by this sudden change. A smug smile appeared at the corner of Fengtian's mouth. Under the nourishment of chakra, his body quickly recovered, and his wounds healed at a visible speed. Did you really think I would be defeated so easily? How laughable. Just as Fengtian was stepping closer to Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi, preparing to launch a new round of battle, a sudden change occurred at a certain point on the battlefield. A kunai with the flying thunder god mark pierced the ground like lightning. Following that, a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield amidst everyone's astonished gazes. The emergence of this figure broke the existing tense standoff, and all eyes instantly focused on him. Chapter 114. Rebattle Fengtian, am I late? Accompanied by this slightly hurried remark, Minato Namikaze officially stepped into the vortex of the battlefield at that moment. How is this possible? Fengtian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Minato Namikaze before him. Didn't I trap you underground? How could you escape? A hint of panic mixed in Fengtian's voice, and his inner doubts grew wildly like weeds. Logically speaking, he had sealed all the chakra of Minato and the others. And with that large group of white Zetsus strict guarding, escaping in such circumstances was simply a fantasy. How did Minato manage to do it? Countless questions flashed through Fengtian's mind, but he couldn't find an answer for the moment. Teacher Minato. Kakashi looked at Minato Namikaze, who had returned safely to Konoha, and was filled with an indescribable joy and surprise. Kakashi, we can catch up later, Minato interrupted him with a serious expression. Next, there is a tough battle to fight. At this moment, Minato ignored Fengtian's puzzled expression and turned to discuss the battle plan with Kakashi. This instantly flickered a cold chill across Fengtian's face, as if he had been ignored. Soon, the figures of Killer Bee and Kabuto Yakushi appeared, stepping into the smoke-filled battlefield at a hurried pace. As soon as they met, Kabuto Yakushi, in a nearly mocking manner, gently shook the vial of medicine in his hand that had been quietly consumed by Minato. The vial sparkled with an eerie light under the sun, and a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. At this moment, the fog in Fengtian's heart seemed to be blown away by a sudden wind. He finally realized the secret of how Minato and his group escaped from his strict surveillance. It turned out they had restored some chakra through Kabuto's hidden medicine and then broke free. You cunning guy. Fengtian's eyes widened with anger, his voice trembling with rage. You dare to pull such tricks right under my nose. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned by Fengtian's anger. At this moment, Minato Namikaze stepped forward, his gaze sharp, and the chakra surging within him seemed ready to explode at any moment. Fengtian, your ambition and atrocities will end today. We will not let this world fall into your darkness again. Just you? Fengtian scoffed disdainfully. Although he had lost his ocular power and could not use causal power, the Baika no Jutsu still provided him with a vast chakra reserve, making his combat ability not to be underestimated, especially with the Flying Thunder God and Creation Rebirth techniques. As long as it wasn't a fatal blow, he would be fine. In the next moment, Minato's figure flashed like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Fengtian with a speed that was astonishing. Flying Thunder God technique. You will not have the chance to escape in front of me. Fengtian's expression grew serious. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from Minato, knowing that the strength of this golden flash was not just a name. Despite having a vast chakra reserve from Baiken no Jutsu, he understood that facing an opponent like Minato, as well as the possible support from Kabuto and Killer Bee, his chances of winning were slim. Moreover, not far away, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo stood like a mountain, the Tatsuka no Tsurugi in his hand glimmering with a cold light, constantly applying pressure on him. Fengtian knew that once the battle fully erupted, he would fall into a very passive position. Then come. Let me see if you so-called righteous ones can truly stop me. Fengtian shouted, his chakras surging as he prepared to face the imminent battle. Minato Namikaze smiled slightly, his figure disappearing again, using the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse the battlefield, searching for Fengtian's flaws. Killer Bee, meanwhile, sang while wielding several swords, launching a fierce attack on Fengtian. Kabuto Yakushi continuously released ninjutsu from the side, adding variables to the battle. On the battlefield, the four figures intertwined, the clash of ninjutsu and taijutsu shaking the entire Konoha. Although Fengtian was powerful, under the combined efforts of the three, he gradually began to show signs of fatigue. This won't do, Fengtian thought anxiously, realizing he could not continue to be passive like this and must quickly find a breakthrough. Otherwise, if they found flaw, defeat would be an inevitable outcome. Just then, he keenly caught a subtle change in Minato's form after teleportation. It seemed slightly delayed. Fengtian's heart stirred. Could this be the side effect of Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique for too long? Or was he affected by Kabuto's medicine? Regardless of which situation, this was a great opportunity for Fengtian. He immediately gathered all his chakra, preparing to launch a decisive attack. He stared intently at Namikaze Minato's movements, searching for the best opportunity to strike. Finally, he spotted an opening and charged towards Minato. With both hands quickly forming seals, he shouted, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" A massive fireball gathered and took shape in his hands. Then it soared towards Minato. However, just as he was about to launch the attack, Minato's figure once again mysteriously vanished. He seemed to have anticipated Fengtian's move, effortlessly dodging the attack using the Flying Thunder God technique. The fireball exploded in the air, bursting with brilliant light, but only hit the air as Wave Wine Minato had already appeared in another location, a faint smile on his face. "Your movements are too slow." Fengtian, Wave Wind Minato's voice came from a distance, laced with mockery. Fengtian's face turned pale as he realized he had underestimated Wave Wind Minato's strength and the peculiarity of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he did not become discouraged. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit even more. "Don't think you can defeat me like this," Fengtian shouted, his chakra surging again as he prepared to unleash more powerful ninjutsu. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto and Killer Bee were not idle either. Yakushi Kabuto continuously released various ninjutsu to create attack opportunities for Wave Wind Minato, while Killer Bee used his wrapping and sword techniques to interfere with and restrain Fengtian. Uchiha Fugaku, in the distance, swung the gigantic arm of Susanoo, the Amaterasu sword flashing with a cold light, launching long-range attacks on Fengtian. Fengtian had to split his focus to deal with attacks coming from all directions, the pressure mounting. Finally, after a fierce clash with Fengtian, Wave Wind Minato and Fengtian quickly distanced themselves using the Flying Thunder God technique, temporarily halting their attacks. Killer Bee looked at Wave Wine Minato with a serious expression and asked with concern, "Are you okay, Minato?" There was a hint of worry in his voice, clearly uneasy about the state of Namikaze Minato. Minato was gasping for breath, as if he had just gone through a life-and-death struggle. He struggled to respond to Kurabi, saying, "I'm fine." However, his complexion was extremely poor, his brows furrowed tightly in immense pain, as if he was enduring unspeakable torment. At this moment, the side effects of the medicine in Minato's body were becoming increasingly evident. He felt waves of excruciating pain ravaging within him, as if thousands of insects were biting at his internal organs. He knew very well that although the drug in his pocket temporarily enhanced his strength, the backlash it brought was extremely terrifying. On his way to the battlefield, Namikaze Minato had already felt the power of this backlash. He endured the pain and raced forward, but his worries grew heavier in his heart. He knew that if the situation in Fengtian couldn't be resolved quickly, he might be the first to fall. In response to Kurabi's inquiry, although Minato Namikaze said that everything was fine, the anxiety in his heart grew even stronger. He must find a countermeasure as soon as possible, or this battle will become increasingly difficult. But in order to return to Konoha at the first opportunity, He endured the immense backlash and rushed back to the village at an incredibly fast speed. At this moment, he was already at the end of his strength. However, Fengtian was unaware of all this. After losing the power of causality, he no longer had the omniscience he once possessed. The next move would determine the outcome. This needs to end. Bo Feng Shui Min's words were firm and powerful, his eyes shining with resolute light. As the words fell, his hands began to rapidly gather chakra, forming a blue sphere that gradually took shape in his hand. His ultimate technique, the Rasengan. As time passed, the sphere grew larger, seemingly containing endless power. Bo Feng Shui Min focused entirely on controlling it, every subtle movement revealing his precise mastery over the power. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn toward the massive Rasengan, creating a slight distortion. The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly became tense and heavy, everyone holding their breath, waiting for this strike to explode. It should come to an end. Chapter 115. The mysterious girl. You're right. It really should come to an end. Fengtian responded to Bo Feng Shui Min with a calm and firm voice. In the midst of the intense battle, he keenly sensed a trace of his ocular power returning, which was undoubtedly great news for him. Fengtian understood that this barely perceptible restoration of ocular power could be the key to turning the tide of the battle. He did not hesitate to wield this power, condensing the terrifying and mysterious force of annihilation, as if shaping an energy sphere similar to Minato's Rasengan. This sphere formed from the power of annihilation, while seemingly identical to Minato's Rasengan on the outside, contained a terrifying force capable of destroying everything within. Fengtian focused intently on controlling it, preparing to unleash it as a decisive strike. Minato Namikaze stared intently at the gradually forming annihilation power in Fengtian's hand, his expression growing increasingly serious. Judging by the aura that inadvertently leaked, the power of annihilation was definitely more powerful than his Rasengan, which filled him with unprecedented pressure. However, Minato did not give up. He continued to gather his Rasengan, making it grow infinitely larger. At the critical moment when Minato was fully concentrated, about to collide with Fengtian's annihilation power, he was suddenly tapped lightly on the shoulder. This sudden sensation startled Minato, and he quickly turned his head to see Killer Bee standing next to him with a serious expression. Without saying much, Killer Bee swiftly waved his hand through the air, passing over Minato's giant Rasengan. In the next moment, a powerful surge of lightning energy surged wildly around the outside of the Rasengan, as if wrapping the massive energy sphere in a layer of lightning armor. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha gazed at the Rasengan that carried the hopes of many, ultimately deciding to bet everything and inject decisive power into this battle. Fugaku took a deep breath, exhausting all his ocular power, and infused the power of Amaterasu into the Rasengan. At that moment, his eyes flickered with intense flames, as if they were going to burn everything to ashes. With Fugaku's addition, the originally simple, giant Rasengan condensed by Minato began to undergo astonishing changes. Its volume rapidly expanded, and its brilliance became exceptionally dazzling, like a small sun about to explode. At the same time, many other elite ninjas also stepped forward, generously infusing their chakra into Minato's Rasengan. Their powers converged, making the energy sphere even larger and unstoppable. It contained the rotating power of the Rasengan, the lightning power of Kurabi, the Amaterasu fire of Fugaku, and the unique chakra attributes of countless elite ninjas. It seemed to become a small sun, illuminating the entire battlefield and heralding the arrival of the end. What is this? Fengtian's expression changed drastically as he witnessed this scene. The power of annihilation in his hand was strong, but before this super Rasengan formed by everyone's combined strength, it appeared much smaller. This is the will of all of us, a desire for peace, and a commitment to justice. Minato's voice was strong and powerful, his gaze firm, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. Fengtian, accept your judgment. With a command, the supersized Rasengan, infused with everyone's power, streaked through the sky like a meteor, charging toward Fengtian with an unstoppable momentum. Fengtian hurriedly summoned all his strength, trying to resist this unprecedented attack. But the power was too immense, almost swallowing him whole. In desperation, Fengtian had no choice but to make his final decision. He suddenly threw out the formless power of annihilation in his hand, hoping to use this force to counter the massive tailed beast bomb, even if it was just to slightly slow its momentum. The formless power of annihilation traced a strange trajectory in the air before violently colliding with the gigantic sphere. The two forces crashed together in midair, instantly erupting in blinding light and deafening thunder. The entire battlefield seemed to be torn apart by this power. The ground shook, the air twisted, and even the sky was stained with bizarre colors. The annihilation power thrown by Fengtian collided with a massive-tailed beast bomb unleashed by everyone, and the energies intertwined wildly, forming an energy storm. At the center of the storm, the two powers counteracted each other, but the numerous chakra attributes within the tailed beast bomb surged in like a tide, gradually engulfing the power of annihilation. Fengtian's face turned pale. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This power had exceeded his limits, and if it continued, he would be completely destroyed by it. No, I cannot lose. Fengtian let out a deafening roar, his eyes burning with an unyielding flame, straining with all his might to summon more power to resist the terrifying attack that was about to consume him. Causal power. Reverse the situation. On the edge of despair, Fengtian issued his final roar, his voice filled with determination and madness. In that moment, he unhesitatingly summoned the last causal power hidden deep within his soul, a backup plan he had meticulously prepared months ago for the arrival of some unknown existence. However, as one trump card after another was revealed, Fengtian's expression grew extremely grim. He knew very well that he had no way out at this moment and could only stake everything on this final causal power. Under the call of Fengtian, the space around the Rasengan began to undergo strange changes. The once clear objects became blurry, as if disturbed by an invisible force, with even the boundaries of time and space becoming indistinct. This force was so powerful that even Minato and Killer Bee felt unprecedented pressure and unease. Finally, under the influence of the causal power, the originally enormous Rasengan began to slowly dissipate, as if it had never existed. Its light gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a wisp of disappearing into the void. The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly became oppressive and eerie, as if the air had solidified. This is causal power. Minato's voice carried an incredible shock, his gaze firmly fixed on Fengtian, his expression becoming exceptionally serious. How is this possible? Didn't your causal power run out long ago? Minato couldn't help but ask again, his voice filled with confusion and astonishment. He deeply understands the power of causality, and even more so that once this power is exhausted, it is difficult to recover in a short time. Fengtian remained silent, his face filled with determination and murderous intent. His eyes were as black as an abyss, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. At this moment, he had completely abandoned reason, leaving only a thirst for survival and a hatred for his enemies. If it weren't for the Sage Mode that allowed him to retain a sliver of rationality, he would have likely unleashed a sudden kill on everyone using the remaining causal power. Even Minato Namikaze, who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, would have no chance of escaping such an attack. However, at this moment, Minato was struck by a backlash from overusing his power. His body trembled slightly, and his face turned increasingly pale. Finally, he could no longer hold on and fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, Killer Bee was quick to react and rushed forward to catch Minato, preventing him from sustaining further injury. Killer Bee looked at Minato's painful expression, a flicker of worry and anger flashing in his eyes. However, Fengtian approached Minato, Killer Bee, and the elite ninjas around them step by step, like a Shura returning from hell. Every step he took seemed to strike a chord in everyone's heart, making each person present feel an unprecedented sense of oppression and fear. Your voice was deep and cold, filled with endless anger and resentment. Months of planning and schemes, all ruined in an instant. Get ready for what comes next. His words were as piercing as ice, making everyone present shiver involuntarily. They are well aware that at this moment, Fengtian has completely lost its sanity, turning into a monster that only knows how to kill. There is no hint of compassion in Fengtian's eyes, only endless anger and determination. He stared at the fallen Namikaze, Minato, and Kurabi, as well as the elite ninjas gasping for breath due to exhausted chakra, as if looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As for Uchiha Fugaku, he had long since knelt on the ground in pain from overusing his ocular power, his eyes tightly shut and his face pale as paper. His body trembled slightly, clearly unable to pose any threat to Fengtian in a short period of time. Do you really think you can defeat me with just your combined strength? How utterly ridiculous! Fengtian sneered, his voice echoing on the silent battlefield, sounding particularly harsh. Kurabi nervously shielded Minato, his gaze warily fixed on Fengtian, ready to respond to any possible attack. Although the other ninjas were exhausted, they forced themselves to muster their spirits, preparing for a final resistance. Fengtian slowly raised his hand, the deep and terrifying energy gathering in his palm, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This power, known as the power of the end, seemed capable of distorting time and space, turning everything into nothingness. This is the power of the end, originally prepared by me for them. Fengtian's voice was low and full of power, his eyes revealing pride and determination. However, too many trump cards have been exposed today, and I don't mind revealing this power of the end further. It will end this war and will also end the lives of all of you. Minato struggled to get up, but the exhaustion of his body and the depletion of his chakra rendered him unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Fengtian approached step by step, filled with reluctance and despair. However, at this critical moment of life and death, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. Hee, finally found you. The voice was light and playful, seemingly out of place with the tense atmosphere around. Fengtian, are you happy to see me? As the voice fell, a girl dressed in peculiar attire with twin ponytails appeared effortlessly before everyone, as if she had crossed over from another time and space. Her smile was bright and warm, forming a stark contrast to the surrounding tension. It really wasn't easy to finally find this place after crossing multiple time and space, the girl said with a hint of teasing and relief, as if her journey through time and space had been both arduous and amusing. As Fengtian realized who had arrived, his pupils suddenly constricted. His originally fierce demeanor instantly vanished upon seeing the young girl. His fists were clenched, his body slightly trembling, staring angrily at the girl not far away, gritting his teeth and saying, "You finally came, I've been waiting for a long time." The mysterious girl smiled mischievously, not responding directly to Fengtian, but instead turning her gaze to Minato and Killer Bee and the others. Her eyes revealed a warmth and concern, as if she were looking at her own family. "It seems you guys have encountered some trouble," she said softly, then turned her head to look at Fengtian. "But don't worry with me around. He won't be able to hurt you." Chapter 116, Bewitching Hearts Chongyun. It's not even time for the previous descent yet. How did you manage to find me in advance this time? Fengtian's eyes widened, staring intently at the mysterious girl, Chongyun, not far away, the confusion on his face growing thicker like fog. He was puzzled and couldn't understand why they had come so quickly this time. Normally, they would only appear when he had collected the 7th or 8th-tailed beast, right? But this time, he had only gathered 5-tailed beasts, and they couldn't wait to show themselves. Could it be that the backlash from the previous killings unexpectedly affected the time-space fluctuations, allowing them to quickly locate his current timeline? Hee, Fengtian, it's been a long time since we last met, and you're questioning me right away. Chongyun's lips curled into a playful smile as she slowly approached Fengtian, each step seeming to tread on his tense nerves. "It really makes me feel uncomfortable inside." She chuckled lightly, her eyes flashing with an indescribable strange light, as if she could see right through a person's thoughts. "What's wrong? Are you feeling frustrated because I keep ruining your chances of collecting tailed beasts?" Chongyun continued to tease, her voice tinged with mockery. She moved closer, her eyes, which seemed to be able to read minds, fixed intently on Fengtian. "Fengtian, do you really think your plan is flawless? Every time, you walk further down the wrong path, yet you still foolishly believe you can control everything." Chongyun's tone carried a hint of regret as she extended her finger, gently tracing a ripple in the air, proof of the time-space power dancing at her fingertips. Fengtian clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his palms. He knew that what Chongyun said was not false, but he was unwilling to let his grand plan of returning home be interrupted time and again. Chongyun swept her gaze around and found that most people were asleep due to Fengtian's illusion. She lightly snapped her fingers, and, in an instant, countless tiny golden threads extended from her body. These golden threads contained an astonishingly rich time-space power, moving as if they were alive, heading towards the unconscious crowd. She saw Sarutobi Hiruzen gently entangled by a golden thread, and then he slowly opened his eyes. The once empty chakra within him instantly returned to its peak state due to the infusion of this golden thread. This was Chongyun's unique skill. Unlike Fengtian's causal power, she wielded the mysterious and unpredictable time-space power. Just now, she had used this time-space power to revert Sarutobi Hiruzen's physical condition back to the moment before the great battle began. That was why he could wake up so quickly, and his chakra was once again full. The golden threads continued to spread towards other unconscious ninjas, and wherever they went, the unconscious ninjas began to awaken one by one. A spark of vitality reignited in their eyes, as if they had suddenly awakened from a long dream. Under the influence of this mysterious power, everyone's body recovered to its optimal state at an astonishing speed, their chakra brimming as if it were about to overflow. The fierce battle they had just experienced seemed to have left no trace on them at all. Fengtian watched this scene unfold, his expression growing increasingly grim. He understood in his heart that Chongyun's visit this time was not just to stop him, but also to disrupt his entire plan. At that moment, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning erupted, as if even the heavens were shocked by this confrontation. The air around them began to distort, and a powerful, chilling force was quietly brewing. It seemed that our conversation needed a special accompaniment. Chongyun smiled slightly, appearing exceptionally calm in the face of the impending storm. Do you still have the subspace you mastered in your previous cycles? Fengtian nodded slightly. Although his expression was grim, he was also curious about what Chongyun wanted to say this time. Thus, with a thought, as the surrounding scene changed, the two officially entered Fengtian's vast and chaotic subspace. In the subspace created by Fengtian, the surroundings were a realm of chaos and nothingness. As if freed from the constraints of the real world, entering a domain ruled by Fengtian's will. However, Chongyun seemed unfazed. Her eyes were still sparkling with a strange light, as if she could penetrate the mist of this space and see into Fengtian's heart. Chongyun smiled gently, and her finger once again traced through the air. This time, a tear in the fabric of time and space quietly appeared at her fingertips, as if it were a portal connecting to another world. Fengtian, take a good look. This is the magic of the power of time and space, Chongyun said slowly. With it, I can travel freely through various timelines and have witnessed too much of the joys and sorrows of life. There was a hint of emotion in her tone. What I have experienced and seen is something you could never imagine in your lifetime. Chongyun shook her head, her gaze profound. Wanting to go home is not inherently wrong. She sighed. But if you use the sacrifice of the ninjas in this timeline as the price, even if this is just a fictional world, then that is your greatest mistake. Fengtian stared intently at the tear in time and space ahead, a flicker of shock and fear crossing his eyes. He was very clear in his heart that the power of time and space in Chongyun's hands had reached a level he could hardly imagine, an existence he currently could not contend with at all. What do you want to say? Fengtian's voice trembled. He could sense an unprecedented crisis approaching. Chongyun slowly closed the rift in time and space, her deep-set eyes refocusing on Fengtian, as if she could see the turmoil deep within his soul. What I want to tell you is that no matter how flawless your carefully crafted schemes are, no matter how vast the power you wield, all of this cannot erase an ironclad fact. In this vast and boundless tapestry of time and space, you are ultimately a solitary traveler, tightly wrapped in endless loneliness. And I am like the dark abyss that lies between your dreams and reality. What you fervently pursue is merely an illusion, a dream that is beyond reach. As long as I exist, that desire will be like a mirage, beautiful but forever unattainable. Fengtian's body involuntarily trembled slightly. Chongyun's words pierced through the defenses of his heart like sharp arrows, stirring ripples within him. Indeed, he had been pursuing, trying to control everything. But deep down, the inability to return home left him with an indescribable emptiness and loneliness. Just then, Chongyun suddenly reached out and gently touched Fengtian's shoulder. In that moment, Fengtian felt a warm power surge into him, as if soothing the wounds of his heart. Fengtian, let go. Let go of your obsessions. Let go of your ambitions. There are more things in this world worth cherishing. Chongyun's voice was gentle yet firm. She hoped Fengtian could truly absorb her words. Fengtian closed his eyes, lost in thought. In this subspace created by himself, he seemed to hear the voice of his own heart calling him to give up on going home and to accept this fictional world. Just as he was about to sink into that inexplicable silence, suddenly, the causal power within him seemed to be swept up by a gale, surging violently. Fengtian's heart jolted, as if he had suddenly awakened from a hazy dream. He quickly distanced himself from Chongyun, his face filled with incredulous anger, and asked in a deep and powerful voice, "Chongyun, when did you learn such a captivating trick?" I almost fell for it. Upon hearing this, Chongyun covered her mouth with her hand and laughed uncontrollably, disregarding her image. In her view, teasing Fengtian was the most interesting thing she had ever done. Like Fengtian, she was also a time traveler, but while Fengtian's task was to collect 9 tailed beasts to go home, Qingyun only needed to stop Fengtian 9 times. Hee. It seems I underestimated you. After all, I couldn't easily trick you. Qingyun's laughter gradually subsided, and a playful smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth, but soon, her expression became exceptionally serious, as if she had transformed into a different person in an instant. Seeing this, Fengtian slowly spread his hands, like a warrior welcoming a fateful battle. In his left hand, there was a dark and profound power capable of devouring all. In his right hand, a brilliant light contained the power to end everything. The two forces intertwined in his palms, seemingly heralding an unprecedented storm about to sweep through this subspace. Come on, let me see how capable you are. Chapter 117. Stopping the war. Upon hearing this, the playful expression on Qingyun's face instantly vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and focus. She slowly raised her delicate hands, her fingertips lightly touching the air, as if summoning an invisible force. In an instant, it seemed as if countless minute specks of light were awakened in the air, gathering and intertwining to gradually form a complex and mysterious formation, emanating a faint glow. Dreamlike and surreal, this formation seemed to possess life, quickly splitting into numerous smaller formations, revolving around Qingyun like stars, creating a 360-degree impenetrable defensive barrier. Each formation flickered with unique light, resonating with each other to form an indestructible shield. Any attack attempting to penetrate this layer of defense, upon contact with these formations, would be captured by an indescribable temporal and spatial force, as if being drawn into an endless whirlpool. This force not only traced the attack back to its source, but also gradually weakened it in the process, until it ultimately dissipated into nothingness. This move was the most powerful defensive technique mastered by Qingyun. Stopping the war, huh? Fengtian sighed lightly, his gaze filled with a hint of helplessness and teasing. Qingyun, spinning around, your tricks are still the same old ones. How many cycles of reincarnation has it been? Don't you find it boring? His words carried a hint of mockery, yet could not conceal his apprehension towards Qingyun's abilities. At this moment, he resembled a tiger poised to pounce. But when faced with Qingyun's rock-solid defense, he had to suppress all his sharpness. Upon hearing this, Qingyun's lips curled into a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Hee. As for skills, being useful is the way to go, isn't it? She seemed completely unfazed by Fengtian's taunts. The calmness and confidence she displayed were the wisdom forged through countless cycles of rebirth. She understood deeply that her temporal power had reached an almost impeccable level in defense. This was a valuable experience she had summarized after teetering on the edge of life and death numerous times and exploring through countless reincarnations. In this world where the strong are revered, the primary rule for survival is to protect oneself when a guaranteed kill is not assured. Therefore, no matter how much Fengtian mocked her, Qingyun merely smiled lightly and continued to focus on maintaining the formation surrounding her. Every subtle point of light seemed to narrate her profound understanding and mastery of the laws of time and space. Fengtian, it seems you've forgotten that we know each other best. Qingyun's voice echoed within the formation, carrying a barely perceptible tenderness. Your attack patterns, your fighting habits, even the slightest fluctuations in your heart, I know them all. So what if you understand? Fengtian snorted coldly, clenching his fists as the causal power within him surged once more. Today, I will shatter your so-called time reversal and show you what true power is. As he spoke, Fengtian's figure suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of black lightning, like a comet slicing through the night sky, charging straight towards the formation set up by Qingyun. His speed was so fast that it seemed he had already broken free from the shackles of time, rushing towards Qingyun with boundless killing intent. However, just as Fengtian was about to touch the edge of the array, shimmering with mysterious light, a glint of cunning flashed in Qingyun's eyes, as if she had already seen through his intentions. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she waved her hand lightly, causing subtle changes in the array. The originally tightly arranged points of light seemed to receive some kind of command, suddenly becoming sparse, as if a path had been deliberately laid out for Fengtian's charge. Yet, Fengtian did not let his guard down in the slightest. Years of combat experience told him that Qingyun's methods were far from simple, and there must be hidden tricks behind this seemingly straightforward change. Sure enough, just as he was about to traverse the array, a powerful, suffocating force of time and space suddenly surged from all directions, wrapping around him tightly. This force was like an endless abyss, not only firmly restricting his movements, but also constantly reversing his attacks, attempting to strangle any threat in its infancy. Fengtian felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down on him, making it hard to breathe. A mere trick, and you think you can trap me? Fengtian roared, and the causal power hidden within him erupted suddenly, radiating dazzling light as he tried to break free from this restraint. However, Chungyun's time and space reversal was like an invisible giant net, tightening around him, leaving him with no chance of escape. With no other choice, Fengtian focused his thoughts and temporarily escaped the confines of this net using the Flying Thunder God technique. What's wrong? Are you afraid to come in while standing at the door? Chungyun's voice, tinged with mockery, echoed in Fengtian's ears, like a spring breeze brushing his face, yet hiding a sharp edge. Come on, I'm standing right here, completely still. Let's see if you have the ability to get close to me. Her voice was filled with challenge and confidence, as if inviting Fengtian to step into a carefully arranged trap. Upon hearing this, Fengtian's expression darkened like water. He never imagined he would be so embarrassed in front of this former opponent. A surge of anger roiled in his chest, but he forced himself to calm down, his gaze sharp as he locked onto Chungyun's seemingly calm yet enigmatic figure. Chungyun, don't get too smug. Fengtian gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out as if through clenched jaws. Today I, Fengtian, will shatter your so-called time and space reversal, making you understand what true power is. As his words fell, the causal power within Fengtian surged again, like magma before a volcanic eruption, tumultuous and overwhelming, seemingly ready to break all restraints and reveal its destructive force. Seeing this, Chungyun's lips curled into a faint yet mysterious smile. She seemed to thoroughly enjoy the process of wits and courage between her and Fengtian, testing each other. She gently waved her hands, and the array underwent subtle changes once more, the previously loose points of light appearing to be drawn by an invisible force, rapidly converging. Soon, they formed an even more indestructible barrier, radiating light, as if to isolate all attacks from the outside. Fengtian, have you forgotten? My power comes from a profound understanding of time and space. And your causal power, while strong, seems so pale and powerless in the face of my time and space power. Chungyun's voice echoed in the array, laced with a hint of mockery and confidence. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Fengtian's eyes. He no longer hesitated, quickly forming seals with his hands, the causal power within him surging, as if ready to unleash a storm. Chungyun, don't be so arrogant. Today, I'll let you know what true despair is. Fengtian shouted, his form transforming once more into a streak of black lightning, charging straight at Chungyun. However, just as he was about to touch Chungyun, a powerful force of time and space distortion suddenly emerged, instantly twisting and reversing his attack until it completely dissipated. Fengtian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Chungyun's time and space reversal to be so powerful that even his causal power could not break through. He staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Fengtian, feel free to use whatever tricks you have. Today, I, Chungyun, will play with you to the end. Chungyun's voice was filled with provocation and confidence. Upon hearing this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Fengtian's eyes. He knew very well that if things continued like this, he would likely be unable to defeat Chungyun. Therefore, he steeled his heart and decided to use his last trump card. Chungyun, you force my hand. Fengtian shouted, quickly forming seals with his hands. The causal power within him erupted like a volcano that had been ignited, instantly bursting forth with dazzling light, enveloping him entirely. Within the light, Fengtian's figure gradually became blurry until it completely disappeared, as if merging into this space, leaving only a trace of afterglow swaying in the air. Chungyun was stung by the sudden brilliance, causing her eyes to hurt, and she had to temporarily close them, shielding her eyes with her hand. Once the light dissipated, she quickly opened her eyes, only to find that Fengtian's figure was nowhere to be seen. This sudden change made her immediately alert, her whole body tense, ready to respond to any potential ambush. However, as seconds ticked by, half a stick of incense passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Fengtian still did not launch any attacks. Chungyun's confusion deepened. She began to carefully search for Fengtian's trace in this space. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not find even a hint of a clue. It was only at this moment that Chungyun suddenly realized that Fengtian, knowing he was no match, had chosen to flee. This discovery ignited her fury. She pointed to the sky and shouted, Fengtian, you shameless thing. No sense of martial ethics. A big man like you actually fled in the heat of battle. What kind of hero is that? Hurry up and let this young lady out. Chapter 118. Escaping the ruins of Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally regained consciousness from his previous state of unconsciousness under the influence of Chung Yun's time and space power. He stood up in confusion and looked around, finding that the surrounding ninjas were also returning to normal under this force, which finally relaxed his tightly furrowed brow a bit. However, this sense of relief did not last long, as Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly realized something was wrong. Danzo Shimura was missing. Where is Danzo? A hint of urgency crept into Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice as he scanned the area, hoping to catch sight of Danzo, but all that responded to him was silence. Who knows where Danzo is? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again, his voice rising a few notches, but still received no response. A sense of ominous foreboding surged within him, making him feel extremely uneasy. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku slowly stepped forward. His expression was terrifyingly grim, and he fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Speaking in a deep voice, Lord Third, Danzo has fallen in battle. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body slightly trembled, and disbelief was evident in his eyes. He stood frozen in place, as if struck at his core by the news. The death of Shimura Danzo was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him. As the leader of Konoha's route, despite Danzo's secretive actions and ruthless methods, his loyalty to Konoha was unquestionable. How could he have died in battle? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, seemingly unable to accept this harsh reality. He is well aware of Danzo's strength, and even in this sudden disaster, it is hard for him to believe that Danzo would die so easily in battle. Uchiha Fugaku, seeing this, couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion in his heart. He was well aware of the complex relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Although the two often disagreed with each other, they both had a deep sense of responsibility towards Konoha. At this moment, Fugaku could only stand silently by, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to regain his composure from the shock. Fugaku, tell me, what exactly happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and began to recount the events that had transpired. From Danzo's attempt to seal Fengtian that led to his death in battle, to Minato joining the battlefield, and then to Qingyun's sudden appearance, as well as the powerful space-time force that restored everyone to normal. Every detail was described clearly. After listening to Fugaku's account, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. Who exactly is this girl Qingyun? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, filled with doubt and unease. He understood that with the emergence of Qingyun, the landscape of Konoha Village and even the entire ninja world could undergo earth-shattering changes. At that moment, Minato Namikaze slowly walked towards Hiruzen Sarutobi and gave him a slight nod of greeting. Hiruzen also returned Minato with a look filled with reassurance. Their silent exchange spoke volumes. Due to Qingyun's time-space power, Minato's injuries and strength had miraculously recovered, which made him even more certain of the immense and mysterious power of Qingyun. After responding to Minato, Hiruzen fell into deep thought. His gaze was deep, seemingly contemplating the next actions and arrangements. At this moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield subtly changed due to Karabi's safe return. Hey, you guy! The fourth Reikage ran towards Karabi with excitement and joy in his voice upon seeing him safe and sound. Karabi also rushed forward, and the two brothers embraced tightly. No words needed. Their brotherly bond was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow, secretly analyzing the situation. Judging by the current circumstances, that guy Fengtian could return at any moment. Realizing this, he immediately understood that action needed to be taken in advance. Without hesitation, he signaled the other 4 Kage, requesting them to immediately set up the 4 Crimson Sun formation on the spot. The earth, water, lightning, and wind Kage quickly understood Sarutobi Hizashi's intention and nodded slightly in agreement. They each took their positions, their hands quickly forming seals, the chakra within them surging as if ready to explode at any moment. With a flash of dazzling red light, the 4 Red Suns formation erupted into existence. This powerful barrier firmly enveloped the ruins of the Hidden Leaf Village, creating an indestructible shield. This barrier not only prevented external attacks, but, more importantly, it could seal off any enemies attempting to escape from within, including Fengtian. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 4 Red Suns formation before him, feeling a slight sense of relief. Soon, with a gentle ripple in space, Fengtian emerged from the depths of subspace as if crossing a dream, returning to the smoke-filled battlefield. However, fate seemed to play a not-so-small joke on him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself trapped. The blazing barrier of the four red suns formation surrounded him like a fiery cage. Even his proud flying thunder god technique seemed pale and powerless in the face of this flawless barrier, leaving him with no way to escape. Fengtian stood at the center of this radiant and dangerous red barrier, surveying his surroundings, a hint of disdainful amusement creeping onto his lips. Like a shard of ice under the scorching sun. Sarutobi, do you really think you can trap me with this? Fengtian's mocking voice echoed within the barrier. But Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unfazed. He knows well that the barrier in front of him is only buying time for the real battle that is about to come. His gaze was firm, locked tightly on Fengtian, as if trying to see through every move and intention. Wave Wind Watergate, the fourth Reikage, Tsukuyomi Noki, and Wind Shadow Raza stood beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, their expressions serious and focused. Everyone was on high alert, ready to respond to Fengtian's attack at any moment. Since I can make you sleep once, I can make you sleep twice. Fengtian roared, and without any delay, he unleashed a massive amount of causal power from within his body. He didn't know when Chongyun would react if he suddenly ran away. Once Chongyun noticed and left the subspace, this cycle would basically be declared a failure. It was precisely for this reason that Fengtian decisively used a vast amount of causal power, aiming to quickly end the battle. Be careful, the illusion technique is coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, then closed his eyes, trying to minimize the impact of the illusion technique on himself. The other ninjas, seeing this, began to imitate Sarutobi Hiruzen and close their eyes one after another. As for Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi, they stayed within Fugaku's Susanoo while also activating their Mangekyō Sharingan, which could perfectly counter Fengtian's illusion technique. Not good. He is not going to release an illusion. He wants to escape. Fugaku shouted angrily. In his line of sight, the massive causal power was not attacking everyone, but was directly acting on the four red sun formation. Before long, a large gap opened, creating an opportunity for Fengtian to escape. Seeing his goal achieved, Fengtian did not hesitate at all and continuously released the Flying Thunder God technique. Combined with the principle of reversing cause and effect, escaping the battlefield at an incredible speed. His figure quickly shrank in the sight of the crowd, eventually disappearing. By the time everyone reacted to Fujiwara's roar, Fengtian had already fled the battlefield, leaving only chaos and a shocked crowd behind. They never expected that Fengtian would choose to flee at such a critical moment, which completely took them by surprise. However, for Fengtian, fleeing the battlefield was only a part of his plan. He knew that once Chongyun realized he had left the subspace, this cycle could basically be declared a failure. Therefore, he decisively chose to flee. Chapter 119. Time and space reversal, just as everyone was filled with confusion, accompanied by a strange distortion of space. Chongyun's graceful figure suddenly appeared before them like a ghost. This sudden turn of events instantly filled everyone's faces with tension and vigilance, as they tightly gripped their weapons and stared at this mysterious woman as if facing a formidable enemy. Everyone, don't panic. This is Chongyun, whom I mentioned before. She is not our enemy. At this critical moment, Uchiha Fugaku spoke up timely, his steady and powerful voice flowing like a clear stream, quickly calming the panic and hostility in everyone's hearts. Under his explanation, everyone suddenly realized, and their taut nerves gradually relaxed, avoiding an impending, awkward conflict. Where's Fengtian? Where did that damn guy run off to? Chongyun seemed unconcerned about the surrounding people's vigilance. Her gaze swept through the crowd, eagerly searching for Fengtian's figure. Ahem. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi cleared his throat twice, successfully attracting Chongyun's attention. He slowly opened his mouth, a hint of apology in his voice. Miss Chongyun, I am very sorry. Due to our negligence, we allowed Fengtian to escape. Hearing Sarutobi's words, Chongyun's face did not show any ripples, as if everything was within her expectations. After a moment, the corners of her mouth curled into a confident smile, and she spoke slowly. It's okay. I have a way. I just need to rewind time. After saying this, she gently raised her hand, and countless tiny golden threads began to weave and intertwine in the air as if given life, moving so quickly that it was difficult to follow. In the blink of an eye, these golden threads converged into a dazzling golden river of time, hanging in midair, flowing slowly, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. This river flowed gently in the air, radiating a mysterious and formidable presence, as if it could reverse time and rewrite history. Everyone present was stunned by this spectacle. Filled with shock and awe, they had never seen such a miraculous power, nor could they imagine what kind of existence could wield such means. Cheng Yun stood at the source of the golden river of time, her eyes tightly closed, as if engaging in some mysterious communication with the river of time. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes, a determined light flickering within them. "Are you ready?" Cheng Yun's voice echoed in the air, carrying an undeniable authority. Although everyone felt puzzled, they did not dare to be negligent in the face of the powerful strength Cheng Yun displayed, and they all nodded in affirmation of their readiness. Seeing this, Cheng Yun smiled gently, then waved her hands, and the golden river of time seemed to be activated, surging forward with great momentum. As it flowed, the river continuously emitted golden light, enveloping everything around it. With the flowing of the river of time, it felt as if everyone was transported into a strange space. In this peculiar space, time seemed to be completely disrupted, losing its original meaning. Everything around became blurred and chaotic, like stirred muddy water, making it difficult to grasp. Cheng Yun and the others became mere observers of time, witnessing everything that had happened in the past, as fragments of history flashed before their eyes like a revolving lantern. At the same time, they also vaguely sensed some possible future directions, a hazy and mysterious premonition. Just then, a familiar figure slowly appeared in their line of sight. It was Fengtian. His body seemed to be controlled by some mysterious force, continuously retreating like a slide. This retreat was not a simple movement, but a regression of the time and space around him. In just 2 breaths, the surrounding time and space had undergone tremendous changes. The originally shattered battlefield and scattered ninja techniques vanished in an instant. In their place was the moment when Fengtian unleashed the power of causality to forcibly break through the 4 red sun formation. The surging power, the decisive gaze. Everything felt so real, as if time had never passed. "Where's this?" "Cheng Yun, it's you again." Fengtian nervously looked around and found himself inexplicably back in the 4 red sun formation. When he saw Cheng Yun looking at him with a playful expression, he couldn't help but curse. However, Cheng Yun seemed indifferent to Fengtian's words, as long as her time regression was intact. And Fengtian hadn't erased his causality. With a large amount of causal power, she could regress infinitely. Of course, time regression still required a massive amount of chakra. Cheng Yun had already consumed a lot of chakra to regress the states of everyone before she just appeared. Coupled with the recent regression of Fengtian's escape, she felt a bit fatigued. Therefore, she decided to refrain from acting for the time being and sit back to watch the outcome. After witnessing Cheng Yun's unique ability, everyone couldn't help but marvel at her strength. When they saw Fengtian being regressed back, a hint of murderous intent flickered in each of their eyes. Currently, Fengtian could not use the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and could only rely on Flying Thunder God, Creation Rebirth, and the Baika technique. As for the 8 gates of Bitan, since Fengtian hadn't regularly trained in physical techniques and was concerned about the backlash due to insufficient causal power, he had no intention of using it. The Susanoo Great Buddha technique was even more impossible to use, as the preparation for the Great Buddha was too great and he couldn't utilize Susanoo, thus he couldn't perform it. Therefore, Fengtian was at his weakest. It could also be said that it was the easiest time for him to be killed. This information was conveyed to all the ninja alliance present by Cheng Yun through the perception technique of the clan in the mountains. So they quickly devised a battle plan that could kill Fengtian with 1 strike. You ants, since there is no one behind me, facing thousands of troops, I, Fengtian, can still turn the tide. In the face of the murderous intent and the prepared battle plan of everyone, Fengtian did not show the slightest fear. In his eyes burned an unyielding flame, as if he were ready to take on the entire world. You so-called champions of justice are nothing but a group of manipulated puppets, Fengtian said coldly, his voice echoing across the vast battlefield, carrying a hint of mockery and provocation. Cheng Yun sat quietly to the side, observing everything. Although she was weary, the light of wisdom still sparkled in her eyes. She knew that although Fengtian was in a weakened state, his combat experience and cunning were not to be underestimated. Fengtian, your doom has arrived. Sarutobi Hizen stepped forward, his voice firm and powerful, as if rallying everyone. Oh really? Then let me see just how much of a storm you ants can stir up. Fengtian shouted. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, everyone quickly employed their skills to track Fengtian's whereabouts. However, Fengtian raced across the battlefield like lightning, his speed so fast that everything around seemed to stand still. At that critical moment, Cheng Yun suddenly opened her eyes, golden light flickering within them, like two brilliant stars. She gently raised her hand, and as she did, the golden river of time surged once again, roaring with might and grandeur. Cheng-Yun whispered, "Time rewind." Before her words fell, the golden river transformed into a massive golden dragon, roaring as it chased after Fengtian. Fengtian felt the powerful aura behind him and couldn't help but be startled. He knew very well that he could not just sit and wait for death. So he quickly used the flying thunder god technique, trying to evade the terrifying attack with his teleportation skill. However, the golden river of time seemed to possess some mysterious power, tightly locking onto Fengtian, and no matter how he teleported, he could not escape its pursuit. Damn it! Fengtian cursed inwardly, knowing that he could no longer run away. He took a deep breath, stopped in his tracks, and turned to face the surging golden river of time. His gaze was resolute as he shouted, "Since I can't avoid it, then bring it on." He quickly formed seals with both hands, ready to confront Cheng-Yun's attack with the power of causality. However, at that critical moment, Cheng-Yun suddenly retracted the golden river of time, as if everything had just been a joke to her. A playful smile curled at the corners of her mouth, and her eyes sparkled with cunning. "Fengtian, do you think I would take action myself?" Upon hearing this, Fengtian's heart raced with alarm, and an ominous premonition surged within him. He suddenly caught a whiff of a burnt electrical smell in the air, and instantly turned his gaze towards the location where the fourth Reikage had previously executed the Four Crimson Sun formation. To his surprise, he found that Minato Namikaze had already taken the place of the fourth Reikage and was steadily performing the Four Crimson Sun formation. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee were stealthily approaching from behind, their eyes flashing with combat intent and determination. It was a trap. Fengtian exclaimed in shock. But it was too late. The fourth Reikage and Killer Bee had already launched their attack, and a powerful Raijin's Heat Blade cut through the air like a thunderclap, heading straight for Fengtian. Raijin's Heat Blade. Chapter 120. Calling for help faced with the seamless joint attack of the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee, Fengtian's expression changed drastically. The immense energy concentrated in the Raijin's Heat Blade was like a raging thunder dragon, roaring towards him with a deafening sound, causing the entire space to tremble. Fengtian knew he could hardly evade this strike easily, so he made a swift decision and activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, attempting to use spatial transfer to evade this deadly threat. However, Minato Namikaze had already anticipated his intentions and cleverly restricted Fengtian's movement range using the spatial sealing power of the Four Crimson Sun formation. The spatial seal was designed for this moment. Minato's voice was calm and resolute. He was like a wise man controlling a chess game, precisely grasping every detail. At the other end of the Four Crimson Sun formation, he manipulated his chakra to further compress Fengtian's movement space, making his escape route increasingly narrow. Fengtian paused for a moment, and just as the Raijin's Heat Blade was about to reach him, he displayed astonishing adaptability and strength. He forcibly twisted his body, using the power of causality as a guide, quickly forming a layer of solid shield on the outside of his body. This shield shimmered with a mysterious light, as if it could withstand all attacks in the world. With a deafening roar, the thunder plow heat knife collided violently with the shield of Fengtian, erupting in dazzling light and powerful energy fluctuations. The entire space seemed to be torn apart by this force, and the air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. Amidst the enormous explosion, lightning scattered everywhere, and Fengtian's figure was engulfed in a sea of thunder. As the smoke cleared, Fengtian staggered out, his clothes tattered and his skin marked with charred traces, indicating that this blow had caused him considerable harm. But his gaze remained resolute, without the slightest intention of retreat. I underestimated your cooperation." Fengtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. At this moment, Cheng-Yun slowly got up, having recovered some chakra, her golden eyes flickering with an even brighter light. "Fengtian, this cycle has come to an end. Today, let me put an end to this time and space." As Cheng-Yun's words fell, the surrounding ninja alliance began to slowly close in, each person emanating a fighting spirit. Knowing that this was the crucial moment to determine victory or defeat, Fengtian looked around. A sense of desperation surged in his heart, determined to go all in. He knew that, with his current strength, escaping was almost impossible. Nevertheless, he would not give up easily. Fengtian roared with anger, his chakra surging throughout his body. Even in a weakened state, his astonishing combat power was still apprehensive. His eyes were blood-red, as if ready to ignite a blazing flame that would turn all obstacles to ashes. "Then come, let me see if your so-called justice can withstand my final madness." With a roar, he declared, his voice filled with determination and madness. As he quickly formed seals with his hands, a mysterious power surged within him. Reverse spirit communication technique. He slammed the ground fiercely, and in an instant, a huge cloud of smoke rose into the air, obscuring everyone's view. From the smoke, a figure with an overwhelming presence slowly emerged. He has a tall stature, arms crossed over his chest, with a face full of disdain and pride. His gaze was as deep as an abyss, seemingly able to see through all the illusions of the world. How utterly pathetic, this figure from Fengtian said, with a hint of mockery and disdain in his voice. If I had acted sooner, everything would have already been over. As these words fell, Uchiha Madara's figure was finally fully revealed to everyone. He wore a black battle robe, an iron headpiece on his head, and his eyes glowed with a crimson light. His appearance seemed to make the entire space tremble, a powerful pressure spreading out, causing everyone present to feel short of breath. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Noki locked their gazes tightly on Uchiha Madara, their pupils instantly contracting, their faces filled with disbelief. In the previous era, this legendary ninja, long thought to be dead, had appeared before everyone in such perfect condition, as if time had no effect on him. I'm sorry, Lord Madara. That was not my intention. Fengtian replied in a deep voice, revealing a hint of helplessness. Uchiha Madara ignored Fengtian's explanation, his gaze sweeping over everyone present like an abyss, finally settling on Minato Namikaze and Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that many interesting things have happened in the ninja world during my absence, Uchiha Madara said with a cold smile, his tone filled with mockery and disdain. But that's no longer important. What matters is that today, I will personally end this decaying era and create a world of my own. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became extremely serious. He knew how terrifying Uchiha Madara's strength was. Even at their peak, they could hardly compete with him, let alone now. But as Hokage, he could not retreat. Complete body, Susanoo. With Uchiha Madara's furious roar, a colossal figure suddenly rose behind him, like a giant beast awakening from the abyss. Its massive form nearly obscured the entire sky, casting a shadow that made everyone present feel unprecedented oppression and despair. This complete body, Susanoo, radiated brilliant light, yet harbored a chilling dark power. Every piece of its armor seemed capable of easily tearing through space, and every gaze could make the strongest tremble. Fengtian pressed closely to Uchiha Madara's side, stepping into this godlike body together. Under the protection of Susanoo, they seemed to become invincible kings, looking down on the ants beneath them. You think you can stop me with just you? Uchiha Madara's voice echoed within the massive body of Susanoo, carrying an undeniable authority. Chungyun's eyes widened. The scene before her exceeded her cognitive limits. She murmured, how is this possible? Uchiha Madara of this era should have long since died of old age. Despite the confusion in her heart, her expression remained exceptionally calm, as if she had already prepared to face everything. Her fingertips gently twirled a strand of brilliant golden thread, a manifestation of her mastery over the power of time and space reversal. Without hesitation, she waved towards Uchiha Madara, attempting to use this power to influence or even change his existence. However, Fengtian had already seen through her intentions. He sneered and raised his hand, releasing a strand of mysterious causal power. This power collided violently with Chungyun's time-space power in midair, bursting forth with dazzling light and intense energy fluctuations. Chungyun's time-space reversal sought to pull Uchiha Madara back to the era he should have perished in, while Fengtian's causal power firmly maintained the current reality, preventing any external force from easily altering it. The two powers intertwined in the air, stirring up invisible ripples, as if time and causality were fiercely clashing at this moment. Chungyun's complexion changed slightly. She hadn't expected Fengtian's causal power to directly counter her time-space power. Do you think a mere time-space reversal can change anything? In this world woven by causality, everything is already predetermined. Fengtian's lips curled into a smug smile, fully aware that his leverage was far from limited. Chungyun, unwilling to back down, gazed more resolutely. Predetermined? That's just your self-righteous fantasy. True power comes from the infinite possibilities of the future and an indomitable will. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, Uchiha Madara's voice rang out again, interrupting this invisible confrontation. Enough, this pointless argument is meaningless. Fengtian, be ready to welcome the dawn of a new era. As for you, his gaze swept over the coalition, filled with disdain, merely dust beneath the wheels of history. After Uchiha Madara's imposing and cold words fell, the fully realized Susanu's massive hands tightly gripped the twin blades, plunging into the ground like a descending deity. The destructive force unleashed by this strike seemed to want to devour the entire world. A terrifying shockwave spread wildly in all directions, causing the very space to tremble. "Here it comes." Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a furious roar, his voice imbued with undeniable determination. He was well aware of the crisis at this moment, and immediately reminded the other shadows to strengthen the defenses of the four Red Sun formation with all their might. Their faces were filled with seriousness, and their hands quickly formed seals, pouring their chakra into the barrier without reservation. In an instant, a terrifying shock wave surged like a storm, distorting the shape of the four Crimson Yang formation. The surface of the barrier rippled, as if it could collapse at any moment. They gritted their teeth, holding the barrier tightly, not allowing it to suffer even the slightest damage. After a fierce struggle, the four Red Suns array finally withstood that destructive force. Although the shape of the barrier was distorted, its interior remained as solid as ever. "Oof, shameless scoundrels. Do you think you're the only one who can call for help?" Although Qingyun was unharmed under the protection of the four Red Suns array, she felt extremely displeased with Fengtian's behavior of running away when he couldn't win and calling for help when he couldn't escape. After saying that, she snapped her fingers crisply towards the sky. In an instant, a golden river of time appeared above her head, dazzling and magnificent, as if containing endless mysteries and power. The emergence of this river drew the attention of everyone present, leaving them in unprecedented shock. Soon after, a figure slowly walked out from this brilliant river, his steps steady, exuding a faint glow, as if he were a powerful being crossing over from another time and space. His appearance made Qingyun's confidence even stronger. She provocatively looked at Fengtian, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Scared of you? This girl is not afraid." Chapter 121. Uchiha Sasuke, as the brilliant time light and shadow, like a galaxy, gradually faded, a figure exuding a chilling aura slowly appeared before everyone. Fengtian stared intently, his face stiffening involuntarily as he realized just how terrifying the strength of the person Qingyun had summoned was. Even facing the overwhelming pressure of Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo, he felt he had no chance of winning. Go for it. Knock Fengtian and that big guy down hard." Qingyun raised her arm, pointing directly at the towering complete body Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, while issuing commands to the helper she had summoned, shouting at the top of her lungs. At this moment, the air around seemed to freeze, the tense atmosphere nearly suffocating. Fine beads of sweat were faintly visible on Fengtian's forehead, while Qingyun wore a playful expression, a sly smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened slightly, a barely noticeable displeasure curling at the corners of his mouth as he ominously said, "If you speak to me like that again, I won't mind chopping you up first." Hi, Lord Sasuke," Qingyun replied with a bright smile. This person was none other than Uchiha Sasuke from the Naruto era, with a single arm and a single Rinnegan. He is the one called forth by the clear melody from the River of Time. Sasuke slowly raised his head, his gaze like a torch, directly staring at the towering complete body Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, his expression as calm as a still pond, without the slightest ripple. He immediately turned his head to look at his father, Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing beside him, and countless past memories suddenly surfaced in his mind. However, this was clearly not the time to indulge in memories. Uchiha Fugaku noticed the gaze that Sasuke was directing at him and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He instinctively turned his head, his gaze meeting Sasuke's. For some reason, Fugaku felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from this suddenly appearing stranger, as if he were a relative with a blood relationship. However, this was a time of war, with thick smoke and a chilling atmosphere surrounding them, leaving no room for him to indulge too much in this strange feeling. Fugaku quickly gathered his thoughts and refocused his attention on the battlefield before him. "Complete body, Susanoo," Sasuke shouted in a deep and powerful voice, filled with endless determination and strength. As soon as his words fell, a massive, imposing purple giant suddenly emerged behind Sasuke, its size and might rivaling Uchiha Madara's complete body, Susanoo. The two giants stood facing each other, as if electric currents were surging between them, the air at this moment becoming almost suffocating. A shocking confrontation was about to unfold between them. The purple Susanoo emitted a faint glow, contrasting sharply with Madara's blue Susanoo. An extremely oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, making even breathing feel difficult. You can actually activate complete body. Susanoo, who are you? Madara's voice came through the giant mouth of Susanoo, laced with disbelief and surprise. Sasuke didn't respond, merely coldly staring at Madara. In many previous cycles, Sasuke had fought with Uchiha Madara more than once. Although their strengths could be considered evenly matched, Sasuke had managed to gain the upper hand with the assistance of Chingyun. At present, Chingyun seemed unwilling to intervene, and Madara was in peak condition, which also ignited Sasuke's fighting spirit. Oomph. Then let me see just how strong your complete body Susanoo really is. Madara said no more, controlling Susanoo to charge forward, its massive fist enveloped in world-destroying power, smashing towards Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke, unwilling to back down, similarly swung the giant arm of Susanoo to meet it, the two forces colliding in mid-air, producing a deafening roar. As if space itself were being torn apart. Light scattered, dust rose, and at this moment, the entire world seemed to consist solely of the clash of these two powers. Just then, those who had been watching from the sidelines saw this and wanted to rush forward to assist Sasuke, but they were firmly stopped by several invisible monsters. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get close to Uchiha Madara by even an inch. Even more frustrating was that those white Zetsus, which had been nearly wiped out, suddenly emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, surging toward them. For a moment, everyone could only focus on eliminating these pesky white Zetsus before considering how to deal with the few hidden, invisible monsters. Indeed, those troublesome invisible monsters were the clones created by Uchiha Madara's signature ninjutsu, Limbo, Border Jail, to ensure that his battle remained undisturbed. Madara unhesitatingly released these clones hidden in the dark space, making them obstacles for the allied shinobi forces' advance. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of battle. The roars of white Zetsus intermingling with the shouts of the crowd, creating a scene both tragic and magnificent. Everyone be careful. First, deal with these white Zetsus. Someone shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone unleashed their respective ninjutsu and engaged in fierce combat with the white Zetsus. However, the sheer number of white Zetsus was overwhelming, seemingly endless, leaving them exhausted. At this time, the battle between Sasuke and Uchiha Madara also reached a fever pitch. The two Susanoos continuously collided, each clash sufficient to make the heavens and earth tremble. Yet, despite Sasuke's immense strength, he still struggled to gain the upper hand against Madara in his peak state. Humph. It seems you are still not strong enough. Uchiha Madara sneered, his voice echoing through the giant mouth of Susanoo, laced with mockery and disdain. Hearing this, Sasuke's expression darkened even further. He knew that to defeat Uchiha Madara, he had to rely on his own strength. So, he took a deep breath, gathering all his power once again, and launched a fierce attack at Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Fengtian's figure flashed, using several body flicker techniques. And in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Chingyun. He did not rush to act, but instead approached her step by step with steady footsteps. His eyes fixed intently on Chingyun, as if trying to see through her thoughts. Seeing this, Chingyun still wore a playful smile on her face, her eyes sparkling with cunning light. She showed no signs of fear as Fengtian gradually closed the distance. Rather, she seemed even more excited and expectant. Chingyun, shall we have a chat? Fengtian finally stopped, his tone carrying a hint of undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the playful expression on Chingyun's face deepened, and she nodded slightly before responding, sure. However, the location for this conversation will be decided by me. Chapter 122. Name hearing this, Fengtian nodded gently, a flicker of curiosity passing through his eyes. Chingyun's lips curled into a smile as she lightly flicked her fingers, producing a crisp snap that echoed in the air. Immediately, the surroundings seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, becoming distorted and dreamy, as if time and space had lost their order at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves in a strange space, surrounded by clocks of all kinds, the ticking sounds intertwining to form a melodious tune. This was Chingyun's unique subspace. Please take a seat. Chingyun waved her right hand, her tone carrying a sense of ease and nonchalance. Before her words had finished, the space in front of them rippled slightly, and an ancient go table along with two stone stools appeared out of thin air, as if plucked from the void. Fengtian gazed at the go table before him, a surge of inexplicable emotions rising in his heart. This go table reminded him of the era before his crossing. Familiar, yet distant memories flooding his mind like a tide. A complex gleam flickered in his eyes. But it quickly returned to calm as he slowly sat down on the stone bench, as if engaging in a silent conversation with his past self. The playful expression on Chang Yun's face gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. She looked deeply at Fengtian and slowly spoke. "Do you know?" Her voice was low and magnetic, as if every word contained a profound meaning. "Our fate is like this game of chess." Chang Yun's finger gently traced the chessboard, the pieces making a faint sound as they touched, as if narrating the trajectory of fate. "We are all within the game, but you and I are not the ones holding the pieces." A hint of helplessness and emotion flashed in her eyes, as if lamenting the unpredictability of fate. Upon hearing this, a look of unease crossed Fengtian's face. His brows furrowed slightly, his voice tinged with doubt and anxiety. "Who, exactly, is the one holding the pieces?" Chang Yun simply smiled without answering. She extended her finger towards the boundless sky, as if hinting at something. Then, she gently picked up a chess piece, her movements slow and solemn, as if performing a sacred ritual. The piece traced a graceful arc in the air before finally landing steadily on the board, producing a crisp sound. Chang Yun's gaze was profound, as if penetrating the barriers of time and space. And she slowly said, "The one holding the pieces is hidden within the cracks of time and space. They control the trajectories of countless lives. Like the pieces on this board, whether they live or die, whether they are joyful or sorrowful, all lie within their thoughts." Fengtian's brows knitted tightly, a wave of unprecedented shock and unease surging within him. He is well aware that his crossing into this world is not a coincidence, but rather a pull from some force. Now, the true nature of this force is about to surface. How can he not feel nervous? Are we really just going to let them manipulate us? There's a hint of unwillingness in Fengtian's voice. Chang Yun gently shakes her head, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. "No, although fate is like a chess game, the pieces also have the power to resist. Though you and I are not the players, we can seek a way to break the game and change our destiny." Chang Yun pauses, her gaze turning to the chessboard. Seeing that Fengtian is still lost in thought and hasn't made a move, she shakes her head helplessly, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Then, she picks up a chess piece with grace and ease, gently placing it down. "Actually, do you know?" Chang Yun's voice sounds again, carrying a hint of mystery and depth. "We have fought through countless cycles, countless life and death struggles. Although I possess the power of time and space, which allows me to maintain this youthful appearance, time still flows silently and imperceptibly. It's just that you cannot sense it." Upon hearing this, Fengtian furrows his brow, confusion etched on his face. "Countless cycles? Haven't we only experienced 6? His voice carried a hint of confusion and incomprehension, as if he were trying to piece together fragments of memories. Chang Yun did not respond directly. She continued to focus on the chessboard, her movements of placing pieces smooth and natural, as if each move contained some deeper meaning. "In fact, long ago I had dreamed of sitting down with you like this, calmly and sincerely having a conversation." Chang Yun's tone carried a subtle sense of emotion, as if the past struggles and turmoil had transformed into the warmth of the present moment. "Unfortunately, the player behind me has always been unwilling to give us this opportunity, which is why we have been in constant conflict." A hint of helplessness and regret flashed in her eyes, as if recounting the days of being forced into disputes. "The player behind you? Who is it?" Fengtian, upon hearing this, showed a look of confusion, staring intently at Chang Yun, trying to find the answer in her gaze. "Who?" Chang Yun repeated Fengtian's question, her expression suddenly becoming strange, as if she had tasted something odd. When she placed the next piece, she deliberately slammed it down on the board, creating a small dent as if venting her dissatisfaction. "A professional electrician who can't play chess." She gritted her teeth as she uttered this, her tone filled with sarcasm and helplessness. The word professional was emphasized, as if highlighting the absurdity and incompetence of the other party. Finally, as the last piece was slowly placed down, the massive chessboard began to gradually dissipate, as if it had never existed. However, the conversation between Chang Yun and Fengtian seemed to have opened a long sealed door, allowing their relationship to quietly begin to change. After a while, Chang Yun's tone suddenly became exceptionally gentle. She fixed her gaze on Fengtian's eyes, as if trying to see through his soul, and softly asked, "Do you still remember your name?" This question struck like a thunderclap, instantly exploding in Fengtian's heart. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at Chang Yun, his lips trembling uncontrollably, as if an invisible force had tightened around his throat, rendering him unable to make any sound. Name? Fengtian struggled to speak, his voice hoarse and shaking. Isn't my name Fengtian? However, as these words fell, a sudden pain shot through his mind, as if countless silver needles had pierced into it, unbearable and intense. He held his head tightly with both hands, groaning in pain, trying to find answers amidst the chaotic thoughts. But those memories surged forth like a tide, bringing endless pain and confusion, almost suffocating him. Qingyun quietly watched Fengtian suffering, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. She did not step forward to comfort him, just waiting silently, as if waiting for a crucial answer. Fengtian trembled, repeatedly whispering, my name, my name. His voice was filled with confusion and helplessness, like a traveler lost in a vast ocean, desperately searching for the guiding light of a lighthouse. Qingyun sighed softly, her gaze complex and profound, filled with sympathy for Fengtian's plight as well as a resolute determination in the face of fate's choices. She slowly stood up, walked to Fengtian's side, and gently patted his shoulder, her touch tender yet firm. Fengtian, this is just a code name. A name given to you for the sake of mutual recognition in this meticulously constructed world. Her voice was soft and clear, each word seemingly imbued with a kind of magic, trying to penetrate the fog in Fengtian's heart. Or perhaps, is the name bestowed upon you by the player behind you for some purpose? There was a hint of barely perceptible irony in Qingyun's tone, as if suggesting the deep meaning and conspiracy of that unknown player. But before you crossed over on your true trajectory of fate, do you still remember your original name, your original identity, and why you came here? Her question was like a sharp blade, cutting through the fog in Fengtian's heart, forcing him to confront the forgotten past. Fengtian painfully closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to search for those lost memories in his mind. However, the memories seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog, and he could only vaguely see some blurred shadows, those shadows swaying gracefully in the mist. Yet he could never reach the truth. I don't remember. Chapter 123, Flee. I don't remember. Fengtian painfully held his head, his eyes hollow and bewildered, as if being torn apart by an invisible force that was pulling at every corner of his heart. He desperately tried to retrieve the lost memories. But no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't find any clue about his own name. At this moment, he finally realized that he had inexplicably arrived in this Naruto world and was aimlessly starting to collect tailed beasts. Everything seemed to make sense, yet was filled with strangeness and confusion. Even his name, Fengtian, felt as if it was something he was meant to have, without any sense of abruptness or incongruity. Could it be that my name really is Fengtian? Fengtian silently asked himself, but this question felt like an unsolvable puzzle, plunging him into deeper confusion and uncertainty. He began to doubt his existence, question the reality of this world, and even doubt everything he had experienced. Perhaps your causal power could help you regain a part of your memory. Qingyun saw that the time was ripe and promptly reminded Fengtian. Upon hearing the words causal power, a hint of confusion flashed in Fengtian's eyes, but soon this confusion was replaced by an inexplicable desire. He seemed to see a glimmer of hope, a ray of light that could help him regain his lost memories. He raised his head, staring intently at Qingyun, his voice laced with urgency and desire. The power of causality? Are you saying that I can use this power to regain lost memories? Qingyun gently nodded, his eyes revealing a sense of affirmation. That's right, your power of causality is one of the most mysterious and powerful forces in the world. It can not only perceive the causal relationships of all things, but can also, to some extent, reverse causality and change fate. Qingyun extended a finger, on which a golden thread containing the power of time and space flowed, and continued, by using the power of causality as a bond and my power of time and space as a bridge, you might be able to recover some memories. Fengtian listened to Qingyun's explanation, his eyes sparkling with an increasingly bright light. He seemed to see the dawn of hope piercing through the fog in his heart, illuminating the path ahead. Using your power of time and space as a bridge, this sounds like a solution tailor-made for me. Fengtian's voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. Qingyun smiled and nodded. He reached out a finger and gently touched Fengtian's forehead. The power of time and space on the golden thread seemed to transform into a warm current, flowing into Fengtian's body and intertwining with his causal power. Close your eyes, relax your mind and body, and let this power guide you. Qingyun's voice was gentle yet firm. as if there were a magical force that made Fengtian involuntarily follow his instructions. Fengtian closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. He felt his body becoming lighter and lighter, as if floating above the clouds. At the same time, a series of blurry images began to surge in his mind, flashing by rapidly like a film reel, constantly switching. Suddenly, a clear image froze in his mind. It was a strange world filled with high-tech and fantastical elements. Fengtian saw himself standing in the center of a massive city, surrounded by bustling crowds and a continuous flow of vehicles. He felt an unprecedented sense of familiarity, as if this was the world he had once lived in. However, just as he was about to explore this world further, the scene suddenly became blurry, as if shrouded in a thick fog. Fengtian tried to break through this fog, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not see the true face of that world. Eventually, with the surrounding scene shifting, Fengtian returned to reality. It seemed that my guess was correct. Cheng Yun's voice carried a hint of heaviness as she fixed her gaze on Fengtian and continued. The chess player behind you has hidden your memories through special means. This method is so sophisticated that even with the strength of the two of us, we cannot break through this barrier. Cheng Yun sighed, a look of regret on her face. She had originally thought that with her abilities, she might be able to help Fengtian regain his lost memories. But now it seemed that things were far more complicated than she had imagined. However, Fengtian did not feel discouraged by Cheng Yun's words. On the contrary, a determined light sparkled in his eyes. Through Cheng Yun's help, he had already seen his original world, and the desire to return home grew even stronger. In other words, as long as my strength is strong enough, perhaps I can break the layout of the chess player behind me. Fengtian's voice carried a hint of defiance and determination. He knew very well that in order to regain his lost memories and return to his original world, he must possess sufficiently powerful strength. Cheng Yun supported her chin with her hand, seriously contemplating what Fengtian had said. Eventually, she slowly nodded and spoke. In theory, that's the case. But Fengtian, have you heard of the flea experiment? Fengtian shook his head, regretting that he hadn't studied enough until it was necessary. Cheng Yun gave him a roll of her eyes and began to explain the experiment. The so-called flea experiment is actually a very enlightening psychological experiment. The experimenter places a flea in a glass jar and then immediately covers the jar's opening with a transparent glass plate. At first, the flea keeps trying to jump out of the jar. However, due to the obstruction of the glass plate, it hits the plate every time and cannot escape. After a period of attempts, the flea seems to realize that its efforts are in vain, so it starts to adjust its jumping height. It no longer jumps high enough to hit the glass plate, but instead only jumps to a position below the plate each time. Then, the experimenter quietly removes the glass plate. Surprisingly, even without the obstruction of the plate, the flea still maintains the previous jumping height and no longer tries to escape the jar. It seems to have become accustomed to its limits and no longer dares to break through. After finishing the experiment, Cheng Yun looked at Fengtian with deep eyes, seemingly waiting for his reaction. You know what this means, right? Fengtian was silent for a moment, then reluctantly said, You mean to tell me, I am like this flea, with the chess player behind me having placed a glass plate, limiting my strength. No matter how hard I try, I cannot escape this fate? Cheng Yun shook her head again and said, Maybe, right now you are indeed the flea trapped in a glass jar. But who can say for sure what the future holds? Hearing this, Fengtian slowly stood up from his seat. At this moment, he was no longer obsessed with recovering that lost memory. He walked up to Cheng Yun with heavy steps, his face as dark as water, and slowly spoke. So, as long as I'm strong enough, I can reclaim everything that originally belonged to me, right? If that's the case, then please don't stand in the way of my return home. The tone of Fengtian carried an undeniable firmness. These tailed beasts, I will have them. You cannot stop me. His eyes shimmered with a resolute light. Cheng Yun looked at Fengtian, who had already made up his mind, and a complex emotion flickered in her gaze, filled with both worry and helplessness. Fengtian, I never intended to block your path. Cheng Yun's voice was calm and deep, as if it could penetrate the heart. I just hope you understand that no matter which path you choose, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Collecting tailed beasts is no easy task, nor is it a righteous act. The person behind you has purposes and methods that are far from benevolent. You must be on guard. Cheng Yun's words carried a hint of warning. Hearing this, Fengtian clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at Cheng Yun. I would rather make mistakes than do nothing at all. If you want to keep stopping me, then let's go to war. Chapter 124. Negotiation fail go to war? Cheng Yun raised an eyebrow, looking disdainfully at the suddenly standing Fengtian. her words filled with amusement. With your current ability of having collected the power of 5 tails? Or perhaps, Qingyun leaned slightly forward, her gaze filled with mockery. Are you relying on that Uchiha Madara outside, who could die at any moment to save you? Who told you that I only have Uchiha Madara behind me? Fengtian retorted without courtesy. However, Qingyun calmly stood up, gently shook her head, and a mysterious smile appeared on her lips as she slowly said, Do you think I just arrived in this time and space? Upon hearing this, Fengtian's heart tightened, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Qingyun continued, A month before you attacked Konoha, I had already quietly arrived in this time and space. I have been here, silently observing everything. Hearing this, Fengtian looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his face changing drastically as he took a few steps back, his voice trembling with disbelief. What do you mean? Have you already arrived in this time and space and been secretly laying out plans? Qingyun smiled slightly, not answering directly, but the depth and confidence in her gaze sent a chill through Fengtian's heart. Then, Qingyun extended her hand, her slender fingers gently pointing to the sky, as if her fingertips contained some mysterious power. Soon, for thin, golden threads flowed from her fingertips, like agile snakes, tracing beautiful arcs in the air. Suddenly, these 4 golden threads shot towards 4 completely different directions at an astonishing speed. The next moment, a series of roaring sounds erupted from the sky, as if powerful chakra waves were rapidly approaching, enveloping this world in a suffocating atmosphere. Fengtian looked up to see 4 beams of light rushing towards 4 directions, cutting through the sky and leaving behind brilliant trails. Each beam radiated a heart-pounding, powerful aura, as if some terrifying existence was swiftly closing in. The attackers from Mist Village were the immortal ninja, Kakuzu. From Sand Village was the Scorpion of the Red Sand. From Cloud Village was Shunshin Shimizu. And from Rock Village was Obito. Qingyun's words pierced Fengtian's heart like icicles. Her voice was calm and collected, yet carried an irresistible power. I'm not wrong, am I, Fengtian? Fengtian's face instantly turned pale, his eyes wide open as he stared at Qingyun, as if he had seen a ghost. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, each sending chills down his spine. Could it be that this Qingyun had already descended into this time and space early on, lurking in the shadows like a cunning fox, quietly observing his every move? Had she already discerned all his plans before he even initiated the war, possibly even knowing every detail? Moreover, those 4 golden threads, shooting swiftly and precisely towards 4 different directions, were clearly reinforcements she had summoned. The direction they were heading was precisely where the 4 villages of Hidden Mist, Hidden Sand, Hidden Cloud, and Hidden Rock were located. Fengtian felt an unprecedented sense of fear and despair enveloping him. He thought he had everything under control, but he didn't realize that he had fallen into someone else's scheme from the very beginning. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he still struggled to maintain his composure and authority. In terms of strategy and means, you're no match for me. Qingyun's words carried a hint of disdain as she slightly raised her chin, her eyes filled with confidence and pride. Do you have anything to say now? Fengtian gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, veins bulging. His eyes flickered with unwillingness and stubbornness, like a trapped beast desperately struggling. I will never give up until the last moment. Fengtian roared, his voice hoarse yet powerful. You think you could defeat me so easily? I still have a chance to turn the tables. Qingyun looked at Fengtian's indomitable demeanor, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She slowly approached Fengtian and gently patted his cheek, as if soothing a disobedient child. Fengtian, you are truly Navi. Qingyun said, the winner of this cycle is still me. Qingyun, and you are destined to lose. However, Fengtian seemed to have not heard her words at all, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. At this point, I have nothing more to say. Life or death, let's fight first. As he spoke, an extremely rich power of causality erupted from Fengtian's body. At this moment, he decided not to entangle with Qingyun. Leaving this subspace was the best strategy. The power of causality swirling around Fengtian rolled like a solid substance, and the space seemed to twist at this moment, causing even Qingyun to squint slightly. She realized that Fengtian was going to take a gamble, using some time-space ninjutsu, or secret technique, to escape. Want to run? It's not that easy. Qingyun's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Fengtian, her hands quickly forming seals, attempting to seal off the surrounding space to prevent Fengtian's escape. But Fengtian was clearly well prepared. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as the chakra and power of causality within him intertwined, forming an indescribable strange energy. This energy erupted around Fengtian, creating a spatial rift that revealed an otherworldly glow. Spatial jumping? Oomph. I want to see if you can jump out of my palm. Qingyun snorted coldly, her hands rapidly changing seals, trying to interfere with the formation of that spatial rift. However, Fengtian's movements were even faster. He almost merged into the rift the moment Qingyun completed her hand seals, leaving only a gradually dissipating shadow. Damn it! Qingyun shouted angrily. She did not expect Fengtian to truly escape her blockade, but she quickly calmed down, her gaze like a hawk as she looked towards the direction where the spatial rift had disappeared, already plotting in her mind. Hidden Mist Village at this moment. Hidden Mist Village had already turned into ruins under Kakuzu's reckless destruction. Broken walls and ruins, raging fires. Everywhere was filled with the aura of despair and death. And on this ruin, Suigetsu and Pakin lay weakly on the side, their bodies surrounded by splattered blood, their breaths extremely weak, as if they would pass out at any moment. They were covered in scars, old and new intertwined, making a shocking sight. There was not the slightest trace of chakra fluctuation, and even the large swords they once relied on for battle were now haphazardly stuck to the side, losing their former sharpness. Clearly, they had been completely defeated in their battle against Kakuzu. The once formidable ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village now lay on this ruin like stray dogs, barely clinging to life. Oomph. 2 stubborn fools, wasting 2 of my hearts, Kakuzu said with dissatisfaction. His voice was hoarse and deep, yet carried an unmistakable murderous intent. Although he ultimately defeated the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon and the Loquat Shirzong, his condition was not much better. Originally, his 4 proud hearts transformed into the earth grievance hue, but during the desperate fight with the 2, the fire and water attributes were destroyed. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Jiao Du looked down at his battered body, a flicker of anger and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. He originally thought he could easily deal with these 2 guys, but he didn't expect to pay such a heavy price. Fortunately, the people who could stop Kakuzu had already been defeated, and he believed that all he needed to do next was command White Zetsu to easily deliver a devastating blow to the Hidden Mist Village. However, just as he stood up, ready to continue his actions, a dazzling golden light suddenly streaked across the sky, swift like a meteor, and directly descended in front of him. This golden light radiated endless brilliance, so dazzling that Kakuzu could not open his eyes for a moment and could only instinctively shield his eyes with his arm. When the light finally dissipated, a figure slowly walked out from within, as if stepping out of the void, exuding an extraordinary aura. Kakuzu struggled to open his eyes, try to see the face of the newcomer. Upon recognizing the person, Kakuzu's pupils instantly contracted, disbelief written all over his face as he trembled and exclaimed, "It's you! How could you be here?" Chapter 125. Senju Hashirama Yo. What a rare opportunity to fight across time and space. Who is my opponent this time? I wonder? As the light gradually faded, a Konoha ninja, clad in red armor, with flowing long hair, suddenly appeared in Kakuzu's line of sight. This person was none other than the first Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama. At this moment, Hashirama, summoned by Chungyun's cross-time call, stepped decisively into the battlefield from the end of the River of Time. However, when Hashirama's gaze swept over the Hidden Mist Village, which had been ravaged beyond recognition by Kaku, his expression instantly darkened, his brow furrowed, and a trace of undeniable anger and sorrow flashed in his eyes. "It seems you are the one creating slaughter and destruction." Senju Hashirama's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. His gaze was like a torch, staring directly at Kakuzu, as if he wanted to see through the darkness in the other's heart. Kakuzu stared at the Senju Hashirama in front of him, and the fear in his heart gradually dissipated like morning fog, replaced by a burning fire of revenge. If it weren't for the obstruction of this man before him, how could he have failed the mission and ended up with the title of a rogue ninja, being ruthlessly expelled from the Hidden Waterfall Village? In Kakuzu's eyes, it seemed as if 2 flames were blazing fiercely, a complex emotion woven from resentment, unwillingness, and anger. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with deep hatred. "Senju Hashirama, I never expected to see you here. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up in such a situation." Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama lightly furrowed his brows, helplessly shrugging his shoulders, his face filled with confusion. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're saying. Throughout his long and grand career as Hokage, he had encountered countless assassinations and conspiracies. However, he truly had no impression or clue about the person in front of him. Senju Hashirama shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of doubt and tolerance. I have not directly participated in your past, nor do I understand why you harbor such deep resentment towards me. But in any case, since we have met here today, I have a responsibility to stop your killing. Kakuzu's anger seemed to be ignited even more by Hashirama's words, and he sneered, "Humph, responsibility? Senju Hashirama, is your so-called responsibility just to look down from above and ignore the suffering of others? Do you know that everything I've lost is due to your so-called responsibility?" Kakuzu roared, as if venting his inner anger and unwillingness. Subsequently, the two powerful entities with wind and lightning attributes, the Earth Grudge Fear, seemed to respond to his call and rapidly return to his body. With the enhancement of these two powerful forces, Kakuzu's body underwent a tremendous transformation, directly entering the Earth Grudge Fear state. Two strange and hideous heads slowly grew out from his shoulders. They slightly opened their mouths, continuously gathering a chakra so powerful that it was heart-stopping, as if it would explode with destructive force at any moment. Your power is indeed impressive, but your heart seems filled with darkness and hatred. Hashirama's voice echoed over the ruins, carrying an indescribable solemnity and compassion. Kakuzu snorted coldly, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes, and without saying another word, he launched a fierce attack. The two strange heads suddenly opened wide, like the mouths of giant beasts, spewing out two terrifying chakra beams mixed with wind and thunder, roaring as they shot towards Senju Hashirama. In the face of this sudden attack, Hashirama only moved slightly, and the wood-release technique instantly unfolded. Countless vines seemed to come to life, surging crazily from the ground, intertwining and rapidly weaving into a gigantic green shield, blocking all the beams outside, producing deafening booms. At the same time, Hashirama quickly formed hand seals, the chakra within him surging violently, clearly preparing to launch an even more powerful and deadly counterattack. Wood Dragon Technique, Hashirama shouted, as if awakening a sleeping giant beast. A massive wooden dragon suddenly soared into the air from the ground, accompanied by a deafening roar, charging straight at Kakuzu. The wooden dragon was wrapped in chakra, so dense it seemed like it could drip with water, and every dragon scale shimmered with a green light, exuding a terrifying aura that could devour all things. Seeing this, Kakuzu's expression changed slightly. Although he already knew the power of Senju Hashirama's wood-release technique was astonishing, he was still deeply shocked the moment he witnessed the wooden dragon soaring into the sky. He did not expect that Senju Hashirama's wood-release techniques had become so powerful. However, Kakuzu was a tough character, and he did not retreat even a step. Instead, he urged the Earth Grudge Fear within him once again, and those bizarre heads and tentacles seemed to be empowered by some mysterious force, becoming even more violent and ferocious. He tried to break free from the wood dragon's restraints with a more ferocious attack, aiming to regain control of the battlefield that belonged to him. However, the strength of Hashirama was far beyond what Kakuzu could imagine. The wood dragon not only firmly trapped Kakuzu, but also continuously squeezed his movement space, making it difficult for him to unleash his abilities. Meanwhile, Hashirama took the opportunity to approach Kakuzu, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. Wood style, true thousand hands. Hashirama clasped his hands together, and suddenly a gigantic statue of a thousand-handed Buddha appeared behind him. The statue was majestic and imposing, with each hand seemingly capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, containing endless destructive power. The statue slowly raised one hand, its palm so large that it seemed to cover half the sky. In the palm, a dazzling sphere of chakra continuously gathered, emitting a brilliant light that made it hard to look at directly. With a low shout from Hashirama, the sphere seemed to come to life, rushing towards Kakuzu with a howling sound. Kakuzu was greatly alarmed. He knew that under this strike, he would likely find it difficult to escape unscathed. He widened his eyes and stared at the approaching sphere of light, his face filled with terror and despair. But at this critical moment, he suddenly came up with a plan. Utilizing the characteristics of the Earth Grievance, he dispersed part of his chakra into the surrounding ruins, creating multiple substitutes in an attempt to confuse Hashirama. However, Senju Hashirama's insight was incredibly sharp. He had already seen through Kakuzu's scheme. Just as the sphere of light was about to hit the substitute, he abruptly changed his attack direction. The true Senju's palm transformed into a sharp wooden blade. directly piercing through Kakuzu's real body. Kakuzu let out a piercing scream as his body was penetrated by Hashirama's wooden blade, blood gushing out. He widened his eyes, full of unwillingness and astonishment. The true 1,000 hands of Senju Hashirama slowly retracted, and the majestic Buddha statue gradually faded into nothingness. He looked at Kakuzu, who was lying on the ground, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Your strength is indeed impressive, but in the end, you have strayed onto the wrong path. Hashirama said with a hint of regret in his tone. Kakuzu struggled to get up, but his body was already severely injured, unable to recover. Suddenly, Kakuzu began to laugh maniacally, his face filled with mockery, and he exclaimed, Hashirama Senju, do you really think you've won? Chapter 126. Sakura Haruno Tsukuyomi at this moment. Tsukuyomi had become a wreck after being subjected to the fierce attacks from Sasori. Although the situation was slightly better compared to the devastation in Kirigakure, Tsukuyomi still suffered considerable damage under Sasori's relentless onslaught, with the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and the atmosphere of war. Chiyo was now at her limits. She stood amidst the ruins, her body trembling slightly, her face filled with exhaustion and sorrow. She looked at Sasori, her once proud grandson, who had now become this way, and her heart was filled with pain and confusion. Sasori, Chiyo said tremulously, her voice hoarse and low, as if she might collapse at any moment. Are you really going to destroy your own homeland? Sasori's face showed no expression, his gaze cold and hollow, as if he had lost all emotions. He looked at his former grandmother, the person who once gave him endless love and warmth, but now could only stand on the opposing side, perhaps harboring a trace of indescribable complex emotions in her heart. However, he did not answer Chiyo's question. His puppet, enhanced by the causal power of Fengtian, became invincible, easily destroying the Chikamatsu 10 guardians that Grandma Chiyo had meticulously prepared. Now, he only wanted to continue his mission to completely destroy this hometown that once gave him memories. This dirty world, devoid of artistic value, truly makes him feel nauseous. The voice of Scorpion was filled with disgust and disdain, as if he viewed this world as a repulsive stain. To topple everything and start over, sacrifices must be made. Scorpion continued coldly, with no trace of hesitation or compassion in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Grandma Chiyo's expression changed drastically, and she trembled as she said, Scorpion, do you not understand the consequences of what you're doing? You will become the enemy of the entire Tsukuyomi, and even the entire ninja world. Her voice was filled with worry and heartache, unable to watch her grandson walk towards destruction. However, Scorpion merely curled his lips into a cold smile, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. He seemed to have made up his mind to change the world in his own way, no matter what the cost. So what? Scorpio retorted, I no longer care. His voice was filled with indifference and ruthlessness, as if he had abandoned all constraints and attachments. This world, this sand-hidden village, was no longer the way I remembered it. Scorpion continued, his eyes flashing with memories and pain. They have become so ugly, so hypocritical. I must change them in my own way. But, Scorpion, is it really worth it to do this? Granny Chiyo's voice carried a hint of pleading. You were once such a kind and talented child. Why have you become like this now? Scorpion's gaze dimmed slightly, but then became resolute again. Granny, you don't understand. Art requires sacrifice. Only by tearing everything down and starting over can true, perfect art be created, and in that process, there will inevitably be some sacrifices. But the villagers of Sand-Hidden Village are innocent. What wrong have they done? Granny Chiyo shouted hoarsely. Scorpion was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. They're not at fault, but this world is just that cruel. Sometimes, to achieve a greater goal, some small selves must be sacrificed. And Sand-Hidden Village is the stepping stone for me to realize my artistic goals. Hearing this, Granny Chiyo trembled with anger. She looked at Scorpion's indifferent and resolute eyes, knowing she could no longer persuade him. Thus, she gritted her teeth, preparing to fight Scorpion to the death with the last of her strength. But Scorpion merely flicked his fingers gently, as if playing a melody of death. The next moment, a puppet controlled by him wielded a sharp blade, crashing down towards Granny Chiyo like lightning. The strength of the puppet and its speed were so great that there was no time to react. Granny Chiyo, already extremely weak, was unable to resist this sudden attack. She felt a tremendous force hit her, and her whole body was violently smashed to the ground, spitting blood, her breath instantly becoming labored. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair as she looked at Scorpion's cold and ruthless face, her heart filled with endless sorrow. Lady Chiyo, A distant voice called urgently from the sand-hidden village ninja, rushing over, but they could only watch helplessly as this scene unfolded. Their hearts were filled with anger and helplessness, yet they could not change this cruel reality. Scorpion looked at the old lady Chiyo lying on the ground, a cold smile creeping at the corner of his mouth, his voice icy and ruthless. "Grandma, you are old now, so please rest well." His words were as chilling as ice, sending shivers down one's spine. As Scorpion's cold words fell, several puppets he controlled suddenly appeared beside Granny Chiyo. They wielded giant blades, raised high, with their edges glinting ominously, as if they intended to cut down everything in their path. Under Scorpion's control, these puppets showed no hesitation and fiercely swung towards the fallen Granny Chiyo. However, at this critical moment, a brilliant beam of golden light shot in from the distance, crashing with unstoppable force right in front of Scorpion. The deafening explosion echoed, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Who is it? Faced with this sudden turn of events, Scorpion couldn't help but roar in anger, his face filled with shock and fury. He quickly took several steps back, and the giant blade that was about to strike Granny Chiyo came to an abrupt halt in midair, as if blocked by an invisible force. After the golden light landed, it continued to shimmer with dazzling brilliance, making it impossible to look directly at it, like the rising sun. In an instant, everyone shielded their eyes with their arms to avoid being harmed by the intense light. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the blinding glow. As the light gradually dimmed, everyone's vision began to clear. Soon, a female ninja with flowing pink hair, dressed in Konoha ninja attire, appeared before them. This person was none other than Sakura Haruno, one of the new legendary 3 ninjas traveling through time and space. Granny Chiyo. The moment Sakura noticed Granny Chiyo lying on the ground, a strong sense of crisis surged within her. She quickly rushed to her side, gently placing her hands on Granny Chiyo's shoulders, and chakra flowed into her body like warm spring water, beginning to heal her. Scorpion, seeing that Sakura dared to ignore his presence, couldn't help but feel a surge of displeasure. He let out a cold grunt, his fingers moved slightly, and soon a puppet swung a giant blade fiercely towards the two. The giant blade carved a sharp trajectory in the air, accompanied by a whistling sound, as if it aimed to cleave everything in two. However, Sakura merely glanced at the puppet indifferently and then slightly raised her hand. Her palm seemed to contain infinite strength, steadily receiving the blow of the giant blade. With a loud crack, the once indestructible giant blade broke in her hand, along with the puppet that was also shattered. Changyun. Thank you. This time, I will not leave any regrets. Chapter 127. The battle begins. Who are you? After receiving Sakura's treatment, Granny Chiyo slowly opened her murky eyes. When she realized that an unfamiliar ninja was treating her, she couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with a hint of vigilance and curiosity. Granny, it might indeed be difficult to explain who I am right now, Sakura quickly responded in a soft voice, filled with warmth and patience. But please believe me, I am on your side, and I am here to help you stop Sasori. As she spoke, Sakura's gaze was firm and clear, as if it could dispel all gloom. Her hands gently pressed on Granny Chiyo's acupoints, her movements skilled and powerful, revealing her proficiency in medical techniques and care for the patient. Her existence in this timeline is indeed a complex issue that is not easy to clarify. To avoid complications and to focus on dealing with a formidable enemy Sasori, Sakura chose such a brief response. Listening to Sakura's words, although there were still traces of doubt lingering in her heart, Granny Chiyo could read the kindness and determination from those sincere eyes. Thank you, child. No matter where you come from, I will remember this kindness. Granny Chiyo's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable firmness and gratitude. Sakura smiled gently and continued to concentrate on treating Granny Chiyo, her nimble hands gliding between her acupoints as if weaving a melody of life. She needed to ensure that Granny Chiyo could quickly regain some strength to face the upcoming battle. At the same time, Sakura's gaze occasionally swept around, always alert to Sasori's movements, like a cheetah poised to spring, ready to respond to Sasori's sudden attack. Sasori coldly watched this scene, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Wasn't his puppet invincible under the influence of the power of fate? How could this woman easily break his puppet? Sasori's confusion snowballed, and he closely monitored Sakura's every move, his cold eyes revealing a complex mix of bewilderment and vigilance. He began to realize that this seemingly ordinary leaf ninja might be hiding some unknown, powerful force. Much like the undercurrents in the deep sea, calm on the surface but surging violently underneath, making it hard to grasp. Interesting. Scorpion scoffed disdainfully, lightly curling his fingers as if wielding an invisible conductor's baton, summoning more puppets from all directions to swarm toward Sakura and Granny Chiyo. These puppets were of various bizarre shapes, some wielding gleaming blades, while others carried heavy weapons, clearly a specially crafted army by Scorpion to deal with various emergencies. Sakura's heart tightened, but she maintained her composure. She quickly took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing rhythm, and swiftly formed hand seals, gathering chakra in her palms, preparing to face the impending storm-like attack. At the same time, her hands did not stop. She continued to treat Granny Chiyo's wounds, ensuring that she could maintain a certain level of combat power in this fierce battle. "Granny, you take a break first. I'll handle these annoying guys," Sakura said with undeniable determination in her voice, her eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit, like a young lioness ready to charge into battle. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Granny Chiyo nodded slightly, a hint of a satisfied smile appearing on her aged face. She knew that her most important task now was to recover her strength to deliver a fatal blow to Scorpion at the critical moment. Seeing this, Scorpion smirked coldly. He did not believe that Sakura could handle all of his puppets alone, but he was also pleased to see the outcome of this battle. After all, for him, the battle itself was a form of art, and the scene before him undoubtedly provided him with more creative inspiration. However, Sakura did not disappoint Scorpion. With her excellent taijutsu and ninjutsu, she skillfully weaved between the puppets, continuously breaking their arms and kicking their bodies away. Each attack was precise and powerful, forcing Scorpion to re-evaluate this opponent. Finally, after Sakura had destroyed dozens of puppets in succession, Scorpion also paused his fierce assault. He slowly took a step forward, his expression complex, unable to help but ask, "I'm curious, how did you so easily destroy my puppets? You should know that these puppets have all been baptized by the power of causality, endowed with the property of being unbreakable." Sakura was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but quickly regained her composure and responded, "Perhaps it has something to do with the power of time and space that I possess. Ever since that dimension called out to me, I came in response." Sakura's gaze became profound, as if lost in memories, during the process of traversing time and space. I might have unintentionally carried a trace of that power. When Scorpion heard Sakura mention the power of time and space, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had never heard of such a mysterious power, nor had he ever imagined that someone could travel through time and space. This explanation was both novel and filled with incomprehensible mysteries for him. He stared closely at Sakura, trying to find answers in her eyes. But all he saw was determination and calmness, with no trace of fear or evasion. The power of time and space? Scorpion murmured to himself, seemingly trying to understand this unfamiliar concept. "Are you saying that your power comes from another time and space?" Sakura nodded. Although her own understanding of this power of time and space was limited, she knew it was the most reasonable explanation for why she could easily destroy Scorpion's puppets. Scorpion was silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this information. He stared at Sakura, his eyes filled with both curiosity and vigilance. He realized that the girl before him not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also carried unknown secrets. Interesting. Scorpion finally broke the momentary silence, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It seems this battle will be even more gripping than I expected." As he spoke, he waved his fingers lightly again, but this time, no more puppets surged forth. Instead, he slowly walked toward Sakura, each step heavy as if treading on the strings of a person's heart, exuding a chilling aura of danger. "Let me personally experience the true power of your time-space abilities." Scorpion's voice was low and magnetic, each word seeming to be squeezed out with difficulty, carrying an undeniable determination. Seeing this, Sakura knew that the Real challenge was imminent. She clenched her fists tightly, took a deep breath, and worked to calm her emotions, adjusting her chakra to its optimal state, her eyes fixed on Scorpion, ready to face his tempestuous attacks. "Granny, please make sure to protect yourself. The upcoming battle will likely be very intense." Before the battle erupted, Sakura turned back to remind Chiyo. Chiyo nodded lightly. Although her strength had not fully recovered, her eyes, having weathered countless storms, sparkled with resolute light. She was ready, prepared to catch Scorpion off guard at a critical moment. The battle. Let begin. Chapter 128. Entrusted by others. Cloud Hidden Village. Can you continue to fight? Give up. The absolute gap in strength means you cannot win against me. From within the towering Susanoo, Shizen's voice tinged with a hint of pity, drifted out. He looked down from high vantage point at the disheveled and ragged druid below, his tone as cold as the winter wind, devoid of any warmth. At that moment, the druid's cheeks were smeared with a mix of sweat and dirt, his hair was in disarray, and his breathing had become rapid and heavy. Although he had exhausted all his efforts, facing the indestructible complete body Susanoo of Shizuka was like an ant trying to shake a tree, with no effect whatsoever. Every attack felt like hitting a thick steel plate, leaving only a few shallow marks, which were quickly followed by the terrifying force of Susanoo that sent him reeling back. The immense gap in strength weighed down on Dalu's heart like a mountain, filling him with unprecedented despair and helplessness. His gaze began to drift, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had already foreseen his defeat. Under the sky of Yunin village, the towering Susanoo stood like a deity, its sound of stillness emanating coldly and full of pity, contrasting sharply with the plight of the druid. He understands that with his current strength alone, it is indeed difficult to shake the fully realized Susanoo, which is as solid as a mountain. Is it the absolute gap in strength? Dalu murmured, a hint of bitterness in his voice. He did not lack effort, but each attack felt like a stone sinking into the sea, having no effect on the massive Susanoo of Shirsue. However, in this moment of despair, a glimmer of determination suddenly flashed in Darui's eyes. He raised his head and looked up at the towering Susanoo, a surge of unyielding will rising within him. "I will never give up easily," Darui shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the vast battlefield, as if even the sky trembled in response. Jishue was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He did not expect that, in this seemingly desperate moment, Darui could still unleash such a strong fighting spirit. Darui took a deep breath and began to mobilize the remaining chakra within him. He knew that he had to make some changes, or else this battle would be hopeless. Lightning release, black spot. Darui suddenly let out a low roar, his hands forming seals at lightning speed, as if he were being pulled by an invisible force. The lightning release chakra within him surged wildly, rampaging out like a runaway wild horse. Immediately after, a massive black lightning beast coalesced behind him, accompanied by a deafening roar and dazzling electric light, charging toward Shirsue's towering Susanoo. This was one of Darui's trump cards. He exerted all his strength in the hope that this strike would break through Shirsue's solid defense and earn him a glimmer of survival. Upon seeing this, Shirsue merely squinted slightly, his face still showing no signs of fluctuation. He casually raised his arm, and the spiral gun in his hand seemed to sense its master's intent, instantly bursting forth with dazzling light, meeting the ferocious thunder beast of the druid. Ding! A crisp metallic clash echoed in the air, and the thunder beast disintegrated instantly under the powerful impact of the spiral gun, transforming into countless tiny fragments of lightning, blooming in the sky like fireworks, and then quickly disappearing without a trace. How is this possible? The druid's legs went weak, and he helplessly knelt on the ground, his face filled with disbelief. He originally had high hopes for this move, thinking it could at least cause some trouble for Jishue, but he didn't expect it to be so easily countered by the opponent. At this moment, helplessness and despair surged like a tide, filling his heart. He gasped for breath, as if even breathing had become exceptionally difficult. "You have done well enough," Jishue slowly spoke, his voice calm and gentle. He walked up to Druid, crouched down, and continued, "I will give you time to catch up until the day you surpass me." After saying this, Shirzhua quickly formed a seal with one hand, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. A powerful and mysterious illusionary force instantly spread out, enveloping the entire battlefield. Druid felt the darkness before his eyes, and then the whole world plunged into endless darkness. His consciousness began to blur, and his body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. Seeing that Darui had already fallen into a trance, Shishue let out a gentle sigh, then turned away and no longer looked at him. His silhouette appeared lonely and desolate, as if burdened with endless sorrow and responsibility. Currently, although Yunin village had not suffered significant casualties, various buildings and houses had already turned into ruins under the devastation of Susanoo. A trace of pity flashed across Jishue's face, but it quickly faded away. Just as Jishue was about to turn and leave, completely ending this battle, a brilliant golden light suddenly streaked across the sky. This golden light, like a meteor crossing the night sky, carried an indescribable might and suddenly exploded in front of Jishue. The golden light spread out, illuminating the entire battlefield. As the dazzling golden light gradually dissipated, a figure slowly walked out from the radiance, as if crossing over from another world. This chakra aura felt so familiar. Jishui's heart trembled sharply as he sensed the chakra emanating from that person, which was strikingly similar to a figure in his memory. He struggled to open his eyes to see the face of the person approaching, but the golden light was still a bit dazzling, causing a sharp pain in his eyes, making it impossible for him to open them immediately. Finally, as the light completely faded, the person slowly appeared in front of Jishui. He has a tall and well-proportioned figure, wearing a long black robe with the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on the lapel. The cuffs of the robe are wide and flutter gently with his movements, giving off an ethereal and mysterious feeling. This person is none other than Uchiha Itachi. He has crossed over from another timeline, summoned by Chungyun. Is it Jishui? Itachi's voice carried a hint of uncertainty and emotion, as if he had traversed through long years and finally met an old friend again after a long time. I never expected that our reunion would be in such a circumstance, Itachi said, his words filled with endless nostalgia. Jishui frowned, his gaze fixed intently on Itachi, and asked in confusion, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Itachi gently shook his head, his expression complex. He certainly recognized Shidge, but at this moment, he was a traveler who had come through time and space, an existence that should not appear in this era. "You don't need to know who I am," Itachi said softly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I came here for reasons I cannot disclose." Upon hearing this, Shidge's eyes flashed with confusion, but he understood that the person in front of him clearly had an unusual identity and purpose. Itachi took a deep breath and continued, "As someone who has traveled through time and space, in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble to my timeline, I must minimize my impact as much as possible. In other words, I will try not to create too much disturbance in this timeline." After saying this, Itachi's gaze fell on Shidge once again, as if he wanted to deeply imprint the other person's appearance in his heart. He then hesitated no longer. Under the influence of the power of the clear sound time-space, he could freely unleash his abilities without worrying about backlash. Susanoo, accompanied by Itachi's deep and powerful roar. A massive red Susanoo suddenly rose from the ground, like a towering mountain, standing before Shidge. Shidge stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the red giant, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He never expected that at this critical moment, someone could summon such a powerful and mysterious existence. "Who are you?" Jishui asked again, his voice carrying a hint of unmistakable vigilance and doubt. He is well aware of the power of Susanoo and understands that a ninja capable of summoning such an existence is no ordinary person. Itachi looked at Shui, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, but he did not directly answer his question. He slowly raised his hand, and the red Susanoo followed suit, its gigantic arm gently waving as if engaging in some tacit and mysterious coordination with Itachi. Then, Itachi suddenly waved his hand, and the red Susanoo charged forward, colliding with Shui's green Susanoo. Two powerful forces intertwined and crashed in the air, producing a deafening roar. The entire Hidden Cloud village seemed to tremble at that moment, and the sky was dyed with unusual colors from the clash of the two powers. Seeing this, Shui did not dare to be careless. He quickly adjusted his state and engaged in a fierce confrontation with Itachi. The two exchanged blows in the air, fighting to a standstill. Each collision was accompanied by intense energy fluctuations, distorting the surrounding space. "Your power feels very familiar to me, but I just can't recall. What exactly is your purpose?" Shui continued to speak, his eyes fixed on Itachi, trying to glean more useful information from his micro-expressions. However, Itachi merely shook his head slightly and did not respond. After a moment, he slowly said, just fulfilling a request. Chapter 129. Art is an explosion of Wavicure Deidara. Can you hold on? The voice of Toby sounded somewhat hoarse amidst the swirling dust, his eyes filled with concern and anxiety. "Stop being so annoying, Toby. Just take care of yourself." Deidara shouted back at Toby with dissatisfaction, his voice tinged with weariness and stubbornness. His face was covered in dust and sweat. His hair was a complete mess, looking extremely disheveled. Huang Tu was also quite helpless. From the beginning of the battle, he had continuously used large-scale earth release techniques, exhausting a massive amount of chakra. If it weren't for Deidara's sudden support, which distracted Obito, he would have already been defeated. However, the current situation wasn't much better. Obito's complete body, Susanoo, stood before them like an indestructible wall, leaving them helpless and with no way to attack. Huang Tu's earth release attacks came like a torrential storm, while Deidara's clay bombs were relentless, However, these attacks merely raised small clouds of dust against Obito's Susanoo, failing to shake it in the slightest. "Hey, did you two come up with a plan to deal with me?" Obito asked leisurely from within the Susanoo, his voice laced with disdain and mockery. "After fighting for so long, I'm starting to get sleepy." His words were filled with contempt, making Deidara and Lus's expressions even darker than water. Deidara gritted his teeth, with flames of anger burning in his eyes, staring at Obito as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Lus also clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging. "Don't get too cocky, you guy," Deidara said through gritted teeth, despite his body being exhausted from continuous battles and explosions. Lus took a deep breath, trying to make his thoughts clearer. He knew that with just the two of them, it would be difficult to break through Obito's defenses. But the battle was not over, and they could not give up. "Deidara, we must find a way to break through his defenses, or we will undoubtedly lose," Huangtu said in a deep voice, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Deidara fell silent, his expression complex and conflicted, as if he were making a difficult decision. Finally, it seemed he had made up his mind. His gaze became resolute as he spoke. "I have one more move, my ultimate art. This technique is incredibly powerful, and it will definitely break through his turtle shell." Deidara's voice carried a hint of fierceness, clearly expressing his anger at Obito's provocation. Huangtu, upon hearing this, showed a moment of surprise in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. He knows too well about Deidara's ultimate art, which represents the pinnacle of Deidara's explosive art, and is also the forbidden technique he is most reluctant to touch. "Deidara, have you really decided to use that move? Do you know what it means for you?" Kankuro's words were filled with deep concern. He didn't want Deidara to walk down this irreversible path. However, Deidara interrupted Kankuro, his gaze more determined than ever. "Kankuro, stop hesitating. This is our only chance. I don't want to lose to this arrogant guy." With that, Deidara began to prepare, his hands quickly forming seals, a dangerous aura starting to envelop his body. Kankuro looked at Deidara's resolute expression, took a deep breath, and nodded. He knew that they had no way out now. "All right, then let us give our all for victory together," Huangtu said loudly, his voice filled with fighting spirit. Deida watched the interaction between Deidara and Huangtu from within Susanoo, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He thought these two were just making a final struggle and didn't take them seriously at all. However, at that moment, Deidara suddenly began to hand signs, his movements swift and precise, each sign gathering all his power and will. "Huh!" Deidara shouted, and suddenly a strong chakra fluctuation erupted around his body, filling the air with an unprecedented explosive aura. Seeing this, Toby immediately coordinated with Deidara, launching a large-scale earth release technique to create the optimal explosive environment for Deidara's ultimate art. "Earth release, great earthquake core," Toby shouted, and the ground suddenly shook violently as a massive earth core rose from the depths, enveloping Deidara and his ultimate art within it. Toby felt the increasingly intense explosive aura, and his expression gradually became serious, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He never expected that Deidara and the clay had such a deadly trump card hidden away. However, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. "Art is an explosion." Crack! Deidara's voice rang out amidst the deafening explosion, as if announcing his artistic philosophy to the world. Immediately after, an unprecedentedly massive shockwave erupted from the clay core, shooting up into the sky like a volcanic eruption, dyeing the heavens a deep crimson. Obito's Susanoo appeared so small and fragile in the face of this overwhelming explosion, as if made of paper, instantly being shattered into countless pieces that scattered into the air. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Obito reacted quickly and used his Kamui technique to instantly transport himself into the Kamui space, thus avoiding the direct damage from the devastating explosion. Even so, due to the sudden shattering of the Susanoo, Obito still suffered an immense backlash, a powerful surge of energy that nearly left him gasping for breath. But thanks to the miraculous enhancement of the Hashirama cells, the overwhelming backlash was quickly suppressed, and his body gradually stabilized. When Obito turned his gaze back to the clay and Deidara, his eyes had become deep and complex. Deidara, severely injured from the explosion, lay on the ground, on the brink of death, as the flame of life seemed ready to extinguish at any moment. He looked at Deidara and inexplicably felt a sense of respect in his heart. Although Deidara was his enemy, that extreme pursuit of art and unwavering determination made Obito acknowledge that he was indeed a worthy opponent. "Deidara, I can truly feel the shock of your art. Obito's voice echoed in the void, directly reaching Deidara's ears. But art is not just about explosions. It can have many more forms and deeper meanings. Deidara lay amidst the ruins, covered in blood, yet his eyes remained bright. He heard Obito's words, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Humph. What do you know about art? My art is explosion. Only explosion can turn everything to nothing and start anew. Gaara struggled to crawl beside Deidara, looking at this former comrade with a heart full of sorrow. He knew that Deidara had reached the end of his life, but he still wanted to keep this companion alive. Deidara, don't speak. We will find a way to save you. The voice of Kuratsuchi choked as he tried to use his chakra to stabilize Deidara's injuries, but everything seemed so powerless. Deidara shook his head, his eyes beginning to lose focus. No need, Kuratsuchi. My art has already been completed. This is my final work, and I am satisfied. Chapter 130. Thus far, just when everyone thought Deidara was beyond saving and the flame of his life was about to extinguish, a brilliant golden light suddenly streaked across the sky. This golden light was like a meteor cutting through the night sky, carrying an indescribable might and power, falling straight towards Obito's location. Obito was startled, but reacted quickly. With a cold snort, he immediately used Kimui to teleport to a safe distance, easily avoiding the descent of the golden light. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the golden light crashed heavily onto the ground, instantly erupting with dazzling brilliance, as if a small sun had exploded on the surface. Within the light, a figure could be vaguely seen moving slowly, seemingly adjusting his clothing and posture. Who is it? Obito shouted angrily, feeling very displeased by the recent impact. However, as the light gradually dissipated, a man filled with celestial aura, his eyes shaped like a cross, dressed in black and gold attire, holding the Rinnegan staff, with 9 Rinnegan orbs floating behind him, slowly stepped onto the battlefield. This person was none other than Naruto Uzumaki in Sage of Six Paths mode, who had come through time and space at the call of Chungyun. Finally here, Naruto stepped out from the light, a hint of fatigue on his face, and couldn't help but exclaim, traveling through time and space is really not an easy task. He looked around and quickly set his gaze on Deidara, who was in the embrace of the earth, frowning slightly. Deidara? What's wrong with him? He looks in bad shape, Naruto said, his tone filled with surprise and concern. Seeing Naruto's extraordinary demeanor and recognizing Deidara, the earth realized that this person might have a way to help Deidara. So he directly asked, no matter who you are, do you have any way to save Deidara? If you can, I am willing to pay any price. After saying this, the earth bowed deeply to Naruto, his words filled with endless sorrow. Oh no, Brother Earth, you mustn't do that. You mustn't. Naruto quickly stopped him upon seeing the earth bowing to him. Although the two were not from the same time and space, Naruto's respect for the earth was deeply ingrained. He quickly stepped forward, gently helping the earth up, his eyes filled with sincerity and determination. Brother Earth, please don't do this. I will do everything I can to save Deidara. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in the earth's eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. Seeing this, Naruto said no more. The sage mode energy surged from within him, gathering in his palms as he began to nourish Deidara's body. The light in the earth's eyes was reignited. Under the nurturing power of Naruto's overwhelming life force, Deidara's body seemed to be infused with new vitality. His wounds healed at a visible speed. His originally pale face gradually regained color, and his breathing stabilized. This scene left the earth in disbelief. He widened his eyes, shocked by everything happening before him. Is this real? Deidara, he's actually recovering. The earth murmured, the shock in his heart hard to express. Naruto shook his head. As someone who traverses time and space, his existence should not have a significant impact on this timeline. However, for the sake of Brother Earth's words, he was willing to endure a bit of temporal backlash to save the severely injured and dying Deidara. After doing all this, Naruto turned to instruct the earth, hoping he would quickly leave the battlefield and take good care of Deidara. The earth nodded heavily, although he still didn't know who Naruto was. He felt kindness for Naruto's chakra, so he was willing to trust the Naruto in front of him. The earth carefully picked up the now conscious Deidara, looking at Naruto with eyes full of gratitude. Thank you. No matter who you are our savior. Naruto smiled and shook his head, his gaze deep. Brother Earth, quickly take Deidara away. Leave this to me. The earth said nothing more. He knew that staying here would only be a burden to Naruto. So, he nodded and swiftly left the battlefield. Once the earth and Deidara had left, Naruto took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute. He looked at Obito. his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Your ambition has brought too much suffering to this world. Today, let me put an end to it all. Obito sneered, showing no fear of the suddenly appeared sage of six paths Naruto in front of him. Another one who seeks death has come. However, I can give you a chance. Submit to me, and together we will create a new world. Naruto shook his head, his gaze firm and resolute. Your dream is built on the suffering of countless people. I refuse to accept such a world. Before his words had finished, Naruto moved, holding the pitch-black, truth-seeking ball staff. His figure instantly transformed into a golden flash of lightning, like a comet cutting through the sky, rushing towards Obito with overwhelming speed. Obito's heart tightened. From the moment Naruto struck, he sensed the terrifying power of his opponent, and he dared not be careless. He quickly activated Kamui, attempting to use this space ninjutsu to evade Naruto's deadly blow. However, to Obito's surprise, Naruto in Sage of Six Paths mode had reached an unprecedented level of speed and strength, seemingly transcending the constraints of space. Although Obito's Kamui was incredibly fast, it felt inadequate compared to Naruto's near-instantaneous speed, unable to completely evade Naruto's attack. Bang! After a deafening explosion, Obito was struck heavily by Naruto, like a kite with its string cut, flying backward and crashing hard against a massive rock. The rock shattered instantly under the immense impact, and Obito spat out blood, staggering down and appearing utterly disheveled. How is this possible? Obito struggled to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that this suddenly appeared Six Paths mode Naruto would possess such powerful strength, leaving him with no ability to counterattack. Naruto didn't give Obito any chance to catch his breath. His figure flashed, and he launched a fierce attack once again. This time, he fully utilized the power of the truth-seeking balls, transforming the 9 truth-seeking balls into golden beams of light, shooting towards Obito like arrows. Obito exerted all his strength to defend, quickly forming hand seals in an attempt to use ninjutsu to withstand Naruto's assault. However, facing Naruto's attack, which was like a raging storm, his defense seemed so powerless. The truth-seeking ball beams sliced through his defenses like sharp blades, leaving shocking wounds on his body. Your ambition ends here. Chapter 131. Reclaiming Konoha. The battle between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke continued. The two controlled their massive, complete-body Susanoo, resembling 2 towering mountains, constantly colliding and confronting each other on the battlefield. Each fierce clash seemed to tear the heavens and the earth apart, bringing waves of violent impact to the surrounding 4 Crimson Yang formation. However, surprisingly, the 4 Crimson Yang formation remained standing firm, steadily withstanding the aftermath of their battle, showing no signs of wavering. Finally, after a balanced confrontation, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke simultaneously retracted their complete-body Susanoo. They stood panting in place, their eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Clearly, this endless struggle had worn them out. This meaningless war of attrition could not truly resolve anything. At this moment, only close combat could bring them pleasure. And so, Uchiha Madara moved. He wielded a massive scythe, each swing carrying a terrifying force that could tear through space. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke held a long sword, its tip flickering with blinding lightning, each strike containing devastating power. Faced with Uchiha Madara's sudden assault, Sasuke snorted coldly, swinging his sword, the lightning flashing as it collided with Madara's scythe. The immense shockwave caused both of them to stagger slightly, but Sasuke did not retreat. Instead, he launched a fiercer counterattack. The others, seeing this, wanted to rush forward to assist Sasuke, but he refused, stating that this was his battle and that they should not interfere. Suddenly, Madara let out a roar, his body swelling as if transforming into a giant beast. The scythe, accompanied by a howling wind, swung violently towards Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and he met the attack with his sword, the lightning and the scythe clashing with a deafening roar. Both were pushed back a few steps by the tremendous force. But Sasuke quickly adjusted his stance and charged forward again. This time, he no longer simply defended, but actively initiated attacks. The long sword traced brilliant arcs in the air, each strike aimed at Madara's vital points. Madara, not willing to back down, swung his scythe, and the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. Their figures darted across the battlefield, each clash sending chills down the spine. However, as time passed, Uchiha Madara felt his body nearing its limit. The causal power released by the heavens was steadily draining from him, allowing Sasuke to gradually gain the upper hand. In light of this situation, Uchiha Madara decided to stop holding back. Next, he prepared to annihilate the entire ninja alliance in one go. Shinra Tensei, Uchiha Madara roared, unleashing an unprecedented wave of energy throughout his body. This power surged like a violent torrent, instantly sweeping outward, engulfing the entire battlefield in a terrifying atmosphere. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Sasuke was blasted away several dozen meters, his body tumbling through the air, clearly suffering a significant impact. Even more astonishingly, the barrier of the four red suns began to crack under this force, as if it might collapse at any moment. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together. A torrent of chakra surged wildly around him, like a giant wave in a storm, a terrifying sight. Tenpenki-ai, Uchiha Madara's roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth, as if he intended to completely destroy all obstacles. With his roar, the once clear sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathered, and thunder roared, as if even the sun, moon, and stars had lost their luster, enveloping the entire world in oppression and fear. Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand seals, each mark containing boundless power and mystery. As he changed his hand seals, an unprecedentedly terrifying chakra gathered around him, like a black hole, voraciously devouring everything around it, as if to swallow the entire world into an endless abyss. At that moment, two massive meteors suddenly appeared in the sky, blazing with flames like two burning comets, streaking through the air and rapidly descending toward the ground. These meteors were enormous, and the flames engulfing them distorted the surrounding air, leaving behind dark cracks wherever they passed, as if even space was being torn apart. Not good. Everyone, get out of the way. Tsunade shouted loudly, trying to organize everyone to escape this deadly area. However, the speed of the meteors was too fast. The others had no time to react. Sasuke lay among the ruins in the distance, shaken by the residual force of Shinra Tensei, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. Yet, at this life-and-death moment, relying on his incredible willpower, he endured the discomfort, barely lifting his head, his gaze sharp, fixated on the two meteors approaching at an astonishing speed. He knew very well that once these two meteorites fell, not only would the entire Konoha village be reduced to nothing, but the entire Shinobi Alliance would also face a catastrophic disaster. This power had far exceeded their imagination and capacity to withstand. Indra's arrow, Sasuke murmured, his voice revealing determination and resolve. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and his chakra surged wildly around him, as if it were going to swallow the heavens and the earth. Soon after, a massive black arrow rapidly formed in his hand. The arrow emitted a faint black light, entwined with terrifying lightning and surging chakra fluctuations, as if it contained the power to destroy the world. Sasuke aimed at one of the meteorites, his eyes fixed on the target, and all his strength converged into this strike. He took a deep breath and shot the arrow with all his might. Whoosh! The arrow cut through the air with a sharp sound, flying towards a meteorite at an astonishing speed. In midair, it collided with the meteorite, producing a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. The meteorite was directly shattered by Indra's arrow, turning into countless fragments. The debris scattered in the air like a meteor shower, eventually disappearing into the darkness. However, the other meteorite was still rapidly approaching. Sasuke gritted his teeth, knowing that he no longer had enough strength to resist the second meteorite. As despair filled everyone's hearts, believing there was no hope left, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared not far away. This radiance was like the rising sun, instantly illuminating the darkness and bringing a glimmer of hope to everyone. Qingyun's figure slowly appeared before them. She was graceful and cold, like a fairy stepping out of painting. She slightly raised her head, her gaze piercing, fixated on the enormous meteorite about to crash to the ground, her brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath, staring in anticipation of a miracle. Qingyun gently extended a finger, a mysterious power of time and space swirling at her fingertip, as if it could traverse time and connect the past and the future. This power transformed into a thin golden thread at her fingertip, shimmering with brilliant light. Go! Qingyun uttered softly, her voice light, yet carrying endless authority and power. As her words fell, the golden thread instantly transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the impending meteorite at an incredible speed. The moment the golden thread made contact with the meteorite, a powerful force erupted as if it were going to completely engulf the meteorite. Under the influence of the power of time and space, the meteorite began to shrink gradually, and the flames on it slowly extinguished. Ultimately, this meteorite, which could have destroyed everything, completely turned into nothingness, disappearing without a trace. What kind of power is this? Uchiha Madara looked at this scene in astonishment. Apart from the Heavenly Emperor, he had never seen such a miraculous ability. Ching did not answer him, only gave him a cold glance before turning around and lightly nodding at Sasuke, indicating that he need not worry anymore. Sasuke panted, watching Ching silhouette, a surge of inexplicable gratitude rising in his heart. He knew that he had just done his best, and without Ching appearance, Konoha village and the allied shinobi forces would likely have been destroyed in this calamity. Ching turned her gaze towards Uchiha Madara, her voice cold and firm, as if carrying an undeniable power. Uchiha Madara, she slowly began, each word striking his heart like a heavy hammer. Because of the causal power of Fengtian, you briefly returned to that false peak period. Ching continued, her eyes revealing insight into Uchiha Madara's fate. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly. He felt the formidable power emanating from Ching. He understood that the woman before him might be the greatest obstacle to breaking through his own limits and realizing his ambitions. Now, Ching voice rang out again as she walked step by step towards Uchiha Madara, each step seemingly treading on the hearts of the crowd, instilling a sense of awe. I will personally reclaim this power that does not belong to you. Chapter 132, Causality versus Time and Space Reclamation. As Ching words fell, she extended her delicate right hand towards Uchiha Madara. Soon, a strand of golden silk swirled at her fingertips. This golden silk appeared soft, but contained an incredible power of time and space. Uchiha Madara originally planned to dodge with his keen skills, but the strange aura emanating from the golden silk acted like an invisible shackle, firmly locking him in place, rendering him unable to move. A flash of shock and unwillingness passed through his eyes. He never expected to be powerless in the face of this force. The golden threads shot towards him at lightning speed, and he could only watch helplessly as they approached. Ching expression remained as calm as water, as if she had already anticipated everything. In the end, the golden threads accurately penetrated Uchiha Madara's body. The golden threads, as if alive, quickly wrapped around Uchiha Madara, and with the surging power of time and space, his body began to age at a visibly rapid pace. His skin became loose, and wrinkles crisscrossed like ravines, while his once black hair turned gray in an instant. At the same time, the causal power that Fengtian had previously left on him was dissipating continuously, like morning mist evaporating under the rising sun, as if even the force of fate could not contend with this mysterious and unpredictable power of time and space. Uchiha Madara's face was filled with terror and unwillingness. He stared wide-eyed, incredulously watching his body age rapidly. He could clearly feel the flow of vitality diminishing, as if time were accelerating at this moment, ruthlessly pushing him toward the end of life. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the binding of the golden threads. But they were as unyielding as iron chains, tightly wrapping around him and making it extremely difficult for him to even move a finger. What kind of power is this? A flicker of unwillingness and despair passed through Uchiha Madara's eyes. He had never encountered such a strange and powerful opponent. Ching stood by, her expression cold and calm, her fingertips gently waving as the golden threads seemed to come to life, skillfully weaving around Uchiha Madara's body, continually draining his life force and causal power. This is my reincarnation golden thread, capable of traversing time and space, locking in causality and returning everything to nothingness. Ching voice was cold and ethereal, as if it came from a distant otherworld. The causal power within you was originally left by the heavens to aid your return to your peak, but now it will dissipate along with your life. Uchiha Madara listened to Ching words, a hint of indifference flashing across his face. He knew deeply that his time was up and the flame of life was about to extinguish, although he had long been prepared to die at any moment. When that moment truly arrived, a wave of regret inevitably surged in his heart. He regretted that he could not see with his own eyes the world he envisioned. It was a world without war, without conflict, where people could coexist peacefully and prosper together. He has fought for this dream all his life, but now he must leave this world with regrets. A hint of sadness flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes as he whispered softly, "What a pity. I still couldn't achieve my dream after all." His voice was weak and deep, yet filled with endless sorrow and unwillingness. Just as the flame of Uchiha Madara's life was about to extinguish and everything seemed to have settled, suddenly, the void around him violently cracked open, as if torn apart by an invisible force. Immediately after, a figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, and it was Fengtian. "Madara-sama, let's go," Fengtian shouted, his voice filled with determination and resoluteness. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and in an instant, countless strands of causality power, shimmering with mysterious light, surged wildly toward Uchiha Madara. These strands of causality seemed almost alive, intertwining and wrapping around each other in the air, forming complex patterns. With the enhancement of the causality power, the space-time power that Shingyun had unleashed was gradually dispelled. As the space-time power dissipated, Uchiha Madara's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His skin gradually regained elasticity, wrinkles vanished without a trace, and his head of white hair became dark and shiny again. Nourished by the power of causality, his body quickly recovered to its peak state, even stronger than before. "Fengtian, you shameless guy, you dare to show your face." As soon as Chungyun saw Fengtian, she shouted in anger, her voice filled with indignation. With a flick of her wrist, golden threads danced like a spiritual snake emerging from its hole. In the blink of an eye, they wove into a vast golden net in the void, descending upon Fengtian and Uchiha Madara. A cold smile curled at the corner of Fengtian's mouth as he quickly moved his hands, forming intricate seals. In an instant, a vast and overwhelming force of causality surged from his body, colliding fiercely with Chungyun's golden net, resulting in a deafening explosion, as if the heavens and earth trembled at that moment. "Chungyun, since you are so relentless, then I will simply not leave today," Fengtian roared, his figure suddenly transforming into an afterimage, disappearing from sight and reappearing right behind Chungyun, a fist enveloped in world-destroying causality, striking fiercely at her back. Chungyun reacted swiftly, her figure sidestepping like a swimming fish, narrowly avoiding Fengtian's fierce blow. However, this evasion caused a brief lapse in her control over the golden threads, and the once vast golden net instantly dissipated like a shattered dream. Uchiha Madara, seeing this, curled his lips into a cold smile and suddenly pushed forward with one hand. In an instant, a powerful and heart-pounding pulling force emerged, crazily devouring everything around it like a black hole, mercilessly sweeping towards Chungyun. "Universal Pool." Uchiha Madara's deep and authoritative voice echoed in the air. Chungyun felt her body lighten, as if drawn by some invisible force, involuntarily flying towards Uchiha Madara. At the same time, Uchiha Madara quietly raised the gleaming sickle in his other hand, the sharp blade shimmering with a heart-pounding light under the sunlight. He was quietly waiting for the moment when Chungyun would be drawn in to deliver a fatal blow to her. However, just at this critical moment, the situation suddenly changed. Chungyun, who seemed to be firmly locked by gravity, miraculously vanished in the next second, replaced by Uchiha Sasuke, holding a long sword, exuding an impressive aura. This was Sasuke's miraculous ability, the heavenly hand power. "Madara, your arrogant ambition ends here." Sasuke's voice echoed over the battlefield shrouded in smoke, filled with undeniable determination and decisiveness. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with a hint of unmasked surprise, but this astonishment quickly faded, replaced by an even deeper calm and resolve. He curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile, the scythe tracing a graceful arc in the air, accompanied by a whistling wind, Sasuke's lightning-fast attack. Just based on you?" Uchiha Madara's voice was deep and filled with threat. Sasuke remained silent, his gaze even more resolute. The long sword in his hand seemed to transform into a dragon emerging from the sea, carrying unmatched sword intent, directly targeting Uchiha Madara's vital points. In an instant, the figures of the two intertwined, sword light and shadow of the scythe echoing each other. The intensity of the battle was astonishing. At the same time, Fengtian's figure appeared before Chungyun like a ghost. After a long period of delay, his ocular power had gradually recovered. At this moment, he had already activated the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, eager to battle Chungyun. Seeing this, a rare spark of battle intent surged from the depths of Chungyun's long silent eyes. Not bad, not bad. Only with such you. Do you have the qualifications to pique my interest a little?" A satisfied smile appeared on Chungyun's face, and then a frenzy of dense golden threads began to surge around her. These golden threads danced in the air, like a dragon playing in the water, each one containing a suffocatingly rich power of space-time. resonating with Fengtian's overwhelming causal power, creating a magnificent scene of contention. Come on, let us fight. Everything should come to an end. Chapter 133. Turtle Island. Konoha Village. Turtle Island, accompanied by a strange scene where space seemed to be twisted and kneaded by an invisible hand. Fengtian's figure suddenly appeared on this vast, mysterious island resembling a giant turtle. That's right. At this moment, on the other side of Konoha Village, the one fiercely clashing with Chung Yun and others was not Fengtian himself, but rather a clone illusion meticulously woven and condensed by causal power. This clone was surrounded by endless causal power, tightly wrapped like a net of fate, cleverly hidden in the gaps of causality, rendering Chung Yun's keen perception abilities helpless, unable to glimpse its true form. Meanwhile, his own body was continuously locking onto Turtle Island's position through Flying Thunder God and causal threads. Guided by Fengtian's sharp intuition, he determined that Jiraiya and the four crucial-tailed beast Jinchuriki, 4 tails, 5 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails, must be hidden on this Turtle Island of the village hidden in the clouds. This island, like a colossal creature, lay asleep in the vast, boundless blue depths, silently guarding countless unknown secrets with its ancient and profound body. Fengtian looked around and saw ancient trees towering on the island, their branches and leaves lush. Seemingly able to touch the sky, mist swirled around, appearing and disappearing, adding a touch of mystery and unpredictability to this land. He slowly narrowed his eyes, beginning to fully concentrate on sensing the subtle fluctuations in every inch of the surrounding space. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and his consciousness spread out like an invisible net, quietly capturing every minute clue that might reveal a secret. Soon, a barely noticeable smile crept onto his lips, because, right on this seemingly calm Turtle Island, he had detected a strong and unique wave of power, a culmination of disgust and anger. The formidable strength of the Nine Tails that could not be underestimated. This power, like a blazing fire, appeared so dazzling and impossible to ignore even on this misty island. Indeed, the one who laughs last is me. With a deep sense of emotion, he uttered this phrase, and before the sound faded, his figure shot across the sky like a meteor, instantly teleporting to the heart of Turtle Island. As soon as he set foot on this mysterious land, it felt as if he had stepped into an endless trap. Countless carefully arranged attack barriers were triggered in an instant, with sharp energy waves surging toward him like a raging tide. However, in the face of this overwhelming offensive, he merely smiled faintly, his figure like a ghost, skillfully dodging amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Each movement perfectly evaded those attacks that could shatter an ordinary person to pieces. Mere tricks. And you dare to show off in front of me? He snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain and contempt, as if these meticulously designed traps were nothing more than a trivial game to him. As he continued deeper into the core of Turtle Island, the surrounding scenery quietly changed, gradually transforming from the previous misty environment with towering ancient trees to a desolate and grim scene. Among the withered branches and fallen leaves, there was a chilling silence, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and the aura of battle. He could clearly sense the powerful chakra fluctuations hidden here, the very essence of the Nine Tails and other-tailed beast Jinchuriki he was searching for. Suddenly, a figure as swift as the wind burst forth from the shadows, like a beast ready to pounce. He has flowing white long hair and tightly grips a massive Rasengan, which is pulsating with a heart-stopping energy wave, exuding a murderous intent that seems capable of devouring everything, heading straight for Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Fengtian's eyes sharpened, and his voice revealed unabashed contempt. So you really are hiding here? In the face of Jiraiya's overwhelmingly powerful giant Rasengan, Fengtian appeared remarkably calm, showing no signs of panic. He raised the corners of his mouth in a faint smile, casually activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and in the blink of an eye, his figure transformed into a remnant shadow, instantly disappearing from the spot, easily evading Jiraiya's earth-shattering strike. Too slow. Fengtian's voice echoed in the air, seemingly mocking Jiraiya's futile efforts. Just as the words fell, his figure appeared like a ghost behind Jiraiya, swiftly condensing a ball of energy that flickered with a strange light in his hand, the power surging within it sending chills down one's spine, as if heralding impending destruction. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. He quickly turned around, rapidly forming hand seals to prepare for Fengtian's attack. However, at the moment he turned, Fengtian's figure vanished again, as if it had merged into the air. Space ninjutsu? Judging by this spatial fluctuation, it is very similar to Minato's flying thunder god technique. What hassle? Jiraiya thought to himself, not daring to let his guard down, fully concentrating on sensing the movements around him. At that moment, a sharp sword aura, carrying the power of annihilation, suddenly struck from Jiraiya's side, its speed astonishing. Jiraiya reacted quickly, sidestepping just in time to narrowly avoid the attack. When he focused his gaze, he found Fengtian not far away, coldly approaching him with a long sword in hand. Jiraiya, enter sage mode. Right now, you really fail to pique my interest, Fengtian said coldly, a hint of disdain in his words. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, and a fierce flame ignited in his heart. Don't get too cocky, Jiraiya shouted, then quickly formed hand seals, summoning the summoning technique. Soon, as a cloud of smoke dispersed, the two sages from Mount Myaboku, Shima and Fukusa, appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. Little Jiraiya, it seems you've run into quite a bit of trouble, Sage Shima said, squinting her eyes as she assessed Fengtian not far away, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Sage Fukusaku nodded slightly, adding, the aura emanating from this kid is quite extraordinary. Jiraiya took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, then spoke in a deep voice. Yes, both sages, this is Fengtian, who possesses extremely peculiar space ninjutsu and powerful causal power. Fengtian looked at the two sages summoned by Jiraiya, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Now that's more like it. He slowly raised a long sword in his hand, the tip gently trembling as if responding to his master's fighting spirit. Come on, let me see the mystical arts of Myokuzen and their true power. Before the words fell, Fengtian's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Jiraiya, the long sword carrying a sharp sword aura, directly stabbing at his vital points. The sage of Shinzaku reacted quickly. His two frog hands clasped together, and a green energy barrier instantly appeared in front of him, blocking Fengtian's attack. Sage Art, Frog Croak. Taking the opportunity, the sage of Shinzaku launched an attack, and a series of deafening frog croaks echoed, attempting to interfere with Fengtian's hearing and perception. However, Fengtian seemed completely unaffected. His figure flickered again, easily dodging the combined attack from Jiraiya and Shima, while simultaneously swinging his sword back toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya narrowly avoided the strike, his expression turning serious. This kid is too fast. I have to use that move. As he spoke, a faint natural energy began to swirl around his body, making him seem as if he had merged with the heavens and earth, aggressively closing in on Fengtian. Sage Art, 5 right gate. Jiraiya shouted loudly, his hands swiftly forming seals, and he suddenly exhaled a raging flame. At the same time, the two frog sages on his shoulders were not to be outdone, spewing forth a large amount of frog oil. The scorching flames and boiling frog oil met in the air, instantly intertwining to form a ferocious, rolling fire snake, charging toward Fengtian with destructive power. At that moment, Fengtian's gaze slightly focused. He clearly felt the terrifying energy contained in this attack. Yet there was not a trace of retreat in his expression. He suddenly flickered, using the magical power of the flying thunder god technique to instantly appear beside the rampaging fire snake. With a gentle wave of his long sword, a sharp sword aura cut through the air, effortlessly splitting the fire snake in two as if slicing through silk, the scorching flames and toad oil splattering everywhere. Extinguished in an instant. Interesting, but not enough. Fengtian's lips curled into a cold smile, and his figure flickered again like a ghost. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Jiraiya. The long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, piercing straight towards Jiraiya's vital points. The speed of the movement was like lightning, dazzling to the eyes. This should quiet things down for a while. Chapter 134. Last words deep in Turtle Island. Looking at the intense battle, Lord Jiraiya is probably in grave danger. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, looked solemnly into the distance. The aftermath of the battle between Fengtian and Jiraiya made his heart begin to feel tense. The surging energy fluctuations were like giant waves in a storm, instilling fear. Should we take action? The Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, couldn't help but ask, his voice laced with urgency. At the same time, a faint steam began to emanate from his body, a sign that the power of the tailed beast within him was stirring, clearly indicating he was ready to engage in battle at any moment. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Yugao, remained silent, tightly gripping the bubble-blowing tool in his hand, his eyes shining with determination. His eyes seemed to convey that as soon as the battle horn sounded, he would throw himself into the fight without hesitation, using all his strength to battle. However, in this tense atmosphere, Jinchuriki Kushina of the Nine Tails spoke up. Everyone, please remain calm. Teacher Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and I believe he will definitely win. Although her words were filled with determination, even she had to admit that the outcome of this battle was full of uncertainty, and she could not guarantee Jiraiya's victory with complete confidence. Currently, they were all within the barrier formation deep in Turtle Island, and if Jiraiya were to be defeated, this barrier would forcibly activate, sending them away to prevent the tailed beast from falling into the hands of the enemy. Are we just going to wait like this? Old Purple furrowed his brows, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Han nodded in agreement with Old Purple's opinion. Yeah, we can't just sit here and do nothing, right? Utaka gently blew out a transparent bubble, which shimmered with colorful light under the sun, but his gaze was exceptionally resolute. We cannot act blindly. We must wait for the right moment. Kushina bit her lip, well aware of her heavy responsibility as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and knew she couldn't take risks lightly. Utaka is right. We must trust Lord Jiraiya while also being fully prepared. Just then, the battle in the distance suddenly came to a halt, and the tense atmosphere in the air eased slightly. The four exchanged glances, all feeling a wave of confusion. Could it be that Lord Jiraiya has already defeated the enemy? However, at this critical moment, an even stronger and more chilling aura suddenly surged from the depths of Turtle Island, like dark clouds covering the sun, quickly enveloping the entire island, causing everyone present to feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. What is happening? Old Purple exclaimed in surprise, his eyes fixed on the source of that mysterious aura, trying to discern some clues. Han's expression also became unusually serious as he said in a low voice, "Is this aura?" His words trailed off, but a foreboding sense was already creeping into his heart. The bubble in Utaka's hand suddenly burst at that moment, as if even he could not withstand the pressure of this aura. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and he said with a trembling voice, "Not good. This is not Lord Jiraiya's aura." Kushina's heart sank sharply, as if she already sensed the worst outcome. Her voice trembled slightly. Could it be that Teacher Jiraiya? Her words were left unfinished, but her face was already filled with worry and fear. At that moment, an unexpected figure suddenly swept over from above the barrier formation, bringing with it a fierce wind that rustled the clothes of everyone present. As they focused their gaze, they saw a young man casually holding Jiraiya by the neck, as if lifting a chick, his face radiating a proud expression, looking down at the Jinchuriki below with piercing eyes. This scene left everyone present in shock. They could hardly believe their eyes. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, was so easily subdued by a young man. It was beyond their imagination. "Humph. So you're all here." Upon seeing Kushina and the others, Fengtian's face suddenly broke into a maniacal grin. He waved his hand dismissively, tossing Jiraiya aside like an inconsequential object, as if discarding a piece of trash. "Jiraiya-sensei." Kushina's heart tightened at the sight, and she shouted anxiously. Almost instantly, she sprang to her feet, her figure darting into the air like an arrow, and she caught the powerless falling Jiraiya steadily. When her hands touched Jiraiya's cold body, a wave of indescribable pain surged in her heart. Kushina tightly embraced Jiraiya, her gaze fixed on his pale face and the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, her worry and fear intertwining into an indescribable emotion. She could feel Jiraiya's weakness. The sensation of life slipping away made her heart ache. "Jiraiya-sensei, hold on." Kushina's voice was choked with tears, but she tried to calm herself, channeling chakra into Jiraiya in an attempt to stabilize his injuries. Orochimaru, Han, and Utaka saw this and rushed over, their eyes filled with anger and concern. "Fengtian, you bastard!" Orochimaru roared, wanted to charge at Fengtian for a fight to the death, but was stopped by Kushina. "Don't be impulsive. We are not his match right now." Although her voice trembled, Kushina's tone was exceptionally firm. Fengtian looked at the Jinchuriki below, a mocking smile appearing on his face. "Humph, a bunch of ants. Do you really think you can stand against me? Ridiculous." Saying this, he quickly formed hand seals, preparing to launch an attack. Seeing this, Kushina hurriedly placed Jiraiya on the ground, stood up, and swiftly formed hand seals to prepare to counter Fengtian. "Everyone be careful, he's about to attack." Kushina warned loudly. Just as Fengtian's attack was about to descend, Kushina suddenly vanished from her spot, appearing behind Fengtian, and threw a punch at his back. However, Fengtian was faster than Kushina. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, easily dodging her attack, and countering with a punch that sent Kushina flying back. "Humph, is that all you've got?" Fengtian sneered, continuing his assault. Orochimaru, Han, and Yutaka also unleashed their ninjutsu, engaging in a fierce battle with Fengtian. Although the four of them joined forces and their strength was considerable, they still felt somewhat powerless against Fengtian. As he fought, Fengtian taunted them. "Humph. The legendary three ninjas of Konoha are nothing special, and you Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, just a rabble." Hearing Fengtian's words only fueled their anger. But their attacks became even more chaotic. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly climbed up from the ground. His face was still pale, but his eyes were unusually determined. "Kushina, you all step back," Jiraiya shouted loudly. Though Kushina and the others were reluctant, they knew it wasn't the time to be stubborn, so they retreated, leaving the battlefield to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was well aware of Fengtian's formidable strength. He, along with the two great toads of Mount Myaboku, were no match for him. So he was prepared for the worst. He quickly performed a series of complex hand seals, and then slammed his hands down onto the ground. The barrier around him seemed to respond to his call, beginning to resonate strongly with him. Rays of light burst forth from the barrier, illuminating the entire space, as if making the final preparations for the impending battle. However, Fengtian was not intimidated by this light. A cold glimmer crossed his face as his eyes instantly shifted to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. A terrifying causal power surged from within him, instantly spreading throughout the entire area. "Reverse the cause." Fengtian roared, and the once glimmering barrier began to rapidly dim under the influence of this powerful causal force, as if it had never been activated. This scene left everyone present in shock. They had never witnessed such a bizarre and powerful force before. Fengtian coldly scanned the crowd, his voice as chilling as ice. "Now, do you have any last words to say?" Chapter 135. The Giant Hand of Causality. As Fengtian's calm words fell, a giant hand formed from causal power suddenly reached down towards the crowd below. Its speed was so fast, its strength so fierce. It seemed as if it would tear the entire space apart. Facing this sudden attack, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki Yutaka did not choose to sit idly by. He blew out dozens of colorful bubbles, which quickly gathered in the air, merging together to eventually form a gigantic bubble that blocked out the sun, resembling a transparent shield, charging towards the giant hand. Meanwhile, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Orochimaru and the Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han also quickly sprang into action. Orochimaru radiated intense flames as his Four-Tails power was fully unleashed, transforming into a massive lava beast that roared as it charged towards the giant hand. Each swipe of the lava beast's claws was accompanied by surges of magma, attempting to engulf the giant hand in a sea of fire. Han, on the other hand, erupted in steam, the power of the Five-Tails causing him to transform into a steam locomotive, moving at incredible speed across the battlefield. He swung his massive fists, each strike accompanied by a thunderous roar, attempting to disrupt the rhythm of the giant hand's attack. The enormous bubbles created by Yutaka collided with the giant hands, producing a series of popping sounds, their surfaces shimmering with strange light, as if they were contesting the causal power between them. Although the bubbles gradually shrank under the pressure of the giant hands, Yutaka did not give up. He continuously blew new bubbles to replenish the giant one, maintaining the struggle of strength. However, the causal power of the heavens was evidently formidable, as the giant hands suddenly erupted with intense light after a brief stalemate, instantly tearing apart Yutaka's massive bubble and subsequently sending Lao Zi and Han flying. At that moment, Jiraiya, enduring the pain, stood up again with the power of sage techniques. His eyes sparkled with a determined light, and his hands quickly formed seals, preparing to unleash a more powerful. Jiraiya shouted loudly, and in an instant, his body was covered with countless tiny chakra needles, which shot toward Fengtian like a torrential rain, attempting to disrupt his causal power. However, all of this appeared so ridiculous in Fengtian's eyes. He merely swept his hand gently, and those tiny chakra needles were all flung away, causing no effect whatsoever. Immediately after, the giant hand, condensed from the power of causality, carrying an unstoppable aura, continued to reach out toward the crowd. Faced with such a desperate situation, Jiraiya decided not to hesitate any longer. He trembled as he forced his hands together, then suddenly slammed them down onto the ground, using his own blood as a cost to forcibly activate the Flying Thunder God Teleportation Array. This array was Jiraiya's final trump card. Ignoring any distance, it forcibly transported everyone to a random location. Soon, as the array's light suddenly brightened, Fengtian squinted slightly, revealing a cold glint in his eyes. Originally, Under the influence of the power of causality, these arrays had become utterly harmless. However, facing this flying thunder god teleportation array activated at the cost of Jiraiya's blood, Fengtian felt an unprecedented level of difficulty. He knew very well that this force had already surpassed the scope that causality could forcibly reverse. What a hassle. Fengtian let out a silent snort in his heart, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. He was very clear that if he forcibly reversed this formation, it would trigger a massive backlash of causality, a cost he absolutely did not want to face. Therefore, Fengtian quickly condensed a gigantic palm, slamming down as if the heavens were collapsing. In an instant, terrifying causal power surged forth like a tidal wave, spreading out in all directions. Although he couldn't directly shut down the mysterious flying thunder god teleportation array, Fengtian cleverly used this power to slow down the teleportation speed of the formation. The teleportation light that should have arrived in an instant now became slow and dim, as if bound by invisible shackles. This is bad. The formation is being interfered with. We can't escape immediately, Old Purple exclaimed, as they originally thought they would be teleported away instantly. But unexpectedly, Fengtian was able to interfere with this flying thunder god teleportation array. At the same time, above their heads, Fengtian's giant hand came crashing down like a mountain. In the blink of an eye, that giant hand firmly grasped the powerful Five-Tails Jinchuriki, who was emitting boiling steam and immense strength, like a pair of iron pincers. The struggles of the Five-Tails Jinchuriki seemed so powerless under Fengtian's giant hand, as if it were a captured beast. Immediately afterward, the causal power emanating from the giant hand entered the Five-Tails Jinchuriki's body like invisible chains, causing his eyes to roll back and fall into a coma, instantly losing all ability to move. Fengtian remained expressionless, without the slightest hesitation, and directly threw the unconscious Five-Tails Jinchuriki into his subspace, as if discarding garbage. With a twist of space, the figure of the Five-Tails Jinchuriki vanished from everyone's sight. The first one. Fengtian's cold voice echoed in the night sky, his gaze sharp as ice blades, coldly sweeping over the remaining crowd. Each person he looked at felt a bone-chilling cold rise from the depths of their hearts, as if even their souls were frozen. Under his gaze, everyone involuntarily stepped back a few paces, their faces filled with terror and fear. Fengtian's strength and methods had instilled in them an unprecedented sense of despair and helplessness. Although Jiraiya's flying thunder god teleportation array was still trying to operate, its speed had significantly decreased, and the light was starting to flicker, clearly affected by Fengtian's causal power. Lord Jiraiya, hold on. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki Yu Gao shouted anxiously, blowing a series of bubbles to buy more time for Jiraiya. However, these bubbles shattered upon contact with Fengtian's causal power, as if hitting an invisible barrier. Seeing this, Old Purple roared, erupting with surging lava power, transforming once again into a gigantic lava beast. There was a blazing anger burning in his eyes, as if the flames could devour everything, distorting the air around him. He rushed towards Fengtian recklessly, determined to tear this powerful enemy into pieces. However, in the face of Lao Zi's fierce attack, Fengtian merely smiled gently, his face full of composure and confidence. With a wave of his giant hand, a powerful force of causality surged forth like a raging tide, effortlessly dissipating the unstoppable impact from Old Purple. Immediately after, Fengtian waved his hand again, this time directly grabbing the body forged from lava by Old Purple. Old Purple struggled frantically under Fengtian's giant hand, but it was all in vain. That force of causality was like an invisible chain, gripping Old Purple tightly and rendering him motionless. Before long, Old Purple fell into a coma, his eyes tightly closed, and the power of lava surrounding him gradually dissipated. Fengtian didn't even glance at him, directly tossing Old Purple into his subspace like throwing away trash. With a wave of spatial fluctuations, Old Purple's figure vanished from everyone's sight. Second, Fengtian's cold voice echoed in the night sky again. However, this time, the response was not silence, but countless chains shimmering with golden light. These chains twisted and coiled in the air as if they were alive, carrying a fiery aura and an irresistible, overwhelming force, rushing towards Fengtian like angry waves. Each segment of the chains flowed with sealing properties of chakra, flashing with mysterious and eerie light, as if each one possessed terrifying power to bind strong enemies. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina stood not far away, hands forming seals. fully concentrated on controlling these golden chains. Her eyes were filled with determination and resolve. Clearly, she intended to do everything in her power to completely bind this powerful enemy. Fengtian. A trivial skill. Fengtian scoffed, his eyes flashing with disdain. Faced with Kushina's chains, he did not choose to evade, but instead condensed another giant hand made of causality, directly colliding with the chains. A deafening roar erupted between the two, as the golden chains and the giant hand intertwined and tore at each other, with intense energy fluctuations filling the air. However, as time passed, Kushina's chains gradually showed signs of strain. They began to be torn apart inch by the giant hand, breaking apart. Chapter 136. Flying Thunder, God Teleportation Array, Kushina. Yugao's shout was filled with urgency and desperation, his gaze fixed on Kushina, whose face was twisted in pain as the chains broke. A fleeting look of determination flashed in his eyes. In that moment, the hesitation in his eyes seemed to be swept away by a fierce wind, replaced by unwavering resolve. Yugao took a deep breath, as if all his strength was coalescing between his lips and teeth, and he suddenly blew out a series of crystal clear, enormous bubbles that gracefully sliced through the air, heading straight for Kushina. Run! Yugao's voice carried an undeniable power, as if it were the last command he could muster with all his strength. Before his words fell, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. A vast power surging from within him, a sign of tailed beast transformation, completely enveloping him. In an instant, Yugao transformed into a fierce giant beast, his eyes flashing with wild light, recklessly pouncing towards the enemy. Fengtian. His sharp fangs traced a deadly trajectory through the air, carrying the momentum to tear everything apart. Yugao. No! Kushina was stunned by the sight, fully aware that Yugao's actions were meant to allow her to escape. But it also meant that Yugao would have to face the powerful enemy alone, even at the risk of life and death. The bubbles wrapped around Kushina, slowly rising, her eyes filled with anxiety and reluctance. She tried to struggle out of the bubble, wanting to fight alongside Yugao, but Yugao's will was firm, and the bubble was unbreakable. Yugao, I can't just leave you like this. Kushina's voice trembled, filled with uncontrollable tears, as she looked down at the chaotic battlefield where Yugao and Fengtian intertwined and battled, her heart feeling as if it were pierced by 1,000 needles at once. Under the tumult of tailed beast transformation, Yugao seemed to become an invincible giant beast, his strength so immense that it changed the very colors of heaven and earth. The confrontation between him and Fengtian was like thunder, each clash deafening, with the surrounding trees turning to dust in the wake of this power, and the air filled with the acrid smoke and the mournful cries of broken branches. However, even though Yutaka had poured everything into this fight, disregarding life and death, determined to delay Fengtian's unstoppable advance, reality was as cold and ruthless as a sharp blade, cruelly severing his hopes. The chasm of strength was like a deep ravine, causing Yutaka to fall into the tight grip of Fengtian's mysterious causal power at the very first exchange, each struggle appearing so powerless and futile. Seeing this, Kushina could not bear to run away alone, so she wanted to continue releasing her chains, wanting to break the bubble. Go! Quickly go! Yutaka shouted with his last ounce of strength, his voice already hoarse, his mind gradually being occupied by the chakra of the six tails. Yet he still exerted all his effort to maintain his last bit of clarity. With tears in her eyes, Kushina shook her head in refusal. No, I want to fight with you. Hearing this, warmth surged in Yutaka's heart, but he also knew that the current situation no longer allowed them to delay any further. He took a deep breath, using all his strength to push Kushina away. At the same time, he divided a large amount of tailed beast chakra to stabilize the bubble, preventing it from being broken by Kushina. Where do you think you're going? Fengtian's eyes widened in fury, his words filled with disdain and contempt. Without hesitation, he summoned another massive hand, as large as a mountain, and with a destructive force, reached out towards the bubble where Kushina was, intending to crush it in one blow. Just at that critical moment, Yutaka suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar, a sound that seemed to penetrate the heavens and shook every inch of space. At that moment, the six tails chakra within him seemed to be ignited, erupting like a volcano, reaching an unprecedented peak state, and then erupting forth with an unstoppable momentum. Fengtian's expression instantly became serious. He could clearly feel the unusual and immense power, an existence that transcended conventional limits and pressed deep into his inner fears. Suddenly, Yutaka's figure swayed, and he seemed to transform into a dazzling streak of light, cutting through the sky at an extraordinary speed, charging straight towards Fengtian. His speed was so fast that even a strong warrior like Fengtian couldn't help but show a look of surprise. "Do you want to perish together?" Fengtian snorted coldly and quickly adjusted his state, preparing to face Yu Gao's final strike. However, when Yu Gao rushed in front of Fengtian, he suddenly stopped. His eyes became unusually clear, as if at that moment he saw his past, present, and future. "Kushina, live on," Utaka whispered in a voice almost like a murmur, each word carrying his deep affection and reluctance for Kushina. As the words fell, his body began to gradually dissipate like morning fog, disappearing from this world second by second, as if even the traces of his existence were to be erased. Seeing this, Fengtian's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness and helplessness. He knew very well that once the six tails disappeared, all his previous efforts would turn to dust. Therefore, he had to temporarily abandon the pursuit of Kushina and instead fully exert his vast causal power, attempting to stabilize Utaka's dissipating form with this mysterious and unpredictable force, in order to secure the tailed beast that was about to be in his grasp. "Now, Kushina!" At this critical moment, Jiraiya's voice thundered in Kushina's ears, filled with undeniable firmness and urgency. "Go!" Upon hearing this, a surge of unprecedented courage and determination welled up in Kushina's heart. She knew this was her only chance to escape and preserve her strength. At that moment, Jiraiya finally completed the intricate and precise Flying Thunder God teleportation seal. With his command, a dazzling teleportation array suddenly lit up, shining like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the battlefield as if it were daytime. The huge bubble seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, carrying Kushina, instantly traversing space under the cover of light, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and a bewildered Fengtian. After doing all this, blood trickled from the corner of Jiraiya's mouth, and he showed a look of relief as he slowly fell down. Meanwhile, Fengtian looked at Utaka's dissipation, feeling a bit regretful, but more so a desire for the six tails. He exerted a large amount of causal power to stabilize the dissipation of Yuga, but this was only temporary. However, at that moment, Jiraiya's fall interrupted his thoughts. Fengtian glanced at Jiraiya, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He knew that this Konoha ninja was Kushina's savior and also his obstacle. But now, he no longer had the energy to deal with Jiraiya. "I'll let you go this time." Fengtian snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, the battlefield over there should also come to an end. Chapter 137. Deceived Konoha Village. Fengtian, your causal power seems to have weakened quite a bit. Chungyun's lips curled into a playful smile, her fingertips gently swirling with rich spatial time power, as if the entire space-time was under her control. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom and cunning. Clearly, she had already perceived the subtle changes in Fengtian's power. Upon hearing this, Fengtian's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his calm and confidence. He let out a cold snort and said, "Don't underestimate me. Even if my power has weakened, it's enough to make you drink a pot." Before the words had left his mouth, Fengtian's figure flickered and rushed towards Chungyun like a ghost. His attacks were swift and fierce, each move containing immense causal power, attempting to break through Chungyun's space-time defenses. Upon seeing this, the smile at the corner of Chungyun's mouth widened. She gently raised her hand, and the space-time power at her fingertips instantly transformed into a solid space-time barrier, neutralizing Fengtian's attacks one by one. Her movements were graceful and composed, as if she was engaging in an elegant dance with Fengtian, each motion perfectly countering his offensive. Just a moment ago, this clone had received information from the main body, successfully capturing all the tailed beasts except for the 9 tails. However, in order to keep this act going, this clone had to suppress the joy in her heart and continue to dance around Chungyun. "Your space-time power is indeed formidable, but don't forget, this is my home ground." Fengtian snorted coldly. Suddenly his figure flickered and disappeared from his original spot, reappearing behind Chungyun, his palm gathering powerful causal energy as he struck towards her. Chungyun lightly turned, narrowly dodging Fengtian's attack, a cold smile tugging at her lips. "Home ground? So what? Today, I will let you know what true power is." As she spoke, Chungyun quickly formed hand seals. The space-time power around her surged, instantly leaving behind a series of afterimages that dazzled the eyes. Seeing this, Fengtian's gaze sharpened. He could sense the dangerous aura emanating from Chungyun. Knowing she was getting serious, "Then bring it on." Fengtian no longer held back, his entire body surging with power as he engaged in an even more intense clash with Chungyun. The two exchanged blows, the battle growing fiercer. The surrounding air torn apart by their immense power, spatial rifts appearing and quickly being repaired by the space-time energy. At that moment, Chungyun suddenly paused. As if sensing something, her expression grew serious. Something's not right. It feels quite off. Your fighting style doesn't seem like a kill, but more like you're trying to hold me. Chungyun couldn't help but speak up, and as her words fell, her doubts deepened. Hearing this, Fengtian's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if his thoughts had been uncovered, but he was not angry. "Oh, then why do you think that is?" he retorted, while the power of causality surged around him, seemingly brewing a new offensive. Chungyun's gaze was like a torch, closely watching every subtle movement of Fengtian, trying to find the answer within. "You must have some kind of conspiracy. It's just that I haven't realized it yet." Fengtian laughed heartily, neither admitting nor denying. "Your imagination is quite rich, but even if you guessed right, what of it? You still cannot break through my defenses." Chungyun snorted coldly, no longer entangling herself in words with him, but instead, the power of time and space surged around her again, preparing to launch a more intense attack. She knew that it was meaningless to continue to waste time with Fengtian here. She had to quickly find a breakthrough point to possibly uncover the secrets behind him. "Let's see then, is your defense solid, or is my power of time and space superior?" Chungyun shouted softly, her figure instantly transforming into a streak of light, rushing towards Fengtian. Fengtian, seeing this, his eyes sharpened, not daring to be careless, quickly mobilized all his strength to meet her. The two clashed again, the battle becoming increasingly intense, as if time and space were distorted by their powers at that moment. On the other side, the battle between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke had also entered a boiling phase. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's power was gradually dissipating due to Fengtian's power of causality, and he was slowly losing strength. Faced with Uchiha Sasuke's increasingly fierce attacks, he seemed so powerless. Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan shone with dazzling light, tightly gripping the Kusanagi sword, each slash carrying the force of thunder. And Uchiha Madara, though he still maintained his calm and composure, every block and counterattack seemed more laborious than before. "Oomph. It seems your power is nothing special, Madara." Sasuke sneered, his tone filled with disdain for this once legendary figure. Hearing this, a complex expression flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. He was deeply aware that his strength was fading, but the indomitable will in his heart made him unwilling to concede defeat. "Do you think you could defeat me just by yourself?" "How naive," Madara shouted, and suddenly a powerful wave of chakra erupted from his body. However, although this power appeared fierce, it had already lost its previous sharpness. Seeing this, Sasuke curled his lips into a cold smile, knowing that his opportunity had come. "It's over, Madara," Sasuke whispered, and his figure instantly transformed into a flash of lightning, rushing towards Uchiha Madara. At the moment they were about to clash, Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, and a powerful illusionary force instantly enveloped Uchiha Madara. Madara felt a blur in front of his eyes, as if he had fallen into an endless dream. At that moment, Sasuke's Kusanagi sword had silently pressed against Madara's throat. "You've lost, Madara." Sasuke's voice was cold and firm, as he stared intently into Madara's eyes, trying to find the last trace of unwillingness and struggle. However, Uchiha Madara simply smiled faintly, as if he had already anticipated the arrival of this moment. "Although you have defeated me, the victory of this battle does not mean you can control everything. The real battle has only just begun." Madara's words were filled with deep meaning, causing Sasuke to furrow his brows. In that decisive moment, a flying thunder god mark behind Uchiha Madara seemed to be activated like a shining star, suddenly glowing. Following that, the figure of Fengtian appeared like a ghost, instantly appearing behind him in the astonished gazes of everyone. The plan was proceeding exceptionally smoothly. "It's time to retreat, Lord Madara." Fengtian's voice was low and filled with confidence, each word revealing a desire for imminent success. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a profound smile, one that contained both recognition of Fengtian's abilities and anticipation for the imminent achievement of their goals. He nodded slightly, as if silently approving of Fengtian. Immediately, a strange distortion of space spread around the two, as if being gently smoothed by an invisible hand, their figures gradually becoming blurred in the warped space. Eventually, they completely vanished into the smoke-filled battlefield, leaving only a series of echoes lingering in the air. "Stop them. We can't let them escape." Behind Sasuke, Chungyun's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency and tension. She knew all too well that if these two managed to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, everything happened too suddenly, and even though Sasuke reacted quickly, he was unable to set up a barrier in time to block their escape. He watched helplessly as the two figures disappeared before his eyes, filled with unwillingness and regret. Seeing this, Qingyun did not hesitate to use a large amount of time and space power, attempting to reverse this unfavorable situation through a retrospective approach. Her hands quickly formed seals, and her eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if she wanted to turn back time and reveal the truth of that moment. But could Fengtian be an ordinary person? He had long anticipated that the other party might take such action, so at the moment before his disappearance, he decisively wielded a large amount of causal power to completely erase all traces of himself and Uchiha Madara, preventing Qingyun's temporal power from finding any clues to trace back. Oh no, we've been tricked. Chapter 138. Blank period tricked? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a hint of doubt and alertness as he looked around, confirming that Fengtian and Uchiha Madara had indeed escaped, before slowly dispelling the four red suns formation. The light of the formation gradually faded, but the atmosphere on the battlefield remained tense and heavy. At this moment, Qingyun fell into deep thought, her eyes shimmering with golden light, as if she could penetrate the fog of time and space and perceive the truth hidden beneath the surface. In her mind, like a movie playing, she quickly replayed every detail of the fierce battle with Fengtian and their encounters in the subspace. Finally, when the memory froze at the moment Fengtian left the subspace, Qingyun's gaze became firm and sharp, and she finally noticed something amiss. No. Qingyun shook her head repeatedly, her brows furrowed, appearing exceptionally anxious. Clearly, that guy came out of the subspace before me, but when I returned to the battlefield, he had vanished without a trace. There must be something fishy about this. She cradled her chin in her hand, her gaze deep as if trying to penetrate the fog of time and space to uncover the truth hidden behind it. Her thoughts galloped like wild horses in her mind, with each idea flashing by like lightning. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration, like a brilliant star, abruptly appeared in her mind. A terrifying, yet reasonable idea emerged, causing her face to turn pale as paper in an instant. Could it be that? Qingyun's voice trembled, as if she herself couldn't believe this conjecture. Sarutobi, old man, are the clansmen from the mountain tribe there? Qingyun's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency and panic, almost shouting, each word revealing her inner fear and unease. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression instantly became serious, given Qingyun's character and abilities displayed since her appearance. If she was calling out so anxiously, then the situation must be serious. He quickly turned to a Konoha ninja beside him, and the ninja instantly understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention. With a few body flicker techniques, he disappeared into the ruins, heading towards the combat center of the clan in the mountains. Qingyun, what exactly happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a deep voice. Although his tone was calm, his eyes revealed an undeniable determination. Qingyun took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, but her voice still trembled slightly. I suspect something has happened to Jiraiya. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a look of shock on his face upon hearing this. Didn't the movements of the entire Twilight organization already get exposed? Moreover, how could they know that Jiraiya and the Jinchuriki's location is on Turtle Island? Uchiha Fugaku's brows furrowed tightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Could it be that there's a traitor among us? Qingyun shook her head, her expression serious. It's not about having a traitor. I suspect that he deduced from the previous reincarnation experiences that Turtle Island is the hiding place of the Jinchuriki. Moreover, it's highly likely that it was during the blank period after leaving my subspace that he completed the shadow clone technique. Immediately after, Qingyun clenched her fists and paced back and forth, appearing extremely anxious. She knew very well that if Fengtian really did something during the blank period after leaving her subspace, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sarutobi, we must prepare for the worst. Qingyun stopped and looked firmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. If something really happened to Jiraiya, we must take action immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his heart filled with worry. He is well aware of Jiraiya's personality and strength, but if even he has encountered an accident, it means that those tailed beasts may have also encountered misfortune. Hokage-sama, the members of the Yamanaka clan have sent word that they are unable to contact Lord Jiraiya. Suddenly, a ninja rushed in, looking anxious and his tone filled with unease. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Qingyun were both startled upon hearing this, and their expressions instantly turned exceptionally grim. The thing they were most unwilling to face eventually happened. Qingyun's speculation became a reality, which meant that Fengtian had likely already made a move against Jiraiya, and the situation could be far worse than they imagined. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled with disbelief. He knew Jiraiya's strength well, yet he never expected him to lose contact so easily. Qingyun clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms as she struggled to remain calm. Damn Fengtian, pretending to be nonchalant while fighting me. Qingyun's words were filled with anger and resentment. Her eyes seemed to blaze with fire, revealing the depth of her hatred for Fengtian. I can't believe he was deceiving me all along. Qingyun gritted her teeth, each word squeezed out through clenched jaws. She recalled every detail of the battle with Fengtian, feeling a surge of humiliation from being fooled. However, after the anger, Qingyun quickly calmed down. She knew that the most important thing now was not to dwell in anger, but to come up with a strategy to turn the situation around. Being angry was futile. Qingyun took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. We must act immediately to find out Jiraiya's whereabouts and ensure the safety of the tailed beasts. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his expression serious. Then, we will act right away and must reach Turtle Island before dawn. Upon hearing this, Qingyun shook her head and coldly replied, no need to go through so much trouble. Qingyun's voice was cold and firm, interrupting Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Immediately, a strong temporal power burst from her fingertips, a force that seemed capable of distorting time and space, instilling awe. Golden threads spread from her fingertips, wrapping around Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Madara like living beings. Although both were surprised, they quickly reacted and offered no resistance. Knowing this was a special method Qingyun used to save time. With a blinding flash of light, the three figures instantly disappeared amidst the ruins, as if swallowed by a rift in time and space. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves above an unfamiliar sea, with the outline of Turtle Island faintly visible in the distance. Chapter 139. The encounter at Turtle Island. Is this the power of time and space? Sarutobi Hiruzen marveled, his gaze filled with both awe and concern. Qingyun did not respond, merely gazing silently ahead, her eyes filled with determination. She knew that this time, they had to find Jiraiya quickly and ensure the safety of the tailed beasts. Let's go. Qingyun's voice broke the silence as she flew towards Turtle Island, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Madara following closely behind. The three figures traced brilliant arcs across the night sky. On Turtle Island, thick smoke enveloped every inch of land like a heavy black veil, the air filled with the acrid scent of char and the bloody aftermath of battle. Signs of conflict were everywhere. Houses lay like shattered blocks, scattered across the ground, remnants of intense clashes revealed among the broken walls and ruins. The trees were particularly tragic, consumed by fierce flames, leaving only charred trunks swaying lonely in the cold wind. Qingyun stepped into this wasteland, her footsteps heavy, her gaze searching the surroundings, a sense of ominous foreboding rising in her heart. The scene before her was like a cold blade, piercing her heart. She knew that among this devastated landscape, Jiraiya and the Jinchuriki had likely faced unimaginable disasters, their lives uncertain. Over there, Uchiha Madara's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, his eyes shimmering with the strange and precise light of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, instantly locking onto Jiraiya's position. Qingyun and Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly looked in the direction Uchiha Madara pointed. What came into view was Jiraiya, whose figure was almost merged with a pool of blood. His long white hair is no longer a symbol of grace, but has been soaked in ruthless blood, like a withered branch covered in frost and snow in winter, exuding a bone-chilling coldness and despair. His body was covered in scars, each one like a heavy mark etched by time, and the life force within him seemed like a flickering candle in the wind, swaying and about to extinguish, evoking a sense of pity, as if he could be quietly taken by death at any moment. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with disbelief. He found it hard to accept that such a great hero had fallen to such a fate. Qingyun's expression darkened, with Jiraiya, the guardian, already down. It meant that the remaining tailed beasts were likely to have fallen into the hands of the enemy. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers, as if summoning the very fabric of time and space. In an instant, a vast and boundless power of time and space surged forth like an ancient deity awakened, carrying endless majesty and mystery. This power flowed at her fingertips, then dispersed into countless tiny, shining golden threads resembling the brightest stars in the night sky, swiftly spreading toward Jiraiya's heavily injured body. Under the magical backflow of this time-space power, the scars on Jiraiya's body began to heal at a visible speed, and the life force within him rapidly recovered, as if time was reversing, pulling him back from the brink of death. Before long, the pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for so long suddenly opened wide, revealing a look of shock and disbelief. He struggled to sit up, then stood up in shock, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. What's going on? My injuries have completely healed. Jiraiya looked down at himself. His previously battered body was now intact. He incredulously touched his cheek to confirm that this was not an illusion. Immediately, he turned to look at the calm Qingyun beside him, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. However, the Tsundere Qingyun couldn't be bothered to explain to Jiraiya. She simply crossed her arms and gazed indifferently into the distance. Jiraiya, this is Qingyun, a powerful being who wields the power of time and space. Your injuries were healed by her. To ease the awkwardness, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward to explain. Upon hearing this, gratitude flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, and he solemnly nodded at Qingyun. Thank you, beautiful young lady, for your help. I am deeply grateful. Qingyun snorted lightly, a barely noticeable smile appearing on her face. Accepting Jiraiya's gratitude. Lord Jiraiya, what exactly happened here? What about Kushina and the others? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku also stepped forward to ask, cutting straight to the point as soon as he spoke. Upon hearing these questions, Jiraiya's expression instantly darkened like ink, as if an invisible weight was pressing down on his heart. A hint of uncontainable ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he slowly began to speak in a deep and heavy voice. Just not long ago, a mysterious boy suddenly appeared here. His power was incredibly strong, possessing an unprecedented special ability. That power transcended the mere realm of chakra, as if it originated from mysterious existence of a higher dimension. At this point, Jiraiya's voice trembled slightly, as if he was recalling that thrilling battle and the despair of his own helplessness. I have done everything I can, but I still couldn't stop him. Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his eyes filled with a complex mix of self-blame and anger. Apart from Kushina, all the other Jinchuriki were captured by that mysterious boy. His words were filled with helplessness and sorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows upon hearing this. It seems that this mysterious young man is Fengtian. Currently, he already possesses all the tailed beasts except for the 9 tails. It appears that things have reached a critical point. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, the usually confident Qingyun's expression also turned extremely grim. Currently, Fengtian, who possesses the power of 5 tails, is already very difficult to deal with. If he were to elevate to the power of 8 tails, even I wouldn't have any confidence in defeating him. The urgent task is that we must launch a full-scale attack on him before he completely absorbs the tailed beasts. If he truly gains the power of all 8 tailed beasts, even I would not be his opponent. Qingyun's words revealed a hint of urgency and panic. The others nodded slightly, agreeing with Qingyun's proposal. Qingyun turned around, her gaze piercing as she looked into the distance, her voice becoming exceptionally firm. Next, I will share all the information I know about Fengtian with you without reservation. At the same time, she paused for a moment. As if gathering some kind of power, I will use my time and space abilities to do my utmost to find Fengtian's whereabouts. Once we lock onto his position, we will immediately launch a surprise attack, and we must not give him any chance to catch his breath. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Good. There is no time to waste. Let us set off immediately. Qingyun quickly responded, gently nodding, as the mysterious time and space power surged again from her fingertips. This power seemed to have a life of its own in her hands, flowing, changing, and releasing endless potential. At that moment, the figures of the 4, enveloped in the power of time and space, vanished in an instant like leaves caught in the wind, leaving only a faint golden light flickering in the air. When the golden light reappeared, Qingyun, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Fugaku were now prominently in front of the ruins of the Konoha village. The scene before them was heart-wrenching. The once prosperous village was now a site of devastation, with broken walls and remnants telling of the disasters and suffering it had endured. Chapter 140. Mission Ruins of Konoha Village. Time was pressing, so I'll just make this place look like a decent conference room. As soon as Qingyun's voice fell, strands of fine golden threads extended slowly as if they had come to life. With the clever weaving of these golden threads, the conference room of Konoha Village, which had become a ruin, miraculously restored to its original appearance, with tables, chairs, and a clean and orderly environment. considering the urgency of time and the impending war. Qingyun did not restore the entire Konoha village to its original state, but chose to focus on restoring this conference room. Although everyone had seen Qingyun use these magical golden threads before, witnessing her effortlessly bring a ruin back to life still left them in awe. They gazed at the newly renovated conference room, their eyes shining with awe and curiosity. Soon after, 5 shadow-level powerhouses, Rosa, Shikaku, Anoki, the 4th Reikage, and Sarutobi Hisashi, entered the conference room in succession. Following them were young elite ninjas like Namikaze Minato and Killer Bee. As for Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the coalition forces represented by Hanzo the Salamander, they also entered the room. Before long, the large conference room was filled with people, each face bearing a serious and urgent expression. Qingyun stood at one end of the conference table, golden threads dancing at her fingertips, seemingly ready to respond to any sudden situation. She scanned the crowd and slowly spoke. Everyone, you are all aware of the current situation. According to Jiraiya's information, the Twilight Organization, led by Fengtian and others, has obtained all 8-tailed beasts. We must eliminate them before they find the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Kushina. Rosa furrowed her brow. The Twilight Organization has always been elusive. We don't even know where their lair is. How do we deal with them? The hot-tempered 4th Reikage snorted and shouted. If we don't know, then we go find out. Are we just going to sit here and wait? Sarutobi Hisashi gently tapped the table, signaling for silence. The most important thing now is to find Kushina's whereabouts and prevent her from being captured by the Twilight Organization. At the same time, we need to determine the location of their lair and take them down before they can act. Additionally, Miss Qingyun, we want to know more intelligence regarding Fengtian. Upon hearing this, Qingyun took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over everyone before she slowly spoke. What I am about to say may overturn your understanding, so please prepare yourselves mentally. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Their eyes firmly locked on Qingyun, waiting for her to continue. Qingyun took another deep breath, seemingly organizing her thoughts, and, after a moment, she slowly began. Fengtian and I are not from your world. We come from a higher dimensional space-time. However, perhaps due to fate's guidance or predetermined causality, Fengtian and I were forced to traverse to this ninja world. In other words, we are traversers. The crowd was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Traversers? This was simply unbelievable. They had never heard of such a bizarre thing. Qingyun, seeing their reactions, remained calm and continued. Fengtian's purpose in coming here is to collect all 9-tailed beasts to realize his insane moon eye plan. He possesses a mysterious power called causal power, which allows him to alter certain causations, thereby affecting reality. What is more terrifying is that he has 9 chances to try all of this. With each failure, he starts over as if caught in an endless cycle. Only in this way does he have a faint hope of finding his way home. As for me, I possess the power of space-time. I can rewind the past, reverse the future, and even traverse between different space-times with a part of the people. The man you just saw fighting Uchiha Madara was a powerful being I summoned from another space-time. After speaking, Qingyun turned her gaze to the other village leaders present. Her voice firm. Everyone, your villages are now safe. I have stationed a top-tier powerhouse in each village. From the current situation, they should have successfully dealt with the invading enemies. My arrival here was actually a task arranged by a man with a twisted sense of humor. My mission is to stop Fengtian 9 times if I am to have a chance to return to my world. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze, becoming exceptionally oppressive. The astonishment on everyone's faces was gradually replaced by solemnity, traversing reincarnation, the moon eye plan. These unheard-of terms weighed heavily on their hearts like boulders, making it hard for them to breathe. Sarutobi Hisashi, as the Hokage, was the first to regain his composure. He spoke in a deep voice. Miss Qingyun, are you saying that Fengtian has failed multiple times? And this is his nth attempt? Qingyun nodded, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. Yes. Each time he fails, he loses all his memories and powers and starts over. But this time, he seems to have found a way to accelerate the collection of tailed beasts, progressing faster than ever before. Rosa furrowed her brow. Then why does he need to collect the tailed beasts? What does achieving the Moon Eye Plan mean? Qingyun explained. The Moon Eye Plan can create a perfect world, but that world comes at the cost of countless lives. The power of the tailed beasts is the key to realizing this plan. The 4th Reikage snorted. What does that have to do with us? He can't sacrifice this world for his own ambitions. Qingyun slightly nodded in agreement. Exactly, which is why I was assigned here to stop him. But this time, his power has exceeded my expectations. We need to unite if we are to stand a chance against him. Inoki stroked his graying beard, his brow furrowed. After a long moment, he slowly spoke. Miss Changyun, could you use your special abilities to summon more powerful beings from other timelines to assist us? Changyun sighed lightly, showing a hint of helplessness. She shook her head and said softly, Lord Inoki, the powerful beings I have summoned are all limited by time and rules, and they can't help us completely resolve our current troubles. Moreover, I've already done my best to summon 5 powerful beings. I really can't summon any more in a short period. As soon as Changyun finished speaking, suddenly, not far away, Sasuke began to flicker with a faint light, indicating that the time limit for his space-time traversal was approaching. Changyun, I have to go back, Sasuke said in a cold and firm voice. During this traversal, he single-handedly blocked the rampaging Uchiha Madara, achieving great merit for the entire ninja coalition. Changyun nodded gently, quickly forming hand seals, and instantly unleashed powerful space-time energy that enveloped Sasuke. Following that, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light, Sasuke's figure disappeared as if swallowed by space-time. Chapter 141. 3 teams. As the dazzling light gradually faded, everyone's thoughts returned from distant imaginings to the present conference room. Next, I will continue to arrange the subsequent plans, Changyun said calmly and indifferently, her fingertips gently waving, a long golden thread quietly emerging, shimmering with a faint glow. This golden thread seemed to have a life of its own, extending under her control, like a link connecting space-time, slowly drifting towards the distance in front of everyone. Namake's Minato, the direction this golden thread points to is precisely where your wife, Kushina, is at this moment. Changyun's voice was calm and clear. In my estimation, it would take about 3 hours for this golden thread to fully extend to Kushina's side. Since Kushina is your wife, I believe it is most appropriate for you to personally go and bring her back. After speaking, Changyun gently flicked her fingertip, and that thin golden thread seemed to be instantly endowed with spirit, drawing a smooth arc in the air before vanishing from everyone's sight at an indescribable speed. Upon hearing this, Namake's Minato's eyes instantly became determined. He was well aware of the importance of Kushina's safety for the entire Hidden Leaf Village and even the entire ninja world. Therefore, he rose without hesitation and gave a slight nod to Changyun. I understand. I will definitely bring Kushina back safely. Wave Wind Minato's tone was firm, and his eyes sparkled with an undeniable light. Before his words faded, his figure suddenly flashed and instantly transformed into a yellow streak of light, rushing towards the direction indicated by the golden thread, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. His speed was astonishing, almost unbelievable. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, he had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, leaving behind only a fading shadow that echoed in the conference room. Everyone silently watched the direction in which Namake's Minato had left, filled with prayers and hopes, wishing for a successful and safe return with Kushina. Meanwhile, Changyun stood at one end of the conference table, her golden threads dancing in the air, as if always ready to respond to any unexpected situation. Next, let us discuss matters regarding the expedition against the Heavenly Kingdom. Changyun's voice was steady and powerful, drawing everyone's attention back from the direction Minato had departed. Her gaze swept over every person present, ultimately landing on Sarutobi Hisashi. Her eyes were sharp, scanning every individual, and finally, her piercing gaze fixed on Sarutobi Hisashi. Based on the current signs and situation, I have identified several suspicious locations. The Heavenly Kingdom must be hiding in one of these places. Changyun's words were resolute, each one striking the hearts of the crowd like a hammer. As her words fell, the hearts of everyone present involuntarily rose to their throats. An intense atmosphere filled the entire conference room. Even the usually hot-tempered and restless fourth Hokage, who was hard to calm, became unusually quiet at this moment. Perked up his ears and focused intently on Changyun's next statement. Changyun walked slowly to the center of the conference room, her fingers lightly waving in the air, as if some mysterious power was responding to her call. Soon after, a huge map appeared before everyone's eyes. This map detailed the locations and influence of various ninja villages, as well as some crucial strategic points. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this map, hoping that Changyun could point out the hiding place of the Heavenly Kingdom and others. These locations, Changyun said, pointing at several marks on the map, are all potential hiding places for the Heavenly Kingdom. If they want to launch a large-scale attack, they will definitely need enough spacious areas. Sarutobi Hisashi nodded in agreement. He studied the map carefully, contemplating the possible routes and strategic intentions of the Heavenly Kingdom. So, how should we respond? A ninja asked. Qingyun smiled slightly, her golden threads jumping even more joyfully in the air, as if also excited for the upcoming battle. Next, I will divide the entire coalition into 3 teams. Each team must possess the strength to confront them directly and will not be defeated in a short time. Qingyun's gaze was piercing, sweeping over everyone in the conference room, ultimately landing on the 5 Kage. The 5 Kage will serve as the first team. Your destination is the area near the Valley of the End. Qingyun's finger gently traced the map, and the terrain near the Valley of the End seemed to come alive under her fingertip. Mountains, rivers, dense forests, and canyons, each place contained strategic significance. The Valley of the End, with its complex terrain, was an easily defensible location and one of the hiding places the Heavenly Kingdom might choose. Qingyun's voice was calm and firm. Sarutobi, you are experienced. You will lead the first team. Be sure to be cautious in your investigation and do not alert the enemy. Sarutobi Hisashi nodded solemnly, fully aware of the daunting task ahead. As the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, he not only had to protect his comrades, but also ensure that he could find the hiding place of the Heavenly Kingdom to provide crucial intelligence for the entire coalition. Next, the second team will be led by Hanzo the Salamander. Qingyun's voice was calm and decisive. You will lead Jiraiya, Tsunade, and other ninjas from small villages to investigate the area near Turtle Island together. A hint of seriousness appeared in Qingyun's eyes as she continued. I have a feeling that the Heavenly Kingdom might adopt a darkness under the lamp strategy. The situation near Turtle Island is very suspicious and requires your careful investigation. Upon hearing this, Hanzo furrowed his brow slightly, but soon relaxed again. He stood up, his voice steady and powerful. Understood. I will lead the team to thoroughly search the area around Turtle Island, and we will not overlook any suspicious places. Changya nodded gently, expressing her appreciation for Hanzo's decisiveness. She continued, the terrain around Turtle Island is relatively open, but there are many hidden reefs nearby, so you must proceed with caution to prevent a trap set by Fengtian. Hanzo nodded seriously, then turned and left to gather the team for departure. Finally, Qingyun's voice was calm and strong. She paused for a moment, seemingly weighing her words. I will personally serve as the captain of the 3rd team, and Uchiha Fugaku along with elite ninjas from the 5 great nations will form our team. Everyone's gaze focused on Qingyun, waiting for her next words. Our target is... Qingyun's eyes became exceptionally sharp. Konoha Village Underground. Chapter 142, The Last Dance Konoha Village Underground. This answer surprised everyone, and the meeting room instantly fell into a stunned silence. As the center of the ninja world, it was hard to believe that Konoha Village's underground could be their target. What do you mean? Why are they hiding beneath our Konoha Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, his words filled with confusion. However, Qingyun merely shook her head and said nothing more. In her view, this matter was quite complicated. She couldn't just tell them that she had watched the anime and knew that Uchiha Madara hid underground in Konoha after his battle with the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama. That would make it even harder to explain. At present, she must stop Fengtian before he successfully absorbs the 3 captured tail beasts. If Fengtian were to finish absorbing them and greatly increase his strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. So it's decided. I estimate that Fengtian will need about 3 days to absorb those 3-tailed beasts, which means we have little time left. We must stop Fengtian within 3 days. Now, let's begin. Qingyun slammed the table and directly announced the start of the operation to everyone. With Qingyun's command, the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became tense and solemn. The ninjas stood up one after another, their eyes shining with determination, as if they were ready to face any challenge. Old Sarutobi, you lead the first team to immediately head to the Valley of the End for a search. Qingyun's voice was calm and decisive. She understood the urgency of time and could not afford any delay. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and then turned to leave, rushing toward the Valley of the End with the other 4 shadows. Hanzo, you also act immediately, leading the second team to conduct reconnaissance near Turtle Island. Qingyun continued to give orders, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. Hanzo accepted the order and was followed closely by Jiraiya, Tsunade, and ninjas from other small villages. They quickly gathered and set off towards Turtle Island. They must find Fengtian as soon as possible, Qingyun silently told herself. She took a deep breath again, then suddenly raised her head, her gaze firm and decisive. Let's go. With her command, countless golden threads spread out in the arena, quickly extending to Uchiha Fugaku and other elite ninjas. In the end, everyone transformed into a beam of golden light and rapidly disappeared. Underground in Konoha village. Accompanied by a strange distortion of space, Fengtian and the barely conscious Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared in this vast underground space. Lord Madara, are you alright? Fengtian's main body had quietly waited in this deep underground, and upon seeing Uchiha Madara's weak appearance, he hurriedly stepped forward to offer support. Uchiha Madara slightly turned his head, a hint of unnoticeable determination in his eyes. He gently waved his hand, signaling Fengtian not to be so polite, as he was still able to hold on. Then, he took a step forward and slowly walked towards the ancient wooden throne. Each step felt exceptionally heavy, yet revealed an indescribable calmness and determination. Finally, he slowly sat on the throne, as if all the storms had been shouldered by him. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's body was visibly aging at a rapid pace, with deep wrinkles covering his aged face, displaying an indescribable complex expression. He slowly raised his head and gazed at the figure of Fengtian standing beside him, his eyes shimmering with deep and complex emotions, as if he wanted to deeply imprint the other silhouette in his heart. He did well. Uchiha Madara's voice was low and hoarse, each word seemingly squeezed out from the depths of his throat. The plan was very successful. After saying this, he fell silent again, the breath of life within him weakly drifting, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Just speaking those few words had drained all his strength, forcing him to lean against the throne, breathing heavily. Seeing this, a hint of emotion flashed across Fengtian's handsome and cold face. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the power of causality to restore Uchiha Madara, but because at this moment, Uchiha Madara's life was about to reach its end. Even the power of causality could not reverse the passing of life. After resting for a moment, Uchiha Madara's condition seemed to improve slightly. He slowly opened his once clear but now murky eyes, revealing a sense of determination and resolve in his gaze. He spoke softly, Fengtian. Fengtian hurriedly stepped forward, listening intently to Uchiha Madara's instructions with a serious expression. Once again, use the power of causality to restore my body. Although Uchiha Madara's voice was weak, every word conveyed an undeniable determination. Upon hearing this, tears seemed to shimmer in Fengtian's eyes. He knew very well that Uchiha Madara was forcibly sustaining his weak body, planning to use the power of the Outer Path Golem to forcibly absorb the chakra of the three-tailed beast he had just captured. Perhaps, after the completion of this absorption ritual, Uchiha Madara would exhaust the fire of his life and forever close his eyes. Yet he was still determined to walk this thorny path and complete his grand plan. Lord Madara, have you really decided to do this? Fengtian's voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of undeniable reluctance. He knew very well that using the external path's magic statue to absorb the power of the tailed beast was akin to teetering on the edge of life and death for Uchiha Madara. It could be the last adventure of his life. Uchiha Madara gently nodded, his deep-set eyes seemingly piercing through the mist of time, catching a glimpse of a distant and hazy future. His eyes were filled with determination and resolution, as if he was already prepared to face all consequences. This is my final wish, Fengtian said in a deep and powerful voice, each word bursting forth from the depths of his heart. Only by completing this plan can we realize the world of our ideals. Let me finish this last dance. Fengtian took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and raised his hands in the air, as if performing a solemn and sacred ritual. As he moved his hands, the air around him began to twist and distort, and a vast and mysterious power surged from deep within the earth. Like a slumbering dragon awakened, it was the power of causality responding to his call, ready to unleash its incredible might. Then, let me bring my companions back home first. Chapter 143. The second escape Hidden Mist Village. Although taking your life is not my original intention, if this action can clear some obstacles in this time and space, Senju Hashirama said with a serious expression, his gaze like a torch, firmly staring at the Kakuzu who had been firmly suppressed by the Reaper's Gate, and slowly spoke, I will never show mercy. His voice was firm and powerful, revealing an undeniable resolution. Don't give me that hypocritical talk, he roared. You, who have become the god of ninjas, how many lives have you stained your hands with? And now you stand here, pretending to be some kind of messenger of justice? Kaidi struggled, his voice filled with resentment and anger. His face appeared twisted and hideous under the pressure of the gate of divine light, but those eyes still sparkled with an indomitable light. Senju Hashirama let out a gentle sigh, and his eyes, which had endured countless hardships, became deep and complex at that moment. He slowly approached Konoha, each step seeming unusually heavy, his voice deep and powerful, like the ancient bells echoing in the vast valley. Konoha, you are mistaken. The tone of Hashirama Senju carried a hint of imperceptible sadness and helplessness. I'm not playing the role of a righteous messenger. In this chaotic era, with war raging endlessly, everyone is fighting for the beliefs in their hearts, whether light or darkness, and no one can remain uninvolved. He paused for a moment, gazing more resolutely at Kakuzu, and continued, "What I seek is merely to end this endless war, to rejuvenate this land ravaged by the flames of conflict, to allow the people to live and work in peace, enjoying the sunshine of tranquility. This is my duty as the first Hokage of Konoha, and it is also the deep desire within my heart." Upon hearing this, Kakuzu showed a disdainful expression and retorted angrily, "The so-called beliefs you hold are nothing but a hegemony built upon countless lives. The so-called peace you speak of is merely a false tranquility enforced by your iron fist and military might." His tone was filled with dissatisfaction and resentment towards Senju Hashirama, as if he wanted to pour out all the anger in his heart. Hegemony? Senju Hashirama shook his head, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. "I have never pursued hegemony. What I hope for is simply a world of peace and tranquility. In this world, people can live freely without being troubled by war and hatred." Kakuzu let out a cold laugh, seemingly mocking Senju Hashirama's words. Peace? Tranquility? In this ninja world, that is merely an unattainable dream. Senju Hashirama, the peace you speak of is just a false tranquility forcibly suppressed by your power. Once your strength fades, this world will fall into endless chaos again. Senju Hashirama fell silent for a moment, as if pondering every word Kakuzu had said. Then he slowly raised his head, his gaze becoming firm and profound. "Perhaps you were right. Peace is not achieved overnight." Senju Hashirama's voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to burst forth from the depths of his heart. "But precisely because of this, we must continue to strive to pursue that seemingly unattainable dream. Even if the road ahead is difficult, even if it requires a great price, I will never give up." As he said this, he gently patted Kakuzu's shoulder, his eyes filled with emotion and expectation. In that moment, he seemed no longer the lofty Hokage, but a comrade fighting alongside Kakuzu, experiencing the storms together. "Kakuzu, we have both been victims of war, witnessing too many separations and reunions, life and death." Senju Hashirama's tone softened and became sincere. "But now, we have the opportunity to change all this, to create a world without war, without hatred. I hope you can put down your hatred and dissatisfaction, and work with me for peace." However, Kakuzu merely shot him a cold glare, showing no signs of wavering. "Senju Hashirama, don't waste your breath. I have long made up my mind to fight for my beliefs to the end. Even if I ultimately fail, I have no regrets." Senju Hashirama sighed helplessly, looking at Kakuzu with eyes full of pity, and finally spoke slowly. "In that case, I have nothing more to say. I hope you can reflect well in another world." With that, Senju Hashirama slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, as if releasing all the helplessness and sorrow in his heart with that breath. He clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and concentrated. A strong wave of chakra suddenly erupted, like surging tides stirring in the air. The next moment, a shocking scene occurred. Countless saplings suddenly burst forth from the ground, growing wildly, their branches and leaves intertwining, quickly wrapping and entangling Kakuzu completely. Those saplings seemed to possess life, continuously squeezing and wrapping until Kakuzu's figure disappeared entirely within the dense forest. "It's time to sleep." Senju Hashirama's voice echoed in the woods, carrying a trace of barely perceptible sorrow. A hint of despair flashed in Kakuzu's eyes, but even so, he did not give up resisting, struggling with all his might to escape this binding. However, Senju Hashirama's would-release power was incredibly strong, and those saplings, as if alive, became tighter and tighter, until Kakuzu's breathing became difficult. His strength was gradually depleting, and his body was being slowly consumed by the power of wood-release. Coughing, Kakuzu struggled to catch his breath, his voice laced with a hint of unwillingness and despair. However, at this critical moment, an unprecedented surge of causal power suddenly erupted behind Kakuzu. This force was like a raging sea, surging with boundless might and mystery. It not only instantly destroyed the wood-release branches that bound Kakuzu, but also astonishingly repaired his damaged body at an incredible speed, as if it possessed the miraculous ability to reverse life and death and reshape causality. Kakuzu's face twisted at this sudden turn of events, his eyes flashing with madness and pride, as if at that moment, he had grasped the key to fate. Ha ha ha! Didn't see that coming, did you? Hashirama! He laughed loudly, his voice filled with the arrogance and mockery of a victor. I can escape from your grasp a second time. This is fate's favor upon me. Senju Hashirama's expression grew serious as he sensed the unusual power, a sense of unprecedented warning rising within him. He understood, well, that this causal power was not something Jiao Du could possess. There must be more complex reasons and arrangements behind it. Fortunately, that guy Fengtian had already seen through everything and left me a backup plan in advance. Jiao Du laughed triumphantly, his words revealing a sense of awe and gratitude towards Fengtian. Zhu Jian, although you are powerful, you are ultimately still one step behind. As Jiao Du's words fell, the causal power around him became increasingly dense, as if resonating with the entire space in some marvelous way. His figure became increasingly blurred under the influence of this power, as if merging into the void, ultimately disappearing completely into the horizon, leaving only a string of arrogant laughter echoing in the air. Senju Hashirama stood quietly in place, gazing in the direction where Kakuzu had vanished, his eyes flickering with a complex light. Chapter 144. Father and Mother Sunagakure Boom. Boom! The battle in Sunagakure had entered a fever pitch. The sky was filled with puppets, and under Sakura's devastation, they had already lost more than half. Sasori originally wanted to personally slay Sakura at the first opportunity, but Chiyo kept pulling him back, leaving him with no chance. Sasori's gaze grew colder. He did not expect the time-space power lingering on Sakura to be so persistent, directly pushing his puppet army into a desperate situation. Thus, he conceived a plan to completely eliminate Sakura, this menace. Sakura, be careful, Chiyo suddenly shouted, having keenly sensed Sasori's intentions. Sasori's figure flickered, instantly appearing in Sakura's blind spot. A huge puppet arm suddenly reaching out from the shadows, aiming directly for Sakura's vital points. However, Sakura's reaction was equally swift. She rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. Damn it! Sasori yelled in anger, not expecting his meticulously planned attack to be so easily thwarted by Sakura. Thank you, Granny, Sakura said, glancing at the enormous puppet arm, turning to express her gratitude to Chiyo. However, Chiyo did not show any signs of joy. As a top puppet master, her strongest puppets, the 10 guardians of Matsuke's, had all been destroyed by Sasori, leaving her with only 2 special puppets. Those 2 special puppets were extremely significant to her, and she was unwilling to use them unless absolutely necessary. Oof, a futile effort. Sasori snorted coldly, then controlled several puppets to engage Chiyo while he personally stepped into the fray to battle Sakura. Be careful of his poison, Chiyo reminded from a distance, her voice tinged with urgency. Sasori smirked, his fingers lightly waving, and several puppets instantly lunged at Sakura. Sakura moved agilely, dodging left and right, but it seemed Sasori's puppets were endless, gradually making her feel overwhelmed. This won't do, Sakura thought to herself, her brows tightly furrowed. She knew she had to find a flaw in her opponent to turn the tide of battle. Just then, her gaze suddenly brightened as if she had caught onto something. It turned out that within Sasori's puppet maneuvers, there was a subtle flaw that was not easy to detect. Sakura's heart leaped with joy. She made a quick decision and surged forward like an arrow, aiming straight for Sasori's vital points. However, Sasori's reaction was astonishingly fast, almost simultaneously with Sakura's movement. He had his puppet block in front of him. Bang! A dull impact sounded as Sakura's fist struck heavily against the puppet, the immense force causing her arm to feel sore and numb. Yet this strike was not in vain. The puppet actually showed cracks under her powerful blow, and then shattered with a loud crash. Oomph! Since you all wish to die so badly, then I'll grant you that. Sasori snorted coldly and activated a secret mechanism on his body. Suddenly, a massive puppet body sprang out from behind him, enveloping him entirely. This puppet body emanated a strange aura, as if it contained boundless power. This was the puppet body of the 3rd Kazekage. Chiyo's face changed dramatically upon seeing this. She did not expect Sasori to have brought the puppet body of the 3rd Kazekage here. Yet Sakura was undeterred. Relying on the time-space power enveloping her and her own monstrous strength, she charged directly at Sasori. Rain of iron sand. Sasori roared suddenly, as if a roar from the depths of hell, and countless iron sand needles instantly gathered around him, like dark clouds pressing down, blocking out the sun, pouring down toward Sakura. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Sakura's gaze was exceptionally determined, showing no signs of fear. She knew that at this critical moment of life and death, only by going all out could there be a glimmer of hope. Sakura blossom. Sakura murmured, her chakra boiling throughout her body, like a volcano erupting, instantly boosting her speed to the maximum. She shot forth like a dazzling meteor, breaking the silence of the night sky, filled with endless determination and courage, charging towards Sasori, who was tightly wrapped in the puppet body of the third Kazekage. The iron sand needles exploded before Sakura's time-space power shield, turning into a shower of sparks. Yet they could not penetrate her indestructible defense. Sakura seized the opportunity to close in on Sasori, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. However, Sasori did not sit idle. He manipulated the puppet body of the third Kazekage, quickly forming hand seals with both hands while chanting incantations. Magnet release, sand iron world technique. With a furious shout from Sasori, the entire battlefield was instantly covered by a sea of sand iron, forming a massive sand iron barrier. Sakura found herself unable to move, as if she were tightly bound by an invisible force. Now you can't escape even if you had wings. Sasori sneered, his eyes filled with pride and mockery. However, at that moment, two extremely fast figures rushed in. Their speed was so incredible that Sasori didn't even have time to react. It's time to end this. With Chiyo's low voice, the two fast figures revealed their true forms. They were puppets made from Sasori's parents, named Father and Mother. They approached Sasori, who was encased in the third Kazekage puppet's body. From both sides, their movements so swift that even Sasori couldn't respond in time. What? Sasori's expression changed dramatically. He never expected that Chiyo had such a trump card. These two puppets not only had astonishing speed, but also worked in perfect harmony, as if they truly understood him like his parents would. In the next moment, the two puppets suddenly extended two incredibly sharp, cold blades, slicing through the air like lightning, accurately piercing through Sasori, who was momentarily distracted. In that instant, it felt as if an invisible force tightly embraced Sasori's body. The cold blades penetrated his form, unexpectedly allowing him to feel a long-lost warmth from the puppets. This warmth was like a ray of sunlight in winter, penetrating the ice in his heart and causing him to involuntarily lower all his defenses. He trembled slightly, a flicker of daze in his eyes, as if, in that moment, time flowed backward, and he returned to that distant and warm childhood. At that time, he was still an innocent child, yearning for his parents' love and recognition, his heart filled with longing and hope for the future. At this moment, the so-called all-powerful force of causality dimmed in Scorpion's heart, replaced by this sudden warmth. However, all this beauty vanished with the departure of his parents, leaving only endless loneliness and resentment. Why is this happening? Scorpion murmured softly, his voice tinged with confusion and sorrow. He never thought that he would be defeated by the puppet forged by his parents in such a situation. Nor did he expect that this final embrace would make him feel a long-lost warmth and peace. Everything has ended, Scorpion, Sakura said softly, her voice tinged with a hint of regret and determination. She knew that this moment marked not only the end of Scorpion's life, but also the end of his inner pain and struggle. Chiyo stood by, watching this scene with mixed emotions. Gradually, Scorpion's figure slowly fell down, and even at the final moment, a trace of an unknown smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. As Scorpion collapsed, the entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. The sand iron barrier gradually dissipated, and Sakura exchanged a knowing smile with Chiyo. They understood that although this battle was difficult, they had ultimately achieved victory. However, the joy of victory did not last long. From Scorpion's back, a powerful causal force suddenly erupted, similar to that of Kakuzu. This causal force pulled Scorpion back from the brink of death, and his own space began to distort, ultimately causing his figure to slowly disappear from the battlefield. Chapter 145, The Ideal World in the Hidden Cloud Village, Shizen. I haven't had such a refreshing battle in a long time, especially with you. Itachi's words were filled with a sense of pleasure as he continuously manipulated his complete Susanoo to engage in battle with Shizun's complete Susanoo. However, facing the Itachi who had crossed over, Shizun remained unmoved. Although the aura of his opponent was very similar to the Itachi he knew, and he had formed a slight judgment during their exchange, for the sake of that ideal world, no ties could bind him. Not even Uchiha Itachi was an exception. We can't unleash our power here. Let's fight in the void. With Shizun's low roar, The wings of Susanoo soared into the sky. Seeing this, Itachi's lips curled into a smirk, and he followed closely behind. The two complete Susanoos instantly rushed into the clouds, disappearing from everyone's sight. In the void, their battle grew increasingly intense. The massive fists of Susanoo collided with each other, each clash accompanied by deafening roars, as if they were about to tear apart the void. "Shizune, your strength is indeed formidable," Itachi shouted, his Taka no Megumi gleaming coldly as he suddenly thrust it towards Shizune. Shizune's figure flickered, easily dodging this attack, while simultaneously manipulating his spiral lance to strike at Itachi. The spiral lance whistled through the air, piercing towards Itachi at an astonishing speed. Upon seeing this, Itachi's eyes flashed with seriousness as he quickly adjusted his stance, narrowly avoiding Shizune's lethal strike by a hair's breadth. That was close, Itachi thought in shock, while also having to admire Shizune's combat skills and reaction speed. The two clashed again, and the fists of Susanoo sparked brilliantly in the air, each attack containing tremendous power. Both Itachi and Shizune went all out, refusing to back down. This battle was no longer merely a contest of strength, but a clash of will and conviction. "Shizune, why are you so obsessed with that ideal world?" Itachi suddenly asked amidst the fierce battle. Hearing this, Shizune's movements paused slightly, but he quickly resumed his offensive. While fighting, he replied, "You cannot understand my pain and despair. This world is filled with war and slaughter. Only by achieving that ideal can everyone attain true peace." Itachi fell silent after listening. He deeply understands the struggles and pain within Shisui and knows that the ideal Shisui pursues are not easy to achieve. "I understand your thoughts. Since you have made your choice, all I can do is stop you." Itachi slowly spoke, and at this moment, he no longer hesitated and engaged in close combat with Shisui. Since the battle began, Itachi had not unleashed Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. It wasn't that he didn't want to use them, but under the defense of the complete Susanoo, a mere Amaterasu would have no effect at all. As for Tsukuyomi, that's a joke. The opponent, Shisui, is a master of illusion techniques, and using illusions against him would only be futile. The battle between the two once again reached a heated stage. They tacitly abandoned their weapons, the ten-fist sword and the spiral gun, ready to clash with their fists. In the void, the fists of Susanoo collided continuously in the air, each confrontation seeming to shatter this emptiness. Itachi and Shisui exerted all their strength, refusing to back down. This battle had become their final showdown. At that moment, Shisui suddenly changed his tactics. He no longer engaged Itachi head-on, but instead utilized the agility and speed of Susanoo, constantly weaving around Itachi, searching for a flaw. Seeing this, Itachi couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. He understood that Shisui was looking for a chance to deliver a fatal blow. Therefore, he quickly adjusted his strategy and engaged Shisui in a contest of speed. The two darted through the void, their figures like ghosts. Each clash was filled with tension and excitement, making one's heart race. However, amidst this fierce battle, Itachi and Shisui gradually found a balance between them. Ultimately, as the causal power surged in Shisui's back, he realized this was a signal to retreat. "You bear some resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. Perhaps you are he from the future." At this moment, Shisui also abandoned the fight, slowly descending from a void while retracting Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi, seeing this, similarly withdrew his Susanoo. "How could you not guess my identity? After all, you are the guiding light of my ninja career." Itachi's eyes were filled with nostalgia as he slowly landed beside Shisui. Though they had just experienced a life-and-death struggle, it felt as if they had returned to those calm days of the past. "Shisui, the ideal world you speak of I may not fully understand, but I know there's a longing for peace in everyone's heart." Itachi's tone carried a hint of emotion. "However, the peace I pursue may differ from yours." Shisui gazed at Itachi, his eyes reflecting both relief and complex emotions. "Itachi, your growth surpasses my imagination. You understand the meaning of sacrifice and responsibility more than anyone. However, the path I have chosen is destined to be lonely and arduous. I hope you can understand that everything I do is for that unattainable dream." The atmosphere between them became heavy yet subtle. They knew that despite their differing ideologies, their shared loyalty to their clan and love for their village were common bonds. "Shisui, if you truly believe that path is right, I am willing to respect your choice." Itachi took a deep breath and continued, "But please remember, no matter when or where, do not harm the innocent." Shisui smiled slightly, a hint of relief in that smile. "Itachi, Just having you say that is enough. My love for the Uchiha, for Konoha, will never change. As their conversation concluded, the surrounding air seemed to lighten. They each turned around, preparing to leave this void. Time's up, I have to go. Jishui noticed a distortion in the surrounding void and slowly spoke. He understood that it was Fengtian calling him. Shirzei, take care, Itachi said softly, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible warmth. You too, Itachi, Shirzue replied. And then in a flash, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the void. Chapter 146. A world without her Wagakure. The battlefield here was different from others. As the invader, Obito's Susanoo was now almost shattered. His chakra was extremely weak. If it weren't for the special ability of Kimui, he would have long been defeated by Naruto in Six Paths mode. I don't understand. Why do you know so much about my abilities? Obito gritted his teeth and said, filled with confusion. In another timeline, you stood by my side as a comrade in the final moments. So, I have a thorough understanding of your abilities. After saying this, a trace of nostalgia flickered in Naruto's eyes as he reminisced about the Obito from that moment. However, the Obito in this timeline had not fallen too deep yet. Now was the best moment to awaken him. Naruto took a deep breath, his gaze once again firm. He knew the heavy responsibility he bore. The Obito before him, though on the wrong path in this timeline, perhaps still retained a hint of the innocence and kindness he once had deep within. Obito, I know you are confused and in pain right now. Naruto slowly spoke, his voice carrying a touch of warmth. But please believe that no matter how time and space change, true friendship and faith will never change. In my timeline, you were once my most important comrade. I believe that in this timeline, you can also find your way back. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Obito's eyes, as if Naruto's words had struck a chord deep within him. However, the world without Rin had twisted his soul, making it difficult for him to accept this change immediately. Don't be foolish, Obito sneered. This world without her has no hope. Hope and giving up are no different. They're just empty excuses. In this world filled with despair, there is no value in existence. Do you think your words can change me? How naive. Naruto shook his head, his eyes filled with determination and persistence. Obito, I will not give up on you. No matter what you become, I will do my best to bring you back on the right path. Saying this, Naruto once again gathered his chakra, preparing to launch an attack. But he did not intend to eliminate Obito. Rather, he aimed to awaken the kindness and justice deep within him. The battle between the two erupted once more, but this time, Naruto's attacks were more precise and powerful. He skillfully utilized the floating Dao Jade behind him, continuously destroying Obito's already shattered Susanoo. Obito's Susanoo appeared increasingly fragile under Naruto's fierce attacks, with each strike sounding like a heavy hammer smashing against broken glass, producing deafening, shattering noises. However, Obito did not back down. Even though his body was already covered in wounds, the flames of indomitable spirit still burned in his eyes. You won't easily change me, Obito roared, trying once again to gather his shattered Susanoo, but clearly his chakra was nearing depletion, and each attempt felt so powerless. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a surge of complex emotions. He feels both heartbroken for Obito's persistence and a glimmer of hope for the opportunity to awaken him. He knew very well that at this moment, Obito was on the brink of collapse. If only he could be given a little more strength, perhaps he could rediscover himself. Obito, look around, Naruto suddenly shouted, pointing to the ninjas who were fiercely fighting not far away. They're all fighting to protect this village, this world. Though she's no longer here, her smile, her kindness, isn't that the motivation for you to keep moving forward? You once loved this world so much. Do you really want to let it be destroyed by your hands? Obito's movements faltered slightly, and Naruto's words were like a refreshing stream, impacting his twisted soul. He turned his head to look at the battlefield, where the ninjas fighting for peace had expressions filled with determination and courage. These images intertwined with the memories deep within him, causing him to fall into deep thought. At that moment, Naruto suddenly launched another attack, but he did not unleash any lethal moves. Instead, he skillfully utilized chakra, gently wrapping Obito in a warm embrace, attempting to pull him back little by little from the endless abyss of despair. Under Naruto's gentle chakra, Obito's body gradually relaxed its tense defenses, and even his once lifeless eyes seemed to be touched by an inexplicable force, softening slightly. However, at this critical moment, just as Obito was about to completely sink, an indescribable power suddenly erupted behind him. It was the power of causality wielded by Fengtian, which, like an invisible hand, suddenly seized Obito firmly from the edge of the abyss and yanked him back. In that instant, Obito's gaze seemed to be reignited, becoming incredibly sharp. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with endless resolve and anger. A world without her, no matter how beautiful or flawless, is meaningless to me. Everything is just an illusion. For her, I am willing to stand alone against the entire world, even if it means being shattered to pieces. After saying this, under the powerful enhancement of Fengtian's causality, Obito's hands swiftly performed a series of intricate and precise hand seals. Following that, with a low shout, "Fire style, great fireball technique." In an instant, an enormous fireball was formed, like an angry sun, burning fiercely with suffocating heat and destructive power, roaring towards Naruto. The fireball traced a dazzling trajectory through the air, igniting the surrounding atmosphere, producing crackling sounds, and waves of heat hit face-on, making it nearly impossible to look directly at it. However, Naruto did not evade. His eyes were fixed on Obito, filled with both determination and reluctance. "Obito, are you really going to be this stubborn?" Naruto asked in a deep voice, and then nine-tailed chakra surged from him, transforming into a giant hand that effortlessly dispersed the fireball. A hint of fierceness flashed in Obito's eyes as he shouted, "This world is meaningless to me without her. I will not allow anyone to destroy the world I created for Rin." The next moment, with a twist in space, Obito's figure slowly disappeared, leaving only the echo of his exhausted voice. Naruto's eyes clearly flashed with a hint of loneliness. He had almost pulled Obito back from the abyss, but unfortunately, it was just that little bit short. Then, a golden light enveloped him, and the power of time and space around him gradually dissipated. It was clear that his time was up. Finally, Naruto let out a slow sigh, and, as the golden light faded, he returned to the time and space that originally belonged to him. Chapter 147. 3 days underneath Konoha Village with a series of distortions and fluctuations in space. The figures of Kakuzu, Sasori, Shursui, and Obito slowly materialized from the void like phantoms. Fengtian watched this scene, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. His eyes sparkled with confidence and satisfaction, as if everything was under his control. He had put a lot of thought into this operation, meticulously considering every possible factor, including Qingyun's sudden intervention, which he had anticipated. It was precisely because of this thorough planning and layout that the operation proceeded so smoothly, with almost no mistakes and no casualties. This was undoubtedly a huge victory for him. However, even with such a perfect plan, there were always some regrets. The thought of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina escaping their pursuit at a critical moment brought a faint trace of regret to Fengtian's eyes. But it didn't matter. This time he had captured the 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails Jinchuriki. As long as he absorbed them into Uchiha Madara's outer path golem, his strength would greatly increase. And through the causal lines, he could locate Kushina. Kakuzu, Scorpion, Shursui, and Obito looked around, each with different expressions on their faces. Kakuzu's face was filled with the relief of having survived a disaster, although this task was not completed perfectly and did not lure back the Mizukage and others. It could still be considered a success in destroying the hidden mist village and drastically reducing their living forces. Scorpion snorted coldly, having just been pulled back from the brink of death, which made him very displeased. Shursui remained calm and silent, his Sharingan shining brightly in the dim environment. With a serious expression on his face, seemingly still pondering the conversation with Itachi. Obito appeared somewhat distracted, seemingly troubled by his previous battle with Naruto. "Now that everyone is here, Lord Madara, shall we begin?" Fengtian said in a low voice. Following that, Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, and under the influence of Fengtian's causal power, his body gradually returned to peak condition. Boom! The outer path golem let out a roar, seemingly excited by the impending arrival of the tailed beast chakra. Then Fengtian waved his hand, and the unconscious Lao Zi, Han, and Utaka instantly appeared underground. Without hesitation, Fengtian's causal power transformed into 3 hands, pressing against the abdomen of the 3, starting to extract their tailed beast chakra. The bodies of the 3 began to tremble violently, their faces revealing expressions of pain, as if something within them was being ruthlessly torn out. Lao Zi was the first to let out a painful groan, his skin starting to turn red, as the power of the 4-tailed son, Wukong, surged within him, trying to resist this external force. However, Fengtian's causal power was too strong, making the Four Tails' resistance futile. Han and Yutaka were also suffering inhuman torment. Han's steam power rampaged within him, trying to protect the Five Tails Muwang, but it was also unable to withstand Fengtian's extraction. Yutaka tightly closed his eyes. The chakra of the Six Tails sank in, surging within him, yet he could only helplessly accept the fate of being stripped away. Uchiha Madara stood quietly to the side, coldly watching all of this. There was no sympathy or compassion in his eyes, only a desire for power and a determination to carry out his plan. As the tailed beast chakra was extracted, the bodies of Old Purple, Han, and Yu Gao became increasingly weakened. Their eyes became hollow and devoid of spirit, as if they had lost all vitality. The external demon statue let out even more excited howls. Its body began to swell and grow larger, as if it were devouring this powerful force. I estimate that directly extracting the chakra from the three-tailed beast will take about 3 days. During these 3 days, I will rely on you four to guard me. I have a feeling they will find this place soon. Fengtian's words echoed in the underground cave, carrying an undeniable authority. Jiao Du, Scorpion, Ji Shui, and Obito exchanged glances, although each had different thoughts in their hearts. They understood that they must unite at this moment to face the potential crisis. Jiao Du snorted coldly, his desire for battle reignited by this fight, and he was actually the most eager for the upcoming challenge. Scorpion quietly adjusted his puppets, ensuring they could perform at their best during critical moments. Ji Shui remained calm, his Sharingan flickering in the darkness, always alert to the movements around them. Obito, although still troubled by Naruto's battle in his heart, knew that personal emotions could not affect the larger situation at this moment. "Don't worry, we will guard this place well," Obito said in a deep voice, a hint of determination in his tone. Fengtian nodded slightly, and then focused all his attention on extracting the tailed beast chakra. The four exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and then scattered, making their way to the surface through the passage, hiding themselves in the shadows. On the other side, Chung Yun and the others, following a flash of golden light, had already arrived within a few miles of Fengtian. It's a pity that my time-space power cannot locate people using causal lines like Fengtian's causal power. Chung Yun sighed helplessly. With her abilities, this was already her limit. "Miss Chung, how likely do you think it is that Fengtian and the others are here?" Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, gazing deeply into the distance, where Konoha village was located, but their target was buried deep underground at this moment. "About 70%, Chung Yun replied, and then her gaze swept over the group, eventually resting on the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Ninjas of the Hyuga clan are known for their unique Byakugan abilities, which give them extraordinary sensitivity in exploration and perception. I'll leave it to you from here on out. If you detect any large-scale chakra fluctuations, crush this orb of light in your hands immediately. We will rush to support you at once." After speaking, Chung Yun extended her right hand, and a large orb of light appeared out of thin air. This orb quickly split into dozens of smaller orbs, gently floating into the hands of the Hyuga clan ninjas. Everyone nodded and then scattered, starting to scout the surroundings. However, in a corner invisible to everyone, a ninja with a Mangekyō Sharingan was witnessing all of this unfold in the shadows. Chapter 148. The Role of the Light Orbs. Oh no, they're about to search this way. I must think of a way to stop them. Even if it costs me my life, I must buy Fengtian 3 days. In a dim, cramped corner, Ji Shui whispered to himself. As an elite ninja of Konoha, he was well aware of the Hyuga clan's formidable Byakugan abilities. Once those guys got within a few hundred meters, there would be no way to keep Fengtian's hiding place concealed. At that point, the process of absorbing the tailed beast chakra would inevitably be interrupted, and all their careful planning would go to waste. Thinking of this, a glint of determination flashed in Ji Shui's eyes, and then his figure slowly disappeared. He would solve the problem with his own methods against the Hyuga clan ninjas. Ji Shui moved like a ghost through the shadows, his Sharingan glowing coldly in the darkness. Each step calculated with precision to ensure he would not be exposed to any possible line of sight. Soon, he quietly approached the searching ninjas of the Hyuga clan. These ninjas were fully focused on sensing the chakra fluctuations around them and did not notice Ji Shui closing in. Ji Shui took a deep breath, his Mangekyō Sharingan suddenly widening, instantly unleashing a powerful genjutsu. However, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan were not to be underestimated. Their Byakugan detected the anomaly the moment the Jinjutsu was activated, and they all raised their heads in alarm, trying to break free from the illusion's control. But would Ji Shuei give him the chance? He gritted his teeth, the light in his Sharingan growing increasingly dazzling, and the power of the illusion strengthened, firmly trapping several Hyuga ninjas in his illusionary world. "I'm sorry, but I can only do this for the plan to succeed," Shui said softly, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness and determination. Under the influence of the illusion, the movements of the Hyuga ninjas became slow and clumsy, and they began to act according to Shui's will, moving away from the underground cave, where Fengtian was hiding and heading in another direction. Seeing this, Shui felt a slight sense of relief, but he knew it was only temporary. Currently, many ninjas from the Hyuga clan had not fallen into the illusion, and he had to find them all and defeat them one by one before they discovered Fengtian. Shui pondered in his heart, quickly adjusting his strategy and deciding to take a more direct and efficient approach. He accelerated again, like a black lightning bolt in the night, weaving through the Hyuga ninjas. Each time he got closer, Shui would unhesitatingly cast Jinjutsu, using the formidable power of his Mangekyō Sharingan to drag his enemies one by one into the world of illusions. However, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan were not without preparations either. They quickly realized the ability of the water stop and began to cooperate with each other, trying to assist one another with white eyes to break the illusion. Upon seeing this, Ji Shuei curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. He knows well that the real battle has just begun. He utilized the special abilities of the Sharingan to constantly change the forms and effects of his illusions, making it difficult for the Hyuga ninjas to grasp their patterns. At the same time, he cleverly used the terrain and shadows to create more opportunities for himself. In a fierce confrontation, Shui suddenly appeared behind a Hyuga ninja, gently tapping his finger, and a subtle chakra fluctuation instantly penetrated the opponent's body. This was a perfect combination of illusion and taijutsu. The Hyuga ninja was astonished to find himself unable to move, watching helplessly as Shui disappeared before his eyes. Shui did not pause. He continued to weave through the battlefield, each strike precise and deadly. His Sharingan was like the gaze of the Grim Reaper, instilling an unprecedented fear in the Hyuga ninjas. Finally, through Shui's relentless efforts, all the Hyuga ninjas were defeated one by him. Some of them are trapped in deep illusions from which they cannot extricate themselves, while others are subdued by Ji Shui's exquisite martial arts techniques. Ji Shui stands in the center of the battlefield, looking at the fallen enemies around, feeling an indescribable sense of heroism swelling in his heart. He knew well that although this battle was difficult, he had successfully bought precious time for Fengtian. Next, it all depended on you, Ji Shui murmured to himself as he turned to look towards the direction of the underground cave, his eyes shining with determination. He knew that his task was not yet completed. He must continue to guard this secret place until the extraction process of the tailed beast chakra was finished. During this process, he was willing to become the first impenetrable barrier, blocking all invading enemies. However, just as he slightly relaxed his vigilance, a graceful figure appeared behind him like a ghost. In that instant, it felt as if his heart was struck by a heavy hammer, and alarm bells rang loudly. He suddenly turned his head and unexpectedly found Qingyun staring at him with a playful expression, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. Ji Shui, every little move of yours can't escape my eyes. Qingyun's words floated into his ears like a ghost, carrying a hint of teasing and provocation. Ji Shui didn't dare to be careless and quickly used his teleportation technique, creating several meters of distance between him and Qingyun in a few flashes. He quickly grabbed the short sword behind him with his backhand, and the coolness of the hilt instantly brought him back to his senses. He stared ahead at Qingyun with a serious expression, his face dark as if water could drip from it, his low voice tinged with displeasure and vigilance. "When did you set your sights on me? I had already noticed you before you eavesdropped on our conversation." Qingyun smiled, her tone carrying a hint of mockery. "After all, your Tsukuyomi is a huge threat to me. If I don't take some measures, it's easy for me to fall into a trap." As Qingyun's words fell, Ji Shui suddenly realized. It turned out that Qingyun had already discovered him while he was eavesdropping on their conversation. Qingyun took advantage of the situation, deliberately letting the Hyuga clan's ninjas exhaust Ji Shui's chakra and energy, making it impossible for him to use Tsukuyomi. As for the light balls she sent out earlier, Ji Shui, do you think that by casting illusions on them, I wouldn't be able to find out the whereabouts of that guy Fengtian? Look at this. As Qingyun's teasing words gently fell, a dazzling light ball seemed to magically form in her hand. Then, with a slight exertion, the light ball in her hand shattered like a fragile bubble. At the same time, the light balls in the hands of the Hyuga clan's ninjas also seemed to be influenced by some mysterious force, shattering at the same moment. In an instant, powerful and mysterious forces of time and space surged forth, pulling them all abruptly back to reality from that complicated illusionary world. Surprised? Excited? I'm very curious. Jishui, what do you do next? Chapter 149. I could do the same. Qingyun's words were like a cold wind in winter, instantly chilling Jishui's heart. Without much hesitation, since he was exposed, he decided to go all out. Complete body, Susanoo, Jishui roared, and as his immense chakra surged, a colossal green armored giant slowly formed behind him, standing tall like a towering mountain. On the giant's sturdy arm, a razor-sharp spiral spear appeared out of thin air, glimmering coldly and emanating a chilling, killing intent. Jishui's gaze was resolute, without a hint of hesitation, with a thought. The spiral spear shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, whistling through the air, aiming directly for Qingyun's vital points. Facing the whistling spiral spear, Qingyun merely curled her lips, revealing a hint of disdainful smile. There was no trace of panic on her face, as if everything was under her control. Susanoo. At this critical moment, a deep and powerful roar suddenly came from behind Qingyun, and then a crimson half-body Susanoo erupted like flames from hell, radiating overwhelming might. This was the powerful Susanoo controlled by Uchiha Fugaku, wielding the Totsuka blade, with mysterious runes flowing along its blade, seemingly containing the power to destroy the world. In the next moment, the Totsuka blade clashed head-on with Jishui's spiral spear in midair, producing a deafening roar, sparks flying as two immense powers intertwined and collided, creating violent shockwaves. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed through the air as Jishui's spiral spear collided with Fugaku's Totsuka blade, igniting dazzling sparks. The immense power caused the surrounding air to tremble, as if even space itself was about to be torn apart. Jishui was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the leader of his clan would also use Susanoo. Moreover, Fugaku's Susanoo was so powerful that it could withstand his attack directly. It seemed that this battle would not be easy today. Jishui quietly prepared himself, while simultaneously controlling the complete body Susanoo to take a battle stance. Jishui, don't be stubborn anymore. Now, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, I command you, surrender immediately. Hearing Fugaku's authoritative and commanding tone, Jishui couldn't help but curl his lips into a bitter smile. He knew very well that today's battle was no longer just a personal vendetta. It involved the fate of the entire Uchiha clan. Fugaku, do you really think that just by giving orders, you can make me give up my beliefs? Shirsue's voice was particularly firm amidst the swirling chakra winds. What I pursue is for the future of the Uchiha clan, to avoid the impending disaster. Moreover, to create a new world without disputes or war. Shirsue's gaze was fixed intently on Fugaku as he continued. If you truly care for the Uchiha clan, you should see the current situation clearly. The system in Konoha has already decayed, and we Uchiha should no longer be confined to this narrow world. This world shouldn't be like this. Fugaku frowned deeply, knowing that Shirsue's words were not false. But as the clan leader, he had to consider more. Shirsue, your ideas are too radical. The Uchiha clan needs stability, not your reckless plans. Moreover, your actions have already violated Konoha's taboos. You're pushing the Uchiha clan towards the abyss. Shirsue shook his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. For the future of the Uchiha clan and Konoha, I am willing to bear all consequences. Even if it means being against the entire world, I will not hesitate. Saying this, Shirsue again controlled the complete body Susanoo to launch an attack, the green giant wielding a spiral spear, charging towards Fugaku and Yun with a chilling wind. Fugaku refused to back down, controlling his crimson half-body Susanoo, wielding the Totsuka sword, and engaging in a fierce clash with Shirsue. Meanwhile, Yun was looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. The battle among the three intensified, the powerful chakra fluctuations causing the surrounding space to tremble. Each collision seemed to threaten to tear the world apart, yet Shirsue's heart was more resolute than ever. Give up, clan leader. You can't win against me with just this incomplete Susanoo. Shirsue couldn't help but speak up, having kept Fugaku on the defensive since the battle began. At this moment, he wanted Fugaku to stop to avoid unnecessary harm. However, Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, simply continuing to fight. Yun, watching the two confront each other, smirked with amusement. Shui, if I'm not mistaken, you should only be able to activate the half-body Susanoo at this point in time. Your current complete body, Susanoo, I believe, was enhanced by the force of Fengtian. Hearing this in the midst of battle, Shui's body trembled slightly, and he darkly replied, "What are you trying to say?" Yun chuckled, her fingertips swirling with a rich power of time and space. This power spread into countless golden threads, heading towards Uchiha Fugaku's half-body Susanoo. What I want to say is, what that guy Fengtian can do, I can do too. After saying this, Yun smiled slightly, and soon, under the influence of this power of time and space, Fugaku's half-body Susanoo began to undergo a tremendous transformation. She intended to forcefully use the power of time and space to evolve Fugaku's half-body Susanoo into a complete body Susanoo like Shui's. The golden threads slithered like spirit snakes, quickly penetrating into Fugaku's half-body Susanoo, merging with it. In an instant, the crimson half-body giant seemed to be infused with new life, beginning to swell and transform. An even more immense power surging from within. Shui's eyes widened as he watched this scene in disbelief. He never expected that Yun actually possessed such powerful strength, capable of forcibly elevating Fugaku's Susanoo level. How is this possible? Shui exclaimed. However, the fact was right in front of him, making it impossible for him not to believe. With Yun's help, Fugaku's half-body Susanoo had gradually transformed into a complete body Susanoo, achieving a qualitative leap in both size and power. The new complete body Susanoo wielded a gigantic Tsukuyomi sword, its blade shimmering with dazzling light, as if it could pierce through anything. It let out a roar and charged towards Shui, swinging the sword and creating a fierce sword aura. Shui did not dare to be careless and quickly controlled his complete body Susanoo to meet the attack. The two giants collided once again, and this time the clash was even more intense, with chakra fluctuations surging like a tsunami, engulfing everything around them. Chapter 150. Did my best. Is this the power of the complete body Susanoo? I feel like I can do many things now. Uchiha Fugaku stared in a daze at his imposing red complete body Susanoo, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had never thought that one day he would possess such terrifying power. Shui, facing Fayeke's complete Susanoo, wore a gloomy expression as he realized that he must take him down completely before he fully mastered it. Once Fayeke adapted to this complete Susanoo, combined with Yun and this group of elite ninjas, he would have no chance of winning. Come on, clan leader Fayeke. Shui let out a low roar and then controlled his complete Susanoo to attack Fayeke. Shui's complete Susanoo came crashing like a mountain, its enormous green arm carrying an overwhelming momentum aimed directly at Fayeke's vital points. Fayeke's heart tightened, but he did not retreat. His crimson complete Susanoo also swung its giant arm, engaging in a fierce clash with Shui. Boom! The two forces collided in the air, producing a deafening roar, and the powerful shockwave caused the surrounding space to tremble. Fayeke and Shui each controlled their Susanoo, exchanging blows, and for a moment, they fought to a standstill. Miss Yun, why don't we take this opportunity to push the reconnaissance forward a bit? At this moment, a capable ninja quietly approached and whispered the suggestion to Yun. Yun gently waved her hand, a smile of undeniable confidence on her face, and replied, "There's no need. Let the Hyuga clan's ninjas handle the reconnaissance task. As for the battle here," her sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, as if she could perceive every subtle movement. "I think the winner will soon be clear." After saying this, a strand of golden thread shimmering with temporal waves danced lightly at her fingertips, as if it were a living thing. Then, she gently flicked it towards Shui, and that golden thread shot out like an arrow, whistling through the space towards Shui. Just as the golden thread was about to touch the edge of Shui's clothing, he seemed to sense something and suddenly twisted his body, agile as a whirlwind. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, controlling the massive arm of Susanoo. With a thunderous sound, he swung a punch that collided violently with the golden threads. There was a loud bang, and the golden threads instantly shattered under the immense force of Susanoo, turning into fragments of time and space, dissipating into the air. "Oomph! Trying to ambush me? Not that easy." Shui snorted coldly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Yun curled her lips into a faint smile. Seemingly not surprised by Shui's reaction, she gently raised her hand, and golden threads began to swirl at her fingertips again. This time, there were more golden threads, moving faster, like a golden net spreading toward Jishui. Jishui's heart tightened. He knew the extraordinary nature of these golden threads and did not dare to be careless. He quickly controlled Susanoo, wielding the spiral gun in his hand, trying to pierce through the golden net. However, the golden net seemed to be alive, skillfully dodging Susanoo's attacks and continuously closing in on Shizuku. Damn it! Shizuku let out a low growl, fully aware that he could no longer remain on the defensive and had to take the initiative. Thus, he controlled Susanoo, the spiral gun in his hand, continuing spin, attempting to launch a fierce offensive to break through Qingyun's golden silk net. However, just at that moment, Fujiwara suddenly made a move. He controlled Susanoo and launched a surprise attack from behind Shisui. A massive crimson arm shot out like lightning, grabbing hold of Shisui's Susanoo and firmly restraining it. What? Shisui was taken aback. He never expected Fugaku to launch a sneak attack on him at this moment. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from Fuyue's control. However, Fuyue's Susanoo clamped down on Shisui's Susanoo like an iron vice, rendering him immobile. At that moment, Qingyun's golden thread finally enveloped Shisui. The golden light flickered on Shisui's body, and his complete body, Susanoo, began to blur, as if being consumed by the power of time and space. Ultimately, it slowly dissipated. With the disappearance of the complete body Susanoo, Shisui had lost his strongest means. Reacting quickly, he retreated immediately, attempting to create distance between himself and Qingyun and Fuyue, his eyes flashing with unprecedented seriousness. Just when he wanted to use Susanoo again, he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not use Susanoo. Give up, Shisui. I have reverted your strength back to the time of the three-tomo Sharingan. At this moment, you cannot use either Kotoeme Tsukumi or Susanoo. Qingyun's words pierced Shisui's heart like a cold blade. He widened his eyes, looking at Qingyun in disbelief, his once determined gaze now hollow and filled with despair. How could you possibly reach this level? Jishui struggled to speak, his voice hoarse from shock. Fuyue watched Jishui from the side, feeling a mix of emotions. He was relieved to have successfully launched a surprise attack, yet sympathetic towards Jishui's predicament. However, in this cruel battlefield, sympathy couldn't change anything. Jishui, you have no chance of winning, Fuyue said in a deep voice. Surrender, and you might save your life. Upon hearing this, Jishui curled his lips into a bitter smile. He knew full well that he had fallen into a desperate situation. Whether it was Qingyun's time-space power or Fuyue's powerful Susanoo, neither was something he could easily contend with. However, Jishui was not someone who easily gave up. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Although he had already lost the powerful abilities of Susanoo and the otherworldly gods, he still gritted his teeth, showing no signs of retreat. In his heart, there was only one belief: to fight for as much time as possible for Fengtian. The thought of this brought a flicker of resolute determination to Jishui's eyes, as if he were gathering all his strength in that moment. Immediately, he drew the gleaming short sword from his back and charged recklessly towards Qingyun. However, faced with this sudden attack, Qingyun merely raised her palm slightly, and a surging shock wave instantly erupted, as fierce as a raging storm. Jishui felt an irresistible force suddenly strike him, and he was instantly blown away by this power, crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up from the ground, but his body felt like it had fallen apart, unable to exert even a bit of strength, and he could only helplessly lie there, his eyes filled with unwillingness and helplessness. It's over, Jishui. Qingyun walked in front of Jishui, looked at him, and said, "You've done your best." Chapter 151. Support from Obito, Jishui collapsed weakly on the ground. Despite his efforts to stand up again, his severely damaged body showed that it was powerless. Qingyun's face did not show any ripples. Her right hand gathered the power of time and space, transforming into a sharp blade, raised high, ready to take Jishui's life at any moment. I'm not like Fengtian. I do not need to consider the impact of killing on me. For the peace of this time and space, I can only do this. Qingyun's voice echoed in the empty space, each word like a cold judgment, sending shivers down one's spine. Jishui struggled to lift his head, gazing at the blade formed by the power of time and space, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. There was unwillingness, there was despair, but more was an indescribable sense of relief. As she spoke, the blade in Qingyun's hand began to emit dazzling light, and the power of time and space reached its peak under her control. She closed her eyes, preparing to make the final decision. However, at this critical moment, An extremely abrupt voice shattered the suffocating silence around. Stop! Before the shout fell, the air seemed to be violently torn apart, accompanied by a sudden and bizarre distortion of space, and Obito's figure appeared like a ghost. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, and his movements were agile and decisive. Taking advantage of Qingyun's momentary lapse in focus, Obito acted decisively, swiftly pulling Shursui into his Kamui space, cleverly allowing Shursui to escape from Qingyun's deadly threat. Complete body, Susanoo. Obito's deafening roar instantly shattered the surrounding tranquility. Immediately, a towering and magnificent blue giant appeared before everyone, as if a war god had descended from the heavens. This massive blue Susanoo, its body as large as a mountain, stood firm and unyielding, and the overwhelming pressure it emanated caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if it could collapse at any moment. He took heavy steps forward, confronting the powerful complete body Susanoo of Fugaku. One after another, it's so annoying. Fugaku, you go. With Qingyun's impatient words, Uchiha Fugaku's crimson giant, unwilling to back down, radiated dark flames, forming a stark contrast with Obito's blue giant. The two powerful chakras clashed in the air, stirring up ripples in space. To think that you're also a member of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's voice echoed from Susanoo's massive mouth, filled with intense killing intent. You two are traitors of our clan and must receive the punishment you deserve. Obito sneered. Refusing to back down, Fugaku, you have been blinded. Shursui and I have never betrayed the Uchiha. We are only pursuing true peace. And you, unaware, will push the Uchiha clan into the abyss in the future. Shut up, Fugaku shouted angrily. You traitor, what right do you have to comment on our Uchiha clan? As he spoke, Fugaku Susanoo suddenly lunged forward, its massive fist wrapped in black flames, smashing toward Obito's Susanoo. Obito was also unwilling to show weakness, raising his fist to engage in a fierce clash with Fugaku. The two powerful forces collided in the air, with each attack seemingly ready to tear space apart. The surrounding air was compressed by the powerful chakra, emitting mournful cries, as if the entire space was about to collapse. That guy Obito, when did he learn to activate a full-body Susanoo? It's probably that guy Fengtian's doing. Qingyun looked dissatisfied at Obito's towering complete-body Susanoo, but was secretly pondering. In the next moment, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted as she planned to use her space-time power to directly rewind Obito's complete-body Susanoo like Shursui's. Without much hesitation, Qingyun's fingertips again emitted a strand of golden thread, which quickly extended in the air as if connecting to the other side of time and space, shimmering with dazzling light. Qingyun's eyes were fixed on the massive blue giant, and then she lightly tapped. Rewind for me. With her command, the golden thread instantly transformed into a rift in space-time, spreading toward Obito's complete body, Susanoo. Obito's heart tightened as he sensed the thread of these golden threads. However, he did not back down. Instead, he roared and increased his control over Susanoo, trying to withstand this sudden attack. However, Qingyun's space-time power was too strong, and the rift quickly enveloped Obito's Susanoo. The blue giant began to flicker, as if being swallowed by the torrent of time and space. Kamui, Obito growled deeply, and the entire space seemed to be violently twisted by an invisible giant hand. In the midst of this chaos, Obito's figure flickered, as if merging into the void, slipping into his Kamui space, cleverly avoiding the devastating effects of the rift. TCH, I almost forgot this kid had that trick. Qingyun clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, a hint of annoyance flashing across her face. She shook her head helplessly and slowly retracted the surging space-time power back into her body, restoring calm to the surrounding air. Moments later, accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuation, Obito's figure stepped out as if emerging from a void, returning to the smoke-filled battlefield. But just as he reappeared, a blade wrapped in raging black flames cut through the air like lightning, piercing through Obito entirely with overwhelming force. Do you still want to escape? A cold and ruthless shout echoed through the heavens. The blade with black flames was the legendary Kusanagi sword, wielded by Uchiha Fugaku, controlling Susanoo. Obito's face instantly showed an expression of disbelief, and he turned sharply, only to see Uchiha Fugaku looking at him with a serious expression. However, despite Fugaku's precise timing, he was still cleverly evaded by Obito's mysterious intangibility. After dodging this calamity, Obito's gaze instantly became sharp, without any hesitation or doubt. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and the chakra within him surged violently, as if it were about to break free from the confines of his body. In the next moment, Obito's figure swayed and vanished from the spot like a ghost, directly using the body flicker technique to dash into the distance, escaping without a trace. Chapter 152. Healing as Obito's silhouette gradually receded from view and ultimately disappeared without a trace, Uchiha Fugaku was about to take a step forward, intending to continue the pursuit based on the slight traces left by Obito on the ground. However, he was gently stopped by Chongyun, who reached out a hand beside him. "Fugaku, there's no need to chase anymore," Chongyun said with a hint of certainty in her tone. "Both of them are now at the end of their strength and can't stir up any trouble. They pose no threat to us." But Uchiha Fugaku's words were interrupted, and Chongyun continued, "Right now, our most urgent task is to quickly find Fengtian and stop him from continuing to absorb the power of the tailed beasts. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows tightly, and his eyes revealed an unmistakable anxiety and urgency. He is well aware that what Chongyun said is not false, but the escape of Daitu and Jishui undoubtedly adds a degree of uncertainty to their plan. "Miss Chongyun, you are right. However, this person is cunning, and if we let him escape this time, he will surely become a major threat to us in the future." There was a hint of reluctance in Fuyue's tone as he gazed into the distance, seemingly searching for some kind of answer. Chongyun gently shook her head, a flash of wisdom gleaming in her eyes. "Fuyue, we both know that although this person is strong, he is no longer capable of fighting at this moment. The situation on the Fengtian side is even more urgent. We must race against time." Fuyue took a deep breath, nodded, and suppressed the reluctance in his heart. He understood that the bigger picture was important and that one must not ruin a major event due to a moment of impulsiveness. "All right, then let's do as you say. We will continue to search for Fengtian's whereabouts and stop his conspiracy," Fugaku said, turning to the ninjas behind him and issuing orders. "Everyone, quickly gather. Target Fengtian." Additionally, this place has basically been confirmed as Fengtian's location, so immediately inform the Yamano clan and instruct them to relay this news to the other two teams, urging them ahead here at once. Upon hearing this, the ninjas responded and swiftly organized their gear, preparing to set off. On the way to find Fengtian, Fugaku and Chongyun walked side by side, both filled with a sense of urgency. "Jishui, wake up. Can you hear me?" Obito's voice echoed in the vast Kamui space, carrying an unmistakable tremor. "Jishui, are you all right?" He shouted anxiously again, his gaze fixed tightly on Jishui's pale face. At that moment, Obito's heart was filled with regret as he secretly blamed himself for not learning some medical ninjutsu from Rin, so he could have used it in critical moments. Jishui lay quietly beside Obito, his face as pale as the snowflakes falling in winter, his eyes tightly closed, as if swallowed by endless darkness, trapped in a deep sleep. Obito reached out with a trembling hand, gently shaking Jishui's shoulder, calling his name over and over again, but Jishui remained unresponsive, like a puppet that had lost its soul. "Jishui, you must hold on." Obito silently prayed in his heart, tightly gripping Jishui's hand, trying to channel his chakra into his body, hoping to awaken him. However, no matter how hard Obito tried, Jishui showed no reaction. Obito began to feel panic. He didn't know what had happened to Jishui, nor did he know how to save him. "It's all my fault. If I had learned more medical ninjutsu from Rin back then, maybe I could save Jishui now." Obito thought to himself, his eyes starting to redden, tears welling up in his eyes. At that moment, Obito suddenly remembered a medical ninjutsu book that Rin had once given him. He quickly took out the secret manual from his pocket and began to flip through it, hoping to find a way to heal Jishui. As time ticked by, Obito finally found a potentially effective method for treatment. He took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, then began to treat Shirzue according to the methods in the secret scroll. Obito carefully manipulated his chakra, following the instructions in the scroll to inject chakra into Shirzue's body, helping him repair his damaged body. This process was extremely difficult. Obito needed to concentrate intensely, as a moment's carelessness could undo all his efforts. Finally, with Obito's relentless efforts, Shirzue's body began to show faint signs of response. His eyelids trembled slightly, as if he was about to wake up. When Obito saw this scene, his heart was suddenly filled with hope. "Shirzue, can you hear me? You must hold on. I will definitely save you." Obito continued to transmit chakra to Shirzue while constantly encouraging him. Finally, with Obito's tireless efforts, Shirzue slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were still a bit confused, but soon he regained clarity. "Where am I, Obito?" Shirzue weakly asked. "This is my Kamui space." "You're all right now, Shirzue." Obito replied excitedly, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. Shui looked at Obito, filled with gratitude. He knew that it was Obito who saved his life. Obito, thank you. Without you, I might have. Before Shui could finish, he was interrupted by Obito. Don't say that, Shui. We are comrades, and more importantly, friends, aren't we? Friends should help each other. Obito said, his tone filled with determination. Shui nodded, feeling even more resolute about their friendship. At that moment, they no longer felt like ordinary members of an organization. They felt like teammates fighting side by side. Alas, what a pity. It's all my fault for being so powerless. Not being able to buy enough time for Konoha, Shui murmured softly, his words filled with helplessness about his own weakness. You've done well enough, Shui. By yourself. You've held them off for quite a while, Obito said, patting Shui's shoulder and looking at him seriously. Shui was silent for a moment, as if digesting Obito's words. Then he slowly raised his head, his eyes regaining the brilliance of the past. What should we do now? In my current state, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight again for a while. Shui slightly shook his head, his expression a mix of helplessness and anxiety. Obito patted his shoulder and confidently said, Don't worry, Shui. Those two guys, Scorpion and Janine, are not easy opponents. They will hold each other back, which should buy us some time. Let's take this opportunity to rest well and regain our strength. Hearing Obito's words, Shui could only sigh helplessly and temporarily set aside his worries. He slowly sat down on the ground, closing his eyes as he focused on recovering his chakra and injuries with Obito's help. Chapter 153. The Power of the Amatsu Mikaboshi Sword Sand Iron Rain. Scorpion shouted, and in an instant, countless sharp iron needles made of fine sand iron poured down like a violent rain, covering the entire battlefield, gleaming with a cold light that sent chills down people's spines. Immediately after, Kakuzu also began to chant in a low voice, Lightning release, false darkness. As the words left his mouth, sharp lightning spears pierced through the air with deafening roars, intertwining with the sand iron needles to form a net of death. The elite ninjas, witnessing this, displayed their exceptional agility and keen insight, dodging left and right in an attempt to evade the overwhelming assault. However, under this torrential onslaught, some ninjas were still unable to avoid the attacks, getting hit by the sand iron needles or lightning spears, letting out screams of pain as they fell to the ground. Convulsing. On the battlefield, dust rose, and the air was filled with the smell of charred flesh and blood, with a tense and fearful atmosphere enveloping everyone as hearts. Scorpion coldly watched the battlefield, his fingers dancing over the puppet, controlling the rhythm of the sand iron rain-s attack. Kakuzu stood beside him, radiating lightning chakra as the false darkness technique poured out of him like a storm. These so-called elite ninjas are nothing special. Kakuzu sneered, his voice filled with disdain for his opponents. Scorpion also gave a cold smile, adding, It seems that the cleanup task here is almost complete. The two exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Before long, all the elite ninjas in the area had been annihilated by the two. This was the fifth wave of elite ninjas they had wiped out since entering seclusion to absorb the tailed beast chakra. Although their strength had significantly increased due to the enhancement from the causal power of the heavens, the prolonged consecutive battles had left them feeling fatigued. Just as Scorpion and Kakuzu thought they could take a breather and prepare to rest briefly, a sharp, crimson blade streaked through the sky like lightning, carrying a chilling aura that made their hearts race. Scorpion and Kakuzu's expressions darkened instantly as they keenly sensed the dangerous aura. Just as the blade was about to strike them, the two of them swiftly retreated, moving like phantoms to narrowly avoid this deadly blow. The blade whizzed past them, grazing their clothes, with a fierce gust of wind following it, deeply embedding itself into a nearby, solid rock wall, producing a loud bang that sent shards flying and dust rising. Scorpion and Kakuzu exchanged serious glances, both startled. This sudden attack was not only incredibly fast, but also powerful, clearly indicating that the assailant was formidable. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? Kakuzu shouted angrily, chakra surging throughout his body as he prepared for battle. Scorpion also manipulated his puppet, his fingers quickly jumping over the mechanisms, gathering sand iron around the third Kazekage puppet to form an indestructible defense. At that moment, a towering crimson giant figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Uchiha Fugaku, who had activated his complete body Susanoo. Following him was Chongyun, with a playful expression, along with dozens of elite ninjas. Finding you two here means that the location of the heavens is not far from here, Qingyun remarked with a hint of mockery, clearly not taking Scorpion and Kakuzu seriously. Scorpion and Kakuzu exchanged glances, secretly surprised that Uchiha Fugaku could also activate his complete body Susanoo like the others, such as the heavens and sure sway. This was undoubtedly bad news. Moreover, Qingyun's playful smile and the appearance of dozens of elite ninjas made the situation even more dire. Uchiha Fugaku, I didn't expect you to also be able to activate complete body Susanoo, Scorpion said coldly, his fingers quickly jumping over the puppet as he adjusted the layout of the sand iron, preparing for the impending battle. Kakuzu snorted coldly, his lightning chakra swirling around him, forming lightning shields to guard against Fugaku's Susanoo attacks. Uchiha Fugaku did not immediately launch an attack, but instead coldly stared at Scorpion and Kakuzu with his crimson giant eyes. He knew very well that although the two people in front of him were exhausted, their strength was still not to be underestimated. Although the strength of both of you is indeed not to be underestimated, you are still no match for me. Uchiha Fugaku's voice came from the massive Susanoo, carrying an undeniable authority and an overwhelming sense of pressure. He slowly raised his giant hand, with a mysterious and unfathomable power of time and space flowing at his fingertips. This power seemed capable of manipulating the flow of time, constantly reverting his own state, allowing him to maintain the terrifying form of complete body Susanoo without worrying about the threat of backlash. Now, I give you an opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku's tone revealed an undeniable force. Immediately disclose the whereabouts of H10. Otherwise, you will fall into an eternal sleep in this ruins, never to awaken again. His gaze was like a cold sword, piercing through layers of smoke and flames, directly confronting the enemy before him. In the face of Uchiha Fugaku's threat, Scorpion and Kakuzu showed no sign of fear. They are well aware that any retreat at this critical moment will mean failure and death. You think we will reveal the hiding place of Fengtian? Dream on, Jiao Du shouted angrily, and the thunder and lightning shield around him suddenly strengthened, as if to prove his determination. Scorpion also manipulated the third-generation wind shadow puppet, with sand and iron gathering around the puppet to form sharp blades, glimmering coldly and ready for battle at any moment. His voice was as cold as ice. Uchiha Fugaku, do you think that activating the complete body Susanoo allows you to act as you wish? Today, let me show you our strength. Changyan watched this scene from the side, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She seemed in no hurry to join the battle, but rather enjoyed watching the upcoming confrontation. Uchiha Fugaku, noticing this, had a glint of coldness in his eyes. He said nothing more, directly controlling the complete body Susanoo to take a step forward, its enormous form seemingly capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Since that is the case, let you witness true power. Fugaku's voice echoed within the Susanoo, filled with endless majesty and dominance. Immediately, he swung the Tenzu Cloud sword in his hand, where a ball of never-extinguishing black flame gathered at the tip, as if it were going to incinerate this world. Following that, the sword light surged like a dragon, with the force to destroy the heavens and the earth, directly cleaving towards Scorpion and Kakuzu. Seeing this, Scorpion and Kakuzu did not dare to be careless, each unleashing their ultimate techniques to respond. Scorpion manipulated his iron sand blades to meet the Tenzu Cloud sword, while Kakuzu surrounded himself with a dazzling lightning shield, attempting to withstand this terrifying blow. However, Uchiha Fugaku's strength was simply too overwhelming. Even with their combined efforts, they struggled to resist. The Tenzu Cloud sword and Scorpion's iron sand blades collided in midair, instantly erupting with a deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth trembled at that moment. The intense shockwave swept through the surrounding air like a violent storm, shaking the solid stone walls into pieces, with debris flying and dust swirling. Unsurprisingly, the sharp Tenzu Cloud sword pierced through the iron sand blades as easily as cutting tofu, continuing its unstoppable momentum straight towards Kakuzu's lightning shield. Kakuzu's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. He quickly mobilized all his chakra to reinforce the defense of the lightning shield. However, in the face of the Tenzu Cloud sword's terrifying property that could pierce anything, the lightning shield was as fragile as thin paper, easily pierced with a light sound. In the astonished and terrified gazes of Scorpion and Kakuzu, the Tenzu Cloud sword shot towards them mercilessly with a sharp sound of breaking air at lightning speed. Chapter 154. Overload in the face of the Tenzu Cloud sword, which carried an overwhelming killing intent. The pupils of Scorpion and Kakuzu shrank sharply, panic instantly taking over their faces. However, At this critical moment, Scorpion miraculously calmed down. He hesitated for just a moment before making a decision without any hesitation. Suddenly, he leaped forward, disregarding everything, and directly faced the immensely powerful Tengu Cloud Sword with his own flesh and blood. This sudden action left everyone present stunned. Even the usually composed Uchiha Fugaku was no exception. Scorpion, known for his cunning and versatility, chose to confront this earth-shattering strike with his own body, which was an incredibly unbelievable and mad decision. In the next moment, Scorpion was pierced through like a kite with its string cut. The powerful impact, accompanied by raging black flames, twisted his face into a terrifying grimace. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring unimaginable pain, and his fingertips trembled but still maintained precise control, driving several puppets to suddenly exert force. "Give me." Scorpion's voice was hoarse yet firm. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "Reverse." Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Tengu Cloud Sword, which had originally shot forth like lightning towards its target, strangely twisted in midair, its trajectory forcibly altered, dangerously deviating from its original target. This scene shocked everyone present. They had never witnessed such a miraculous technique. A flicker of surprise flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He didn't expect that Scorpion would have such a capability, able to turn the situation around in a desperate situation. Pierced by the Tengu Cloud Sword, Scorpion's body trembled violently, with black flames raging at his wound, as if they were going to devour everything. But his gaze was exceptionally firm, showing no sign of retreat. The Tengu Cloud Sword, having changed its trajectory, firmly pinned Scorpion to a nearby rock. However, just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to retract the Tengu Cloud Sword to deal with Kaku, Scorpion, like a demon crawling out of hell, exerted all his strength to raise dozens of puppets, gripping the immensely powerful sword tightly, rendering Fugaku unable to move an inch. "What?" A look of disbelief appeared on Fugaku's face. His eyes widened in confusion. He did not understand why Scorpion, after being pierced by the Amaterasu sword and suffering the ruthless burning of black flames, could still unleash such astonishing power. However, all of this miracle was thanks to Scorpion's previous bold and nearly insane idea. Months ago, Scorpion conspired with Kakuzu to completely transform his body into a puppet, leaving only the critically important heart. Because of this, what was ruthlessly pierced by the Amaterasu sword at this moment was not Scorpion's fragile flesh and blood, but rather his meticulously crafted, exquisitely designed puppet body. Scorpion, the artist who was almost mad for the sake of art, infused every action with an extreme pursuit of beauty. At this moment, although his puppet body was firmly pinned to the rock by the Amaterasu sword, his heart was still beating fiercely, and his consciousness remained as clear as ever. He controlled dozens of puppets with threads as thin as hair, gripping the sword tightly like a pair of iron pincers. No matter how hard Uchiha Fugaku tried, he couldn't budge an inch. "Kakuzu, hurry up!" Scorpion shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with fatigue and determination. Kakuzu looked at Scorpion, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect Scorpion to pay such a huge price to save him. However, faced with Scorpion's urging, Kakuzu simply shook his head. He took a deep breath, as if trying to expel all his hesitation and reluctance. Immediately after, with 4 strands of resentment and bitterness drilling into his body like living creatures, his aura instantly surged to its peak. "Fire release, head hardening," Kakuzu roared, and scorching flames erupted like a volcanic eruption. "Wind release, pressure damage." Next, a howling wind swept through, as if it aimed to pull everything into an endless vortex. "Lightning release, false darkness." Thunder and lightning clashed, and dark purple lightning slashed through the sky like the Grim Reaper's scythe. "Water release, water wave." Finally, surging waves rushed in like a tsunami, carrying the power to destroy everything. The 4 chakra attacks, mysteriously enhanced by the power of causality, lunged at Uchiha Fugaku like 4 raging beasts. Faced with this sudden and powerful attack, Uchiha Fugaku dared not be careless for a moment. He swiftly manipulated the complete body of Susanoo, standing like a divine weapon between Shingyun and the others. That massive figure steadfastly protected everyone behind it. Then, Susanoo spread its colossal wings, tightly shielding everyone under its feathers, ensuring their safety. For chakra attacks of different attributes surged like a storm. But the moment they made contact with Susanoo, they were blocked by its indestructible defense. "Everyone, don't panic. With me here, I will ensure your safety." Fujiwara's voice was filled with confidence, bringing a sense of security to Qingyun and the others. However, at that moment, a subtle yet deadly flaw quietly appeared in Susanu's defense. It turned out that although Scorpion had been pinned down by the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, his consciousness was still manipulating the situation on the battlefield through the puppet strings. He skillfully guided the puppet strings, taking advantage of Fugaku's distracted attention due to Kakuzu's attack, and etched a fine crack on the Susanu's defense shield. This crack quickly expanded under Kakuzu's assault, ultimately turning into a hole large enough for the attack to penetrate. A decisive ruthlessness flashed in Kakuzu's eyes as he keenly seized this fleeting opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately launched his long-prepared final strike. At the cost of 4 hearts, Overload. With a roar, the 4 distinct chakra attacks, initially fighting separately, suddenly converged together, like 4 surging torrents merging into a violent ocean. This terrifying energy storm, with its world-destroying might, seemed ready to devour everything. It surged into the seemingly indestructible defense shield of Susanu through the small opening that Scorpion had fought to create, piercing directly toward Uchiha Fugaku's vital heart. Fugaku's expression instantly turned grave. He never expected such a flaw to appear beneath his absolute defense. In a moment filled with despair, as everyone believed they were on the brink of disaster, Qingyun's calm and cold voice suddenly rang out like a heavenly sound, bringing a glimmer of hope to the crowd. She gently waved her hand, and an endless power of time and space seemed to respond to her call, suddenly surging forth from the void, dazzling and extraordinary. These mysterious forces of time and space quickly coalesced in the air, forming an incredibly solid golden shield in an instant, enveloping everyone securely. Those once unstoppable attacks, carrying world-destroying might, seemed to be drawn back by an invisible force upon contact with the golden shield transformed by Jiga, gradually retreating. Their offensive power weakened until it completely dissipated into the void, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 155. I want you dead what? Kakuzu's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that the attack, which had overloaded and exploded at the cost of 4 hearts, was so easily blocked by Qingyun Jiga. That was his final strike, exerting all his strength. However, what Jiaodu didn't know was how perverse and powerful the time-space power that Qingyun wielded truly was. This force could reverse any form of energy attack, restoring it to its original state, no matter how immense its power was. Therefore, even if Jiaodu's attack was magnified several times, it still couldn't break through the golden shield formed by Qingyun Jiga. This was the horror of Jiga. It seemed capable of controlling time, making all attacks vanish into thin air. In the entire Naruto world, the only one who could deal with this kind of time-space power was probably the mysterious and enigmatic causal power possessed by Fengtian. These 2 powers, one controlling time and the other controlling causality, were both existences that transcended all things. This is really troublesome, Qingyun said with a slight frown, her tone revealing obvious displeasure. She didn't expect that dealing with a minor character Scorpion and Jiaodu would force her to use Jiga. She slowly raised her hand, palm up, as if the rhythm of the entire battlefield was in her control. In that moment, she seemed to become the ruler of this world, everything under her command. Immediately, countless golden threads, formed from time-space power, began to dance in the air, as agile as spirit snakes and as dense as spider webs. These golden threads rapidly spread towards Scorpion and Jiaodu, their speed astonishing. You both carry the aura of that guy, Fengtian's causal power. Qingyun's voice was cold and firm, her gaze piercing through all illusions like a sharp sword, staring directly at Scorpion and Jiaodu now. I will reclaim this power. As her words fell, the golden threads woven from time-space power instantly wrapped around Scorpion and Jiaodu's bodies. These threads seemed to have a life of their own, tightly binding them, rendering them unable to move. Both felt unprecedented pressure. This power seemed capable of penetrating their defenses and directly affecting their souls. Scorpion's puppet body made cracking sounds, as if it would shatter at any moment. He tried his best to break free from the binds of the golden threads, but it was to no avail. Jiaodu's face changed drastically. He could feel his life force being slowly devoured by these golden threads. What do you want? Jiaodu shouted, his voice filled with fear and despair. Qingyun, however, seemed to ignore his roar. Her gaze became exceptionally indifferent, as if she were looking at 2 insignificant ants. The power of causality from the heavens should not exist in this world. It is a force formed by endless entanglements of causality, filled with uncertainty and danger. Cheng-Yun said, "And I intend to seal this power away again, to prevent it from bringing more disasters to this world." As she spoke, Cheng-Yun waved her hands gently, and the golden threads began to contract, tightly wrapping Scorpion and Xiao Du together. The two of them only felt a powerful force gradually extracting the causal power within their bodies. As the golden threads contracted, the causal power in Scorpion and Horn was slowly stripped away, transforming into streams of light that flowed into Cheng-Yun's palm. When the last trace of causal power was drawn out, Scorpion and Horn's bodies simultaneously went limp and collapsed to the ground. Their eyes became hollow and lifeless, as if they had lost all vitality. Cheng-Yun looked at the flowing light in her hand, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Then, she slowly walked in front of Jiao Duo and Xia, her cold face revealing a chilling intent to kill. Previously, due to carelessness, she had let Shurjo and that guy Abito escape. Now, she was quite curious about who else would come back to save them. Cheng-Yun's words were as cold as ice, causing the collapsed Xia and Jiao Duo to involuntarily shiver. The two of them had completely lost their fighting ability at this moment, and could only watch helplessly as Cheng-Yun approached step by step. If you're going to kill, then just do it. What's there to hesitate about? In the face of such a desperate situation, Scorpion suddenly let out a cold laugh. His voice was hoarse, yet it revealed an inexplicable determination. Cheng-Yun was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Scorpion to remain so calm and resolute in this situation. She looked down at Scorpion, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. There's a bit of backbone after all. Cheng-Yun snorted coldly, but she didn't stop her steps, still slowly approaching Scorpion. He lay on the ground, unable to move, yet his eyes were exceptionally bright. He gazed at Cheng-Yun, as if pondering something. "You know, I'm actually not afraid of death." Scorpion's voice was calm and firm, breaking the surrounding silence. He continued, "Throughout my life, I have pursued the ultimate in art. For this goal, I have made countless efforts and sacrifices. And now, I can proudly say that I have reached my peak. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets." The look in his eyes revealed an indescribable determination and satisfaction, as if he had found the true value of his life. "I can only regret." His words revealed a hint of regret. "It's a pity that he didn't manage to secure enough time for Fengtian. The task he entrusted to me, I was unable to complete fully." Cheng-Yun paused slightly upon hearing this. She looked at Scorpion's determined eyes, and a sense of respect surged within her. She could feel Scorpion's dedication and pursuit of art, as well as his loyalty and trust towards Fengtian. Such spirit, even as an opponent, deserve a respect. As a recognition of you, I will not let you die in great pain. Cheng-Yun's voice was cold, yet carried an almost imperceptible softness, as if giving a touch of respect to Scorpion's final persistence. She raised her hand, and a shimmering energy ball, glowing with strange light, formed in her palm. It was the purest form of time and space power. However, just as Cheng-Yun was about to act, an indescribable, terrifying force suddenly erupted from a distant place, surging like a volcanic eruption, shaking the entire world. Immediately after, a voice filled with endless rage and murderous intent seemed to break through the shackles of time and space, resonating through the heavens and earth, trembling everyone's eardrums. The voice contained overwhelming anger and determination, each word striking like a heavy hammer upon everyone's hearts. "Cheng-Yun, I want you dead." Chapter 156. The unification of forces along with that roar capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Fengtian's figure appeared like a war god stepping down from the nine heavens, suddenly coming into view for everyone. At this moment, his eyes were no longer the iconic eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. His left eye had transformed into the Rinnegan. "Cheng-Yun," he called out in a deep voice, filled with undeniable authority. "How dare you treat my companion like this?" The tone of Fengtian was filled with anger and resentment, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "Are you ready to face death?" His words were like the coldest winter wind, penetrating the hearts of everyone present, causing them to shudder involuntarily, as if the air itself had frozen in that moment. Cheng-Yun stood in place, her expression shifting between dark and light. She clearly did not expect Fengtian to appear at this time, nor did she anticipate the astonishing change in his eyes. She forced herself to remain calm, a cold smile curving her lips as she mocked. "Fengtian, do you think that just by changing your eyes you can easily defeat me?" In response to Cheng-Yun's deliberate provocation, Fengtian remained silent. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up, and gently lifted it. In that instant, an indescribable and powerful pressure suddenly descended, unstoppable like a flood. Aside from Qingyun, who stood stubbornly, everyone else present was enveloped by this pressure, their legs giving way as they knelt on the ground, gasping for breath as if even breathing had become extraordinarily difficult. Their faces were filled with terror and despair, their eyes full of awe, as if in that moment they were facing the most terrifying and irresistible force in the world, their hearts filled with helplessness and fear. Qingyun witnessed this scene and knew she could no longer sit idly by. Thus, she gently waved her fingers, and the golden threads swirling at her fingertips quickly spread out, like agile snakes, instantly wrapping around everyone. As the golden thread spread, everyone felt as if the heavy pressure on their bodies was being lifted by an invisible force, instantly lightening considerably. Fengtian, didn't you say it would take 3 days? How come it's done in just one? Scorpion looked at Fengtian with confusion, his tone tinged with incomprehension. Upon hearing this, Fengtian could only shake his head helplessly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. During the absorption process, I glimpsed your current situation through the threads of causality. Therefore, I had to interrupt the process of absorbing the tailed beast chakra. His words carried a hint of determination and helplessness. However, I also obtained what I wanted. Thanks to you all for giving me an extra day. I successfully absorbed the chakra of the 4 tails, allowing my left eye to evolve into the Rinnegan. As Fengtian's words fell, the entire space seemed to freeze, and everyone was shocked by the information he revealed. It turned out that during the process of absorbing the tailed beast chakra, Fengtian could perceive the external situation through the causal lines. This ability was truly astonishing. Qingyun's expression became even more unsightly. She did not expect Fengtian to absorb the chakra of the 4 tails in such a short time and evolve his left eye into the Rinnegan. This meant that Fengtian's strength had significantly increased, making it even more difficult for her to defeat him. So what if you have the Rinnegan? I have defeated you before. Qingyun gritted her teeth and said. However, Fengtian merely smiled slightly and no longer hid his power. Causal power. Explode for me. With Fengtian's command, an indescribable force suddenly erupted, distorting the entire space as if it were affected by this power. It was a force that transcended conventional ninjutsu and chakra. Qingyun felt a powerful force binding her tightly, rendering her body immobile, as if fixed by some mysterious power. There's a flaw. Fuyu, who had been watching coldly from the side, suddenly narrowed his eyes, sharply catching the fleeting aftershock when Fengtian released the causal power. Its towering body leaned forward abruptly, and the Amano Murakumo note Tsurugi in his hand shone with a cold light, piercing towards Fengtian with the sound of breaking air. In the face of this whistling, deadly strike, Fengtian appeared remarkably calm. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, as if everything was under his control. Flying Thunder God, he murmured softly, and before his voice faded, his figure seemed to be swept away by an invisible wind, instantly vanishing from spot, leaving only a faint remnant. The sharp Tens Yunjian, having lost its target, drew a dazzling arc in the air before falling helplessly to the ground with a crisp clang. What? Faye couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He never expected that Fengtian would use the Flying Thunder God technique at this moment, abruptly changing his position and causing Faye's Susanoo attack to miss. Just as Faye was astonished, Fengtian's figure had already appeared behind him, his Rinnegan flashing with endless killing intent. Fengtian coldly uttered these 2 words, then raised his right hand, palm facing up. On his palm, 3 terrifying powers, the power of causality, the power of the end, and the power of annihilation, began to surge and intertwine wildly, as if 3 giant dragons were circling and entangling in the air, ultimately merging into an unprecedented, world-destroying force. This power possessed the terrifying attribute of erasing causality. Once hit, even powerful ninjutsu or secret techniques would be rendered powerless, only able to accept the fate of complete annihilation. This was the special ability granted to him by the Rinnegan, allowing him to balance and perfectly merge various, even mutually exclusive forces into a brand new and incredibly powerful force. This ability, he proudly named the integration of all powers. At this moment, he felt as if he had become a god controlling all things in the world, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. In the next moment, filled with rage, Fengtian directly punched towards Uchiha Faye's Susanoo. Boom! A deafening roar resounded as Uchiha Faye's Susanoo crumbled like paper under Fengtian's punch, infused with the integration of all powers. The tremendous impact sent Fayek flying, crashing heavily against the distant wall, spitting blood, his face pale as paper. How is this possible? Fayek stared in disbelief, never having imagined that his pride, the complete body Susanoo, could be so easily defeated. Meanwhile, Fengtian approached the fallen Fayek step by step, radiating a heart-pounding aura, as if a demon had descended. You are the first, but definitely not the last. Chapter 157, Go. You are the first, but definitely not the last. His tone was filled with determination and murderous intent, as if he had already foreseen the fate of Fugaku. Before his words fell, Fengtian's cold sword had sliced through the air like lightning, carrying a chilling wind, aiming directly at Fugaku's vital points. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the approaching sword, the muscles on his face twitching slightly from the intense tension. At this moment, Chungyun, seeing this, was extremely anxious. Her fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging deep into her palms, but she was firmly bound by Fengtian's causal power, unable to move for a short time. Her gaze was filled with helplessness, as she could only watch helplessly as Fugaku was about to fall into a desperate situation. Just as the cold sword was about to touch Fugaku's skin, his figure miraculously vanished in a thin air, leaving behind a cleverly swapped stone. Almost forgot, you can still use that simplified version of the heavenly hand power to swap places. A hint of contempt was in Fengtian's voice as his sword effortlessly swept past the innocent stone, instantly splitting it in two, with debris flying everywhere. He raised his head, his eyes burning like flames, sharply locking onto Fuyue, who had just escaped using the heavenly hand force not far away. Fuyue's figure appeared elsewhere, his face slightly pale, clearly exhausted from the recent teleportation. But this time, you won't have such good luck. Fengtian's voice was as cold as frost, and his figure moved again, swift as a ghost. Almost in the blink of an eye, he charged towards Fuyue with astonishing speed. Fuyue's expression changed drastically. He was already gravely injured and had just barely used a simplified version of the heavenly hand force, which was nearly the limit of what he could do at the moment. Just then, Chungyun finally broke free from the constraints of causal power. She decisively transformed into a beam of golden light, appearing in front of Fuyue in an instant. Following that, she waved her hand and immediately released the stopping weapon to block Fengtian's attack. However, Fengtian merely snorted coldly at this, and then, through the unification of various powers, condensed an energy ball filled with a sense of destruction in his hand. Do you think this move is useful against me? Fengtian's voice was full of disdain as the energy ball rapidly expanded under his control, its destructive aura growing stronger, as if it would tear apart space itself. Chungyun's face became serious. She knew that although her stopping weapon had top-notch defensive capabilities, facing such a confident attack from Fengtian made her feel instantly uncertain. However, she showed no sign of retreat. Gritting her teeth, Chungyun urged the power of time and space, maximizing the strength of the stopping weapon. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the energy ball containing terrifying energy collided violently with the stopping weapon barrier released by Chungyun. In that moment, it felt as if the heavens and earth trembled, and the surrounding air was torn apart by the immense shockwave, creating visible ripples. Chungyun felt an unprecedented powerful force coming from the point of contact of the barrier, surging like a raging tide, causing her to stagger backward involuntarily. Her face instantly turned pale, her eyes flashing with disbelief. However, even more shocking events were yet to come. Just as the energy ball collided with the stopping weapon shield, Chungyun suddenly realized that her time and space power was being continuously weakened. This power seemed to possess the property of devouring everything, continuously eroding her time and space power, causing the defensive strength of the stopping weapon barrier to rapidly decline. At the same time, the energy ball, as if endowed with life, was gradually breaking through the defense of the stopping weapon, pressing towards her relentlessly. How is this possible? The time and space power attached to my stopping weapon can't even reverse your attack. Chungyun looked at the approaching energy ball in shock, her heart filled with confusion. After all, her time and space power could reverse all energies and matter in the world. Fengtian looked at Chungyun's shocked face, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think your time and space power is omnipotent? My unification of various powers confuse and transcend all forces. Mere time and space power is naturally not a problem. Even more profound time and space laws. I'm not afraid to battle. Upon hearing this, Chungyun's heart sank. She knew that if this energy ball continued to approach, both she and Fuyue would be in grave danger. However, at this moment, she had exhausted most of her power and could not launch effective defense again in a short time. Are we really going to be defeated here? Chungyun thought unwillingly, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. Just then, Fuyue's voice sounded in her ear. Miss Chungyun, don't give up. We still have hope. Chungyun turned to look at Fuyue, who had his eyes tightly closed, a strange wave slowly circulating around him. Chungyun immediately understood Fuyue's intention and urged the power of time and space again, trying to buy more time for Fuyue to prepare. Meanwhile, Fuyue kept his eyes closed, fully immersed in the casting of his eye technique. Fengtian watched this scene, a trace of surprise and disdain flashing in his eyes. Humph, just a dying struggle. He snorted disdainfully, seemingly unimpressed by Fuji's counterattack. However, the moment his words fell, a sudden change occurred. Fuji's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, and an unprecedented powerful force erupted from his body like a volcano, instantly filling the entire space. This force was so immense that the surrounding space began to crack under the pressure, with fine fissures appearing as if it would completely collapse at any moment. In the next moment, the space around them began to tear apart, and the figures of the two vanished in an instant. Was this a simple version of the heavenly hand power released after exhausting all of his eye power? Fengtian stared expressionlessly at the spot where the two had disappeared, his gaze deep and calm, showing not a trace of disturbance. With a gentle wave of his hand, a slender causal line quietly appeared in his grasp, as if he held the fate of all things in the world. The other end of this causal line was pointed directly at the fleeing Fujiwara. Want to escape? It won't be that easy, Fengtian said coldly, his tone filled with an undeniable determination. However, at that moment, on a nearby hillside, Chungyun keenly sensed the existence of the causal line in Fengtian's hand. Her gaze instantly became resolute and decisive. She knew this was their only chance to escape. Without hesitation, Chungyun concentrated the remaining power of time and space into a golden blade, gripping the hilt tightly. With a swift motion, she brought the blade down, directly severing the causal line connecting Fengtian and Fujiwara. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed as the causal line snapped in two under Chungyun's blade, cutting off the connection between Fengtian and Fujiwara. In the next moment, Chungyun quickly retracted the power of time and space that was lingering on Fujiwara, gritting her teeth and displaying a painful yet determined expression. She swung her hands forcefully, tearing open a rift leading to the river of time. The figures of Fujiwara and Chungyun instantly vanished into the surging river of time, as if being swallowed by endless time, disappearing without a trace. Fengtian stood in place, his gaze sharp as he stared at the direction they had disappeared for a long time before finally turning to leave. Chapter 158, Backlash Approaches. Fengtian, aren't we going to pursue them? Scorpion looked unwillingly at the direction where Chungyun and Fujiwara had vanished, filled with confusion in his heart. He didn't understand. Clearly, Fengtian had shown an extremely powerful suppression ability, and with his means, it was absolutely possible for him to pursue and kill. However, Fengtian's expression became exceptionally grave. When he confirmed that Chungyun's aura had completely dissipated into the air, he slowly opened his mouth, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and despair. I'm afraid I no longer have the strength to chase. The backlash of the killing karma has finally arrived. Before his words fell, Fengtian felt an unbearable pain suddenly surge from deep within his mind, as if thousands of silver needles were piercing him simultaneously, causing him to instantly lose all his strength and collapse to the ground. Sweat beads on his face rolled down incessantly like pearls from a broken string, soaking the ground beneath him. Even more deadly was the familiar voices echoing in his ears like a deathly melody, playing in a loop. Recognize yourself and settle the karma. Never forget your name. Fengtian exerted all his strength to let the power of karma circulate around him, forming invisible barriers in an attempt to resist the overwhelming backlash of the killing karma. But this time, the backlash of the killing karma seemed fiercer than ever, like a frenzied beast, wildly tearing at Fengtian's will and body. His face was terrifyingly pale, as if he would collapse at any moment, and his body trembled uncontrollably from the intense pain, each breath feeling like a struggle against death. Recognize oneself, resolve the karma. These voices constantly swirled in his mind, like sharp blades ruthlessly cutting at his will and reason, nearly plunging him into the abyss of despair. Fengtian tightly closed his eyes, clenched his jaw, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He fought with all his might against the backlash that was almost consuming him, Sweat trickled down his cheeks, falling to the ground with a faint sound. But at this critical moment, he suddenly felt an unusually warm force surge from deep within his body. This force carried an indescribable gentleness and tranquility, like the warm sunlight of spring or a mother's gentle comfort, as if it possessed the magic to soothe all pain and agitation. Fengtian's heart trembled violently. He clearly realized that this mysterious and warm force was nothing like the karmic power he was familiar with. Where did it come from? And why did it appear at this moment? He suddenly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in them. He must remember his name. The voices now seemed less sharp and piercing, instead resembling the whispers of an old friend, gently reminding him not to forget his original intention and not to lose his mission. Fengtian took a deep breath, trying to calm his frantic heartbeat and chaotic thoughts. He began to try to use the newly discovered power to reconcile the raging and rampant cause of slaughter within him. All forces unified. Gather for me. Fengtian let out a low roar, his voice filled with determination and resolution. He concentrated fully as he merged that gentle and warm power with his own causal power, as if engaging in a silent contest in fusion. As time passed, the look of pain on Fengtian's face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of peace and tranquility. His brows relaxed, and his breathing became steady and deep, as if he had just gone through a life-and-death trial and had finally welcomed peace and tranquility. Immediately after, Fengtian suddenly clenched his hand, and an immense force of causality erupted instantaneously, sweeping around like a raging storm. This power was so overwhelming that the surrounding space seemed to be firmly sealed by it, and the elite ninjas who had not managed to escape felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Their hearts raced, and their expressions changed dramatically, chaos erupting in an instant. At the same time, two streams of causal power within Fengtian surged toward Scorpion and Kankuro like obedient children. These two forces flowed through their bodies, repairing every damaged cell and tissue, as if time were reversing, soothing all pain in that moment. In the blink of an eye, Scorpion and Kankuro returned to their peak condition, their gazes sharp and resolute, radiating vitality and combat intent. I leave this to you two to handle. As soon as Fengtian's words fell, his figure shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a faint afterimage. Scorpion and Kankuro exchanged glances, a cold smile curling at the corners of their mouths. Then, let's clean up this mess. Before the words were fully spoken, Scorpion lightly waved his fingers, and sharp threads shot out from all directions, ensnaring the panicking elite ninjas like a net of death. Meanwhile, thanks to the miraculous effect of Fengtian's causal power, Kankuro's four puppets had astonishingly returned to their original state, bursting with vitality once again. As the chakra surged powerfully within Kankuro, intense waves spread outward, causing even the air to tremble. His eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a chilling, killing intent, ready to completely bury these enemies. Are you all prepared? Scorpion's voice was as cold as an icy blade in winter. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a bone-chilling coldness that pierced the heart. Kakuzu chuckled, his smile filled with cruelty and excitement, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, I will let them personally experience what true suffering feels like. At that moment, powerful chakra fluctuations suddenly erupted within the sealed space, and the elite ninjas seemed to realize their desperate situation, beginning to struggle desperately in an attempt to escape this cage of death. However, would Scorpion and Kakuzu give them a chance? Their attacks poured down like a torrential storm, each strike capable of being fatal. In the face of this absolute power, the struggles of the elite ninjas appeared so powerless, as they could only watch helplessly as the flame of their lives gradually extinguished. Chapter 159. The Sorrow of Madara under Konoha Village with a Twist of Space. Fengtian's figure slowly appeared here. Fengtian's voice was slightly hoarse, revealing his current weakness. He barely supported his body, his gaze firmly locked onto Fengtian. What is the situation? The fierce battle with Sasuke had already greatly weakened him, and controlling the outer path golem to help Fengtian absorb the tailed beast chakra had further exacerbated his frailty. Prolonged labor and mental strain had made his physical condition even worse. Lord Madara, everything is progressing smoothly. Fengtian reported the situation one by one. His voice was calm, but a hint of worry was hard to conceal in his eyes. Scorpion and Kakuzu had successfully escaped danger, and their injuries had healed due to the power of causality. Shursui and Obito had also managed to escape the enemy's pursuit and were currently hiding in a safe place. At this point, Fengtian paused slightly, his gaze deepening as he looked at Uchiha Madara. He was very clear that the strong person before him, despite having an iron will, was already like a flickering candle in the wind. If it weren't for the unwavering belief in the moon's I plan supporting him, he would have probably run out of energy long ago. However, Lord Madara, your physical condition. Fengtian's words carried a hint of unspoken heaviness. Uchiha Madara gently waved his hand, interrupting Fengtian's words. A complex smile appeared on his face. Very good, Fengtian. Your abilities and performance have exceeded my expectations. There was a trace of barely perceptible relief in Uchiha Madara's words, and his gaze was deep and complex, as if at that moment he saw a certain possibility for the future. With you in the moon's eye plan, I can confidently entrust everything to you. At this point, Uchiha Madara's voice trembled slightly, and a hint of relief appeared in his eyes, as if at that moment he had finally found someone who could inherit his will. His gaze became deep and distant, as if it penetrated through time and space, catching a glimpse of the far-off future. A sudden heaviness fell upon Fengtian's heart as he sharply sensed the farewell intention in Uchiha Madara's words, which filled him with a strong sense of unease. He quickly took a step forward, gripping his hands tightly, his gaze filled with urgency and determination. Madara, you absolutely cannot give up like this. Fengtian's voice was filled with undeniable resolve. Our plan is not yet at its end. The realization of the eye of the moon still requires your strength. However, Uchiha Madara simply shook his head gently, a faint smile on his face, one that held both a sense of relief for the past and hope for the future. Fengtian, you don't need to comfort me anymore. Uchiha Madara's voice, though weak, was exceptionally firm. I am more aware of my physical condition than anyone else. To have come this far and witness your growth and transformation, I'm already content. At this point, Uchiha Madara's gaze gradually became lonely and profound. The road ahead, indeed, must be walked by you alone. After saying this, Uchiha Madara's eyes truly began to dim, as if at that moment, all his ambition and aspirations had turned into endless sentiment and nostalgia. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of wooden buildings, as if crossing the boundaries of time and space, returning to the era that belonged to him. In those deep eyes, a fleeting hint of nostalgia and warmth flashed by. Perhaps he was reminiscing about a dear friend from his time. Fengtian fell silent for a moment, unable to find words. He stared blankly at Uchiha Madara, who was about to pass away, and after struggling internally for a moment, he finally spoke slowly. Madara, perhaps I have a way to ensure your survival in this world. However, I need your consent to perform it. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's originally desolate gaze flashed with a hint of surprise. He slightly tilted his head to look at Fengtian, his voice carrying a trace of confusion and curiosity. Oh, what method do you have? Fengtian stared at Uchiha Madara and spoke slowly, word by word. Edo Tensei. Upon hearing this name, Uchiha Madara's eyes showed a flash of shock, followed by deep contemplation. He naturally knows what Edo Tensei is. It is a forbidden technique that summons the souls of the deceased from the afterlife and attaches them to living sacrifices, allowing for a form of rebirth. Although this rebirth is not complete and is limited by the caster's control, for him at this moment, is an opportunity to continue living and to carry on with the Eye of the Moon plan. Edo Tensei, huh? Uchiha Madara murmured softly, as if weighing the pros and cons. He knew very well that once he chose this path, it would mean losing true freedom and becoming a puppet in the hands of others. Although he had great trust in Fengtian and possessed the method to lift the impure world reincarnation, whether he could successfully lift it himself was still an unknown, given Fengtian's seemingly insurmountable abilities. Finally, after a period of silent contemplation, Uchiha Madara slowly nodded in agreement with Fengtian's idea. For the sake of the ideal world and the success of the Moon Eye plan, he was willing to pay any price. In that case, let me first go to that world to seek out an old friend I haven't seen in a long time. Uchiha Madara's voice carried a hint of relief and anticipation, as if it were a final farewell to this world. He slightly turned his head, gazing deeply at Fengtian. You have already awakened the Rinnegan in one eye, which means you possess the power to control the outer path golem. From now on, this power is entrusted to you. At this point, Uchiha Madara's tone became exceptionally solemn. Next, whether I awaken or perhaps exist again in another form, everything in this world will be entrusted to you. After saying this, Uchiha Madara slowly closed his once sharp eyes, which were now clouded and murky. His body gradually lost support, as if all his vitality had drained away at that moment, ultimately collapsing in Fengtian's embrace. Fengtian tightly grasped Uchiha Madara's gradually cold hand, his eyes revealing determination and complexity. He knew very well that the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, who had once suppressed an era, had now passed away in silence. Lord Madara, rest assured, I will fulfill your last wish and make the Eye of the Moon plan a reality. Fengtian's voice was deep and powerful, each word sounding like a vow from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he was no longer obsessed with going home, but rather focused on realizing Madara's dream. If it hadn't been for Uchiha Madara saving him multiple times before, his cycle would have ended long ago. Now, what he needed to do was to implement the Eye of the Moon plan as soon as possible. Even if his plan would be burdened with infamy from beginning to end, it didn't matter. The bright future my eyes cannot see. The road is winding. I cannot walk at all. Chapter 160 New Base Underground of Konoha. Fengtian's eyes were red, tears welling at the corners, as he slowly mobilized the power of causality. Like gentle hands softly surrounding Uchiha Madara's sleeping body. Then, he cautiously and solemnly placed the body into the embrace of the subspace. Originally, he intended to place Uchiha Madara in the Kamui space. But thinking it over, during the upcoming war, the Kamui ability would likely be used frequently. And to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to leave this heavy trust to the more secure subspace. At that moment, Scorpion and Kakuzu hurried back, their steps slightly hurried, but their eyes revealed determination. The two looked around, feeling an indescribable silence in the air. Uchiha Madara's figure had vanished, along with his powerful aura dissipating. Without needing to say much, they instantly understood everything, their eyes flashing with a complex expression, a mix of mourning for the deceased and resolution for the future. Scorpion's cold gaze held warm for the first time as he gently patted Fengtian's shoulder, offering comfort in his own way. As for Kakuzu, he silently stood by. Though he didn't speak, his eyes revealed respect and regret for Uchiha Madara. Fengtian, what should we do next? Scorpion's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable firmness. He was well aware that at this critical moment, every decision they made was as crucial as walking on a tightrope. A slight misstep could lead to total defeat. Fengtian took a deep breath of cold air, trying to calm his emotions. He looked towards Scorpion and Kaku, his eyes flashing with a determined light, and said in a deep voice, "First, let me bring back Shimizu and Dato." Before his words fell, Fengtian suddenly clenched his hand tightly, as if trying to grasp some invisible force. In an instant, an extremely rich power of causality erupted in his palm, like brilliant fireworks. This power spread through the air, gradually condensing into a mysterious and unpredictable passage. On both sides of the passage, runes formed by the power of causality flickered with a ghostly light, which was the carefully constructed path of return that Fengtian had built for Shimizu and Dato, inside Dato's divine might space. Dato, who was focused on healing Shimizu, suddenly seemed to be touched by an invisible force. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, a resonance that originated from the depths of his soul. He quickly exchanged a glance with Shui. No words needed, both understood each other. "It's Fengtian, he is calling us," Obito said softly, his voice tinged with a barely noticeable urgency, like leaves swaying gently in the wind. Shui frowned slightly, his doubts rippling in his heart like waves on the water's surface, spreading out in circles. Something's not right. It's only been the first day. Logically, he should still be in seclusion. His words carried a hint of confusion, as if he was surprised by the sudden turn of events. Could it be that his location had already been discovered? The thought crossed his mind like a heavy stone thrown into a calm lake, causing both of their hearts to sink involuntarily. "This is Fengtian calling us. We must hurry back no matter what." "Shui, how's your injury?" Dato asked with a trace of concern, fully aware that Shui's wounds were serious. If they forced their way out of the Kamui space at this moment, it might cause even greater harm to Shui. Shui shook his head gently, indicating that he was mostly fine. "Don't worry, I've mostly recovered." He patted his chest. Although his face was still somewhat pale, his eyes had grown much more determined. "The most important thing now is that we need to hurry back to see what is going on." Dato picked up the conversation, his brows furrowed, looking serious. Without saying another word, the two sped back through the mysterious passage woven by causal power like a flash of lightning. When they finally set foot on solid ground again, appearing in the hidden underground of Konoha village, the sight before them tightened their hearts. Fengtian, Scorpion, and Kaku were gathered in a circle, each with a solemn expression and a hint of unease in their eyes. Jisue dashed forward and urgently asked, Fengtian, what happened? Why did you call us back so urgently? Fengtian was silent for a moment, but ultimately shared the news of Uchiha Madara's death with Dato and Jisue. Upon hearing this news, both of them were momentarily stunned, their faces revealing disbelief. How could this happen? Lord Madara. Dato's voice trembled as he struggled to accept this fact. Jisue, on the other hand, silently lowered his head, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. Although he had different ideals from Uchiha Madara, he still held great respect for this former clansman. Now that the deceased was gone, this place was no longer safe. The urgent matter was that they must leave quickly to avoid the ninja alliance from coming back. Fengtian's words were filled with undeniable authority. As his words fell, everyone nodded slightly. Additionally, I still need the Nine Tails chakra to perfectly implement the Eye of the Moon plan. On the way to the new base, we can also conveniently acquire the Nine Tails chakra. Fengtian's gaze became firm and cold. He understood that even though Uchiha Madara had departed, their plans could not be halted because of one person's death. He looked at Obito, a flicker of complex emotions in his eyes. Obito was not only the executor of the plan, but also one of the inheritors of Madara's will. Obito, do you have any plans regarding the Nine Tails? Fengtian asked cautiously, as if testing Obito's bottom line. Obito remained silent, seemingly lost in deep memories, the moments he spent with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina, replaying in his mind. His gaze was complex, sometimes gentle, sometimes painful, as if his heart were being torn apart by two forces, and he couldn't find an answer in a short time. Rin's smile appeared in his mind, the softest part of his heart, while Kushina's care and warmth, like that of a mother, made it hard for him to let go. Obito's eyes wandered back and forth between the fog of memories and the light of reality, each flicker like a difficult choice. Finally, he took a deep breath, as if to swallow all the entanglements and struggles, and his gaze became resolute. Just as he was about to raise his head to tell Fengtian his carefully considered decision, he was interrupted by Fengtian's sudden words. The Nine Tails chakra is not something only Kushina has. Hearing this, Obito was taken aback, but before he could speak, Kakuzu directly asked, So, where should we go now? As Kakuzu's words fell, everyone turned to look at Fengtian. However, Fengtian seemed to have already formulated the next step of the plan, confidently saying, Our new base is. Chapter 161, Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Our new base is. Fengtian intentionally elongated his voice, tantalizing everyone's curiosity. Yin Hidden Village. He slowly uttered these three words, his tone conveying an undeniable firmness. As soon as he spoke, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Fengtian, as if drawn by an invisible force. Yin Village? This choice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples upon ripples. Jisue furrowed his brow, his doubts growing wildly like weeds in his heart. Yin Village? Fengtian, why do we have to choose that place? He opened his mouth to ask, his voice tinged with a sense of urgency and confusion. The others also showed expressions of doubt on their faces, clearly surprised by this decision. Previously, under the arrangement of Fengtian, Jisue had controlled the complete body Susanoo to carry out destruction on Yunin Village. The current Yunin Village had already become a wasteland, and without ninjas proficient in wood-release techniques to help, rebuilding the structures would be a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. Fengtian gently raised the corner of his mouth, his gaze deep as if he had already seen through everything. Jisue, although your previous actions dealt a heavy blow to Yunin Village, they also cleared quite a few obstacles for us, he said slowly, with a tone of appreciation and calculation. The chaotic and hastily rebuilt Yunin Village is exactly the perfect opportunity for us to infiltrate. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and continued. However, my goal is not simply to take down the Hidden Cloud Village. I'm looking for something, a treasure that can grant me the Nine Tails chakra. As soon as these words were spoken, confusion filled the faces of the crowd, and they began to speculate about what treasure Fengtian was referring to. Obito could no longer contain his curiosity and blurted out, Fengtian, what exactly is this thing you're talking about? Fengtian smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in his expression. Have you heard of the legends of the Goldhorn and Silverhorn from the Hidden Cloud Village? Upon hearing the names Goldhorn and Silverhorn, the expressions of everyone immediately became serious, as if they were affected by an invisible force. These two names were well known in the ninja world. They were elite ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, possessing powerful abilities and a fearsome reputation. Gold horn and silver horn? Shirei murmured, seemingly recalling the legends about these two. I remember they displayed astonishing strength in a great war, even putting Konoha village in a tough spot. But later, they seemed to have disappeared during a mission, and there was no news of them since. Fengtian nodded and continued. The most crucial point is that they had an intense battle with the Nine Tails. During the fight, they were unfortunately swallowed by the Nine Tails. But instead of giving up, they chose to gnaw at its flesh and blood from within, thereby obtaining a portion of the Nine Tails chakra. What? Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of disbelief. Gnawing at the Nine Tails' flesh to gain a portion of its chakra sounded like a tall tale. However, Fengtian's expression was exceptionally serious, showing no signs of joking. He continued, I know this sounds unbelievable, but it is indeed the truth. Jinqiao and Injiao have gained the power of the Nine Tails, significantly increasing their strength. And the Nine Tails chakra they obtained has not dissipated over time, but has been sealed within their bodies. So what you mean is? Obito's eyes became incredibly fervent at this moment, as if he had caught the key information in Fengtian's words, and a bold guess surged in his heart. Fengtian looked at Obito's fervent eyes and slightly nodded, as if affirming his guess. That's right. I intend to use the Nine Tails chakra from Jinqiao and Injiao to replace Kushina, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Thanks to you, I successfully absorbed the Four Tails chakra and gained the ability to perform Edo Tensei. My plan is to go to the Hidden Cloud Village to search for some tissue samples from Jinqiao and Injiao, which I will use for my Edo Tensei, thereby obtaining the Nine Tails chakra. This plan is truly bold, Obito exclaimed, his eyes filled with both shock and anticipation. Shirzue frowned slightly, seemingly weighing the feasibility of this plan. However, Fengtian, Jinqiao, and Injiao were once legendary ninjas. How could their tissue samples be so easily found? Moreover, even if you manage to find them, how can you ensure that they will willingly give you the Nine Tails chakra after being resurrected? Fengtian chuckled lightly, as if he had long prepared for these questions. Shirzue, I understand your concerns. Although my causal line cannot find Jinqiao and Injiao, don't forget, the current Hidden Cloud Village is a wasteland, making it the best time for us to search for clues. As for how to make the resurrected Jinqiao and Injiao obedient, that will depend on my methods. At this point, Fengtian's gaze became deep and cold. I have ways to make them willingly hand over the Nine Tails chakra, even willing to serve me. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a shiver in their hearts. They knew that once Fengtian decided to do something, he would go to any lengths to achieve it. This time, he was evidently fully prepared to obtain the Nine Tails chakra. So what should we do next? Obito asked, completely captivated by Fengtian's plan. Fengtian took a deep breath and said with a determined gaze, First, we must quietly infiltrate the Hidden Cloud Village and secretly investigate the whereabouts of Jinqiao and Injiao. This is a daunting task that requires a high level of stealth and acuity. He turned to Jishue, his eyes filled with trust. Jishue, you have once delved deep into Yunin Village and are well versed in its terrain and layout. Having you lead the infiltration is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Upon hearing this, Jishue nodded without hesitation. All right, I will personally infiltrate Yunin Village to look for clues about Jinqiao and Injiao. Fengtian slightly nodded, his tone calm and decisive. I will stay outside to coordinate the overall support and assistance. Once Jishue successfully finds the physical bodies of Jinqiao and Injiao, be sure to notify me at the first opportunity. At that time, I will immediately initiate the Impure World reincarnation ritual to harness their powers for my own use. His gaze became sharp, revealing an undeniable determination. Now, while Qingyun hasn't reacted yet, let us take action. Chapter 162, The Last Resort, Konoha Village Conference Room. It has been a whole day since the fierce battle with Fengtian, and after fully restoring his energy, Qingyun hastily convened an emergency meeting. In the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The participants of this meeting were all heavyweight figures in the ninja world. The Fourth Raikage, Mizuki Jigura, Wind Shadow Raza, Earth Shadow Anoki, as well as Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku, and the legendary demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, among other strong warriors. Their faces were filled with seriousness and anticipation. It is particularly worth mentioning that Kakashi also made a special appearance at this meeting. His divine might Sharingan had shown great restraint against Fengtian in previous battles, placing him in a crucial position for this decision. He sat quietly on the side, his gaze deep, as if contemplating some important strategy. The current situation is something everyone present is well aware of. That guy Fengtian has successfully absorbed the power of six-tailed beasts, and if this trend continues, he is probably already starting to absorb the seventh. If we continue to stand by and do nothing, allowing him to act recklessly, by the time he fully masters the power of all eight-tailed beasts, we will have no choice but to surrender. Qingyun's expression was serious, her eyes like torches, as she slowly shared her inner worries with the group. Recalling the previous fierce battle, Fengtian had forced her to retreat in a panic merely by absorbing the power of six-tailed beasts. If we give him a few more days, once he completely merges the terrifying power of the eight-tailed beasts, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The atmosphere in the conference room was so heavy it felt like it could freeze water, with every ninja's face written with severity and unease. Qingyun's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves. The fourth Reikage AI was the first to lose patience, suddenly standing up, lightning flashing in his eyes. We cannot sit and wait for death. We must take the initiative, no matter the cost. We cannot let Fengtian succeed. The Mizuki Jigura followed closely behind, his voice cold yet firm. Lord Reikage is right. We cannot be passively defensive. We must formulate a thorough plan to not only stop Fengtian from continuing to absorb the power of the tailed beasts, but also consider how to rescue the tailed beasts he has already controlled. The wind shadow Rasha stroked his chin, his gaze deep. I agree with both of your opinions. But the problem is, Fengtian's strength is no longer what it used to be. We must find his weaknesses to devise an effective strategy. The earth shadow, Inoki, snorted heavily, a peculiar light flashing in his murky eyes. Weakness? From the abilities that kid has displayed, he is practically flawless. Don't forget, that kid had even survived my dust release, original world stripping technique. Besides Miss Qingyun's unique space-time power, I really can't think of any other power that can compete with him. As Inoki's words fell, the atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly froze. Everyone's gaze collectively focused on Qingyun. She could clearly feel the burning stares of the crowd, causing her heart to tremble slightly. But she quickly took a deep breath to calm herself, her gaze becoming exceptionally firm as she scanned everyone present. My space-time power is not omnipotent. She spoke slowly, her voice strong and powerful. If Fengtian has not yet mastered the power of all eight-tailed beasts, I still have confidence to fight him. But the current situation is extremely unfavorable for us. If we want to win, the chances are probably slim. Qingyun's words once again plunged everyone into deep contemplation. The atmosphere in the conference room became even more oppressive and serious, as if the air itself had solidified. Everyone understood that they were facing an unprecedentedly powerful enemy, and the hope of victory seemed to be dwindling. However, at that moment, an unexpected voice broke the silence. Perhaps we can think about this issue from another angle. Kakashi suddenly spoke, his voice calm and composed, as if a refreshing stream washed away everyone's anxiety. Everyone turned to look at him, and saw Kakashi's gaze was exceptionally firm. Fengtian's power comes from absorbing tailed beasts. Why can't we solve it at the source? Miss Qingyun's space-time power should be able to trace back to that monster which absorbs tailed beast chakra, right? As Kakashi's words fell, the frowns of the crowd began to ease. However, before they could relax, Qingyun continued, bringing everyone back to reality. You're right. My space-time power can indeed trace back to that container that absorbs tailed beast chakra. That is the outer path golem. But, given Fengtian's cunningness, he would never release the outer path golem. Moreover, even if he did release it, he would impose a layer of causal power on it, preventing me from tracing it back. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes dimmed slightly, but soon brightened again, seemingly having a new idea. Even so, we cannot give up trying. He said firmly, perhaps we can create an opportunity to entice Fengtian to actively release the external demon statue, or at least make him temporarily lose complete control over it. The fourth generation Reikage, AI, nodded, a glimmer of battle intent flashing his eyes. This idea is good. We can design a trap, using Fengtian's arrogance to lure him into our net. However, Qingyun shook her head upon hearing this, rejecting everyone's thoughts. Only she, who had fought against Fengtian in multiple reincarnations, knew just how terrifying his intelligence was. He is accustomed to considering all unknown factors before battle, including the previous total attack on Konoha. He had predicted the sudden intervention of Qingyun in advance, successfully capturing three-tailed beasts, and ensuring that all members of the Twilight Organization survived unharmed. This is the terrifying aspect of Fengtian. In the end, Qingyun let out a helpless sigh. That sigh seemed to carry a heavy burden. She slowly stood up, walking heavily toward the window of the conference room, slightly tilting her head back, gazing at the vast sky as if searching for some answer. After a long while, she finally spoke, her voice carrying a hint of determination. Perhaps. We only have one last method left. What method? Everyone asked almost in unison, their eyes shining with hopeful light, as if they had grasped a lifeline in the vast ocean. Qingyun turned around, her determined gaze sweeping over every strong individual present, her expression serious and resolute, as if she had already made some significant decision. Only oneself truly understands one's enemy. Only oneself can conquer oneself. Chapter 163. The situation in the Hidden Cloud Village. Ruins of the Hidden Cloud Village. Move quickly. Hurry up and bring over those wood materials. Everyone, put in more effort. We need to speed up. Lord Raikage and the others might return with victory soon. We must rebuild the village before they come back. All right, no problem. Everyone responded loudly, their faces filled with determination and resolve. Recalling the previous Hidden Cloud Village, which had turned into a scarred ruin under the reckless destruction of Shizumi. These villagers spontaneously organized themselves, filled with firm determination and boundless hope, to engage in the work of rebuilding their home. They are well aware that although war brings endless pain and destruction, as long as people's hearts remain united, homes can be rebuilt. Amidst the ruins, the villagers have clearly defined roles. Some carry wood, some clear debris, and others are busy designing new house layouts. Sweat drips down their cheeks, falling onto the dust-covered ground. Yet their faces are filled with indomitable smiles. Look over there, that was our school. A villager shouted, pointing at a distant pile of rubble. Yes, I remember it was once filled with the laughter of children, another villager sighed. We will build it better so that the children can learn and grow in a safer, more comfortable environment. A young man patted his chest, his tone filled with confidence. As time goes by, the changes in Yunin Village's ruins become increasingly evident. Brand new houses rise up, roads are widened and paved with solid stones, and public facilities are gradually improved. The villagers not only rebuilt their homes, but also planted patches of green trees amidst the ruins, symbolizing hope and rebirth. In a nearby hidden corner, Fengtian, Jishui, and others observed the busy scene of the villagers rebuilding their homes. As Jishui watched, his determination to create a peaceful world without war and smoke grew even stronger. Look, this is the trauma left by war, he murmured to himself, his tone filled with hatred and helplessness towards the war. Although the root of all this is us. Everything we sacrifice is worth it for a future world filled with peace and tranquility. Moreover, we have always acted on the principle of compassion. Obito chimed in, noticing that everyone's mood was a bit low, and he tried to liven up the atmosphere, although his words seemed somewhat out of place. They added a touch of lightness to the tense moment. However, Obito's words did not resonate with everyone, and the atmosphere remained heavy, which made him feel a bit embarrassed, and he closed his mouth reluctantly. At that moment, Fengtian finally spoke slowly, breaking the silence. Sure, Shui, let's take action. His voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. Go find the bodies of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. We must end this as soon as possible. Jishui responded with a sound and nodded slightly. He turned to look in the direction of the busy villagers, a surge of complex emotions rising in his heart. He admired the villagers' resilience and optimism, but felt guilty for the pain his actions had caused them. However, thinking of the peace in the future, he strengthened his resolve. With a flash, he stealthily infiltrated. Next, you all enter my subspace, Fengtian said in a deep voice, his eyes revealing an undeniable determination. There are too many people. It's easy to expose our whereabouts in the village. Dai-Tu, Xia, and Jiao Du nodded in agreement. Then, with a wave of his hand, a mysterious power instantly spread out. The figures of Dai-Tu, Xia, and Jiao Du disappeared in an instant, as if being drawn into an invisible vortex. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange space. This was Fengtian's subspace. After doing all this, Fengtian suddenly clenched his hand, as if grasping an invisible thread of fate. In an instant, a rich and almost tangible force of causality erupted around him, like brilliant fireworks, yet filled with endless depth and mystery. Under Fengtian's exquisite control, this causal power quickly condensed into a huge shield, enveloping him securely. This shield seemed to merge with the space itself. From the outside, it was completely invisible to the naked eye, and even the most keen observers would find it difficult to detect any anomalies. Only with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could one barely sense some weak fluctuations of breath. Then, with another wave of his hand, Han and Yugao, who had not yet fully extracted the tailed beast chakra, appeared before him, albeit both were in a coma. Outer path, golem. Fengtian growled, and a huge golem slowly rose from the ground, its massive form and fierce face entwined with strange chakra chains. This was the outer path golem, a tool used to extract tailed beast chakra. Fengtian placed the unconscious Han and Yu Gao in front of the golem, quickly forming hand seals and chanting incantations. As he moved, the black chains on the golem began to stir, as if they had come to life. I won't be polite with your tailed beast chakra, Fengtian said coldly, mercilessly urging the outer path golem. With Uchiha Madara's authorization, Fengtian was able to control the golem. At this moment, he didn't need to rely on the force of causality as a link to extract the tailed beast chakra. Instead, he could directly use the outer path golem for extraction. Soon, the chains, as if alive, swiftly reached out and skillfully wrapped around Han and Yugao. And then a powerful force began to forcibly extract the tailed beast chakra from their bodies. Even in their unconscious state, both displayed extreme pain, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as if they were experiencing indescribable torment. Fengtian stood by, his expression indifferent, glancing coldly at them before looking away. His attention was fully focused on the ongoing tailed beast chakra extraction work, his hands quickly forming seals to guide the power within the chains to complete the task more efficiently. He was very clear in his heart that the troublesome Qingyun would definitely not give up easily and would soon regroup and come back. Therefore, he had to race against time to complete the extraction of the tailed beast chakra as soon as possible to prevent any accidents. At this critical moment, even the slightest relaxation could lead to deadly consequences. Chapter 164. Encountering Darui again in the winding alleys of the Hidden Cloud Village. Shishue's figure darted quickly like an arrow released from a bow. His steps are light and quick, truly deserving of the title momentary stillness. His gaze constantly swept around, eagerly searching for any clues related to the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. As he pondered where the fragments of their organization were most likely hidden, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Yes, it must be the heroic spirit cemetery in Yunin Village. He murmured to himself, and his gaze instantly became resolute. Then, Jishue changed direction and quickly headed towards the general location of the heroic spirit graveyard in his memory. He quickened his pace, and with his familiarity with Yunin Village, he soon arrived at the edge of the heroic spirit cemetery. The cemetery was surrounded by dense woods, making it particularly quiet and solemn. Jishue took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and slowly stepped onto this sacred ground. Inside the cemetery, tombstones stood tall, inscribed with the heroic deeds of the heroes. Jishue moved between the tombstones, his sharp gaze searching for any possible clues. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an older tombstone. The patterns engraved on it seemed to have some subtle connection with the symbols of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Jishue approached the tombstone and carefully examined the patterns. Finally found it. A surge of joy welled up in Jishue's heart, but this emotion was quickly replaced by seriousness. He took a deep breath, his expression serious as he gazed at the tombstone in front of him, and slowly spoke. "Two seniors, I am a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. I have come to disturb your rest today in search of something important, which is truly a last resort. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me." After finishing, Shisui bowed deeply to the tombstone, his attitude sincere and respectful. He felt somewhat uneasy inside, as what he was about to do was to dig up a grave, which was undoubtedly a great disrespect to the deceased. After bowing, Shisui fell silent for a moment, as if expressing his apologies in respect to the two predecessors. Once he completed those respectful gestures, Shisui took a deep breath and activated his Susanoo. In an instant, a massive green giant hand appeared out of thin air, carefully beginning to excavate the grave. Before long, as the soil and stones gradually separated, the bodies of the golden-horned and silver-horned figures emerged. Shisui gazed at these two legendary ninjas before him, and a wave of emotion surged within him. He fell silent for a moment, his eyes revealing a sense of awe and determination. Then, Jishue gently extended his hand and carefully took a small piece of tissue from the body. After completing this action, he meticulously restored the remaining parts to their original state, trying to maintain the grave's original appearance and prevent excessive damage to the site. Throughout the entire process, Jishue's movements were exceptionally cautious and respectful, as if he were performing a sacred ritual. He deeply understood that this was a respect for the deceased and also a form of reverence for Yunying village. After completing all of this, Jishui once again bowed deeply to the tombstone, expressing his respect and gratitude. He turned to leave, filled with apologies to the two seniors, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. With the collected fragments of the organization, Jishui was ready to leave the heroic spirit graveyard. However, at that moment, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Dalui, who had come to the heroic spirit graveyard to pay tribute to his ancestors, but unexpectedly encountered Jishui. You again. Dalui recognized Jishui at a glance, his expression instantly darkening, his eyes wide with anger, and his tone filled with rage and questioning. Speak. What exactly do you want here? After all, the person before him was the culprit who had destroyed Yunying village not long ago. Facing Daluyi's accusations, a complex emotion flashed in Jishui's eyes. He understood that his actions were undoubtedly an infringement in the eyes of Darui, but he also knew that in order to change this filthy world, he had to do it. Darui, calm down. Jishui tried to keep his tone even. I know my actions may be hard for you to accept, but I have my reasons. Upon hearing this, Darui's anger did not diminish. Nonsense. You hypocritical guy. Since you dare to come back, just stay here. Despite Darui's extreme anger, his mind was very clear. He understood that he would never be a match for Shui. So he decided to find a way to retreat and gather the strength of the entire Hidden Cloud village to fight against Shui. Seeing Druid furious, Shui felt a tightness in his chest. He knew that an explanation at this moment might be futile, but in order to avoid unnecessary conflict, he still tried to calm Druid's anger again. Druid, let me explain. I did not intend to offend the Hidden Cloud village, nor do I wish to be your enemy. Shui was eager to clarify the misunderstanding, but Druid clearly did not believe his words. No intention to offend? Druid sneered, his tone filled with anger and sarcasm. You destroyed our village, and now you want to feign innocence here? As he spoke, a sly glint flashed in Druid's eyes. He quietly stepped back, looking for an opportunity to escape while secretly gathering chakra, ready to respond to any sudden attack from Shui. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, his body slightly leaning forward, maintaining a state of high alert. Upon seeing this, Jishui understood that further explanations would be pointless. He could only stabilize Darui first and then find a way to leave. Darui, I know it's hard for you to believe me right now, but please trust that I, Jishui, am not a person who kills innocents indiscriminately. Perhaps what I need to do now is beyond your understanding, but please believe that I am not a bloodthirsty person. As soon as he finished speaking, Jishui suddenly clenched his hand, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. A powerful and overwhelming ocular power surged forth like a tidal wave. Darui felt a flash before his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a bizarre and illusory world of illusion. The surroundings became twisted and surreal, as if manipulated by some mysterious force, leaving him in shock. He looked around and found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. Everything around him felt so unreal that he was momentarily at a loss. Is this an illusion? The druid's heart tightened, and he quickly focused his mind, trying to break this sudden illusion. Jishui looked at the druid, who was lost in the illusion and appeared confused. A flicker of complex and hard-to-read emotions passing through his eyes. He gently shook his head, as if lamenting the twists of fate, and seemed to find solace in the decision he was about to make. Then, Jishui slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and he appeared much more relaxed. He turned around, light-footed, preparing to take this opportunity to quietly leave the hero graveyard, unwilling to add unnecessary conflicts. However, just as Shurzue was about to step away from this troubled place, a sudden and intense surge of chakra from the illusion world struck him like a thunderclap in his heart. A voice filled with anger and determination echoed in the illusion world, breaking the previous silence and interrupting Shurzue's movements. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Chapter 165. Double Illusion. Darui's voice suddenly rang out behind Shurzue. At that moment, Shurzue turned around sharply, his face momentarily displaying a fleeting expression of astonishment as he looked at Darui in surprise. A hint of curiosity arose in Shurzue's heart. He wanted to know how Darui had managed to escape his illusionary control so quickly. After all, his illusions were difficult for many skilled practitioners to withstand. Darui was sweating profusely, his face pale, and his whole body was trembling slightly. His eyes burned with fierce anger and a resolute killing intent. Ever since the last battle with Jishui, He had dreamed of personally slaying this enemy at every moment. In order to counter Jishui's illusions, Dalu had put in a tremendous amount of effort. He continuously studied and tried various methods, hoping to find a way to break the illusion. After relentless efforts and exploration, the druid finally discovered a method that was both dangerous and extremely effective in countering illusions. He carefully stored some lightning chakra in his heart. This chakra acted like small guardians, quietly lurking within him, waiting for the crucial moment to arrive. Once Darui unfortunately fell into the quagmire of illusion, this stored lightning chakra would be instantly activated. A powerful current would swiftly spread throughout his body, like a lightning bolt cutting through the night sky, suddenly awakening him from the fog of the illusion. Although this method was dangerous, its effectiveness was surprisingly good. It allowed Darui to have a glimmer of struggle and resistance, even when facing an illusion master like Shursui. Just as Shursui was taken aback, Darui had already successfully freed himself from the control of the illusion using this method. His eyes widened in anger as he glared at Jishui, his entire body radiating with the brilliance of lightning, resembling an enraged beast. Jishui, this time I won't let your illusion succeed. Deluyi roared, quickly forming seals with his hands, ready to launch an attack. Jishui frowned slightly. He could sense a different aura emanating from Deluyi. It seems you've indeed found a way to counter my illusions. But are you sure you want to use it? This could cause you great harm. Deluyi gritted his teeth, the hatred and determination in his heart making him reckless. As long as I can defeat you, I'm willing to do anything. As he spoke, a strange aura gradually enveloped his body. Lightning release, lightning pillar. Accompanied by Deluyi's furious shout, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted, and a torrent of raging lightning chakra surged forth like a tidal wave, quickly coalescing into a massive lightning pillar that shot into the sky. Jishui retreated sharply. He could feel the terrifying power contained within this lightning pillar. The consequences of being struck by this force would be unimaginable. However, Deluyi did not give Jishui much chance to catch his breath. He continued to form seals with both hands, and the column of lightning suddenly exploded in the air, transforming into countless tiny lightning rays, spreading towards Jishui like countless stars. Jishui's figure flickered in the air, as he relied on his exquisite agility and sharp intuition to evade the attacks of these lightning rays. Boom! In the next moment, these lightning rays exploded, forming chains of lightning that rushed towards Jishui. Faced with the overwhelming chains of lightning, Jishui accelerated once more, darting through the air like a spirit monkey moving through the forest, skillfully avoiding the restraints of each chain. His eyes flickered with a calm light, his brain racing to find an opportunity for counterattack. Darui, your progress is indeed impressive, but that's not enough to defeat me. Jishui's voice echoed in the air, carrying a hint of barely perceptible mockery. Hearing this, Darui's expression grew even more ferocious. He let out a roar and once again gathered his lightning chakra, preparing to launch a more ferocious attack. However, at that moment, Jishui suddenly vanished. What? Darui was taken aback, looking around but unable to find Jishui's figure. Are you looking for me? Jishui's voice rang out again, this time right next to Darui's ear. Darui turned sharply, only to see Jishui had somehow appeared behind him, holding a short blade that glimmered coldly. Body flicker technique, Jishui said softly, as the short blade instantly traced an arc, heading straight for Darui's vital points. In a critical moment, Darui sidestepped to avoid it, but Jishui followed closely, the short blade carving out brilliant trajectories in the air, forcing Darui to retreat step by step. Damn it, how could I lose to you? A traitor of the ninja world, Darui roared, but his voice revealed a hint of despair. Jishui sighed and said, Darui, hatred will only lead you to lose yourself. Let go of your obsession, and you will find true self-redemption. However, Darui could no longer hear any words. He gathered lightning release chakra again, preparing for a final counterattack against Shizuku. However, at that critical moment, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from the distance, breaking the tense standoff. It was clear that the sounds of fighting had alerted the nearby ninjas from the hidden cloud village, who were quickly rushing over. Shizuku keenly sensed this, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Our battle is not yet over. You don't have much time left. I will wait for you at the end. Before his words could finish, Shizuku's figure slowly dissipated like foam, leaving only an empty graveyard and a stunned Darui. What? Darui suddenly awoke, his face filled with disbelief. This is an illusion. Could this be the legendary double illusion? It was only at that moment that he realized. Even though he had prepared thoroughly for Shizuku's illusions, he still could not escape their powerful control. Those seemingly real scenes, those intense confrontations, were merely an illusionary world carefully woven by Shizuku. No wonder he is the instantaneous Shizuku of Konoha, Darui murmured, his tone filled with both awe and reluctance. I still fell for your trick. His words came to an abrupt halt as he stared wide-eyed at the place where Ji Shuei had vanished, filled with shock. The surrounding environment began to twist sharply, as if the world of illusions was collapsing, pulling him out of the deep fog. Sweat streamed down to Liu Yi's cheeks, and he gasped for breath, as if he had just been pulled back from the brink of death. His heart was filled with both fear and regret. He felt a deep terror at Ji Shuei's unfathomable illusion abilities, and also frustration and disappointment for not being able to defeat Ji Shuei. In the distance, the ninjas of Yunin village had arrived, looking at the disheveled Liu Yi with concerned eyes. Liu Yi, are you okay? What happened? Where's the enemy? Faced with his comrades' inquiries, Liu Yi paused for a moment, then shook his head, his voice low and firm. Everything is fine. The enemy has escaped. Chapter 166. Extracting the Nine-Tails chakra outside Yunin village. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air suddenly erupted, and Ji Shuei's figure appeared before him like a ghost. He walked towards the mysterious shield formed by the power of causality without the slightest hesitation, following the method agreed upon with everyone beforehand. As soon as he stepped inside the shield, Shimizu keenly sensed a powerful chakra fluctuation. Immediately afterward, he saw Fengtian, who had successfully absorbed the chakra of the Five Tails. How's it going? Fengtian casually asked, glancing at Shimizu. In his view, Shimizu's abilities were beyond doubt, especially since Shimizu was unharmed at that moment, clearly having obtained the fragments of the body of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Having just finished absorbing the chakra of the Five Tails himself, he was ready to use these body fragments for the impure world reincarnation, thereby obtaining the chakra of the Nine Tails. Shimizu did not answer Fengtian's question, but instead scrutinized him with sharp eyes, seemingly assessing the other's strength and condition. He slowly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement. You have already absorbed 5 tails of chakra? It seems your progress is going very smoothly. Fengtian smiled slightly, not minding Ji Shuei's silence. He confidently walked up to the still water, extending his palm, hand over the body fragments of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and we can start the next phase of the plan. The still water frowned slightly. He did not immediately hand over the fragments, but instead asked in a deep voice, Are you sure you want to use Edo Tensei to obtain the Nine Tails chakra? This method is too risky. If it gets out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fengtian remained calm, his tone confident. This is the only way. I have waited too long, and there can be no further delays. Moreover, I can assure you, give me the fragments, and I will control everything. Still water gazed at Fengtian, sensing the fervor and determination within him. After a moment, he sighed softly and took out a small sealed container from his bosom, which contained the body fragments of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. I hope your plan succeeds. Fengtian snatched the container, a triumphant smile on his face. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Now just wait and see the show. With that, Fengtian turned and walked to the side, beginning to prepare for the Edo Tensei ceremony. Still water stood by, silently observing everything, filled with complex emotions. He knew that this gamble not only concerned his own fate, but could also impact the entire ninja world. As Fengtian's hand seals accelerated, a strange aura began to permeate the surroundings, as if some ancient and powerful force was stirring in the air. Ji Shuei stared at this scene, feeling both nervous and expectant. Reverse summoning technique. Fengtian let out a low roar, as if touching upon some mysterious contract. As his words fell, 2 seemingly harmless white Zetsu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, their forms twisted and faces strange, emanating an eerie aura. Immediately after, Fengtian directed his gaze towards the fragments of the bodies of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, preparing to use the 2 white Zetsu to perform the impure world reincarnation and summon Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. With a flick of his finger, the sealed container holding the body fragments of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao slowly opened, and an ancient and eerie aura wafted out from within. He muttered incantations, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, guiding the power towards the 2 white absolutes. In my name, I summon you. Fengtian's voice echoed in the night sky, carrying an undeniable authority. As his spell was completed, The bodies of the two white absolutes began to undergo a strange transformation. They gradually became blurry, as if being consumed by an invisible force. Soon after, two figures slowly emerged from within the white absolutes. It was Goldhorn and Silverhorn. As soon as they appeared, they emanated a powerful chakra wave, their eyes empty and dazed, clearly under the control of the impure world reincarnation technique. Fengtian looked at the two before him, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Finally, it worked. He muttered softly, then turned his gaze to Shui. Upon seeing this, Shui nodded slightly, and at the same time, he switched his eyes to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, ready to respond at any moment. There's no need for that, Shui. Even if I bring them back to consciousness, they won't be able to escape my control, Fengtian confidently replied. I hope so, Shui said in a deep voice, the kaleidoscope Sharingan shimmering with a strange light in the night, as he kept a close watch on the reanimated Qin and Jin. In his heart, he remained vigilant. Seeing this, Fengtian's lips curled into an even more triumphant smile. He slowly approached Qin and Jin, forming hand seals to begin guiding the chakra within them, preparing to extract the Nine-Tails chakra in the next step. Next, it's time to witness a miracle, Fengtian murmured, his voice filled with fervor and anticipation. As Fengtian moved, subtle changes began to occur in Qin and Jin's bodies. A glimmer of light appeared in their hollow eyes, signaling that the consciousness under Fengtian's control was gradually awakening. However, this glimmer did not last long, as it was suppressed by an even stronger force. Just as I expected, Fengtian snorted coldly, feeling no surprise at the reactions of Qin and Jin. He intensified his efforts and began to forcibly extract the Nine-Tails chakra from their bodies. Goldhorn and Silverhorn's bodies started to tremble, and pain was evident on their faces, as if they were undergoing indescribable torment. However, beneath this pain, the Nine-Tails chakra within them surged forth like an awakened beast. Shui silently observed everything from the side, filled with complex emotions. He both hoped that the plan of the Heavenly Order would succeed and feared the unexpected events that might occur during the process. After all, the power of the Nine-Tails chakra was too strong. If it went out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, at that moment, the shield formed by the power of causality began to tremble slightly. At first, the tremor was very subtle, almost imperceptible. But soon, the intensity of the tremor became more pronounced, as if a powerful force was violently striking the shield from the outside, making it sway precariously, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Who? The Heavenly Order roared, his voice filled with anger and fear. He suddenly turned to look behind him, tried to use his Rinnegan to see the scene outside the shield. However, when he finally saw the situation outside, his face instantly turned pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible, the Heavenly Order murmured to himself, his voice tinged with despair. This is absolutely impossible. What he saw was a scene he could hardly believe, a terrifying fact that could overturn all his plans and confidence. Chapter 167. The Man in Black Outside the Shield. Qingyun stood with a hooded man in black, their expressions focused and serious, as if discussing something important. A strange energy flowed in the man's hand, radiating a faint glow, as if containing some mysterious and powerful force. It was this energy that caused the causal shield relied upon by Fengtian to begin shaking violently, even showing signs of collapse. Old Iron, how much longer until we can break this turtle shell? Qingyun pouted, looking impatiently at the shield ahead. The man in black smiled slightly, a confident glint in his eyes. Don't worry, although this causal shield is powerful, it is not infallible. With this energy in my hand, I will soon be able to destroy it. Qingyun nodded upon hearing this, but her anxiety did not lessen. She was very anxious, currently. Fengtian likely possessed the power of at least 7-tailed beasts, and she had to hurry to kill him before he reached his peak. Are you sure your energy can completely destroy this shield? Qingyun confirmed again, her gaze fixed on the strange energy in the man's hand. Although you are strong, the one inside has absorbed the power of at least 7-tailed beasts. The man in black smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned with Qingyun's doubts. He slowly raised his hand. The energy swirling in his palm surged more rapidly, as if it would explode at any moment. Don't worry, since I dare to come, I am naturally well prepared, the man in black said firmly, his eyes revealing an undeniable dominance. Just then, a sudden strong energy fluctuation came from within the shield. Qingyun and the man in black both looked up, seeing the interior of the shield glowing brightly, as if something was struggling violently. "It seems they have already detected our presence," the man in black said lightly, yet there was no trace of fear in his tone. Chungyun furrowed her brows, secretly devising a countermeasure in her mind. She knew that once the shield was broken, they must act immediately. "Are you ready?" The man in black suddenly turned to Chungyun, his eyes filled with a desire for battle. Chungyun took a deep breath and nodded. "Come on, let me see who can laugh last between the two of you." After saying that, she began to channel the last bit of temporal power she had left, her hands quickly forming seals as a powerful force surged from her body, rapidly spreading outwards. As she moved, the entire space-time around them seemed to be locked by an invisible force. Under the golden light, everything became solid and heavy. After completing this, Chungyun slowly stepped aside, her face pale and her expression slightly fatigued. To deal with Fengtian, she had almost exhausted all her temporal power to successfully summon this mysterious man in black. At that moment, she was in an extremely weakened state. She leaned against a large rock, closed her eyes, and began to silently recover her condition. The surrounding space-time barrier remained solid, and even if Fengtian wanted to break through, he would be unable to escape in a short time. "You did well, Chungyun," the man in black said slowly, his gaze revealing approval. "Next, let me handle it." Chungyun nodded slightly. Although her body was exhausted, her eyes remained determined. She knew that this battle was related to the fate of this space-time, and she could not afford to be lax. Just then, the energy fluctuations inside the shield became increasingly violent, as if it would collapse at any moment. The man in black clenched his fists, the power within him surging, ready to face the impending battle. Suddenly, the shield shattered with a loud bang, and a powerful energy burst forth, forcing both Chungyun and the man in black to take a few steps back. Immediately after, Fengtian's figure rushed out from the broken shield, his eyes blood-red and exuding a terrifying aura. "You finally arrived," Fengtian said coldly, his gaze sweeping over Chungyun and the man in black. "It seems this is the helper you found." Chungyun gritted her teeth. Although she had no strength left, she still stood tall, preparing to face Fengtian's attack. The man in black slowly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chungyun. "Your doomsday has arrived," the man in black said in a deep voice, his tone filled with undeniable authority. Fengtian sneered, his figure vanishing in an instant, preparing to launch an attack. However, at that moment, the man in black suddenly flashed, disappearing from his original position, leaving only an afterimage. The next second, the man in black appeared behind Fengtian, his fist enveloped in a strange energy. Then he struck towards Fengtian's back. Fengtian reacted quickly, turning around to defend, but was still pushed back several steps by this powerful force. This power, it's indeed correct. This power is causal power. Fengtian turned to Chungyun, disbelief filling his voice. "Chungyun, who is this person? How can he use my causal power?" Faced with Fengtian's questioning, Chungyun stood aside, coldly watching his shocked expression, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "Fengtian, you didn't expect that someone would use your causal power against you," Chungyun said, her voice tinged with pride. "This person is my specially invited helper. He can not only use causal power, but also has other unexpected surprises you can't imagine." Fengtian's face turned ashen, his eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that there were actually people in this world who could use the power of causality. It was a huge blow to him. In the next moment, countless slender causal lines suddenly appeared before his eyes, these lines intricately woven together like a spider's web. Fengtian skillfully grasped one of them, trying to determine the true identity of the man in black through this causal line. However, what he never expected was the astonishing action of the man in black. The man in black also gripped the causal line in Fengtian's hand, his gaze becoming sharp, with a slight exertion of force. He directly snapped the incredibly resilient causal line in half. "What?" Fengtian was taken aback. He had never encountered anyone capable of breaking his causal line. It should be noted that this causal line was an important means for him to perceive all things in the world through the power of causality. Now, being so easily broken by the other party filled him with an unprecedented sense of crisis. The man in black curled his lips into a cold smile, his gaze piercing as he stared at Fengtian. "Do you think your power of causality allows you to do as you please? Today, let me teach you a lesson on how to truly use the power of causality." Before his words fell, the man in black's figure flickered again, appearing next to Fengtian like a ghost in an instant. His movements were astonishingly fast, as if he had already transcended the constraints of time and space. A punch carrying destructive power, slammed towards Fengtian's side waist. Instinctively, Fengtian wanted to dodge, but he was horrified to discover that he couldn't move an inch. It was as if an invisible force had firmly locked his fate, rendering him unable to act, leaving him to watch helplessly as the punch approached. It was over. Chapter 168, I Am You the Man in Black suddenly threw a punch, the wind from his fist containing profound causal power, roaring towards Fengtian's side waist. Bang! In an instant, it felt as if the air had been torn apart, erupting with a deafening roar. Fengtian's body twisted impossibly in the air for a moment, as if the very space was trembling in fear from the might of this punch. The fist, infused with causal power, merely brushed past the edge of Fengtian's clothing. It had stirred up invisible ripples around him, subtle traces left by the sudden disturbance of the laws of causality, barely perceptible to the naked eye. Fengtian's expression changed slightly. He quickly adjusted his stance, stabilizing his body that was almost swept away by this force. His eyes flickered with seriousness and astonishment. He clearly did not expect that this man in black possessed such profound mastery of causal laws. Flying Thunder God Technique. Fengtian growled, and at this critical moment, he didn't hesitate to activate the Flying Thunder God Technique, instantly disappearing from his original position. Immediately, Fengtian reappeared on a nearby boulder, looking grave. In such a short time, you actually thought of using causal power to break my fate shackles, and then use the Flying Thunder God Technique to escape. The man in black said with a hint of surprise, generously praising him, truly worthy of being a top combat genius. However, before the words fell, his expression quickly returned to coldness. But next time, you won't be so lucky. After saying that, a Flying Thunder God mark quietly appeared behind Fengtian, and then, the figure of the man in black vanished like a ghost. Just as Fengtian's heart tightened, the man in black had already appeared behind him. What? Fengtian was terrified. This is the Flying Thunder God Technique. Impossible. How can you use it to? Shock was written all over Fengtian's face. At the moment the man in black appeared, Fengtian felt a chill creeping up his back. He turned around sharply to see the man in black twisting space at a strange angle, firmly locking him in place with the fate shackles. Next reincarnation, keep working hard. The man in black's lips curled up, his fist enveloped in a power of obliteration, ruthlessly smashing down towards the completely defenseless Fengtian. A glimmer of despair flashed in Fengtian's eyes. He never expected that his pride, the Flying Thunder God Technique, would be so easily mastered and utilized by the opponent, pushing him into a dead end. At this life-and-death moment, the power within him seemed to sense its master's crisis, beginning to boil uncontrollably, trying to find a glimmer of hope. However, it was all too late. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the power of obliteration violently struck Fengtian's body. And in an instant, a dazzling light burst forth, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. This power was so tyrannical that the space it touched could not withstand it, starting to shatter, gradually forming a massive black hole, like a hungry beast, frantically devouring everything around it. When the blinding light gradually faded, the black hole slowly closed, as if it had never existed. And in its place, there was only an empty void, as if Fengtian had never appeared here at all, everything returning to silence. The man in black stood there quietly, his gaze deep, as if everything that had just happened was merely an insignificant farce. Is this it? Chungyun, who witnessed the entire process, couldn't help but ask as the black hole disappeared, her face filled with confusion. No, this is just the beginning. The man in black shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement. That guy is a master of causal power. It won't be so easy to defeat him. Before he finished speaking, a subtle ripple suddenly emerged from the originally empty void. This ripple quickly spread out, as if something was struggling to break free from the depths of the void, about to reappear in the world. Huh? The black-clad man's brow furrowed slightly. He keenly sensed this unusual aura and felt a wave of vigilance rise in his heart. At that moment, a massive hand suddenly reached out from the void, entwined with an inextricable causal power, flashing with a strange light, as if possessing the power to reverse the cosmos. Chungyun was dumbfounded. She never expected that after the earth-shattering strike from the black-clad man, Fengtian could still retain such astonishing counterattack power, which completely exceeded her expectations. The giant hand quickly condensed in the air, becoming solid, with the swirling causal power writhing like a living creature, intertwining into a complex web of causality that tightly bound the black-clad man. You have successfully angered me. Accompanied by a low, furious roar, Fengtian slowly emerged from the crack in the void, surrounded by causal power, as if cloaked in a mysterious mantle, his eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent. To be able to simultaneously wield causal power, annihilation power, and the flying thunder god technique. Fengtian spoke coldly, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. I think, apart from me, there's probably no second person in this world. After saying this, Fengtian's expression grew extremely serious as he stared deeply at the mysterious black-clad man before him, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. After this long and intense battle, Fengtian had already faintly guessed the true identity of the black-clad man. However, this guess was too shocking and hard to accept for him, to the point that he had been reluctant to believe it easily. Even at this final moment, his heart was still struggling, unwilling to face that unbelievable fact. As Fengtian's words slowly fell, the black-clad man actually clapped his hands appreciatively, the applause crisp and powerful. Immediately after, he gently shook his body, and the causal power that had tightly bound him seemed to meet its nemesis, instantly scattering apart. Then, he walked forward at a leisurely pace, casually removing the hood from his head, revealing the face hidden beneath. In the next moment, a face astonishingly similar to Fengtian's appeared before everyone, as if it were a reflection in a mirror, making it hard to distinguish between the two. No wonder it's me. You guessed right. I am you. You are me. Chapter 169. Physical quality. Looking at the man before him, who was like a mirror image, Fengtian's face instantly filled with astonishment and confusion. Although he had long suspected and mentally prepared himself, when he truly saw the black-clad man remove his hood and reveal a face identical to his own, he had to admit that he was still thrown off balance, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. Surprised, aren't you? The black-clad Fengtian gently spread his hands, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, showing both understanding and relief at Fengtian's reaction. You are me, and I am you. It's just that we come from entirely different timelines. After speaking, the black-clad Fengtian naturally turned his gaze to Chengyun, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. Chengyun, it really was you behind this. Fengtian's eyes widened in anger, his voice filled with questioning intensity. What on earth is going on with this guy who looks exactly like me? He angrily pointed at the black-clad Fengtian, his tone filled with confusion and anger. Chengyun, however, wore a relaxed expression, with a playful smile at the corners of her mouth, as if everything was within her control. After a moment, she finally spoke slowly, her voice carrying a hint of distance. I mentioned before that you and I have fought countless cycles. Her gaze deepened, as if transcending time and space. But in this endless cycle, there have been a few times when we coexisted peacefully. Do you think this statement is reasonable? After speaking, she slightly raised an eyebrow, waiting for Fengtian's response, her eyes full of anticipation. Listening to Chengyun's words, Fengtian furrowed his brows, complex emotions surging within him. He tried to understand it all, but the chaotic thoughts in his mind made him feel dizzy. Then, he shook his head, deciding not to think too much. What mattered most at the moment was how to deal with the two people in front of him. Since this is another version of me from a different time and space, I must figure out how many tailed beast powers he currently possesses. Also, what abilities he gains each time he captures a tailed beast. Fengtian pondered quietly, his gaze fixed firmly on the black-clad Fengtian in front of him. He had just used the flying thunder god technique and the obliteration power. From the current situation, this version of me has at least mastered the powers of 5 or more tailed beasts, perhaps even more. Fengtian's analysis suddenly heightened the tension in the atmosphere. The black-clad Fengtian smiled faintly, seemingly unsurprised by Fengtian's speculation. Your insight is indeed extraordinary. That's right, I have successfully mastered the powers of multiple tailed beasts. The voice of the black-clad Fengtian was calm and deep, revealing an undeniable confidence. Moreover, regarding your abilities, Chengyun has already detailed them to me before I arrived. All I can say is, he gently shook his head, a hint of disdainful smile curving at the corner of his mouth. You have no chance of winning in this duel. Upon hearing this, Fengtian's expression instantly became more serious, his brows furrowing as if facing an insurmountable chasm. His fists were tightly clenched, veins bulging, as his inner anger and unwillingness surged wildly. Thus, Fengtian slowly relaxed his fighting stance, his voice returning to calmness as he asked, You are me, but why choose to give up the path back to your own world? His eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. You should know that this is not the world I originally belonged to. He shook his head gently, a hint of helplessness towards reality reflected in his gaze. Could it be that you have completely assimilated into this fictional world of ninjas and lost yourself? Fengtian's words carried a touch of heartache as he stared intently at the figure in black, trying to find answers in his eyes. At that moment, the gaze of the figure in black became complex and profound. He slightly lowered his head, seemingly reminiscing about those distant past moments that once stirred his heart and made him struggle. You are right, this world is indeed not my original world. But for me, it is no longer fictional. I have experienced countless battles here, witnessed countless joys and sorrows. It has become an indispensable part of my life. As for the way home, the figure in black looked up towards the distance, a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Perhaps I am no longer qualified to go back. I have been traversing through different times and spaces, attempting to change my fate each time. Yet each time, I find myself sinking deeper into the whirlpool. I begin to doubt whether there is a true home waiting for me. Even who am I really? Fengtian listened to the figure in black's confession, feeling an unprecedented shock and sympathy surge within him. He seemed to see a version of himself struggling and lost in different times and spaces, and that loneliness and confusion resonated with him. It turned out you were the same, unable to know your own name or even whether your existence is real. Fengtian spoke in a low voice. Originally, he wanted to rely on the black-clad Fengtian in front of him to discover his own name. But now it seemed that the other party also did not know their own name. There was no need for more nonsense. Your reincarnation this time has been too short to truly unleash the power of causality. I am different from you. I have existed in that time-space for a long time. In terms of controlling the power of causality, you are simply not my opponent. The black-clad Fengtian confidently spoke. Upon hearing this, Fengtian's expression became even darker. Judging from the fate-locking technique the other party had just used, he indeed was not as good as the opponent. But so what? Currently, he had many abilities at his disposal, and in a real fight, he might not necessarily fear the other party. Do you think you can definitely win against me? Fengtian replied defiantly, and then he used the power of causality to erase the flying thunder god mark on his back. I've used this move too many times. It won't have a second effect on me. However, just as Fengtian's words had not completely dissipated in the air, the black-clad Fengtian slowly made an astonishing move. He took off the tight black outfit, revealing the strong and powerful muscles underneath. I guess you regret choosing the 8 gates of Duanjia because of your physical limitations, feeling that you wasted a precious opportunity, right? The voice of the black-clothed Fengtian carried a hint of mockery, as if he were enjoying the changing expressions on Fengtian's face. Upon hearing this, Fengtian's expression instantly darkened, as if he could wring water from it. A trace of pain and reluctance flashed in his eyes. The black-clothed Fengtian was right. He indeed could not fully unleash the power of the 8 gates of Duanjia due to his physical condition, which had always been a hurdle in his heart, an insurmountable barrier. However, the black-clothed Fengtian standing opposite was completely different. I have lived for too long, so long that I am no longer clear about how terrifying my physical condition has truly become. His voice carried a hint of indescribable pride and confidence. In the next moment, the body of the man in black began to be enveloped by a faint layer of red steam, a sign that the 8 gates of Duanjia, the death gate, was about to open. His entire body seemed to awaken at that moment, bursting forth with an unprecedented sense of power. Watch closely. The correct use of the 8 gates of Duanjia should be like this. Chapter 170, Night Kai. With a thunderous shout from the black-clothed Fengtian, his figure suddenly transformed into a dazzling red lightning bolt, shooting towards Fengtian like an arrow released from a bow. The speed was so fast it was beyond imagination, leaving people dumbfounded. Such speed. At the moment the black-clothed Fengtian vanished, Fengtian's heart tightened, as if countless warning bells were ringing. The black-clothed Fengtian's speed was so fast that his Rinnegan and Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan could not perceive his movements. The first punch. Accompanied by the deep voice of the black-clothed Fengtian, his figure appeared before Fengtian in an instant. The next moment, a fist enveloped in the power of annihilation slammed towards Fengtian's chest like a meteorite falling to the ground, carrying an irresistible aura of destruction. Fengtian felt a jolt in his heart but did not retreat. The power within him surged, and rich causal power enveloped him. Buzz. At that moment, it felt as if space was torn apart, and Fengtian's body shifted just in time, narrowly avoiding that world-destroying punch. The fist's wind brushed past the corner of his clothes, creating a violent airflow that shattered everything around. The second punch. Can you take it again? The voice of the black-clothed Fengtian was as cold as ice, and before the words fell, his figure blurred once more, attacking Fengtian from another unbelievable angle like a ghost. This time, his speed was even faster, to the point that Fengtian could not react at all. Bang! Ultimately, the black-clothed Fengtian's fist landed on Fengtian's back. Despite Fengtian exerting all his strength and summoning the causal power within to build a solid defense, that domineering and unparalleled power of annihilation still penetrated his shield like an all-pervading ghost, suddenly exploding within him. Fengtian felt a heart-wrenching pain sweep through his entire body in an instant, as if he were a severely injured meteor, mercilessly smashed towards the distant ground, raising a cloud of dust. Cough! Fengtian landed, dust scattering everywhere. He struggled to rise, a bright red blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his face pale as paper. However, this was far from over. Before Fengtian could catch his breath, the black-clothed Fengtian's figure appeared before him once again, eerily like a ghost. With the appearance of the black-clothed Fengtian, an even more rapid speed and a more violent force surged forth, as if it intended to devour the entire world. The third punch. The voice of the black-clothed Fengtian was like the pronouncement of death, cold and ruthless. His figure arrived almost simultaneously with his voice. This time, his fist was no longer just a simple attack, but contained an indescribable power of rules, as if it aimed to erase Fengtian from the very roots of existence. A sense of unprecedented crisis surged in Fengtian's heart, for he knew that if he could not withstand this punch, he might face irreversible doom. He gritted his teeth, feeling as if all the power within him had been ignited. The light from his Rinnegan and eternal kaleidoscope, Sharingan, shone brightly, trying to capture the figure of the black-clad Fengtian, who seemed to merge with space itself. Causality reversal, Fengtian shouted loudly, and the power of causality surrounding him suddenly erupted, forming a countercurrent that attempted to reverse the attack of the black-clad Fengtian back into his body. However, the power of the black-clad Fengtian was too strong. This countercurrent only slightly slowed his momentum, but did not fully stop it. Bang! The third punch, like fate itself, inevitably landed on Fengtian's chest. This time, although Fengtian was not sent flying, his body felt as if it had been struck by a mountain weighing 10,000 pounds, causing his entire chest to sink deeply. Accompanied by a violent cough, blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. He could clearly feel his vitality rapidly fading away, like sand in an hourglass, relentlessly approaching the edge of death with every passing moment. Create rebirth. A roar erupted from deep within him, and a rich, almost tangible life force suddenly burst forth from his body, like the vibrant green of spring, continuously repairing his severely injured form. At the same time, the power of causality surrounding him began to exhibit miraculous effects, transforming into warm and mysterious forces that slowly seeped into his wounds, healing his shocking injuries. Oh, you even drew the art of creation and rebirth. It seems your resilience is stronger than I imagined. The black-clad Fengtian's lips curled slightly. Watching the Fengtian across from him constantly using creation and rebirth along with the power of causality to heal himself, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. But this is still far from enough. The words of the black-clad Fengtian carried an undeniable dominance, as his figure flickered again, seemingly breaking free from the constraints of space, instantly appearing above Fengtian. With his hands forming seals quickly, the black-clad Fengtian shouted, "Annihilation Domain." As his cold words fell, a bizarre domain exuding a strong aura of destruction rapidly expanded around him, like an invisible giant net, firmly enveloping Fengtian within it. Inside this domain, it felt as if even heaven and earth had been stripped of vitality, and all life forces appeared so fragile and vulnerable. Even space seemed to be on the verge of collapse under this destructive power, as if it could crumble at any moment. Fengtian could only feel the air around him becoming exceptionally heavy, like a mountain of 10,000 tons pressing down on his chest, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe, each inhale feeling like a life and death struggle with death itself. He knew very well that if he did not break through this domain in time, he would gradually exhaust his vitality within it. Power of causality breaking the boundary. Fengtian shouted fiercely, and the power of causality within him seemed to be ignited in an instant, boiling over and transforming into a surging wave of shock, rushing towards the surrounding obliteration domain that tightly bound him with the momentum to break through all laws. The two forces suddenly collided in the air, like sworn enemies of water and fire, instantly erupting with a deafening roar, akin to thunder exploding in the ears, shaking one's very soul. Fengtian felt as if he was struggling against an endless darkness, with each step forward being exceptionally difficult. The figure in black, Fengtian, was not surprised by this. After all, the power of causality was a versatile existence that, when wielded properly, could be used to respond to any situation. It seems you are indeed extremely tenacious. The cold words of the figure in black slowly fell, and then the red steam around him boiled instantly. The game should end now. After saying this, he pushed the 8 gates of Duanjia to the limit, and at the same time, to be safe, he wrapped his heart with the power of causality to prevent the backlash from the 8 gates of Duanjia Death Gate from threatening his safety. In the next moment, the figure of the black-clad Fengtian seemed to transform into a meteor burning with blazing red flames, cutting through the sky at an extraordinary speed, like a beam of light piercing through the darkness, charging straight towards Fengtian. His eyes sparkled with a resolute and insane light, a determination that disregarded everything, as if he wanted to completely destroy all obstacles in front of him and turn them to ashes. Night Kai, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the black-clad Fengtian. His entire body suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, brilliant like the sun. This was the terrifying power unleashed by the ultimate secret of the 8 gates of Duanjia, capable of distorting space and shaking the entire world, as if even time trembled under this force. Fengtian felt an unprecedented sense of crisis surge like a tide, and he exerted all his strength to mobilize the causal power and the technique of creation and rebirth within him, attempting to resist this fatal blow. However, facing the power of black-clad Fengtian that almost surpassed human limits, his defense seemed weak and fragile. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, and the heavens and earth changed color. Black-clad Fengtian's Night Kai was like a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, carrying destructive power, crashing heavily into Fengtian's body. At that moment, it seemed as if the air itself was torn apart by this force, emitting a sharp howl. Fengtian's body was instantly pierced by this irresistible force, leaving a shocking gaping hole. Chapter 171. Finding help. The fist of black-clad Fengtian pierced through Fengtian's body like the dawnlight. But unexpectedly, there was no hint of joy on his face. Instead, his brows were tightly furrowed. Divine might, right? Black-clad Fengtian said coldly, his voice carrying a hint of undeniable confidence. However, what responded to him was not Fengtian's words, but the faint aura of divine might that quietly spread in Fengtian's eyes, swirling like a thin mist. Immediately, the surroundings began to distort, as if space itself became unstable under the influence of this power. A powerful and strange suction force followed, like an invisible black hole, attempting to swallow black-clad Fengtian whole and pull him into the unknown divine might space. Black-clad Fengtian snorted coldly, and under the enhancement of the 8 gates of Duanjia Death Gate, his figure quickly disappeared, escaping the fate of being sucked into the divine might space. What a pity. It was just a little bit away. Fengtian spoke with a sense of regret. He was just a hair's breadth away from pulling black-clad Fengtian into his divine might space. Pity? You seem overly confident in your abilities. Black-clad Fengtian looked at Fengtian coldly, his voice filled with disdain. Since the battle began, you have already used Flying Thunder God, Creation and Rebirth, Divine Might. In the previous battle invading Konoha, you used Sage Art would release True Thousand Hands. Plus, you have been unable to utilize the 8 gates of Duanjia. And within this shield, I keenly captured the unique chakra aura of the Gold and Silver Brothers Ninetales, leading me to conclude that you also master the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. By this calculation, you have already exposed 6 powerful abilities. And from your ocular power, I sense that the tailed beast chakra you have collected encompasses the power of at least 7 tailed beasts. Now, I'm only curious about what your last hidden ability is. Is it the key that can turn the tables for you in a desperate situation? The corner of black-clad Fengtian's mouth curled into a confident smile, his eyes filled with a desire and expectation for Fengtian's final secret. His words are not wrong. He has indeed absorbed the power of 7 tailed beasts. The 7 tails Jinchuriki, Yugao, is currently in his Kamui space, and Shursui is also within the newly formed shield, leaving behind a clone to extract the 9 tails chakra as a guardian. However, there is a huge flaw in this situation. He hasn't even had the chance to select the 7th skill, something that Hai Fengtian is unaware of. Moreover, his unique ability the integration of all powers, has yet to be revealed. The integration of all powers is a powerful and unique skill that Fengtian mastered after absorbing the powers of six-tailed beasts, accompanied by the evolution of his single Rinnegan. The existence of this skill is key to his fight against High Fengtian. And the High Fengtian before him has obviously not awakened a Rinnegan, which means he knows nothing about the integration of all powers and cannot even begin to guard against it. Fengtian quickly calculated in his mind. He understood that to defeat High Fengtian, he must fully utilize High Fengtian's ignorance of his unknown abilities and, at the critical moment, bring out the maximum effect of the integration of all powers. Fengtian secretly devised a strategy in his mind, but maintained a calm expression, even revealing a faint smile. He slowly spoke, his voice tinged with playfulness. Indeed, the one who knows me best is ultimately myself. You are not wrong. I have indeed mastered 7 skills. At this point, Fengtian deliberately paused, his gaze deep as he looked at High Fengtian, seemingly appreciating the confusion and curiosity on the other's face. However, there's one thing you're mistaken about. You will never know what my last skill truly is. Fengtian's words carried an inexplicable confidence and mystery, causing High Fengtian to furrow his brow, a sense of ominous foreboding rising in his heart. Fengtian's words successfully heightened his vigilance to the extreme. He currently only held the powers of 5-tailed beasts, relying on his profound understanding and skilled application of causal power, along with his exceptionally powerful physical qualities. High Fengtian had maintained the upper hand in the fierce battle against Fengtian. However, at this critical moment, an ominous premonition surged in High Fengtian's heart. The immense power brought by the 8 gates of death, while making him even more formidable, did not come without a price. He could clearly feel that the backlash from the opening of the Death Gate was silently approaching, and that terrifying power seemed about to spiral out of control. The man in black, Fengtian, knew that he had to quickly eliminate the Fengtian before this backlash completely erupted. Otherwise, once the backlash from the Death Gate fully broke out, he would not only be unable to defeat Fengtian, but he might even struggle to save his own life. Playing tricks. The man in black, Fengtian, snorted disdainfully, his figure like a wild horse that had broken free, once again leaping up, like a red lightning bolt tearing through the sky, rushing towards Fengtian with lightning speed. His fist was tightly clenched, muscles swelling with power as if they were about to burst, carrying a force as fierce as a storm. Attempting to crush Fengtian with an overwhelming advantage in strength and shatter his seemingly fragile defense in one blow. Upon seeing this, Fengtian's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He did not choose to confront head-on. Instead, he flickered and used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear behind the black-clad Fengtian, while quickly forming hand seals with both hands, preparing to unleash another unknown ninjutsu. Here it comes. The last skill. The black-clad Fengtian reacted extremely quickly. Almost as soon as Fengtian disappeared, he had already turned around, throwing a punch into empty space, relying on his powerful perception to capture Fengtian's real body. Force of causality, break for me. Fengtian shouted lowly, and suddenly, a powerful wave of energy erupted around him, as if this force could distort space, repelling everything around him. The black-clad Fengtian felt an unprecedented powerful force surge toward him, like raging waves crashing against the shore, catching him off guard. This force carried an indescribable sense of oppression, making it impossible for him to resist, as his body was involuntarily pushed away, as if being violently overturned by an invisible giant hand. After rolling through the air several times, the black-clad Fengtian barely stabilized himself, thanks to his remarkable physical condition and combat experience. However, just as he steadied himself, he suddenly sensed a dramatic change in his physical condition. From within his body, a terrifying backlash erupted, like a hidden beast breaking free from its restraints, rampaging within him. This backlash carried a destructive force, causing his power to decrease at an astonishing speed, as if it were being ruthlessly devoured. The black-clad Fengtian's face instantly turned pale. He could clearly feel the loss of power within him and the pain brought by the backlash. "Chungyun, hurry!" The black-clad Fengtian shouted in anger, his voice filled with undeniable urgency and command. He is well aware that his current situation has become extremely critical, and he must rely on Chungyun's power to have a glimmer of hope. "Give me a flashback." His roar echoed in the air, as if it were going to tear apart this world. Chungyun, who had been leisurely watching the battle, was suddenly startled awake by this angry shout. She quickly raised her head, her eyes filled with surprise and concern as she looked at the black-clad Fengtian. Golden threads, formed by the power of time and space, swiftly flowed through her fingertips, ready to extend towards the black-clad Fengtian. Looking for help. Fengtian witnessed this scene, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His tone filled with disdain and mockery. Who doesn't have one? Then, with a wave of his hand, Fengtian seemed to tear open a rift in the void. As he moved, 3 powerful ninjas, Scorpion, Kaku, and Obito, who had been hiding in his subspace, stepped out as if emerging from the void, instantly appearing on the battlefield. Why are there 2 Fengtian? As soon as Obito appeared, he keenly sensed the abnormal situation on the field. Scanning back and forth between the black-clad Fengtian and the real Fengtian, a look of confusion on his face. Which one of you is real? Obito couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with caution, clearly surprised by this sudden turn of events. Are you an idiot? Well, have you ever seen Fengtian shirtless? Scorpion coldly responded to Fengtian, as he found Obito's intelligence quite concerning. You 3, use all your strength to block Chungyun. At all costs, stop her from using the power of time and space. Chapter 172. Just like your old man, as Fengtian's words fell, Scorpion, Kaku, and Obito charged towards Chungyun like 3 bolts of black lightning. Chungyun's eyes narrowed, a displeased curve forming at the corner of her mouth, and she quickly unleashed her stop war technique. A golden light instantly spread out, forming an indestructible shield that firmly withstood the fierce assault from the 3. I have no moves left. It's up to you now. Chungyun helplessly spread her hands inside the golden shield formed by stop war, speaking to the black-clad Fengtian. Indeed, she had no choice. The power of time and space within her was nearly depleted, and it was already extremely difficult to maintain stop war. I knew you couldn't be relied on, woman. The black-clad Fengtian snorted coldly, his tone filled with contempt. Then, he took a deep breath, and a thick power of causality flowed within him, forming mysterious patterns around his body to fully suppress the severe backlash brought by the 8th gate of death. Fortunately, the black-clad Fengtian's control over the power of causality was extremely skilled, allowing him to temporarily suppress the backlash. Oh, you can actually forcefully suppress the backlash from the 8th gate of death. Fengtian raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I must say, you really have some ability. Fengtian's words carried a hint of mockery, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the black-clad Chungyun in front of him, secretly assessing that, in the short term, this guy indeed posed little threat to him. From a long-term perspective, completely eliminating Chungyun, whose spatial temporal power was almost depleted, was the wisest choice. Fengtian quickly calculated in his mind, and with a determined idea, his figure suddenly flickered, like a ghost, using the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear outside Chungyun's golden shield. Chungyun, your spatial temporal power is almost exhausted. I want to see how much longer you can hold on. Fengtian said coldly, his tone filled with disdain and provocation. His right hand slowly raised, and a powerful and strange force began to gather in his palm, as if it wanted to devour everything around. Immediately, Fengtian's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, he activated the integration of various forces. That power, under his control, surged like a raging torrent, violently crashing towards Chungyun's Ji-Gu protective shield, determined to forcibly break through this barrier. Seeing this scene, Chungyun's expression changed slightly. She did not expect Fengtian to suddenly make a move at this moment, and given his appearance, he clearly intended to shatter her Ji-Gu as he had done last time. Damn it! Chungyun cursed inwardly, her brows tightly knitted, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and decided to fight back. Suddenly, Chungyun forcefully withdrew the temporal and spatial power used to maintain the Ji-Gu, her figure becoming ethereal in an instant, as if merging into space. The next second, her figure had vanished from its original spot, reappearing behind Fengtian. In her hand, she gathered a shimmering temporal and spatial blade, striking fiercely towards Fengtian's back with lightning speed. However, it was as if Fengtian had eyes on his back. He sidestepped and avoided Chungyun's attack. Do you think this can hurt me? Fengtian sneered coldly, his figure unhalted as he continued to close in on Chungyun. Chungyun's heart sank. She did not expect Fengtian's attacks to be so swift and powerful. Her figure flickered again, attempting to use her ability to traverse time and space to evade Fengtian, but he seemed to have already seen through her intentions, accurately predicting her movements with each attack. You can't escape, Chungyun. Fengtian's voice was like the whisper of death, echoing in Chungyun's ears. With each attack, the pressure grew closer and closer. Chungyun could feel the force capable of destroying everything, compressing her space for survival. At the same time, Scorpion, Jiaodu, and Obito surrounded Chungyun with Fengtian, preventing her from breaking free. Chungyun. Fengtian let out a low growl, and the energy in his hands erupted, transforming into a dazzling light aimed directly at Chungyun's vital points. Chungyun's heart sank. She knew that if she took this blow head-on, her chances of survival would be slim. However, at this critical moment of life and death, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within her. You want me dead? It won't be that easy. Chungyun shouted angrily, her eyes burning with determination. And the power within her seemed to be ignited by this indomitable will, erupting in unprecedented brilliance. Immediately, countless strands of golden silk, formed from the power of time and space, suddenly spread from her body. These golden threads sparkled with dazzling light, moving like agile snakes, extending and twisting through the air at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, these golden threads collided violently with the energy released by Fengtian, producing a deafening roar, as if they were about to tear apart this space. Boom! The massive energy shock caused the surrounding air to tremble, and the energy fluctuations from the clash between Fengtian's attack and Chungyun's golden threads forced Scorpion, Jiaodu, and Obito to temporarily retreat to avoid this destructive force. Useless. Chungyun, you cannot stop me. Fengtian crossed his arms, looking down at Chungyun, who was desperately resisting, with a hint of disdain in his words. However, Chungyun remained silent, beads of sweat the size of pearls dripping down her forehead. As the last bit of power from time and space within her was about to be completely drained, she gritted her teeth, desperately resisting. But it could not change any facts, and she could only watch helplessly as the energy containing the power of destruction slowly approached her. Could it be? Am I really going to lose? Dad is so unreliable. Didn't he say the power of time and space is invincible? How could I fall so easily? A trace of unwillingness flashed through Chungyun's heart, but she did not give up. However, the destructive energy that was already infinitely close to her left her no time to think. Just at this critical moment, a tall and robust figure appeared before Chungyun like a divine soldier descending from the heavens, unhesitatingly blocking the terrifying energy capable of annihilating everything. Dad? Chungyun was suddenly startled. The sense of security that figure brought her was so familiar, and in that instant, it perfectly overlapped with her father's image in her memory, causing her to involuntarily call out that name. But when she focused her gaze, she realized that the one blocking the destructive energy for her was not her father, but the black-clad Fengtian. At that moment, Chungyun's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Do I really look like your dad? The black-clad Fengtian, bathed in the energy of destruction, had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, seemingly in the mood to joke with Chungyun. Chungyun looked at the black-clad Fengtian in astonishment. His figure appeared particularly firm and steady amidst the impact of the destructive energy. At that moment, he truly seemed to transform into the father figure in her heart, someone who could shield her from storm. This sudden illusion stirred a complex emotion within Chungyun. Why are you doing this? Chungyun's voice was filled with confusion and shock. She did not understand why the black-clad Fengtian would suddenly step in to save her. The corners of black-clad Fengtian's mouth curled into a complex smile, a smile filled with both helplessness and relief. Humph. I don't know why either. Perhaps it's because we are just pieces in this vast chess game. Sometimes, pieces also want to rebel against the player. As his words fell, the surrounding destructive energy continued to obliterate everything around, and black-clad Fengtian's body was gradually engulfed. In the distance, Fengtian looked on in shock at the scene unfolding before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that the man in black, Fengtian, would suddenly step forward at this critical moment to block that devastating blow for Chungyun. As time passed, the destructive energy gradually dissipated, and the figure of the man in black slowly revealed itself. At this moment, he was no longer the spirited person he had been before. His body was covered in scars, his clothes tattered and in disarray, as if he had just survived a brutal disaster. He slowly raised his head to look at Fengtian, who was floating in midair with his arms crossed. The next moment, the corner of his mouth actually lifted slightly, and he spoke in a deep voice. Do you think I am already beyond saving? Watch closely. Let me teach you what the god of cause and effect truly is. Chapter 173. The Pillar of Light, what do you mean? Fengtian hovered in the void, his gaze calm and unruffled as he looked down at the man in black. Although his expression seemed to show no ripples, his heart was raging like a stormy sea. He is well aware that beneath this seemingly calm exterior lies a fierce and tumultuous struggle. In this cycle, his time is too rushed, and his exploration and application of the mysterious and unpredictable power of causality cannot be compared to that of the black-clad Fengtian, who has endured countless years and survived for a long time. Guess what? Before he could finish speaking, the black-clad Fengtian finally stopped concealing himself, and a vast and boundless power of causality suddenly erupted from his entire being. The strength of that power seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, causing Fengtian beside him to feel a sudden heaviness in his heart, experiencing an unprecedented sense of oppression. Causality, reversal, reverse. Accompanied by a thunderous roar from the black-clad Fengtian, under the influence of that power of causality, the originally shocking scars on his body miraculously vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. What? In the blink of an eye, Fengtian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. He stared wide-eyed, incredulously discovering that he had mysteriously acquired many grotesque scars on his body without knowing when. Those scars cut into his skin like sharp blades, and the intense pain surged like a tidal wave, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. These scars were identical to the ones he had seen on the black-clad Fengtian, as if the injuries had been instantaneously transferred to him under some mysterious force. What is happening? Fengtian's face turned pale, and his heart was filled with an overwhelming shock. He never expected that the man in black, Fengtian, would master such a bizarre and powerful way of wielding causal power. Suspended in midair, the man in black wore a cold smile, filled with confidence in his power and mockery of Fengtian's predicament. Neither the mysterious celestial techniques nor the deceptive ninja arts could compare to the supreme power of the laws. Causal power, as one of the most mysterious and unparalleled laws, transcends all things and overlooks the vicissitudes of the world. Now, my understanding of causal power is infinitely close to the source of that supreme law, and I truly can't think of what you could possibly use to contend with me. Listening to the mockery of the man in black, Fengtian's face grew paler, but the flames of defiance burned in his eyes. His scars are constantly healing, and under the effect of regeneration, as long as the injuries are not fatal, they can turn the tide. Fengtian held back the surging blood and energy within him. His voice, though as faint as a mosquito's buzz, carried an undeniable determination. The power of causality is indeed unparalleled, but in the end, it is merely a drop in a vast ocean of laws. A true strong person should be one who dares to swim against the current of these laws, ultimately transcending them, rather than being tightly bound by them and becoming a puppet subject to manipulation. The black-clad Fengtian smirked at these words, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery towards Fengtian's rebuttal, clearly not taking his words to heart. Transcending the laws? How laughable. Throughout history, how many strong individuals have attempted to transcend, only to turn to dust in the end? You, I, are no exceptions. Is that so? A faint smile appeared on Fengtian's lips, one that contained both mockery towards the unknown. I guess you're curious about what abilities I've awakened since you haven't awakened the reincarnation eye, right? Upon hearing this, the expression of the black-clad Fengtian instantly became extremely serious. Fengtian was right. He currently only possessed the power of five-tailed beasts, and his eyes had not yet evolved into the state of the reincarnation eye, so naturally, he could not know the special and powerful abilities that came with awakening the reincarnation eye. This became an inescapable regret in his heart, like a boulder weighing heavily upon him, making it hard for him to let go. What do you want to say? The black-clad Fengtian still maintained his calm demeanor on the surface, but deep inside, he was stirred by Fengtian's words, and his emotions were unconsciously affected. What I want to say is, unless you have personally experienced that supreme realm, you will never truly appreciate the vastness of this world. Fengtian's voice revealed an indescribable sense of desolation and profundity. And now, his words were filled with boundless confidence and determination. I will use this newly awakened power to completely erase you from this world. At this moment, under the influence of the magical ability of creation and rebirth, Fengtian's body was nearly healed, radiating vibrant vitality all over. His eyes flickered with a cold light, as if he could kill the black-clad Fengtian before him at any moment, and that powerful aura sent chills down people's spines. A trace of barely noticeable panic flashed in the eyes of the black-clad Fengtian, but it was quickly concealed. Anyone can talk big. The key is whether you have the ability to back it up. Fengtian smiled slightly, not answering directly, but closing his eyes. Within him, an unprecedented power was quietly awakening. This power was unlike any he had wielded before. It seemed to contain some mystery that transcended the laws. As Fengtian's breathing gradually steadied, a faint glow began to emanate from his body. In that glow was an indescribable charm, as if it could perceive the essence of all things in the world. The forces of causality, the power of annihilation, the power of the end, and the new power he gained from the backlash of his previous slaughter were all erupting behind him. The black-clad Fengtian furrowed his brow tightly. He could sense the unusualness of these four powers. This power made him feel a sense of threat, even an unprecedented fear. At that moment, Fengtian suddenly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if stars were flickering in them, revealing a light that could see through everything. Convergence of powers. Gather for me, Fengtian roared, and the light around him surged forth like a volcanic eruption, dazzling and brilliant. Under the pull of that mysterious power, the four distinctly different energies seemed to find their home, crazily rushing towards Fengtian's body, and finally, under the effect of the convergence of powers, coalesced into a dazzling beam of light shooting into the sky. That beam contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, as if it could penetrate all obstacles in the world and completely annihilate the enemy before him. Within that beam, Fengtian's figure seemed to merge with the heavens and the earth, becoming an indelible existence. What? The black-clad Fengtian was taken aback. He did not expect Fengtian to truly awaken such a powerful ability. In the face of this power, he felt as if he had become an ant, at any moment liable to be crushed to dust. However, at that moment, Fengtian's voice rang out again. Black-clad Fengtian, do you know that all things in this world have their causal cycles? The power of causality you wield is merely a small link in the causal chain. Now, I am curious, can your power of causality have any effect on my power? After saying this, Fengtian pointed with one hand, and the world-destroying beam of light charged fiercely towards the black-clad Fengtian. The black-clad Fengtian's expression changed drastically. He quickly mobilized all his power of causality, trying to resist this unprecedented, terrifying force. Causality barrier. The black-clad Fengtian shouted softly, pushing both hands forward, and a barrier formed instantly in front of him, woven from countless complex causal lines. The barrier flickered with a dark and mysterious light, as if containing the laws of causality of all things in the world, capable of resisting all attacks. However, Fengtian's attack was by no means ordinary. Under the effect of the convergence of powers, the dazzling beam of light formed by the four distinctly different energies violently struck the causality barrier. In that moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as if even space itself were torn apart by this force. The causality barrier began to show fine cracks under the intense impact of the beam, rapidly spreading, as if it could collapse and shatter at any moment. Impossible! The black-clad Fengtian shouted in disbelief. He knew well that his mastery of the power of causality had reached its peak, yet he never expected to encounter such a setback today. Fengtian's gaze was calm and deep, and he slowly spoke. What you rely on is merely a trivial, fragmented piece of the causal chain, and I have already crossed that threshold, reaching a broader and deeper domain. As his words fell, the already imposing beam of light suddenly intensified again, like the wrath of a deity, unstoppable. Finally, with a crisp and decisive crack, the causality barrier completely collapsed and disintegrated, turning into countless specks of light, dissipating into the vast void as if it had never existed. Chapter 174. Letting go as the causality barrier thunderously vanished. The beam of light containing destructive and terrifying energy no longer faced any obstruction, pouring down on the black-clad Fengtian like a torrential storm. At that instant, the black-clad Fengtian felt an unprecedented sharp pain and despair surge over him like a tide, instantly enveloping his entire body. The energy within the beam seemed to possess the power to penetrate the soul, tearing apart every bit of strength and will within him, as if it aimed to erase him completely from this world. That pain, that despair, made it nearly impossible for him to breathe, leaving him only to watch helplessly as his life force gradually faded away under that terrifying power, until obliteration. Ah! The black-clad Fengtian let out a shrill scream, his body starting to twist and deform under the impact of this power, with fine cracks covering his exposed skin, seeping with blood. He tried his best to resist, but all his efforts seemed so futile. This force far exceeded his understanding of the power of causality, as if it were a punishment descending from another dimension, leaving him unable to fight back and helplessly accepting the judgment of fate. At this moment of life and death, countless images flashed through the mind of the man in black. His former glory, the desire for power, and the entangled grievances with Chungyun all led to a final sense of release. Everything suddenly became vague and distant in an instant. Am I really going to fall here? A strong sense of unwillingness surged in the heart of the man in black, and a determined light flickered in his eyes, unwilling to give up so easily. At this critical moment of life and death, the causal power within him suddenly ignited, boiling and surging wildly. This power seemed to be stimulated by some unknown force, rampaging through his body with an irresistible will. Driven by this mysterious force, the man in black's body began to reassemble in an extraordinary and unpredictable manner. The cracks caused by the attacks quickly healed, and his injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. His vitality seemed to be reignited, fiercely resisting the destructive force that was about to consume him. Just a dying struggle. Seeing this scene, Fengtian's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. Then he simply pointed lightly, as if sketching a complex pattern in the void. In the next moment, a more immense and profound causal power surged from his fingertips, transforming into an invisible yet binding chain. This chain, like a ghost, swiftly wrapped around the black-clad Fengtian, who was struggling to reorganize, firmly binding him and rendering him immobile. Do you think such a little trick can save you? Fengtian's tone was filled with contempt. Today is your end. The chain tightly restrained the black-clad Fengtian, causing his reorganizing body to come to a halt again, even beginning to tremble. The originally wildly surging causal power seemed to be suppressed, unable to flow freely anymore. I'm sorry, Chungyun, the black-clad Fengtian silently thought, knowing that this time he was probably unable to escape. Meanwhile, within the barrier of Jigo, Chungyun witnessed everything happening outside. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and helplessness. She desperately wanted to rush out and help, but reality was exceptionally cruel. Scorpion, Kaguya, and Obito pressed down on her like three mountains, leaving her powerless, forced to shrink under the protection of Jigo, watching helplessly as the black-clad Fengtian fell in a crisis without being able to lend a hand. Damn it, get away from me, Chungyun shouted in anger, instantly bursting forth with dazzling golden light, a powerful force erupting from her body, the golden light brilliant as if it were to illuminate the entire space. Scorpion, Kaguya, and Obito all stiffened at the sight. They did not expect that, in such a desperate situation, Chungyun could unleash such astonishing power. A futile effort. Obito snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals to prepare for a more intense attack. However, Chungyun seemed oblivious to their movements, her eyes fixed on the bound Fengtian, her heart filled with urgency and determination. Break from me, Chungyun roared, the surging power within her seeming to find an outlet at that moment, erupting like a volcanic explosion and instantly transforming into a dazzling golden beam of light. This beam, carrying an unmatched might, surged toward the tightly bound Fengtian. Under the illumination of the golden beam, the defenses of Scorpion, Kaku, and Obito seemed weak and fragile, instantly shattered by this torrent of power. The beam advanced like a hot knife through butter, destroying everything in its path. When the golden beam collided with the invisible chains, a deafening roar erupted. The chains began to shatter inch by inch under the fierce impact of the beam, ultimately turning to nothingness. What? Fengtian was horrified. He did not expect Chungyun to break his causal chains. At the moment the chains were destroyed, Fengtian seemed to find liberation. The causal power within him surging wildly again, and his body reassembled at an incredible speed. You, Fengtian whispered, looking at the furious Chungyun, a hint of warmth unexpectedly flashing in his heart. Don't say so much. I'll take you away. Chungyun's words were brief and powerful. She quickly appeared beside Fengtian and grabbed his arm. Want to leave? Not so fast. Fengtian shouted angrily, quickly forming hand seals to prepare an attack to stop them. However, Chungyun seemed to have anticipated his actions. The golden light within her erupted again, forming a golden shield that firmly protected both her and Fengtian. Fengtian's attack struck the shield, only causing ripples of golden light to emerge, but could not penetrate. "Open for me," Changyun roared, and the golden shield suddenly expanded, as if it would destroy everything. Under the impact of this power, Fengtian involuntarily took a few steps back, his face showing disbelief. Changyun was quick to act, seizing the opportunity to pull Fengtian, while her other hand swiftly tore open a rift in space-time, preparing to escape the dangerous battlefield with the severely injured and dying him. Her heart was filled with urgency. Every movement was swift and decisive. No need, however. Just as the two were about to step into the rift, Fengtian suddenly spoke. His voice was weak, but his tone was undeniably firm. Immediately after, a sudden and powerful force struck, forcibly pushing Changyun into the rift. "No, I will take you away." Amid the distortion and chaos of the rift, Changyun's cries echoed, filled with urgency and unwillingness. She desperately tried to grasp Fengtian, but that mysterious force pulled them farther apart. Fengtian gently shook his head, then exhausted all his causal power to close the rift and sever the causal link, preventing Fengtian from tracking. The rift suddenly closed, harshly cutting off Changyun's cries from the outside, leaving Fengtian alone in place, surrounded by faint residual waves of causal power, appearing exceptionally lonely. He looked up at the now calm void, his eyes showing no fear, only deep relief and determination. He knew that the entanglement of cause and effect in his life had reached the time to conclude. "Changyun, thank you, but this is my destiny," the man in black whispered to himself, and though his voice was soft, it seemed to transcend time and space, reaching Changyun's ears from afar. On the other side, Changyun, who was suddenly thrust into the space-time rift, stumbled a few steps to steady herself, looking at the gradually blurring space before her, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of helplessness. She understood that the man in black had made his choice, one that she could not interfere with. Why must it be this way?" Changyun muttered, her eyes bloodshot, filled with unwillingness and anger. But in this chaotic space-time, her voice seemed so insignificant, unable to penetrate the barrier that isolated everything. The space-time rift gradually healed, and Changyun's figure also disappeared into the void. When she reappeared, it was in another space far from the battlefield, surrounded by desolation, devoid of any signs of life. Changyun fell to her knees, her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deep in her palms, blood dripping from her fingers. Her heart was filled with pain and guilt. She felt that the man in black, as her friend, had come to the space-time because of her, and she had the obligation to protect his safety. "Fengtian, you must hold on. I will find a way to save you," Changyun vowed softly, her voice firm and powerful, as if she were encouraging herself. However, reality is often more brutal than imagined. At the moment the man in black closed the space-time rift, he had already exhausted all his causal power, and his body began to deteriorate rapidly, his soul gradually becoming vague. "Perhaps this is my ending," the man in black smiled faintly, his smile carrying a hint of relief and acceptance. He knew that he had experienced too many storms and entanglements in his life, and now it was time to let go. Chapter 175. On the Moon, the battlefield of Yunin Village. Fengtian watched as the black-clothed Fengtian gradually dissipated into golden light. His heart was extremely complicated. This feeling of killing his former self might only be understood by him now. "I have personally buried my past self," Fengtian whispered, then fell silent. Toby walked over to him, noticing Fengtian's unusual demeanor, and comforted him. "Everything should come to an end, Fengtian." Fengtian slowly turned his head. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Shirei walking out from the protection of the causal power. Fengtian relaxed his brows, intending to ask, but saw Shirei gently raise his hand, holding a dazzling red nine-tails chakra. The chakra flickered like a dancing flame, radiating a hot and powerful aura. Clearly, the extraction of the tailed beast chakra was progressing exceptionally smoothly, far beyond Fengtian's expectations. Fengtian took the nine-tails chakra and calmed his emotions. All obstacles had been removed, and Changyun would not be able to disturb him in the short term. Now was the best time to implement the Moon Eye plan. Toby watched as Fengtian took the nine-tails chakra from Shirei, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He turned to Shirei, nodded, and then focused his attention back on Fengtian. Shirei stood silently by, his expression calm and profound, as if everything was within his expectation. Fengtian gripped the ball of nine-tailed chakra tightly, feeling the immense power contained within it. He took a deep breath, as if to inhale all his hesitation and unease, and then completely digest them. "Let's go." Fengtian's words were brief and powerful. With a wave of his large hand, it seemed as if he tore apart the bindings of the void, and a large spatial door suddenly appeared before him. The door emitted a mysterious glow, as if it were a passage to another world. Without hesitation, Fengtian stepped forward and directly entered the spatial door. His figure instantly disappeared behind the door, as if swallowed by an invisible force. Seeing this, the others quickly took action as well. Obito and Shizen followed closely behind. They stepped through the spatial door together, without any hesitation or doubt. As they entered, the door slowly closed behind them, emitting a deep and prolonged sound. The door seemed like a barrier, isolating the disturbances and noise of the outside world. They traversed through the twisted space, surrounded by endless darkness and flickering points of light, as if they were deep within the universe. Suddenly, with a distortion and fluctuation of space, their figures instantly appeared in a dim and profound cave. This was the secret place where they had previously stayed while capturing a guardian crane, along with Fengtian and Scorpion. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Although this place seemed extremely unsafe, it was actually the safest of all. While Chung Yun could not pose any threat to him in the short term, caution was the best strategy. Causal power expand. Fengtian's deep and powerful voice echoed in the cave, and then a rich and almost tangible causal power suddenly erupted. This force surged like roaring waves, instantly sweeping through the entire cave, saturating every inch of space within it. Under the overwhelming causal power, the space deep within the cave began to undergo strange changes. The originally narrow and dim cave seemed to be torn and stretched by an invisible force, with the space continuously expanding and extending until it formed a vast and boundless alternate space. Obito and Shirzue looked around, amazed by Fengtian's abilities. This space, created by the causal power, not only had high concealment, but also stability beyond imagination, fully capable of withstanding the massive energy required for the ritual they were about to perform. This was indeed the best location for the Moon's Eye plan. Obito nodded in praise, his eyes sparkling with the desire for the impending success. Shirzue also silently nodded, his expression still as calm as water. But his heart was filled with anticipation for the plan. He knew that they had waited too long for this moment, and now they finally welcomed the key moment to realize their ideals. Fengtian stood at the center of the space, closed his eyes, and after a moment, said in a deep voice, "Now, let us begin the final preparations." Fengtian slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze became exceptionally firm. Spirit communication technique. Outer path demon statue. Fengtian's low shout echoed in the alternate space, accompanied by a sudden surge of powerful chakra fluctuations from within him, causing the entire alternate space to tremble slightly as if shaken by this force. This chakra wave swept through the entire space like a storm, bringing an unprecedented sense of oppression to everyone present. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a gigantic black demon slowly emerged from the void. The fearsome Outer Path demon statue. The Outer Path demon statue was entwined with eerie black chains, its eyes tightly closed, seemingly asleep in endless darkness. However, as Fengtian's will was transmitted, multiple pairs of eyes suddenly opened, radiating a scarlet glow that illuminated the entire alternate space in blood red. The Outer Path demon statue made Obito feel an indescribable shock as he gazed at the enormous figure. He knew well that this monster was the key to connecting the Ten Tails with this world and an indispensable part of the Moon Eye plan. Shirzue also gazed at the Outer Path golem, his eyes filled with both awe and anticipation. He knew that next they would harness the power of this magical creature, injecting the Nine Tails chakra into it to prepare for the final ritual. Fengtian formed hand seals, chanting incantations, guiding the Nine Tails chakra to slowly flow toward the Outer Path demon statue. That mass of red chakra flowed like a burning river, winding through the air and eventually merging into the statue's body. As a Nine Tails chakra was infused, subtle changes began to occur in the Outer Path demon statue. Its eyes became brighter, and the black chains entwined around its body seemed to be infused with life, starting to writhe. On the moon, a scene of dead silence and desolation unfolded. A man tightly wrapped in a black robe sat cross-legged on the cold lunar surface, looking somewhat weary. His figure blended into the surrounding environment, as if he had become a part of the moon. Beside him lay piles of the giant wooden clan's corpses. These bodies were sprawled haphazardly, some already mangled, while others still retained their fierce expressions from life. Blood stained a portion of the lunar surface, and a heavy scent of blood filled the air. The man sat quietly, as if resting, yet also deep in thought. Suddenly, it was as if he received some mysterious message, and he abruptly opened his tightly closed eyes. There was an unusual glimmer in his eyes, as if at that moment he had perceived some important secret. However, this strange expression quickly vanished from his face. He slowly closed his eyes, sinking back into silence. How interesting. I didn't expect to take down a causal clone of myself. Truly worthy of being me. The corners of the man's mouth, concealed by the black robe, subtly curled into a barely noticeable smile. But this fleeting emotion quickly vanished like a flash in the pan. Meanwhile, the sky above the moon seemed to be torn apart, with rifts in space opening like shattered mirrors, and the elites of the Otsutsuki clan poured out from these cracks. In their eyes flickered a deep hostility and resolute intent to kill directed at the man in the black robe. Faced with this sudden enemy, the man in the black robe slowly stood up, his cloak taking on an even more enigmatic aura under the cold moonlight. He gently patted the dust off his body, his movements calm and unhurried, as if he were utterly unconcerned about the brutal battle that was about to unfold. Come on, self-proclaimed powerful Otsutsuki clan. Let me see just how strong you really are. The voice of the man in the black robe was deep and full of power, his tone revealing a domineering arrogance that looked down on the world. Upon hearing this, the elites of the Otsutsuki clan glared angrily, each unleashing their powerful attacks towards the man in the black robe. Chapter 176. A ray of hope. Konoha Village conference room. Inside the conference room, people were either standing or sitting, their brows furrowed, faces filled with anxiety. Their eyes occasionally glanced toward the entrance of the conference room, as if they were anticipating some important news. They obediently waited here, as instructed by Qingyun, anticipating her victorious return. Time passed second by second, from dawn to dusk, with the sun moving from east to west, and the shadows outside the conference room stretching and shrinking. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the conference room grew increasingly tense, with everyone feeling restless. Finally, the fourth generation of Reikage AI could no longer hold back, and abruptly stood up, breaking the silence. Is that woman reliable or not? His voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction and anxiety. I've been waiting all day, and there's not even a word. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently pressed the Hokage hood on his head, and his gaze became profound. He gently tapped the table with his knuckles, making a dull sound, and said in a deep voice, Lord Reikage, please remain calm. Miss Qingyun has been silently contributing to our ninja world all along, and we have all seen her efforts. Now, all we can do is patiently wait for her news. As Sarutobi Hizashi's words slowly came to an end, the fourth Reikage opened his mouth, ready to speak again, but was suddenly interrupted by a dazzling golden light. The golden light, like a meteor streaking across the sky, instantly illuminated the entire conference room. Soon, the golden light flickered and gradually dissipated, revealing Qingyun's figure, like a painting becoming clearer. She stood there, her expression dim, her gaze downcast, silent. Her face was filled with exhaustion and guilt, as if she was still immersed in the sorrow of the sacrifice of the black-clad Fengtian, unable to extricate herself. Upon seeing Qingyun's sudden appearance, everyone stood up, their eyes filled with both concern and inquiry. Sarutobi Hizashi quickly walked to Qingyun's side and asked softly, Miss Qingyun, you're back. What is the situation? Qingyun raised her head to glance at Sarutobi Hizashi, then scanned the room full of people before slowly speaking. I'm sorry. I failed. The fourth Reikage furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice. Failed? Qingyun took a deep breath and briefly recounted the events regarding the black-clad Fengtian. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became heavy and oppressive, as everyone mourned for the brave man who sacrificed himself. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hizashi lightly coughed, breaking the silence first. Miss Qingyun, does it mean that with our current strength, there really is no way to counter Fengtian? His voice carried a hint of helplessness and hope, his gaze firmly locked on Qingyun. Upon hearing this, Qingyun was about to speak, but was interrupted by the eager fourth Reikage, who said, Miss Qingyun, why don't we join forces? The entire ninja world is united. And with the addition of that Fengtian from another timeline, I refuse to believe that so many of us can't defeat that guy. Hearing this, Qingyun's brows furrowed tightly, as if she could pinch a pen between them. She abruptly turned her head, staring directly at fourth Reikage, and replied bluntly, "First of all, I really dislike those who are all brawn and no brain. Your impulsiveness will only lead to trouble." Her tone carried a hint of displeasure and reproach, leaving Reikage momentarily stunned. Then, Qingyun took a deep breath and continued secondly. "What you don't know is that summoning him from another timeline has exhausted most of my temporal power. I don't have the extra strength to tear through time and space with all of you to confront Fengtian." Fourth Reikage, it was left speechless by Qingyun's unrelenting words, his face alternating between green and white, but he also realized that his earlier suggestion might have been too impulsive. The atmosphere in the conference room became even more subtle. Sarutobi Hisashi lightly coughed, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. "Miss Qingyun, what you mean is that we currently cannot directly confront Fengtian, or can we seek solutions through time travel, right?" Qingyun nodded, her expression serious. "Yes, my temporal power is currently depleted and needs time to recover. Moreover, unfortunately, Fengtian has already obtained the Nine-Tails chakra through other means. We are running out of time. Then are we helpless?" Fourth Reikage, asked unwillingly. However, Qingyun simply shook her head. The current situation had exceeded her expectations. At this moment, she felt a sense of powerlessness. Could it be that gathering all the strength of our ninja world cannot compete with Fengtian? The long silent Noki also spoke up, his words laced with confusion. Facing Naka's question, Qingyun paused for a moment before finally speaking again. Her voice, though calm, revealed an endless heaviness. Fengtian is no longer the person he used to be. Now he possesses the chakra of all the tailed beasts, and his strength far exceeds our imagination. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd dimmed. Confronted with such a severe and complex situation, a tall and familiar figure involuntarily surfaced in Qingyun's mind. It was her father, standing proudly above the river of time with a long spear in hand, his figure seemingly able to penetrate all obstacles and gaze directly at the unknown shore. Her father's gaze was always so resolute, as if no difficulty could hinder his steps forward. "If only he were here," Qingyun murmured softly, her voice light, yet like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples in everyone's hearts. Her eyes became distant and hazy, as if she had submerged into memories of her father. "If it were him, perhaps he wouldn't be as embarrassed as I am, and could handle it all more calmly." Sarutobi Hisashi's gaze deepened, seemingly pondering something, while fourth Reikage clenched his fists, a mix of unwillingness and anger on his face. "Miss Qingyun, the father you just mentioned is?" Noki asked curiously, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, as if he had grasped a thread that might bring about a turning point. Qingyun took a deep breath, her gaze becoming profound, as if lost in distant memories. "He is my father, and also the guide of my temporal power." Her tone carried a hint of reverence and nostalgia. "He possesses extraordinary power, and is the strongest I have ever seen. If he were here, perhaps we could really find a way to confront Fengtian." At this point, a glimmer of determination flashed in Qingyun's eyes, but it was soon replaced by helplessness and disappointment. "So, where is this father now?" Fourth Reikage asked eagerly, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. However, Qingyun merely shook her head gently, her gaze becoming deep and sorrowful, as if at that moment she had returned to the distant past, witnessing that heart-wrenching scene. "He is no longer within the timeline. To save the world, he resolutely buried himself above the river of time, becoming an eternal monument." Hearing this, the hope that had ignited was instantly extinguished. Qingyun's gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting on Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke, her voice soft yet like thunder in the conference room. "We may still have a glimmer of hope." This statement was like a spring of clear water, instantly nourishing the nearly withered flowers of hope among the crowd. Their eyes sparkled with renewed light as they fixed their gaze on Qingyun, waiting for her to continue. "Vitality? Where is it?" The fourth generation of Reikage AI asked eagerly, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and anticipation. Qingyun took a deep breath, her gaze becoming exceptionally firm. She did not answer directly, but slowly raised her finger, pointing at Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi. Chapter 177. Reincarnation born in the depths of the cave in Sunagakure. As the last trace of the Nine-Tails chakra was slowly absorbed, the outer path golem let out a deafening, frenzied roar that echoed throughout the space. The roar was filled with greed and brutality, as if it sought to devour everything. Fengtian whispered softly, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. At this moment, his other I had also evolved into the Rinnegan. The powerful ocular power filled every acupuncture point and meridian in Fengtian's body, making him look like a demon emerging from the abyss. His breath became exceptionally powerful and terrifying, as if even the heavens and the earth were trembling before it. Finally, both Rinnegan eyes opened. Fengtian murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the vast cave, carrying a hint of indescribable madness and excitement. This power is enough to make me the ruler of this world. The roar of the outer path demon statue gradually quieted down, as if it too felt awe at Fengtian's surge of power. Fengtian slowly approached the demon statue, extending his hand to gently caress its rough surface, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. At this moment, he had successfully absorbed the power of 8-tailed beasts. Only the Yuga in his divine might space was left, and then he would have completed the collection. Congratulations, Fengtian. We are just one step away from the ideal world. The nearby Abido felt the powerful aura emanating from Fengtian, and instead of feeling any fear, he stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Fengtian, his eyes also shining with fervent light. Fengtian turned his head and exchanged a glance with Abido. There was no need for words between them, as they already understood each other's intentions. They all know that they have sacrificed too much for this moment. Abido, are you ready to embrace the brand new world? Fengtian asked, his voice filled with anticipation and confidence. Abido smiled slightly and nodded. I have been waiting for this moment for too long, Fengtian. From the moment Rin died, I knew that the meaning of my existence was to create a world with Rin in it. And now, we finally have the opportunity to realize this dream. Hearing this, Fengtian also smiled. He deeply understands the pain and struggle within Abido's heart, and he knows everything he has sacrificed for this goal. Before that, let me awaken an old friend. Fengtian's voice was deep and resolute, and in that moment, his dual Rinnegan erupted with an unprecedented endless eye power, as if to penetrate life and death, connecting to the other side. Immediately after, he slowly brought his hands together, and the aura around him reached its peak at that moment, an ancient and mysterious power surging within him. He shouted angrily, "Reincarnation is born." As Fengtian's words fell, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from his hands, shining brilliantly like the rising sun, soaring into the sky. This light contained endless vitality and energy, as if it could awaken the souls that had been asleep for countless ages. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be shaken by this power, and even the frantic roars of the outer path demon statue abruptly ceased. All eyes were focused on the light shooting into the sky, anticipating the arrival of a miracle. The light gradually converged into a blurred figure, which was none other than the outline of Uchiha Madara. His body gradually became clear in the light, and those Sharingan eyes shone with brilliance once again. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at Fengtian and Abido in front of him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Edo Tensei? No, this is reincarnation. Fengtian, you always manage to do unexpected things. After speaking, Uchiha Madara slightly moved his body, realizing that both his strength and chakra had reached their peak state from his previous life. At this moment, he no longer needed Fengtian's causal power to restore his strength. Uchiha Madara felt the surging power within him, a look of surprise and admiration flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Fengtian stated that it was something he should do, and he returned the control of the outer path golem to Madara. In the next moment, with the casting of the reincarnation of heaven technique, the immense backlash from resurrecting the dead surged into Fengtian's heart like a raging tide. This backlash was powerful and strange, as if it wanted to completely swallow him whole. However, at this moment, Fengtian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. He forcefully suppressed the terrifying backlash with the surging power within him and his profound understanding of the power of causality. Although he successfully suppressed the inherent backlash of reincarnation, Fengtian couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, his face slightly pale. Lord Madara, this final step should be completed by you. After speaking, Fengtian waved his hand, and in the next moment, the unconscious Yutaka appeared before Uchiha Madara. Next, all that was needed was to extract the seven-tailed chakra from Yutaka and merge it into the outer path golem, and the Moon Eye plan would be basically completed. Uchiha Madara slightly nodded, his gaze deeply focused on the unconscious Yutaka and the outer path golem emanating a strange aura. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, as if everything was within his control. Fengtian, you did well. Abido's voice was deep and powerful. each word seeming to echo from the abyss, carrying an undeniable authority. Leave the next matters to me. As he spoke, Obito slowly walked towards Utaka. His hands began to form seals, and a powerful chakra wave rippled around him. Fengtian and Kakashi stepped aside, quietly watching this scene, their eyes filled with anticipation and tension. As Obito's sealing speed increased, a complex seal gradually took shape in his palm. He slammed his palm onto Utaka's chest, and a surge of black chakra flooded into Utaka's body, crazily consuming the power of the Nine Tails. Utaka's body began to tremble violently, his face showing a painful expression as if he were undergoing unimaginable torment. However, none of this could stop Madara's advance. He coldly watched everything until the power of the Nine Tails was completely extracted and absorbed into the outer path golem. The golem let out a deafening roar. Its body began to swell, and the patterns on its surface became clearer and more menacing. An unprecedented powerful force emanated from within it, causing the entire cave to tremble. Finally, the powers of the nine-tailed beasts had been fully collected. A satisfied smile appeared on Madara's face. Under his control, the outer path golem's body suddenly underwent a drastic transformation. Its originally massive body began to twist and deform continuously, as if a mysterious power was surging within. The change was so intense that the entire space seemed to tremble. As the outer path golem's body twisted and transformed, a brand new, more powerful aura began to emanate from it. This aura was strong and eerie, as if it could devour and destroy everything. At that moment, everyone could clearly feel that a brand new, more terrifying tailed beast was being born. The outer path golem, which had successfully absorbed the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, was beginning its final transformation. It was transforming into the ultimate tailed beast, the Ten Tails. Chapter 178. Ten Tails Jinchuriki. As the outer path golem gradually transformed into the form of the Ten Tails, the atmosphere in the entire cave became heavy and suffocating, as if the air itself was tightly grasped by an invisible force, unable to move. Feuding and Obito stared at this scene, their hearts filled with both shock and anticipation. They knew that this marked another step closer to their final goal. Uchiha Madara stood quietly before the transforming Ten Tails, his slender figure appearing particularly small against the immense size of the Ten Tails. Yet, even so, his posture remained tall and resolute, as if no force could shake his determination. His eyes sparkled with madness and desire, as if at that moment he saw his ideal world beckoning to him. The Ten Tails was finally about to emerge. Madara whispered softly, his tone filled with awe and excitement. As the Ten Tails gradually took form, an unprecedented powerful force swept through the entire cave, forcing both Obito and F10 to summon all their strength to withstand this pressure. The Ten Tails' eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing orbs that seemed capable of piercing through and destroying everything. It let out a deafening roar, with sound waves surging forth like a tide, causing the entire cave to tremble. At this moment, F10, Obito, and Uchiha Madara all felt the terrifying power of the Ten Tails. They knew this power could overturn the entire ninja world. However, they did not hesitate. For the sake of that ideal world, they were willing to pay any price. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals, beginning to harness the power of the Ten Tails. Black chakra surged out from the Ten Tails like ribbons, wrapping around him, making his aura even more terrifying and powerful. F10 and Obito silently observed from the side, knowing that at this moment, Uchiha Madara had become a true powerhouse, an existence capable of changing the landscape of the ninja world. As the power of the Ten Tails continued to pour in, Madara's Rinnegan began to change, becoming a deeper and more mysterious existence than F10's Rinnegan. He exuded a thrilling aura, as if at this moment he had become the ruler of the ninja world. Is this the power possessed by the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Fengtian murmured to himself, his tone filled with awe. Indeed, this power was already infinitely close to that of the legendary sage of six paths. Obito interjected from the side, his eyes shining with a complex light. Fengtian slightly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure of Uchiha Madara before him, involuntarily whispering. An indescribable shock surged in his heart. Although he had successfully collected 9 tailed beasts and reached an unprecedented peak of power, the thought of facing the legendary sage of six paths made him feel a twinge of unease. After all, that was an existence that transcended everything. Perhaps, only if he could control his causal power with the same proficiency as Fengtian could he compete with the sage of six paths. Is this the power of the Ten Tails? Indeed, is stronger than I ever expected. Uchiha Madara deeply felt the surging and overwhelming power within him, and a proud smile unconsciously spread across his lips. At this moment, he seemed to stand at the pinnacle of the world, possessing the power to overlook everything. Now, I can do things that I previously wouldn't even dare to imagine. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with confidence and arrogance. At the same time, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. His originally black, long hair instantly turned into dazzling white, like the purest first snow of winter. He is dressed in a white cloak identical to that of the sage of the six paths, with the fabric flowing gracefully, resembling an immortal descending. Behind him, several Tao-seeking jade stones, shimmering with mysterious light, slowly orbit around him, adding an air of the extraordinary and transcendent. His arms and legs quietly underwent a transformation, becoming as dark as the night and exuding a heart-pounding power. In his left hand, he tightly grasped a six-path staff carved with intricate runes, its body emitting a faint glow, as if it could communicate with the forces of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, his right hand slowly lifted, and, in his palm, a black sphere that seemed to contain endless darkness and destruction gradually coalesced, representing the ultimate embodiment of the ten-tailed power, as if it could devour all things in the world. Absolute power, absolute destruction. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed in the cave, filled with an invincible dominance. At the same time, Fengtian lightly raised a hand and snapped his fingers towards the sky. Immediately, an immense and boundless causal force, as if capable of shaking heaven and earth, surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire space. Reverse. Fengtian's deep and powerful voice reverberated in the air like a thunderclap. With this low roar, the originally clear and cloudless sky, as blue as a washcloth, suddenly turned pitch black in the blink of an eye, as if shrouded by an endless night. Dots of light flickered in the darkness, yet appeared so distant and weak. At the same time, a bright full moon was drawn out from the clouds by an invisible force, slowly revealing itself. But surprisingly, this moon gradually displayed a strange blood-red hue, as if stained with blood, emanating an ominous glow. This sudden change cast a mysterious and eerie color over everything around, as if foretelling some unpredictable event about to occur. Uchiha Madara sensed this unexpected change, slightly taken aback. He turned to Fengtian, his voice tinged with surprise. Fengtian, your causal power can actually achieve this level. This is no weaker than the power of the Ten Tails. Upon hearing this, Fengtian smiled slightly, beads of sweat dripping from his face. It was clear that this operation of changing the day and night was still a bit much for him. Lord Madara, let's hurry. Please project your ocular power to the surface of the moon to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha gazed at Fengtian, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, then nodded, his demeanor suggesting that everything was under control. He slowly turned around and cast his gaze upon the blood-drenched moon, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Very good, Fengtian, your power indeed exceeds my expectations. Since you have paved the way for me, I will not be polite in accepting this gift. With that, Uchiha tightly gripped the six-path staff in his left hand, while the black sphere in his right palm began to spin rapidly, releasing a dazzling light as if it aimed to devour everything around it. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath as if gathering all his strength. Infinite Tsukuyomi activated. Accompanied by Uchiha Madara's low murmur, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and the Rinnegan within them glimmered with an unprecedented brilliance. Immediately after, he raised his right palm high, aiming at the blood-red moon in the sky, and a powerful ocular power surged forth, transforming into a beam of light that shot straight into the heavens. Fengtian and Obito silently observed this scene from the side, their hearts filled with anticipation and tension. They knew that this moment would determine the fate of the entire ninja world. As Uchiha Madara's ocular power continued to project, strange patterns began to appear on the surface of the blood-red moon. Those patterns resembled ancient runes, exuding a mysterious and powerful force. Gradually, the entire moon became covered with these runes, becoming extraordinarily dazzling. At that moment, a powerful illusionary force emanated from the moon, instantly enveloping the entire ninja world. Whether it was the battling ninjas or ordinary civilians, all fell into a deep sleep under the influence of this power, their eyes shimmering with dreamlike light, as if they were witnessing the scenes they most desired in their hearts. It succeeded. Chapter 179. Who is stronger? Who is weaker? Finally, it succeeded. Fengtian gazed at the blood-red moon, unable to conceal the joy on his face. After traversing countless cycles, he could finally step onto the path home at this moment. The range of infinite Tsukuyomi encompassed the entire earth. Whether hiding in the shadows or concealed in distant corners, everyone, including Kakuzu and Sasori, fell into a deep dream under the influence of this illusion. At the same time, 3 towering complete-body Susanoo floated in midair. These 3 were Fengtian, Shursui, and Obito. Obito, when are you planning to meet Rin? Now you just need to retract your Susanoo, and you will also fall into infinite Tsukuyomi. Searching for that world with Rin in your dreams, Fengtian quietly turned to Obito and said. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flashed across Obito's face, filled with deep longing for Rin, as well as confusion and unease about this new world. He lowered his head and fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised it, looking firmly at Fengtian. Fengtian, thank you. But before I completely fall into the dream, I want to witness the birth of this world I created with my own eyes. I want to see what it will be like when everyone finds happiness in the dream. As for Rin, I believe that in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, I will surely meet her again. Shursei nodded silently beside him, understanding Obito's feelings. For Shursei, although he did not have someone he loved as deeply as Obito, he also longed to see a peaceful world, a world without war and suffering. Obito, your wish will come true. In this dream woven by infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone can find their own happiness, Shursei said gently, his eyes shining with hope for the future. Fengtian looked at the 2 in front of him, feeling a warm surge in his heart. He knew that despite their different paths, their goal was the same, to create a better world. So, let us wait together for the arrival of this world. Fengtian said with a smile, his gaze once again turned to the blood-red moon, his heart filled with anticipation and determination. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall into silence, with only the blood-red moon hanging high in the sky, radiating a mysterious and alluring light. Under this illumination, a new world was quietly being born. However, just at this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. A figure, as hot as flames and in a deep red hue, suddenly descended from the sky. It was the complete form of Susanoo. It emanated endless rage and violent energy, like a wild beast that had broken free from hell. In its massive hand, it tightly grasped a razor-sharp Tatsuka no Tsurugi, its blade flickering with a cold gleam. As if it could cut through all obstacles in the world, it swung the sword fiercely with an unstoppable momentum, charging directly at Uchiha Madara. Everything happened so quickly that it was almost overwhelming. Fengtian's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't even have time to react, only able to watch as the crimson figure streaked across the sky like lightning, heading straight for Uchiha Madara. Oof. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled into a disdainful smile, his eyes flashing with the peculiar light of the Rinnegan. Facing the rushing Tatsuka no Tsurugi, there was not a hint of panic in his gaze. Instead, it was filled with mockery towards his opponent's speed. Such slow speed, simply ugly. In his eyes, the trajectory of Tatsuka no Tsurugi became exceptionally slow, as if it were being played back in slow motion. He casually sidestepped, effortlessly dodging what seemed to be a fatal blow, his movements smooth and elegant, as if everything was under his control. However, Uchiha Madara's disdain lasted only for a moment. Just when he thought he had everything in hand, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The previously distant Sumigari sword seemed to have transcended the constraints of space, piercing through his body in an incredible manner. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's expression changed dramatically. He never expected that the opponent would have such a bizarre technique. The golden sword light left a shocking wound on his chest, and blood instantly stained his clothes. Immediately afterward, Chingyun and Uchiha Fugaku's figures appeared before everyone. Controlling the crimson Susanoo was Fugaku, and the golden light that pierced the void with the Tsumigari sword was indeed Chingyun's doing. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara's face instantly darkened. He did not expect to be successfully ambushed at such a critical moment. Fugaku looked coldly at Uchiha Madara, his gaze exceptionally firm. Even if you are an ancestor of our Uchiha clan, as long as your actions threaten this ninja world, I, Uchiha Fugaku, will not hold back. However, before Fugaku's words could finish, 2 furious roars came from not far away. Kamui Shuriken. As the first voice fell, a shuriken imbued with mysterious power sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind, flying rapidly. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to transcend the limits of space, making it difficult to track its trajectory. Following that, the second voice rang out, Susanoo 99. With this roar, a giant, whose height was unimaginable and had wings, suddenly stepped out from the void, its form towering like a mountain. Wings spread wide, as if to cover the entire sky. Its chest was suddenly opened, shooting countless long and sharp green spikes towards Uchiha Fugaku. These two attacks came with the force of thunder, aggressive and seemingly intent on completely devouring Uchiha Fugaku. However, facing this sudden crisis, although Uchiha Fugaku's expression was serious, there was not a hint of panic in his eyes. He took a deep breath, controlling the crimson, fully formed Susanoo in front of him. His hands swiftly formed seals, each movement precise and flawless. In an instant, a massive flame shield coalesced before him, the fire blazing fiercely, radiating intense heat as if the very air was ignited. This flame shield stood like an indestructible barrier, quietly waiting for the arrival of the two attacks. Boom! The Kamui Shuriken and the Susanoo's 99 strikes collided violently against the flame shield, producing a deafening roar as flames and chakra waves surged outward, making the very earth tremble at that moment. Just then, the crimson Susanoo suddenly radiated golden light, a faint layer of space-time power enveloping it. With a gentle wave of its massive arm, the originally surging and destructive shockwave was instantly reversed by an invisible force. The raging energy seemed to be swallowed by time reversal, gradually dissipating into nothingness, ultimately vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Interesting. Although Uchiha Madara was ambushed and injured, there was no hint of panic in his tone. Instead, it revealed an indescribable excitement. Hee. It seems my Uchiha clan's descendants are beginning to touch those forbidden powers. Truly something to look forward to. He slightly squinted his eyes, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. All right, let me personally witness just how powerful this force, which does not originally belong to this world, truly is. Whether it can bring me, Uchiha Madara, a sense of challenge and fun. After speaking, he suddenly turned to the eager Fengtian beside him and continued, Fengtian, I want to know which is stronger, my six paths power or the power of time and space, so for now, don't make a move. Chapter 180, Six Paths Power versus Time and Space Power, Part 1. Seeing that Uchiha Madara had said this, Fengtian could only shake his head helplessly and give up. Anyway, the Moon Eye plan has already been successfully implemented, and Fengtian faintly felt a mysterious calling force pulling him from the depths of fate. This feeling of being summoned grew stronger with the passage of time, like an invisible thread tightly entwining his heart. Perhaps, within half an hour, Fengtian would truly embark on the journey home. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged in his heart, and a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Come on, the descendants of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed in the air as he floated in the void, eagerly watching Uchiha Fugaku below. Boom! With a loud roar, a crimson giant sword sliced through the sky like a meteor, suddenly striking the spatial barrier, instantly tearing it apart. Following that, Uchiha Fugaku's complete body, Susanoo, stepped through the void, advancing with overwhelming momentum. From the gaps of the massive armor, chakra flames surged forth like burning fire, presenting an unusual translucent form, shimmering with dazzling light. Moreover, the blade of the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi was entwined with intricate space-time turbulence, as if it could sever any obstacles in its path. Madara's Rinnegan slightly narrowed as he keenly sensed the kaleidoscope pattern in Fugaku's right eye was spinning faster, like an hourglass constantly running out, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. It seems your eyes. Before Madara's words could fully escape, the surrounding space-time suddenly twisted, as if drawn by an invisible force. In the next moment, Fugaku Susanoo appeared above Madara like a towering mountain. The immense Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi descended with unmatched power, and 12 circular shockwaves erupted along its trajectory, tearing the surrounding air apart. Madara snorted coldly, raising his hand as 5 glowing truth-seeking balls instantly formed a pitch-black shield in front of him. However, the moment the sword's edge made contact with the shield was torn into countless fragments by the space-time turbulence, dissipating into the air. Shinra Tensei. The violent repulsion instantly filled the area, yet Fugaku's Susanoo vanished before the repulsion could reach. Suddenly, Madara felt a sharp pain from behind, a searing sensation piercing through his right shoulder. He lowered his head and saw the crimson blade deeply embedded in his flesh, blood droplets splattering from the wound bizarrely flowing back into his body. As if time itself was being rewritten at that moment. Ruined tomb, edge hell. Madara roared, and four invisible shadows instantly rushed from the void, like phantoms carrying deadly intent. A drop of bright red blood tear fell from Fugaku's left eye, and his gaze became unusually firm. The Crimson Susanoo waved its massive hand, accurately blocking the attacks from different temporal dimensions, each strike accompanied by a deafening roar. Then, the Aim no Murakumo sword slashed down again, leaving countless overlapping afterimages in its wake. Madara's Jade of Seeking the Way transformed into a long spear to counterattack. The moment the two forces collided, the rock walls of Sunagakure began to peel away layer by layer. Crimson and azure chakra intertwined and soared into the sky, carving the sea of clouds into spiral ravines. Sage Art in Release, Thunder Style. With a furious shout, a black lightning bolt pierced through Susanoo's chest like a dragon, producing a thunderous explosion. However, a strange smile appeared on Fugaku's face, as if everything was under his control. The wound pierced by the black lightning surprisingly reversed to an uninjured state in the blink of an eye, as if time were flowing backward. At the same time, dazzling silver light burst from the hilt of the Aim no Murakumo sword, emanating a powerful aura. At this moment, Madara finally saw the truth. Fugaku was surrounded by 7 layers of time barriers with different flow rates, each layer circulating at different speeds, forming a complex temporal maze. This was the bizarre aspect of the time power that Sarayu mastered. A trace of astonishment flashed in Madara's eyes. He did not expect Fugaku to wield the power of time so skillfully, which made him reassess his opponent. In the next moment, the Crimson Susanoo seemed to come alive, suddenly splitting into 12 entities, each wielding the Aim no Murakumo sword entwined with temporal turbulence, charging at Madara like 12 war gods. Complex patterns of the Tomo reincarnation appeared in Madara's Rinnegan, and cold sweat began to seep from his forehead. This was the first time since gaining the power of the 6 paths that he truly felt the threat of death. He took a deep breath, and his gaze became exceptionally firm. It seemed he had to take things a bit more seriously. Madara muttered to himself as his Rinnegan suddenly turned blood red, and 10 massive chakra tails erupted behind him, the power of the 10 tails surging. 6 paths, Heavenly Star. With a low roar from Madara, 10 tails made of condensed chakra suddenly appeared behind him. These chakra tails writhed like living creatures, and the surrounding debris was lifted into the air under the pull of the 6 paths power. As the first rock touched the blood-red sky, the gravitational field within 100 miles became completely chaotic. Do you understand? Madara's voice mixed with the roar of the 10 tails, and 9 truth-seeking orbs arranged themselves in a ring above his head. When the power of the 6 paths combines with the Rinnegan, even the laws of time and space must submit. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku's 12 Susanoo clones simultaneously formed hand seals, and the Totsuka blade erupted with dazzling silver light. Time reversal, 12 heavenly sword formation. Fugaku shouted, and the Totsuka blades in the hands of the 12 Susanoo clones instantly transformed into rippling silver circles, sweeping towards Madara. Those silver ripples intertwined in the air to form a complex net, each ripple containing the power to reverse time and space, attempting to pull Madara into an endless vortex of time. Madara's pupils suddenly constricted as he sensed an unprecedented crisis. The chakra tails of the 10 tails danced wildly behind him, providing him with an endless source of power. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, "God, Tree World Birth!" Madara's voice echoed in the air, and with his roar, the entire space seemed to be filled with endless trees. These trees were not ordinary. They were formed from dense chakra, each branch immensely thick, containing terrifying power capable of destroying mountains. The trees rapidly grew, their branches twisting like spiritual snakes, winding towards Fugaku's 12 Susanoo clones, attempting to tightly bind them. However, facing this overwhelming offensive, Fugaku showed no signs of panic. The 12 Susanoo clones simultaneously swung their Totsuka blades, and the silver sword light drew brilliant arcs in the air, like meteors streaking across the night sky, cutting down the encroaching branches one by one. Uchiha Madara, do you think this is enough to trap me? Fugaku sneered. Madara's expression darkened. He did not expect Fugaku's strength to be so formidable that even his god, Tree World Birth, could not bind him. He knew very well that if he continued like this, he was very likely to be defeated by Fugaku. Since that's the case, let me show you my true power. Madara roared, and his whole body erupted with dazzling light, the chakra of the 10 tails raging within him. With a low growl from Madara, he seemed to merge with the 10 tails, and the 10 chakra tails behind him became incredibly thick, as if they could tear through space. His eyes turned bloodshot, as if flames were burning within them, a power belonging to the 10 tails. Infinite Tsukuyomi, and Obito shouted as he thrust his hands forward. A massive beam of light shot from his eyes, instantly enveloping the entire space. This light contained endless illusions and temptations, as if it could absorb a person's soul. Fugaku could only feel his consciousness starting to blur, as if countless voices were whispering in his ears, trying to pull him into an eternal dream. However, at this critical moment, Fugaku's left eye suddenly erupted with dazzling light, a manifestation of his own will and power. He suddenly bit his tongue, and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto the Fengtian sword as he lowly shouted, time and space severing eternity in an instant. With a low roar from Fujiwara, the Fengtian sword instantly transformed into a silver beam of light, severing the brilliance that enveloped him. Chapter 181, 6 Paths of Power versus Time and Space Power, Part 2. The silver sword light was like lightning cutting through the night sky, its speed and power reaching astonishing levels. It not only effortlessly severed the infinite Tsukuyomi, in that Madara had cast, but also continued with unrelenting force, like a silver ribbon, rushing towards Madara himself. Madara's expression changed to one of grave seriousness in an instant. In a hurry, he could only raise his arm to block this deadly strike. However, the silver sword light was extraordinarily sharp, and even with Madara's formidable physique, he found it difficult to withstand its edge. Clang! A clear metallic clash sounded in the air, and immediately a deep sword mark appeared on Madara's arm, blood gushing out like a fountain, instantly staining his sleeve red. Madara's body was violently pushed back, retreating several dozen steps before he barely stabilized himself. His eyes were filled with disbelief, clearly not expecting Fuya's attack to be so fierce and domineering. At this moment, he deeply felt the threat coming from Fuya and understood that this battle could no longer afford him any carelessness or underestimation. How is that possible? Ban roared, unable to comprehend how Fuya could break his ultimate illusion technique and launch such a fierce counterattack. Fuya landed steadily, the Tenku Yunjian pointing directly at Ban, his voice cold and firm. Uchiha Ban, your era has come to an end. With the power of time and space enhancing him, Fuya's Susanoo appeared to be coated in a layer of golden brilliance, standing on the battlefield like an invincible golden war god, emanating a terrifying pressure. Even Uchiha Ban, who had become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and wielded the power of the 6 Paths, had been at a disadvantage in his battle against Fuya. Ban could clearly feel that every attack from Fuya contained the mysteries of time and space, making it difficult for him to grasp and respond. Ban's face was so dark it seemed to drip with water as he stared intently at Fuya, the complex light flickering in his Rinnegan. Fuya, you truly have made me see you in a new light. Ban slowly spoke, his voice tinged with unwillingness and anger. But do you really think this can completely defeat me? As your ancestor, I possess nearly invincible power. Fuya snorted coldly, the Tenku Yunjian in his hand trembling slightly, as if responding to its master's fighting spirit. Uchiha Ban, you are mistaken. It is precisely because you are our ancestor that I understand your weaknesses even more clearly. Before his words had finished, Fuya's figure flashed, and he charged towards Ban once again. His speed, enhanced by the power of space-time, reached its peak, as if he could transcend the constraints of time and space. Madara let out a cold snort, quickly forming hand seals, attempting to cast an illusion to confuse Fugaku once again. However, Fugaku seemed to see through his intentions, preemptively using the giant hand of Susanoo to dispel the illusion. It seems you're still not giving up, Fugaku said with a cold smile, as the Totsuka blade in his hand had already gathered enough chakra, ready to launch a fatal strike. Seeing this, a hint of determination flashed in Madara's eyes. He is well aware that he is at a disadvantage at this moment, and if he doesn't take action soon, he might really be defeated by Fuji. Then let me show you my true power. Ban roared, and suddenly, his body erupted with dazzling light, as if countless forces were surging within him. As the light dissipated, Ban's figure had undergone a tremendous transformation. His physique became even more massive, exuding a terrifying aura, as if he were a demon god crawling out of hell. Is this the true form of the 10 Tails? Fyaake was startled, but he quickly steadied his mind. He knew that no matter how powerful his opponent became, he could not back down. Come on, Uchiha Madara. Let's have our final battle. Fugaku shouted loudly and charged towards Madara once again. In the sky, two figures intertwined. The sounds of chakra colliding and weapons clashing echoed continuously. The entire space seemed to be torn apart by their fight, becoming fragmented. Finally, after a fierce clash, Fugaku seized a flaw in Madara's defense, and the Totsuka blade in his hand instantly pierced through Madara's chest. "It's over, Uchiha Madara," Fugaku said softly, his voice filled with complex emotions. The moment the Totsuka blade pierced Madara's chest, the blade suddenly emitted a sharp hum. Instead of blood gushing out, a silver fluid flowed back along the sword's edge into Fugaku's body. Beneath Madara's tattered robes, his skin was crystallizing, and the black patterns formed by the six-path sage technique were rapidly fading around the wound. "Do you think this is the location of the heart?" Madara's pierced chest cavity suddenly twisted into a spatial vortex, and the chakra tail of the 10 tails wrapped around the blade. "Long ago, when I became the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, my vital point was moved to." However, before Uchiha Madara could finish his words, Fugaku's Sharingan suddenly began to spin wildly. An astonishing power of the eyes erupted instantly. "Amaterasu!" Fugaku shouted, as if awakening the slumbering god of flames. Suddenly, surging black flames erupted from the Totsuka blade. These black flames carried destructive power, as if they would burn everything to ashes, and would not extinguish until the end of the world. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara curled his lips into a cold smile, not taking these seemingly fierce black flames seriously. Immediately, a powerful repulsive force emanated from him, pushing everything around, including Fugaku and the black flames, away. "Just a petty trick," Madara mocked, his figure flickering in the repulsive force, as if merging into space. However, Fugaku was not affected by this repulsive force. His Sharingan was fixed on Madara, as if trying to see through his every move. "Do you think you can escape like this?" Fugaku sneered, swinging the Totsuka blade fiercely. The black flames surged forward like wild horses, rushing towards Madara. Madara's figure flashed, appearing in another position, but no matter how he dodged, the black flames followed him closely, as if locking onto his aura. What a troublesome ability. Madara frowned. Although he could be immune to any attack except for Sage Arts under the Six Paths mode, he had to divert some of his power to defend against the invasion of the black flames just in case. At that moment, Fugaku suddenly disappeared from his original spot and reappeared above Madara. The Totsuka blade in his hand gathered unprecedented power, preparing to deliver the final blow. "It's over, Uchiha Madara!" Fugaku shouted. The Totsuka blade shot through the sky like a silver meteor, heading straight for the top of Madara's head. Chapter 182. The Power of Six Paths versus the Power of Time and Space, Part 3. Uchiha Madara looked up, only to see above him. The Totsuka blade hung like a star in the sky, its sword aura oppressive, making one's heart race. At this moment, a storm surged within him. He had a profound understanding of this legendary divine sword. Originally, with Madara's strength and the seemingly invincible defense of the Seeking Truth Jade, he could easily withstand most attacks. However, facing the Totsuka blade, he felt an unprecedented pressure. The abilities of the Totsuka blade were truly abnormal, possessing a terrifying attribute that could shatter anything. No matter the defense, it seemed fragile before the absolute sharpness of this divine sword, as if a light stroke could completely destroy it. Uchiha Madara could sense the destructive power contained in the sword's tip, as if it could sever all rules and matter in the world. His pupils slightly contracted, and a sense of unprecedented seriousness flashed through his heart. All along, he had prided himself as the pinnacle of the ninja world, possessing an almost unmatched power. But at this moment, facing the legendary divine sword, he had to reassess his position. Even if it can cut through anything, it depends on whether the user can unleash its true power. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, his chakra surging within him. He would never concede defeat easily. He quickly formed hand seals, and the light of the Rinnegan surrounding him radiated brilliantly, as if to condense a stronger defense to withstand the sharpness of the Amma no Murakumo no Tsurugi. However, just as he prepared to go all out, an even more astonishing change occurred. The Amma no Murakumo no Tsurugi suddenly accelerated in midair, its blade emitting a sound like a dragon's roar, piercing through the constraints of space, directly aiming at Uchiha Madara. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and every particle of dust in the air trembled. A flash of determination flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He knew that a head-on confrontation was not the best strategy. Therefore, he flickered away, and with the enhancement of the Six Paths power, his speed reached its peak, narrowly dodging this fatal strike. Yet even so, the residual sword energy still made his blood surge, enough to demonstrate its terrifying power. What an invincible Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Today, let me, Uchiha Madara, experience what kind of fate you can sever. Uchiha Madara steadied himself, looking at Uchiha Fugaku with a hint of madness in his eyes. As Uchiha Madara's words fell, he once again gathered powerful chakra, and the light of the Rinnegan surrounding him became even more dazzling, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku firmly gripped the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, lightly tapping the ground with its tip, powerful sword energy emanating from the blade, forming a standoff with Uchiha Madara's chakra. Besides Hashirama, Tobirama, and that one-armed swordsman from last time, you are the fourth presence in my long years that ignites my blood. I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you. Fugaku. After speaking, Uchiha Madara charged toward Fugaku, holding his staff. Uchiha Fugaku faced Madara's dive with no hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him. He understood deeply that this moment was not only a clash of strength, but also a collision of will and belief. To gain the recognition of my ancestors is an honor, but today I will not let you do as you please. Uchiha Fugaku shouted loudly, his body suddenly rising, and the Tatsuka no Tsurugi in his hand seemed to come alive, its blade light like a dragon, slicing through the sky towards Uchiha Madara. Two powerful forces collided in the air, erupting with a deafening roar. The light of the Shinju and the sword energy of the Tatsuka no Tsurugi intertwined, painting the entire space in vibrant colors. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, as if even the space itself was trembling, unable to bear the impact of this force. The figures of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Fugaku swiftly traversed the battlefield, each clash accompanied by dazzling sparks and thunderous booms. Their speed is so fast that it's almost impossible to see their movements, only glimpses of afterimages intertwining in the air. Interesting. Uchiha Madara sneered, his desire for battle completely ignited. He waved the staff in his hand, unleashing powerful ninjutsu in an attempt to suppress Uchiha Fugaku. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not back down at all. He skillfully countered Uchiha Madara's attacks time, and again with his mastery of the Tensei Waiken. At the same time, he was also looking for opportunities to strike back, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Uchiha Madara. In this intense battle, both of their powers were pushed to the limit. Uchiha Madara's truth-seeking orbs were flawless in defense, while Uchiha Fugaku's Tensei Waiken was incredibly sharp, able to cut through anything. The clash between the two was like a confrontation between heaven and earth, evoking a sense of awe. As time passed, the battle gradually reached a fever pitch. Finally, in a thrilling exchange, Uchiha Fugaku seized a flaw in Uchiha Madara's defense. The Tensei Waiken sliced through the air like lightning, piercing straight toward Uchiha Madara's vital points. However, Uchiha Madara, with his astonishing reflexes, narrowly evaded the strike at the last moment. Yet despite avoiding the fatal blow, Uchiha Madara's breath became somewhat disordered. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Fugaku launched a fierce attack. The Tensei Waiken dancing in his hands like a torrential storm, dense and swift. Although Uchiha Madara defended with all his might, he was still pushed back time and again. What an exhilarating battle. Fugaku, Uchiha Madara shouted, his voice filled with endless fervor and defiance. Despite his body being riddled with wounds from the Tensei Waiken, he seemed to not care at all, forcing his body to charge fiercely toward Fugaku. Everything must come full circle. Madara, Uchiha Fugaku responded defiantly. Having long fought while controlling the complete body Susanoo, he had already far exceeded his limits. If it weren't for Qingyun's time-space power continuously reverting his physical state and restoring his ocular power, Uchiha Fugaku would have already gone blind due to excessive use of his ocular abilities. However, even with Qingyun's assistance, Fugaku knew deep down that if this entanglement continued, he would eventually be unable to hold out for much longer. This blow must end the battle. Fugaku vowed silently in his heart. He tightly grasped the Tian Tsong Yun Jian, feeling the terrifying power contained within, ready to launch his final attack. The Tao-seeking jade beside him instantly transformed into a massive black sword, filled with rich power of the six paths. At the edge of the sword, it seemed to condense the darkness of the entire world, fiercely striking down towards Uchiha Fugaku. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination and resolve. Gripping the Tens Yun Jian tightly, the chakra within Fugaku surged like boiling lava. At the tip of the sword, empowered by the force of time and space. The light suddenly intensified, dazzling and brilliant, as if it aimed to pierce through the endless darkness that shrouded the world. Tens Yunjian, Fugaku murmured, and with this low growl, he swung the divine sword in his hand. A brilliant sword light cut through the sky, carrying the terrifying power to tear through time and space, colliding fiercely with the black giant sword of Madara. In an instant, the colors of heaven and earth changed, and the winds rose, clouds swirling. The energy waves generated by the collision of the two forces rampaged like a tsunami, tearing the surrounding space apart. Chapter 183. The Fatal Setup. Tens Yunjian. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Uchiha Fugaku swung the divine sword in his hand. The sword light resembled a dragon, instantly colliding with the black giant sword, causing the entire space to tremble. Amidst the roaring sounds, sparks flew, as if even space itself was being torn apart. In the aftermath of this destructive force's impact, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Fugaku took several steps back, their breaths slightly disordered, clearly affected by the tremendous shock. However, the battle did not end there. Instead, it grew even more intense. After stabilizing his stance, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly flickered, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky, charging once again towards Uchiha Madara. His speed was so fast that even a powerful figure like Uchiha Madara was caught off guard and could only respond in haste. Uchiha Fugaku lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his tank-Y sword, and in an instant, an unprecedentedly powerful sword aura erupted from the tip, surging like a furious tide, firmly locking down the surrounding space. The terrifying power contained in this sword aura seemed capable of sealing off everything in the world, making it impossible for any existence attempting to escape to hide. Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly at this moment, as he clearly felt the oppressive force brought by this sword aura. This power was so great that even he, a strong member of the Uchiha clan, felt there was nowhere to escape, which was undoubtedly extremely rare. A hint of seriousness flashed in Madara's eyes as he began to take Fugaku's attack seriously. "Heavenly Seal," Uchiha Fugaku shouted, and with this furious shout, the net-like sword aura instantly spread out, completely enveloping Uchiha Madara. The network formed by the sword aura was impenetrable, as if it aimed to completely seal Madara within this space. Uchiha Madara struggled desperately, but under the blockade created by this sword aura, his movements became slow and difficult. "Impossible! How could I, Uchiha Madara, be so easily restrained?" Uchiha Madara roared, his chakra surging once more, trying to break through this blockade. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not give him the opportunity. In a flash, he appeared right in front of Uchiha Madara. "It's over, Madara!" With a cold shout, the tip of the tank-Y sword was already pressed against Uchiha Madara's chest. The sharp tip seemed capable of piercing through everything, making Uchiha Madara feel the threat of death. However, at that moment, a hint of madness and determination flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He was well aware that he had reached a dead end, but he would never give up easily. "Shinra Tensei!" Uchiha Madara let out a deafening roar within the sword energy cage, his eyes flashing with a crazy light, as if he wanted to swallow the entire world. As Madara's roar faded, an indescribable repulsive force storm suddenly erupted from his body, which was his powerful ninjutsu, Shinra Tensei. This repulsive force swept in like a storm, violently colliding with Uchiha Fugaku's sealing sword net. The sword energy and repulsion intertwined, generating terrifying energy fluctuations. The air was compressed into visible ripples by this force, as if even space was being torn apart. At that moment, the ground seemed unable to withstand the impact of this force, instantly collapsing into a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters, while the surrounding dust and debris were lifted high by this force, raining down like a torrential downpour in the 30-meter vacuum between the two. The distant mountains, under the impact of this force, seemed to be gently flattened by an invisible giant hand, transforming the originally steep peaks into gentle slopes, with rubble and dust flying everywhere, obscuring the sky. Fugaku's kaleidoscope Sharingan shone with an eerie purple light amidst the smoke and dust, and the Tamaguri sword suddenly transformed into a fluid that wrapped around his right arm. Everything has its weaknesses. Shinra Tensei is not an invincible existence. Fugaku roared, and under his control, the sword edge formed from his right arm shot forward like a lightning bolt, instantly piercing Madara's repulsive field. To everyone's shock, the sword edge actually tore open a pitch-black spatial rift within the repulsive field, as if connecting to another unknown world. Madara's robe was inadvertently pulled into this spatial rift and was instantly devoured by the void, revealing the floating six-path sage technique inscriptions on his pale skin. These inscriptions flickered on Madara's skin, as if telling of some ancient and mysterious power. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Uchiha Madara's expression changed, but after all, he was the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan, and his reaction was extremely swift. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, preparing to unleash his ultimate ninjutsu. Complete body, Susanoo. However, at this critical moment, the spatial turbulence surging from the rift dealt him a fatal blow. The ribs of complete body, Susanoo, had just emerged when they were shattered by this terrifying spatial turbulence, as if they had never existed. In that instant, the ripples of the Rinnegan suddenly contracted, as if gripping the surrounding space-time tightly. Immediately after, 5 Rinnegan clones burst forth from different spatial axes, their target aimed directly at Uchiha Fugaku with a fierce momentum. However, when these clones touched the Tenseigan sword in Fugaku's hand, they seemed to be bound by an invisible force, pinned in midair and unable to move. Madara, it's not too late to turn back now. Fugaku stared at the white figure 10 meters away, trying one last time to persuade this lost ancestor to return. However, what responded to him was a sudden attack from a black giant sword. In a hurry, Fugaku sighed and used the Tenseigan sword to defend. The clash of metal rang deafeningly as the Tenseigan sword collided with the chakra giant sword, and at that moment, 2 forces created a visible circular shockwave. The shockwave swept outward like a storm from the center of the two, as if the space was cut by a sharp blade, leaving long fissures in its wake. The figures of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Madara flickered in and out of visibility within this torrent of power, each clash accompanied by tremors and roars in the space. Your obsession will only plunge you deeper into darkness. Fugaku's voice sounded particularly heavy amidst the roar, his eyes filled with both determination and sorrow. However, Uchiha Madara seemed not to hear him at all. His eyes were filled only with endless madness. The black giant sword swung down again, with enough power to destroy everything, as if it aimed to sever Fugaku along with this space. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless, Fugaku shouted angrily, the chakra within him surging like a tidal wave. At this moment, the Tenseigan sword in his hand radiated an unprecedented light. The runes on the sword seemed to come alive, swirling with mysterious power. In a flash of sword light, Fugaku appeared at Madara's side with incredible speed. The Tenseigan sword transforming into a silver lightning bolt aimed directly at Madara's vital points. However, Madara seemed to have anticipated this, sidestepping easily to avoid the strike. A futile effort, Madara scoffed coldly, swinging the black giant sword again, colliding with Fugaku's Tenseigan sword. The two forces erupted once more, creating an even more violent shockwave. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance suddenly flashed in Fugaku's eyes, as if he had caught a glimpse of a flaw in Madara's attack rhythm. Now's my chance. Heavenly hand power. He let out a low shout, and the chakra within him instantly gathered at the tip of his sword, forming a brilliant sword light. At the same time, an unprecedented and intense sense of spatial tearing suddenly surged forth. This power seemed capable of tearing apart everything, forcefully bringing Uchiha Madara's body through the constraints of space, arriving right in front of Uchiha Fugaku. In that moment, Fugaku's eyes sparkled with a resolute light. He had long been poised, waiting for this moment to arrive. He used the power of space-time to maximize the might of the Tengu Cloud Sword. At the same time, he unleashed the Heavenly Hand power, forcibly teleporting Uchiha Madara in front of him, creating a nearly inescapable lethal situation. The reason he had refrained from using Heavenly Hand power in the previous battles was due to his own deep intentions. He was well aware of Uchiha Madara's cunning and strength. If he revealed this move too early, it could very likely raise Madara's vigilance and ruin this carefully laid trap. Therefore, he had been waiting for the most opportune moment. At this moment, the time had finally come. Fugaku tightly gripped the Totsuka blade. The tip of the sword aimed directly at Uchiha Madara's vital point. His gaze was firm and cold, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. Oh no, Lord Madara has been careless. At that moment, Fengtian witnessed Uchiha Madara being forcefully transported in front of Fugaku by Tench Rick, and his heart suddenly tightened. He knows that although Uchiha Madara's strength is formidable, he cannot escape danger in the face of this sudden change. Fengtian is surging with endless causal power, a force that can reverse the situation and change fate. A strong impulse surged in his heart, wanting to take action immediately to rescue Uchiha Madara from danger. However, just as he was about to act, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. He slightly tilted his head to look at Fengtian, signaling him not to act. Time was up. Fugaku, your deadly trap. It seemed full of flaws. Chapter 184. The Shift of Offense and Defense. What? Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Fugaku's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with incredulous confusion. Just as he was about to ask, a sharp pain suddenly struck, piercing his eyes. Fugaku tightly gripped the Tengu Cloud Sword, the blade humming deeply and powerfully due to his sudden increase in strength, as if it were trembling for his pain. His eyes felt as if they were being scorched by blazing fire, the pain unbearable like a knife cutting through. Yet this sudden agony ignited a fire within him, awakening his fighting spirit and resilience. He clenched his teeth tightly, his lips turning white from the strain. Obito, what exactly have you done to me? Fugaku endured the sharp pain in his eyes like needles, glaring furiously ahead at Uchiha Obito, his voice becoming unusually hoarse from anger and pain. His vision became blurry due to the intense pain, and everything in front of him started to feel unreal, as if he could fall into darkness at any moment. Uchiha Madara slightly raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. I haven't done anything. It's you who is overestimating yourself, thinking that with the power of time and space, you can recklessly use the complete body Susanoo? How naive. As he spoke, the corners of Uchiha Madara's clothing fluttered in the howling wind, and in his crimson pupils, the Rinnegan slowly rotated, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one spine. He looked down from a high vantage point at Fujitake, who was half kneeling on the ground, struggling in pain. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It seems you still don't understand that the power of time and space has never been a gift bestowed by the heavens. Fujitake's fingers dug deep into the ground, his knuckles turning white from the pressure as fresh red blood slowly oozed from the gaps in his nails, dropping onto the soil. Ugh! Another wave of unbearable agony erupted from his eyeball, causing Fujitake's right eye to twitch violently, and then a surge of black blood gushed from his eye socket, appearing particularly shocking. In Fujitake's blurred vision, Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly bizarrely split into three, each rapidly forming hand seals with different gestures, their movements swift and powerful. The ribs of the crimson Susanoo giant emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache as if they were about to collapse at any moment. On the surface of that massive armor, time-space vortices flickered in and out like distorted illusions. Just then, Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly vanished from the spot and reappeared 10 steps away. He slammed the staff in his hand onto the ground, producing a loud bang. Immediately, the ground seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, and countless sharp earth spikes rose up in an instant. One of them pierced through the knee of the Susanoo giant like a sharp arrow, sending a spray of rubble and dust flying. Every time you use the power of time and space, your chakra network gets twisted by an inch. Uchiha Madara said coldly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Guess what interesting and terrifying things will happen when your network is completely tangled up? Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, Fugaku's left hand suddenly began to twitch uncontrollably, and the tightly gripped Totsuka blade let out a sharp screech, as if lamenting his pain. Fugaku suddenly looked up, his gaze like a torch, just in time to see Uchiha Madara's right pinky finger bending in a strange way, signaling the beginning of the fire release. Great fire annihilation technique. Uchiha Madara shouted, and in an instant, a tidal wave of flames surged toward Fugaku like a raging dragon. In that moment of life and death, Fugaku's Sharingan pattern suddenly began to spin counterclockwise at an astonishing speed, as if seeking a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. The figure that should have been engulfed by the flames abruptly appeared behind Madara, the Totsuka blade slashing down with a dark glow from the space-time rift. How ugly! Uchiha Madara smirked coldly. His body, under the almost perverse recovery ability of the Six Paths power, had reached an unprecedented peak state. In contrast, Fugaku, due to excessive use of the complete body Susanoo, was now suffering from severe backlash of his ocular power, making him extraordinarily weak, as if a gust of wind could knock him down. Even the Totsuka blade he held tightly had lost its former sharp brilliance and power, becoming dull and lifeless. Uchiha Madara simply leaned to the side, effortlessly dodging the strike of Fugaku, his desperate sword swing like a feather. Then he flashed forward, kicked sideways, and with a whistling sound of wind, struck directly at Fugaku's chest. This kick was powerful and heavy, as if it aimed to pierce through Fugaku's entire body. Fugaku felt an irresistible force coming from the leg, and his whole body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing violently into the distant mountain wall, sending rubble flying. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and his chest heaved violently, clearly indicating that this blow had inflicted significant damage on him. Coughing, Fuyue lay on the ground, struggling to catch his breath, and the stinging sensation in his eyes not only did not diminish but became even more intense. His vision had become blurred, and he could only faintly see the figure of Uchiha Madara slowly approaching him. "Do you think this will defeat me?" Fugaku gritted his teeth, struggling to get back on his feet, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. Uchiha stopped not far in front of Fugaku, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "Defeat you? That's as easy as pie for me. I'm just enjoying the process, watching you, once so high and mighty, gradually fall from grace." Fugaku's eyes suddenly burst with intense light, representing his remaining stubbornness and resilience. "Madara, you're wrong. No matter the outcome, I will not give up resisting. As long as I have breath left in me, I will never let you succeed." Madara's smile gradually faded, his gaze becoming cold and profound. "What a tenacious guy, but that suits me just fine. Only such an opponent is worth my full effort." With that, Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand seals. A massive amount of chakra surged around him, making the air feel heavy. "Then let me see how long you can hold on." Uchiha Madara let out a low growl, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already above Fugaku. A giant black hand descended from the sky, carrying the force of destruction, directly slamming down on Fugaku. At that moment, a golden shield infused with the power of space-time firmly protected Fugaku. The black giant hand struck the shield with a deafening boom. The two collided, unleashing a thunderous roar. The golden shield rippled under the immense pressure of the black hand, as if it would shatter at any moment. Chongyun, showing anger, could no longer hold back and used the stop-war technique to protect Fugaku. Uchiha Madara watched this scene with a sneer full of derision. "Humph, just a dying struggle. Do you really think that with your meager power, you can block my attack? What a delusion. The power of the six paths is supreme, transcending all existence." His words were filled with undeniable dominance. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara suddenly exerted force with both hands again, and the power in his black giant hands instantly surged, as if to crush everything into powder. Under this immense pressure, the golden shield set up by Chongyun emitted cracking sounds, and cracks spread rapidly like a spiderweb. "Hold on." Chongyun gritted her teeth, her face pale as paper, as she tried her best to reinforce the defense of Ichigo, her hands turning blue from excessive effort. But unfortunately, the power of the six paths mastered by Uchiha Madara was simply too strong for her to withstand. In the end, with a deafening roar, the golden shield shattered, turning into specks of light that scattered in the air. Fuyue felt a powerful force throw him away, his body like a kite with a broken string tumbling through the air. He fell heavily to the ground, dust flying up, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes have completely gone blind, and he can only rely on his hearing and perception to judge the situation around him. Uchiha Madara slowly walked in front of Fugaku, looking down at him. "How is it? Do you have anything to say now?" "Now, the roles of offense and defense have changed." Chapter 185. Setting off with peace of mind, Fugaku trembled all over, tried hard to get up, but unfortunately, his injuries and the backlash from his ocular power rendered him immobile, and he could only watch helplessly as Uchiha Madara looked at him mockingly. In the next moment, the Rinnegan behind Uchiha Madara gathered and transformed, turning into a sword emitting a faint black glow, which he raised high. His expression was as cold as ice, with no trace of emotion in his eyes, just coldly staring at the exhausted Fuji lying on the ground. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Madara slowly spoke, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Forget it. The current you no longer stirs any anger in me." His tone was filled with contempt and disdain. "Just remain a complete failure, forever trapped in the illusory and beautiful dream of infinite Tsukuyomi." After saying this, Uchiha Madara slowly sheathed his black sword, turned his body, and strode away, seemingly intending to end this battle that held no suspense. "Madara!" Fugaku shouted from the ground, using the last of his strength to roar. "Do you really think you've won?" His voice was filled with unwillingness and anger. "Look around you. This real world has already fallen into silence. Is this really the result you have always pursued and desired?" Fugaku's words hit Uchiha Madara's heart like a heavy hammer. Madara stopped in his tracks, slightly turning his body, revealing a complex and hard-to-read expression on his face. It contained mockery confusion, and seemingly a hint of barely perceptible wavering. Do you think your words can change anything, Fugaku? Madara's voice was low and powerful. He did not fully turn to face Fugaku, only casting a cold glance at this former opponent. Fugaku lay on the ground, his breathing growing more rapid, but his gaze was exceptionally firm. Madara, the power you pursue, the so-called peace you speak of, all come at the cost of countless lives. Is such a world truly worth protecting? Madara fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Fugaku's words. But soon, a cold expression returned to his face. Sacrifice is inevitable. For my goal, these are nothing. But Fugaku's voice trembled. Yet he tried to continue. But have you ever thought that perhaps there are other paths to take? Maybe we can find a way to achieve peace without sacrifice. Without war? Madara sneered. Find it together? With you? Fugaku, you are too naive. This world is already decayed. Only by changing it completely in my way can everything start anew. Madara, Fugaku shouted again, a hint of despair in his voice. Are you really going to keep making the same mistake? Madara remained silent, slowly turning around and raising the black sword formed from the Rinnegan high above. This time, there was no trace of hesitation in his eyes, only complete resolve and killing intent. I've changed my mind. His voice was cold and firm, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. Fuyue, your time has truly come. As the words fell, the black sword, carrying endless pressure and the aura of death, whistled down towards Fuyue. Fuyue despairingly closed his eyes, awaiting the end of his fate. However, at this critical moment, a golden light suddenly flickered, and a shield formed by Chongyun, using all her strength to invoke the power of time and space, miraculously blocked Uchiha Madara's attack once again. Cough. Chongyun, having overloaded her use of time and space power, had become extremely weak. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper, but her gaze was exceptionally resolute. I will absolutely not let you harm him. A trace of astonishment flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. He did not expect that at this critical moment, there would still be someone able to withstand his attack. He looked at Chongyun, who was blocking Fuyue's way, his eyes filled with disdain and anger. It's you again, Chongyun. Uchiha gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. You, like Fengtian, are travelers from another world and do not belong to this world. Why? Why do you always have to oppose me? His tone was filled with confusion and anger, as if he could not understand why there were always people who wanted to be his enemies. Chongyun gasped for breath. Although her body was extremely weak, her gaze was exceptionally firm, showing no signs of wavering. Ban, what you're doing is wrong. Her voice, though weak, was filled with strength. I can't just stand by and watch you hurt innocent people, plunging this world into endless darkness and despair. Her words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Uchiha Ban's heart. However, a cold smile flickered across Uchiha Ban's face, as if he did not take her words to heart. Innocent people? There are no innocent people in this world. Everyone is fighting for their own interests. It's just that my methods are more direct and thorough. Chongyun shook her head. Ban, you're wrong. There are many kind and innocent people in this world. They should not become sacrifices for you to achieve your goals. Uchiha Ban's expression grew darker. So you think your power can stop me? Chongyun took a deep breath. I don't know if my power can stop you, but I will do everything I can to protect everyone. Fuyue looked at Chongyun standing in front of him, filled with gratitude and guilt. He struggled to stand up, but the injuries on his body rendered him immobile. Chongyun, thank you, Fujitake said weakly, but you shouldn't take risks for me. Chongyun smiled at Fujitake. Don't get too complacent. You are the most important part of my plan. I can't let you die so easily. Fujitake did not refute her, just smiled slightly. But now is not the time to relax his guard. In that case, you should set off together. Uchiha Madara's tone was cold, like a deity proclaiming death. He waved the black sword in his hand again, the power of the truth-seeking orb coalescing at the tip of the sword, as if to tear apart space and destroy the obstacles before him in one fell swoop. Chongyun gritted her teeth, her hands quickly forming seals, and a golden light erupted from her body, contrasting sharply with the dark power of the truth-seeking orb. Set off with peace of mind. Chapter 186. Destination. As Uchiha Madara's cold words fell, the merciless black blade ultimately broke through the defense of the stopping war. There was no other choice. Although stopping war had the ability to reverse all attacks, it was powerless against the six paths power of the same level. The black blade, like a meteor in the night sky, shattered the tranquility of space, bringing with it an irresistible force of destruction, charging towards Chongyun and Uchiha Fujitake. There's no other way, Chongyun shouted, her body shining with golden light. as a unique pattern flickered in her palm. That was the protective item left to her by her father, an automatic guardian mark that activated when Chungyun received a fatal injury. At this moment, facing Uchiha Madara's world-shaking attack, this mark finally displayed its true power. The golden light surged, and a shield composed of pure energy suddenly appeared before Chungyun and Uchiha Fujitake, firmly blocking the merciless black blade outside. On the shield, runes flowed, each rune containing ancient and powerful energy, weaving together a tightly woven defensive net to resist the onslaught of the Six Paths' power. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not expect that this seemingly ordinary girl possessed such a powerful means of defense. However, this did not make him retreat even slightly. The Six Paths' power gathered again, and the light on the black blade became even more dazzling, as if it were about to tear apart the entire space. Interesting. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. The Six Paths' power once again pushed to the limit. The black blade suddenly accelerated, crashing violently against Chungyun's golden shield with an earth-shattering force. A tremendous roar erupted, shaking the entire space. The golden shield began to dim under the violent impact of the black blade, and the runes gradually became blurry. Yet, even so, it remained as solid as a rock, fiercely protecting Chungyun and Uchiha Fujitake. Go! Chungyun shouted unwillingly, as a golden space-time tear appeared around the mark. Without hesitation, Chungyun directly pulled Fujitake and jumped into the golden space-time tear. The tear quickly closed behind them, isolating Uchiha Madara's world-destroying attack outside. Inside the space-time tear was a chaotic and unclear space, where time and space lost their meaning. Chungyun and Uchiha Fujitake seemed to be immersed in endless nothingness, only able to rely on each other, using the faint golden light emitted from the mark in their hands to identify one another. This is... Uchiha Fujitake looked around, his face showing a look of shock. He had never seen such a strange space, nor did he expect Chungyun to possess such mysterious means. Chungyun gasped, her gaze resolute. This is the last safeguard my father left for me. It can help us escape danger at a critical moment. But the cost of using it is also great. We might be transported to an unknown place. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku felt a warm surge in his heart, his expression softening. Chungyun nodded, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. She knew that this battle was far from over, but they would never give up. As long as there was still breath in them, they would fight to protect the beliefs in their hearts. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly illuminated the end of the space-time rift. The light was warm and familiar, as if it were a lighthouse guiding them forward. Chungyun and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged a glance, then walked towards the light without hesitation. As their figures gradually disappeared into the light, the space-time rift slowly closed, as if it had never existed. Outside this chaotic space, Uchiha Madara coldly observed everything, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, seemingly deep in thought. Obito, with this, you should go find Rin. Fengtian turned to Obito beside him and said seriously. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression instantly became complex and difficult to read, his eyes flashing with various emotions, nostalgia, sorrow, and a hint of indescribable relief. He took a deep breath, finally shaking his head in resignation, and quickly formed hand seals to slowly dispel the massive complete body, Susanoo. As Susanoo faded away, a powerful wave of energy also dissipated. At that moment, the moonlight of infinite Tsukuyomi poured down like flowing water, gently casting a faint silver glow over Obito. Under the moonlight, Obito's figure appeared particularly lonely. Yet there seemed to be a hint of relief and ease. Yes, it was time to find Rin. Obito whispered softly, his voice filled with an indescribable sense of determination and release, as if, at that moment, he had let go of all his obsessions and burdens. He slowly turned around, took a step forward, and walked steadily toward the distance. In that distance, to Obito's eyes, it seemed as if Rin's figure was gently beckoning to him in the haze, filled with endless tenderness and longing. Each step felt like it was crossing the distance of time and space, yet he walked with extraordinary determination, as if no force could hinder his progress. F10 quietly watched Obito's departing figure, his eyes filled with contentment. He knows that although Obito has experienced countless pains and struggles, he still retains that innocence and persistence in his heart, which is a rare quality among the Uchiha clan. I hope Obito can find his own happiness. Fengtian lowered his voice, murmuring a few words, then turned his gaze to Shui beside him and continued slowly. What about you, Shui? In this world, There is no longer the disturbance of war and conflict. Everyone is immersed in the illusory dream woven by the infinite Tsukuyomi, enjoying the so-called perfection. When do you plan to withdraw from this false prosperity and seek the true home that your heart longs for? Fengtian's words contained a different kind of profound meaning, and he stared intently at Shui, his eyes filled with expectation, as if waiting for Shui to give an unusual answer. Upon hearing this, Shui's gaze deepened, and there was a sense of helplessness regarding reality in his eyes. He sighed lightly and said softly, Fengtian, you and I both know that this so-called perfect world is nothing but an illusion, ethereal and insubstantial. People's minds are bound. Their thoughts are imprisoned. Can such a world really be considered perfect? Fengtian, upon hearing this, showed a hint of agreement in his eyes. He nodded and continued, indeed, true perfection should not be like this. But even so, this is what Obito and Madara pursue. They hope to bring peace to this world in their own way, even if that peace is built on illusion. Shui gently shook his head, not following Fengtian's words further, but instead shifted the conversation and asked, what about you? After infinite Tsukuyomi, you should be able to go home, right? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Fengtian's mouth. After completing infinite Tsukuyomi, his causal power sensed an indescribable force. This force drove the causal power to madness. Me? Soon. There's a force guiding me in the darkness. I feel that I will be able to go home very soon. Chapter 187. The Tale of Minato. Side story. Kushina's consciousness seemed to be gradually shrouded by thick fog, her body sinking step by step into boundless darkness. She could clearly sense that the Nine-Tails chakra within her was being violently torn out by an inexplicable and eerie force. The pain was like a blade cutting flesh, making every breath extremely difficult, as if her lungs were about to be ripped apart. Her hands were tightly bound by chains as dark as ink, covered in dense, ancient runes that flickered with a faint purple light in the dim environment, like a group of greedy vampires ruthlessly devouring every bit of power within her. Is this the chakra known as tailed beasts? Indeed powerful. A deep and hoarse voice echoed from the depths of hell, resonating hauntingly above the altar. Kushina exerted all her strength to barely lift her heavy head, and through her blurred vision, she saw a man clad in a white robe standing proudly in the center of the altar. His skin was frighteningly pale, as if devoid of any blood, and his eyes emitted an indescribable eerie light purple, resembling a ghost in the abyss. On his smooth forehead, there was a diamond-shaped gem emitting a faint glow, making it particularly eye-catching in the dim environment. What are you trying to achieve? Kushina gritted her teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from her throat. We just want to take back what rightfully belongs to us. The man's voice was cold as a winter wind, devoid of any warmth. The chakra of the tailed beast is an indispensable part of the divine tree, and you, in the end, are just a vessel that carries it. Before his words had fully settled, the man's hands slowly rose, and the runes around the altar seemed to be summoned, instantly bursting forth with dazzling light. Immediately after, a powerful, suffocating suction suddenly emanated from those pitch-black chains. Kushina's body trembled violently. She could clearly feel the immense chakra of the Nine-Tails swiftly receding like a tide, and her consciousness began to blur. Minato, where are you? A deep despair surged within her heart, as if she were surrounded by endless darkness. Yet even so, she still clung tightly to a faint glimmer of hope, because she firmly believed that Minato would come to save her, no matter how difficult, no matter how far away. At this moment, Minato's figure was like a golden lightning bolt streaking across the sky, swiftly weaving through the dense forest. His eyes were fixed firmly on the shimmering golden thread ahead, filled with anxiety and unease. He could clearly sense that Kushina's breath was becoming weaker and weaker, like a flickering candle flame swaying in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Kushina, you must hold on. I'm coming soon. Nameki's Minato repeatedly chanted in his heart, and his steps grew increasingly hurried, as if he wanted to pour all his strength into this moment of running. Finally, the world opened up before Nameki's Minato, revealing an ancient and mysterious altar. The altar was shrouded in a thick wave of chakra, and the air was filled with a heavy, oppressive feeling that made it almost difficult to breathe. In an instant, Nameki's Minato's gaze locked onto the figure in the center of the altar. When he clearly saw Kushina tightly bound by dark chains, his heart suddenly constricted, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Kushina! His voice trembled with an unmistakable quiver, his figure like a gust of wind, appearing instantaneously at the edge of the altar. Oh, So you finally came? The man dressed in a white robe slowly turned around, his bloodless face and eyes as cold as a frigid pond, staring intently at Naruto Uzumaki. You must be her husband, right? What a pity. You were just a bit too late. Naruto's gaze instantly sharpened, his hand tightening around the kunai. Let her go. Let her go. Hee. What makes you think you have the ability to do that? The man's words were filled with mockery as he gently raised his hands. The runes around the altar seemed to respond to his call, suddenly bursting forth with dazzling light. Immediately after, a powerful and chilling chakra wave surged forth like a roaring tide, rushing towards Naruto. Naruto's body trembled violently under the impact of this force, but his gaze remained unwavering, still fixed on the man before him. His voice, cold and resolute amidst the howling winds, declared, I'll say it one last time, let her go. Ridiculously insignificant insect. You dare to challenge the noble divine clan? The man's voice dripped with disdain. With a wave of his hand, the ground suddenly cracked open, revealing jagged fissures, from which countless inky black vines surged forth, as if alive, sweeping towards Naruto with a howling wind. Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto shouted lowly, his figure instantly transforming into a golden afterimage, disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, he appeared like a ghost behind the man, the kunai in his hand glinting with a cold light, aimed directly at the opponent's vital points, his movements swift and fierce. However, the man's reaction was equally swift. He tilted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging this lethal strike at an incredible angle. Then, with another wave of his right hand, an unimaginable surge of chakra erupted, forming a violent shockwave that forcibly pushed Naruto back several steps. The speed is indeed quite fast, but unfortunately, under the crushing weight of absolute power. Speed is just a joke. The man's words were filled with mockery and disdain. His gaze grew even colder, as if it could freeze a person's soul, and his hands quickly formed seals once more. This time, the fissures in the ground erupted not with black vines, but with roaring black flames. These flames, imbued with a twisted and destructive aura, surged towards Naruto like the tongues of demons from hell, attempting to engulf him in endless darkness and searing heat. Naruto's expression instantly turned grave. He understood that these flames were anything but ordinary and did not dare to be careless. The kunai in his hand danced like a silver dragon, slicing through the incoming flames with incredible speed. However, even as he used all his skills, the alarm bells in his heart grew louder. This enemy before him was stronger and more dangerous than any opponent he had ever faced. He clearly knew that in order to save Kushina, he had to exert all his strength without any reservations. Spiraling Sphere, Minato Namikaze shouted, quickly gathering chakra in his right hand, and a spiraling sphere radiating a dazzling light instantly took shape, whistling through the air as he hurled it fiercely at the man. The man, upon seeing this, curled his lips into a disdainful smile and waved his hands lightly. An invisible barrier appeared in front of him, effortlessly deflecting the spiraling sphere. Is that all you've got? I'm truly disappointed, the man taunted. Minato ignored his mockery and transformed into a golden blur, dashing towards the man at high speed. However, the man's reaction was still incredibly fast. He slightly tilted his body and dodged the lethal strike at an unbelievable angle. Minato did not feel discouraged. He transformed into a golden lightning bolt again, swiftly darting around the altar, trying to find a flaw in the man's defenses. The man, seeing this, revealed a cold smile. He quickly formed hand seals, and the runes surrounding the altar once again burst forth with dazzling light, followed by an even stronger pulling force that firmly held Minato in place. Want to run? Not so easy, the man sneered. Minato's body was immobilized by the force, and he could only watch as he was drawn closer to the man. However, at that moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Flying Thunder God, with a low shout from Minato, his figure vanished once more. Chapter 188. Minato's Transmission, Extra. While Minato was fiercely battling the mysterious man, Kushina's consciousness miraculously began to recover gradually. She could clearly feel that the Nine-Tails chakra within her was being forcibly extracted by an invisible hand, draining away every second. Yet, at this critical moment of life and death, Kushina's will grew increasingly resolute. I can't just fall down like this, Kushina silently told herself. Her hands suddenly clenched tightly, as if to gather all her strength in that moment. As her will surged, the chakra within her began to fluctuate violently, like a dormant volcano finally about to erupt. The man, who was clashing with Minato, suddenly changed his expression. His gaze shot like lightning towards Kushina on the altar. You still have the ability to resist? Kushina's voice rang out at that moment, filled with unprecedented determination and resolve. For Minato, no matter what difficulties I face, I will never give up easily. As her words fell, her body erupted with a powerful force, so intense that it shattered the dark chains that had bound her for so long, producing a crisp and loud breaking sound. What? The man's face finally showed an expression of disbelief and shock. He never expected that Kushina could break free from his strict seal. This completely exceeded his expectations. Kushina! A flash of indescribable surprise and excitement crossed Minato Namake's eyes. He flashed and almost instantly appeared beside Kushina, carefully helping her up. Although Kushina's face was pale and her voice carried a hint of weakness, her gaze was exceptionally firm. Minato, don't worry, I'm fine. Namake's Minato looked deeply at her, feeling a warm current surge in his heart. He nodded gently, his voice soft yet firm. Together, we will end this absurd battle. His gaze sharpened once again, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. Good, Kushina replied briefly and powerfully, a surge of turbulent chakra flowing through her body, as if an indomitable strength was supporting her. Minato stood side by side with Kushina, their eyes like two sharp swords, firmly locking onto the man in front of them without any retreat. At that moment, their chakras intertwined in a marvelous way, forming an unprecedented powerful force, as if even the surrounding air was trembling for it. How ridiculous. You foolish mortals think you can contend with the noble gods just by teaming up? The man's voice was filled with sarcasm and disdain, his hands swiftly forming seals. Accompanied by a deep rumble, an overwhelming chakra erupted instantly, as if it would tear apart the entire space. Flying Thunder God! Minato shouted, his body disappearing from the spot in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared behind the man, having already condensed a powerful Rasengan in his hand. Seal! Kushina quickly formed seals with her hands, and countless golden chains surged from the ground, sweeping toward the man. A hint of seriousness finally appeared on the man's face. With a wave of his hands, a powerful chakra erupted instantly, blocking the attacks of Minato Namake's and Kushina. However, the two's strength still forced him back several steps. It's over. Minato's voice was calm and resolute, his hands swiftly forming seals like a dance, as an unprecedentedly strong chakra gathered in his palms, seemingly causing the very space to tremble. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance, roar of the third style. The voices of Minato and Kushina almost echoed simultaneously, their chakras achieving perfect fusion at that moment, forming an incredibly dazzling light, like lightning piercing through the night sky, striking toward the man's chest with overwhelming force. A trace of undeniable fear finally appeared on the man's face. He never expected that Minato Namake's and Kushina Uzumaki could join forces to unleash such a powerful technique. He hurriedly mobilized the power within him, trying to withstand this deadly blow, but it was already too late. The dazzling light, as bright as the sun, instantly penetrated the man's defenses, completely engulfing his massive body. Within the light, the man's figure trembled violently, and then, like dust swept away by the wind, he gradually dissipated, ultimately turning into nothingness, leaving only a faint shadow swaying in the air. With the man's disappearance, the chakra fluctuations around the altar gradually calmed down, as if everything had returned to tranquility. However, the air still lingered with an indescribable sense of urgency, a mark left by the battle, and a testament to the life and death trial shared by Namake's Minato and Kushina. They stood side by side, their gazes firmly locked on the front. Although their bodies were utterly exhausted, their eyes sparkled with the light of victory. At this moment, their hearts were even closer to each other, as if the whole world could not separate them. It's over. Kushina's voice was slightly hoarse, revealing a hint of undeniable fatigue, but her eyes still burned brightly, shining with indomitable spirit. Minato nodded gently, his voice soft yet full of strength. Yes, Kushina, we won. All of this has become the past. He slowly extended his right hand and gently grasped Kushina's slightly trembling hands, his eyes filled with deep concern and tenderness. Minato's voice echoed again, this time carrying a more evident emotion and choked feeling. Minato simply held her tightly, his voice softly ringing in Kushina's ear, filled with unwavering determination and gentleness. Kushina, we don't need this between us. No matter what difficulties we face in the future, I will be by your side, facing them together. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon the two of them, casting a golden glow over their figures. At that moment, it felt as if the whole world had come to a standstill, with only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths gently echoing in the air. Kushina nestled in Minato's embrace, feeling the hard-earned peace and warmth. Waves of unprecedented gratitude and happiness surged within her heart, as if all the pain and struggles had found the perfect compensation at that moment. Just then, a strange light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and a powerful aura descended from the horizon. Minato and Kushina both looked up simultaneously, seeing a figure slowly descending from the clouds, exuding a sacred and majestic presence. Kushina's mouth dropped open in surprise. Minato, however, furrowed his brow, sensing the strength and extraordinary nature of that aura. It seems our battle is not over yet. Chapter 189. The trap almost there, almost there. That indescribable feeling is about to descend. I seem to already feel the way home, Fengtian murmured softly, his heart filled with joy. After tormenting countless cycles, he had finally gathered 9-tailed beasts this time and assisted Uchiha Madara in successfully unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi. Shirzue, it seems you don't intend to fall into the infinite Tsukuyomi? Fengtian asked as he noticed Shirzue hesitating to release the complete body Susanoo from the infinite Tsukuyomi. Shirzue gazed up at the moon, distorted and enchanting under the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice steady and firm. Fengtian, everyone has their own measure in their hearts, and what they weigh is different. For me, a truly beautiful world cannot be built solely on an illusory dream. I have sketched that peaceful and serene world countless times in my mind, but each time, those images are visions deeply rooted in the soil of reality. Shirzue's words revealed a realization that transcended the mundane and struck at the heart. After speaking, Shirzue gently waved his hand, controlling the massive complete body, Susanoo, to turn slowly like a mountain, striding towards the distant horizon, his figure gradually disappearing into the hazy moonlight. He wanted to take one last look at this real world. Fengtian paused slightly at the words, a look of joy on his face. He didn't expect Jisue to have such profound insights. After a moment of silence, he turned to look at Uchiha Madara in the void above and said in a deep voice, Madara, after being alone underground for decades, do you not feel lonely? Uchiha Madara remained silent, merely gazing at the man before him. Have you ever thought about what kind of isolation it would be to face a world where only one person remains after the Moon Eye plan? No one knows that after activating the infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone is immersed in a beautiful dream, while only Madara stays behind in this filthy world, destined to be alone until death. My path has come to an end. Let this tainted and twisted world have only me quietly waiting. Madara's words revealed an almost insane obsession. His gaze swept over the land that was about to be completely engulfed by the infinite Tsukuyomi, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. It was both a helpless farewell to the past years and a resolute determination to watch over this solitude in the future. His figure appeared particularly lonely in the night, as if the whole world was against him. Yet, he remained indifferent, simply standing there quietly, waiting for the final arrival. Fengtian felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy rising in his heart upon hearing this. After speaking, the figure of Ban gradually blurred, as if merging with the night. It's coming. That indescribable presence was finally about to arrive. Fengtian sensed that strange feeling drawing closer, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement within. As a traverser, he would finally be able to unravel all the mysteries and return to the world that belonged to him. He gently lifted his chin, his gaze piercing through the void, and saw a black mist entwined with the threads of fate plunging down at an astonishing speed. In an instant, that mist, laden with the entanglements of destiny, streaked across the night sky like obsidian, carrying a heart-stopping depth and unknown, charging straight towards Fengtian. Fengtian's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. His eyes locked on the encroaching black mist, as if every cell in his body had been ignited by an invisible force, boiling to the extreme at that moment. Is this the way home? Fengtian murmured to himself, his voice filled with both anticipation and tension. He took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself, preparing to face this unknown twist of fate. The black mist suddenly came to a halt less than a meter away from Fengtian, then began to leisurely swirl, gradually condensing into a bizarre and unpredictable vortex. The core of the vortex was as splendid and colorful as a kaleidoscope, with countless lights and shadows intertwining within. Each light and shadow resembling a miniature world, radiating different glows and brilliance, shining together in a breathtaking display. Fengtian felt an irresistible, powerful force firmly pulling him. His consciousness began to blur, and his body seemed to be manipulated by invisible threads, involuntarily stumbling forward, as if about to step into the mysterious abyss of the vortex. However, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The originally still black mist suddenly became agitated, like a greedy beast, starting to crazily erode Fengtian's consciousness. At the same time, a cold and eerie voice bizarrely emerged from Fengtian's mouth. Hee. This kid is not bad. He has managed to erode this world in his first reincarnation. Truly worthy of a name I personally bestowed upon him, Fengtian. Fengtian's whole body shivered violently. That eerie laughter, not belonging to him, felt like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, instantly awakening him from his daze. He quickly realized that this strange black mist, this mysterious vortex, was far more complex and dangerous than he had initially imagined. This was definitely not the way home he had been longing for, but a complete trap. No, I absolutely cannot be manipulated like this. In his heart, he let out a deafening roar of anger. Gritting his teeth and mobilizing every ounce of strength in his body to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the dark force that was crazily eroding his consciousness. The light and shadow in the vortex began to twist, as if countless voices were roaring in his ears, trying to disturb his thoughts and pull him into an endless abyss. But he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his willpower as solid as a rock. Was this the person behind the scenes that Chungyun spoke of? It turned out that all of this was a complete deception. In his heart, he roared helplessly in anger, unable to fathom that everything he had painstakingly done was actually a total scam. Hee, do you still have the strength to resist me? It's just a futile struggle. That eerie voice echoed in the air again, full of mockery and disdain, as if it had already firmly grasped him in its hand. He felt a headache so intense it seemed like his head would crack open, his consciousness teetering between chaos and clarity, but he still stubbornly held on, refusing to yield. He knew better than anyone that once he gave up resisting and completely fell into this darkness, he would forever lose himself and become a puppet of that unknown existence, unable to find his way home again. I cannot yield like this. Fengtian roared in his heart, his eyes turning crimson, radiating a resolute aura. However, at this critical moment, a familiar and immense force suddenly surged forth, crashing like a tidal wave against the last remnants of Fengtian's wavering consciousness. This force was the power of causality. Despite Fengtian struggling with all his might, trying to stand firm against the torrent of this power, his consciousness began to blur and disperse amidst the endless struggle and erosion. The black mist containing the power of causality seemed to possess immeasurable energy, like an invisible hand tightly grasping Fengtian's thoughts, relentlessly dragging him towards the endless abyss of darkness. Finally, after a fierce struggle, Fengtian's consciousness extinguished its light completely, like a fallen star disappearing into the vast night. The black mist, having achieved its goal, seized full control over Fengtian's body and soul. A futile effort. Next, let me enjoy this world full of life energy. A cold and cruel smile curled at the corners of Fengtian's mouth, and just as he prepared to rise and leave, a sharp black blade suddenly tore through the void from the sky, rushing towards Fengtian like a shooting star. Who are you? Chapter 190, The Battle Resumes. You, who are you? Accompanied by this cold remark, the black sword slicing through the night sky struck Fengtian with endless sharpness. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Fengtian's mouth as his figure instantly transformed into an afterimage, effortlessly dodging this deadly strike using the Flying Thunder God technique. Is this power what this world calls the strongest six paths power? It doesn't seem like much. Fengtian looked down from high position at Uchiha Madara above the void, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Who exactly are you? Where has the real Fengtian gone? Uchiha Madara questioned sharply, clearly sensing the strange and powerful aura emanating from Fengtian, which made him raise his guard. The next moment, he transformed the black sword in his hand into the floating, truth-seeking ball beside him, ready to respond to any potential crisis. Us? Our existence comes from a higher dimension. You ants are not worthy of knowing my name. Fengtian looked at Uchiha Madara with disdain, as if viewing a trivial plaything. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened instantly. He had never been so insulted. A higher dimension? I, Uchiha Madara, do not care where you come from. Today you will stay here. Before Uchiha Madara's words had finished, he suddenly clenched his hand, and the surrounding space seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A terrifying suction force surging forth like a black hole, rushing towards Fengtian. Just a trivial skill. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Fengtian's mouth as it seemed that some mysterious power within him was awakened, an endless tide of causality surging forth, instantly enveloping his entire being. When Uchiha Madara's attack touched this power of causality, it was as if it was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance a single inch, only able to struggle futilely in front of that barrier. Not bad at all. A hint of surprise flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. He indeed did not expect the opponent's defense to be so unbreakable. However, just as he momentarily lost focus, Fengtian's figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost. By the time Uchiha Madara reacted, Fengtian had already appeared behind him, holding a judgment blade shimmering with a strange light, striking down towards his back with immense force. Trying to sneak attack me? Uchiha Madara's reaction was lightning fast. At the critical moment, he swiftly sidestepped, easily avoiding Fengtian's deadly blow. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a wave of black energy surged towards Fengtian like a roaring tide. Fengtian's figure once again flickered like a phantom, easily evading Uchiha Madara's counterattack. He steadied himself and fixed his gaze on Uchiha Madara, filled with mockery and provocation. With this so-called power of the six paths, is your strength only at this level? Uchiha Madara's expression remained calm as water. He looked deeply at Fengtian, already understanding in his heart that the enemy before him was no ordinary foe. Thus, he took a deep breath, gathering all his strength once again, preparing to launch a more intense and lethal assault. Meanwhile, Fengtian maintained his indifferent demeanor, as if he had completely grasped Uchiha Madara's every move, able to respond effortlessly no matter how the opponent attacked. Will of the Grave, Border Hell. With a low growl, Madara summoned 4 extremely fast shadow clones that instantly surrounded Fengtian, agilely locking him down so he couldn't move. Immediately after, the truth-seeking balls surrounding Uchiha Madara seemed to receive some kind of command, suddenly accelerating like meteors streaking across the night sky, shooting towards the bound Fengtian at an incredible speed. Each truth-seeking ball contained terrifying destructive power, now pouring down like a torrential rain, seemingly intent on completely drowning Fengtian in this flood of destruction. However, surprisingly, there was not a hint of panic or fear on Fengtian's face. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the causal power surrounding him suddenly erupted with dazzling light, forming an indestructible shield. Bang, bang, bang. The seeking Tao Jade continuously struck against the shield, only causing ripples that couldn't penetrate at all. Impossible, this is the power of the six paths. How could it be easily blocked by you? Uchiha Madara's expression darkened again. He didn't expect his full force attack to be resolved so easily. At that moment, the bound Fengtian suddenly vanished, as if he had never existed. Just as Uchiha Madara was filled with doubt, Fengtian's figure appeared above him like a ghost. Fengtian tightly gripped the blade of judgment in his hand, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race, carrying a resolve to sever all causal relationships in the world, and struck down fiercely towards Uchiha Madara. This is bad, Uchiha Madara thought to himself, quickly swinging the massive scythe formed from the seeking Tao Jade in an attempt to block this lethal blow. However, Fengtian's power was too overwhelming. This strike brought Uchiha Madara an unprecedented immense pressure, forcing him to kneel on the ground, and the scythe shattered under the tremendous impact. Crack! The shards of the scythe flew everywhere, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. He looked up at the sky with shock in his eyes. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Fengtian's mouth as he gently pointed at Uchiha Madara. In the next moment, countless sharp spikes formed by causal power surged from the void, stabbing toward Uchiha Madara like dense raindrops. Uchiha Madara exerted all his strength to form a barrier with the remaining truth-seeking balls, attempting to block these spikes. However, the spikes formed by causal power seemed to ignore the rules of space and time, easily piercing through the barrier and deeply embedding themselves into Uchiha Madara's body. Uchiha Madara let out a painful roar, his body pierced by numerous spikes, blood staining his battle robe. Is this what you call the power of the six paths? Truly disappointing. Fengtian coldly watched Uchiha Madara, struggling in pain, his tone filled with mockery. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth, using his last bit of strength to raise his head, filled with unwillingness and anger. Who are you? Why do you have such immense power? I am a being from a higher dimension, which is incomprehensible to you ants. Fengtian scoffed, and then waved his hand lightly. With his motion, The spikes around Uchiha Madara instantly exploded, turning into countless tiny fragments that dissipated into the air. Uchiha Madara's body was also blasted away by this immense force, crashing heavily against a distant mountainside. Coughing, Uchiha Madara struggled to rise from the pile of rubble, his injury severe, making it difficult to even stand. Although the recovery effect of the Six Paths power was extremely abnormal, since he was pierced by those spikes formed by causal power, Uchiha Madara was astonished to find that a peculiar force was preventing his injuries from healing. He slowly raised his head, looking up at Fengtian, who was looking down with arms crossed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Since that's the case, let this ant show you how to slay a god. Chapter 191, Slaying the God. Slaying a god? If you can do it, feel free to try. Fengtian's words were still filled with boundless confidence as he looked down at Uchiha Madara, who was barely hanging on, his heart filled with disdain. The next moment, the skies seemed to be stained with ink, dark clouds rolled, and thunder rumbled, deafening as if even heaven and earth were trembling for this shocking battle. An oppressive atmosphere permeating the air. Around Uchiha Madara, the Seeker's jade slowly gathered again, emanating a faint glow. But this time, they were no longer just simple tools for attack and defense. They seemed to transform into a mysterious bridge connecting the Rinnegan with the deepest secrets of a world, each containing an indescribable power. Heaven's obstruction, shocking stars, Madara whispered, his voice soft yet carrying endless majesty and power. As Madara's words fell, a massive meteorite, like a harbinger of doom, suddenly plummeted from the sky, carrying terrifying destructive power, tearing through the air, heading straight for Fengtian. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, leaving behind shocking cracks. However, Fengtian merely curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smirk, revealing a trace of contempt. The causal power surrounding him surged instantly, transforming into an invisible barrier that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, effortlessly blocking the meteorite's cataclysmic impact without even causing a ripple. Ants are ultimately just ants. Fengtian's words were filled with unmasked mockery and disdain, each word like a sharp blade, attempting to sever Uchiha Madara's pride and will. The second one, Madara's voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth, filled with defiance and determination. He chanted again, heaven's obstruction, shocking stars. Before his words even fell, another meteorite tore through the sky, its size enormous and its might fierce, surpassing the previous one. It was like a burning comet, carrying roaring flames and a world-destroying momentum, howling towards Fengtian, as if it aimed to engulf the entire world in endless darkness and destruction. Fengtian's expression finally passed over a barely noticeable change. He clearly did not expect Uchiha Madara to continuously unleash such astonishing attacks. A trace of surprise flashed in his deep-set eyes, but this surprise disappeared in an instant, quickly replaced by indifference and disdain, as if it had never existed at all. He gently raised his hands, his movements elegant and composed. The surrounding causal power seemed to sense his call, quickly surging and intertwining to form a complex and impenetrable web. In the next moment, it tightly bound the meteor that carried the destructive force of annihilation, rendering it immobile. "Humph, do you think this can shake me?" As Fengtian's words fell, the web woven from causal power suddenly contracted, and the immense force crushed the meteor into pieces, accompanied by a deafening roar. The meteor was crushed mid-air, turning into countless fragments that scattered across the sky like a meteor shower, brilliant yet fleeting. Uchiha Madara, seeing this, curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. His aim was never simply to defeat Fengtian with these two meteors. At the moment the meteor was destroyed, the chakra within him surged wildly, and the Rinnegan flickered with an unprecedented brilliance, as a larger and more complex technique quietly formed in his mind. It was time to show you true power. In the sky, the dissipating dark clouds began to gather again. This time, they were no longer a simple natural phenomenon, but were controlled by Uchiha Madara's will. Superplanetary devastation. Uchiha Madara let out a low roar, as if he had condensed the weight of the entire world into these few words. The technique of superplanetary devastation instantly activated, and the heavens and earth seemed to change color. In the sky, the manipulated dark clouds began to swirl frantically, coalescing into a doomsday-like scene. The clouds rolled and thunder crackled, as if the entire world was caught in an inescapable vortex, with the air becoming heavy and oppressive. At the center of that vortex, a black hole-like existence slowly formed, silently devouring everything around it. Even light could not escape its gravity. The power was so immense that the surrounding space began to warp and deform, as if time and space had lost their meaning in the face of this force. Fengtian's expression finally turned serious, his deep eyes flashing with unprecedented seriousness and vigilance. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within that technique. Even someone as powerful as him could not easily ignore it. "Is this your trump card, Uchiha Madara? You really do surprise me." Fengtian quickly formed hand seals, and the causal power around him surged again, attempting to resist that overwhelming attraction. However, the black hole created by the super-Earth explosion star seemed endless, continuously devouring everything around it. Even the causal power released by Fengtian could not fully withstand it. In the sky, the black hole grew larger and its attraction became stronger, as if it were going to swallow the entire world. Uchiha Madara stood at the edge of the black hole, his figure flickering in the distorted space. The super-Earth explosion star generated by the meteor fragments of two heavenly obstruction shock stars. God, enjoy it to the fullest. However, just when Uchiha Madara thought victory was assured, Fengtian suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with mockery and confidence. "Uchiha Madara, do you really think you can defeat me? You are mistaken. In this world, nothing is absolute, including your power, your ambition, and your so-called victory." As Fengtian's words fell, an unprecedented, powerful force suddenly erupted from the causal power around him. That force seemed to transcend time and space, directly acting on the black hole formed by the super-Earth explosion star. The black hole began to tremble violently, its edges becoming blurred, as if being torn apart by an invisible colossal force, twisting into an unrecognizable shape. The sky seemed to be torn apart by this force, revealing a jagged crack, with thunder and lightning intertwining, causing the entire world to tremble. Immediately after, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, like the collapse of heaven and earth, as the black hole unexpectedly collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, turning into a rain of debris and surging energy waves that scattered everywhere. The debris traced brilliant arcs in the air, while the energy waves swept across the entire battlefield like a storm, enveloping everything in chaos. Uchiha Madara widened his eyes, unable to believe what was happening before him. The super-Earth explosion star that he unleashed with all his might was actually cracked by Fengtian just like that. How is it possible? How could you do this? Uchiha Madara's voice was filled with unwillingness and shock, but his body had already begun to sway due to the excessive consumption of chakra. Fengtian slowly walked up to Uchiha Madara, his eyes intertwined with pity and mockery, as if looking at an ant that didn't know its place. "Remember this, Uchiha Madara. This is the price you must pay for trying to challenge the gods." His voice was deep and filled with authority. Each word seemed to come from the heavens above, carrying an irresistible power. After finishing his words, the judgment blade in Fengtian's hand suddenly swung down. A cold light flashed, as if it could tear apart space and cut through everything. However, at this moment of life and death, a hint of mocking smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. "I've said it before. Today, I will slay the gods. Shinra Tensei." Before Uchiha Madara's words could finish, a terrifying repulsive force ruthlessly pushed Fengtian away. "Oof. Are you still making such a pointless move, Ant?" The pushed away Fengtian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. He looked at Uchiha Madara, who was gathering strength below, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Is it really so? God!" Before the words could finish, a strong light suddenly erupted from Uchiha Madara's body. At the same time, behind the unsuspecting Fengtian, an enormous black hole suddenly appeared, silently spinning and swallowing everything around it. Even light could not escape its gravitational pull. This was the black hole summoned by the Super Dotter's heavenly star earlier, and at this moment, it was cleverly utilized by Uchiha Madara, becoming a deadly trap. A cunning light flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes. His plan was finally realized at this moment. He took advantage of the brief moment when Fengtian let his guard down and unleashed the Shinra Tensei, ruthlessly directing this terrifying repulsion onto Fengtian, pushing him mercilessly towards the center of that black hole. In that moment, Fengtian's expression became extremely grim. He never expected that Uchiha Madara had such a trick up his sleeve. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the constraints of this repulsive force. But it was all too late. His body, like a kite with a broken string, uncontrollably plummeted toward the black hole, and the surrounding space twisted and deformed at that moment, as if time and space had lost all meaning. "What's going on? Wasn't the black hole destroyed by me? For the first time, a serious expression appeared on Fengtian's face. He couldn't believe this sudden turn of events. The reappearance of the black hole felt like a mockery and disdain towards him, making him sense an unprecedented threat. No, it's an illusion. When did this happen? His brain raced as he finally realized that the black hole he had destroyed earlier was merely an illusion created by Uchiha Madara. In reality, the black hole generated by the superplanetary devastation had never disappeared. Today, I, Uchiha Madara, shall slay the gods. Chapter 192. Causal clones. As Uchiha Madara's words fell like ice, the black hole's gravitational pull suddenly intensified countless times. As if the power of the entire universe was converging at that moment, ready to devour everything. Fengtian's expression was devoid of any ripples. He gave up resisting, allowing his body to be drawn like a light feather into that endless darkness, slowly descending towards the center of the black hole. Gather. Uchiha Madara let out a low roar, and with his call, the debris of the heavenly obstruction star seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, rapidly converging towards the black hole. Soon after, the gravitational pull at the center of the black hole reached its peak, and those debris gradually fused while spinning at high speed, forming a massive sphere that emitted a ghostly glow. That was the final form of the superplanetary devastation, a cage powerful enough to seal a god. Fengtian's figure finally disappeared into the depths of the black hole, replaced by a dull rumble, as if something was struggling in despair but could not escape the shackles of fate. Is it over? Uchiha Madara gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, his face pale as paper. After using so many high-intensity ninjutsu in succession, even he felt his body was almost at its limit, as if every muscle and every bone was protesting. However, in this brief moment of catching his breath, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly constricted, a sense of ominous foreboding rising in his heart. Something is wrong, he murmured softly, his voice filled with fear and unease. He suddenly realized that his body had not fully recovered yet. During the battle with Fengtian, his six-path's power had been sealed by the opponent's causal power, and it still had not returned. This meant that all his previous efforts might have been in vain. Fengtian was not sealed at all. This thought flashed through Uchiha Madara's mind like a lightning bolt breaking through the darkness. Has he been discovered? How boring. I originally thought I could see more of your triumphant expression. A calm voice, tinged with a hint of regret, echoed in Uchiha Madara's ears. He suddenly raised his head and looked up in the direction of the sound, only to see Fengtian standing there with his arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face, as if everything that had just happened was merely a play directed by him. Uchiha Madara's face revealed an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide open and the corners of his mouth slightly trembling. How was this possible? How did you escape the seal of the super-tailed beast planetary destruction? Seeing Fengtian appear before him and scathe, like a ghost, completely overturned his understanding. Fengtian smiled slightly, and that smile contained endless depth and sarcasm. That move, I must say, did pose a slight threat to me, but that was only to my causal clone. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had witnessed the most incredible event in the world. He suddenly realized that what he had painstakingly sealed just now was merely a causal avatar of Fengtian. This realization struck him like a bolt from the blue, plunging him into deep shock and despair. The real Fengtian had never stepped into that seemingly inescapable seal from beginning to end. He had been secretly observing, playing with Uchiha Madara like a cat with a mouse, until he believed he had the upper hand. Then he leisurely revealed himself. Causal clone, Uchiha Madara murmured, a term that was both unfamiliar and familiar to him. He understood that this was a unique ability of Fengtian, a means to create a clone nearly identical to his own body using the power of causality, used to confuse enemies or execute specific tasks. So that's why you didn't fight me with your true body from the beginning. Uchiha Madara's tone was filled with bitterness as he realized that he had once again been manipulated by Fengtian in this battle. Fengtian nodded slightly, the sarcasm on his face even more pronounced. That's right, Uchiha Madara, you are always too confident, thinking that you can control everything with your own power. But you forget that there's a force in this world that you will never be able to understand or master. That is the power of causality. And I am the god of this world, the one who controls causality. As Fengtian's words fell, the air around seemed to solidify, and an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped Uchiha Madara's heart. He is well aware that the gap between him and Fengtian can no longer be bridged by mere ninjutsu and strength. Do you have anything else to say? As the strongest in this world, I grant you this opportunity. Fengtian's words fell coldly. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth, flames of unwillingness burning in his eyes. Despite his body being extremely fatigued and his heart filled with despair, he still refused to yield. The strongest? Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh, his voice trembling slightly, a dignity he fought to maintain. Humph, you are nothing but a coward hiding behind the power of causality. Fengtian's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to calm. He seems to have become accustomed to the provocations and insults of others. To him, they're nothing more than insignificant noise. Say whatever you want, Uchiha Madara. Fengtian lightly waved his hand, the gesture carrying an undeniable arrogance, as if dismissing the trivialities before him. Your words are meaningless to me. Now, it is time to end this boring battle. Fengtian's voice was cold and resolute as he slowly raised his hand, palm facing up, as if summoning some unknown power. With his movement, the air around them began to ripple violently, as if an invisible force was brewing within, causing the entire space to tremble. Uchiha Madara could clearly sense an unprecedented sense of crisis rapidly approaching. His heartbeat quickened, and his breathing became hurried. He did his utmost to evade the impending fatal blow, but his body felt as if it were bound by invisible chains, unable to move. Causal chains binding. Accompanied by Fengtian's low shout, invisible chains emerged from the void, swiftly wrapping around Uchiha Madara. These chains seemed to be woven from the power of causality, and no matter how Madara struggled, he could not break free. It's over. Uchiha Madara. Fengtian's tone was filled with indifference and mockery as he lightly waved his hand, causing the causal chains to tighten, squeezing Madara's body to the brink of deformation. However, at this critical moment, a green spiral spear suddenly pierced through the void, carrying an extremely sharp aura, aimed directly at Fengtian. Fengtian's expression finally changed. He did not expect such a powerful counterattack to arise in this desperate situation. He swiftly retreated, barely avoiding the sudden strike with his astonishing speed and reflexes. Even so, the powerful chakra fluctuations accompanying the spiral spear still made his heart race, as it was a force that could threaten his life. The next moment, the spiral spear exploded in the void, transforming into dots of green light that dissipated into nothingness. Yet the momentum of that instant was enough to shake the surrounding air, as if even time and space were distorted by this power. Taking this opportunity, the remaining chakra within Madara surged wildly, as if he had found his last chance at life in that moment. With this power, he forcibly broke part of the causal chains that Fengtian had imposed on him, retreating violently and increasing the distance between him and Fengtian. Who? Chapter 193. Those Without a Future. Are you okay? From within the colossal green complete body Susanoo, Shirsui's concerned voice echoed softly. He originally wanted to carefully observe this world engulfed by the infinite Tsukuyomi, every detail making him both curious and heartbroken. However, at that moment, a sudden loud noise from not far away instantly pulled him back from his contemplation. Shirsui's figure flashed, quickly rushing toward the source of the sound. His heart was filled with confusion and unease, not knowing what had happened. When he finally arrived at the scene, the sight before him left him speechless and in disbelief. I can't die yet. Shirsui, you must. Be careful. The person before him was not the real Fengtian. Uchiha Obito was gasping for breath, having used almost all his strength to explain everything to Shirsui as best as he could. I understand. Leave the next things to me. Shirsui's eyes were resolute. He knew that the current situation allowed for no hesitation. The Fengtian before him was clearly not the real Fengtian, and the real Fengtian was very likely already under his control. What he needed to do was to find an opportunity to see if he could awaken the real Fengtian through the Kodo Amatsukami. Fengtian, or rather that imposter, was now standing coldly not far away, wearing a playful smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Oh, Uchiha Shirsui, a voice full of amusement rang out. Your Kodo Amatsukami is indeed quite troublesome. The voice carried a hint of disdain, yet concealed a trace of caution. However, it's nothing too serious. Shirsui remained unfazed, showing no emotional fluctuation upon hearing this. He ignored the provocation from that Fengtian and silently waved the gigantic wings of his Susanoo behind him, like a soaring eagle, pouncing fiercely toward Fengtian. Seeing this, Fengtian's expression of disdain deepened. He slightly raised his hand, and a mysterious causal power instantly surrounded him, as if cloaking him in an invisible armor, making him appear as a true deity, high and untouchable. In the next moment, the hand that Fengtian had raised suddenly came crashing down, accompanied by a loud roar. A surging causal power erupted instantly, as if it wanted to twist and tear apart the entire space, aiming to engulf Shui along with his massive Susanoo into an endless whirlpool of causality. However, just when this heart-pounding causal power touched the hard shell of the Susanoo, a strange scene occurred. The causal power, which was supposed to be invincible and devour everything, actually left no trace on the surface of the Susanoo, like a cow sinking into the sea. This scene caused Fengtian's expression to instantly become extremely serious, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He never expected that the causal power he was so proud of would fail at this moment. It seems that your causal power is not omnipotent after all. Shui spoke, his voice coming through the menacing mouth of Susanoo, carrying a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm. Before his words fell, Fengtian's figure vanished like a ghost, instantly disappearing without a trace, leaving only a series of afterimages swirling rapidly in the air, dazzling to the eyes. Shui's heart suddenly tightened. He knew very well that the opponent was about to launch an even more ferocious and deadly attack. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and all the nerves in his body tensed up. Sure enough, just as Shui was fully focused and alert to his surroundings, Fengtian's figure suddenly reappeared without warning. At that moment, he had already reached behind Shui, quickly gathering a massive amount of chakra in his hands, shining with dazzling light, ready to launch a deadly strike against Shui. However, in the face of this lightning-fast attack, Shui remained exceptionally calm. He seemed to have already seen through every move of Fengtian. With just a slight shift of his body, he slipped out of the opponent's attack range like a swimming fish, easily dodging the deadly ambush. Your speed is too slow. Shui snorted coldly, his tone filled with mockery and disdain. At the same time, he suddenly swung the gigantic arm of Susanoo, which was as massive as a mountain, bringing with it a terrifying force capable of tearing through space, and struck fiercely at Fengtian. The enormous arm traced a breathtaking trajectory in the air, accompanied by the howling wind, as if even space was being torn apart by its immense power. Seeing this, Fengtian's expression changed drastically, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He quickly performed the flying thunder god technique, his figure flickering like a phantom in the air, attempting to evade this deadly strike. However, even so, he was still affected by the terrifying aftershock of Susanoo, feeling an overwhelming force surging towards him, causing his blood to surge and his face to turn pale as paper in an instant. I understand now, Fengtian suddenly realized, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. It turns out that it was that kid Fengtian who, in order to help you enhance your strength, actually erased your future with the power of causality. He gritted his teeth and said, his voice filled with anger and resentment, "This is the reason why my causal power has had no effect on you. You are nothing but a person with no future." He pointed at Shui, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. At that moment, Fengtian finally understood that the reason Shui could so easily ignore his causal power was that he had already been erased from the future by Fengtian. This meant that Shui existed neither in the future nor in the past. His existence seemed to transcend causality. As a result, Fengtian had no way to modify reality through causal power anymore. Shui appeared to be an existence that could not be bound by causality, which filled him with unprecedented fear and helplessness. What if there is no future? Shui snorted coldly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I, Uchiha, never need to rely on the future. Before his words had even faded, Shui launched another attack. He swung the gigantic arm of Susanoo with an overwhelming force, crashing down toward Fengtian. This time, Fengtian could no longer evade easily and could only brace himself for the blow. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The entire space seemed to tremble at that moment. Fengtian was struck down to the ground like a kite with a broken string, heavily smashed by the unstoppable arm of Susanoo, instantly kicking up a large cloud of dust that completely engulfed his figure. As the dust gradually settled, Fengtian's disheveled figure was revealed. He struggled to get up from the ground, his clothes tattered and covered in dust and cracks, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, looking particularly tragic. However, before Fengtian could regain his senses, the sharp killing intent from Shui had already approached him like a shadow, a spiral gun glimmering with a cold light. pierced towards his vital point, like a flash of lightning cutting through the night sky, moving with an astonishing speed that was impossible to react to. Fengtian was taken aback. He never expected Jishui to launch such a swift and decisive attack. In that moment, the breath of death was quietly closing in on his nose. He quickly used his agility to try to dodge the attack. However, Jishui seemed to have seen through his movements, and the spiral gun traced a perfect arc in the air, following closely behind. Damn it! Fengtian roared and had no choice but to give up on dodging. He quickly formed hand seals, preparing to use ninjutsu for defense. However, Jishui gave him no chance at all. The spiral gun suddenly accelerated in midair, instantly penetrating his defense and stabbing directly into his chest. With a muffled sound, blood splattered everywhere. Fengtian's body trembled violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. In a moment of desperation, Fengtian unhesitatingly activated a unique ninjutsu that combined the Flying Thunder God technique with causal power, instantly transforming his body into a streak of light and forcibly escaping from the perilous battlefield. His figure rematerialized in the distance, and it was evident that the technique of creation and regeneration was operating wildly within him, continuously repairing his damaged body. However, that last blow was too ferocious. Even with such a powerful recovery ability, Fengtian was still severely injured and could not fully heal in a short period of time. The waves of pain in his chest constantly reminded him of the peril he had just faced. Jishui quietly floated in the void, the kaleidoscope patterns in his eyes slowly rotating, emanating a deep and mysterious light. He coldly stared in the direction of Fengtian's escape, a hint of barely perceptible chill flashing in his eyes. He slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing through layers of clouds and mist, locking onto the blood-red moon hanging in the sky. A bold and unprecedented plan quietly surged and took shape in his heart. Jishui intended to project his otherworldly deity onto the moon. No matter where Fengtian was, he would inevitably fall under the control of the otherworldly deity. This all had to come to an end. Chapter 194, Izanami. Jishui silently recited in his heart, his hands quickly forming seals, preparing to unleash his most forbidden ocular technique, the otherworldly deity. His kaleidoscope Sharingan flickered with dazzling light, as if it wanted to devour everything around it. As the hand signs were completed, Shirsue's eyes suddenly widened, and a powerful force erupted from his body, shooting straight into the sky. He shouted, "Kotoamet Tsukumi." A brilliant beam of light shot from his eyes, heading straight for the blood-red moon hanging in the night sky. Wherever the light passed, the space seemed to twist, and everything became illusory. At the moment the blood-red moon came into contact with this beam of light, it began to tremble slightly, as if being drawn by an invisible force. Shirsue gritted his teeth, continuing to maintain the use of his eye technique. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Finally, the beam of light completely merged with the blood-red moon, and the entire moon seemed to be dyed with a layer of mysterious color. Shirsue let out a long breath, his body swaying slightly, clearly indicating that the use of this eye technique had taken a significant toll on him. His left eye gradually lost its color, like the last ray of twilight under the setting sun. This was the price paid for using the Bietian God. In the long years to come, he would no longer be able to use any eye techniques. Now, no matter where Fengtian hid in the world, it could not escape the control of the Bietian God. Jishui secretly calculated in his heart, his eyes flashing with an undeniable determination. He turned his head to look in the direction of Uchiha Madara, who was still lying on the ground, gasping for breath, each inhale seemingly draining his last bit of strength. Shirsue knew well that, despite Uchiha Madara once being an invincible powerhouse, he was now nearing his limit and could no longer provide substantial assistance. "Lord Madara, leave the next battle to me," Shirsue said softly, then once again waved the enormous wings of Susanoo, rushing towards the distance. He planned to track Fengtian by sensing the fluctuations of chakra around him. However, just as he was about to set off, a figure appeared behind him like a ghost, silently and without a sound. In his heart, Jishui's alarm bells rang loudly, and without hesitation, he swung the massive arm of Susanoo, suddenly turning around with a force akin to a mountain roar or a tsunami, striking towards the sudden figure. Bang! It felt as if the air was torn apart, and a tremendous sound echoed around, shaking even space itself. But when Jishui focused his gaze, he found that the figure had dissipated into nothingness like a bubble at the moment of the attack. Was it an illusion? Jishui's heart sank, and he quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to capture the true trace of that mysterious figure. Just then, a cold and mocking voice rang in his ear. "It's nothing more than this." Jishui suddenly looked up, only to see Fengtian had appeared in front of him at some point, wearing a playful smile as if watching an interesting performance. "You." Jishui's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fengtian before him. He had clearly projected the power of the otherworldly deity onto the blood moon, enveloping the entire world in its influence. Why could Fengtian still appear before him so easily? Surprised? Fengtian smiled slightly and continued, "I'm a master of causality. Even if my true form is not here, with this barely usable flesh and my causal power, a mere illusion cannot bind me." Fengtian's voice grew increasingly passionate as he slowly raised his hand, a chilling force of annihilation gathering in his palm, as if it were about to devour everything. Jishui looked at the annihilation power coalescing in Fengtian's hand, a wave of unprecedented despair surging within him. He knew very well that in his current state, he could not withstand this destructive force at all. Fengtian snorted coldly, and the power of obliteration in his hand erupted violently, like a raging torrent rushing towards Jishui. Jishui tried his best to resist, but under the impact of the obliteration power, he continued to retreat. And several shocking wounds appeared on his body, the blood staining his clothes. Cough, cough. Jishui coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, his face pale as death, and his complete body Susanoo was also on the verge of collapse from this strike, as if it would shatter at any moment. "Want to escape?" Fengtian pressed forward step by step, his words filled with mockery and ridicule. Jishui's gaze became increasingly cold, his anger and unwillingness burning like a raging flame, almost consuming him. But at this moment, in the entire Hokage world, apart from him and the severely injured and dying Uchiha Madara, almost everyone else was trapped in the dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi. In other words, he was the last hope of this world. Jishui took a deep breath, suppressing the pain from his injuries, and his gaze became exceptionally firm, as if he wanted to pierce through all darkness. "It's not over yet. I haven't fallen yet." Jishui's voice was filled with endless determination and resilience as he once again swung the wings of Susanoo, ready to launch his final counterattack. Just a dying struggle." Fengtian sneered disdainfully, gathering the power of obliteration in his hand once more, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Jishui. However, at that moment, Jishui suddenly closed his eyes, and a mysterious and powerful aura began to emanate from him, as if some ancient power was awakening within him. "Izanami." With a low roar from Jishui, his right eye suddenly opened wide, releasing a dazzling brilliance, as if it would engulf the entire world. This forbidden technique could trap people in an endless cycle until they recognized their true selves and made the right choice. Jishui decided to use this move to counter Fengtian. He believed that even if Fengtian was powerful, he could not escape the shackles of Izanami. At the very least, he could buy Uchiha Madara a moment of respite. If the two of them joined forces, they might still have a chance to fight. Fengtian only felt a strange power surge into his mind, and the world before him began to blur and distort, as if he had fallen into an endless loop. He kept repeating his previous actions, yet he could never find an escape route. What kind of power is this? Fengtian shouted in terror, beginning to realize that he might truly be trapped in some kind of horrifying forbidden technique. Jishui looked at Fengtian, who was caught in a loop, and a surge of pleasure welled up in his heart. But just as he was about to turn and leave, a sharp sword energy pierced through the defense of Susanoo, directly penetrating his body. How is this possible? Jishui turned back in disbelief, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. When he saw the person wielding the sword, the expression on his face instantly froze. "I told you, you are merely struggling in vain." Chapter 195, Reward. Fengtian's voice echoed in Jishui's ears, filled with endless mockery and indifference. Jishui widened his eyes, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared behind him. It was Izanami, who he never thought Fengtian could ignore. "Why you can't?" Jishui struggled to speak, his body severely injured due to the breach of Susanoo, blood continuously gushing from his wounds. Fengtian curled his lips into a cold smile, slowly retracting the blade in his hand, saying, "I've said it before. A mere illusion technique. How could it possibly affect me?" After saying this, he raised his hand, and a powerful force of annihilation coalesced into a soaring blade, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Jishui. Jishui's heart sank. He knew he could no longer withstand this deadly strike. But in this moment of life and death, Countless images flashed through his mind. His family's glory, his friends' expectations, and the unfinished mission. No, I can't end like this. Ji Shui roared, as if the power within him was fully awakened at that moment. An unprecedented chakra wave emanating from his body. However, Fengtian seemed indifferent to Ji Shui's change. He sneered, the blade of annihilation in his hand suddenly swinging down, aimed at Ji Shui's heart. Give me. Block it. Ji Shui roared, and the Susanoo surrounding him instantly transformed into an indestructible green shield. The green shield suddenly brightened, like tender spring leaves bravely blooming in winter. Filled with vibrant life and indomitable will, it firmly resisted Fengtian's blade capable of annihilating all things. Boom! The massive impact sounded like thunder, causing the entire space to tremble. Cracks spread across the green shield like a spider web, but remained resilient, not completely shattered. Ji Shui gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, pouring his will and life force unreservedly into this final defense. Fengtian's expression finally changed slightly. He did not expect Ji Shui to unleash such tenacious resistance in this desperate situation. But soon, a cold smile returned to his face, filled with disdain for Ji Shui's futile struggle. Just a dying struggle. Do you think this can change anything? Fengtian once again gathered the force of annihilation, transforming it into an even sharper blade, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Ji Shui. However, at this critical moment, a black blade suddenly shot up from the ground, like lightning in the dark night, piercing through Fengtian's body in the astonished gaze of Fengtian. Damn it, God! Uchiha Madara's weak yet furious voice echoed in the night sky. Although his figure swayed, his eyes burned like flames, filled with endless anger and defiance. Experience the wrath of Uchiha Madara. Accompanied by Uchiha Madara's roar, the black blade unleashed an astonishing power within him, severely injuring Fengtian. Fengtian's body trembled violently, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He never expected that at this critical moment, Uchiha Madara could unleash such powerful strength. He staggered back a few steps, his face turning exceptionally pale, clearly indicating that Uchiha Madara's strike had caused him considerable damage. God! Shui keenly seized this opportunity, moving rapidly to transform the green shield into an incredibly sharp spiral spear, piercing directly at the vital point of Fengtian with a whistling sound. Fengtian, severely injured, couldn't react as quickly as before. He barely managed to dodge to the side, but was still pierced by the spiral spear. Shui and Uchiha Madara shouted in anger almost simultaneously, their offensive like a raging storm, surging wave after wave, determined to completely slay this powerful enemy. Fengtian here. Fengtian, heavily wounded, had blood spraying out like a fountain, staining his clothes and the ground around him, even with the aid of his miraculous regenerative ability. The severity of his injuries continued to worsen, making it difficult to heal. He staggered backward, each step seeming exceptionally difficult. Despair and unwillingness began to show in his eyes. He never expected to fall at the hands of Uchiha Obito and Shui, two beings he once regarded as insignificant. How could this happen? How could I lose? Fengtian murmured to himself, his voice filled with disbelief and despair. However, reality was cruel. The onslaught from Shui and Uchiha Obito grew fiercer. It was as if they wanted to unleash all their anger and power on this formidable enemy. Finally, under the combined assault of Shui and Uchiha Obito, Fengtian's body could no longer withstand such violent attacks, being brutally shattered into a mist of blood, completely vanishing from this world and plunging into endless hell. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and Shui and Uchiha Obito exchanged glances, seeing exhaustion and slackness in each other's eyes. They finally defeated the powerful Fengtian, and this victory in battle was hard-earned. Lord Madara, we did it, Shui said, gasping for breath, his voice tinged with an undeniable excitement. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, his complexion still pale. The two had exhausted all their strength, and even getting up had become exceptionally difficult. But, in the next moment, the blood moon suddenly began to shake violently. A dark, chilling, and nauseating power instantly swept across the entire battlefield, as if it wanted to devour everything. Uchiha Madara and Shui felt like they were facing a great enemy. They shakily got to their feet, trying to adopt a fighting stance, their eyes filled with vigilance and unease. However, the sight before them deeply shocked them. They saw the blood moon continuously collapsing, as if it had lost its support. and powerful chakra energies surged like a tide towards the battlefield. Those energies contained ancient and mysterious powers, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Following the direction of the chakra, they saw a thick black mist greedily absorbing the chakra that spilled out from the collapsing blood moon. The black mist seemed alive, constantly rolling and surging, emitting a chilling, eerie hum. "This power is quite good," a familiar yet detestable voice echoed from the black mist, laced with a sense of playfulness and pride. "Truly worthy of the pure Otsutsuki clan." As the voice faded, the black mist slowly coalesced into form, and Fengtian's figure reappeared before the two. He exuded a more powerful aura, as if he were even more invincible than before. His eyes sparkled with cunning and fervor, as if he had already seen the moment when he would control everything and reign supreme. Jishui and Ban's hearts were stirred by turbulent waves. They never expected that Fengtian could be resurrected in this way. Moreover, after the resurrection, he absorbed the power of Kagaya Otsutsuki, making his strength incomparable to before. At this moment, Fengtian was surrounded by dense black mist, his eyes as dark as an abyss, revealing a chilling pressure. "Are you surprised?" Fengtian's lips curled into a cold smile as he continued. "There's even more shocking news to come. I will slaughter all the humans in this world. As a reward, you two will be the last survivors." Chapter 196. The only opportunity. Fengtian laughed maniacally, his voice echoing across the battlefield, filled with endless evil and arrogance. Jishui and Uchiha Ban exchanged glances, seeing unprecedented seriousness in each other's eyes. Fengtian looked down at the two before him, a disdainful cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his hand, and a powerful, cold aura emanated from him, as if it wanted to devour the entire battlefield. "Stay!" Fengtian let out a low roar, and an invisible yet powerful force instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, directly suppressing Jishui and Uchiha Madara to the ground, rendering them unable to move. Their bodies felt as if crushed under the weight of countless mountains, making it difficult to lift even a finger. They could only lie there helplessly, watching Fengtian with wide eyes. "Do you really think the two of you can compete with me? How arrogant!" Fengtian sneered, his gaze filled with disdain and mockery, as if you were watching two ignorant ants struggling in vain. Jishui and Uchiha Madara gritted their teeth, their faces revealing expressions of pain and unwillingness. They exerted all their strength, mobilizing the remaining chakra within them, trying to break free from this oppression. However, the disparity in power was overwhelming, and their efforts were in vain, unable to shake even a bit of Fengtian's hold. Next came the moment for me to reap my prey. Fengtian suddenly revealed a cruel smile, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, as if he could already see the victorious fruit he was about to harvest. He slowly raised his index finger, and a powerful and destructive energy began to gather at its tip. The energy was as deep as a black hole, seemingly capable of devouring everything. Immediately afterward, countless tiny threads of causality suddenly appeared before Fengtian's eyes, intertwining like a spider's web, covering the entire battlefield and even extending to the distant horizon. The powerful energy quickly differentiated along these causal lines, transforming into dazzling and deadly beams of light. These beams zipped through the air at an incredible speed, continuously reaping the lives of innocent humans in this world. With each beam that fell, a life was extinguished, as if an invisible scythe was waving through the air, erasing vibrant lives from this world. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a heavy shadow of death, with despair and sorrow permeating the air. Jishui and Uchiha Madara watched this all unfold, their hearts filled with anger and helplessness. They wanted to stop Fengtian and save those innocent lives, but their bodies were firmly suppressed by Fengtian's immense power, unable to move even an inch. "No, we can't just watch like this." Shimizu roared, exerting all his strength to break free from Fengtian's hold, but his body remained immovable. Uchiha Madara was also filled with helplessness. Although he was relatively cold-blooded, watching his compatriots being hunted down like prey stirred an indescribable anger and sorrow within him. As countless lives perished, the aura around Fengtian gradually intensified. He greedily absorbed the life energy of this world, revealing an even more ferocious grin on his face. Finally, after half an hour, Fengtian had wiped out all humans in this world, except for Shimizu and Madara. He nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the two with indifference and said, "You are no longer of any use." After speaking, Fengtian raised his hand again, preparing to launch a final attack on Jishui and Uchiha Madara. However, just as Fengtian was about to deliver the fatal blow, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the center of the battlefield, shining brilliantly like the rising sun. This golden light contained a mysterious and powerful force, making Fengtian feel an unprecedented sense of disgust. He had to quickly raise his arm and cover his eyes with his palm to prevent the blinding golden light from injuring them. Go! At that moment, a clear and firm voice echoed between heaven and earth. It was Qingyun's voice, filled with urgency and hope. As the voice fell, strands of golden silk quickly spread out, dancing in the air like living beings. Wherever they passed, the invisible force that had been suppressing Ji Shui and Uchiha Madara seemed to disintegrate in an instant. The two immediately felt a lightness throughout their bodies, and the pressure suddenly decreased. They looked up and saw a golden crack appearing before them, like a portal to another world, radiating an enticing light. Shizue and Uchiha Madara exchanged a glance, seeing determination and hope in each other's eyes. They knew that this was their only chance to escape and break free from the control of Fengtian. Without hesitation, the two figures flashed and rushed into the golden crack. Their silhouettes instantly vanished within the crack, as if they had been swallowed. Fengtian let out a roar, not expecting that these two insignificant beings could escape at such a critical moment. He stared intently at the gradually healing golden crack, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. However, just as he was about to chase after it, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from within his body. It turned out that in his frenzied harvesting of life, he had also attracted the backlash of this world. Countless resentments and hatred converged into a powerful force that began to wreak havoc inside him. Damn it! Why now? Fengtian let out a piercing scream. His form began to twist and contort. Plumes of black smoke erupted from his body, as if something was trying to devour him. Meanwhile, Ji Shui and Uchiha Madara passed through the golden crack and entered a strange space. They looked around and saw a scene of peace and tranquility, completely different from the world they had just experienced. Where is this? Shizue asked in confusion. Uchiha Madara shook his head slightly. He also did not know where this place was. In the next moment, Qingyun and Fugaku appeared before the two of them, before either of them could speak. A force of time and space flowed at Qingyun's fingertips. With a gentle sweep of her finger, a dazzling light flashed, and in an instant, Shizue and Uchiha Madara's physical conditions were restored to their peak states. They felt their strength and energy restored to their best state, as if the previous battles and fatigue had never existed. However, it was unfortunate that Shizue's left eye, due to the use of the powerful illusion technique Kodoyama Tsukumi, could not be completely reverted to its state before use, even with the omnipotent power of time and space. His left eye still bore the marks of using illusion techniques, but this no longer affected his overall strength recovery. I won't elaborate on the current situation. That guy is the mastermind behind the scenes of the Heavenly Mandate, and he has now absorbed the power of the entire Hokage world along with Kagaya Otsutsuki's strength. It can be said that we are all waiting to die. Qingyun's heavy words fell, and everyone present fell silent. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point in an instant. In terms of strength, we could never defeat that guy. But I have one last method, perhaps the only chance to save this timeline. This opportunity depends on you, the Uchiha clan. Chapter 197. Ultimate Illusion Technique with a flash of brilliant golden light. The figures of Uchiha Madara, Shizue, Qingyun, and Fugaku stepped out of the void and appeared right in front of the Heavenly Mandate. Oh, is it not good to hide well? Why come out to seek death? When the force suddenly appeared, the Heavenly Mandate showed little surprise on his face, instead filled with disdain and mockery. He seemed to believe victory was already in his grasp, viewing the appearance of these four as an inconsequential side note. However, before the Heavenly Mandate could continue his mocking words, Uchiha Madara's figure had already shot out like an arrow, rushing toward him with incredible speed. Cold killing intent flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes, and his figure left behind after images in the air, moving at a speed that was astonishing. He seemed to transform into a fierce beast, vowing to tear Fengtian apart. Upon seeing this, Fengtian's disdainful expression instantly vanished, replaced by seriousness and vigilance. He quickly adjusted his posture to meet Uchiha Madara's fierce onslaught. The two instantly fell in a close combat, exchanging blows with fists and feet, each collision accompanied by deafening roars. Their figures intertwined and darted through the air, moving so quickly that it was dazzling, as if they were engaged in a silent dance. But soon, Fengtian steadily gained the upper hand. his attacks relentlessly striking Uchiha Madara. Although protected by the Sage of Six Paths Chakra and empowered by the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara still appeared to be at a disadvantage against Fengtian, who had mastered the power of the entire world. His figure kept retreating, and each collision with Fengtian sent him into violent tremors. Soon, he began to spit out blood in large quantities, his life force gradually weakening. Now is the time. Cheng Yun shouted angrily, her whole body radiating golden light. With a single finger, countless golden threads instantly spread towards Fengtian. These golden threads moved with the agility of living beings, quickly wrapping around Fengtian in layers, forming an incredibly solid golden thread cage. Under the binding of Cheng Yun's golden thread cage, Fengtian's movements became slow and clumsy. His eyes widened in anger, revealing a look of rage and unwillingness as he tried to break free from the cage that bound him. Yet, Cheng Yun's golden thread cage was exceptionally strong, as if it intended to imprison him there forever. At that moment, the right eye of Jishui suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, the power of the otherworldly deity awakening. His gaze was firmly locked on a Fengtian, and his eye power transformed into an invisible torrent, crashing into the depths of Fengtian's consciousness like a tide. However, Fengtian had already mastered the power of the entire Naruto world. His will was exceptionally strong, and his mental defenses were incredibly robust. Even when trapped in a top-tier genjutsu like Kodoame Tsukuyomi, he could quickly break free from its constraints with his tenacious will and regain control of his body. Izanami. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaka roared, and his eyes suddenly erupted with a strange light, a complex pattern woven from genjutsu rapidly spreading outwards from him, completely enveloping Fengtian. This pattern contained the deepest curses and resentments of the Uchiha clan. Once trapped within it, there would be no escape. Fengtian was taken aback, realizing that everything in front of him had suddenly turned pitch black, and everything around him became indistinct. Under the dual top-tier genjutsu of Kodoame Tsukuyomi and Izanami, he found himself trapped in an endlessly looping illusion. In this illusion, he would continuously repeat the same pain and despair for eternity. Just then, with a twist of space, Kakashi's figure also appeared on the battlefield. Izanagi. Kakashi also shouted, his eyes instantly turning blood red, a terrifying eye power suddenly exerting itself upon Fengtian. Although Kakashi was not a member of the Uchiha clan and faced significant difficulty in using this forbidden technique, he could no longer afford to care about that in this critical moment of life and death. He was willing to exhaust all his ocular power, even prepared for blindness, to release this technique to the fullest extent in order to completely seal Fengtian within the illusion. Under the effect of the Izanagi released by Kakashi, the illusion that Fengtian was trapped and began to become increasingly complex and chaotic. The scenes within the illusion constantly changed, dazzling and elusive like a kaleidoscope, causing Fengtian to become deeply immersed and unable to extricate himself. He found himself not only unable to break the illusion, but also starting to struggle to distinguish between the illusion and reality. Every time he thought he had freed himself from the shackles of the illusion, he discovered that he had merely entered a deeper layer of illusion. What is happening? Fengtian's voice was filled with terror and despair. He never expected to find himself in such a terrifying predicament. He once thought he was invincible, a being above everyone else. However, now he realizes how vulnerable he truly is, how easily he could be defeated. Finally, with the combined efforts of Kakashi, Shisui, Cheng Yun, and Fugaku, the consciousness of that black mist, along with Fengtian's own consciousness, was silenced in an eternal illusion. Their figures gradually faded away, as if they had never existed. Everything will ultimately return to the eternal cycle, and Fengtian will continue to struggle in this cycle until he can find himself, understand himself, and resolve the causality. Only then can he truly break free from the shackles of this illusion. This is the sixth time, right? Damn it, can't I remember? In the depths of the earth, a young man named Uchiha Fengtian rubbed his heavy head and spoke to himself as he got up. My goal is to create a world without disputes, without war, and without killing. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, I need your help. I need your help, Scorpion. It seems that someone like you, a rogue ninja, has nowhere to settle. You can consider this place a sanctuary for rogue ninjas. Fengtian, have you encountered something you can't solve? It's nothing but this. Since I have appeared here, everything in this world will come to an end. Obito, I can understand your feelings, but right now, this Sage Chakra is crucial for me. I assure you, during the entire extraction process, Minato will not be harmed in the slightest. Finally, after countless endless cycles, Fengtian still could not easily find himself and resolve the intricate causality. Inside the vast and boundless subspace created by Changyun, the people who did not know how many long years had passed still stared intently at Fengtian, who was trapped in the cage of time, their eyes filled with both expectation and anxiety. Under the influence of the magical power of the time cage, Fengtian seemed to be isolated from the long river of time, unable to feel the slow passage of time, nor would he be subjected to the violent torrents of time. This state is both a protection and a test. How many times has this cycle happened? Do you think Fengtian can wake up? Chengyin? Uchiha Madara finally couldn't help but ask, staring worriedly at the trapped figure, his eyes interwoven with hope and despair. Chengyin was silent for a moment before slowly speaking in a calm and firm voice. I don't know, but as long as we are still alive, we will keep waiting. After all, he is our only hope. Shui also nodded seriously in agreement. That's right, Fugako. Moreover, I believe Fengtian will surely find himself and resolve the causality. Although Kakashi paid the price of blindness for resolutely using Izanagi, his perception remained extraordinarily sharp. He deeply felt the determination and unwavering faith of the crowd, and silently prayed for Fengtian in his heart, hoping that he could break free from the shackles of the illusion soon. However, at that moment, an unprecedented violent fluctuation suddenly occurred within the subspace. The crowd quickly focused their attention and saw Fengtian's figure flickering amidst the surging waves, as if he could completely disappear into this mysterious space at any moment. What is happening? Chengyin exclaimed, her face filled with shock and unease. Fuyue also clenched his fists nervously, his voice trembling slightly. Could it be that Fengtian? Yet, just as everyone was filled with worry and fear, Fengtian's figure suddenly stabilized. After countless cycles of silence, his eyes finally snapped open, bursting forth with dazzling and resolute light. I finally remember. Fengtian's voice was filled with indescribable excitement and relief. What Fengtian? What road home? It's all an elaborate scam. Chapter 198. The grand finale, as everyone witnessed Fengtian finally break free from the long cycle and return to reality. The smiles that had just blossomed on their faces were abruptly interrupted by a sudden change. The strange black mist seemed to sense Fengtian's awakening and instantly came to life. It charged at Fengtian like a fierce beast, attempting to seize his body once again and become the ruler of this world. You will not. Fengtian roared, his eyes flashing with determination, and an astonishing energy erupted from his body. This energy was like a roaring flame, trying to completely engulf the strange black mist. However, to everyone's surprise, the energy that Fengtian unleashed began to be gradually consumed in the confrontation with the mist. His complexion started to pale, and his body began to tremble, as if he was enduring immense pain. Fengtian, Chengyin cried out anxiously. Shui quickly formed seals, preparing to use ninjutsu to help Fengtian. Don't worry. We can always try again. Fengtian's body continued to shake, but his face was filled with boundless confidence. Actually, I should have awakened long ago. But I just couldn't understand. How exactly? You control me. The corners of Fengtian's mouth curled up slightly. Even though he was sweating profusely, he continued to speak. I now understand. It's this damn roulette. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious roulette appeared before Fengtian, the very roulette that allowed him to draw skills each time he captured a tailed beast. Previously, Fengtian had no idea how the black mist was able to easily manipulate his body. However, after experiencing countless cycles, he locked his suspicion onto this roulette. Thus, he decisively chose to awaken. What he needed to do was verify his thoughts. Ban, Shui, Fuyu, I borrow your weapons. Fengtian shouted with all his might. Upon hearing this, the three did not hesitate at all and promptly took out their prized weapons. Uchiha Ban's Uchiha fan carried the honor and power of the clan. Shui's spiral gun contained speed and sharpness, while Fuyu's Amano Murakumo sword was a legendary artifact, each one extraordinary. Soon, these three completely different weapons appeared before Fengtian, floating in the air and emanating their unique radiance. Fengtian grasped with one hand, utilizing the power of unity, and the three weapons quickly fused into an unprecedented sword. The blade of this sword shimmered with dazzling light, as if it could cut through all obstacles in the world. This sword was named God's Hate. Fengtian held God's Hate tightly, the tip of the sword pointing directly at the roulette that was always shrouded in a mysterious aura. He knew very well that only by cutting off this roulette could he completely break the shackles of the dark mist and save this world from its dire straits. I guessed correctly, didn't I? Fengtian said coldly to the roulette. The roulette seemed to sense Fengtian's hostility and began to emit even more eerie light. Fengtian said nothing, just tightly gripped the divine hate, and a powerful chakra erupted from his body. His figure, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the roulette. He swung his sword down, and with the power to sever everything, the divine hatred struck towards the roulette. Crack! The roulette, along with the causal lines, was cut in half, emitting a dazzling light, which gradually dissipated into the air. As the roulette disappeared, the black mist also began to gradually dissipate. Fengtian felt his body lighten, knowing he had finally freed himself from the control of the black mist. However, just as Fengtian and the others thought they were about to achieve victory, their faces just beginning to show relief. An even more dangerous and chilling aura suddenly enveloped the entire space. This aura was cold and powerful, casting a heavy shadow over everyone's hearts. They looked up and saw a gigantic eye that had appeared in the sky at some unknown time. This eye seemed to perceive all the illusions of the world, coldly gazing down at the crowd below. Its pupil was deep and dark, resembling an endless abyss that could swallow all light and hope. The oppressive feeling brought by this giant eye made everyone feel breathless, their hearts racing uncontrollably as if they were about to collapse at any moment. At the same time, the black mist that had been controlling the heavens suddenly changed. It began to surge violently, gradually condensing into a towering crimson figure several meters high. This figure emanated a terrifying aura, and its presence seemed to make the entire space tremble, even the air becoming heavy and oppressive. The crimson figure's eyes burned like flames, flickering with a cruel and bloodthirsty light. It let out a low and eerie roar, as if proclaiming the imminent doom of the crowd. Chungyun looked at the figure in shock, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. Fengtian furrowed his brows tightly, sensing the immense threat coming from that figure. He took a deep breath, tightly gripping the god's hate in his hand. It seemed that our battle was not over yet, Fengtian said coldly. The scarlet figure let out a low growl, and then, like a ghost, charged towards Fengtian and the others. Its speed was incredibly fast, as if it could traverse the constraints of time and space. Fengtian's expression remained unchanged. He knew this was the final form of the black mist, and defeating it would save this world. God's wrath! Fengtian roared, channeling all his strength into the god's hate in an instant. The blade of god's hate erupted with an unprecedented dazzling light, sword energy surging forth as if the space itself were being torn apart by this power. The originally cold blade now seemed to contain endless fury and resentment. Facing the rushing scarlet figure, Fengtian did not retreat, but advanced, transforming into a streak of light, colliding with the scarlet figure in midair. The clash of sword light and the scarlet figure's claws erupted with a deafening roar, shaking the entire space. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed endlessly, each collision bursting forth with brilliant sparks, as if it were going to ignite this world. Fengtian's gaze was resolute, putting his all into every sword swing, while the scarlet figure, though fierce, seemed somewhat strained under the edge of god's wrath. Chungyun, Jishui, Fuyu, and others, seeing this, also sprang into action, each unleashing their strongest ninjutsu to buy time for Fengtian while attempting to weaken the scarlet figure's power. In the sky, that enormous eye continued to coldly observe everything, but it seemed to have no immediate intention of taking action. This made Fengtian feel slightly relieved. He knew that the most crucial thing now was to quickly eliminate this scarlet figure. The battle continued, and Fengtian's physical strength and chakra were constantly being consumed, but his will grew ever stronger. He knew that this was not only to save himself, but also for the peace and tranquility of the entire world. Finally, during an intense confrontation, Fengtian found a flaw in the crimson figure. He shouted loudly and swung his sword down. The divine wrath, carrying endless power, instantly split the crimson figure in two, and crimson blood sprayed out, dyeing the entire sky red. However, the crimson blood quickly gathered together, reforming the crimson figure. How could you, who cannot regain your true self, possibly defeat me? You're just a small role named Fengtian by me. You don't even know your true name. Upon hearing the cold voice from the crimson figure, Fengtian's heart was filled with disdain and turmoil. It was right. If he couldn't reclaim his true self, he would never be able to defeat the chess player behind him. Just as Fengtian swung his sword towards the crimson figure, the sword light suddenly flickered. In the moment the sword light dissipated, Fengtian felt an unprecedented power surge from within him, as if his dormant soul had been completely awakened. Countless fragments flashed through his mind, memories he had lost, revealing his true identity as Xian. It turns out, I am Xian, Fengtian murmured softly, his eyes shimmering with realization and determination. The return of these memories not only helped him regain himself, but also gave his strength a qualitative leap. At that moment, the crimson figure, which had originally been struck down by the sword of divine hatred, began to slowly reassemble in the residual power of the sword light. But its form showed signs of fatigue, clearly indicating that the blow from Shunya had dealt it a heavy blow. How is this possible? You actually... The voice of the crimson figure was filled with disbelief and terror. It never expected that this existence, which it had once easily manipulated, could unleash such astonishing power. Xian, Fengtian, gripped the sword of divine hatred tightly, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, reflecting the turmoil in his heart. He understands that the real battle has just begun, and he has found his path, which is to cut through all obstacles in the name of X, in, and protect this world. You are mistaken. I am not merely the name bestowed upon me, Fengtian. I am Xn, the most free existence in this realm. Xn's voice was powerful and resonated throughout the space, causing even the clouds in the sky to tremble. As the words fell, flames ignited around Xn, symbolizing his strength and his determination to fight against the darkness. He raised the god hate high above his head, the light and flames on the sword intertwining to form a dazzling pillar of light, aimed directly at the crimson figure. What is the will of heaven? What is fate? All the realms of the universe are but a chessboard in my hands. The more you struggle, the more exhilarating this game of god-slaying becomes. Xian roared, his form turning into a fiery meteor, colliding once again with the crimson figure. This time, the battle was exceptionally brief and intense. Xian's swordsmanship was unmatched, each strike imbued with his longing for freedom and hatred for darkness. The crimson figure retreated step by step under Xian's fierce assault, ultimately being completely pierced through in a decisive confrontation. Bang! With a loud explosion, the crimson figure shattered, transforming into a rain of blood, never to be reassembled. This time, it was truly eradicated. The battle ended, and Xian stood in the void, the flames around him gradually extinguishing, but his gaze became even more resolute. He turned back and saw Qingyun, Zhishui, Fuyue, and others looking at him with admiration, their faces beaming with the joy of victory. Xian, you did it! Qingyun was the first to step forward, tears sparkling in his eyes, filled with admiration and gratitude for Xian. Xian smiled and nodded, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of calm and satisfaction. He finally found himself and discovered his own path. Yes, we did it. Sun's voice was gentle yet powerful as he looked towards the distant horizon, where the giant eye that once oppressed them no longer existed, and a new dawn was rising. However, the world around them had fallen silent. Sun did not say much, only gazing at the figure of Qingyun before him. Qingyun instantly understood Sun's meaning. Her expression showed a hint of hesitation as she spoke. Is it really so? If you do this, you will. Before Qingyun could finish her sentence, Sun raised his hand to interrupt her words. Seeing that Sun was determined, Qingyun had no choice but to respect his choice. She let the power of time and space flow from her fingertips, spreading over Sun. In the next moment, Sun's aura of causal power surged continuously, combining the forces of various powers. In that instant, the causal power evolved into the law of causation. Turn the tide. Back, Sun shouted, and the law of causation combined with the power of time and space caused the time of this world to continuously reverse. Rewind. At the same time, those who had been slaughtered by the crimson figures also came back to life. Qingyun stood beside Sun, her eyes filled with both amazement and concern. She knew that Sun had paid a tremendous price to reverse time and space. But seeing those who regained their lives, because of him, her heart was also filled with comfort. Sun, you really did it, Qingyun said softly, her voice trembling slightly, a mix of awe for Sun's power and being moved by his determination. Sun did not turn back, only quietly feeling the flow of time and space. He knew well that this reversal of time and space was not without cost, but he was willing to bear it all, for the sake of those innocent lives and for the peace of this world. As time and space gradually stabilized, those who were resurrected opened their eyes one after another. looking around in confusion, seemingly not understanding what had happened. But soon, they realized that they had escaped from the hands of the Grim Reaper and regained their lives. Cheers! Cries and expressions of gratitude intertwined, forming a beautiful melody. Xin and Chengyun stood aside, silently watching all of this, their hearts filled with satisfaction and comfort. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Xion's ear. Xin, although you have reversed time and space, the source of the crimson figure has not been completely eliminated. If it is not resolved thoroughly, it will sooner or later awaken again, bringing disaster to this world. Upon hearing this, Xion furrowed his brow. He knew well that the voice spoke the truth. Although the scarlet figure had been eliminated, its roots still lurked in some corner of the world, waiting for the right moment to revive. I know, Xion said, but my current power is still not enough to completely eradicate its roots. However, I will continue to seek a way until it is thoroughly eliminated. Ingyan nodded upon hearing this. She understood that Xin's decision was wise. They indeed needed more time and strength to face the challenges ahead. Thus, Xin and Ingyan exchanged a glance and immediately used their powers to restore the entire timeline of the Naruto world. Xin also used the threads of causality to completely erase their traces, as if they had never been in this Naruto world from the future. Let's go. Ingyan. Where to, Xin? I don't know, just move forward for now. The end of this book. Extra. A power dormitory on a rainy night. This weather, this atmosphere, it's the best time to write a novel. Hurry up and type. In the dormitory, a slightly plump man began to type on his glowing computer screen. From a screen beside him, one could vaguely see the words Lone Walk. At this moment, he took advantage of this wonderful atmosphere to embark on a pleasant yet painful journey of typing. However, just as he finished a chapter and clicked save, the space behind him began to distort, and then a handsome young man filled with a mysterious aura and a girl in quirky attire with twin ponytails appeared before him. No, it can't be. Xin, how did you and Ingyan break through the dimensional barrier and come to this real world? In that brief moment of meeting, the typing man recognized the true identities of the two. He couldn't believe that the characters from his novel had actually appeared in front of him. Chengyun, is this the person behind you pulling the strings? They don't seem that impressive, do they? Xin tilted her head, looking at the wordsmith electrician with a face full of disdain, her words filled with infinite disappointment. However, Chengyun took 3 steps forward and directly approached the electrician, grabbing his collar and fiercely saying, "Damn unreliable electrician. I completed my task. Hurry, arrange a resurrection package for my father." The man was yanked by Chengyun and nearly flew off his chair, staring wide-eyed in astonishment at the furious girl in front of him, along with Xin, who wore a look of disdain. Wait, Chengyun, calm down. What's going on? The man struggled to break free from Chengyun's grip, his tone filled with panic and confusion. But Chengyun refused to let go, her eyes flashing with determination and urgency. Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? You wrote me so tragically in the novel, and if you don't give my father a reasonable ending, I will definitely not let you off the hook. Xin stood by with her arms crossed, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Exactly, you guy. You wrote us into such hardship while you enjoyed yourself. Now, it's your turn to taste the flavor of being manipulated by the plot. The man, hearing this, felt a bitter smile rise in his heart. He never expected that the characters he casually created in his novel would have such a strong sense of self-awareness. Nor did he anticipate that they would break through the dimensional barrier to come into the real world to confront him. All right, Chengyun, let me go first, and let's sit down and talk slowly. The man struggled to free himself from Chengyun's grasp and gestured for the two to sit on the dormitory stools. The 3 of them sat together, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The man coughed a couple of times, trying to break the silence. Actually, I didn't expect you to really come here. However, since you're here, let's find a way to solve the problem regarding your father's resurrection package. Chengyun immediately fixed her gaze on him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The man took a deep breath and continued. I can try to arrange a reasonable resurrection plot for your father in my next novel. But after all, it's just a novel. Can you really return to your original world? Xin frowned slightly at this. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you write your novel well, we have our ways to go back. However, if you dare to be perfunctory, don't blame us for being rude. You know, I control the laws of causality and can break through the dimensional barrier and time-space limits at any time to reach anywhere. The man bitterly smiled, fully aware of the power of these 2 characters, and could only nod in agreement. All right, I will do my best. However, You also have to promise me not to cause any trouble during this time. Chengyun and Exen exchanged glances, a hint of cunning light flashing in their eyes, and ultimately nodded. There's one more condition. Xian, the protagonist in my new book, is in a terrible situation, worse than the two of you combined. As seniors, you must not act casually and must let him undergo sufficient trials to completely resolve the source of the strange eyes. Moreover, as far as I know, Xian, you Haven T completely eliminated the strange eyes that invaded the Naruto world before, right? Perfect, since the new book is still in the writing phase. You and Chengyan should clean up that mess. Upon hearing this, Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly not very interested in the new task proposed by the man. He glanced at Chengyun and saw that she was listening intently, so he could only nod. All right, since you put it that way, we'll reluctantly help you with this. However, you have to remember, we are not your free henchmen. After this matter is over, you must give us a satisfactory explanation. The man nodded quickly, secretly relieved that although these two characters were difficult, they were finally willing to help. Rest assured, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Once all the strange eyes are eliminated, I will specially write a side story for you. How about that? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chengyun's eyes, but she immediately looked at the man warily. You better not be lying to us again. Last time you said you would arrange a good ending for us. And what happened? You still wrote us into such a miserable state. The man awkwardly smiled, secretly regretting it. Indeed, his handling of these two characters in the previous novel was a bit hasty, so it was no wonder they were so angry. Rest assured, this time I will write seriously and will not let you down. After saying this, a space-time rift appeared in front of Exan and Chengyun, and without much hesitation, the two stepped into it. But before leaving, Xian used the law of causality to secretly glimpse part of the new book's content. Hiss! Damn! This electrician is really ruthless. I start with a double kaleidoscope, and the new protagonist comes in with one eye missing. One-eyed dragon. Everlasting, sword-devouring body. Interesting. Synopsis, Madara. Alone underground for decades. Do you feel lonely? Uchiha Madara remains silent, only looking at the man before him. Have you ever thought about what kind of solitude it is to face a world with only oneself left after the Moon Eye plan? No one knows that after launching the infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone is immersed in beautiful dreams, except for Madara, who is left in this filthy world, destined to be alone until death. All the causality in this world is borne by me alone. Uchiha Madara, fall into eternal silence.